You are an online car-hailing driver, just following your orders diligently. It's rare to have a beautiful female passenger in your car, but who would have thought that halfway through the journey, the beauty suddenly pulls out a gun, points it at your head, and tells you to stop the car for a few seconds. After the tense silence, you casually glance at the rearview mirror as if nothing happened. What's going on? Didn't you hear me tell you to stop the car? Can you stop on this road? Let's go past the intersection ahead. Lin Dongxue is dissatisfied with the other party's attitude. Clearly a criminal suspect, yet so careless. She kicks the driver's seat, feeling not only nervous but also inexplicably excited. It's as if the heavens are helping her, unexpectedly delivering the criminal suspect right in front of her. This time, there is hope for making a significant contribution. You casually said, just now you were still looking at your phone. Why did your attitude suddenly change? Did you make a mistake? Are you treating me as a criminal suspect? Ha ha, did you make a mistake or not? You don't have the right to say such things. Come back to the station with me. You smiled at the beautiful woman and said, I will point out 3 shortcomings to you. First, you should contact your colleagues immediately. Inform them of your location, and try to stabilize the suspect. Second, who are you trying to scare with an unopened gun? Third, threatening people with a gun while driving is very irrational. Without waiting for Lin Dongxue to react, you suddenly hit the brakes, the huge inertia causing Lin Dongxue's head to hit the back of the driver's seat, and the gun in her hand slipped out. She lifted her head, the dark gun barrel pointing at her head. Behind the gun barrel were your mocking eyes. Look, I can easily handle you, even if I kill you now. Your colleagues won't know. Lack of experience. Young comrade, what do you want to do? Lin Dongxue was scared, her throat dry. She hurriedly searched for her phone, only to find that her phone was missing. You turned the gun, causing her to startle, and handed the gun over to you to point out some work deficiencies. Lin Dongxue couldn't believe she took the gun from the suspect's hand and didn't know what to do next. Stop pointing that broken gun at me. Be careful not to accidentally fire. Can't I go back with you? Are you looking for trouble? The driver behind them cursed in dissatisfaction. The urgent honking piercing. You reached out of the window, gestured with a middle finger, and started the car. Lin Dongxue rubbed her sore head, completely at a loss. As a criminal suspect, this person was too calm. I said the road back to your place is a bit congested. Can I take a detour? You asked. Lin Dongxue snapped back to reality. Don't play tricks. You laughed. What about this trip? Let me confirm the fare first. Casually, Lin Dongxue found a mobile phone under the seat. Su Xiaodong sent another message. Damn. Didn't check. Didn't know. Checked and got a shock. This guy has a long criminal record. You've been involved in fights, extortion, and kidnappings with organized crime groups before. Once even left someone in a vegetative state during a brawl. Convicted of serious injury. Served 10 years in prison. The current ride-hailing platform's background checks are too lax, allowing even such people to become drivers. Driving around the city late at night with single female passengers is terrifying to think about. So that's it. This guy is an old hand. No wonder he's so calm. Lin Dongxue quickly edited the information and sent it out. I'm currently in the suspect's car. I've ordered him to drive back to the criminal investigation team. On-duty colleagues will meet us there. The group immediately exploded. Miss Lin hit the jackpot. Is this for real? Meeting a suspect as soon as you step out. Is this luck or what? Report your location. Don't reveal your identity. Don't provoke the suspect. Try to keep him calm. The last message was from brother Lin Xiupu. Lin Dongxue sent her real-time location. The car suddenly turned a corner and stopped. You opened the door. Rushed out like a mad dog. Lin Dongxue was shocked. Should have known you wouldn't play fair? Only blames herself for being too careless. Stop. Lin Dongxue chased after you. You ran fast. Lin Dongxue in leather sandals couldn't catch up at all. It was a bustling street, with crowds of people. Firing a gun recklessly would not only cause chaos but also make the headlines tomorrow. Lin Dongxue ran a few steps. The heel of her right shoe stubbornly broke. She kicked off the shoe in frustration, ignoring the pain in her feet, gritting her teeth and continuing the chase. The crowd made way for her. A young man running for his life in front of you. As the distance between the two narrowed to within 2 meters, you lunged and tackled him to the ground, snatching a lady's handbag from his hand, pulling out a piece of tape from your pocket to bind the young man's hands. The surrounding people gradually gathered, praising your sense of justice like a lay phone. Lin Dongxue was dumbfounded, realizing she had rushed out to right a wrong. An older sister came out crying and said, "Thank you so much, big brother. This is the money I worked hard to raise for my mother's medical treatment. If it had been stolen, I really don't know what I would have done." An older sister came out and cried, "Thank you so much, big brother. This is the money I managed to raise for my mom's medical care. If it had been robbed, I wouldn't have known what to do. Chen handed the bag to the other party. Keep your eyes peeled. The streets are crowded. Thank you. Thank you. The elder sister excitedly pulled out a bunch of bills to give to Chen as a thank you. Chen took it nonchalantly, drew 3 or 4 sheets from it, and said, "These are enough. 10,000 is too much. I don't dare to accept it." After instructing the elder sister to call the police, Chen turned to leave, and Lin Dongxue taunted, "Doing a good deed is doing a good deed, but still charging money? I thought you were so noble and selfless." Nobility and selflessness are not the same thing, and unlimited altruistic behavior I consider a pathology. Besides, if I receive a little payment, I'm happy in my heart and the other person doesn't feel guilty about owing a favor. Lin Dongxue was choked speechless and switched the topic. "I say, you're a brother, doing this kind of risky thing, aren't you afraid of retaliation?" A large part of the horror of these ruffians is conjectured by ordinary people. Rats are still afraid of people after all. Come to think of it, you're not afraid of retaliation. You're about to go to jail for 2 anyway. Suspect Chen. Chen didn't pick up the conversation and glanced down to see her bare feet. "Where are your shoes?" Lin Dongxue turned back to look for. Leather sandals early don't know which rag collector picked up. The soles of the feet were rubbed raw pain. She said with bravado, "Do not need you tube." Chen pulled Lin Dongxue toward a nearby shoe store. Lin Dongxue shook off his hand. "What for?" Pulling and tugging. Chen relentlessly tugged on her arm. "Walk." Being taken to buy shoes by a strange man, Lin Dongxue was quite uncomfortable, casually picking a pair of passable sneakers, and when it came time to check out, she said, "I'll do it myself." However, when her hand went to her pocket, she realized that she had left her cell phone in the car. "Counted as me borrowing it from you." Chen laughed, throwing the payment he had just gotten on the counter. Back in the car, Chen stretched his muscles, pulled out a cigarette, and asked, "Comrade policeman, can I have one?" "Whatever," Lin Dongxue said stiffly. "By the way, I'll pay you back." Chen took out his cell phone and handed it over. "There is a QR code on it." Lin Dongxue was about to sweep, suddenly realized that it was a WeChat business card. She frowned. "You get a transfer QR code? Ah, who wants to add your WeChat?" Chen smiled and lit a cigarette. "What's wrong with adding a WeChat? Who wants to add your WeChat? You a criminal suspect? Let's get close to me." After a pause, Lin Dongxue asked, "What exactly is your purpose?" What purpose? Don't you know clearly what you did yourself? At first you played lust with me, then you pretended to be a good person in front of me, then you tried to please me with a pair of shoes. Don't think that these can be hidden from me. What kind of background you have? My colleague has already investigated it clearly. Chen had a bitter smile on his face. "I really don't know what I've done. Why don't you give me a heads up? What did you do on the night of September 10th? Pick up a job, have dinner with some buddies, then go home, shower and go to bed." Lin Dongxue sneered. "Is that all? How rich and exciting do you expect the life of a busboy to be? Why don't you give me another heads up and help me remember? Come on, you're setting me up. I'm not going to fall for that." Chen pressed the cigarette out in the ashtray and pointed to his face. "Look at my handsome face. This is what the suspect looks like. Bad guys don't write on their faces. That's not necessarily true. What's written on the faces of bad guys isn't kanji. That kind of writing requires a keen eye to see, like that purse snatcher just now. I could tell at a glance that he was flustered and didn't look like a good guy." The phone rang, and Lin Xiaopu had already sent a few messages. "Why haven't you arrived yet?" Lin Dongxue said. "Drive. Wait." She pushed open the door of the car, sat in the passenger seat, pulled over Chen hand. It was a white and slender hand, completely unlike the long years of lying on the floor of the work of the brother. Chen smiled and said, "What's the matter? You know how to read palms?" Answering him was a click, a pair of handcuffs on his wrists. Lin Dongxue was about to handcuff the other end to her own wrists when Chen pointed out to her. "Idiot, how am I supposed to drive like this? Handcuff my left hand to the steering wheel." Lin Dongxue glared at him and Chen explained. "I have to shift gears with my right hand and hold the steering wheel. Have you ever driven a car?" "Cut the crap." Lin Dongxue unlocked his handcuffs and probed half of his body to cuff his left hand and steering wheel. Chen looked at the broken Lin Dongxue, secretly thought, "This time even if she knocked out and then snatched the key will not be a problem." At the same time he was thinking, "What a great body this girl has." Restarting the car, Chen asked with a smile, "What's your name?" "I'm not going to bullshit a suspect." Chen scratched his cheeks. "Look how hard it is for you to say suspect after suspect. What if I'm not?" Under the burning gaze of those eyes, Lin Dongxue was suddenly a little shaken. This person did look a little less like him, but on second thought, how could a guy with such an unclean background not be? Doesn't exist. I said what if I'm not? How about a bet? What's the bet? If I'm proven innocent in the end, you buy me dinner. I don't want it. Miss. Look at me, a brother. And I do not know what happened. You were invited to drink tea. For you is a small thing, but for me is a big thing. Not to mention what my colleagues will think. What will my family think? I miss work today, less earn tens of thousands of dollars. You compensate? Tens of thousands of dollars? You think you drive a car with diamonds? That's not a sure thing. In case I give a ride to a rich woman who's going to the hospital to have a baby, and they're happy to give a big red packet. Oily mouth. Lin Dongxue said in disgust. She hated this kind of man the most, even more than she hated the pestering Su Xiaodong. Chen Shi had no self-awareness and kept shoving her with his elbow. How about that? It's no disadvantage for you. Yes, Lin Dongxue said gamely. I promise. It's impossible anyway. Nothing in this world is impossible. Chen Shi right ahead with a smile on his face. Chen honest for a while. After a red light, he lowered his head to play with his cell phone. Suddenly Lin Dongxue's cell phone rang. WeChat prompted atop of the avatar of Daniel Wu, the name of the big bad wolf people, to add her friends. So your microsignal is your cell phone number, Chen Shi said with a smile. Lin Dongxue glared at him, and Chen Shi urged, accept it, or else how will you contact me if you invite me to dinner afterward? Never seen such a thick-skinned person. Lin Dongxue clicked accept, and at the same time set to not let the other party see the circle of friends. Came to the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Lin Xiaopu and others stood outside, almost like a welcoming gesture. Colleagues have gathered around, praising Lin Dongxue luck to the explosion, but also once out of the door to carry back the suspect. Lin Xiaopu said solemnly, Dongxue, if this case is solved, you will be credited with a first-class merit. At this time the car door opened. Chen Shi smiled and waved to everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Shi. It's almost noon. Tube meal? The crowd was dumbfounded. Having never seen such a self-conscious suspect, Lin Dongxue whispered, this guy is slippery as hell. Don't let him wind you up. Lin Xiaopu called out two officers. Xiao Hai, Xiao Wang, take him to the interrogation room. 2 hours later, the door of the interrogation room suddenly crashed open. Two police officers rushed out. I can't stand it. This guy's crooked reasoning is one set. The logic is also a thief meticulous. Can't talk to him at all. Captain, it's better for you to come in person. Lin Xiaopu pierced his teacup. I'll go meet him. Lin Dongxue grabbed her jacket. I'll go too. It would be too bad if I couldn't see it with my own eyes when my brother was being given a hard time. The two came to the interrogation room. Chen Shi complained, this chair is so uncomfortable. My hemorrhoids are getting worse. Can we get a cushion? Lin Xiaopu put down the information and grunted. When you chose to commit an act that violates the law, you were destined to be treated this way. If you want to be comfortable, stay at home honestly. Chen Shi said, I once again declare one thing. I am not a criminal. At present only a criminal suspect. Your kind of attitude towards criminals, I think it is the enemy and I do not distinguish. Misjudging the internal contradiction of the people and the external contradiction of the people. To put it in a small way it is a dereliction of duty, and to put it in a larger way it is a problem of position. Lin Xiaopu angrily slapped the table. Don't play diplomacy with me. I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. On the night of September 10th, what did you do? Give a full account. Then I'll answer you positively. Chen Shi broke his fingers and began to recall. From 6 to 7:30, I ate at a big food stall with a few buddies. From 7:30 to 2 a.m. I've been soliciting customers. You can check my records. And at 2:30 a.m. I returned to my lodgings to take a shower and go to bed. The transcriber whispered. He just said the same thing. Lin Xiaopu looked at Chen Shi and sneered. Chen Shi was also smiling at him. Lin Xiaopu said, look at these 8 words behind me. Read them out. Resist from the strict, confess from the lenient. Do I pronounce it correctly? A dishonest prisoner like you is not the first and won't be the last. Do you really think? Watch your wording. Captain Lin. I'm a suspect, not a criminal. I'm still a legal citizen. Detaining and interrogating me without producing evidence. This behavior itself is already illegal. Chen Shi did not budge an inch. There is no evidence. Lin Xiaopu became furious. Then let me help you recall. At 2 a.m. On September 11th, a female passenger named Gu Mengwu got into your car. The text message she sent to her boyfriend during the ride proved that you had verbally harassed her, and the next day her body was found by the riverside, with obvious signs of adultery and murder. Do you dare to say that you are completely innocent? All 3 pairs of eyes were staring intently at Chen Shi, whose face swept past a trace of surprise before returning to normal. In the early morning of the 11th, there was a beautiful female passenger who had taken my car, but I sent her to arrive at her destination, the Maple Forest Hotel, and my car recorder can serve as proof. Chen Shi said calmly, if he didn't tell the truth in this situation, he would be more susceptible to suspicion instead. Where does the trip start? Near a barbecue stand off Stone Monkey Road. I was there on the ground for about 2 hours. Why did you stay so long? I fell asleep. As far as I know, the route from Stone Monkey Road to the Maple Grove Hotel passes by the crime scene. Chenshur rolled his eyes and helplessly shook his head and laughed. Go get my car recorder. That can be faked. Chenshur laughed. You exactly want to know what the truth? I told you and you do not believe. I said there is evidence you say is a forgery. You now cannot wait for me to put this black pot painfully back. You insulting the case as a blind date. Look at the right line? Watch your wording, Lin Xiaopu said coldly. I am an innocent citizen, detained here for good reason, with no mouthful of food in the middle of the day, not even a glass of water, being verbally humiliated by you guys, forcing me to confess my guilt. What's inappropriate for me to express my dissatisfaction a little bit? Lin Xiaopu revealed a look like looking at trash, picked up the phone and spoke a few words. Lin Dongxue asked. You verbally harassed that female passenger. Is this true? Chenshur said as if he were reciting a book. Our law defines sexual harassment in a verbal manner as follows. The indecent language teasing the opposite sex, telling them personal sexual experiences, yellow jokes, or astringent literary content. And in this sense I did not have the fact of verbal sexual harassment, but just an ordinary pickup line. Don't steal the concept. I'm asking if you verbally harassed the passenger. You're the one who doesn't get the concept of what constitutes harassment in your opinion. Regular conversation, asking for contact information, investigating family situations, or sexual harassment in the legal sense? Lin Dongxue was a bit speechless as she changed her angle. From what I know about you, you seem to be acting overly enthusiastic about the female passengers on the bus. And at 2 in the morning, being overly enthusiastic about a single female passenger is very inappropriate in my opinion. That's what you think. First of all, I'm a talkative person. Secondly, I like the opposite sex. And lastly, I'm single. So what's wrong with seeing a pretty young female passenger get on the bus and having a chat? Just now in the car. The conversation I had with you, did it violate you? Lin Xiaopu asked Lin Dongxue. What did this guy just say to you in the car? Lin Dongxue stroked her hair and slowly replied. It's just a normal conversation. Chenshur got an inch, as a single male. I think in the opposite sex no matter in any occasion, time to pick up is reasonable and legitimate. As a brother, I almost 24 hours a day in the car. Do not talk to passengers. I have to suffocate. Lin Xiaopu slapped the table. Don't try to avoid the issue here. The facts at hand are that the deceased had been in your car and that you verbally harassed her, and that she was subsequently raped and killed. On the way to her destination, Chenshur scratched his neck. When you say it like this, it seems to be quite reasonable. So what? Give a cigarette. He hooked his finger. 3 people look at each other. Here to smoke means to confess. I can't imagine that this guy so quickly put down. Lin Xiaopu over to him to hand over a red Taschen. Was about to give a point. Chenshur said, less to less. You have 2 packs of cigarettes on it. A pack of smoking to the prisoners. A pack of their own smoking. Take your packet of China out. Fooling who it? You. Think my nose is for show? You smell like Chinese cigarettes. Lin Dongxue covered his mouth and snickered. Lin Xiaopu did not have the good sense to take out a packet of hard China. To Chenshur exhaled a breath freely. The 3 waited for him to put it down, but from his mouth to spit out in addition to smoke. Or smoke. Seeing a cigarette to finish, Lin Xiaopu urged, hey, should tell the truth, right? Chenshur looked at the ceiling and said emotionally, 30 years ago. What's with the reference to 30 years ago? The transcriber spat in a low voice. 30 years ago one fall night, a dog was run over by a car in the road outside your house. And the next day, you were born. You. Lin Xiaopu stood up and slammed the table with a mountainous sound. How dare you insult law enforcement officers? You seek death. Chenshur flicked off his cigarette. Did I say it was causal? Did I say that? Lin Dongxue hid her mouth and snickered. Lin Xiaopu was so angry that she glared. And the transcriber was a little confused, not knowing how to write down this paragraph. Chenshur said, you just said a few things. Are facts I admit, but put together does not mean that there is a causal relationship. This is the basic logic. Before there is no obvious evidence. They are merely of the isolated a few things. Very good, very good. Lin Xiaopu was so angry that he didn't know what to do. Lin Dongxue secretly thought, this guy is not like other criminals like nonsense. In fact, he has been on the matter, not the slightest evasion, and said that there is no reason to say, with such a meticulous thinking, this person does not seem to be simple. Maybe there is a simpler truth. He is not a murderer at all. Lin Dongxue swept a glance at Lin Xiaopu's angry face and felt ashamed of her inner turmoil. There was a knock on the door and the police officer delivered the identification results of the car recorder. Lin Xiaopu swept a glance, exchanged a few words with the visitor, and nodded his head to indicate that he should retire. Lin Xiaopu raised the pages of paper in his hand. Ha! Your so-called evidence is quite unfavorable to you. You come less, Chenshur said impatiently. Even the fraudulent confession are made on. I think you are really exhausted. That day early morning ran a single. Where to go nowhere I would not know. Lin Xiaopu, who had been caught in the ruse, was snappy. Who are you calling a donkey? You're not good at grammar. Are you? Did I scold you? The idiom of exhausting one's donkey skills is a Chinese idiom. Do I have to say that the Lin team's skills are exhausted? Besides, why is donkey such a hardworking and smart animal a dirty word to you? Apologize to all the donkeys in the world. Lin Xiaopu was furious and red in the face. For the first time he was so humiliated by a suspect. It seemed that he could not do it without getting real. Lin Xiaopu picked up the phone and deliberately raised the volume. Xiao Wang, turn off the surveillance. Of course Lin Dongxue understood her brother. He was a person who had never done anything bad in his life. Lynching was never possible. This was his usual means of scaring suspects. Unsurprisingly, Chenshur wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Instead, he had a contemptuous smile on his face as he clapped his hands together. It turns out that Captain Lin is a person who pursues low carbon and energy saving, and knowing that there is no point in this interrogation, he turned off the camera. Smile more if you like to smile. Later on, I'm afraid you won't be able to smile. Lin Xiaopu picked up a bunch of printouts, walked over to Chenshur and put the paper down. Your resume is really rich and wonderful. Chenshur glanced at him and said, these are the things I did in the past. What's the matter? Is that the reason for your suspicion? How would you feel if you were in the shoes of an ex-convict with a bad record who drove a beautiful female passenger at 2 a.m. and verbally harassed her, followed by the rape and murder of the female passenger? I strongly disagree with your words. The purpose of the government to set up prisons is to help people like us to reform. A person who has taken a detour in the past, after the country's reform to reintegrate into the society, not to steal, not to rob, self-reliance to support their own lives, should not be a positive example worthy of encouragement. How do you become a reason for suspicion? According to you, people like us have to go back to our old jobs after we come out, in order to be reasonable, isn't it? Don't beat around the bush here. Say, what the hell did you do that night? Chenshur wrinkled his eyebrows impatiently. I have said what I need to say. You are dead set on not believing it. I understand your thinking. Our country's court trial adopts the defense of guilt, but I feel that if you bring this tactic to the interrogation room, it will only result in a large number of wrongful convictions. Even if I walk into the police station by myself, and say that the person was killed by me, what you need to do is to find evidence of my crime by all means, so that you can determine I am not the only one who has been convicted of a crime. But what I see now is that you don't have a single piece of evidence in your hands. But here you are threatening an innocent citizen to confess to a crime. Are you doing right by the motherland's cultivation? Can you stand up to this uniform on your body? And are you doing right by the people? You, Lin Xiaopu was so angry that he paced back and forth, his teeth clacking. Brother, Lin Dongxue whispered a reminder, afraid that Lin Xiaopu would do something irrational in his anger. Pissed off Lin Xiaopu's chin sure no self-awareness, but also they're in the white. If I confess today, first of all, my personal victimization. My family will follow the disaster, and then the deceased did not have the wrongs done, and finally the real murderer is at large, and perhaps in the near future he will continue to commit crimes. How many people you harmed all of a sudden do you know? Captain Lin, a drop of ink on the case, folk 1,000 drops of blood, must be careful and careful again. I think you're not seeing the coffin. Lin Xiaopu raised his hand in anger. Lin Dongxue and the transcriptionist were terrified. Just then, Chenshur suddenly knocked his head heavily into the stainless steel gear, knocking out a red mark. He raised his head with a sly smile. What are you doing? Lin Xiaopu froze. He hit someone. Captain Lin is hitting people. Chenshur muttered at the top of his voice. Shut up, no shouting. Chenshur smiled sinisterly. Now there is no surveillance here. This injury on my head. Go out, can't explain it. Oh, ridiculous. Lin Dongxue couldn't stand it anymore either and stood up. With the two of us present, you're still trying to blackmail people? Is the testimony of you two useful? One is a subordinate. The other is a sister. Our laws emphasize physical evidence over human evidence, plus the principle of relatives avoiding suspicion. If it really goes to court, do you think you can talk past me? Lin Dongxue and the transcriptionist looked at each other in disbelief. This guy was too powerful. Instantly turning the tables, Lin Xiaopu roared. What do you think this place is? The police station is a place of law and reason. There is no evidence to force detention and interrogation, violation of interrogation regulations to turn off the monitor, injuries appearing on the suspect's body. These 3 points alone. I don't have to look for the best lawyers in Longan. Just find a freshly graduated small lawyer, and you won't be able to tell the difference between 101. As law enforcers often overlook one thing. I'm reminding you now that the law does not only bind the people sitting in this chair, it also binds you. There was a moment of silence. and Lin Xiaopu, sweating, hooked his fingers in the collar of his neck, a sign that he could do nothing about it. Lin Dongxue said, "Brother, there's something I forgot to say." "What did you say?" Lin Xiaopu looked at her in disbelief, and then at the smiling Chen Shi. "On the way to arrest, he actually surrendered your gun?" Yes, Lin Dongxue admitted shamefully, "so I think that maybe he really isn't." Chen Shi revealed a heartfelt smile. It was hard to change a person's mind, just like those few things that added up to create suspicion against him. The few things he did slowly changed Lin Dongxue's mind. Common sense dictates that men tend to be a little more stubborn than women. Lin Xiaopu took a deep breath, walked over to the table and picked up the phone, explaining, "Release them." When Chen Shi left the police station, the task force blew up. The first time he met a suspect that even Captain Lin could not take. In order to take care of the face, Lin Xiaopu said to himself, "Even the most cunning fox can't fight the hunter. He will come back here again." I didn't expect Chen Shi to come back 5 seconds later, and Lin Xiaopu was startled. "What else do you want?" "Where's my car?" Lin Dongxue said. "Parked in the underground garage. I'll take you to get it." With pleasure, Lin Dongxue brought Chen Shi to the underground garage. Chen Shi actually checked the car inside and out. Lin Dongxue snorted with joy. "What a small man's heart to the heart of a gentleman. What else can we do with your car? In case there's a scratch or something, who am I going to talk to?" Chen Shi lit a cigarette and leaned on the car door and hooked his finger. Lin Dongxue secretly thought that this guy was so rude, but still walked over. Chen Shi mysteriously lowered his voice, "I'll help you solve the case." "What?" Lin Dongxue simply doubted her ears. "I said I'll help you solve the case. Take it or leave it. There's no place like this after this village. Pull back you. Solving crimes is not for the smart and untrained. Listen to me. My intuition tells me that there's something else going on in this case, and it's highly likely that it's a murder that's been in the works for a long time. You've read too many detective novels. Your brother hit the nail on the head with me. This is how he'll look into it next, investigating other vehicles that passed by the murder scene that night, expanding the range of witnesses, as well as investigating my friends around me, and I'm telling you unequivocally that these directions are a complete waste of time, and that you're going to miss out on the best possible time to solve the case, to letting the real killer off the hook. And if I'm right, bring the autopsy report to me tonight." Chen Shi flicked his cigarette off and pulled open the car door, raising his chin at Lin Dongxue before leaving. "See you tonight." Lin Dongxue was completely confused until the car disappeared in front of the garage door before she stomped her foot and cursed, "Smart ass." After lunch, Lin Xiaopu summoned everyone to go to a meeting room. Lin Dongxue came in. Sisu Xiaodong is browbeating a few female police officers said, "Have you heard? The morning Lin teen was teased by a brother of the mute, and finally obediently released." "What are you talking nonsense about?" Lin Dongxue put down the information in her hand. Female police officers backed to their respective seats. Su Xiaodong playfully came over. "I do not mean anything else. You do not get angry. I see this guy is an old oil. No evidence he will not easily open. Get away from me," Lin Dongxue said in disgust. "Miss Lin, don't take it out on me if you're angry. Why don't I treat you to hot pot tonight? Get lost. Who cares?" At this time Lin Xiaopu came in, the bottom immediately quiet. Lin Xiaopu cleared his throat and said, "At present, this case has some eyebrows, but we still lack evidence in our hands. I know that all of you have worked hard to investigate the case, but still cannot be lax." Briefly summarizing the current intelligence at hand, Lin Xiaopu assigned tasks to the police officers. Xiaoqi, Wang, you two go to the Traffic Management Bureau. Investigate what vehicles passed by the scene of the murder that night. Xiaodong, Lao Wang, you two visit the perimeter of the scene. I need to expand the range of eyewitnesses. The others, I'll send you a copy of the morning's interrogation record. You go to verify a bit about whether what Qin said is true or false. Lin Dongxue stared wide-eyed. Could it be that Qin sure had the ability to see things before they happened? Almost even the wording was exactly the same. Someone stood up and asked a question. "Team Lin, you still think Qin sure is suspicious?" Lin Xiaopu replied, "I don't believe that he is completely innocent. This person is most likely a breakthrough and cannot be let go easily." Lin Xiaopu spoke forcefully, and many people nodded their heads in conviction. If not for Chen Shi's words, Lin Dongxue might have followed suit and agreed. Now her head was buzzing. Despite having always hated her brother, she had never denied his ability, but now she was doubting this. Lin Dongxue didn't listen to a single word of the latter words until Lin Xiaopu announced the dismissal, and only then did she stand up and head out. "The first time I dialed Chen Shi over the phone. Where are you? Looks like I hit the nail on the head?" The voice on the other end of the line was still rambling. Lin Dongxue really didn't want to lift this guy up, so she said, "Barely masked right." "Ha ha," Chen Shi laughed. "I'm outside the Maple Forest Hotel. Bring the autopsy report and the scene photos over. I'll give you an hour." Hey, Lin Dongxue called without calling. The other side had already hung up the phone. Lin Dongxue was so angry that she stomped her feet. The autopsy report before the team photocopied several copies. Lin Dongxue easily get a copy. As for the scene photos, she can only sneak into Lin Qiupu's office, with a cell phone secretly photographed down. Lin Dongxue called a car to the Maple Forest Hotel, looked left and right, and was about to dial the phone when Chen Shan really called out to her. This side. Chen Shi sat grumpily inside a beef noodle restaurant and was eating noodles as Lin Dongxue settled down next to him. You're quite free. I'm on a case. Chen Shi sucked in a big mouthful of noodles. Running here to find out what? I have repeatedly told you that the female passenger got off the bus here the other night, but you still do not believe me. So I have to go there myself, but they do not let me see the check-in record. But I also need to borrow your documents. The Maplewood Hotel? But that woman died halfway there. By all accounts. Chen Shi made a helpless expression. You still think I killed the people? Can't say. You're so cunning. Lin Dongxue suddenly thought to herself. What was she doing? This person in front of her was most likely the real culprit, and she was actually discussing the case with him. Chen Shi's words and actions are so frank and confident, where there is half a bit of the murderer's feeling, but it is not possible to say. Lin Dongxue stayed in the police force for half a year, involved in several cases, but are knocking on the door, never involved in the core of the investigation, and do not know what the real murderer feels. Chen Shi took the autopsy report from her hand and said while opening it, If you believe me, I'll turn around and send you a first-class merit. Chen Shi swept a glance at the autopsy report and read out the above sentences. Posterior strangulation death. Strangulation groove parallel to the auricle. Trace amounts of alcohol were detected on the deceased. Had sexual intercourse before death. Was alcohol found in the deceased's stomach contents? It doesn't say. Lin Dongxue said. The deceased is a pharmaceutical representative. Usually more socializing. According to her colleagues that night she had a meal. Been drinking? Shouldn't you be drinking? Chen Shi was happy. Miss Lin, do you rely on blindfolds to investigate cases? Lin Dongxue's face reddened as she argued. Is this question important? The murderer was obviously seeing color. And what the deceased had eaten or drunk is not very relevant to the case. That's so groovy I don't even know where to spit it out. All details are important until the case is solved. I'll tell you what the significance of this detail is. If there's no alcohol in the stomach and it's in the bloodstream, then the deceased probably ingested it in some other way. Other way? You're really stupid nah. Alcohol is a solvent for some drugs, like ether. As Lin Dongxue came to a realization, Chen Shi pulled out a pen from his pocket and added a sentence next to the autopsy report. The presence of alcohol in the stomach contents, and the presence of narcotic agent components in the blood. He said, the deceased was a pharmaceutical representative, a medical student. And if someone close to him committed the murder, there is a high probability of the presence of an anesthetic agent. Chen Shi continued to look at the document as he tapped the piece of paper with his fingers and said, having had sexual intercourse, torn clothes, and multiple bruises on the body, to conclude rape and murder based on that is a bit hasty. In my opinion. Lin Dongxue carefully considered his words and suddenly said, even if you want to clear your name, you can't confuse things like this. How is this not rape? Caught off guard, Chen Shi asked. Are you a virgin? Lin Dongxue's face swished red to the root of her ears, so angry that she slapped the table and stood up. What are you talking about? Rape cannot be screened solely on the basis of these two, when forced to have sex by an outsider. The absence of sexual arousal in the body and the dryness of the private parts are often accompanied by lacerations and bleeding, and the location of the internal abrasions can in turn be used to determine the position adopted by the murderer. To conclude that it was rape simply because there had been sexual intercourse is, in my opinion, rather hasty. Could it not have been that the deceased had sexual intercourse with another person prior to her death? Ah, that makes sense, Lin Dongxue reluctantly admitted. On this basis, rape and murder is even more untenable. Imagine if it is rape. The murderer must control the hands and feet of the deceased, take the front entry position. Even strangulation is also front strangulation, but the cause of death is rear strangulation. I can't imagine how the murderer accomplished this set of actions. This is not necessarily maybe it is a sudden killing. After doing something, Lin Dongxue said with a blush. I'm talking about a probable event. The murder weapon is a very thick rope in form. It seems to be a skipping rope or something like that. And according to your hypothesis, it is a murder of passion. And the presence of a skipping rope at the scene falls into the category of implausible. While saying this, Chen Shi wrote his additional comments on the paper. The whole paper was almost filled up. Lin Dongxue had deep admiration. This guy is obviously a layman. But what is said is every word in the right place. Simply than in the criminal investigation class to listen to lectures but also benefit. Rape and murder, in my opinion, is most likely faked. Chen Shi said his conclusion. What? The killer is misleading you. Lin Dongxue thought carefully about Chen Shi's words. There's one more thing. I'm afraid you won't believe me if I say it, Chen Shi said. What? Chen Shi pushed the photo of the dead man's front face over. This woman is not the one who rode in my car that night. Lin Dongxue was shocked. It is not the same person. Not right. Her cell phone shows that she has obviously sat in your car. You are fooling me. Chen Shi shook his head helplessly. Miss Lin, if you still think I'm the murderer, then we can't continue the discussion. Does the one with the cell phone have to be the person himself? Then you mean the person who took the deceased's cell phone to ride in your car that night is the murderer. But she's a woman. Hey, I just told you all that the rape and murder was faked. The murderer was a woman? Do you remember what she looked like? Chen Shi gestured her to sit down. Don't guess based on feelings. The woman sitting in my car may not be the murderer. Let's continue to analyze. Chen Shi flipped through the photos of the scene on his cell phone and noticed a detail. The dead man's right palm had a circular imprint with some designs on it, but it was already blurry. Chen Shi asked what the deceased was holding in his hand. Was it found at the scene? No, we looked hard and fast. If only I could see it for myself. There's someone at the scene who's resurveying. I can't take you there. I'm just saying, did you notice that the scene was a rocky beach with receding water and a high coefficient of friction? The victim's clothes were thin and torn in many places. If the victim had actually been raped, then there would have been large pre-birth abrasions on her body. However, there weren't. Unless what? Chen Shi laughed. Unless the murderer did it by hanging the deceased. Asshole. Lin Dongxue threw a cup of tea on him. Hey, you people. Chen Shi whined and wiped with a tissue. Chen Shi continued to look, and Lin Dongxue asked, anything else? There's only so much I can tell at the moment. Unless I'm allowed to see the body for myself. Che, you'll spit it out. You think I'm you? Chen Shi handed the information and cell phone back to Lin Dongxue. Chen Shi analyzed these, built a more perfect set of crime hypothesis, rounded out all the details. Lin Dongxue couldn't help but ask, who the hell are you? An enthusiastic Hong Kong Taiwan police movie's brother. Are you satisfied with this answer? Chen Shi smiled. Cut it out. I don't believe it. Lin Dongxue stared into his eyes. Chen Shi lit a cigarette. So, you're willing to work with me? You'll have to answer my question first. I don't work with people from unknown sources. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Just think of me as a folklorist for now. I'll tell you who I am once we're familiar with each other. Chen Shi raised his eyebrows obscenely. Who and you are familiar with each other? Less taking advantage of me. Lin Dongxue raised her pink fist to punch him. AI. Chen Shi repeatedly begged for forgiveness. And when Lin Dongxue subsided, he said, let's set up a cooperation charter. You say, first of all, don't keep asking me about my identity. I always have to have a little privacy, is not it? Then, this matter is temporarily kept secret from the outside world. I secretly help you to plan. The credit is all yours. Of course, the prize money to be shared with me or not. It depends on you personally. Finally, I need you to trust me completely. Lin Dongxue couldn't believe that there was such a good thing. A folkloric Highlander offered to help her solve the case without taking credit for it. She asked, what do you figure? I love it. Lin Dongxue blushed. What nonsense. I said I like solving crimes. Besides, I can't sit still while I watch your brother get misdirected. I'm just cynical. I want a medal when I see something idle. You're so noble? Lin Dongxue looked disbelieving. Like I said, nobility and selflessness are two different things, and I'm getting paid afterward. Oh, you have to buy me dinner. Lin Dongxue bit her lip. This guy is unpredictable. Really can't see through. Let's just believe him for once. It looks like he does have the ability to solve the case. After all, she wanted to take credit and impress the others more than anyone. Deal. Chen Shi stretched out a hand and Lin Dongxue said warily. What for? Rituals of cooperation. Is it necessary? Very much so. Lin Dongxue stretched out her hand and shook his. Chen Shi's hand was very delicate and warm, completely unlike the palm of a brother. The two came to the Maple Forest Hotel. Chen Shi said to the front desk staff, I just said I didn't have my papers with me and didn't believe it, but now I'm bringing a real police officer here. Believe it. Chen Shi passed a look to Lin Dongxue, who pulled out her ID. We are investigating the case, and we hope that your hotel will cooperate. The receptionist glanced suspiciously at Chen Shi and said, what do you want to check? Check-in records for September 10th through September 11th. Chen Shi said. The receptionist pulled up the computerized information. Chen Shi scanned the list and asked Lin Dongxue, what was the name of the deceased Gu Mengshue's boyfriend? Shen Jun. Apparently he didn't check in here that day. Did you visit this man? The attention is all on me, isn't it? Chen Shi said to the receptionist. Do you have a parking lot here? There is, right next to it. Chen Shi looked back at the door. There were indeed quite a few cars parked. He said, Is there surveillance in the parking lot? Yes. Then the two came to the surveillance room, called up the day's video. Chen Shur directly with 8 times the speed. Eyes unblinking staring at the screen. The upper right corner of the screen shows 2 o'clock in the morning. He suddenly pressed pause. Pointing to the right side of the screen appeared a beam of strong light. This is my car. Sure, Lin Dongxue couldn't believe it. I certainly can't be wrong about my own car. And that passenger did ask me to stop here that day. The surveillance was playing normally. And in the picture, after Chen Shur's car left, a woman in an A-line skirt walked to the parking lot. Her face wasn't too clear because it was dark and she was moving fast. Not driving, but heading for the parking lot. Chen Shur muttered. The two continued to look at the surveillance, wanting to see when the woman left. After that there were a few cars left. Lin Dongxue looked at it while writing down the license plate number on a piece of paper. No need to memorize. She's not in these cars, Chen Shur said. How do you know? Chen Shur rewinds the surveillance for a section. An image of a black family car passing by, and he plays it frame by frame, stopping at a certain frame and pointing underneath the car, where a pair of feet in high heels are faintly revealed. She used the cover of this car to play a magic trick with us. Chen Shur laughed. It looks like she found the surveillance when she came in and intentionally avoided it, not wanting to be caught on camera again. Sure is suspicious. Lin Dongxue finally believed this time that the murderer was someone else. Let me quiz you. What are you going to find out next? Lin Dongxue replied without thinking. Call up the surveillance records along the way and see if this woman was captured. Chen Shur said. Moderate answer. But the place of the crime, there is no surveillance near the Anfu Bridge. I think it is not efficient. And it was dark. The quality of non-police CCTV footage is really worrying, and you may not be able to see it clearly even if you find it. Lin Dongxue said. Can you recover her appearance? Chen Shur smiled. How many days has it been since the crime? 4 days. How many people do you think a brother would have to meet in 4 days? And have you heard of memory contamination? I'm afraid the recovery will not be in person, but will mislead us instead. Chen Shur snapped his fingers. Let's go, let's go. Where to? Meet Shinjun. Lin Dongxue called his colleagues, asked Shinjun to work in a foreign enterprise. He and a few colleagues rented a 3-bedroom apartment, came to Shinjun's residence. A fair and clean-looking young man to open the door. His eyes red, asked, looking for who? Lin Dongxue flashed her ID. Are you Shinjun? I want to find you to understand something. Come in. The house shared by several men is naturally messy. Shinjun brought the two into his bedroom. His bedroom is still clean. Chen Shur lightly asked a few questions, and Shinjun answered them one by one. He claimed an ancient dream wake-up dating 3 years. At the beginning of the two are in a social game on the acquaintance, because live in a city on the proposal to see a side. After meeting feel chatting on dating to try. Ancient dream awake in a pharmaceutical company. Regardless of character looks very pleasing to the eye. Shinjun every time to take her out feel double face. Of course, he is also sincerely like her. Want to get married with her. Who would have thought that such a thing actually happened? A beastly online taxi driver actually killed her, said Shinjun, covering his face and crying, oblivious to his pain. Chen Shur calmly asked, how are your girlfriend's relationships? Are there people you know in common? Shinjun recalled one by one. Chen Chan really Lin Dongxue's small book to make a record. Lin Dongxue glanced at him. His handwriting neat atmosphere. Feel like practicing calligraphy. After taking notes, Chen Shur scanned the list and said, that's it. She doesn't have a best friend or anything? Yes, but I don't recognize it. Why are you guys asking? When a police officer investigates a case, of course it has to be huge. I'm thirsty. Could you please pour me a glass of water? Yes, just a moment. As soon as Shinjun left in front of him, Chen Shur was immediately dishonest, searching around the house, and Lin Dongxue whispered, hey, what are you doing? This is not in order. I'm not a cop. Chen Shur searched a few boxes of medicine from the drawer and threw them on the table. Footsteps came from outside, and Lin Dongxue said, still not putting them back? Chen Shur, however, ignored it like a deaf person. Shinjun came in with a cup of tea, and Chen Shur said, sorry, checked your drawer a little. Shinjun's face showed displeasure, but he didn't say anything. These boxes of medicine, if I remember correctly, are for gonorrhea? Is there some situation you are hiding from us? Gonorrhea. Gonorrhea? Lin Dongxue looked at this big boy who looked sunny and cheerful with dismay. This. Shinjun bit his lip and stammered. I expect you to hold nothing back from me. And rest assured that what is said here will never be revealed to a fourth person as soon as it leaves this door. I am suffering from gonorrhea, Shinjun said. How did you get it? There was an annual meeting. The company gave out a bonus. A few co-workers pulled on me to go to that kind of place. And after I came back I felt itchy and painful down there. Shinjun scratched his nose awkwardly. You're not telling the truth. Your face Your actions prove you're lying. I want you to hide nothing from me. Shinjun reddened. What does this have to do with the murder? Getting sick is my own business. Dreaming of waking up, she was obviously killed by that day's online car driver. You guys don't go to check on him. Check on me? Whether it matters or not is for us to decide. You don't say? I'll say it for you. You love your girlfriend so much that you subconsciously defend her. And the gonorrhea was transmitted to you by her, right? Shinjun scratched his head uneasily as Chenshur continued. You have couple mugs on your desk, as well as photos of you together. And your eyes become different every time her name is mentioned, proving that you have deep feelings for her. So you don't want her reputation to be tarnished. But in reality, you know that she is very indiscreet in her private life. And she even infected you with this disease. Enough! Shinjun slammed his cup. I forbid you to talk about her like that. Lin Dongxue was terrified. Yet Chenshur calmly lit a cigarette and laughed. Angry? Looks like I've hit the nail on the head. Shinjun opened the door. You are not welcome here. Get out. Don't piggyback on me. Lin Dongxue complained in a small voice, pissing off the subject of the investigation on the spot. The thin-skinned one was already blushing in shame. Chenshur shook his head. A 25-year-old unmarried woman who has had intimate contact with multiple men proves that her interpersonal relationships are far more complicated than you can imagine. And her death is likely to have a great deal to do with this, which has a direct bearing on whether or not the case can be solved. If we leave now, the next time you see the police, they will tell you, sorry, we couldn't solve the case. Please go and collect your girlfriend's body. If that's the way you want it to end, fine, we'll go. We'll lose our bonus. What's it to us? But for you, Gu Mingxue will forever resent you in the afterlife, and the murderer will go free. And maybe in the near future, there will be a second or third Gu Mingxue. All because you refuse to cooperate with the police for the sake of your boring face. Wake up for me. When Chenshur said this, Lin Dongxue kept saying to him with her mouthpiece, don't say it, but he was blind to it. Shinjun was overwhelmed by this headbutt. He clenched his fists. His whole body trembled, suddenly slammed the door and sat down on the nearest chair, painfully scratching his hair. I said, she did cuckold me, and more than once. How did you find out? Chenshur asked. Once, my colleague told me. Saw her and an old man into the hotel. I did not believe at first, but suspicion. I cannot sleep day and night thinking about this. The thought of pure and lovely she was actually pressed by another man on the bed of that. I cannot sit still, so I installed a locator in the back of her cell phone case, and then I really caught her in the bed of. The funny thing is that, this time actually changed another person. I naturally came back and she had a big fight. I proposed to break up. However, in the face of her tears, I still softened my heart. After the incident, she still repeated, and some unsavory men dating. We do not know how many times we have quarreled for this. She later even cried not to cry, but instead, and I talk about the crooked reasoning, she repeatedly emphasized that even if her body is not honest, the heart always belongs to me. These words out of her mouth. I can't help but believe it, because I love her too much. Then later, Shinjun shook his head with a bitter smile. She actually contracted this disgusting disease and infected me. Lin Dongxue listened dumbfounded, and subconsciously said, then why don't you talk to her? Ahem. Chenshur interrupted her and asked Shinjun, how did you guys meet in the beginning? A social handbook called. I don't mean that. Did you know each other's looks before you first met? I don't know, because in the game with some cartoon avatars, we have the same rest time, often play together. Then she proposed to meet one side. The first time did not succeed. She suddenly had an emergency. A week later, we met in a cafe, each other feel good, and started dating. Chenshur rubbed his chin. How do you usually organize your rest time? The company is busy. I take an hour off at noon every day. I don't have a nap. I get off at 9 p.m. and I'll rotate once a week on Wednesdays. And she rotates on Wednesdays as well. Thanks for the cooperation. Chenshur took his leave at this point, and when he went downstairs, Lin Dongxue said, you dug out people's privacy, and you didn't comfort them? Comforting my ass. You're a cop, not a shrink. Cold-hearted. This guy is really tolerant too. He doesn't even break up like this. The laws of our country have never regulated such behavior as cheating, and the acceptance of such things varies from person to person. Some people can't tolerate it even once, and others just can have a prairie over their heads and do nothing about it. If it were me, I couldn't take it once. Chenshur suddenly stood still. Wait for me here. There's something else I forgot to ask. Chenshur quickly doubled back, and while waiting downstairs, Su Xiaodong called and said, where are you? What's it to you? Hey, I found out some strong clues. The morning that brother, according to one of his friends, he did not do this line of work for a long time, probably less than a year, and even the driver's license was a year ago. So what did he used to do? He was in a prison in another city until 15 years ago. And after he was released he was heard from and not recorded. There were even rumors that he was dead. And then in 18 years he suddenly appeared in Longin. Alone. Alone. Doesn't he say he has a mother at home? Did he say that? No. There's no one in his family. He claimed that his relatives are in his old home. But we checked. And there's no such person in his so-called old home. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. Hearing the sound of going downstairs, Lin Dongxue hurriedly thanked and hung up the phone. Looking at Chen Shi, Lin Dongxue thought, what exactly is this guy's origin? What's wrong? Seeing Lin Dongxue look different, Chen Shi asked with a smile. Nothing. Where to next? What do you think? Lin Dongxue thought for a moment. Go investigate the deceased Gu Mingshue's interpersonal relationships. Those firebag friends of hers? Chen Shi laughed and shook his head. Check it out? Go directly to her home and her company. The two got into the car. Lin Dongxue looked at Chen Shi's side face to think. This guy was once a bad stained black molecules, but with his short time together, she found that his body is not half a bit of hostility. On the contrary, is a positive spirit. And the fact that he's so skillful at solving crimes. It's flat out impossible to do it all without a certain amount of buildup, all by being untutored. What happened to him in those 3 unrecorded years? Completely changed the man? The two came directly to the pharmaceutical company where Gu Mingxue was located. Gu Mingxue had just died. Her workstation had not yet been cleaned up. A bunch of red roses were placed on it. Chen Shi said, it seems that this girl's popularity is not bad. It was around 5 p.m. Most of the staff had gone out to dinner and there was no one in the office. Chen Shi sat down at his workstation and began to rummage through ancient Dream Awakenings relics when Lin Dongxue reminded, hey, fingerprints. Wearing gloves. Chen Shi raised one hand, which wore a pair of cleaning gloves that he had casually shunned from the company. He pulled open the drawer, which contained several boxes of medicines, all of which were taken orally. And Chen Shi said, these medicines, like the ones he saw at Shinjun's place, also belonged to the medicines for treating gonorrhea. Chen Shi examined the table and said, the deceased has an easygoing personality, a person who easily trusts others and is eager to try new things, but there is also a bit of stubbornness in his heart, and such a person will usually find reasonable explanations for his behavior. Hey, how does that look? Chen Shi gestured and said, the workstation is a personal space for external display. It can very well tell a person's preference and character. Look at the deceased's workstation. Things are placed at a glance, without the slightest cover. The book she reads is casually placed on the table. The thing used as a bookmark is actually the package of tampons, which shows that this girl has a big heart. Then look at this memo sticker. The handwriting on it is dragon and flamboyant, showing that she was an enthusiastic and energetic person. But the corners and ends of the handwriting are rather hard, proving that she was a bit stubborn at heart. Lin Dongxue was shocked. Chen Shi looked at her with a smile. I'm a brother. I usually see a lot of people, so I can see people more accurately. A young man came in with a lunchbox, saw the two sitting at Gu Mengwake's workstation, went up and said, what are you doing? Who gave you permission to enter privately and rummage through things? Lin Dongxue flashed her papers, and the guy's attitude immediately softened. So it's Comrade Police? Are you investigating her death? Just investigating her relationships. Chen Shi noticed that the young man had been looking at the flowers on the table and asked, are these flowers from you? No, it's a joint purchase by co-workers. Such a good girl said no. Everyone is quite devastated. What's your relationship with her? The guy was flustered for a moment. A regular co-worker. Yes? Chen Shi yanked off the note on the flowers and compared it to the name on the guy's lunchbox. The handwriting matches. This bouquet of red roses is from you. Would an ordinary co-worker send this? There are no outsiders here. Speak. The guy's cheeks flushed for a moment. We're dating. What? Lin Dongxue was shocked. I've been dating her for half a year. Honestly, I've had a crush on her since I entered this company. She's so beautiful and gentle. She's the goddess of everyone's heart. I think I'm hopeless. Once we went out to karaoke. I took the strength of alcohol to confess to her. I did not think she even agreed. I was happy that day, and then we began to date. But there is something quite strange. She never in the unit and I talk. Off work never go together. Only occasionally on Sundays we'll go out to make a date. But I've been quite satisfied. Then she had an accident. I realized that she had another boyfriend. I was quite devastated, but I also truly liked her. This bouquet of flowers will be taken as my condolences to her. One love. Chen Shi laughed. Let me ask you a personal question. Have you been sick lately? No. Ever get an STD? The guy, at first confused, suddenly threw his lunchbox away and stormed out. Asshole, what are you babbling about? The subject of the investigation being pissed off could scare Lin Dongxue, but Chen Shi just took one hand and pressed down on his shoulder, his eyes staring straight at the youngster, saying, Do you know what we found on the deceased? That is, gu manhwa? What? The guy was confused by the question. Chen Shi whispered in his ear. An STD. The guy's face immediately reddened to the root of his ears, glanced at Lin Dongxue, and said in a small voice, "So, that you mean to ask if she and I have that sexual behavior?" The boy's face is more red, like a ripe persimmon. In Chen Shi's repeated questioning before he stammered and admitted, "It is a room. After a date. The day is relatively late. I sent her home. Jokingly asked her if she wanted to go to the hotel. Did not think she actually agreed to it. That was also my first time. So it was more flustered. Is this related to the case? Was there protection? Put a condom on halfway through. So did you catch an STD? No. I've been pretty healthy. What time was it? 2 months ago." After saying this, the boy looked at Lin Dongxue again, with a look of groundlessness. Chen Shi patted his shoulder. "Thank you. This is very helpful to our detective work. Can I go now, comrade policeman? By the way, what's the usual rest day arrangement for Ancient Dream Lake? Wednesday. It's always Wednesday?" The guy recalled, said to wait a moment, went to fetch a rotation form, and said, the company assigned her a Monday rotation, but she switched with Chang for Wednesday, and that was last year. Chen Shi surveyed the form with a thoughtful look on his face, then asked, "One last question. What kind of same-sex friends, girlfriends, or anything like that does Ancient Dream Awakening have?" I'm not sure about that. Thanks." With that, Chen Shi and Lin Dongxue left the office, and Lin Dongxue said, "Why are you inquiring about the deceased's best friend? Could it be that you suspect that the murderer is her friend?" Chen Shi said, "From the criminal psychology, the female murderer's motive for killing is generally very direct and related to immediate interests, especially the emotional factor. I can be 90% sure that the woman who sat in my car and the Ancient Dream Wake Up is acquainted with each other." Criminal psychology? Lin Dongxue looked at Chen Shi with an incredulous expression. "Come on, can't you read a book when you don't have anything to do? Don't keep questioning my professionalism, okay? I was wondering, why are you so professional?" Lin Dongxue muttered. "So what's next? To lock in a suspect? Start investigating from the deceased's interpersonal relationships. This one is in your hands." Chen Shi's cell phone rang. It was a brother friend. He yelled on the phone, "Old Chen, did you do something wrong? A cop just came to me and asked what you did 3 nights ago." After a few simple sentences of conversation, Chen Shi hung up the phone, shook his head and laughed. "Your brother can be a real talent. The entire task force was taken to the ditch by him. And still checking the cab. How can there be such an obsessive person?" Lin Dongxue stomped her foot and said, "Don't talk bad about my brother behind his back. I'm just stating reality in vivid tones. And by the way, don't rely on the task force if you want to get credit for checking out the dead man's connections, what merit or not. Investigating the case is of course to return the dead to a clean slate. 3 views are not correct." Lin Dongxue snorted. Come on, call your brother then. And by the way, tell him we're working on a case together." Lin Dongxue was speechless. Chen Shi lit a cigarette, and said, "The next investigation will have a significant gain. Do you want to take credit for your own weighing? Find people who match the characteristics. Remember to contact me. Fit the profile? What characteristics, can you recall?" Chen Shi stroked his chin and said, "A woman around 25 years old, decent looking, around 175 in height, very likely to work in the medical field, probably a doctor, with an introverted and strict personality." How do you know it's a doctor? What did the deceased do? Pharmaceutical rep. Odds are good she knew a doctor. If that's the case, then the two might be in business? Chen Shi shook his head. Not necessarily. Medical representatives usually only have business relationships with the head of the hospital. For another, if you want to check the customer's information you will have to ask for a search warrant. I guess it's not very good to apply for one, and it delays time. The two are close in age. I think the possibility of being classmates is high. You can look for them from Gu Mengxue's classmates, especially college classmates. Although these were all basic techniques of searching, but after Chen Shi's mouth to say it out clearly organized, Lin Dongxue nodded while recording it down. "I'm leaving first. I didn't start work today. I'm going to drink the northwest wind if I don't run a few orders at night. Call if there's something." Chen Shi straight left the company gate. After the separation, Chen Shi did not go to the party work, but came to the scene of the crime. After 3 days, the police have already removed the cordon of the scene. Chen Shi, hands in his pockets, strolling on the dim rocky beach, listening to the sound of the mechanical tide of water in his ears. His eyes searched the ground for any hints of what was on the ground. Yet after a few days of wind and sun, basically nothing could be seen anymore. After turning around and finding nothing, Chen Shi smiled mockingly and said to himself, "Obviously it's all in the past. Why do you still refuse to die? Is this your fate? When he looked up, he suddenly saw an old woman picking up garbage walking by the side of the road, carrying a snakeskin bag full of bottles and cans, but wearing a burgundy-colored women's corseted long trench coat, which felt particularly mismatched. Chen Shi at a glance found a detail. This long trench coat is double-breasted, but one of them is missing. He suddenly seemed to catch some kind of inspiration, muttered, "The dead man's hand. Could it be?" So Chen Shi took a big step forward and said politely, "Auntie, may I ask where the clothes you're wearing came from?" The scavenging ama looked at Chen Shi with a bit of trepidation, refusing to answer, and only after Chen Shi politely asked a few times did she speak. Her tone still guarded, "I tumbled it out of the dumpster." "And what do you want to do in the middle of the night?" Chen Shi smiled. "Don't get me wrong. I just see this style is quite good. Can you let me have it?" The scavenging ant panicked, covered her chest, looked around, and said, "Ha, you're going to rob it?" Chen Shi pulled out his wallet, counted out $300 bills, and said, "I want to buy it." The scavenging ant remained on guard. Chen Shi made up a set of lies about wanting to buy it and send it to her girlfriend, and only then did she agree to sell it. Chen Shi was especially careful to go to the car and fetch a plastic bag to put the clothes in, and didn't leave his fingerprints on it. After the scavenging ama left, Chen Shi looked at the clothes in his hands and said joyfully, "A windfall." The next 2 days, Chen Shi is still running a cab as usual. He gave the impression that he is a love of chatter brother. No matter what is sitting in the car can talk to the hot air. The police visited all the friends around Chen Shi, including a few buddies who jerked off together on the night of the murder. But of course still nothing. These are his buddies told him through WeChat and phone calls. Lin Dongxue asked the technical squadron to do a drug test, and indeed detected ether residue in the body of the deceased. Told Chen Shi this news. That morning, Chen Shi was talking to a passenger about the economic situation in Southeast Asia when he suddenly received a phone call from Lin Dongxue. On the phone, Lin Dongxue said excitedly, "Found it. The deceased really had a girlfriend, named Gao Xiaowei, a doctor, working in a private hospital. Send an address. I'll send it to you on WeChat. Is she there now?" "Yeah, her sitting time is until 12 noon, and she's 10 minutes short of her shift, so I'm going up to her now." "Wait, you hurry over. That's all." With that, Lin Dongxue hung up the phone. On this end, Lin Dongxue held the registration form in her hand and stood in the crowded hospital lobby. She took a few deep breaths and got on the elevator. Gao Xiaowei was a doctor in the Department of Dermatology and Venereal Diseases. Lin Dongxue knocked on the door and entered the room. A dignified-looking, neatly dressed female doctor with her hair in a bun smiled and asked, "Where are you uncomfortable?" Lin Dongxue showed her ID. "I'm a police officer. I want to find out something about you." Gao Xiaowei raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "So it's MS. Police? You want to inquire about the matter of Gu Mengwu, right? I heard about it in my circle of friends, and it's quite hard for me to accept it in my heart. I'm a college classmate with her, and I can't imagine that it's..." Saying that, Gao Xiaowei wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue, revealing a few sad expressions. The first time she was confronted with a possible murderer, Lin Dongxue was a little nervous, but the side of her heart that refused to give in told herself again that I will be able to take her down. "May I ask, when was the last time you and Ancient Dreamwake met?" "A couple months ago. She asked me out to dinner." Then, Lin Dongxue pondered what to ask. "What were you doing at the time of the crime?" Gao Xiaowei slightly opened her mouth. "MS. Policeman, this is too sudden for you, isn't it? Could it be that you are suspecting me? She and I have been good friends for years. I'm just asking." Lin Dongxue's face flushed. "I was," Gao Xiaowei recalled, "with a few co-workers in the gathering. I have the invoice of the day. I find to you." Gao Xiaowei flipped the invoice out of the drawer. Lin Dongxue looked at the date and time on it and was a bit at a loss for words. She kept biting her lip. Gao Xiaowei smiled and asked, "Any more questions? If not, I should get off work." "Do you have any personal vendetta against Ancient Dreamwake?" Gao Xiaowei looked surprised. "No, I've said it all. She and I are college classmates, and we are especially close." Lin Dongxue clenched her fists in chagrin. At this time Gao Xiaowei got up and said, "Sorry, I should go. If I'm late the cafeteria won't be able to grab a meal." "Excuse me." At this time, the door was suddenly pushed open heavily. Chen Shi stood in the doorway. His cheeks were slightly red. He had obviously run all the way up here. Chen Shi asked, "Dr. Gao, excuse me, I still have some questions I want to ask you. Who are you?" "Like seeing a savior," Lin Dongxue said. "This is my partner. He was just parking down there." Chen Practical's eyes signaled Lin Dongxue not to interrupt, and after entering the room, he closed the door, gestured towards the chair, and said, "Please take a seat. Dr. Gao, I'm off duty. Can we make this short?" Gao Xiaowei looked a little impatient. I'm afraid that won't work. Chen Shi smiled. Talk about how you killed Ancient Dream Awakening. Gao Xiaohui's eyes were wide open. And Lin Dongxue pretty much had the same expression. The criminal investigation classes she had taken at the police academy hadn't mentioned such a direct way of questioning. What are you talking about? Gao Xiaohui steeply raised her volume. What does Dreamwake's death have to do with me? I have the right to sue you all for running in here like this and making wild suspicions without any reason. Dr. Gao. We should have met before. Chen Shi pointed to his face. Ever seen one? It was so dark you probably didn't get a good look at me. But I remember you. And you were in my car that night. Gao Xiaohui's expression showed a hint of panic. You seem to recognize me. I was the driver who drove you that night. Chen Shi laughed. And your destination was very close to the crime scene. Realizing that she stepped into a trap, Gao Xiaohui immediately subconsciously assumed a defensive posture, clasping her hands, frowning tightly, and pursing her lips. And all of these small actions did not escape Chen Shi's eyes. Chen Shi opened his cell phone and showed Gao Xiaohui a picture of the very same women's trench coat he had bought from the scavenging ant. And he said, "Does it ring a bell?" Gao Xiaohui bit her lip. "I don't know what you're talking about." That night, the temperature in Lungan City was 10 to 16 degrees. Wearing this dress is just right. But I remember, when I drove you your clothes were very thin. And at that time I wondered, isn't this beauty afraid of the cold? What the hell are you talking about? Is this dress yours? No, I've never seen it. Yeah, what if the police find your fingerprints, hair, dander on it? What will be your explanation? Gao Xiaohui suddenly did not speak. This is of course only Chen Shi's bluff. After this dress into his hands, he does not have the conditions to do these appraisals, even if there is no comparison samples. But through the perception, he has basically determined that Gao Xiaohui's suspicion did not run. At ease, please hear me out. That night Gu Mingxue and someone came out of the room at the Maple Forest Hotel. The time was about 8 o'clock. You went up to her and called her, walked with her to the river, then used the ether you had prepared to numb her, then used a jump rope to strangle her from behind. But the anesthesia's effect was not very deep. Gu Mingxue woke up at this point, and she struggled desperately to grab one thing, and that one thing was one of the buttons on your clothes. After killing the man, you grabbed the satchel of the ancient dream awake and left in a hurry, but halfway there, you suddenly realized that a button was missing from your clothes, and you panicked. If this button fell on the scene of the murder, it will be fatal evidence. So you did two things. First of all, dispose of the clothes on the body, and then called a cab to return to the vicinity of the scene of the murder. Did not expect the driver, that is. I am a self-customized acquaintance, and you accosted you. You have a bright idea. Remembering that the internet is making a fuss online car murder case, so you used the ancient dream awake cell phone to send a few text messages to her boyfriend. After you got out of the car, you went back to the river and successfully recovered the buttons from Gu Mingxue, then did some faking, tore up her clothes, rearranged the body, and threw her bag into the water. Your plan almost worked. The police did think for a moment that it was a cyber car murder, and thanks to you I was invited for a cup of tea, but you should never have gotten in my car. After Chen Shi's words, Gao Xiaohui looked flustered as she stood up and roared. Bloodshed. This is just your unfounded speculation. With just one piece of clothing, how can you prove it? Moreover, I have an alibi. Gao Xiaohui took out the invoice of that gathering and handed it to Chen Shi, who lightly reached out and blocked it, saying, this kind of alibi has no legal effect at all, unless there is a person involved who can confirm it. Or do you want to call the few people who ate that day and confront them face to face? Gao Xiaohui panicked abnormally, desperately searching for words to retort, her hands shaking secretly. The evidence is not just this dress. Chen Practical said. You probably don't know. Gu Mingxue's private life is indiscreet. Her boyfriend installed a tracking software on her cell phone in order to catch her in adultery. You were holding her cell phone and moved back and forth around the scene of the crime twice, during which time you were photographed by the hotel's CCTV. On top of that there is also one more witness who can testify to it. Chen Practical thumbed his nose. That's me. These two pieces of evidence are enough to form a chain of evidence in court. There is also the matter of the ether. As long as you search this hospital, you will definitely be able to find evidence of the missing ether. Do you have anything else to say? Dr. Gao. Gao Xiaohui was like having her spine taken away, softly sitting back in her chair. Her eyes kept wandering. Lin Dongxue was ready to pull out her handcuffs. Chen Shi made a slow gesture to her. He waited quietly. Suddenly Gao Xiaohui looked like a different person. She gritted her teeth. That bitch deserves to die. She tilted her head. She stole the boyfriend that should have been mine. Chen Shi revealed an interested expression as he pulled a chair and sat down, saying, that game, do you play it too? Ian Shinjun is in the game to recognize. We have nothing to talk about. And then he proposed to meet. I have never met with netizens' experience. Afraid of being a liar. so I pulled on the ancient dream awake to accompany me. I regret this decision. The first meeting, Shinjun arrived as promised. I and the ancient dream awake not far away to secretly observe him. I am very satisfied with him. Is ready to go to the appointment. The ancient dream awake that bitch but suddenly said that the stomach aches. Have to pull me to leave. A few days later, I was ready to make up for my broken appointment, and reappointed Shinjun on the game to come out and meet. But he said that he hadn't just met him. At this point I understood what was going on. I confronted Gu Mingxue. She lied with me at first, and then couldn't hide it before telling me the truth. It turned out that she had a crush on Shinjun, so she lied that it was me who met with him. And even more infuriating is that the two of them even went to bed. I couldn't imagine that my best girlfriend would steal my boyfriend. No, actually I should have thought of that. She is the kind of bitch who can't do without a man. I won't want what others have used anymore. I was angry with myself. Since then, that bitch and I rarely contacted each other, but she often took the initiative to come to me, as if intentionally angry at me, like saying how they are progressing so well. I thought to myself, sooner or later, you're going to be stabbed to death for being such a bitch. I thought this matter would be over. I did not realize that a few months ago there was a patient, but it was Shinjun, who contracted a venereal disease. I could not believe it. I guess this must have something to do with that bitch. And when I inquired about it, it was true. She was messing around outside, contracted the disease, and infected Shinjun. I was so angry that I cried and laughed. Shinjun is such a good boy. Why would he be hooked by such a bitch? And she actually doesn't know how to cherish it at all. When she said this, Gao Xiaohui covered her face in pain, and Chen Shi said, so, you developed the intention to kill? Yes. Gao Xiaohui's face was buried in her hands and said, the whole process, it's pretty much the same as you speculated. I thought I had planned it well. Why would you know so clearly? You think you've planned this well? No, it's simply full of holes. Will I be sentenced to death? I don't want to die. Please let me go. Gao Xiaohui cried. That's not for me to say. If you kill someone, you should pay for it. When you made this decision, you must have expected such a result. I sympathize with what you're going through, but I don't agree with what you're doing. Killing is the stupidest way to solve a problem. Chen Shi stood up and waved to Lin Dongxue. Lin Dongxue long breath. I did not expect the real culprits actually fell into the net. This is the first time in my life to the real culprits handcuffs. The excitement in my heart is difficult to describe. Lin Dongxue walked over and was about to handcuff Gao Xiaohui when she suddenly pushed Lin Dongxue away with great force, grabbed a syringe from a drawer, and darted towards her leg. Chen Shi was quick to stop her hand. The syringe fell to the floor, and a bitter nutty odor filled the room. Chen Shi stared into Gao Xiaohui's eyes and said, listen, you may not be sentenced to death in your situation. Fight for it. You still have a chance to see the light of day. Gao Xiaohui cried out. Even if I can see the light of day again in a few decades, I'll still be an old woman by then. My life is all ruined. All ruined. I haven't even had a single relationship. Speaking here, Gao Xiaohui emotionally out of control cried out. Chen Shi hugged her, gently patting the shoulder, seemingly comforting. This scene put Lin Dongxue looked dumbfounded. For a long time she realized that Chen is really making gestures, looking for her handcuffs. Chen Shi took the handcuffs and gave Gao Xiaohui to wear. This time she was surprisingly obedient. Chen Shi said, everyone has to bear the consequences of their own choices. It's your own choice. Don't complain about the sky. Again, if you really want to commit suicide, there are still plenty of opportunities in prison. Hey, Lin Dongxue shouted. How could this guy say such irresponsible words? Chen Shi took a jacket and covered Gao Xiaohui's hand, leaving her with a trace of dignity, and when she was ready to go out, Gao Xiaohui asked, what the hell are you? Just an enthusiastic driver. Chen Shi replied with a smile. The three sat in the car. Lin Dongxue was so excited that she could hardly stand it. Of course, in front of the suspect's face she was not in a position to say any words of thanks. At this time Lin Xiaopu called and said, Dongxue, where did you run? In the morning you did not clock in. Is not again unauthorized action. I said how many times? As a police officer. Brother, I've got the suspect. Lin Xiaopu on the other end of the phone froze. Firstly because of Lin Dongxue's words, and secondly because Lin Dongxue never called him brother during working hours. Lin Xiaopu asked, caught again? It's real this time. Don't worry. There's proof. Where are you? I'll be back in a minute. Get ready for the interrogation. Lin Xiaopu was slow to hang up the phone and said at the end, but don't make any more mistakes. Hanging up the phone, Chen Shi suddenly laughed, and Lin Dongxue asked, what are you laughing at? Just thinking about the expression on your brother's face later on is hilarious. He turned to Gao Xiaohui and asked, Dr. Gao, before you go to the Public Security Bureau, do you have any other wishes? Gao Xiaohui was already in a resigned blandness at this point, and she laughed. I want to eat Shouwang Palace's spicy hot pot. It just so happens that I'm hungry too. Let's go. Chen Shi started the car. Hey, don't make an unauthorized decision, Lin Dongxue shouted in panic. After eating the spicy hot pot, Chen Shi's lips were red with spice. Lin Dongxue looked at him with a face of displeasure. And Chen Shi said, I'm handsome, so I don't have to stare at me all the time, right? Lin Dongxue was so angry that she slapped him and said, do you know how wary I was just now in the store? Afraid that she glanced at Gao Xiaowei in the back seat, afraid that the suspect would run away. Okay, I'll pay attention next time. Along the way, Lin Dongxue received 3 urgent calls, and Lin Xiupu was afraid that something would change on her side. Half an hour later, the 3 came to the door of the city office. Lin Xiupu and a few police officers have not eaten their meals, waiting blearily at the door. Lin Dongxue suddenly understood. This guy did not have a good heart. He deliberately delayed the time to avenge the revenge of the last time. The car stopped, and when he saw Lin Dongxue and Chen Shi coming down from the car, Lin Xiupu's eyes glazed over before revealing a cold smile as he stepped forward and said, it's really a mountain that can't be broken. Mr. Chen, talk about how it feels to be in the palace for the second time. Go to the interrogation room and talk it over. Chen Shi also happy, pointing to the car. Lin Team should not be equipped with a pair of glasses. The car is still sitting on one. Did not see? Lin Xiupu glanced toward the car and looked at Lin Dongxue with a puzzled expression. Who said? Team Lin? That's the suspect. She's already confessed everything. But, why is it a woman? Did you take notes? No. Lin Dongxue spat out her tongue. Chen Shi took out his cell phone and said, there's a recording on this. Let me send it to you. You're so attentive, Lin Dongxue said admiringly. What's going on here? You worked on the case together? Lin Xiupu looked at Chen Shi. You were with Dong Shui? Chen Shi deliberately ignored the hostility in his eyes and said lightly, this case was all taken care of by Miss Lin. I just helped a little. Team Lin, I think you usually overlook your sister's ability too much. Her intuition is quite sharp. I guarantee that you'll sigh in dismay after the interrogation later. Lin Dongxue's face was flushed red at the compliment, while Lin Xiupu was shocked as he turned to Lin Dongxue. How could you disobey the command and act without authorization? Never again. Never again. Lin Dongxue smiled. Once is enough. Wait for the punishment, Lin Xiupu said with a serious face. Okay. You guys handle the rest. Hurry up and lift the people. I still have to work. Chen Shi pulled open the car door. By the way, notify me in advance if you need witnesses for the court session. I'm very busy. Chen Shi left. Lin Xiupu listened to the scene of the recording. The truth of the case is completely out of his expectations, but he had one thing he did not quite understand. He asked Lin Dongxue, that guy did not say that it was just a small favor? How the recording is full of him talking. You two in the end who helped Hua? Lin Dongxue was too embarrassed to hide it anymore and said, don't believe me when I tell you. This case was basically handled by him alone. Him, a cab driver? Lin Xiupu was shocked for a long time. Gao Xiaowei confessed to the case, coupled with the evidence. It was soon transferred to the legal process. The media reported the case, using the cross-cutting love to kill, girlfriends designed to harm girlfriends. Such an eye-catching headline. Of course, the report did not mention the name of Chen Shi, but only said that in a kind citizens the report, of course, did not mention Chen Shi's name, but only said that with the assistance of a kind citizen, Lin Dongxue because of the significant achievements, by the Bureau of the Award. Although this is the first time in my life to be awarded this honor, but holding the award, Lin Dongxue but feel ashamed of it. After the commendation meeting, Lin Xiupu said to her with a stern face, come to my office. After entering Lin Xiupu's office, Lin Dongxue saluted and said, Captain, is it to punish me for acting without authorization? Punishment? You've made such a great achievement. The director personally commended you. If I still discipline you, people must say I'm being careful. So what did you want to see me for? I just want to understand one thing. What is that guy in the end? A driver, and did not receive professional training, how to solve the case, and also, Lin Xiupu originally wanted to say to leave the task force behind, and in his heart, he felt too shameful, so he swallowed it. Actually, I think he's quite professional, and his knowledge of criminal investigation speaks for itself. I'm even thinking that he's not an undercover agent. Is he? Nonsense. Have you ever seen an undercover agent go as a driver? Look it up. What's his origin? The more I think about it, the more suspicious I feel. Whether as your brother or superior, I can't tolerate you getting involved with a guy from an unknown source. Don't worry, Lin Team. He and I are just working on a case together. Nothing more. Lin Xiupu glared at her, and Lin Dongxue immediately saluted respectfully and said, I'll go check as soon as possible. And Lin Xiupu put away his seriousness as a boss. I'm going to introduce you to a blind date this Sunday. Ha, Lin Dongshua's mouth opened wide. What kind of marriage? Nonsense. What do you mean by blind date? It was introduced by your great aunt. I can't put it off. So you sold me? What's all this nonsense? A woman is a big girl. You're just going through the motions. Why don't you go yourself? Lin Dongxue looked reluctant. Sister, please cooperate. Really, does auntie think I can't get married? Adults are not comfortable. Comfortable is not human. People are kind enough to introduce you. You can't just say no. Really, Lin Dongxue could only agree. What is the other party? Did you ask? Lin Xiaopu picked up a photo on the table and said while wiping it. It seems to be a software engineer, a returnee to the sea, with quite a high education. The photo I saw, it's not bad. As handsome as you? Lin Xiaopu laughed. Different styles, I guess. Lin Dongxue also laughed, looking at the photo in Lin Xiaopu's hand. She said, by the way, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Why do you have a photo of a man on your desk? You shouldn't be. Lin Xiaopu smacked his lips and said, nonsense, this is a person I particularly admire. A police officer. Oh, Lin Dongxue glanced at the photo. On it was a man in his 20s or 30s, wearing a trench coat, with both hands crossed and a smile on his face, looking especially confident. Who is this? This person is called Song Lang, is one of my seniors. I just became a police officer when received a lot of his care. You were still in middle school so you don't know. This person is simply too powerful. He handles no cases that can't be solved. Is a famous detective. Longan has more than 5 years of police experience in the police. There is no one who doesn't know his name. A lot of universities want to hire him as a visiting professor, but he's very low-key and won't agree to anything. Why haven't I seen him in Longan? This person has been transferred to the hall now, right? Lin Dongxue guessed. Lin Xiaopu shook his head. No, he's missing. Retaliated against? It's hard to say. It said that he killed people. At that time when he was wanted, I was also involved in the mission, but in my heart, how could I not believe that it was true? I put his picture on the table just to motivate myself. I hope that one day I can become someone like him. Lin Xiaopu rubbed the photo frame, a hint of sadness showing in his eyes. Lin Dongxue looked at that mysterious smile on the photo. She suddenly had an illusion. How come it seemed like she had seen this expression somewhere? On the day of the rest day, Lin Dongxue received a call from Chen Shi, who said, Miss Lin, are you off today? Yeah. What for? You didn't forget, did you? And promised to buy me dinner. I just finished a couple of runs and I'm starving. Lin Dongxue remembered this incident. At that time it was just a casual remark. I didn't expect Chen Shi actually remembered it. She said, that's fine. I'll treat you to dinner. Can you come and pick me up? Address. Lin Dongxue let Chen Shi Huayun Commercial Building and so on her. After arriving at the place, Chen Shi looked left and right and did not see anyone. A beautiful woman wearing a green dress, dark green short jacket pulled open the door. Chen Shi eyes bright. It's you ah? I didn't even recognize you. Lin Dongxue was usually dressed in more neutral civilian clothes, so today on her day off she put on a newly purchased outfit, and she said, is this your way of complimenting me? What did you expect? The clothes are nice. The person is even better. No one will believe it when you tell people that you are a police officer. Chen Shi laughed. Lin Dongxue snapped. According to you, there are no good-looking police officers? Cops aren't this cute, at least not in the ones I've seen. Smooth talker, how many cops have you seen? I thought Chen Shi would rip her off, but the restaurant he picked was just a very ordinary one. And after entering the restaurant and ordering a few dishes, Lin Dongxue took out a thick envelope from her satchel and said, this is the bonus from last time. Chen Shi took it in his hand and counted the total of $2,000. He asked, half for each? No, this is all of it. I think you basically solved this case all by yourself, so the prize money goes to you. I'll laugh at that then. Thanks a lot. Lin Dongxue opened her mouth wide in surprise. You're not polite at all. I'll take the money. This meal is on me, okay? No, it's on me when I say it's on me. A meal on the table. Chen Shi gobbled. Eat particularly fragrant. Watching him eat Lin Dongxue feel hungry. More than the usual half a bowl, the heart and a little regret. This is going to grow meat again. While eating, Chen Shi chatted, talking about the strange things he usually encountered while hauling passengers. Lin Dongxue how to see this person is just an ordinary driver. Lin Dongxue interrupted him and asked, I'm just curious, why did you solve the case? Did you have any special training? Chen Shi poured the vegetable soup onto the rice while saying, didn't we agree not to ask about this matter? I'm curious. Besides, I'm a cop. If you won't tell me, I won't check it out. Then look it up. A person's past is definitely not something that can be summarized in those black and white words, let alone someone like me who has had a lot of life experience. Che, Making a fool of yourself. After lunch, Chen sure proposed. Anyway, it's a day off and I've earned $2,000. Why don't I treat you to a movie? You think beautiful Mile. Lin Dongxue put on a funny face and said, eating is eating. I'm not familiar with you. Uncle, who are you? Okay. You wait. There's still a chance to meet anyway. Save your breath. I'm not looking for you. The two walked to the bustling downtown area. Chen Chen really stopped in front of a movie theater and said, Dishonored 6 is in theaters. Do you want to watch it together? What's there to see in a hit-and-run movie? Lin Dongxue looked disdainful. How handsome is Adam? So many little girls like it. Che, I don't like it. Chen Shi unexpectedly walked straight into the movie theater, bought 2 tickets beforehand, came back and said, it starts in 20 minutes. Watch it? See it? Lin Dongxue had a hesitant look on her face. She was usually busy with her work and hadn't been in a movie theater for years. She was a little heartbroken. Chen Shi said, tell you what, go in and look around for a while. If you don't like it, I'll treat you to dinner tonight as compensation. You're too thick-skinned, Lin Dongxue said. Come on, I want to see it too. Lin Dongxue finally reluctantly agreed. Is ready to go to the cinema. Lin Dongxue's phone rang. Is Lin Xiaopu called? She thought the bureau has something urgent. Did not expect Lin Xiaopu came up to say, where did you run? What is it? Didn't I say we're going on a blind date today? People have been sitting in the restaurant for an hour. Ah, I forgot. Tell me which restaurant and I'll be there now. Hanging up the phone, Lin Dongxue looked despondent. Chen Shi asked, what's wrong? Going on a blind date? No wonder you're dressed up so beautifully today. I was wondering. Nonsense. If I knew it was a blind date, I wouldn't have worn this. So, you're dressed up for me? Lin Dongxue's face reddened. Indignantly stomped Chen Shi's foot. Chen Shi wailed in pain and said, this flip-flopping is just like turning over a book. There is no warning at all. I told you to talk nonsense. Girls just like to dress up nice. Is that for anyone? Straight male cancer. Isn't it okay if I'm wrong? By the way, I'll take you there. No, didn't you buy the tickets for the movie? Go by yourself. Saying that, Lin Dongxue turned around and left. Without taking a few steps, Chen Shi caught up and said, let me give you a ride. Where's your ticket? Give it away. Gave it away? Lin Dongxue was surprised. Your business is more important. Chen Shi laughed. Lin Dongxue's heart fluttered. Although she knew that this was all a man's routine, she was partial to eating Chen Shi's set. Chen Shi drove Lin Dongxue to a restaurant, and when he parked, he said, a blind date is not a big deal. There is no need to be nervous. Just talk casually. Where did you see me get nervous? Yes, you're not nervous. You're not the one who kept looking in the mirror and fiddling with her hair and not saying a word the whole way here. I didn't say a word because I don't want to care about you. Lin Dongxue glared at him and pushed the door to get out of the car. Lin Dongxue walked into the restaurant and swept a glance at the guests who were eating. She immediately felt nervous. A man in a suit and tie with gold glasses beckoned and called out to her. May I ask if it's Ms. Lin? Ah, you are. Lin Dongxue suddenly forgot the last name of her blind date. My surname is Li. When the man smiled, wrinkles piled up at the corners of his eyes. His looks were quite decent, but his face was oily. His hair was oily. It felt like the whole person was plated with a layer of oil. It was very uncomfortable to see Lin Dongxue. Ms. Lin is so beautifully dressed today. Even more beautiful than in the photos. Saying this, the man looked Lin Dongxue up and down, and his revealing eyes also made her feel quite uncomfortable. After the seat, the man began to do self-introduction, and asked her a few questions. A few people in the family. Is not a local account. What education? Lin Dongxue one by one to answer. The heart feels unusually boring. Blind dates, as boring as they are said to be. She didn't move a single bite of the food on the table, listening to the man chattering about his experience studying abroad. Lin Dongxue's thoughts and eyes drifted elsewhere. She suddenly realized that there was someone standing outside the window, and when she took a second look, it was actually Chen Shi, who even smiled and waved and greeted her. After chatting eloquently about himself, the man asked, Ms. Lin, why did you choose the career of a criminal police officer in the first place? Lin Dongxue replied with a forced smile. There's no reason. Just like it. Oh, so I think you are still very discerning in choosing a career. The police is also considered a civil servant. Treatment in all aspects is also not bad. Girls like you, when a few years as a police officer. The identity of the police, multiplied, in the choice of a spouse can be quite have more options. Hearing this, Lin Dongxue could no longer sit still. She said, what do you mean? I became a police officer in order to add some value to myself so that I can marry someone in the future. Right? The other party smiled. Idle chit-chat. Don't be so impulsive, okay? Police is also a profession. Is it different from other professions? I'm not saying that cops are superior, but it pisses me off when you talk about it like that. And the reason? Words don't make sense. I'm sorry, I don't think we're a good match, so I'll take my leave, said Lin Dongxue as stood up and walked out. The man even chased up, all the way shouting hey hey, etc. When walking to the door of the hotel, the man's snap sound grabbed her wrist. Lin Dongxue turned back indignantly. What are you doing? The man was all smiles. Don't be in a hurry to leave first. The food hasn't been eaten yet. I spent a few $100s to order it, and I think we should still get to know each other a little better. I'm not interested in you. Let go. Lin Dongxue's screams attracted other guests to gather around. The man smiled and said at them, Nothing, quarreling with my girlfriend. Who is your girlfriend? Lin Dongxue angrily broke away from his hand. Just walked a few steps. Unexpectedly this guy from the back grabbed her shoulders. The man said, Miss Lin, in fact, do you have a kind of love at first sight feeling? Can you give me a chance? Lin Dongxue angry gnashing teeth. Regret why agreed to come on a blind date in the first place. At this time, Chen Shi walked in from the outside. Stopping in front of the two, Chen Shi said, Mister, aren't you a bit over the top? People are not interested in you. You still stalking. Is it interesting? Which one of you? The man showed a hostile face. My friend. Lin Dongxue was eager to get away and pulled Chen Shi's hand. As soon as he saw how close the two were, the man awkwardly let go of his hand, and the smile on his face disappeared without a trace, turning into a look of anger as he said, Ms. Lin, are you messing with me? You have a boyfriend and you still came here for a blind date. I spent hundreds of dollars on ordering a meal and wasted my precious time to meet. I think there's something wrong with your character. Chen Shi shot back. I'm not her boyfriend, just an ordinary friend. Is that so? The man willed. What's your name? Li. Mr. Li, do you have some misunderstanding about blind dates? You can get physical just because you're on a blind date? Let me give you a little primer. Unauthorized physical contact of the opposite sex is considered sexual harassment under the law. 5 to 15 days detention and a fine of up to $500. Understand? Facing the aggressive Chen Shi, the man instantly softened and defended. I was just in a hurry. What does the law care what you think? Also, when a woman says no, it means no, and deadbeat men are the worst. Understand? Don't think the whole world is your mother. The man's eyes widened when he heard those last words. You. Chen Shi glanced at Lin Dongxue and said, Let's go, I'll send you back. Leaving the hotel, Lin Dongxue took a long breath as she said, How long have I been in there? Less than half an hour. Chen Shi looked at his watch. Man, I thought I was in there for a couple of hours. Meetings aren't usually this torturous. I'm never going on a blind date next time. You don't have to beat me to death. Feelings like this, not to repeat trial and error. How can we find the right? You say right. Che, don't act like an emotional master. Lin Dongxue looked disdainful. By the way, why did you say don't think the whole world is your mom? Are you scolding him? It's a mom and pop guy. Don't you see? What? Chen Shi vibrantly analyzed. Did you notice? His clothes are very clean. A handkerchief placed in front of his chest. His hair had just been shaved not long ago. His beard hadn't been shaved for at least 2 days. His teeth weren't very clean. And his wrists were a bit dirty. In addition to being a bit chubby, indicating that he wasn't a person who paid particular attention to grooming, and probably lived a life of meals at home, but someone washed his clothes for him. There is also his unintentional action, revealing that this person grew up with little to withstand frustration. In the other side of the rejection will take overly aggressive behavior. From all of the above, he should be living with a relative of the opposite sex. So I've come to the conclusion that this man is a mommy's boy. Lin Dongxue listened in a daze. When a phone call came, it was her great aunt. The great aunt said, Xue, you're not satisfied with people Shaolia? Lin Dongxue said to herself, actually so fast to sue. This man is really strange. She perfunctorily said, Auntie, thanks for taking the trouble. I just think the character is a bit incompatible. In fact, Shaoli this child is quite good. High education and good job. If not suitable then forget it. It is originally a consensual thing. Auntie, you don't have to introduce me next time. I'm still young. You're 24 and you haven't had a boyfriend yet. Can I not be anxious? When great aunt was your age. As soon as she heard her great aunt start to nag, Lin Dongxue hurriedly interrupted. Right, great aunt. Let me ask you something. Does little Li live with his mother? He told you that? Yes, Li is a single parent. His parents divorced when he was a child and grew up with his mother. He is a particularly filial child. Hearing this, Lin Dongxue looked at Chen Shi with a face of amazement. This guy was too godly. Right, completely hit the nail on the head. After a few more words, Lin Dongxue could finally hang up the phone. and Chenshur squeezed his eyebrows and asked, "How was it? Che, count your blessings. Man, it's called observation alright, you don't have any of that as a cop? Alright, I'll give in. Okay?" Lin Dongxue was busy interrupting him. "Wait for me." Chenshur ran to a kiosk, bought 2 bottles of mineral water, and handed Lin Dongxue a bottle. "I haven't drank any water since morning. Thirsty?" Lin Dongxue heart nahan. This guy can see is a brown uncle. How the heart's so delicate. Chenshur said, "I think it." The elders introduced dating object. Always like to look at the work, education, these external conditions, but often ignore the feelings of the most basic elements. "By the way, what type of man you like? I help you keep an eye on it." "No need." Lin Dongxue refused stiffly. "I don't want to marry a taxi driver." As soon as she thought about how easy it was to cause misunderstanding, she immediately changed her words. "I mean, don't all the people you know drive cabs? The more you describe it, the darker it gets. You don't really need to deliberately explain." Chenshur laughed evilly. "You stinking uncle," Lin Dongxue scolded, pounding Chenshur's stomach with her fist. After getting into the car, Lin Dongxue planned to go home on this. Glancing at Chenshur, who was concentrating on driving, she thought to herself, on a rare day off, she couldn't keep getting tired of this guy, so she hurried home to comfortably nestle in the sofa and brush up on 2 episodes of Yanqi Raiders. She knew she was good looking and had been confessed to so many times since she was a little girl that she didn't even know when she'd unintentionally flashed a smile once and it had been mistaken for an interesting confession by someone with a crush on her. It's not that it's smug, it's kind of twisted to be liked by someone you don't like. Therefore, one should never let Chenshur think that he has a chance. Then again, he is the brother. She is a police officer. After the fear that there is no chance to see each other again, which is so coincidental, just happen to be together when it comes to the case, and not a movie. Someone jumped. A scream came from the neighborhood down the road. Chenshur slammed the brakes, pushed open the door and rushed down. Lin Dongxue did not call. The heart grumbled, but still unlocked the seatbelt to get off the car. The two rushed into the neighborhood. See a block of flats below, a bunch of residents gathered. Chenshur said let while separating the crowd squeezed in. When to see the jumper? Lin Dongxue covered his mouth in horror. It was a small child, probably in the 1st or 2nd grade, and he landed inside a flower bed planted with shrubs, wearing a sweatshirt and shorts, his head covered in blood. Chenshur went over and touched his neck and said, "Still alive? Hurry up and call 120. How many floors did he jump from?" A resident said, "This child is Lao Su's family, living on the 3rd floor. Is not his parents are not in the house to lock him up alone. How did he fall down?" Chenshur waved his head at Lin Dongxue and said, "You go up to the 3rd floor and take a look. I'll watch him here." He then began to talk to the boy non-stop, trying to awaken his consciousness. Lin Dongxue went up to the 3rd floor. A few residents followed. Lin Dongxue knocked on the door a few times. No one answered the door. Then rushed to the residents and said, "Is there a key at the property?" "I don't think so, but there's a locksmith not far from the neighborhood. But you'll have to get a certificate from the police station for that." Lin Dongxue flashed her ID and said, "I'm the police. Tell him to come over and unlock the door. I have my proof." Lin Dongxue stood in the hallway waiting. Suddenly smelled of blood. She at first thought it was the smell of the building. When put her nose close to the door a sniff only to find that the smell is wafted from the door. Lin Dongxue was alarmed and immediately dialed Chenshur, saying, "Hey, something's not right. I smell blood. You find a way to get in. And when you do, don't move, and I'll come up when the ambulance comes." Hanging up the phone, Lin Dongxue suddenly wondered why her first reaction was not to call the bureau, but to call him. She was ready to dial Lin Xiaopu, but on second thought, the smell of blood might not be human blood. Wait until she went into the house to verify it. It might just be an ordinary accident. About 15 minutes later, the locksmith was invited. The locksmith has seen Lin Dongxue's documents, and only then did he move to open the lock. 3 or 2 times to poke the lock open. Push the door to see. The living room is full of blood. Behind the sofa reveals a pair of feet wearing slippers. Obviously someone fell there. Onlookers of the residence issued an exclamation of surprise. We discussed, what happened to the old Su family? Is it a thief? Is it a thief? In broad daylight. The property is what to eat. Saying this, the crowd wanted to squeeze inside. Lin Dongxue desperately blocked it. Everyone back off. All of you. I'm a police officer. This could be a murder case. Don't destroy the scene. Thank you all. We'll just take a look. We've been neighbors with old Su for more than 10 years. And with such a big deal happening to his family, can we not care? There were still people making unremitting efforts, and Lin Dongxue's arm blocking the doorframe could barely stop it. At this moment, a calm and stern voice came from behind. Don't you guys realize the seriousness of the situation? This is a murder case. If any of you leave half a footprint at the scene, how much more workload are you going to add to our police when the time comes? The crowd turned around and saw Chen Shi standing on the staircase jogging platform with his hands in his pockets, and being rebuked by him in this way, the crowd dispersed resentfully. Chen Shi added, "Wait, the people at the scene leave their names and contact information. After that we have to visit them one by one." One resident said, "Comrade policeman, we are usually busy. This case must be done by outsiders. What does it have to do with us?" The others chimed in. Chen Shi sneered, "A shrinking turtle. Children jumping no one dares to go up to see. Watching the fun when one more than one activate, and now want them to leave their contact information. And they are all wimpy." He softened his tone and said, "I'm not saying that this case has something to do with you. All of you present are witnesses. Let's say you saw what suspicious people into the neighborhood. These we have to understand. You think that solving the case is to rely on the police? Wrong. We rely on the clues you provide to solve the case. You don't want this to happen in your home someday, do you?" This half-bluff, half-scared last sentence silenced the crowd one by one, leaving their contact information, and Chen Shi took his cell phone to record them one by one. After getting it done, he nodded his head and said, "Also, please keep this matter a secret, and don't talk about it until it's solved, because the murderer is most likely still active around the neighborhood, and it's highly likely that it's someone you've seen before, and I'm not in any way an alarmist, so you'll get yourselves in trouble if you go around talking about it, if you don't do it right." The crowd nodded their heads with pale faces and said, "That won't hinder your case, comrade policeman. Please be sure to catch the murderer." Afterward, the crowd dispersed. Lin Dongxue sighed in relief and said, "Really? You're so good at handling crowd relations?" Chen Shi smiled and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. "I am the masses myself. Can I not understand them? Besides, I'm also a fox. If I wasn't with you, they wouldn't take me as a cop. Don't you think so?" Saying this, Chen Shi took a cigarette. Hey, you want to smoke here? I'll have a brew while you hurry up and call your brother." Lin Dongxue gave him a disgusted look, and specifically urged, "Don't throw the cigarette butts around. Can't figure out you men. What's so great about cigarettes?" After Lin Dongxue finished her phone call and Chen Shi finished his cigarette, he carefully wrapped the cigarette butt with the tinfoil on the cigarette case, then swung his head at the door of the house and said, "Go in and take a look." "Okay." Looking at the house that seemed to be coated in blood, Lin Dongxue was a bit timid. "You go in first. Ladies first. I mean, you're not scared, are you?" Chen Shi stroked his chin and said, "I'm not afraid to laugh at you. It's a bit scary. I guess there's more than one dead in the house. I thought you weren't afraid of anything? Alright, I'll go in first." Lin Dongxue took a few deep breaths and drilled into the house with a hard head, putting on her shoes on the shoe covering machine before Chen Shi came in and hid behind her. Lin Dongxue thought he was pretending to be afraid and asked, "Are you really afraid?" "Really?" Chen Shi let out a bitter laugh. "I'm most afraid of going into this kind of place." Lin Dongxue said, "I say, why are we coming in? Let's wait for the technical squadron to arrive first, right? If we move the scene, my brother won't scold me?" Chen Shi said, "What if there is a live one?" "Alright, you have a point." Lin Dongxue turned towards the house, feeling a wave of goosebumps on her body as she swallowed and carefully avoided the blood on the floor that looked like splattered ink. The furniture in the house is not too messy. It seems that the murderer's hands are very clean. The two came to the back of the sofa, where a woman wearing a housecoat, aged over 30 years old, lying there, the whole head like a bloody paste. Chen Shi stepped forward and prepared to test his pulse. Lin Dongxue was busy calling out to him, "Wait, don't leave fingerprints." So Chen Shi pulled out his cell phone, put the screen under the dead man's nose, waited for a few seconds, and when no breathing vapor appeared on it, he said, "Dead." The two came to the bedroom again. This bedroom and the living room decorating style is not quite the same. Is a clear color of the old mahogany furniture. There is a rattan chair, obviously the old man living, the ground lying an old lady. Her neck was torn open a mouth, as if torn by a wild animal. The blood stained a large area of the solid wood floor red. Chen Shi looked around and found a thick meat chopper thrown haphazardly on the ground, wrapped in coagulated blood, and said, "It looks like this is the murder weapon." The two went to another bedroom. This is where the couple lived. The wall in front of the bed was hung with the couple's wedding photo. There was no body in the bedroom. A bowl of soup was placed on the nightstand. Chen Shi went over to sniff it and said, "Gingy lotus seed soup." Chen Shi straightened up and looked at the small balcony that was connected to the bedroom. The balcony was semi-closed. There were sliding windows on it. One window was in an open state, and there was a small stool resting on the ground. And Chen Shi asked, "When you looked for a locksmith to open the door, was it unlocked?" "No," Lin Dongxue replied. Chen Shi glanced downwards. "It seems that the little boy jumped from here because he was too scared. The flower beds below more or less acted as a cushion. But he's still pretty badly injured. It's so sad to wake up and realize that the whole family is dead. Lin Dongxue said. Woke up with a start? Chen Shi looked at her with a puzzled expression. Knowing that the words of Lin Dongxue busy changed his words, I just casually talk about it. Do you need to take every word seriously? The time of death will be determined by the coroner. Go to the kitchen. The two then came to the kitchen. This set of household kitchen and bathroom is connected. In the floor between the kitchen and bathroom lying on a man. Is the man on the wedding photo? The back of his head was smashed to pieces. Chen Shi yelped, squatted down to check. Said, the murder weapon used to kill this man. And the other two people are not the same. Same as the other two. Chen Shi pondered for a moment. Suddenly rushed into the kitchen with quick steps. Rummaged through the cupboards. And took out a pair of rubber gloves from the cabinet. And Lin Dongxue said, Hey, what are you doing? I won't die until I see it. You hold the body now until my brother and the others get here. Will your brother let me see it when he comes? You were afraid, weren't you? How come you're not afraid this time? Lin Dongxue muttered. Chen Shi crouched down to examine the man's head, and he beckoned. Look, there are some white pieces of broken porcelain in the hair. Lin Dongxue squatted down to take a look and said, Really? Hey. Chen Shi stood up and walked into the bathroom. There were some white fragments scattered on the tiled floor, and at a second glance, the lid on the toilet flush was missing, and the amount of these fragments on the floor was just enough to put together a ceramic lid out. Lin Dongxue tried to make an analysis. It seems that the murderer was hiding in the bathroom at first, and the man ran out immediately after he realized it. And the murderer, in his haste, picked up the ceramic lid and smashed it on his head. Don't rush to analyze it yet. Gather some more intel. Chen Shi walked into the bathroom and pulled the door closed. The bathroom door was made of frosted glass. He asked from inside, Can you see any silhouettes? Out of sight. Turn the lights on. After Lin Dongxue turned on the bathroom light from outside, Chen Shi's shadow was blurred on the frosted glass, and she said, I can see it, but not very clearly, but I can see you from inside. Chen Shi stepped out, pointed to the kitchen window directly across from the bathroom door, and said, The window is facing east, and the light is strong enough to reflect your silhouette clearly on it. Then my reasoning was correct? Lin Dongxue said joyfully. Chen Shi said in all seriousness, There is no right and wrong reasoning, only reasonable and unreasonable. You person. Would it kill you to give a compliment? Chen Shi smiled indifferently, and went back to inspect the male corpse. He broke open the dead man's eyelids, pinched his muscles, and moved his arms, and concluded, the cornea is mildly cloudy, the corpse is rigid and stationary, and the color will diminish with strong compression, the fingers and joints are stiff. The temperature last night was from 10 to 15 degrees, from which the time of death should have been about 12 o'clock last night, with a margin of error of less than 2 hours. Lin Dongxue looked at Chen Shi like a monster. Chen Shi said, These are the basics. Just buy a book on forensic science and learn. I have nothing to say. Chen Shi tightened his smile and stared at the male corpse as he said, No, the two female corpses just now were wearing housecoats. Why is this man wearing a jacket? Probably just came back from the night shift. Lin Dongxue guessed. Chen Shi shook his head, but he was wearing slippers on his feet, where he had just entered the door. There was a set of men's loungewear on a hook on the wall. This home was neatly cleaned up. It was the family's habit to have to change their clothes when they came home, and the power of habit is very strong. Why did he act in such an abnormal way? Lin Dongxue pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of insight and said, I know, he's in a hurry to pee. He wants to go to the restroom before changing clothes. Chen Shi shook his head again. You don't call this reasoning, it's called blind guessing. Lin Dongxue pouted. You're being double standard. Why isn't mine called reasoning? Reasoning, to round in all the clues. Just now what you said can only be considered a hypothesis. After arriving at a hypothesis you must go and verify it. Only after verification can it be considered reasoning. Come over and look. Chen Shi squatted down and turned the body to the side. Lin Dongxue was confused. Ask me to look at what? He was not incontinent. And if he had been really incontinent, in the case of a strong blow to the back of the head, the dilator muscle would have lost its restraint and urinated on his pants. But the deceased's pants were unusually clean, and even a little too clean. Speaking here, Chen Shi suddenly stood up, walked into the bathroom, lifted the lid of the toilet and looked at it. A smell of urine wafted out. Chen Shi, as if he had found a treasure, said loudly, The urine in the toilet has not been flushed out. The deceased had gone to the toilet before his death. Lin Dongxue didn't understand why he reacted so much and looked at him with a puzzled face. Chen Shi smiled bitterly. I've disproved your hypothesis just now. You said that the murderer was ambushed in the bathroom. How could the deceased have finished going to the toilet with someone ambushing him? Lin Dongxue thought about it. It seems to make sense, but it seems to be broken. She said, No, no, this urine may not be the dead man's. It is possible that the murderer who ambushed the ambush couldn't hold it in to facilitate a little bit, for fear of alarming this family, so did not flush. Chenshur laughed. You also learned to think for yourself. Very good. Who is this urine? A moment of laboratory tests will know. After telling me the results, Lin Dongxue scratched her face and said, I don't understand. 3 people died here. The scene is a mess. You don't even look at the murder weapon, but you're here studying the P. Is it that important? Miss Lin, details are the devil. Within a case, every anomaly has to be investigated deeply to the end. And this is often the key to solving the case. Who said that? I summarized it myself. You summarized it yourself? Where are you going to summarize it? Chenshur said unhurriedly. I usually watch TVB's criminal investigation dramas. I love to summarize myself. Can't I? Hell no, Lin Dongxue muttered. Chenshur once again emphasized. This male corpse I think is quite suspicious. When the technical team comes later, make sure to investigate this piece carefully. Speak of the devil. A siren came from downstairs, and Chenshur immediately came out of the bathroom and said, Get a grip. He flew to the female body in the living room, used the same process to check the body, said, the time of death is almost also about 12 o'clock. The knees, elbows, part of the abrasions and bruises, seems to be their own fall. There is also a piece of the right side of the forehead. He looked at a glance at the backrest of the sofa, is to touch the wooden sofa backrest knocked out. This should be pre-birth injuries. In addition, there is a resistance wound on the hand. The murderer should have left traces on the body. Chenshur spoke very quickly. Lin Dongxue with a small notebook can only remember a rough. After looking at it, Chenshur went back into the bedroom and examined the old woman's body, saying, the time of death is the same. There are almost no traces of resistance on her body. She seems to have been killed in a state of complete lethargy. Did she shout when she was killed? Do a soundproofing test. Get outside the house. Oh, Lin Dongxue immediately retreated outside the house, and Chen said inside, Can you hear me? Yes. Lin Dongxue into the house. Chenshur said, wooden door. Sound insulation effect does not seem to be very good. The old man died when perhaps made a sound, perhaps alarmed the people outside. He touched his chin, picked up the murder weapon and took a look. Mincemeat knife. There is one missing from the kitchen knife rack. It should be this one. The knife is a bit curled edge. From the wound pattern the murderer repeatedly chopped many times, so that the wooden handle is cracked. Wait, there is blood on the handle. Chenshur is oblivious, completely immersed in the analysis of the case. Lin Dongxue incredibly looked at him, as if to see an experienced, quick-thinking sleuth. She killed, not believe. Chenshur is just an ordinary brother. The trace of blood on the handle of the knife was probably left by the murderer, and this should be important evidence. Then he sniffed at the mouth of the deceased and said, the deceased had eaten something before death. It seems to be a sweet food. Just now a bowl of silver ear and lotus seed soup was put in the other bedroom, and I also saw a big pot in the kitchen, and after that made a sample to analyze it, which may have a sleeping pill ingredient. Strange. Is this the murderer's doing? I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but I think it is. Is it premeditated? Who's in there? A stern shout came from the living room. Lin Dongxue was listening attentively to Chenshur's analysis and was startled by this sudden shout. Looking back, Lin Xiaopu came in with a few policemen who thought there were suspicious elements mixed in and had guns in their hands. After seeing the two clearly, Lin Xiaopu's eyebrows wrinkled. It's you again. Chenshur stood up and smiled. Team Lin, goodbye. Who allowed you to waltz into the scene of the murder and touch around here? Do you know how much trouble your behavior will bring to the police investigation? Lin Dongxue, as a criminal police officer, you didn't protect the scene in the first place, but actually brought in an irrelevant person? In the face of Lin Xiaopu's rebuke, Lin Dongxue almost cried in fear and stammered. We were afraid that there was a living person inside, so we came in to take a look. Chenshur also pointed to his gloves and said, Team Lin, take it easy for now. I'm wearing gloves. You actually had gloves ready. No, I got it from the kitchen. What? Lin Xiaopu's volume steeply rose an octave. You actually took something from the murder scene. Do you know your behavior? I know. Chenshur said repeatedly. I know it's wrong. Okay? I won't bother Lin Team to solve the case. I hope Lin Team can solve the case this time. I'll leave first. Oh. Chenshur was full of concern and left in the eyes of Lin Xiaopu's angry eyes. Lin Dongxue argued. Brother, he was indeed just surveying the scene, but his analysis was quite reasonable. We found some doubts. Lin Dongxue, answering her was a roar that almost shook the ceiling. You're simply unorganized and undisciplined. Call that guy in. If I find half of his fingerprints or footprints, I'll have him detained for obstruction of justice. Lin Dongxue cowering her neck, tears in her eyes. Lin Xiaopu suddenly a burst of softness. but the face is pulled down, and it is not good to coax her in front of her subordinates. So he said, "Hurry up and go out." Coming outside, Chen Shi was standing in the hallway smoking a cigarette, and Lin Dongxue said indignantly, "It's all your fault. You had to run in and look. Blame me. Blame me. Let's make it up to you later. I'll treat you to hot pot tonight." Chen Shi laughed. "Come on, give me an inch." The two stood quietly for a while. The sound of clicking cameras came from the house behind them. The technical squadron was taking pictures and fixing them. Chen Shi spat out the last mouthful of smoke, pinched the cigarette and said, "This case is not as simple as it seems, and you can't solve it. So it's still necessary to have Chen Dishenxian to come out?" Lin Dongxue said in a sarcastic tone, thinking that this guy's self-perception was also too good. "I can't say I'm a sleuth. I'm just a good citizen with a good heart." Hey, say you're fat and you're still wheezing. Enough about that, I'm serious with you. There's something fishy about this case. Do you want to get credit for it? Lin Dongxue stroked a lock of hair at her temples and said in a veiled voice, "Always fighting alone. The team mustn't criticize me? Want to take credit for it? Think. That's fine." Chen Shi smiled. "I'll help you one more time." Looking at the scene of the murder, the police officers have sent out emotions, too tragic. A family all. London City has been almost 10 years without a tragic case of extermination. Right. What kind of person could do such a beastly act? This is undoubtedly a big case. Both will be the biggest case this year. But also Lin Xiaopu put on the police uniform since the biggest case handled. Lin Xiaopu told them to take evidence carefully. Do not miss every trace. He walked back and forth to check at the scene. Lin Xiaopu picked up the remote control for the TV on the table and turned it on. This one was fitted with a set-top box, which showed that the last time it was viewed was late last night around 11 p.m. He called over a police officer and said, "Go over to the property, and see if you photographed any suspicious people entering after 11 p.m. Last night. The body in front of the bathroom." He came to the same conclusion as Lin Dongxue, that the male owner was suddenly killed by the murderer ambushed in the bathroom. Lin Xiaopu stroked his chin and thought, if there are still people at home watching TV at 11 o'clock, the murderer sneaked in should be after that. When the whole family went to bed, the murderer hid in the bathroom. Then the male owner came back from work and was killed by the murderer. Then the murderer killed the old man in the second bedroom, followed by the female owner who heard the commotion and came out, and was killed by him. But why not the children? Did the killer go soft? And what was the purpose of the killing? Revenge? An impulse? At this time a police officer came in, said, "Lin team, we verified the information of this family with the neighbors. The male owner surnamed Kong, called Kong Wendy, is an insurance company staff, female owner surnamed Li Yu, full-time housewife. The two have a boy. Kong Wendy is a foreigner. Li Yu is local. When the two were married, the woman's family sold the house to pay the down payment. Kong Wendy's father-in-law and mother-in-law moved to live together. This year around March Kong Wendy's father-in-law suffered from stomach cancer and died. Died of that is his mother-in-law. Would a very ordinary family have a grudge against someone? You go and ask around again." Lin Xiaopu said. The policeman had just left in front of him when another policeman came in and said, "Team Lin, last night around 11:30, the CCTV captured the male owner of this house and a stranger walking in, around 12 o'clock. Another suspicious person was captured going out. And it looks like the same person in terms of height and build. And I've already made a copy of the footage. Did you get a shot of the face?" Lin Xiaopu asked excitedly. The cop shook his head. The man seemed to know the location of the neighborhood surveillance and intentionally avoided the front face. And he was wrapped in a scarf and wearing a black sweatshirt when he left. Familiar with the location of the surveillance? Lin Xiaopu suddenly walked into the bedroom and opened the closets one by one. The family's clothes were neatly categorized, 1 to 1, and there was an empty hanger in the row of men's clothing. Lin Xiaopu asked, "The color of the scarf?" "White knit." Lin Xiaopu removed the hanger, close to the front to see. There are really some white fibers on it. He handed the hanger to the technical squadron for evidence. Said, "The suspect and the deceased into the community together, wearing clothes taken from the house. He is familiar with the community and this house," indicating that it is an acquaintance of the crime. The police officer who went out to inquire added, "By the way, the property owner also reported that the neighborhood has a gated system and outsiders can't get in." Lin Xiaopu nodded. Acquaintances of the crime. As long as the interpersonal relationship from the deceased to cut into the line, this case has hope to detect. When the police are most afraid of that kind of indiscriminate serial killings. Lin Xiaopu's mood suddenly became lighter as he asked, "Is that driver still standing outside the door? I just saw him chatting with a neighbor when I went upstairs." The subordinate replied, "Tell him to come in." After a while, Lin Dongxue and Chen Shi came in together, looking at his flamboyant sister and this unkempt middle-aged uncle standing together. Lin Xiaopu's heart came to be angry. He wanted to make things difficult for him. Didn't this guy claim to be able to solve the case? Let him know the difference between a layman and a professional. Encountered a problem? Chen Shi said nonchalantly. A sneer surfaced on Lin Xiaopu's lips. Who does this guy think he is? Sherlock? Self-perception is too good, he said. It seems that Mr. Chen is quite confident in his ability to solve crimes. I just love to watch some crime dramas and flip through some detective novels when I have nothing else to do. By the way, do you like Agatha Christie? Don't pull this nonsense with me, Chen Shi. I'm telling you, don't you dare show off here. Classy? Chen Shi shrugged. Team Lin, I haven't said anything yet. You can read minds? Amateurs like you, thinking you're better than the police because you're a little smart and lucky? I've seen a lot of people like you, and since I became a captain, I haven't seen a lot of folk masters like you, and when they end up on the battlefield, every one of them makes people laugh their asses off. There are good and bad folk experts, just like there are smart and stupid police officers. Chen Shi smiled, and upon hearing this offensive remark, Lin Dongxue busily grabbed his sleeve to remind him. This action did not escape the eyes of Lin Xiaopu. He secretly thought, these two people have such a good relationship? Heart miso fire. Today not to give this driver a downward spiral. He will not be surnamed Lin. Really do not see the coffin, not tears. You say you will solve the case, then I give you this opportunity. You just did not see the scene? You come to talk about this case. I would like to see how many kilograms you have. But let's hang the noodles and adjust the salt. There is a word first. If what you say is unreasonable, I hope that you will disappear in front of my eyes from now on, and especially not allowed to contact Lin Dongxue again. Lin Dongxue became anxious and said, Team Lin, who I associate with is my personal matter. Why are you meddling? How old am I now? Do you still treat me as a child with no ability to recognize myself? Lin Xiaopu said in a serious manner. In public, I am your superior. You so bring an amateur in the scene wandering, has been a serious violation of discipline. I cannot manage. In private, when in the face of subordinates, Lin Xiaopu is generally not too willing to recognize their brother and sister relationship. It is omitted into. In private, it is reasonable for me to manage you. Unreasonable, Lin Dongxue pouted. Hey, sister. Lin Xiaopu lost his mouth as soon as he was flustered, and then he resumed the majesty of the big captain. Go back and talk about your problem. Looking at the scene, Chen Shi laughed, and Lin Xiaopu said unhappily, what are you laughing at? It's nothing. I thought how Team Lin was planning to test me, so that's what it is. Okay, I promise. No backtracking. But you have conditions, and I have conditions. Tell me about it. If my reasoning makes sense, you'll have to allow me to be involved in the case. Share with me all the intelligence as well as the progress of the detection. Provide police support if necessary. And of course, I'm not here to add to the chaos. I'll do my best to assist in solving the case. Impossible, Lin Xiaopu almost shouted. You're just a driver. What in the name of what are you going to be involved in the case? It's out of order. People make the rules. And besides, don't the police have a thing about hiring consultants? Counselor? What do you think? The entire Long and with thousands of police officers can't solve the case? Besides, you don't even have an ID. What in the name of going out to investigate? Chen Shi glanced at Lin Dongxue and laughed. I don't need papers. Just partner with her. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaopu immediately caught fire, pointing at Chen Chen and asking, are you trying to? He originally wanted to ask, are you trying to pick up my sister? However, saying this kind of words in front of his subordinates was a bit embarrassing, so he changed his tone and said, what are your intentions? He wanted to ask, are you picking up my sister? But saying this kind of words in front of his subordinates was a bit of a downer, so he changed his words and said, what kind of intentions are you planning to have? My intentions? It's very simple. Just punish the evil and promote the good. You expect me to believe that? Captain Lin, I know you're a police officer. It's your job to suspect everything, so I'm not going to see eye to eye with you. Can we stop pulling all this? It's not understandable to pull it. Let's go back to the topic just now. You open conditions. Why can't I open conditions? Reciprocal bets are only challenging. Or are you weak-minded and scared to the point that the conclusions I come to are more reliable than yours? Knowing that it is a provocation. But Lin Xiaopu still hit the trick. He said, weak heart, big talk. I have been a police officer for so many years, handled more than a dozen cases. Still afraid of being compared to you? Then why don't you say yes, since you don't think I'm capable? What's the harm in saying yes? Lin Xiaopu thought about it. Chen Shi just turned around at the scene, and did not go to the property side of the inquiry and look at the monitoring, so he should be very difficult to come to the conclusion that the acquaintance of the crime. Look at the scene. Who would think that the robbers broke into the murderer killed? With a smile on his face again, he said, yes, I promise. I hope Team Lin keeps his word. Chen Shi smiled faintly. Cut the crap and get on with it. First of all, this is an extermination case. The murderer's order of killing should be first the male owner, then the old lady, then the female owner. I don't know for what reason. The murderer spared the child. Mr. Chen's tall tales are truly astonishing. I was completely unaware of these. Lin Xiaopu sneered, thinking that he didn't need you to say these things. Chen Shi smiled unimpressed and said, and then, it was an acquaintance who committed the crime. What? Lin Xiaopu's eyes widened. You masked it. Masked doesn't count. Man, then let me talk to you about the reasoning process. Chen Shi walked to the door, pointed to the wall and said, usually people have light switches when they enter the door, but this one is installed with a remote control switch. You guys can look for it. There must be a remote control. The lights were off when I came in. The time of the deceased's death should have been around 12 o'clock last night. The lights should have been on at that time, and the murderer turned the lights off when he left, which means that the murderer has been to this home before, and is most likely a friend of this family, and he knows this detail. Wait, how did you tell about the time of death? The necrophilia, the necropsy and the cloudiness of the pupils. I've read some of the forensic writings, so I have some idea. Lin Xiaopu shed cold sweat. This guy is really deep. He said, based on this alone, it cannot be judged that it is an acquaintance to commit the crime. The male body in the front of the bathroom. He was killed from behind by being hit with the lid of the toilet reservoir. And from the inverted direction of the body it is easy to conclude that the murderer was ambushed in the bathroom. This conclusion. You want to say it isn't? Not really. Did you look inside the toilet? There was a bubble of urine that hadn't been flushed out, either by the murderer or on the victim, which proves that this inference doesn't hold water, and that the murderer and the man were probably having a conversation in front of the bathroom, and the murderer took advantage of it to kill the man. Lin Xiaopu said to one of his subordinates, go check it out. The subordinate went over to take a look and said, there is indeed unflushed pee inside the toilet. Lin Xiaopu bit his lip. How could he overlook this detail and let this guy take advantage of him? He asked, is there more? There is also the most important point, the tools used by the murderer to kill. All of them are from this house. He did not bring his own murder weapon, according to which it can be deduced that the murderer walked into this door. It is very likely that there is no murder premeditation. There is another detail. There is a big pot of silver ear and lotus seed soup in the kitchen. There is a bowl in the old lady's house. There are 4 bowls in the wash basin, which means that there was one more person at that time. How could the owner serve silver ear and lotus seed soup to a stranger? He must be an acquaintance, and a very familiar person. Visiting late at night, the relationship must be great. Lin Xiaopu was both impressed and remorseful. This guy was talking his head off and analyzing it more comprehensively than they were. Lin Xiaopu was silent, and Chen Shi said, Captain Lin, you haven't forgotten your promise, have you? Lin Xiaopu suddenly realized that the other policemen were all watching, and he chirped, get to work. When the crowd dispersed, he let out a long breath and said, fine, you can operate with the task force, but under my command, limited to this case. Glancing at Lin Dongxue, Lin Xiaopu thought, I definitely won't let you take advantage of this. I don't accept. Chen Shi replied, don't you dare. When you're on my task force you're under my command. I don't need individual heroism. If you don't accept that, please go back. Chen Shi laughed and shook his head. There wasn't this additional condition just now. What is it to suddenly bring it up now? A child playing tricks? In terms of age I am 10 years older than you, but you can't really treat yourself as a child. Being contradicted to my face. Lin Xiaopu was so angry that he almost went crazy. I won't allow you to investigate the case with Lin Dongxue. Brother, on what grounds? Lin Dongxue said. Yeah, reason. Because she's your sister? Chen Shi also asked. Being told the heart of the matter, Lin Xiaopu's face flushed for a while. He deliberately avoided the question and said, when I say I won't allow it, I won't allow it. You're not a member of the team. She is, and she has to obey orders. Lin Dongxue, I won't allow you two to partner up. Brother, you're so unreasonable. Lin Dongxue was so angry that she twisted her head and left. Chen Shi was also ready to leave, but was suddenly grabbed by Lin Xiaopu's shoulder. Lin Xiaopu said, when I beg you, don't hit my sister. Which eye did you see me hitting on her? Chen Shi asked with a bit of amusement. There are so many people on the team. Who can't you partner with but her? She's not capable and inexperienced. Captain Lin, do you know the biggest difference between her and you? She doesn't look at people, while you, from the first time we met, have been treating me like a driver. Taking a person's occupation and origin to measure their value is the greatest injustice. Little comrade, I hope you can strengthen your mind and treat people as equals. After saying that, Chen Shi backhanded on Lin Xiaopu's shoulder and left. Looking at Chen Shi's back as he left, Lin Xiaopu's face turned green and red as one of his subordinates came over to speak, and he said in a heavy tone, what for? The other party was taken aback and said cautiously, Team Lin, we found an IOU. What IOU? Loan sharks. This family is carrying huge amounts of loan sharks. As soon as he heard this, Lin Xiaopu's mind returned to his work, and he said, what's the total amount? With interest, it's close to $800,000. The subordinate said, this is an astronomical figure for an ordinary family. Lin Xiaopu suddenly a ray of hope rose in his heart. It seems that the case has a clue. Nasty. Nasty. Coming downstairs, Lin Dongxue indignantly kicked the stones on the ground. Miss Lin, why are you so angry? Chen Shi walked up from behind and asked with a smile. I'm most annoyed that my brother is in charge of me at every turn. Lin Dongxue stopped to abuse a branch sticking out of the flower bed. I'm curious as to why you went to City Hall in the first place if you weren't on good terms. Not at all. When I first applied, I intentionally avoided the precinct where he worked, but I didn't realize that a year after I came in, he suddenly transferred here as a first sergeant and said he was here to take care of me. Ugh, it's so annoying. Actually, your brother still loves you. Don't speak for him. I hate hearing he's doing it for your own good. It's so standoffish. Try having a control freak brother like that in your life. Fine. Forget I said that. Where to next? Go to the hospital. See if the little boy is awake. I haven't paid for the ambulance yet. Just in time to settle the bill. Lin Dongxue surveyed the layout of the neighborhood and said, won't you visit? Look for any witnesses. There's no need. Your brother will definitely do this. The police will definitely investigate more meticulously and comprehensively. And since he promised to share information with me, I don't think he'll go back on his word. Lin Dongxue looked at him curiously. I thought you'd say something superior, but it turns out that you'd also admit to inadequacies. When was I superior? Chen Shi smiled bitterly. Of course there are shortcomings of fighting alone. In fact, the matter of investigating the case is to fight for manpower. The more manpower invested, the easier the case is to be solved. This is a big case. The police will surely pay attention to it. As for whether or not your brother can solve the case in front of us, I will first have reservations. Lin Dongxue snorted. And you say you're not superior. Obviously. The two of them drove to the hospital in a whirlwind. And when they paid the medical bills, Chen Shi said, please open an invoice, and write Longan City Criminal Police Brigade on the head. Lin Dongxue taunted. You're really not polite. Why be polite? I'm not a millionaire. The two were led by a nurse down to the ward where the little boy was, who said that the boy had broken his ankle and arm bone, had a slight concussion, and was physically unharmed. Came to the ward, the little boy wearing a hospital gown, sitting on the bed looking out of the window silent tears. Lin Dongxue suddenly a burst of heartache, thought of the day when his parents died in a car accident when he was a child. For a child, this blow is no less than the sky collapsed. Little friend, are you alright? Chen Shi said softly. The little boy turned his face streaked with tears, and he didn't say a word. Does it still hurt anywhere? Uncle wants to ask you something, okay? Chen Shi was completely clueless, and Lin Dongxue whispered, let me try. She smiled and asked, little friend, what's your name? Sister is a police officer. Don't be afraid. We will protect you. The little boy suddenly cried out and pounced on Lin Dongxue, who hugged his thin body, patting his back and gently comforting him. It's okay. It's okay. Chen Shi passed her an admiring look. The little boy cried so sadly. Lin Dongxue did not know what to ask. For him to recall what happened last night, it is a bit cruel. Is hesitating between Chen Shi suddenly asked, what happened last night? Do you still remember? The little boy looked at him fearfully and hugged Lin Dongxue tighter. Still not speaking, Chen Shi asked again. Your mom and dad. The little boy suddenly shrank back under the covers, covering his head and screaming in agony. Stop asking. It's not the right time. Lin Dongxue whispered. Why is there such a big reaction? Chen Shi mused. Still say. Lin Dongxue chided. Do you have a little conscience? Hurry up and leave. Just come back next time. Chen Shi left with Lin Dongxue with a thoughtful face. When he was about to leave the hospital he suddenly walked back quickly. Lin Dongxue didn't call how he called. Chen Shi didn't go to the wards. He came straight to the nurse's station, and asked, who's in charge of the little boy in Ward 203? A chubby nurse said, what can I do for you? Please take a moment to speak. The three came aside. Chen Shi took out his cell phone and said, add a Weibo. What do you want? The fat nurse said warily. Lin Dongxue didn't know what kind of drugs this guy was selling in his gourd. She pulled out her ID and said, we are the police. Please cooperate. Did something happen to that little boy at home? As soon as she saw the police badge, the nurse's gossip was aroused. Add WeChat. I have something to do, Chen Shi repeated. Oh, yes. After adding WeChat, Chen Shi quickly transferred $1,000 to her, and the nurse was stunned, saying, wow, big brother, What is this for? Want me to take good care of him? Don't worry, I will. I can't accept this money. There are rules here. Do one thing for me. While the little boy is hospitalized, if someone comes to visit, you have to remember the visitor's facial features, preferably on video, and then contact me. Can you do that? Make me an eyesore? The nurse said with a blank look on her face. Don't think about it too much. It's just assisting with the case. But I only have a day job this week. You figure it out. For money's sake. The nurse agreed anyway and took the money. Leaving the hospital, Lin Dongxue looked at Chen Shi in disbelief and said, "You guy, usually stingy. Why are you so generous all of a sudden? In the first place, I'm not usually stingy, and you don't know me, and in the second place, this matter is connected with the case. You think the murderer will come to visit the little boy?" Lin Dongxue guessed. Inside the whole case, the biggest doubt is this: why the murderer left the little boy alone. This is definitely a breakthrough. It's not necessarily true. Some people are bad, but they don't prey on children. So he did it to an 80-year-old man? Chen Shi woke up the dreamer with one word. Lin Dongxue suddenly realized. Right, the first thing the murderer puts into consideration is always his own safety. And under such a premise, any kind of goodness of nature does not exist. Since he can lay his hands on an old man, it's categorically impossible for him to spare a child alone. So there's some other reason here, and that reason will determine the final course of the entire case. Could the murderer be a relative? At this time Lin Xiupu called and said, "Dongxue, the case has been established. Come back to the meeting." Hanging up the phone, Lin Dongxue said, "My brother called me back. Come along?" "No, just tell me about it afterward." Chen Shi suddenly sized up Lin Dongxue. Lin Dongxue said, "What are you looking at, uncle? You're dressed like that for a task force meeting?" Lin Dongxue looked towards herself before remembering that it was the weekend and she was dressed too casually. Chen Shi said, "Go to your house and change your clothes. Is it in time? I don't want to be late." If the old driver says it's in time, it's definitely in time. Chen Shi laughed. Chen Shi parked his car under Lin Dongxue's house. Looking at this unimpressive neighborhood, Chen Shi asked, "This is where you live? Do you mean that my place is too bad? Or do you think that the location here is not good? Rented house, well, from here to work closer. I go up on my own on the line. You do not follow. And you are not familiar enough to let you into the home. I will just wait for you here. You are just like your brother. You love to think the worst of people." Chen Shi laughed. "That's different. My brother is paranoid. I'm just normal girl's wary. 25 years old, dating age, and you have the nerve to call yourself a girl? Looking for a fight?" Lin Dongxue raised her pink fist. "Mercy, mercy, mercy. Wait for me here." Saying that, Lin Dongxue got out of the car and went. Chen Shi lying on the steering wheel in a daze. The door of the neighborhood out of a pair of fathers and sons. The father pulling the toddler boy, his face full of pampering, carefully said, "Baby, slow down." Looking at it, Chen Shi thought of something and didn't notice when Lin Dongxue came over. She tapped on the car door and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Just geeking out," Chen Shi replied. Lin Dongxue changed into a jacket that she usually wears. Her hair is tied into a ponytail, looking clean and sharp. Chen Shi also noticed that her face seems to be not as white as just now, so it turned out that she had just put on light makeup. "Go," Lin Dongxue said. On the way, Lin Dongxue asked, "You're still doing what you did last time? Guess what my brother will find out. How else can I check? Since it has been determined that it is an acquaintance who committed the crime. It is only from the interpersonal relationship to start with. The reality of the murder cannot be so much love and affection. Private conflicts in all honesty is nothing more than two words, interests. So your brother will focus on checking out some of the people who have interest disputes with the deceased. Then, he will most likely send you to check the witnesses. How do you know so much about my brother? It's not that I know him, it's just that he's so easy to understand." Lin Dongxue was happy. "You're scolding my brother for being stupid. There are only two possibilities for a person of your brother's age to climb to such a position. One is a genius, and the other is a stupid bird that flew first. Where does my brother belong? Stupid bird who thinks he's a genius." Lin Dongxue laughed loudly and punched Chen Shi, saying, "Your reasoning is unreasonable. There is another possibility. Maybe it's by family ties? There's no chance of that. Your parents are dead. Where's the connection?" Lin Dongxue suddenly said in shock. "How do you know?" Guessed. You see, you don't live with your parents but rent a house outside. And you didn't mention your parents once in the conversation with you. And the one who introduced you to the blind date was also your aunt. So I guess like this. If I offended, please forgive me. Lin Dongxue will be convinced. I do not know whether it is a mistake. Always calm and collected, Chen Shi just showed a trace of panic. It is impossible that he knows her brother. On second thought, how can this be possible? The two men's lives do not intersect at all. Lin Dongxue back to the city bureau. The meeting room was packed. Lin Xiaopu as usual straightened his back, gazed around the crowd, said, "Our city last night? A large murder tragedy. The deceased Kong is an insurance company staff." After the introduction of the situation of the deceased and the case, he continued, "The bureau attaches great importance to this case. Once the case is made public, it will cause the province and even the country's attention. So we must give the deceased an explanation. To give the public an account, please all of you here are serious about it, and take out all of your energy to put on the detective work, and strive for 48 hours to solve the case. Have confidence in it? Have faith." The crowd responded in unison. Lin Xiaopu turned off the lights, using the projector to project the scene photos one by one on the screen. While explaining the scene, the police officers who were not involved in the scene of the investigation saw the miserable corpses, and have issued a low gasp of surprise. People also expressed their views. From the current grasp of the various clues, this case should be acquaintances. Lin Xiaopu assigned to the investigation task is also from the deceased's interpersonal relationships, especially to the deceased loan 800,000 loan sharks, is the focus of the investigation of this case. Hearing this, Lin Dongxue once again greatly admired Chen Shi for guessing exactly right. He had guessed something else. The task assigned to her was really the least difficult one, visiting witnesses. In the past, Lin Dongxue would definitely have protested, but now that she had Chen Shi as a powerful helper, she no longer dwelled on this matter, instead thinking, "The more you belittle me, the more I'm going to take credit to show you." However, Lin Xiaopu's next words surprised her as Lin Xiaopu said, "By the way, Lin Dongxue, you and Xiaodong will go together." "What?" Lin Dongxue said subconsciously. What? Obey orders? That's it. Dismissed. The police officers went on their missions one after another, and Su Xiaodong, who had been assigned a beautiful job, joyfully came over and said, "Dongxue, let's both go now." Lin Dongxue angry gritted his teeth. Ghosts can see. Lin Xiaopu was not assured, only told Su Xiaodong to follow. She mentally scolded Lin Xiaopu simply too small-minded. Taking a look at Su Xiaodong, Lin Dongxue said, "I'm going to the restroom." Coming to the corridor, Lin Dongxue called Chen Shi and said, "I really let you guess. My brother really told me to find the witness. Not only that, he also sent a colleague along." "Ha ha." On the other end of the phone, Chen Shi laughed. "Then go. But, I know you're eager to get credit." The voice that spoke came from the cell phone and the side at the same time. Lin Dongxue twisted her head to see that Chen Shi had actually strutted in. Lin Dongxue hung up the phone and said, "What are you doing here? Didn't Team Lin all but promise to let me assist in solving the case, so it's okay for me to come in?" Continuing with what I just said, "I know you're eager to take credit, but at the ice-breaking stage of the case, everyone is grasping at straws, so it's okay for you to go and visit. So what are you doing, with me? Forget this kind of drudgery. No justice. Actually, I came to see what the technical squadron had found out. I'm more interested in hearing an objective appraisal than the opinion of a human being. It's much more helpful for detection." At this time, Su Xiaodong walked out of the conference room, and when he saw Chen Shi, his mouth turned into an O shape and said, "Ha, you're not that whoever from last time? My humble self, Chen Shi. Team Lin asked me to come here to assist in solving the case. More guidance." Chen Shi spoke out loud, holding a chicken feather as an arrow, and also extended a hand. Su Xiaodong shook his hand in confusion and turned his head to ask Lin Dongxue, "Did Team Lin really call him?" "Oh yes, a tall man." Su Xiaodong marveled. "Dare not dare not dare." Chen Shi pointed to the front. "I'll go to the technical squadron first." "Wait," Lin Dongxue called out to him. "You don't know anyone here, let me take you there. It's just that I want to hear it too." Arriving at the technical squadron, the forensic pathologist was conducting an autopsy on the body, while the technical police officers were assaying the various exhibits extracted from the scene. The two stood in the doorway. When Su Xiaodong also followed, Lin Dongxue said in a bad mood, "What are you doing here?" "We're partners," Su Xiaodong replied. "Who's partnering you?" Su Xiaodong covered his chest with his hand and made a sad face as if he was hurt inside. Squadron leader Peng Siju was giving orders. "Xiao Zhang, take these epidermal samples to the laboratory, and then do an optical pathology out." "Xiaoli, did you analyze the topography of the footprints at the scene?" "Hey, where's my candy? Where's my candy?" Looking left and right, Pengjack found a pack of mints under a pile of papers, popped one into his mouth, and buried his head in a few papers to sign. Same old story. Chen Shi whispered to himself and walked straight over. "I would like to ask, has the blood on the hilt of the murder weapon at the scene been labored out yet?" Without looking up, Peng Siju asked, "Who are you? Do you think this is a hospital where anyone can come in?" "Hospitals still need to register. It was Team Lin who asked me to help solve the case. Prove it, Pengjack said briefly, his eyes in his black-rimmed glasses still skimming the file. Lin Dongxue walked over and said, Captain Pang, what he said is true. I can testify. Written proof. Peng Siju didn't buy it in the slightest. Having a cold face, he was always known for his iron face. Lin Dongxue, who touched the nail, cried and laughed. Chen Shi took out his cell phone and called Lin Xiupu. After listening to the understanding, Lin Xiupu said, Nonsense. Who allowed you to get in the way of people's work? I will naturally tell you if there is a situation. Team Lin, tell someone, please. Chen Shi turned on the speakerphone and put it on the table. There was a moment of silence before Lin Xiupu said in a helpless tone, Shaka, this man is the one I asked to help. You can reveal information to him. Only then did Peng Siju raise his head and take a look at Chen Shi, then turned on the recording function of his own cell phone and said, Team Lin, repeat that sentence again. I want to record it as testimony. The police force up and down know Peng Siju's serious character. So Lin Xiupu said again. After recording, Peng Siju only spoke, DNA identification is not so fast. Still have to wait a few hours. A little common sense, no? There are specialties, Chen Shi replied with a smile. Which ones have been analyzed now? Peng Siju turned around and threw a bunch of photos on the table. A set of bloodstained footprints were found at the scene. Size 43 sneakers with severe wear on the outside. There was no match in the shoes that were brought back. Presumably they should have been left by the murderer. What are the shoe sizes on the scene? 34, 35, 43, Pengjack replied fluidly. The murderer and the man of the house were the same shoes, Chen Shi mused. What about the others? 4 sets of fingerprints were recovered. 2 sets of fingerprints on top of the murder weapon, male and female owners, and no murderers. The male owner's fingerprints were more numerous. Those bulls at the scene, fingerprints should be able to be lifted from them. And since the killer was an acquaintance, it's unlikely that he ate with gloves on to begin with. Xiao Zhang, Pengjack called out to one of the officers and repeated the question. The officer named Chong replied, there are only the fingerprints of a family of 4 on the bull. No others. Too cautious, Chen Shi said darkly. Su Xiaodong said, I understand. The murderer had a premeditated plan and coated the fingerprints with 502 blue. Captain Pang, check if there is any 502 blue residue on top of the murder weapon and bull. Pang's Jew glared at Su Xiaodong. I don't need you to direct my work. I certainly won't miss out on what needs to be done. Saying that, he stuffed another candy into his mouth. No. Sorry, Su Xiaodong, who ate a blank stare, said sardonically. Pengjack added. Salivary enzyme comparisons also showed that there were only 4 people who ate. 5 bowls and only 4 people eating? Chen Shi was puzzled. Peng Siju slanted him a glance. My lab tests don't make mistakes. Chen Shi said. I have no intention of doubting you. By the way, I would like to ask you to do a test for me. The blood on the murder weapon. If it is an outsider, please do a paternity test with the blood of this little boy. Sample. I'll send it later. I see. Please go back if you're fine. Don't disturb our work. Excuse me. Leaving the technical squadron, Lin Dongxue said to Chen Shi. Captain Pang is this kind of character. The rest of our team couldn't stand it at first. It's fine. It's fine. In fact, this kind of character is quite good and efficient. Chen Shi laughed. I said, why did you take the murderer's blood and the boy for a paternity test? Did you suspect? Nothing, just doing a process of elimination. The two spoke, leaving Su Xiaodong hanging out to dry as he said unhappily, Dongxue, it's only been a few days since we've seen each other. Why are you so close to this uncle? Are the rumors in the team true? Lin Dongxue stood and turned around. What's it to you who I know? Also, what's the rumor going around the team? No. Nothing? Su Xiaodong smiled. Say it, is someone talking about me behind my back? There's no need to mind what others say. Hurry up and get on with business, Chen Shi said. I hate it when people talk behind my back. Lin Dongxue made a disgusted expression. This kind of thing she knows very well. She is the captain's own sister. Other people like to speculate that she is the backdoor in. The actual situation is not at all like this. And precisely because it is Lin Xiupu's younger sister, she instead of the opportunity to take credit than anyone else less than the team state for 2 years almost a little credit has not been established. When he came outside, Chen Shi suddenly stood still, and Lin Dongxue said, what are you doing? Are you really not coming with us? Chen Shi said, I went to the hospital to take the little boy's blood samples, finished and went back to make up for it. You have made progress and then tell me. I'm not a police officer. There is no need to follow you back to back. What are your thoughts on this case? What about your brother's side? Where does he plan to focus his detection? A loan shark, Su Xiaodong interjected. This family owes $800,000. The loan sharks are simply terrible. Chen Shi thought for a moment and said, I'll make a suggestion. Ask around while we're visiting. How did this family come to owe so much money? So, do you think that this lender could be the killer? Don't forget that thing I said. Lin Dongxue thought about it. He should mean that the murderer had mercy on the little boy. And on that level, the loan shark was unlikely to be a suspect. We'll see you later. Chen Shi smiled, then walked away. Su Xiaodong asked Lin Dongxue, Dongxue, so you like older men? Scram, Lin Dongxue said without thinking. On second thought, Su Xiaodong is usually always all kinds of attentiveness. Take this opportunity to let him deadheart is also good. And then changed his words. Yes, I just like mature uncle. What's wrong? Su Xiaodong looked embarrassed and said, but he's not familiar at all. Look at this unkempt appearance and the smell of smoke on his body. It's disgusting. Humph. That's still more mature than others who talk about people behind their backs as soon as they turn around. Saying that, Lin Dongxue also walked away. Su Xiaodong tilted his head and pondered over what she said for half a day. Muttering to himself, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Lin Dongxue sat in Su Xiaodong's car back to the case of the neighborhood. The two and the deceased were the unit building to inquire. The crime was already late at night. The residents did not hear anything unusual, just reflect the situation of the family. Neighbors said the family is quite kind, usually often give some food to the neighbors, and sometimes clean the building, especially the male owner, in and out of the people to greet people, is a good old man. As for Chen Shi accounted for that problem. The neighbors do not know. Only alive across the street Moncler Outlet Online said a while ago there is a gang of unsavory people to inquire about the address of the Kong Wendy, carrying paint in hand. It looks like to splash paint usually. Moncler Outlet Online warned them not to mess around, but also contacted the security guards, before they blew them away. Lin Dongxue was about to say thank you and end the questioning when Chen Shi called and asked, how's the investigation going? Not much progress. They say the family is nice and neighborly. Ask about the couple's relationship and will you look into the case? After saying that, Chen Shi hung up the phone. Lin Dongxue muttered, are you my boss? Then she said to the grandfather, one more question. How is their relationship as a couple? What's there to ask? The couple must have a good relationship. This guy is just directing blindly. Do you really listen to him? Su Xiaodong heard the call just now and complained. I didn't expect Moncler Outlet Store to say without thinking. It was fine before, but this year, I don't know why. I always fight. Yes, the two were startled, and Lin Dongxue was busy pursuing. Can you be more specific? There was some commotion coming from the Moncler Outlet Store house, and Moncler Outlet Store Online he said, my soup is boiling. Sorry, and then went inside. The two exchanged glances and Lin Dongxue said, go in. It's not good. People didn't agree. Su Xiaodong said, what's wrong with that? Lin Dongxue went straight into the house. Moncler Outlet Store finished working in the kitchen, brought out 2 bowls of rib soup and said, you guys are tired too. Have some soup. Ah, no need. It's fine. It's fine. Over a drink. The 2 men had to respectfully comply with the order. Moncler Outlet, said the deceased husband and wife quarreled especially frequently, basically 5 days a big quarrel, 3 days a small quarrel. Every time a quarrel will be wrestling pots and pans flinging bowls. The child also cried especially fierce. The old man of the family will be pulling the side of the fight, everywhere counting the male master of the wrong. A few times in the middle of the night, he heard the male master of the yell, this kind of life, I do not want to live. I don't want to live like this. Lin Dongxue thought, this Moncler Outlet Store how so clear about the opposite side of the thing. She looked around the house. There is no TV in the house. All sorts of furnishings to see Moncler Outlet Store is living alone. I think the old people who live alone are very lonely, and therefore love to pay attention to these parents. Coming to such a conclusion, she was quite beautiful in her heart. As the saying goes, the nearer the better. She could now do some decent reasoning herself. Grandpa, this couple quarreled. Why? Lin Dongxue asked. Why? Moncler Outlet Store Online. A look of the dark expression of lifting the bottom of the other people. Poor couples have everything to worry about. What else can be why? Money. The family is carrying such a huge debt, and all 4 of them are relying on the man's salary of a few $1,000s. Cannot be anxious? The couple is under pressure, so they can quarrel over small matters. It seems you've got a pretty good feel for it. That's true. There's nothing in this neighborhood I don't know about. Moncler Outlet Store. At this time Su Xiaodong interjected. Grandpa, your soup is a bit salty. Lin Dongxue took a look. This guy with a missing string in his head was actually really drinking soup, and had almost finished a bowl. She immediately pummeled him with her elbow, and Su Xiaodong let out a cry with a wail. Then I'll go add some more water. Moncler Outlet Store. He was ready to get up. No, ignore him. You continue. Do you know why their family owes so much money? I didn't hear him mention it, but I guess it's because of the old man's disease. His old man was in March this year, before the delay of almost a year. spent a lot of money, and finally the person is gone. The money also hit the water. At that time, I advised him to conservative treatment. Do not operate. The hospital is what place? Want money to life place. The old man are more than 80. Early to go, late to go is also a go. Spend that money is not necessary. Alas, these days, sick is to die. Ah, Lin Dongxue pondered. It seems to make sense, but also feel what is not right. Su Xiaodong began to evaluate the taste of the soup again. Complimented a few Moncler Outlet online words of cooking. Moncler Outlet store was very happy, hoping that they will come to eat often in the future. Lin Dongxue suddenly wanted to understand. Asked, but, the average person will borrow loan sharks to cure the disease? Really smash the pot is also the house mortgaged. By the way, his family's real estate did not move, right? Moncler Outlet store shaking his head. I'm not sure about this. Asked the police station. Little girl, why don't you drink the soup? Oh, here's a drink. After drinking the soup, the Moncler Outlet store sent the two out the door. Su Xiaodong is still close to the Moncler Outlet store, and when he left the unit building, Lin Dongxue blankly glanced at him and said, "Did you run here to investigate the case or to eat?" You don't understand. It's called making good relations with the public. If I hadn't been there to get close, would you have been able to inquire about these situations? Lin Dongxue lazily ignored him, sent a WeChat to tell Chen Shi these clues. Chen Shi almost seconds back a sentence, this matter must be strange. Go to the deceased company. Su Xiaodong peeked in and said, this guy really thinks he's an onion? He's even commanding us. I'll listen to Team Lin. Not Kim. People are 100 times more powerful than you. Lin Dongxue choked. Su Xiaodong doubled down and said, Dongxue, you don't really like that, do you? Lin Dongxue walked straight to the outside of the neighborhood. Su Xiaodong caught up. It's 5 o'clock. Why don't we find a place to eat? I'll treat you. Eat, 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 just know how to eat. Hurry up and visit people's companies before they get off work. Immediately, the two came to the insurance company where Kong Wendy was employed, and the place was not yet closed. Su Xiaodong suddenly had a flash of insight and said, I understand. The deceased was from an insurance company. This case must be related to insurance. What can it matter? Lin Dongxue asked rhetorically. Let's say someone took him out on bail. Insurance beneficiaries are usually immediate family members. Outsiders are out of the question. Su Xiaodong scratched his cheeks and said unwillingly, I think there's still a connection. Ask around. The two found Kong Wendy where the team leader is a big mom. Asked about Kong Wendy. The big mom said, small hole he is quite good, and dedicated and honest. In my hands under the dry 10 years. Did not make any difference. Do you know that he owes a huge amount of money to loan sharks? Lin Dongxue asked. Loan shark. Big mom was shocked, then showed a thoughtful expression, but that expression flickered away. Lin Dongxue did not care. I'm not sure about that. It's his private matter, I guess. Has he ever voted for insurance? Su Xiaodong asked. Voted? To whom? Himself, his wife, his mother-in-law and his children. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaodong instantly came to life. Excitedly said to Lin Dongxue, Look, look, look. I told you that this case is related to insurance. The older woman was surprised and asked, Case? What case? Lin Dongxue was furious in her heart. Su Xiaodong, this unreliable guy, didn't inquire about any information, but instead stabbed the case out. Lin Dongxue was busy looking for a remedy. I'm very sorry, this is something we are not at liberty to disclose. Auntie said, that won't do. Kong Wendy is my employee. Of course I have to care about him. What's wrong with him? Lin Dongxue was still ready to say something. Who knew that the heartless Su Xiaodong spoke up? He was killed. What? Big Mom covered her mouth in surprise. Lin Dongxue was now in the mood to strangle Su Xiaodong. And the older woman asked, Who did this? If we knew who did it, we wouldn't be here. Su Xiaodong said, laughing a little at his own sense of humor. So you guys are checking this out? You guys suspect someone from the company? No, we're just asking around. Oh yeah, don't say anything about this. Oh, we police haven't made it public yet. Understand. Lin Dongxue gasped and gritted her teeth. People must have turned around and told their colleagues, and then urged it, don't talk nonsense. This kind of talk is the difference between saying and not saying. Su Xiaodong asked smartly, do you know who Kong Wendy has a personal grudge against? As far as I know, no, Kong Wendy is quite well liked, even if there are 1 or 2 colleagues who can't get along, but not to the point of fighting to the death. Lin Dongxue wrenched the topic back and asked, just now you said that Kong Wendy insured his entire family. What was the situation? Insurance? We are in the insurance business. It is normal to buy an insurance policy for yourself, and sometimes the performance of the month is not enough, so you buy a copy to make up the bill. This is normal. Like me is the whole family in the safe. Lin Dongxue looked at the shocked Su Xiaodong and said, now you have nothing to say. Really smart. Lin Dongxue continued to ask, we still want to find out about the huge amount of loan sharks he owes. This, said the older woman, wanting to speak. If you don't know, forget it, let's go ask someone else. Su Xiaodong was already preparing to stand up. He embezzled public funds. Big Mom snapped. The two sat back down again. And Lin Dongxue was surprised. What? Why didn't you say anything just now? I only just remembered. Big Mom smiled. This acting was really bad. Even Lin Dongxue could see that the other party must have known that Kong Wendy was dead. On the one hand, there were no more worries. On the other hand, she was afraid of suffering from suspicion. So she informed the truth. In that case, Su Xiaodong's inadvertent disclosure of the case has done some good. Can you elaborate? It's like this. Kong Wendy is in charge of the newcomer training piece. In the first half of the year, the company's accountant found dozens of false invoices. There are hundreds of new employees that actually don't even exist. And someone falsely claimed a large sum of training funds in their name, totaling to about $400,000. So many, Su Xiaodong exclaimed. This is a check on the head of the Kong Wendy. This kid thought that watertight. But the company specializes in special management. A check is not to check him? I privately fined him confrontation. He admitted the misappropriation. At first a small amount to move. And then more and more big. The courage is also more and more fat. And even moved away from the 400,000. We are all old colleagues. I do not want to get to the point of public court. He was ordered to plug this gap. I do not care what he used. Later he did pay back the money. I did not mention this again. How many months? Lin Dongxue said. Early April this year. I remember. Thank you for your cooperation. Leaving the insurance company, Lin Dongxue tried to summarize the clues. She analyzed. It seems that Kong Wendy misappropriated public funds in the front. And then the old man was sick. Took this money to see a doctor. And then after the east window, which had no choice but to borrow loan sharks. Su Xiaodong said, after all is said and done, the most suspicious is the loan shark anyway. You really think loan sharks kill people? Do you know who the loan sharks are? They are all rogue gangs and gangsters. You are the one who has not been in contact and do not understand how ruthless these people are. Su Xiaodong said with vigor. Lin Dongxue secretly thought, if not for Chen Shi had mentioned her before, perhaps she would also think so. In any case, she preferred to believe Chen Shi's speculation. Loan sharks are definitely not murderers. It's getting late. Let me send you home, Su Xiaodong said with a smile. No need. I'll take a taxi myself. See you at the unit tomorrow. Saying that, Lin Dongxue walked straight to the curb and waved to stop a cab. In the evening she sent a message to Chen Shi, telling him the progress. Chen Shi did not reply. Probably really went to sleep. She could not help but complain. How this guy happened to be so leisurely at this time. The next morning, she came to the bureau and went to the technical squadron first. In the empty office, the squadron leader Peng Siju was looking at some data on the screen. Judging from the several cans of Red Bull on the table, he must have stayed up all night. Just in time, Peng Siju said, there's the DNA test results on the table. See for yourself. Lin Dongxue picked up a look. The identification of the little boy's blood sample and the drop of blood on the hilt of the knife turned out to be a 99% match. She almost exclaimed. Chen Shi guessed exactly right. The little boy and the murderer is a father-son relationship. What are you happy about? Peng Siju suddenly poured a bucket of cold water. Look at the third page. Lin Dongxue turned to the third page with a skeptical look on her face. And after reading the results, she said in surprise, that drop of blood. Penzjak turned in his chair, a bag of mints in his hand. The drop of blood was the man's, not the murderer's. That's not right. The handle of the knife is cracked. It obviously cut the killer's finger. How did the man's blood get splattered on it? That's your job now. I'll just provide the identification. Okay, thanks. Wait, the man you were with yesterday. Who was he? A driver. Peng Siju stroked his chin and mused. The way he talks, how is he a bit like that guy? Who is it? Lin Dongxue asked. I wasn't talking to you. Go away and don't get in the way of my work. Peng Siju coldly gave his expulsion order. Humph. Who are you making a stink face for? Leaving the technical squadron. Lin Dongxue muttered in her heart. But on second thought, Peng Siju had at least done a favor. So it was unreasonable not to show it. The team hadn't arrived yet. Lin Dongxue went outside to buy a Yangon soy milk set meal, carried it to the technical squadron, and said with a smile on her face, Captain Peng, thank you. I've bought you a breakfast. Eat it while it's hot. I appreciate the thought. I don't eat anything outside. You take it away. Peng Siju didn't look back at the computer. If she didn't know that he was this kind of character, Lin Dongxue really wanted to throw the breakfast in her hand at his face. she still said politely, "I'll put it on the table." "Hey, take it away." Pang Si-ju turned around. Lin Dongshui had already disappeared. He shook his head inside, stood up and closed the door behind him, then opened the hot breakfast, tasted a mouthful of the skin egg and thin meat porridge, and grumbled, "It's awful." Then, flying through the food, in the conference room, the police officers arrived one after another. A lot of people are sleep deprived at the moment of the big case, but this does not affect their mood. Colleagues meet still smiling greetings, handing cigarettes. Lin Dongshui sat in the corner. The DNA identification results with WeChat to inform Chenshur. Chenshur still did not reply. She complained, "Where to die?" Suddenly the noisy conference room instantly quieted down. Lin Dongshui immediately sat up straight. It turned out that Lin Xiaopu came in. He majestically looked around the circle below and said, "All here? Let's have a meeting." Lin Xiaopu summarized the clues he has so far. After technical identification, fingerprints, DNA, salivary enzymes, shoe prints found at the scene are no outsiders. Lin Xiaopu said, "It seems that the murderer is very cunning. He did not leave a trace, which also confirms that he is very weak-minded, and that he was in the circle of the deceased's interpersonal relationships." Su Xiaodong raised his hand and said, "The murderer must have used 502 blue to cover the fingerprints. It can be tested." Lin Dongshui thought to herself, still holding on to this matter. An experienced veteran police officer immediately retorted, "Did you use 502 blue to cover the fingerprints? There's no point in checking this, and 502 blue can't be used as an exhibit in court, and it's a waste of time." "Ah, that makes sense." Su Xiaodong hit the nail on the head and sat back sardonically. Lin Xiaopu called to open the projector. He worked very efficiently. Yesterday has been the deceased couple's interpersonal relationships lined up once. Listed 3 people with criminal motives. Ranked first is already identified loan sharks. Nicknamed Big Tiger's former hooligan molecules. This guy, who, can be said to be inferior? Leaving a lot of cases, this person's whereabouts are unknown. I think he has a lot of suspicion of committing a crime, Lin Xiaopu said here. Suddenly stopped, because a hand was raised. Lin Dongshui, who never spoke at meetings, stubbornly raised her hand. Lin Xiaopu couldn't turn a blind eye. So he said, "Lin Dongshui, what do you have to say? I don't understand. The purpose of loan sharks is to collect money. Usually when they can't collect the money they kidnap and traffic the person who borrowed the money. How can they kill someone? There must be a hidden agenda here, and the only way to figure it out is to find Big Tiger himself." Then I have one more question. Why would a loan shark kill someone and spare a child? Like I said, the only way to find out is to find Dahu himself. I have one more thing. Alright, you stop it. Lin Xiaopu rudely interrupted. Lin Dongshui dissatisfied to sit back. Said Lin Xiaopu this time 90% and get the wrong direction. Lin Xiaopu assigned the work. Fell to Lin Dongshui and Su Xiaodong head of the task. Is still unrelated to the itch of the peripheral work. Lin Dongshui and Su Xiaodong visited the morning back. Tired back pain. Resting in the office. Su Xiaodong took out a box of cookies from the drawer, offering a treasure as if to say, "Dongshui, taste this. My relatives from abroad to bring back the cookies." Lin Dongshui gave a disinterested look and said, "No, eating sweets will make you fat. You're not fat. What are you afraid of? Have one." Under Su Xiaodong's deadly persuasion, Lin Dongshui reluctantly took a piece of cookie from the box, and Su Xiaodong asked with a smiling face like a little eunuch, "How does it taste?" "Not good. Mouth full." Su Xiaodong took a piece for himself and put it in his mouth. Lin Dongshui picked up the phone. Check WeChat and SMS. Chenshur still did not reply. She complained in her heart, "This guy died, where to go? Why do you want to play missing at this juncture? Is it hard to believe that he is also out of ideas?" With a twist of her head, Lin Dongshui realized that Su Xiaodong was peeking at her cell phone screen, and she chided, "What are you looking at? Stay away from me." "Hey, are you that concerned about him? There's something wrong with you." "I'm concerned about the case. Not him. He's got nothing to do with the case. Isn't it going well with Team Lin? This guy just got lucky and solved the case once. Do you really think that a prescription cures a big disease and that the masters are in the folklore? No way." This said, Lin Dongshui's ears are going to hear calluses. She ignored him and opened the game to play by herself. Seeing that no one was in the office, Su Xiaodong pulled out 2 tickets for the Jackie Chun concert from his pocket and coughed. As Lin Dongshui stared intently at her cell phone screen, he coughed again. "Dongshui? What? I have it here." Lin Xiaopu's voice suddenly came from the corridor. "Everyone gather. All those who are in come out to gather. If you don't have a gun, hurry to the gun vault to get it." Lin Dongshui immediately put down her cell phone and rushed out. Su Xiaodong pounded the table in chagrin and collected the tickets to follow. Dozens of on-duty police officers quickly gathered. Lin Xiaopu took a deep breath and said, Significant situation. The traffic police side called. Just stopped a sedan full of cash. 4 people in the car is likely to have a relationship with the big tiger. That car has been stopped. The thugs in the car are in a stalemate with the police station police officers and the traffic police. They have a gun in their hands. The crowd sucked in a breath. A street gunfight. Most of the officers had only seen it on TV in their lives, and their hearts were both uneasy and expectant. The people left in turn, and when he saw Lin Dongxue also coming to join the mission, he stopped her and said, "You're not allowed to go." "On what grounds? Why are you making things special for me? Because I'm a woman? Or because I'm your sister?" Lin Dongxue indignantly shook off his hand and ran out. Lin Xiupu shouted from behind, "You suck at shooting. What's the point of you going?" Hearing this, many police officers laughed. Lin Dongxue was so angry that her tears were about to fall. She didn't want to lose face in front of people. She forced herself to hold back her tears, and drilled into a SWAT police car. This mission is related to criminal cases, so the criminal police SWAT together, sitting in the car. This side of the SWAT guys talk and laugh, as if they were idle. The other side of the criminal police are full of tense face, heavy heart. We all wore bulletproof vests. Physical fitness SWAT wearing bulletproof vests look more formidable, while the criminal police seem to be wearing a life-saving suit of swimmers as atrophied. Su Xiaodong asked, "This bulletproof vest, can it really stop bullets?" "Can," a SWAT officer said as he patted his body armor. "But the impact of the bullet will shatter a few ribs." What does it feel like? Having taken a punch? "I guess, it's like a fist to the body," another SWAT officer added. "Of course, a bullet can't be stopped if it hits the leg or the head. And also, if it pierces the aorta in the leg, it will kill you." Su Xiaodong swallowed hard and said, "I want to go to the restroom." The SWAT officers on the opposite side laughed together. Lin Dongxue helplessly tilted her face and propped up her forehead. It was really embarrassing to be with this guy. The car suddenly stopped, and the wandering Su Xiaodong sat up straight with a jerk. "Arrived?" The door opened and the SWAT officers came out in a line, patting Su Xiaodong's shoulder. "Let's go. It's not like we're going to war. What's there to be afraid of?" Su Xiaodong cried out. "I want to use the restroom first." Came to the road. The scene is not as Lin Dongxue as well as everyone imagined so intense. Thugs shrink in the roadside behind the flower beds. Police station police and traffic police to this side of the flower beds as a cover. Not far from here, a Santro car knocked down a roadside fruit stand. The arrival of the SWAT team, the civilian police and traffic police, is no less than a godsend. Just now there is still laughing and joking. A bunch of strong men immediately gestured. Well trained in the roadway, set up a bulletproof shield. The front forward. Keep up, Lin Xiupu beckoned and said. And one by one, the Interpol officers hid behind the strong SWAT team, forming a siege around the thugs in 3 ways. A SWAT team leader took out a loudspeaker and said, "Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. You are only carrying firearms now. You haven't injured anyone yet. If you injure someone or assault a police officer, you will be guilty of an additional offense, and you will only be treated leniently if you surrender your weapons immediately. Don't push us." One of the thugs fired a shot into the sky, and the sound of the gunshot scared the bodies of many criminal police officers, and several cars driving from the south suddenly braked sharply to a halt. The SWAT team leader continued, "It's impossible to make us retreat. I repeat, surrender your weapons immediately. If you want to play hardball, we'll play along. Let's see if you've got more bullets or we're good shots." As the other side cowered and didn't move, Lin Xiupu asked a traffic cop, "What's the situation?" "We saw the car was a bit suspicious and stopped it. My colleague found a big box in the car and asked to open it. It was full of cash. That's when the thugs realized it was not good and suddenly drove off, taking my colleague to the ground, and then we whisked him here." "Any casualties?" "Hooray, no. My coworker fell and scraped his skin, but nothing serious." Lin Xiupu nodded his head and said to the SWAT team leader, "These people are related to the criminal case we're currently solving. Arrest them alive if you can and try not to shoot them down." The captain nodded. "I'll do my best to intercede." At this time, the intersection behind the thugs came out a team of kindergarten children, led by the teacher. The crowd was shocked. It turned out that it was now noon. Lin Xiupu rushed over there and waved, "Hurry up and leave. Dangerous. Not good. The thugs are making a move." The SWAT team leader said, "If they make a move to take hostages, shoot them down immediately. It will scare the child." Lin Dongxue said, "Couldn't care less." The SWAT captain said. The kindergarten teacher screamed in terror at the sight, and the gang of children wailed like frightened chickens, and there was chaos. And behind the flower beds a thug was leaping forward to make a dash for it. Just then, a person ran out of the team, and the crowd was stunned that it was Su Xiaodong, who ran over to him while shouting, hurry up, come back." Lin Xiupu shouted as Su Xiaodong was completely exposed to the thug's firing range. Go! The SWAT team leader made an immediate decision, and the people immediately raised their shields and rushed over, encircling them from both sides, only to hear a fierce burst of gunfire before everything went quiet. The first thing everyone did was to look around to see if anyone had been shot. Not far from the gang of children all crouched on the ground in fear. Su Xiaodong was using his body as a shield for them. Lin Xiaopu quickly stepped forward, seeing that all 4 thugs were pressed to the ground with their hands clipped behind their backs, and each of them was pressed against a manly SWAT officer. He asked, "What happened to the gunshots just now?" The SWAT leader said, "One guy tried to shoot and we shot him in the arm. His shot went up in the air. It's fine. No one was killed or injured." "Great." Lin Xiaopu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After the danger was over, the shot thugs were taken to the hospital, while the remaining 3 were handcuffed and escorted to the car. Lin Xiaopu walked over to Su Xiaodong, who was calming the gang of kids, and Lin Xiaopu said to the kindergarten aunt, "Is everyone okay?" "It's okay. If you're okay, hurry up and be careful next time." "Thank you, everyone." "Thank you, Uncle Policeman." The children replied in unison. "Thank you, Uncle Policeman." Although a number of children had just been frightened and cried, in the blink of an eye, the children were talking and laughing again, as if nothing had happened. Waving at the group of children, Lin Xiaopu collected his smile, turned to Su Xiaodong, and shouted, "Who gave you permission to act without authorization?" I, Su Xiaodong stammered. "I was just running out on impulse." Su Xiaodong's legs were still shaking. "Do you realize how dangerous it is? Go back and write me a review." "Got it," Su Xiaodong said with his head hanging down. "Go back to the car." Fellow SWAT officers praised Su Xiaodong's courageous behavior. A SWAT officer said, "Our captain complimented you, said you were too brave. If not for your immediate decision, the thugs ran into the middle of the children, evolving into a hijacking. It would be very troublesome." Another SWAT officer said, "The captain also asked you what your name was and if you wanted to consider joining the SWAT team." Su Xiaodong awkwardly scratched his head and smiled, saying, "It's nothing, I'm just hot-headed." Lin Dongxue also took her elbow and shoved Su Xiaodong, laughing, "Even though you've been disciplined, in everyone's mind, you're definitely a big contributor to this mission." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaodong was overjoyed, and his heart was as sweet as honey. The gangster's car was also driven back to the city council. When the police opened the trunk to see, the crowd all stunned. The trunk has a blood-dripping sacks containing a curled up into a ball of male corpses. Lin Xiaopu confirmed the deceased look immediately after recognizing that this person is what they are looking for, the big tiger. In addition, the suitcase in the car contained a large amount of cash, which was visually estimated to be more than $10 million. The interrogation work began immediately. Lin Xiaopu personally involved. Other police officers stood outside to listen. In the interrogation room, Lin Xiaopu looked through the file information of several people, said to one of the gangsters on trial, "Several of you are the big tiger's henchmen? Tell us, what is going on with the money and the body in the car?" The suspect desperately shook his hand. "Government, it's none of our business." "None of our business? Do you think I'll believe that? The body and the cash were in your car, and you openly assaulted a police officer with a weapon. So if that's not your problem, what is?" The other side stammered, refused to say. Lin Xiaopu angrily beat the table. "Honestly explain. You still have the possibility of leniency, I clearly tell you, and now your accomplices are being interrogated in other interrogation rooms. If you first confess to the truth, but also to get a merit-less sentence to a few years. But if you hesitated, the last line of hope did not have the share." The move did sway the other man. His eyes began to flicker and his lips opened and closed as he tried to speak. Yet he was, after all, a rogue element, and it was a habit in his bones to beware of the police, and this was not enough to shake him. Lin Xiaopu continued to attack his psychological defenses. "You're the oldest. Your seniority should be older than all 3 of those. Now that your boss is also dead, you no longer have an allegiance. Who exactly do you have to consider for? Think carefully." The suspect suddenly wailed and said, "Government, I confessed everything." The suspects claimed that Dahu was killed and they only found out today when they arrived at the office that the man was so dead that his brains were smashed out. They do this business. Certainly more enemies, but it is impossible to say that the police, according to the theory that they should contact the big tiger's big brother, but a few people a conspiracy. Why not come to a goat? Discussion has been decided. They will be more than 10 million cash in the safe removed, and then ready to get the big tiger's body to the field to be buried. It is not the same as the big tiger absconded with the money. Above checkdown is also dead, no evidence. The 4 of them can sit on the ground to share the spoils, even if the day the big tiger's body was found, but also will not suspect to their heads. Naturally have to kill the big tiger, that person, to take the blame. They originally intended to go to bury the corpse. By the way, the money transfer away. exist in a safe place. With this huge sum of money, the heart is naturally not solid, so they brought a few homemade pistols for self-defense. However, it is not as good as God's plan. Who would have thought that the road was robbed by the traffic police, in a hurry to do this? After saying that, the suspect said, "Alas, this is also fate. It seems that a few of us are destined not to make a fortune. The old saying is true. 7 feet in life, do not ask for 1 foot." Lin Xiaopu looked at him coldly and laughed. "Make it up. Keep making it up." The suspect panicked, shook the handcuffs with a clatter, and said, "Government, I can swear to God, if there is half a lie, tell me to eat a gun." Originally, embezzling money from the mob is a life-playing offense. I'm not asking for any leniency. I'm only asking for one thing: don't ever let this get out, or we're finished. That's when Zhu Peng's arrived and said, "Team Lin is in there?" "On it," Lin Dongxue replied. Peng's Zhu picked up the phone outside the interrogation room. The phone inside rang. Lin Xiaopu picked it up. Peng's Zhu said, "Lin team, the body has been looked at. The cause of death was closed intracranial injuries caused by blunt force trauma to the head. The time of death is estimated to be around 3 days. The body's clothes were found to have the fingerprints of these people, but from the distribution, they should have been left behind during the handling. In addition, the body's hands have resistance wounds. The murderer must have left bruises on the body." Lin Xiaopu nodded, hung up the phone, and asked the suspect, "When did your boss die?" "I don't know, but when I went to the office in the morning, I found the man lying on the floor with his head screaming." "That firm of yours, doesn't it open on weekends?" "It's open. It's just that we've been down there for the last 2 days to collect the bills." 2 days for collection? The other party is the following township enterprises. This amount is relatively large. The boss said that the money collected we can take 10% commission. It is also considered lucky. The smooth collection of the money to the boss account after the money. We took that money to play for 2 days, so only on Monday to come back. Humph, you guys are having a good time. Government, you are misunderstanding me. Our private loans are not easy often run into the old scoundrels, and the kind of money no life amain. Once I was in Jiangxi by an old scoundrel cut a knife, almost did not cut off the head. Did I tell you to say that? When was the last time you and Daho were in contact? Last Friday. The suspect recalled as he looked up at the ceiling. About 6 or 7 p.m. The boss asked if we were there yet, and I said yes, and that's all I said. Who do you think will kill Dahu? More than enough. The suspect said a bunch of names and the recorder took them all down. The end of the interrogation. Lin Xiaopu called for people to take him out. Was taken away when he was still desperately begging, "Do not stir up this matter, please." Lin Xiaopu came outside, rubbed his neck, and looked at the expectant faces of the constables as he said, "You all heard it, didn't you? And think what he said was a few % true?" Everyone was thinking about it, and Pengjiak said, "It's impossible for this kind of person's mouth to be full of truth. But one thing's for sure, they didn't do the killing." Lin Xiaopu frowned and said, "The person will be escorted first. Go verify his so-called alibi," said he turned to leave. I don't know if it was Lin Dongxue's illusion. His brother's back was a bit forlorn, maybe because the clues were broken. The target who had the highest hopes is suddenly dead, and dead before the crime, which means the entire investigation has to start over. The officers also stood silent until someone urged, break it up, get to work." Lin Dongxue pulled out her cell phone. Chen Shi still hadn't replied. She tried dialing Chen Shi's phone. It rang a few times before Chen Shi answered. He yawned lazily and said, "Sorry, I fell asleep in the car." There was the sound of a car driving on the other side of the phone, and Lin Dongxue said, "You drove your car to bed? Look at you. Thinking outside the box. Can't I just take the car? Where are you going by car? Why don't you answer any of your messages? I thought you were missing." Chen Shi looked around. "How's the case going? Any breakthroughs?" "No, the trail is broken. Expected. By the way, do me a favor and go convince your brother to do something." "What?" "Immediately check every traffic exit in the city for a man whose name I don't know, but who has a strong resemblance to the deceased." "What the hell are you selling? Be a good boy and go." Lin Dongxue hung up the phone unhappily and muttered, "A trick." She immediately went to Lin Xiaopu's office, which was left open, and Lin Xiaopu was sitting in his seat with a frustrated look on his face, rubbing his hair all over the place, and was mumbling to himself with the group photo on his desk. "Senpai, if it were you, how would you look into it?" Lin Dongxue knocked on the door, and Lin Xiaopu immediately sat up straight, her tone returning to normal. "What's wrong?" "Chen Shi," he said, "need you to do a favor." After saying that, Lin Xiaopu raised his eyebrows, finding a person who was cool with the deceased. "No name, no ID number. This is too much work. No. I can't utilize so many public resources just because of his words. But brother, don't take that tone. We're off the trail now. But I'm not so sick and tired of being 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 sick and tired. Why don't you just trust him? I was going to ask you why you were willing to trust him. Is the eureka moment of an amateur more credible than the intuition of so many police officers? Cynical and jealous, viciously dropping this sentence, Lin Dongxue left without looking back. Dong Shui, Lin Xiaopu stretched out a hand to try to retain it, but it was too late. He changed back to a dejected expression and said to the photo, "Senior, it would be good if you were here. I'm at my wit's end now." Lin Dongxue was so angry that she kicked at the trash can in the corridor. She picked up her cell phone and prepared to inform Chen Shi about the situation, but she didn't expect him to send a message. "I'm starving. Order a takeout for me. It must have meat." Lin Dongxue laughed in exasperation and replied, "Point to where?" "Bureau. I'll be right there." After a while, Chen Shi came in dusty, looking at his face unwashed, unshaven, scruffy. Lin Dongxue flirted, "Where have you been? Just came back from Africa?" "That's about right. I'm exhausted. I didn't get a good night's sleep." "Where's the food?" "It's been delivered." The two came to the office. "Everyone is busy to go." Chen Shi opened the lunchbox tastefully eat up, from time to time to praise the meal. See him eat. Lin Dongxue are a little hungry, but she is more looking forward to his views on the case. The results of Chen Shi did not say a word. Lin Dongxue slammed the table. "Hey, just eating?" Chen Shi looked Lin Dongxue up and down and said, "Changed your hair card? It's quite pretty." Lin Dongxue was so angry that she laughed. "Who's talking to you about this? Did you go to investigate the case?" "Aha!" Chen Shi's mouth was stuffed to the brim. "Let's start with the progress on your side." Lin Dongxue said one by one, and after listening to Chen Shi said, "Your brother's direction is wrong." "Yeah, but he won't listen to you." "It's okay. Let him suffer a few more times before he learns to be humble." "Then what major clue have you actually found out?" Lin Dongxue carefully observed his reaction and tentatively asked. "You must have found out something, right?" Chen Shi chucked a chopstick of vegetables and laughed. "This clue is too shocking. I want to leave it until the last minute to lift it off. So please allow me to keep it a little mysterious." "You guys, you're really pissed off." Meanwhile, Su Xiaodong walked over from the corridor, holding 2 concert tickets in his hands, muttering as he walked, "Dongxue, go to the concert with me. Are you free this weekend? Do you like Jackie Chun's songs?" Changed a few sets of plans do not feel appropriate. Unknowingly has come to the office door. A lift of the eyes to see the two inside talking and laughing. Suddenly doubly struck. The whole person frozen there. Chen Shi raised her head, met Su Xiaodong's eyes, and asked with a smiling face, "Have you eaten? When did you come?" Su Xiaodong didn't know what to say. "Just got here. By the way, please do one thing. I'm not driving. We'll go to the hospital together later." "What? Asking me to drive you? Who are you? What's the matter, laddie? Taken your gunpowder?" A bellyful of upset Su Xiaodong was stimulated by him and burst out, saying, "Dongxue, why are you always with this driver? You're too superstitious about him. I don't believe he can solve the case. Want to make a bet?" Chen Shi laughed. "Hell, I'll bet you I don't eat that." "No confidence? Being a police officer and yet you're not even as good as a driver?" Although the method of provocation is old-fashioned, it is always tried and true. Su Xiaodong's pride was immediately aroused. He said in a loud voice, "Good. Bet. Bet on what?" "Bet on the one in your hand." Su Xiaodong was busy hiding the tickets in his hand behind his back, but the content on it had long been seen by the sharp-eyed Chen Shi. Su Xiaodong said, "What do you want this for?" "I love the god of song. I heard long ago that he was going to hold a concert in London, but unfortunately the tickets were too expensive to buy." "You're too good at taking advantage. Since it's a bet, let's be fair. If I win, I get these 2 tickets. If I lose, I'll pay for them. Okay?" Su Xiaodong pondered. Although he didn't admit it on his lips, he felt in his heart that this guy might indeed have 2 tricks up his sleeve. Had he been fooled? But in front of Lin Dongxue, and unwilling to concede just like that, he said, "Additional condition. You can't utilize the current clues, including photos, lab data, exhibits, etc." "Good." Chen Shi agreed cheerfully. "I won't use any of the existing clues, but the ones I found and checked on my own don't count. It's a deal." Su Xiaodong glanced at Lin Dongxue, thinking that as long as he solved this case, Lin Dongxue would definitely be impressed. "Then I'll take my leave." On the way out, Su Xiaodong mused that although the number 1 suspect did not exist now, there were still suspects number 2, 3, and 4, and visiting them one by one would definitely yield results. Move fast and never let this love interest get the upper hand. After Su Xiaodong left, Lin Dongxue taunted, "You're really lacking in virtue. You obviously have a good idea yourself, but you still want to bet. It may not be maybe this clue is wrong. Solve the case. Is the process of trial and error? One more person to trial and error. More a chance of detection. It makes sense. But when you think about it, it's all sophistry. You started this. I don't care. No matter who wins or loses, you'll have a concert to listen to. So isn't this a fishing expedition? Nonsense. Lin Dongxue said with a straight face. It's not like I have feelings for him. I think you guys are pretty good together. Buo. Lin Dongxue raised her pink fist. I was wrong. Accompany me to the hospital. See the kid? No. It's another hospital. The two then drove to a hospital. Chenshur didn't explain what he was going to do. He just told Lin Dongxue to show her papers when necessary. The two found a doctor and Chenshur said, "Hello, we would like a medical report. Who are you people?" Chenshur passed his eyes, and Lin Dongxue flashed her ID. "We're the criminal police. We're investigating a case, and we hope you'll cooperate." "Oh, comrade policeman, out of respect. What to check? Did the employees of XX Insurance Company have their physicals done with you?" "Impressed. What is a company physical?" "Typically, blood work, urinalysis, liver function, blood sugar and all that. I'm looking for a medical report on a man named Kong Wendell." Lin Dongxue glanced at Chenshur in dismay and asked in a low voice, "What's the point of looking for his?" Chenshur just squeezed his eyes. The doctor quickly found Kong Wendy's medical report from the archive and printed it out. Chenshur scanned it and said, "Are the data on it normal? This person apparently has a little bit of high blood lipids, plus a little bit of fatty liver and pre-signs of rheumatoid disease. Okay, thanks." Leaving the hospital, Lin Dongxue could no longer hold back and pursued. "What exactly are you looking for? Why are you concerned about the physical condition of the deceased again?" Chenshur stood still. "You say I'm selling out, so I'll give you a heads up now. No fingerprints or DNA of any outsiders were found at the scene. The murderer showed mercy to the child, and the drop of blood on the murder weapon was confirmed to be the deceased's. Can you guess the truth when these clues are connected? If this can't be guessed, I think you are really stupid." Lin Dongxue frowned for half a day and shook her head. "You tell me." Chenshur took the file and slapped her. "Looks like you're really stupid. Let's go. Go back to the station to have one thing tested." The two returned to the bureau and went straight to the technical squadron, where Chenshur said to Peng Siju, "Captain Peng, please help me test one thing." Pengjack swept him a cold glance and asked, "What? Remember that drop of blood on the murder weapon? It has been experienced." "No, I'm not going to test the DNA. I'm going to test its lipid content and compare it to the deceased's." Peng Siju quietly looked at Chenshur and replied, "Why should I listen to you? There's a lot of work on my hands right now. I don't have the time to pay attention to these demands of yours." "Team Lin is investigating again?" Lin Dongxue asked. "Well, he just came back from the scene of Daha's murder and brought back some evidence. He's pretty busy right now, so please go back." Lin Dongxue grabbed the corner of Chenshur's coat and said, "Then let's go." "Captain Peng." Chenshur suddenly raised his volume. "You've always given the impression that you're a calm and objective person. But this "why should I listen to you" you just said is very subjective in my opinion. Since I'm a participant in the investigation, why can't I use the resources here? Is it possible that you're looking at the face here as well?" Peng Siju suddenly stood up, stared straight at Chenshur, and said, "It's not your turn to accuse me of what my character is like." Lin Dongxue freaked out. The first time since she joined the team she saw Peng Siju being pissed off. Chenshur, this guy is literally a dog's tail grass. Anyone who dares to mess with him. She kept grabbing Chenshur's clothes, signaling him to go away. But Chenshur didn't pay attention to it, and he said in a softened tone, "Please help me with this favor. And of course I'm not begging you for nothing." Chenshur pulled out a pack of mints from his pocket and placed it on the table. "A little something." Pengjack froze and laughed. "Treating me like a child? I can't get anything more expensive." "A lipid test? Why do you need to test this? You must explain. Will you help me? Let's see if you make sense. In that case, it would be more intuitive for you to test it out first, and then I'll explain it when I see the conclusion." Peng Siju pondered for a moment and said, "You better not lie to me. I'm a person who holds grudges. If you lie to me next time, don't enter this door." "How dare I?" Chenshur smiled. Peng Siju went to the refrigerator to get a blood sample on the operating table to start the test, while opening this packet of mints sent by Chenshur to eat up. The test room is very quiet. Lin Dongxue did not dare to speak loudly. "The same person's blood sample. What's there to test? The same person? Why are you so unenlightened that you can't figure it out after all the hints I've given you?" Lin Dongxue had a flash of inspiration. "Could it be? Could it be? Say it." Chenshur smiled and encouraged. "Could it be that the drop of blood was left from before?" Chenshur looked helplessly at the sky. "This brain circuit of yours, I'm convinced. Go to hell." Lin Dongxue kicked him, holding a reagent strip in each hand. Pang Siju looked up in surprise. The lipid levels of the two blood samples are worlds apart, yet their DNA is the same. I get it. Twins. Twins. Lin Dongxue was shocked. Chen Shi's eyes were smiling. That's the truth. And how do you know that? Pangjack asked. What started out as a wild guess was how it was possible that there were absolutely no fingerprints, DNA, or salivary enzymes left at the scene from the killer. Why didn't the killer go after the little boy? Another thing, when we mentioned mom and dad to the little boy that day, he suddenly acted unusually panicked. So I went to Kong Wendy's hometown and found his parents, which was also a gamble. If Kong Wendy had passed the gas with his family before and after the murder, then I would definitely not be able to ask anything. I spent some means to learn from his parents. Kong Wendy was born in fact a pair of twins, but at that time the family was too poor to afford 2 children. It was decided to draw lots to abandon one of them. His parents put the abandoned child in front of a temple in a neighboring town, and then there is no whereabouts. With this clue, the whole case at once makes sense. The male corpse at the scene is not Kong Wendy, but his twin brother. Kong Wendy is the murderer. The little boy saw his father kill his mother, grandma, and that's why he is mentally deranged. Maybe the little boy was also on Kong Wendy's extermination list, but after all, a tiger's poison can't eat its children. He didn't lay his hands on them in the end. After listening to Chen Shi's long speech, Lin Dongxue and Pang Siju were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. Chen Shi added, sounds absurd, right? Reality is sometimes more absurd than fiction. In fact, this kind of twin swap identity murder case is not without precedent. The United States of America, Texas, there is a twin sister killed her sister, and her brother-in-law lived together for a few months, and then because of a fire exposed clues, the police in his home to find her own body. The police's reaction at the time and you are similar, and only later realized that the dead one is the same, much the same, only to find out later that the dead one was the murderer's twin sister. So, you're telling me to find my brother, to find someone who looks a lot like Kong Wendy? Lin Dongxue asked. You think he'll flee Long'an City? No. In fact, I think there's a high probability that he's still in Long'an. I asked my driver friend to help me collect the newly posted missing person notices in the city. There's no one in there who looks a lot like Kong Wendy. If I were him, where would I be hiding at this time? That's right. I would pretend to be my twin brother and take his place. Long'an is so big that the police wouldn't be able to think of it even if they tried. Lin Dongxue looked at Chen Shi with surprise. She thought that he was touching the fish in the past 2 days. But it turned out that he had secretly done so much, and almost completed the detective work alone. One person is better than a task force. She couldn't help but ask again in her mind. Chen Shi, what kind of person are you? I noticed during the autopsy before that the corpse had a lot of calluses on his hands and a slight herniated disc in his spine. I'm guessing he was a manual laborer. I'm going to notify Team Lin and follow this lead, Pang Siju said, and was about to fetch the cell phone on the table. Captain Pang. Thanks, Chen Shi said and turned to leave. On the way out, Lin Dongxue acted upset, which didn't escape Chen Shi's eyes as he asked, what's wrong with you? No. Nothing? Let me guess. I said I'd let you get credit before, but now I'm telling your brother the truth through Pangjack. Not happy about that, are you? No, whoever solves a case isn't solving a case. Am I that careful? Lin Dongxue pouted. Chen Shi took out his cell phone and edited up the text message. Lin Dongxue, who was waiting to be comforted, saw this move and was even more upset. Chen Shi finished the text message and said, sharing intelligence is the basis of cooperation. If I hide it and cause the whole task force to waste police force and time, this is a matter of principle and character. Tell to tell. Your brother may not be able to catch people, and I have a faster way to catch Kong Wendy. What is it? Lin Dongxue's eyes lit up. Come with me to the paper. The next morning, Lin Xiaopu came to the unit to pick up a lab report from the technical squadron, where Pang Siju had stayed all night again. The coffee machine was sizzling with Blue Mountain coffee. Pang Siju stared at the computer screen, and said without looking back, the report is on the desk. Although usually Lin Xiaopu was drinking Longjing, but these 2 days busy with solving the case was too tired. Smelled the coffee. He poured himself a cup. Pang Siju was this kind of person. He never polite with people, and there is no need to be polite with him. Bitter coffee into the belly. Lin Xiaopu feel drowsy, mind refreshed a lot. He said, thanks to you old Pang. If you do not want to get up to test blood lipids, we killed would not have thought that the murderer is actually him. By the way, how did you think of this? I didn't come up with it. Chen Shi told me. Chen Shi. Which Chen Shi? Lin Xiaopu was so shocked that the coffee cup in her hand almost hit. Is there anyone on the team named Chen Shi? That's the driver you don't like. Him. Lin Xiaopu put down his cup in shock. His heart was very unhappy. What kind of god is this guy? How did he once again grab in front of the task force? After getting this clue yesterday, he was still full of complacency. Thinking that this time he would definitely be able to win over him, Pengjack said faintly, "Am I not supposed to tell you?" Lin Xiaopu let out a dry laugh. "I was the one who asked him to assist in solving the case. What is there to tell or not to tell? You two didn't make any bets, did you, this time?" "No. That's good. It saves you from being embarrassed in front of your sister. If it were anyone else, Lin Xiaopu might have immediately lost his temper. But Peng Siju was no one else." Lin Xiaopu finished his coffee, picked up the report, and said, "I'm leaving first." Peng Siju did not have a word of goodbye. He is still focused on looking at the computer. Above is a household registration information. The name is Chen Shi. The last column of this information filled in that disappeared in 2016. Peng Siju murmured, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Xiaopu came to the conference room. Less than 10 hours left from the time he set to solve the case. Today's case analysis will not be ready to say anything. The case is already clear. Mobilize all the forces to go on a manhunt. In the conference room, the people are passing a newspaper. Lin Xiaopu stood behind a few female police officers. The other party did not find it first, to be found after a few people startled. "Immediately stand straight body, Lin team. You came? What are you looking at?" In today's Longan Morning Post, I don't know which reporter has spilled the beans on this case, and it's written in quite a bit of detail. "What? Let me see." Lin Xiaopu took the newspaper, quickly browsed through it. The newspaper wrote the case in detail, but also added fuel to say, when the victim's child woke up to see the whole family was killed, but also helplessly jumped from the 3rd floor, fell out of the head, and is now lying in the 3rd People's Hospital in a coma. This poor child, still do not know that they have become orphans. I hope the city's good people can lend a helping hand. Aid hotline. Lin Xiaopu was so angry that he almost tore up the newspaper as he yelled at the entire room. Who poked the news out? Everyone was at a loss. Only Lin Dongshue's face swept through a trace of panic, because she knew that this was what Chen Shi told a reporter yesterday. She was also present at that time, during which she also advised Chen Shi, saying that if her brother knew about it, he would definitely be furious. But Chen Shi laughed frankly. "It's fine. Firstly, I'm not a member of the team. Secondly, Lin team didn't ask me to keep it a secret beforehand. There's also the fact that I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. So what are you afraid of?" This newspaper is the bait set by Chen Shi. Although Chen Shi looks like he has a plan, but Lin Dongxue is not convinced. Kong Wendy will really see the report, risking the hospital to visit their children? Today's task is still to continue to search for Kong Wendy. All accounted for. Lin Xiaopu told everyone to disperse first, and then called the 2 police officers, Lao Zhang, Xiao Zhang. "You two go to the hospital to monitor." Lin Dongxue was shocked. Her reaction was seen by Lin Xiaopu, who walked over and said, "If you want to get credit, you can't do this." Lin Dongxue reddened and said, "It was Chen Shi's idea. I guessed it." Lin Xiaopu gritted his teeth. Lin Dongxue stood up straight. "Team Lin, I request to go along to the hospital for surveillance." After looking at Lin Dongxue fixedly for a few seconds, Lin Xiaopu said, "Go ahead, don't be complacent. I'm not trying to ask you to take credit, because I'm sure this bad idea of his is useless. We've been searching for Kong Wendy all over the city. With such a big commotion, he can't hide. How can he risk showing up? Besides, take a look at the newspaper you picked. It's only sold more than 100,000 copies. Do you think Kong Wendy will see it? You think Kong Wendy will see it?" After saying that, Lin Xiaopu walked away, and Lin Dongxue let out a long sigh of relief. She came to the hospital with 2 other police officers. According to the previous agreement, Chen Shi has been early to guard the place. The boy's body has recovered, only mentally too much shock. Still dull. Chen Shi carefully peeled apples in his room, from time to time to tease him to talk. "You come out," Lin Dongxue said, putting the cut apples on a plate. Chen Shi walked out, still with a smile on his face. "What's wrong? Huffing and puffing? Look at your rancid idea." My brother recognized it, and he even said that the paper only sold 100,000 copies, and that Kong Wendy probably wouldn't even see it. Yes, the sales volume is not high, but it doesn't mean the reading volume is not good. Know why I choose this newspaper? Because it's cheap. A lot of breakfast stores have subscriptions. Customers read it and take it to wrap breakfast. Kong Wendy always has to eat. He's likely to see it. What if you can't see it? Everything is a risk. And all I can say is that the odds are that Kong Wendy will be here. I hope it's like you said. Surveillance work was boring. The little boy didn't want to talk to anyone but Lin Dongxue, the only one he could talk to, but whenever he mentioned his family, he fell into gloomy tears. The thought of this little boy losing both parents at once. Lin Dongxue, also heart sentimental, fell a few tears. Chen Shi said, "There are some people who look hateful from afar, but pitiful from close up, who obviously have a family and a room, but because of various reasons, they go on a desperate path and end up with a broken family. When he said this, Chen had a vicissitude of color in his eyes. Lin Dongxue snapped, saying it as if you've come into contact with so many criminals. I watched it on a TV show. By the way, I've been catching up with Mind Reader recently. Chen resumed that smiling expression. Time to the afternoon. Lin Dongxue, a little anxious, walking in the corridor, looking at the hospital people come and go, the fantasy of her heart a little broken. Kong Wendy simply cannot come well. Although she didn't say it on her lips, in her heart she was very eager to get credit and wanted to prove herself to Lin Xiaopu. She was distraught as she watched it all come to naught. At that moment there was a sudden ear-splitting alarm in the corridor. A red light flashed, and the nurse shouted, "There's a fire! There's a fire alarm! Evacuate!" Chen ran out of the house and said, "It's time, it's finally here." Lin Dongxue was surprised and asked, "How can you be sure that maybe it was just a mere accident? Because that's what I'd do if it were me. Are you carrying a gun?" Lin Dongxue patted her clothes. "Brought, but as a reminder, I have average gun skills." Oh. Two other police officers came out of the house, pulled a nurse and asked, "Where's the fire?" The nurse replied, "It seems to be a warehouse on the east side. Nothing else, mainly some oxygen tanks inside. Just afraid of an explosion. Have contacted the fire department." The nurse hurried off. The two policemen exchanged looks, and Chang said, "Go help put out the fire." Old Zhang police 20 years, experienced, he said, "This must be the suspect's trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. Now absolutely cannot leave this ward half a step. The fire is in the east, here is the west. Will not affect." Chen said, "You two keep an eye here. I'll go to the stairway and watch." He pulled on Lin Dongxue and left. From time to time nurses ran by in the corridor and almost collided with the two of them. Lin Dongxue said, "Hey, it's so dangerous now. Don't run around, okay, idiot? Where do you think Kong Wendell would go? Is it not here?" The report said the little boy was in a coma, so he must have gone to the Lku ward. Lin Dongxue came to a realization. When the whole hospital was in a panic, a figure quietly slipped in. He pushed open the doors of the Lku wards one by one, checking the people lying on the beds, and after looking at them, he seemed to not find the person he was looking for, and then gently left, ready to go to another ward. At that moment, a pistol was pressed against his temple and he subconsciously raised his hand. "Kong Wendy, you're under arrest," Lin Dongxue said, unclasping her handcuffs and tossing them to Chen, who was standing on the other side. Chen caught and nimbly escorted Kong Wendy to the wall, cuffing his hands behind his back. Kong Wendy was wearing a sweatshirt that covered his head as he anxiously asked, "Where's my son? You still know to come see your son?" Chen sneered, "He's not in any serious trouble now. He's in the general ward and can be discharged tomorrow. Didn't the report say?" Kong Wendy turned his face to look at Chen suddenly realized that this is a bureau. Repentance is already too late. From the day he did this thing, he thought of this kind of ending countless times. After the handcuffs crisply handcuffed, the string in his heart that was tensed tightly on the contrary, loosened. "Let me meet him," Kong Wendy begged. "After meeting him, you can do whatever you want me to do." Chen said, "It's fine to see him, but the way you are now, aren't you afraid of leaving a shadow in his heart? His spirit has just recovered. Think about him." Kong Wendy's lips trembled as he slowly squatted down and bawled, "I am an incompetent father." Looking at this middle-aged man crying loudly, Lin Dongxue had a trace of sympathy, but when she thought of the things he had done, that bit of sympathy went up in smoke. It was his own fault. He deserved it. "Where did you set the fire?" Chen asked. Kong Wendy replied with a sob, "I didn't start the fire. I just roasted the fire sensor with a lighter. After all, my son is in this hospital. How could I possibly start a fire?" It turned out to be a false alarm. Lin Dongxue informs the two police officers, who are shocked to hear that the suspect has been ambushed, and they then escort Kong Wendy to the car. Lin Dongxue glanced at her watch. The time was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just in time for the 48-hour deadline the task force had set for herself. After Kong Wendy was twisted back to the bureau, Lin Xiaopu, in addition to shock, but also in the outside search of all the police officers recalled, and announced that the case was solved. The conference room applauded. Everyone cheered. In addition to the face of Su Xiaodong is not happy, waiting for the crowd to quiet down. Lin Xiaopu stood on the stage and said, "This time, to be able to solve the case within 48 hours, there is one person who has to be mentioned, and he is." The crowd waited with bated breath. Lin Xiaopu looked around and said, "Hey, is he not here?" Lin Dongxue said, "He said he was hungry and went out to eat. Let him in." Lin Dongxue found in the nearby pavilion just ordered a bowl of beef noodles ready to eat. Chen once heard the Lin team to cite name praise. Chen frowned and said, "There is no mistake. Before also have opinions on me, suddenly change attitude? You really take care of my brother. Of course he has to mention it when you get credit for it. I'm not going. We agreed that the credit goes to you. And besides, I'm not a cop. I'm just a concerned citizen. Hurry up. People are waiting for you. I'll eat the pasta first. Check out. Lin Dongxue threw the money on the table and stiffly pulled Chen Shi away. I'll treat you to a good meal later. Chen Shi was invited back to the conference room. Although Lin Xiaopu's face was unhappy, he still cleared his throat and said, "This time we were able to solve the case thanks to the help provided by Mr. Chen Shi Chen. He's not a member of our team. There is no official recognition, so I suggest that we give him a round of applause." The crowd applauded together, and Chen Shi, who had always been frank, looked a little embarrassed. Lin Xiaopu gave a bad smile and said, "Mr. Chen, come on stage and say a few words." Exempted. Chen Shi waved his hand. Come on. Go. Lin Dongxue also pushed him from behind. Chen Shi grumbled. This pair of siblings, walking onto the stage and looking into a pair of expectant eyes. He was silent for a few seconds before pulling out a few invoices from his pocket. I know the prize money doesn't have a share for me, but can I be reimbursed for these invoices? I'm done. Thank you all. With that, he bowed and stepped down from the stage to the astonished eyes of the crowd. Lin Xiaopu coughed. Alright, although the case is over, there's still a lot of aftermath work to be done, so keep busy. After the dismissal, Su Xiaodong found Chen Shi, pulled out 2 concert tickets, and said, "Chen, I'm willing to gamble and admit that I'm not as good as you." Wow. I can't believe you're so honest. Chen Shi took the tickets. Did you plan to invite Lin Dongxue along? Su Xiaodong shamefully admitted. The tickets were lost to you. What else is there to say? Chen Shi pulled his hand over and slapped the 2 tickets into his hand, saying, I'm just teasing you. Do you really think I miss your tickets? If you like someone, be brave and invite her. Su Xiaodong's eyes widened in surprise. Were these words supposed to come out of the mouth of a love rival? Or had he been mistaken all along, and Chen Shi wasn't his love interest? You really don't want it? I don't want it. We post-90s all listen to Jay Chou. What god of songs? I don't even know him. Chen Shi smiled and turned towards the interrogation room. He didn't want to miss the next interrogation. Su Xiaodong shouted at his back. You're after 90? After 1890? No? Chen Shi turned back and laughed. Su Xiaodong looked at the ticket in his hand. Lost and found. More and more cherish. The heart calculates that today must be sent to Lin Dongxue hands. In the interrogation room, Kong Wendy sat in the interrogation chair, his head hanging down, while Lin Xiaopu sat down with another veteran police officer and the recorder and cleared his throat to begin the questioning. Name. In front of the CCTV on the other side of the interrogation room, almost the entire task force was gathered here. They were all concerned about the truth of the case, and of course Chen Shi was present. After explaining the basic information, Lin Xiaopu said, Kong Wendy, you'll be sitting here. I don't think I need to tell you the reason. Explain what you've done. Kong Wendy raised his head. I confessed. Can I get a lighter sentence? It depends on your cooperative attitude, Lin Xiaopu said, and everyone else present understood that Kong Wendy had at least 3 lives in his hands, and the death penalty could not run away. After a period of silence, Kong Wendy said, I did not expect things will turn out like this. It has to start from my misappropriation of the company's money. I found a loophole in the insurance company. It is the use of non-stop misappropriation of public funds, at first a small pen, and then more and more large. To this year's March I've moved almost $400,000 of public funds. This money I originally intended to save to buy a set of school district housing. I did not expect the end of last year. My father-in-law fell ill. Stomach cancer. A few surgeries down, almost spent all the savings. I hate the insurance company. Insured when said well, but the result of the claim has been tugging at the time. The compensation of that little money is only enough to pay the bed fee. If they were painfully claims, I think there will not be the next thing. Lin Xiaopu interrupted him. Now it's for you to explain. Don't give me any other reasons. Talk about yourself. Kong Wendy asked for a cigarette, took a drag and continued. The old man's illness has been delayed until March this year, and then died. I never thought that at this juncture my director even found out about the embezzlement of public funds, with the threat of suing the court to let me make up the loophole. I was so anxious that there was no way to. I borrowed loan sharks. Originally I also thought of selling the house, but I have a bottom line in mind. Never sacrifice the happiness of my family. When she heard these words, Lin Xiaopu fatally revealed a hint of a mocking smile. This man who claimed that he would never sacrifice his family's happiness had actually destroyed his entire family with his own hands afterward. Loan sharks, this thing really cannot touch. The interest rolls. I credit card or maxed out also cannot pay the interest. The guys every now and then in my home, in the company blocked me to ask for money. I forced me to be unable to do so. About May this year, a small episode occurred. My twin brother to find me. At first I did not know that I have this brother. He worked in a restaurant. We both met and stayed. We are almost a mold carved out. I called the family to inquire about the original. I have a twin brother. Only when the family was poor was abandoned. I had dinner with him a few times. He saw me in a suit. I thought I mixed well. The words through the meaning of wanting to ask me to help. I just laugh. He envied me. I also envied him. One person to eat the whole family is not hungry. Free and easy, which is like I am now almost at the end of the road. Because of the money owed. My wife and I 5 days a big quarrel. 3 days a small quarrel. Coupled with the loan sharks of the debt collection. My work and always failed to complete the performance. All kinds of pressure to drive me crazy. At that time I hate everything around me. I considered going to the past to die. To leave a sum of money for the family. But when I think of the face of the insurance company, think of the wife all day long to call me a wimp. And then I think, why do I? It's these people who deserve to die. When he said this, his eyes showed a fierce light. And he turned from a gentle middle-aged man to a ferocious criminal in an instant. Last Friday, I took the money I borrowed to go to the loan shark side, ready to pay back part of the first, but was told that now my debt is 800,000. Then when the whole doubled, I and the big tiger theory, said he this unreasonable, but that stinking hooligan but cynical, but also said if you cannot pay back on the sale of organs, sell your wife, sell your son. I was a hot blood rushed to the head, copied up the table as something on the head of his head, back to God only to find that the person has been out of breath. I was terrified. Was my life going to be ruined like this? I sat there for a long time and suddenly a plan came to me. A perfect plan for a golden escape. I was cornered anyway, so I might as well take a gamble. So I cleaned up the scene and left in a hurry. Then went to the drugstore to buy some sleeping pills. When I got home I pretended that nothing had happened. I had a repeated mental struggle in my mind. Did I really have to kill the whole family? I had to do it. Because the twin brother thing my family also knew. It had to be silenced. No poison. If I didn't do it, the police would come looking for me and I would have to go to jail. Besides I didn't want to live like this anymore. God gave me a chance to start my life over again, so why didn't I grab it? As he said that, Kong Wendy revealed a sickly smile. As if he had forgotten his current situation. As if he was still reminiscing about the night he had planned all of this. On Sunday I contacted that twin brother of mine and asked him to come over to the house to get together and meet my sister-in-law. That night I found him and we both had dinner. I asked him to go to a club to find a lady. While I had the chance I rushed back home and my wife made a pot of ginger nut and lotus seed soup. So I put the powdered sleeping pills I had prepared into the food and left. Around 11 o'clock at night, I came back with the twin brother. I took special care not to let the monitor capture the face. When I entered the house, all my family members were indeed asleep, and the TV was still on. I let the twin brother finish his silver ear and lotus seed soup, and went into the bathroom by myself. Originally, I hid a hammer in the bathroom, but it turns out that I let my wife put it away. This is not enough to make things happen. The bitch is not enough to make things happen. My twin brother knocked on the door outside and said he had to go to the bathroom too. And when I thought about it, there was no turning back. So I picked up the lid of the tank, and then I said to him, turn off my kitchen light. And when he turned his head as soon as he did, I slammed it down hard on his head, and this time he died through and through. And the lid of the tank smashed to smithereens and seemed to cut my hand. And it was so exciting that I was so excited that I didn't notice. Then began the next step of the plan. I first killed the old mother-in-law. Honestly killed her when nothing to feel. She died screamed. But I was scared. My wife was also startled to run out. I was scared out of a cold sweat. Opened the door to a knife in her head. She fell down after I added a knife. Feel her dead through the I just walked into the bedroom. Kong Wendy swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Continued, my son was also woken up by the commotion. I opened the bedroom door. Saw him shrinking in the quilt, 2 eyes brightly looking at me. I feel a little bit sad. How can I to their own flesh and blood to lay hands on? I stood there for a long time, but in the end I still could not do it, so I hurriedly cleaned up the scene and left. If I could have been ruthless in the first place, you wouldn't have been able to catch me now. After all, I'm just an ordinary person after all. I can't do something so desperate. It's true that to accomplish something you have to have a heart as hard as iron. Said here, Kong Wendy buried his head and covered his face. Lin Xiaopu and a group of police officers outside were dumbfounded. This man has been completely twisted. Lin Xiaopu said, you are wrong. Your son did not disclose any clues. You will be sitting here now because your crime is simply full of loopholes. The crime itself is a big lie. There is no such thing as a perfect crime in the world. If you want the people don't know, unless they don't do it. There was nothing more to ask. The interrogation was over, and the officers were overcome with emotion as they witnessed the fall of an ordinary man. Lin Dongxue said, tigers don't eat their children. Although this guy is twisted inside, He still has a trace of humanity after all. Chen Shi shook his head. You are wrong. A child is the continuation of one's own life. To love one's son is essentially to love oneself, which is another form of selfishness. In his consciousness, killing became the only way to solve the problem, precisely because he is cold and selfish by nature. And there are many more people like this in the crowd. They just weren't pushed to the brink like Kong Wendy. 9:27 Large extermination tragedy in the major media is very lively for a while. This time the report appeared again on the Good Citizen. London City forums. Netizens cannot help but speculate. The 2 consecutive appearances of the Good Citizen, in the end what is the head? Into October. Chen Shi's work is busy again. Every day up early and late to run a cab, chatting with passengers all over the world, but also enjoy it. This day he received a call from Lin Dongxue. After sending a passenger to his destination, he immediately went to the entrance of the city office. Lin Dongxue was still dressed in a fresh outfit today. She pulled open the door of the car and sat in, and then closed the door heavily. Chen Shi glanced at her from the rearview mirror, and said, "What's the matter? Miss Lin, who messed with you?" "You." Chen Shi shook a cigarette out of his cigarette case. "What's wrong with me? Wasn't it you who encouraged Su Xiaodong to invite me to the concert? For the record, I'm not encouraging him. I'm just saying be brave when chasing girls." Lin Dongxue was so angry that she had to laugh. This isn't called encouragement? If you're not interested in someone, just say so. Do you need to take it out on me? Come on. He hasn't confessed. What am I supposed to say? People still don't think I'm being a smart ass. So did you promise to go to the concert? No. How can I promise? You guys, no such superfluous things in the future. You don't know what type I like, so you're just fooling around here? Then which style of man does Miss Lin favor? Let me know, so I can purposefully dabble in it later. Lin Dongxue kicked at the driver's seat backrest. Come on, Les. Looking for me for this? Not all. Lin Dongxue pulled out 2 Jackie Chun concert tickets and said with a bad smile, "You want to be a moonlighting old man? You want to ask me to owe a favor? I prefer not to. I'm going to make you feel uneasy inside. Don't you like Jackie Chun? I invite you." Chen Shi raised his eyebrows and said, "Let me guess. It's now the 11th day of the 11th month. All banks have limited time promotions. And this ticket is a discounted ticket from Woolgathering, right? You guys, you're still ungrateful. And you're still here picking and choosing. I was wrong. Chen Shi immediately apologized. Miss Lin invited me to a concert. I'm flattered. Honestly, growing up no girl has ever invited me to a concert. What's the saying? Nothing. It's just to return the favor. You contributed a lot of effort in the last case. I want to change the way. Besides, I also want to go. But I don't want to go with Su Xiaodong. So I'll drag you along. When? Tonight. Alright then. See you there." Lin Dongxue threw the ticket into Chen Shi's arms and said, "Come pick me up when you get there. And don't be late." Chen Shi looked at the tickets and laughed, muttering to himself, "Both siblings are so unflattering." At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Shi came to the meeting place on time. Lin Dongxue, wearing a playful black dress, pulled open the door to sit in the passenger seat. Chen Shi said, "This little girl changed clothes quite hard, but the body is good. Where what all good looking, but also quite eye-catching. What are you looking at? Stinky uncle?" Noticing Chen Shi's line of sight, Lin Dongxue asked without any good humor. "Show and tell. Kneel your ass." Lin Dongxue made a gesture to stick her finger in his eye. "Hurry up and drive. Don't be late." On the way, Chen Shi asked, "You're post-90s, right? Why do you like the God of Song? But not by my brother's influence. When I was a child, his songs have been played at home. I followed the listening, and classmates to go to the KTV to sing his songs, but also be made fun of. I think it sounds good on the line. Why do you have to distinguish so clear?" Point taken. Came to the big stadium. There is a long line outside. Chen Shi parked the car, took a jacket from the back seat to change into a new jacket, also black. Lin Dongxue felt that he wore this body is quite spiritual, but also looks young. "Know what?" Chen Shi said. "People who like black are more or less jittery. Can't understand. Lin Dongxue covered her ears. "Don't pollute my pure ears." Chen Shi smiled. "Let's go." The stadium's radio repeatedly played the news of the concert. Queuing on the way, many vendors came over to peddle glow sticks, LED lights. "There are people selling pirated CD. Chen Shi said to the vendors selling pirated copies. "Guts are too fat." "Right. Know that the production and sale of pirated copies is illegal, but even to come here to sell?" The vendor replied. "What do you care? Buy it or not? Have some guts. I'll report you here." Chen Shi said loudly to the staff. "Hey, there's a guy here selling pirated CDs." The staff came over, and when the vendor saw this, he took off running, shouting back as he did so, "Turn around and find someone to chip you to death. Please sharpen it nicely." I happen to want a facelift, Chen Shi shouted at the distant vendor. Lin Dongxue poked Chen Shi with amusement and anger. You're also too nosy. Selling pirated copies is the same as stealing money. And it's not other people's money that's being stolen. It's my idol's money that's being stolen. So I can't care? Chen Shi said righteously. Che, will your idol appreciate you? That doesn't matter. By the way, you want glow sticks? Get you some. How silly. Waving this on the spot. It's a rare visit. Chen Shi called out to a vendor and bought glow sticks and got a song I Love You LED lights. And after the vendor made change, he complimented. Your girlfriend is so pretty. Lin Dongxue stomped her foot and said, I'm not his girlfriend. Don't talk nonsense. She twisted her head to take a look at Chen Shi with a smile on his face. Her fire flared up and she said, You're actually secretly happy. It's true that all older men are lewd inside. I'm a person who loves to laugh. Can't I? Chen Shi defended without saying a word. Lin Dongxue twisted her head to ignore him. Suddenly saw that the back row of the S-shaped queue actually stood Su Xiaodong. And Su Xiaodong was talking and laughing with a girl. Her mouth opened wide. She hurriedly turned her face away and whispered, Look over there, look over there. See? What's wrong? Chen Shi acted calmly. Don't you think this guy is uncouth? As soon as he turned around, he gave the ticket to someone else. Luckily I didn't say yes to him. Lin Dongxue snorted. I don't think it's a big deal. It's a normal courtship strategy for males. Casting a net in many places pays off. It's hard to believe that you're expecting people to hang themselves from one tree, right? Hey, you guys, don't move and make long speeches, okay? Can't you simply attach a sentence? It's so uncouth, Chen Shi said with acting done. True or false? Lin Dongxue laughed and punched him. Thousands of hard work finally lined up inside the arena. Lin Dongxue found a seat. Fortunately, and Su Xiaodong is not together. She turned back and was about to speak to Chen Shi. Found that the person is gone. After a while, Chen Shi came back, carrying a bag of drinks and snacks in his hand, and sat down with a smile on his face, saying, Eat while you wait. It is estimated that there is still more than an hour. Lin Dongxue complained. You don't have to go to the restroom for a drink? You know how troublesome it is for a girl to go to the toilet, especially when there are so many people. How inconsiderate. Saying that, she reached out and took a bottle of cola from the bag. The two sat there for a while, when suddenly Lin Dongxue heard a cry from behind her. Holy shit! When she turned around, she saw Su Xiaodong, who pointed at the two in surprise. You guys came together? Didn't you say you weren't coming? Lin Dongxue said. I just said I wouldn't come with you. I didn't say I wouldn't come. Su Xiaodong covered his chest as if he was injured. It's too devastating. Don't you have company? What? That's Li from our unit. Lin Dongxue glanced over. Police officer Xiao Li was waving hello. It turned out that she had just missed it. She said to Su Xiaodong, Congratulations. Congratulations my ass. Su Xiaodong patted his clothes with a gun hidden underneath. I'm here on a mission. He lowered his voice. There's a fugitive wanted criminal who came to the concert. Team Lin sent us over to keep an eye on him. Look at the one wearing a hat in that row. Lin Dongxue looked over. Really? That one is a wanted criminal? Of course it's true. We came just to keep an eye on him. Because the letter of concurrence came too late to buy tickets. So I said I had to. So Lin team sent me. We spoke to the venue. And the other side wanted us not to make a big noise. And when we came in, did you see a black car? It was the comrades from the police station. And when the concert was over, they rushed in as soon as I gave the word. And an order? Lin Dongxue said contemptuously. You're just here to carry out a mission too. What about you guys? You two are dating? No, Lin Dongxue and Chen Shi replied in unison. Chen Shi said, we just came to the concert in a normal way. We just have similar interests. Don't misunderstand. I am not misunderstanding. Su Xiaodong said, taking a look at the two men's attire and the drinks in their hands. You go back and keep a good eye out. Lin Dongxue said, need help shouting us together. Call the cell phone. Chen Shi took out his cell phone. You write down my contact information. After taking down the contact information, Su Xiaodong said with a big grin, it's okay, we're sure we can handle it. At this time that wanted criminal suddenly turned back. Chen Shi stared at him. The other party also looked at him, staring at each other for a few seconds. The other party then don't look away from his head. Chen Shi took a sip of his drink and said, this guy is a bit alert. Remind Xiaodong to keep an eye on him. Why are you acting so calm? Lin Dongxue asked. Isn't it common to catch a wanted man at a God of Song concert? Nonsense. Lin Dongxue laughed. At this time the concert officially opened. The stage rose a large fireworks. The audience excitedly stood up and cheered. Chen Shi saw Su Xiaodong and police officer Li also cheering. And then look at the wanted man. He is standing up. In the crowd's embrace quickly left. Not good, Chen Shi said. But the surroundings were so noisy that Lin Dongxue didn't even hear. Chen Shi shook Lin Dongxue and pointed to the front. Lin Dongxue was shocked when she saw the empty seat and shouted Su Xiaodong's name, but the other party did not hear it at all. Shanshi made an immediate decision, pulling Lin Dongxue's hand to go out. Because it was in the heat of the moment, Lin Dongxue did not think about it too much. When she came to the aisle, she suddenly had a reddened face and broke away from Shanshi's broad palm. The man in the duck-tongued cap was disappearing into the emergency exit. Shanshi quickly chased after him, dialing Su Xiaodong's phone as he walked, but he never answered. The two chased them outside, and Lin Dongxue said, Su Xiaodong will definitely be disciplined when he goes back. Catch the person first. Shanshi looked around the outside of the arena and saw the man crossing the flower bed. There, the two men immediately gave chase, until they came to the underground garage, only to see a car with blinding headlights rushing out. Shanshi said, fire a warning shot. Didn't bring it. Seeing that the car directly crashed over, Shanshi held Lin Dongxue and flashed to the side. Brushing past the car came the wanted man's curses. Dead cops. Being embraced by Shanshi, Lin Dongxue's face was red. Right now is not the time to care about this. Shanshi quickly went to fetch his own car, drove to the exit of the parking lot. The car almost did not stop. Lin Dongxue jogged to get into the car, and she let out an ouch. What's wrong? Shanshi eyed the front and hit the steering wheel. I lost my shoes. I just bought Daphne, Lin Dongxue said heartily. Shanshi passed by the police car and shouted at the top. The person ran away. Hurry to chase. The police in the car had no idea who the person who shouted at them was, and did not dare to take action, so they called Su Xiaodong, but prompted the occupied line. Su Xiaodong realizes at this point that the wanted man has run away, and with a missed call on his cell phone, he dials back, with a live rendition of If This Isn't Love in the background, which reflects Su's chagrin tone in a particularly comical way. Brother Chen, why did the man run away? Did you see him? It's being chased. His license plate number is. Tell the civilian comrades to hurry up and follow him. Yes, you don't have to come. Go to the underground garage entrance. A Daphne's women's shoe fell there. It's very important. You pick it up. After a quick explanation, Shanshi hung up the phone. Lin Dongxue looked at Shanshi in surprise. Shanshi laughed, don't worry, people can catch it, and the shoes won't be lost. Fasten your seatbelt. After fastening his seatbelt, Shanshi suddenly increased his speed and followed the taillights in front of him. The wanted man in front of the continuous running of several red lights. Shanshi also accompanied to the end. Soon the distance between the two cars shortened, turned into a flush. The wanted man's scared face full of cold sweat, rushed this side cursed, dead cops, get out of the way. Believe it or not I'll kill you. Shanshi didn't bother and called Lin Xiaopu, and Lin Dongxue asked, what are you contacting him for? Shanshi turned on the speakerphone and said, Team Lin, we're chasing the concert's most wanted. What? Where's Su Xiaodong? He's back there. Me and the wanted man are racing. Why are you here? This isn't the time for that. I'm going to hit him with my car. Will I be reimbursed for the repairs? Are you sick in the head? Which road are you on? I'm sending backup now. Reimbursement? Answer it. Seeing that Lin Xiaopu didn't answer, Lin Dongxue was so anxious that she shouted, Brother, the wanted man is about to slip away. There's no time to think about it. Reimbursement, reimbursement, reimbursement. Full reimbursement. Lin Xiaopu said hopelessly. It must be recaptured. Wait, why are you two together? Thanks. Shanshi hung up the phone. Shanshi said, sit tight and slammed the steering wheel toward the wanted man's car. Accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of the brakes, the Santana skidded on the road, and then barely stabilized. The wanted man gritted his teeth and suddenly crashed back, and Lin Dongxue felt her whole body tremble, her organs shaking. Dare to hit my favorite car, Shanshi said, crashing over again, and with a bang, the car crashed into a plywood tree, and the wanted man kicked the door open, limping and pulling his leg out to run. Shanshi slammed the brakes, unbuckled the seatbelt and rushed out. The wanted man was chased anxiously, ran toward the opposite side of the road. When a sedan came head-on and hit him impartially, the whole person rotated 720 degrees and flew into midair. Lin Dongxue was so scared that she almost covered her eyes, and when she came back to her senses, the wanted man had already collapsed on the ground and was motionless. The car that hit the man stopped immediately and the driver panicked. It's none of my business. He ran out on his own. Shanshi said, it's none of your business. Don't worry, you wait here for the traffic police to come and deal with it. I'll take the person to the hospital first. Okay, the driver said heartily. He's not dead? Shanshi felt the wanted man's pulse, then picked him up and went back to the car and yelled, open the back door. Then he put the person in the back seat. Lin Dongxue smelled a smell of blood and frowned as she looked at the wanted man's blood-whirling ballasted head. That's when the comrade police arrived, rolled down the window and asked, what's wrong? Shanshi sat back in the driver's seat and said to the outside, he was hit by a car while escaping. I'm sending him to the hospital now. You guys handle the scene. Wait, who are you? Lin Dongxue said. I'm a criminal police officer. I'm on the same team as Su Xiaodong. We've already spoken to our superiors. Okay. Chen Shi started the car and Lin Dongxue said, Ugh, how did it get like this? It's his bad luck. Chen Shi dialed Lin Xiupu and said, one good news and one bad news. Don't sell out. Lin Xiupu's tone was filled with anxiety. The man was caught, but he was hit by a car when he was running away, and now he's unconscious and I'm taking him to the hospital. Which hospital? Wait a moment. Chen Shi glanced at the navigation and replied, the closest one is 100 Flowers Hospital. I'll be over later. To the hospital. Lin Xiupu arrived first with a police officer. Chen Shi took the person off the car and put him on the surgical trolley. Lin Xiupu passed a wink to the accompanying police officer, who went over to take the fingerprints of the wanted person and spit for identification purposes. Lin Xiupu was uneasy, ready to handcuff his wrists to the surgical trolley. The doctor said, Comrade officer, there is no need to be so careful. You'll need anesthesia later. You won't be able to get away with it, and we've done surgeries on prison inmates. We won't make any mistakes. Hearing people say this, Lin Xiupu was relieved. The wanted man was sent to the emergency room. Lin Xiupu glanced towards Lin Dongxue who was sitting outside in the car, then glanced at Chen Shi, and said in a deep voice, how did you get together? Give me a reasonable explanation. Listen to the concert. Listening to a concert? Who allowed that? Chen Shi laughed. Who needs to give permission for this kind of thing? Captain Lin, aren't you a bit controlling? Lin Xiupu was so angry that he was about to go into a rage, roaring, she is my sister. How come I can't control it? I have repeatedly forbidden you to get too close to her. What exactly are your intentions? Chen Shi lightly blocked Lin Xiupu's finger pointing at his nose and said, Team Lin, thanks to the fact that you are an educated adult, do you think there is any logic in this kind of statement? Don't say it's your sister. Even if it's your daughter, you have no right to interfere with her. And I'll emphasize again, we're just listening to the concert. It's your freedom to think what you like. I'm leaving first. Remember to reimburse me for the car repair fee later. Lin Xiupu roared violently. Stop right there. A doctor came over with a consent form for the surgery. Sign it, please. Lin Xiupu picked up a pen to sign and asked a few questions about the patient's condition. And when he turned around and realized that Chen Shi had already driven away, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. In the car, Chen Shi said, going back to continue the concert? Forget it. Send me home. Lin Dongxue looked a bit unhappy. What's the matter? Tired of your brother bossing you around? Lin Dongxue pointed at Chen Shi, warning you, if you dare to say something like he's also doing it for your own good, I'll flip out immediately. He is for your good. Chen Shi said deliberately, observing Lin Dongxue's expression. I have always felt that this sentence is a stolen concept, confusing motive and result, but there are some things that have become habits in the long run. The person involved will take it for granted. Let's say your brother is in charge of you. If you didn't rely on him in every way when you were a child, would you have a relationship like yours today? Don't always blame others, but think about yourself. Yes, I reflect. When I was a child I was very dependent on him. We were orphans, living in my aunt's house. Could I not depend on him? But I'm so old now, and he's still always in charge of me. It's so annoying. I think freedom, like power, is earned slowly, and refusing it a few more times allows your brother to get used to your independence. Lin Dongxue stared at Chen Shi, and Chen Shi said, what are you looking at? There are words on my face? Talking to me about this when you're alone always makes me think you don't have a good heart. That depends on how you define good intentions and bad intentions. Humph. Think you can hide it from me? What's going through your mind right now is definitely not good. The road traffic is sparse. The car is playing soft music. The air is very quiet. Lin Dongxue suddenly realized that this sentence contains the flavor of flirting, and her face swished red. If it were anyone else, Chen Shi didn't mind going along for the ride, but he didn't want to have too close a relationship with Lin Dongxue, so he sidetracked and said, the concert went down the drain. Sorry? Isn't that what being a cop is all about? The job definitely comes first. A moment of effort. Chen Shi drove the car to Lin Dongxue rented outside the neighborhood. Lin Dongxue no shoes. Chen Shi said, why don't I carry you? Don't take advantage of me. Lin Dongxue grunted. Then give me the key and I'll fetch a pair of shoes down. Lin Dongxue considered for a moment. This approach is quite a compromise. So he handed over the house key to his hands, specially instructed a sentence, 1 Unit 403, do not touch my things, shoes in the shoe rack inside. Chen Shi found that apartment, turned on the lights. The house was in a mess. Leftover lunchboxes piled up in the garbage can. The sofa was placed on the clothes that had just been hung up. He took off his shoes and walked in. The bedroom was warm and pleasantly decorated. The quilt was folded neatly. The bed was placed on a number of plush dolls, emitting a fragrant odor, like a girl's boudoir. And then look at the kitchen. The refrigerator is almost nothing. The pots and pans seem to have not been used for a long time. It seems that Lin Dongxue is usually too busy to have time for cooking. Chen Shi took a pair of sneakers and went down. Lin Dongxue was on the phone. Her tone was quite impatient. And once she heard it, she could hear who she was talking to. I don't need you to control my affairs. So what if you are my brother? Control me for the rest of my life? We're downstairs in my house now. I wanted to hand her the shoes, but seeing that she couldn't be distracted, Chen Shi half squatted down, pulled over one of her feet, put the sneaker on it, and then took off the women's sandal on the other foot and replaced it with the sneaker. Hang up and don't call me again. Lin Dongxue hung up the phone and suddenly saw Chen Shi preparing to help her tie her shoes. Her face flushed. What are you doing? Don't move. Chen Shi nimbly tied his shoelaces. The way he tied his shoelaces was not quite the same as the average person. The knot was tied on the side. Although it was a little strange, but a few more glances would make it feel especially interesting. After tying her shoelaces, Lin Dongxue's face was already red as an apple. Chen Shi stood up and said, "All right, you go up. You don't come in and sit down, ah?" Lin Dongxue said this did not mean anything else, simply out of politeness. The words were said, only to suddenly regret it. This is not to let him have the opportunity to take advantage of. No, I'm going to your house at night? Good talk is not good. Chen Shi smiled. After Lin Dongxue went back, the time is already 10 o'clock in the evening. Chen Shi pondered whether to go to run for a while to rent, but still the lazy tendon attack, thinking that today, let's be lazy, all is a rest. There is a wonton restaurant outside the neighborhood, and a tantalizing aroma wafts in. So Chen Shi went to buy a big bowl of wontons and sat down to eat. Halfway through the meal, suddenly a cab drove up, and a man jumped down from the car. No one else but Lin Xiaopu, who had an expression as if he wanted to kill someone. Chen Shi dumbfounded. This sister control, is it necessary to get to this point? Akira, he shouted. Lin Xiaopu froze and looked around. Only then did he realize Chen Shi, who came over with unusual surprise and said, "Where's Dongxue? Go back." Lin Xiaopu looked at him with skepticism, and after a few seconds of silence, he sat down and said, "Don't think I don't know. This is called trying to catch her, deliberately acting like a gentleman to win her favor. Did you grow up insecure because you lacked care while breastfeeding? So what do you expect to see? Your sister and I playing a game in her house in the middle of an intense game? My sister doesn't play games. She's good. I've never been to her house. So how would I know? Have another bowl of ravioli. No need. Please. No. Love it or leave it." A bowl of fragrant wontons was brought up. Lin Xiaopu took a spoon and skimmed off the scallions and cilantro on it and said, "I reiterate. Again. There's no end to it. And I'm telling you in no uncertain terms that I'm not interested in your sister." "Ha. Joke. My sister is good looking. Well behaved. Never been in love. You would not be interested?" Chen Shi was completely convinced and said, "You should see a psychiatrist." Eat almost. Chen Shi took out cigarettes, handed Lin Xiaopu one. Lin Xiaopu refused. "Quit. One won't be addictive." Hesitating for a moment, Lin Xiaopu took the cigarette and lit it up, suddenly looking straight at Chen Shi, because these words had once been said to him by a predecessor as well. A predecessor whom he greatly respected. It can't be, can it? At this time Chen Shi reached over the lighter to light a cigarette. His posture of lighting a cigarette is completely different from that senior. Lin Xiaopu then put down his heart. It cannot be a person. How's the wanted man doing? Chen Shi asked. The doctor said that a few bones were broken and hit his head, so he may have to be in a coma for a while. It's unknown whether it's months or years. I'm really sorry I didn't get the guy back in one piece. It's okay, I don't blame you. Just get the guy. This guy is a rapist and murderer. He committed 5 crimes and roamed around, and now that he's in the hands of our Longan police, it's considered a merit. Chen Shi nodded his head, suddenly wanting to tease Lin Xiaopu. His eyes looked at the entrance of the cell and said, "Your sister is out." Lin Xiaopu panicked and hurriedly threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out, covering his head with his clothes. "Just kidding." Chen Shi laughed. "You bastard." Lin Xiaopu clenched her teeth in anger. Eat almost. Lin Xiaopu's cell phone suddenly rang. He pressed to answer, said seriously, "What? Where is it? Protect the scene. I'm coming over now." He hung up and pulled out money for the bill. And Chen Shi said, "I said I'll buy it. Big deal. Next time you buy me." "No next time." Lin Xiaopu gave the money to the stall owner and stood up to leave. Because she didn't drive, Lin Xiaopu called for an online taxi while walking, and Chen Shi followed her and said, "If you don't take a ready-made cab, why do you still call for a car? Do you want to take care of my business?" Lin Xiaopu hesitated and said, Don't you try to get involved again. What's going on? It's a murder case. I'll stay out of it. Okay? I'll just drop it off at the place. Lin Xiaopu hesitated for a few seconds and said, when we get to the place, I'll pay you at the price of a cab. Don't worry. You won't be charged for special services. What do you mean? Humorless guy. The location is next to a main road in the suburbs. Chen Shi drove to arrive far away to see the police car parked on the side of the road. Police lights flashing. Lin Xiaopu began to pull out the money. He put the money on the locker. Said, okay, you go. Chen Shi smiled and took the money. Lin Xiaopu came to the scene. The technical squadron is taking pictures of the body for evidence. That is a headless female body. Body naked. Thin body. Age of about 25 years old or so. The night saw really a little bit oozing. Who reported the case? Lin Xiaopu asked. A police officer replied. A driver who got out of his car to take a leak and saw the body was terrified. The person we have already asked. It should have nothing to do with the case. Left his contact information and let him go first. Where's old Peng? Captain Peng has gone to the province's Criminal Investigation Technology Exchange meeting and took a leave of absence today. Why didn't you bring a coroner? The team's forensic pathologists are all gone to the exchange. Didn't think there'd be a case today. What's the catch? There are binding marks on the female body. Some powder, fibers and a few hairs were extracted from the surrounding area. The female body was splashed with a layer of corrosive potion. It should have been splashed after death. Fingerprints are estimated to be difficult to extract. Lin Xiaopu stroked his chin and mused. The head was cut off and the body was hard to determine. This case was a bit tricky. Team Lin, stand still, a voice came from behind. Lin Xiaopu was startled and was about to turn back when the man said, don't move. You've stepped on something under your feet. Move away slowly. Lin Xiaopu slowly moved away from the foot. It turned out that he just stood on the grass. There is a rectangular indentation. Because it is too shallow, who did not notice. Remind him of the person is precisely Chen Shi. The police officers rushed to take pictures for evidence. Chen Shi held his knees and studied them. It looks like a big box. Who asked you to come over? Lin Xiaopu choked. I'm waiting for a guest. Come down and sneak around for a while. Waiting for what guest? Do you not know much about the profession of a taxi driver? I'm going back the way I came after delivering a customer? Whose gas money is it? I must wait for the customer to call for a car before leaving. Don't you think so? This case. Alright. I'll take a couple looks and then I'll go. Then whoever it is, please bring a pair of gloves over. Lin Xiaopu very angry. Under the police officers really handed a pair of rubber gloves over. Lin Xiaopu said, would like to see how you make a fool of yourself. Autopsy of this work without a few years of the bottom is impossible to complete. Chen Shi squatted down, moved the joints of the deceased, and pressed the outside of her arm with his hand, saying, the corpse stiffness has passed its peak, and localized reprieve has appeared. Necrotic spots do not fade with acupressure. He put one hand on the abdomen of the deceased, and tapped his fingers on it. The lower abdomen is bulging and suspected to contain a large amount of bloody leakage fluid. Lin Xiaopu was stunned. These specialized terms were by no means something an ordinary person would know. Chen Shi checked up the surrounding grass blades, focusing on the grass stems that were pressed by the deceased and the slightly dry soil under her, and continued. It had rained in the past 2 days, and there was a big difference in temperature. And all things considered, the time of death should be more than 48 hours, with a margin of error of no more than 5 hours, and the specifics would have to be done for an autopsy. The police officer next to him held a small notebook ready to record, but then glanced at Lin Xiaopu with a requesting look. Lin Xiaopu nodded. Write it down first. Chen Shi glanced at the dead man's broken neck and said, the incision isn't too neat, and there are some jagged flaps of skin around the edges, probably sawed off with a saw. There are some slight subcutaneous hemorrhages around it, and some of the epidermal cells were still alive when the head was sawed off, so it should have been sawed shortly after death. He looked around. There's hardly any blood here. It's definitely not the first scene, but the scene of the abandoned body. A forensics officer said, where the indentation was just found. Some fibers were extracted that appeared to be the type of paper that is very permeable. It looks like there was a lot of paper stuffed in the box to soak up the blood. It would have to be quite a lot of paper for that to happen. So you guys take a look from here to the side of the road and look for footprints, blood, or anything like that. The constable asked for permission from Lin Xiaopu's eyes, who nodded in agreement. Chen Shi looked closely at the dead man's nipples. Lin Xiaopu frowned. What are you looking at? Chen Shi beckoned him over and said, the left side is darker than the right. It's been bitten. Pick the saliva. The officer came over and collected it, used 2 swabs, one was placed in the kit, the reagent reacted, and the officer stated, there was a trace blood reaction. This blood should be the victim's own. Looks like a heavy bite. Give me the UV light. Chen Shi took the ultraviolet lamp to the deceased's skin to check. Found that there are some jet-like droplets in her abdomen. The police officer collected. Chen sure said, "This looks like droplets. Someone sneezed on the body. Good heavy disinfectant smell. This is used in the car." 2 sets of footprints found, the constable shouted as he stood in the distance. "Make a topiary mold," Lin Xiaopu said. Chen sure asked Lin Xiaopu to come over and help turn the body over. And Lin Xiaopu said, "Don't rush through it yet. Let's see what else is missing." "Nope, don't worry." The 2 laid a tarpaulin on the ground and turned the body over. The rope strangulation marks on the back were a little clearer, combined with the strangulation marks on the wrists. Chen sure said, "Afterwards you can restore the strangulation marks. I estimate that the limbs were tied behind the back." What was the cause of death? One possibility is in the head, one possibility is positional asphyxia. Death by asphyxia caused when a person is confined to some abnormal position for a long period of time, which obstructs respiratory movements and venous return. No need for you to explain. Give me the swab. Chen sure begged a cotton swab and separated the legs of the deceased. Lin Xiaopu frowned slightly. This guy's heart is also too big. Chen sure covered his mouth and shoved a cotton swab into the dead man's lower body and took it out, with stale blood and some kind of water-based lubricant on it. And he said, "It's been raped. And it's been a long time, so maybe it's a gang rape. Excuse me for a second." Chen sure suddenly ran back to the car. A vomit. Then unscrewed a bottle of mineral water to rinse his mouth, and lit a cigarette to clear his throat. "Bravado," Lin Xiaopu said disdainfully. "Almost done with the forensic work." The officer said to Lin Xiaopu, "Captain, you really had the foresight to know that the forensic pathologist hadn't come, and invited this high-ranking person here. Just a coincidence," Lin Xiaopu said sardonically. He came to the side of the car. "Chen sure is swallowing clouds," Lin Xiaopu said contemptuously. "Can't stand it, right? This kind of work is not ordinary people can do. Let you fill a big. By the way, where did you learn forensic knowledge?" "Self-taught. Plus I especially enjoy watching forensics." Lin Xiaopu would be skeptical. "What do you think about this case? Multiple perpetrators. How can you be sure?" "Feelings. The deceased body of various details to see. The murderer is not a recidivist, but also dealt with very cautious. I mean to stand in the criminal point of view. It should not be a person to do. Plus gang rape this point. If the autopsy proved to be positional asphyxia, then it is highly likely to be an accidental manslaughter. The murderer was afraid of exposure, so he disposed of the body in the countryside. And cutting off the head is also to prolong the time of detection. I feel that we can start from the investigation of missing persons. I asked you to give your opinion. I didn't ask you to guide me in my work. Why don't you take care of this case?" "No, I don't have time." Lin Xiaopu glared at him. "You're still serious, aren't you? What's Team Lin's opinion?" "My opinion is diametrically opposed to yours." The scene was clean, with no extra marks, and clearly the work of a repeat offender. "A bet? Again? Fine. If I'm right, you're not allowed to talk to my sister again." Hey, don't bet on other people's business. Use your own. And I just don't get it. Why are you restricting your sister's freedom to make friends but then setting her up on unreliable blind dates? She was almost sexually harassed on her last blind date, you know? What? Lin Xiaopu's voice steeply rose an octave. "I'll settle the score with that grandson some other day. It's just a touch of the hand. Don't react like that. You want to abuse your power? How about this? If I got it right, treat me to a shabu-shabu dinner. If you got it right, I'll treat you." Lin Xiaopu looked at him. "Let you know the professionals and folk experts gap," said he walked towards the police car. The result was that the cars drove away together. Lin Xiaopu shouted, "Hey, how can you be so blinkered? I wasn't driving." Chen sure laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up and said, "Come on up." Shortly after the car drove, Lin Xiaopu received a phone call from Su Xiaodong, who said he had found a bag in the wanted man's car, which contained the key to a guest house, and gave the address. Lin Xiaopu said, turn around. "Where to?" "Here," he pointed to the navigation. "Hakai Guest House. This guest house is just 2 kilometers away, mainly entertaining passing drivers." When the two walked in, they saw a heavily made-up woman going up the stairs. Chen sure stared at her back. Lin Xiaopu said contemptuously, "Eyes can't be mistaken, right? Don't reveal your identity yet. There may be a secret whore here." "Experienced," Lin Xiaopu taunted. The shopkeeper asked if the two had a room, and Chen sure said, "Get a room." Then he lowered his voice. "Any special services?" The shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly. No. You 2 big men are sharing a room? Do you want an extra room? It's not expensive anyway. No need to open it." Lin Xiaopu pulled out his police officer's license. "Police? Come to investigate the case." The shopkeeper opened his mouth in surprise. "Comrade policeman? Who are you looking for?" Lin Xiaopu from the cell phone to turn out the wanted notice, handed to the owner of the store to identify. The owner of the store put on presbyopia glasses to see half a day. Said in surprise, "Oh my god. This guy is even a wanted criminal." I said he looks not like a good person. Comrade police. I really do not know. Know that I am sure to report the case, and now provide clues and bonuses to get? Nope. I've got the guy coming over to investigate. That's too bad. No. I mean, great. Show us his room. Okay. I'll take you there. The shopkeeper took them to a guest room on the 3rd floor. Lin Xiaopu told him to go first, and Chen Shi said, "You shouldn't have revealed your identity so early. These places are treacherous. They won't tell you if there's a secret whore all at once. Is that all you care about? I've always been a righteous man." Che, who believes that? There was a large box placed in this room. Lin Xiaopu saw it at a glance, put on gloves and went over to check its edges and said, "This box, is there any sense of déjà vu? You want to talk about the indentation found at the scene?" Chen Shi said. Lin Xiaopu will open it. There are some clothes hidden under a bottle of pills of unknown composition, a wrench, a bundle of rope, a pair of labor gloves, cash thousands of dollars, in addition to a number of pornographic publications. While he was checking the box, Chen Shi opened the nightstand and looked inside. There were condoms and some pornographic cards, the kind commonly found in hotels. Chen Shi said, "I'd say there are secret prostitutes here." Lin Xiaopu ignored him, walked to the window to look outside and said, "Come here. What's wrong? This is only 2 kilometers away from the place where the body was dumped, and with the physical evidence we found, we can basically conclude that the headless female body was concocted by none other than the wanted criminal Jia." Chen Shi shook his head. "I don't think so. You also just said that the time of death was more than 48 hours, and Jia was active in Longan City almost 3 or 4 days ago, so you dare to say that there is no connection between the two at all? Little comrade, do you realize how self-defeating that oft-repeated statement of yours is? Yes, I recognize that everything is connected, but that connection may not be the one you think it is, and I don't think Jia is a suspect in this case. Reason." Chen Shi opened the small card in his hand. "There are secret prostitutes here. Jia Mao wants to fulfill his desires. Just spend some money. Also, why did he dump the body in such a close place? Isn't it leading to a fire? The most important point, dumping the body on the dumping of the body. Why did he have to be superfluous to cut off the head of the deceased? Cutting off the head. This kind of behavior indicates that the identity of the deceased will be unfavorable to the murderer. Jia Mao is from out of town. It doesn't make sense to put it on him. And how are you going to explain the box?" "A box?" Chen Shi laughed. "Such a big box, loaded with the body. Do you know how much it weighs? 2 kilometers is not far to say the least. But if you walk over with dozens of kilograms in your hand, it won't be easy at all. So the murderer must have a car. And since he has a car, he will choose a more distant location to dump the body. You can't quite convince me of all this. It's just that you don't want to accept it. By the way, hurry to contact the district police station and check the secret prostitutes here. I'm sure these secret prostitutes have interests with the hospitality center. Just now we exposed our identities. As soon as the owner of the store turns around, he'll notify the other party to hide. The action must be fast. As a police officer, there is no reason not to care about this." Lin Xiaopu immediately called the precinct police station, specially instructed to tell them not to drive a police car over, so as not to scare the snake. Chen Shi said, "Since Jia Mao put these small cards in the drawer, it means that he has most likely conducted transactions, and once a person's desires are fulfilled, there will be a period of saturation, so he will not be in this zone of topsy-turvy. I'm sure that inside the concealed prostitutes to be caught later, there must be a streamer who has slept with Jia Mao." Lin Xiaopu shook his head. "These are your personal opinions. With your little experience, you want to convince me? Experience? You're in no position to talk about me, are you? Humph. I've solved a lot more cases than you have, so don't show off here. Can we stop wasting time on the so-called qualification theory and get down to business? Is Team Lin planning to work around the unconscious Jia?" Lin Xiaopu didn't want to reveal his plan, but it was discussed to this point, so he had no choice but to say, "Yes, then you'll find a way to prove it, and I'll investigate along my lines." Lin Xiaopu looked at Chen Shi. "Who are you? Did I say for you to participate?" Chen Shi smiled disbelievingly. "I saw that you were going to bring the task force into the ditch again, and I wanted to contribute." "I'm leading the task force into a ditch?" Lin Xiaopu was so angry that he wanted to laugh out loud. "Don't think you're an expert just because you've solved 2 cases by fluke. Qualification theory," Chen Shi reminded. Lin Xiaopu thought, "This guy is nosy, every time to find a reason to get involved. Anyway, stop cannot stop. Why not simply let him go to check it?" This time Lin Xiaopu chest. Chen Shi's direction must be wrong. He said, "Yeah, I'll allow to assist in the investigation. No, I'm going to look into the case alone, but I'll have to ask you for 2 people. Not my sister. Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong. I know them well. The credit definitely goes to them. And of course, it's also you as the team leader. Said my sister can't. Ask her if she'll do it herself. If she's willing to take credit with me. Or if she's willing to do some peripheral work on the task force. Lin Xiaopu was so angry that he clenched his teeth. Chen Shi looked at him with a smile. Thinking about it, he said, 3 rules of engagement. Firstly, the 3 must act together. Secondly, intelligence sharing, no hiding. Thirdly, if there is an emergency in the task force that needs to dispatch personnel, everything will be prioritized by the task force. Deal. Chen Shi extended a hand. Who wants to shake your hand? The ceremony of cooperation. Chen Shi smiled. Lin Xiaopu reluctantly extended his hand and shook it. At that moment there was a knock on the door from upstairs and someone yelled from outside, "Get dressed and come out." The two came to the corridor, where the civilian police comrades had already rushed to arrest the prostitute, and a pair of men and women were whisked out of a room, crouching in the corner in disgrace. A police officer recognized Lin Xiaopu and went up to him and said, "Team Lin, thanks for the information." "You're welcome. By the way, we're pursuing a criminal case. You'll take these prostitutes into custody, and the team will come for them afterward. You don't need to tell me this. It's definitely under control. Don't leave out a single one." Chen Shi added. That police officer has never seen Chen Shi. "I'm his friend," Chen Shi said. Lin Xiaopu glared at him. Chen Shi's identity is really not too good to explain, so he had to say, "It's my friend. He's assisting in solving the case. Just call him Old Chen." As the police went about their business, Lin Xiaopu said, "Help move things out of the house." The two swept through the house carefully, leaving no detail untouched, even taking away the garbage bags, rather like the 3 lights, miscellaneous exhibits all put into Chen Shi's trunk. The car just on the road. Su Xiaodong to Lin Xiaopu called, hot and anxious, said, "Lin team, the wanted man What's wrong? His surgery and hospitalization cost over $40,000. I don't have that kind of money on me and I can't walk away from the hospital now." Lin Xiaopu breathed a sigh of relief. "You kids speak not so big breath, okay? How is the person now?" "Lying unconscious in Lulku ward. I'm going back to the team now. I'll call you back with the money later." "How many cops are there over there?" "Me and Li. And comrades civilian police. Don't you come back tonight? Stay there and keep watch." Chen Shi pointed to himself, meaning that Su Xiaodong had been returned to him. Lin Xiaopu would understand. "Wait, you'd better go back. Come over early tomorrow. In addition there is a job to explain to you. I'll send other people to the hospital to monitor." The next day, Chen Shi sent the crashed car to the forest store to repair, and took the car to the city council. 7 headless female body case has just been filed. The morning just opened the case seminar. Lin Xiaopu or that set of arguments, that the case, whether geographic or evidence, are pointing to the current coma of the most wanted criminals Jia Mao. The investigation work around Jia Mao to start. He also explained the work of Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong. The two were responsible for assisting Chen Shi to investigate. Hearing this news, both were very excited. One because Lin Xiaopu actually changed his attitude and was willing to cooperate with Chen Shi. The other was excited to be able to partner with Lin Dongxue. When Chen Shi rushed over, the two were waiting for him at the entrance to the city office. And Su Xiaodong said with great solicitude, "Has Brother Chen had breakfast yet? I'll treat you." "Why are you so happy?" Chen Shi asked with a smile. "Of course I am happy. Investigating the case with Chen, and freedom and the chance to get credit. And," he glanced meaningfully at Lin Dongxue, "don't get cocky. It's not going to be easy working a case with me. Understand? Walk. Buy you dinner. No, hurry up. Let's identify the dead today. Is Captain Pang back yet?" Lin Dongxue said. "There he is, starting the dissection. Not waiting for me." Chen Shi quickly rushed into the bureau. In the forensic lab, Peng Siju and another forensic scientist set up their cameras and were recording various data from the corpse when Chen Shi stood outside the isolation curtain and said, "Captain Pang, can I come in?" "Change. Don't you go under the knife yet." Chen Shi changed into a decontaminated protective suit, and Su Xiaodong, with a timid face, said, "I won't go to this dissection." Lin Dongxue patted a scented Kleenex on the inside of her mask and said, "Wimpy." Su Xiaodong smiled bitterly. "I can't stand that image. I'm outside. Feel free to contact me if you guys need anything. You go call the police stations in each precinct and ask if there are any recent missing persons who fit the profile." "Okay." Su Xiaodong walked away as if he had been pardoned. Chen Shi asked Lin Dongxue, "Aren't you afraid?" Lin Dongxue was a bit hesitant as she said, "If you're afraid of this, how can you be on your own in the future?" "Good for you." The two entered the dissecting room and Peng Siju chided, "So slow. I apologize for the delay in changing clothes and letting you take a closer look at the body first. Yesterday, you said the time of death was over 48 hours. Wrong word? Pangjak said expressionlessly. I just took the blood temperature. The time of death should be more than 58 hours. For now. Chenshur didn't react for a moment and thought for a moment before realizing that Peng Siju was actually joking. He laughed. Thank you, Captain Peng, for your recognition. Don't get cocky. Determining time of death is nothing more than the basics of forensics. Yeah, that's all I can look at. Other than that, I'm just a class act. Chenshur examined the skin of the body, focusing on the strangulation marks on the wrists. A piece of rope was placed on the shelf next to it. Another forensic pathologist explained. The rope is the one that Team Lin brought back last night. We compared it and it basically matches. Chenshur picked up the rope and compared it. Said, it does match, but it doesn't mean that it's this rope. This nylon rope is for long-distance transportation, and it can be bought everywhere. Did you figure out the binding position? That's what we were just discussing. The coroner held up a whiteboard with a sketch of the victim, who had been twisted backwards and tied up from behind. Chenshur looked at the diagram and pondered, saying, no, what explains the binding marks on the ribs and back? Maybe it's an extra bundle. Pangjak said. Chenshur touched the bundle marks on the surface of the body and said, look, the bundle marks are not even. Heavier at the ribs, lighter at the edges of the back, and the bundle marks on the back are interrupted by a large chunk, padded with other things. Pangjak had long considered this. What is it padded with? It should be a hard object, otherwise the binding marks wouldn't have completely disappeared. Chenshur's eyes looked toward the other empty iron bed, walked over and said, whoever is more dedicated, come up and lie down. Peng Siju looked at Lin Dongxue, who said, what are you looking at me for? You're a woman. What's wrong with women? The deceased was also a woman. Lin Dongxue was defeated by his logic and had to dedicate herself to solving the case for a bit, but she didn't expect Chenshur to say, no, Captain Peng, you do it. Denied. Lin Dongxue is a girl. I'm afraid she can't let go. We're both old men. It's better if you do it. Peng Siju thought for a few seconds, which came over. Lying on his back on the iron bed, Chen Practical Rope gestured and said, like this, tie your hands and feet under the table, and then make up a. But surprisingly, the edge of the back will leave a binding mark, indicating that the following this thing is narrower than the body, and the deceased's body was not fat in the first place. Something narrower than the body? What could it be? Bar stool, Lin Dongxue said. But bar stools aren't very common. They used to be plentiful. Who uses them now? The coroner said. Pangjak said, when we took secondary evidence, we found that the deceased's hands and legs had a slight rust of iron tetroxide. Chenshur immediately reacted. New rust is iron trioxide. Old rust is iron tetroxide. It seems that there is a metal support underneath this thing, and the rust. Iron support has an iron support bar stool? Lin Dongxue pulled out her cell phone and searched for it, exclaiming, ah, why didn't I think of that? Look, this thing is in every unit. She held up her cell phone, above which were the very same one-piece dining tables and chairs commonly seen in cafeterias everywhere, with iron supports underneath. Peng Siju held the frame of his mirror and mused. This kind of one-piece dining table and chairs are not normally bought by families, and the murder scene is a certain unit with a group cafeteria. Lin Dongxue said. Then we should immediately go to the unit where the deceased was to inquire. Do you know who she is? Chenshur asked rhetorically. Pangjak said. Continue with the autopsy. Several people came to the body. Peng Siju examined the dead man's neck and said, the section has more regular jagged flaps of skin. It seems that the head was cut off with a saw. I said this to Team Lin yesterday. Chenshur said indifferently. There were no obvious traumatic injuries to the entire body, and the cause of death was, my opinion is positional asphyxia. Can you stop interrupting all the time? Peng Siju glared at him. Xiao Wang, help me turn the body over. Adjusting the body's position. Peng Siju pressed his hand on the corpse's back and said, there's a spreading of the corpse's spots. It's been moved after death. Then he noticed a small scorch mark on the side of the body just below the ribs. Chenshur noticed it as well, and the two were staring there almost head to head when Peng Siju straightened up and said, you're blocking Rio. Lin Dongxue covered her mouth and poofed. It's a burn, a birth injury, and there seems to be soot on it. Pangjak said as he took a sample with a cotton swab. Chenshur touched the small piece of scalded skin and said, this scald, it shouldn't have been directly pressed by a cigarette butt. It was caused by someone accidentally dropping ashes on it. After the examination, several people turned the body over again. Peng Siju used tweezers to dilate the vagina of the body, examined it with a flashlight, and then said, there are large scratches and abrasions on the vaginal walls, which were left during life, and the deceased was forced to have sex, probably with more than one person during her life. What position? Chen Shi asked. Lin Dongxue rolled her eyes. Why are you always interested in this? Pangjak said calmly. The scrapes and bruises are all centered on the ventral side. Then, it should have been entered from the front, and in combination with the binding marks on the body, it appears that the deceased was tied up and then gang-raped by a group of men. But there were no visible injuries on the body, and I've identified a number of rape cases where being forced leaves injuries on the body to a greater or lesser extent. Maybe the deceased was unconscious. Is it possible that he had been drinking? Pang Siju rubbed his chin and considered Chen Shi's words before saying to his assistant, "Prepare for autopsy." What followed was Lin Dongxue's most chilling image, as Pang Siju used a sharp scalpel to pull down the center of the dead man's clavicle in a single stroke, breaking the skin of the entire torso, leaving the ribs and subcutaneous tissues bloody and exposed. She subconsciously averted her eyes, and Chen Shi asked in a low voice, "Scared?" "Not at all." Next, Pang Siju and his assistant used open chest scissors to cut the ribs one by one. Although the picture was quite bloody, but from a medical point of view, the deceased was very young, had no bad hobbies, and his internal organs were quite intact. Even Pang Siju couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's a pity that he died so young. Yes, raising a daughter to be spoiled by a bunch of beasts. I don't know how sad the parents must be, Chen Shi said. Accustomed to dissecting from top to bottom, Pangjak cut open the trachea first, while an assistant was on hand to suck out the blood spilling from the tissue with a device that resembled a blood recycling machine. Then, Pangjak dissected the dead man's lungs and said, "There is no abnormality in the lungs." His eyes stared straight into one spot. Then he leaned down to pick at an alveolus with tweezers and said, "Isn't this alveolus a little enlarged? There should be a little lesion," the assistant said. "Get a pathology section." Then he dissected the cardiovascular vessels in the direction of the blood flow, followed by the liver, and Chen Shi said, "It smells like alcohol." Peng Siji gave him a blank look. The forensic appraisal didn't use his nose directly. He said, "The liver is slightly swollen and a bit whitish, probably caused by an alcohol overdose." He then took some samples and left them for testing. Next is the stomach. The stomach contents of the deceased are more important for the identification of the time and occasion of death, and even the identity of the deceased. Peng Siju placed the complete stomach pouch inside the tray and cut it open. As the stomach contents flowed out, a disgusting odor that resembled a drunkard's vomit wafted out. Lin Dongxue could smell it through her mask and couldn't help but frown. Pangjak used tweezers to pick through the pile of thin gruel-like stuff, picking out the undigested celery, enoki mushrooms, and dried tofu in that order, in addition to the meat, and found about 3. Chen practical meat eye observation, said, "Pork, chicken, fish. This meal eat enough plus drinking." Lin Dongxue added, "Test you, can you see anything in this food?" The deceased's family was rich? Ha ha, the angle is tricky enough. But you're wrong. The deceased should be just an ordinary office worker, wages only to make ends meet. Look, you see her small intestine outside without too much fat, indicating that usually eat in general. And then look at the palm of the hand finger root part of the callus, indicating that she is a long time to ride a bicycle. And there are also stomach contents. There has been almost digested egg skin. From the time of murder forward should be the breakfast eaten egg dunk, indicating that the deceased is very poor. Stomach this rich meal. I see it is likely to be co-workers or the company potluck eaten, because the amount of each kind of food is not much, but the variety is very rich. Brilliant reasoning, the assistant said, clapping. Peng Siju blankly glanced at his assistant, who immediately hung his head resentfully. Peng Siju said stiffly, "To show your talent, go outside and show it. Don't delay my work time here. I'm only responsible for finding out the facts. It's your job to reason out the truth. You're such an uninteresting person. Isn't reasoning while dissecting also a kind of fun?" Chen Shi said. Peng Ju looked into his eyes and suddenly remembered someone, an old friend of his who had said something similar. Someone who liked to rant and rave every time he was here. Is it a coincidence? He thought in a flash, then went back to his work. Judging from the degree of digestion of the stomach contents, the time of death was 3 hours after the last meal, and judging from the liver temperature, it should be around 9 o'clock in the evening of October 4th. Pangjak said as his assistant swished and jotted it down in his notes. Heroes see eye to eye. Chen Shi nodded his head, ignoring the blank stare handed to him by Peng Siju. What's this? Pangjak chucked out a small white pellet, already badly corroded by stomach acid, and he then concluded, "It's a pill." He put the thing in a test tube and left it for the lab. Chen Shi said, "Wait, the deceased's stomach contents are best carefully noted down, to determine which dishes she ate. Stomach acid also take a sample of the laboratory. Some restaurants will put additives. Some frozen ingredients often contain preservatives. And then through the food safety department, may be able to find the restaurant where she dined. No need for you to say that. I was talking to her." Chen Shi glanced at Lin Dongxue. After dissecting the remaining organs one by one, the autopsy was over at this point. The four of them left the autopsy room. Chenshur said to Pang Siju, "Captain Pang, exchange contact information. Remember to notify me if there are any results from the lab tests." Pang Siju pulled out his cell phone expressionlessly and asked, "What kind of bet did you make with Team Lin this time?" He thinks that the female corpse was the work of a wanted criminal caught at the concert. "I don't think so. What do you think?" Chenshur laughed. "I'll stay out of your boring bets." "Good. Be sure to let me know if you get any results." Crap. Leaving the technical squadron, Chenshur, who had been holding his breath for half a day, pulled out a cigarette to get over it, and Lin Dongxue asked, "What are we going to do now?" "Wait." Chenshur was succinct. "We can't do anything without the lab results. Are you really sure this time?" Lin Dongxue looked at him skeptically. "As you just heard, the deceased had been gang raped, so your brother's direction is fundamentally wrong. That may not be the murderer and did not leave DNA. It may be the same person repeatedly committed rape." Words out. Lin Dongxue blushed. He actually can also say this kind of words. What repeated times? Ha ha, Chenshur laughed. "You can think independently. You've made progress." Cut. "So am I right? I actually looked up the cases that guy committed last night, and there's stability and consistency in human behavior. So unless his personality has undergone a major shift recently, it's unlikely that he did it." At that moment Su Xiaodong came running in with gusto, clutching a pile of printed information, and said, "These are faxes of information on recent missing persons sent from various police stations and precincts." "Wow! So much!" Lin Dongxue exclaimed. Chenshur took a few and looked at them and said, "Not bad. You know to take out all the men. The deceased was a woman." "Of course I knew that," Su Xiaodong said smugly. "But the disappearance of the case is generally 48 hours. Special circumstances can also be 24 hours to file a case. You have a lot of last weeks in here, do not have to look at it. Just look at the 8th and 9th on the line. This is over to you." "Hey, where are you going?" Lin Dongxue asked as she rushed at Chenshur's back. "I'm going home to sleep and recuperate." After screening out a few missing people who fit the profile, Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong visited their residences one by one, and there were no exact matches with the deceased among them. This day down, both of them were exhausted. Lin Dongxue returned to the residence and fell asleep on the sofa. The next morning, the sun to the eyelids, she opened her eyes to see the time has been 7:40. Cannot care about anything? Rushed to the unit. After punching the card, I bumped into Chenshur walking in. He was carrying a black bag in his hand and said with a big smile, "Miss Lin, didn't you sleep well last night?" "Che, you still have the face to say. A day down the legs are running thin. Did not inquire about anything. Did you not brush your teeth? Is there breath?" Lin Dongxue busied herself by taking a breath on her hand and sniffing it. "You usually change a shirt every day. I see that the shirt on you is still yesterday's, and there is poop on the corner of your eyes, so guess you didn't brush your teeth hard." Saying this, Chenshur took out a pack of green arrow gum and gave it to her. "What's in your hand?" Chewing on the green arrow, Lin Dongxue asked. "Sample." The two arrived at the technical squadron. Pang Siju strictly forbade his men to smoke in the workplace, but the room still smelled a little bad, and you could tell by the looks on the faces of a few of the techs that they must have stayed up all night last night. Lin Xiaopu and Chenshur were investigating both directions at the same time, and the workload that fell on Pang Siju's head was naturally enormous, in addition to a number of other tasks to be dealt with. "Good work, Captain Pang," Chenshur said with a smiling face. Pang Siju stood up, pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "The workload was too heavy to finish in one night, and only a few of the appraisals you asked for came out." He handed over a couple of printouts. Chenshur swept a glance and said, "These are enough, and by the way, give me a copy of the types of stomach contents. 1. Go make him a copy of the notes from yesterday's autopsy." Chenshur put the bag in his hand on the table and said, "These are dozens of common cigarette brands on the market. I labeled them in different categories. Compare them with the ashes on the deceased. There are samples that should be very fast. Notify me with the results." "Humph, you're still not polite." Chenshur patted Pangsjack on the shoulder and said, "Thanks, man, less condescension." After Chenshur and Lin Dongxue left, Pang Siju opened the bag. Inside there was a hot breakfast in addition to a sample of cigarette ash. He let out a cold smile before greeting one of his men. "Go and assay yesterday's cigarette ash." Chenshur looked at the document in his hand as he walked away, and Lin Dongxue said impatiently, "What does it say?" "The salivary enzymes of at least 6 people were found on the deceased. Your claim of repeated many times should be untenable." Lin Dongxue face a red. "I just put forward the idea of it. The case of ice-breaking stage. Should not brainstorming? I don't mean to discourage you. I encourage you to think more. At this time a large group of police officers came out of the conference room. They were talking and laughing. They looked springy. Lin Dongxue knew that was the expression that would only be on everyone's face when there was significant progress in the case. Her heart thumped as she waited for the crowd to finish walking. Lin Xiaopu was the last one to walk out. His eyes fell on the two of them and he smiled. How's it going? Any progress? Looking at Team Lin. I'm afraid there's been a major development. Right? Chen Shi said. Yeah, don't tell you. Ahem. We did say we'd share information. Lin Xiaopu, who had been put on the spot, narrowed his eyes and said, then you speak first. We haven't started yet. Ha! Lin Xiaopu was happy. You guys have to hurry. We found blood on the knife carried by the wanted criminal Jia, and it has been determined that it is human blood, and that he has had a recent fact of committing murder. Lin Dongxue opened her mouth in surprise. Could it be that this time, she would really lose to her brother? It seems that Jia must have many friends. Chen Shi laughed nonchalantly, holding up the identification results in his hand. The salivary enzymes of 6 people were found on the deceased's body, which were left on the surface of the deceased's skin. How does that explain it? Lin Xiaopu suddenly frowned, then said, the unreasonable points in the case are often the most crucial breakthroughs. I will go to find out. I don't know who said that, but I think you're using it in the wrong place. And this point of implausibility just doesn't make sense in the context of your overall vision. Ha! Yeah, we'll see. Lin Xiaopu walked away, then folded back and said, the person who said that is 100 times more powerful than you. Yeah, I really want to get to know him. Chen Shi laughed. After Lin Xiaopu left, Lin Dongxue said, if we follow my brother's conception, the saliva of 6 people isn't unexplainable. Remember the first case? Maybe the victims were tainted with it before they were killed. That's something I've considered. But the odds aren't good. Why? 6 men and 1 woman. AV doesn't even shoot like that. Lin Dongxue's face turned red and scolded. Pervert. What's with the cursing? I'm just being matter of fact. Chen Shi called up Su Xiaodong. The 3 of them got into Su Xiaodong's car, and Su Xiaodong said with great excitement, Brother Chen, where are we going to investigate the case today? Let's eat. Ha, it's only 8 o'clock. Chen Shi smiled, opened his cell phone navigation, found the location where the body was dumped, drew a circle around it with his finger, and said, let's start looking for the hotel 10 kilometers around the location where the body was dumped. How long will it take to find the monkey? Su Xiaodong immediately deflated. That's the only way to find the clues we have. Lin Dongxue asked. Can we exclude some of them? There are at least 100 restaurants within a 10-kilometer radius. Take a look. Chen Shi pulled out the copy of the note and spread it out. The 3 of them stared at the list of food on it, and Lin Dongxue said, green and red peppers, millet peppers, and black beans. These are commonly used ingredients in Sichuan or Hunan cuisine. Su said, there's turtle and scallops. This must be a more upscale restaurant. Chen Shi said, there are 4 kinds of aquatic products. I think this hotel must have an aquarium. Upmarket Sichuan or Hunan restaurant with an aquarium. So find it. Departure. This work is extremely heavy and boring. Has been checking until noon. Still nothing. The 3 incidentally ate in a restaurant. Lin Dongxue asked. Nothing has been found out. What should we do? Chen Shi said indifferently. Continue to investigate and expand the scope. Su Xiaodong said. What if we still can't find it? The body dumpers should have been more than 2 people driving a car, and since they were more than 2 people, they would have consulted with each other when dumping the body, and when people's experiences overlay each other, a more conservative and stable result would have occurred. The location they chose is most likely a place that one of them has been to before or often passes by. Then this location will not be too far from the crime scene. I estimate that it should be within 10 kilometers. Saying this, Chen Shi ladled himself a bowl of soup. How do you know it's more than 2 people? Su Xiaodong asked blankly. Wasn't the scene a road? There are many stones beside the road, and it has now been confirmed that the body was packed in a box, but there are no drag marks left on the stones, which proves that it was carried by 2 people, not dragged by 1. Su Xiaodong nodded with deep admiration, and Lin Dongxue objected. That may not be true. What if the murderer is a Hercules? Chen Shi laughed. I say, Miss Lin, you always have to drill down the bull's eye, don't you? Lin Dongxue pouted and said, how is this called taking the bull by the horns? Discussing. All possibilities should be considered. What I said, is the probability of the event, of course, must be verified. The dumping site to the road there is a section of gentle slope. If a Hercules, a person holding the box down, studied physics, right? The weight of 2 people exerted on the gentle slope. He must use a very large force to stand firm and not fall. Then the gentle slope must leave extremely heavy footprints. But the scene was not found. The children are teachable. Chen Shi smiled. Hurry up and eat. At this time Chen Shi's phone rang. It was Peng Siju who called. He said over the phone, the cigarette ash on the deceased, by comparing the tar and carbon monoxide content, should be hard china. The pills in the deceased's stomach are paracetamol, a common non-anti-inflammatory painkiller. This drug, as I recall, has some side effects on lung function, and the pulmonary edema is related to that? So far it seems so. Thanks. Has old Peng eaten yet? Peng Siju didn't want to get close to him and hung up the phone directly. Chen Shi shook his head and pointed at the phone. What's with this guy? A robot? Su Xiaodong said. You know what to expect. Captain Peng personally called you to report the results. A few people in the team have such a special honor. Lin Dongxue said. This cold face and cold heart of Captain Peng is not going to get married, right? Over 30 and no girlfriend. Hey, how to chat on gossip. Hurry up and eat and work. Chen Shi urged. After eating, the three continued to inquire. Chen Shi intended to use a new method, divided the area to be inquired into several pieces. The three were each responsible for a piece. Lin Dongxue visit from restaurant to restaurant. Mouth is dry. Until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Shi called and asked. Inquired about what? No. Lin Dongxue heard that his tone was tinged with joy. Don't sell yourself short. Did you find out something? Ha. Go to the Imperial River Hotel. I'll wait for you here. Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong came to that hotel back and forth. Chen Shi was smoking and chatting with manager Wang at the counter. And when he saw the two of them arriving, he said, this manager Wang just told me that someone had ordered a banquet 2 days ago, and the dishes on the list basically matched. The assistant manager said, it's the Comstar Electronics company next door that ordered it. It seems to be the end of the quarter's celebration banquet. Right. And we sent the dishes over directly. Hey, you guys are really police officers, What case are you investigating? Chen Shi directly ignored his last sentence and said, by the way, that thing you just said, please repeat it. Saying that, Chen Shi handed him a cigarette. I heard from the employees that when they were delivering the food, they saw 2 male employees slapping each other so weirdly that their mouths were bleeding. Lin Dongxue glanced at Chen Shi in surprise, and Chen Shi smiled. Thank you, let's just go to that company and take a look. I mean, what the hell kind of case are you guys working on? Is it a dead man? The assistant manager was still relentlessly pursuing the question from behind. Came to Comstar Electronics. Lin Dongxue took out the police officer card to the receptionist, said to see the manager. Waiting, Chen Shan really looked at the wall next to the corporate propaganda column. Said, so it is to sell these things, This company is to do healthcare electronic products. That is, the kind of massage machine. The cost of such products is low. High profits. To put it bluntly, the composition of the larger component of the flicker, mainly by the sales link. Sure enough, when the receptionist came back and took them to the manager's office, along the way, the three saw the wall plastered with sales jingles, such as what the goal is not for reaching, it is for exceeding. There is no product that cannot be sold, only the people who cannot be sold products. The three of them saw that the walls were covered with sales quotes, such as goals are not for reaching, they are for surpassing, and there are no unsold products, only people who can't sell them. On top of that, there's the quarterly sales stars list. Su Xiaodong whispered, what a heavy smell of chicken blood. Lin Dongxue said, I have a classmate, after graduation also did a similar industry. The whole person is like a chicken blood. See at the reunion. A little bit cannot find common ground. Chen Shi laughed. People also do one thing and love another. You should learn from him. Do I have to be seen as a cop everywhere I go? Came to the manager's office. A red-faced, suited and booted fat manager came over and shook hands with the trio. His hand is very strong. Pinching Su Xiaodong secretly shook his hand half a dozen times. A burst of warm pleasantries. The manager asked, Heh, a few looking for me. What is the purpose of this? Has anyone gone missing from your company recently? Chen Shi asked. No. Why do you ask? Let me see your employee information sheet here. Okay, fine. Just a moment. The manager made a phone call. Then in came a clerk who looked timidly at the trio and put down a form. Chen Shi took in the hand to see. Just look at the name, cannot see what? The manager, and in the side of the non-stop pleasantries. How do you not drink tea? Smoking? The manager also kept on exchanging pleasantries next to him. Why don't you drink tea? Do you want to smoke? Said. He pulled out a pack of hard china. Chen Shi's eyes fell on the cigarette casing and said, you've been smoking this kind of cigarettes? Get used to smoking. Have one? No thanks. Is it okay if we look around? I'm afraid this won't work. The employees are working, although our company is small, but the workload is not easy at all. I hope that all the comrades of the police will sympathize with our difficulties. It's the criminal police, Lin Dongxue reminded. The manager put on a look of realization. So it's comrade criminal police? Disrespectful. Ha ha ha. Then I'll leave you alone. Okay, take care a few of you. I won't see you off ha ha ha. Leaving the office, Su Xiaodong took a long breath and said, this manager, he's really enthusiastic. I feel like he's a bit fake, smiling like he's wearing a mask. Lin Dongxue said, yes, a very smooth one, too well disguised even for me to see. Having found nothing, Lin Dongxue was a bit discouraged and said, just calling it quits? Who says we're leaving? Chen Shi smiled. When walking to the stairway, Chen Shi suddenly stood still and said, wait for me to kill back. You guys wait for me here. He went straight back to the manager's office door, put his ear on it, at the same time did not forget to turn on the recording function of the cell phone, and a man's voice came from the room. Just now there are cops checking the door to the door. You tell them to block their mouths to me tightly. Who dares to talk nonsense? I'll get him dead. Chen Shi suddenly pushed the door into the room, and the manager, who was on the phone, stared at him with wide eyes, and in a flash, his fierce look appeared, but the next second, he switched back to that smooth, old-fashioned look and said with a grin, what is it, comrade policeman? Sorry, I forgot my lighter here. Chen Shi picked up the lighter and shook it. So what? I won't disturb your work. Yes, I apologize for not seeing you off. After Chen Shi left, the manager sat back in his chair with his butt and frantically yanked the tissue out of the drawer box to wipe the oily sweat from his face. Chen Shi returned with a big smile, and Lin Dongxue couldn't wait to ask, what did you hear? Chen Shi opened his cell phone, turned down the volume, and played the recording just now. After listening to it, the two were greatly shocked, and Lin Dongxue said, there is indeed a problem. Su Xiaodong said, with this one recording, you can apply for a search warrant. No, it's not legally considered valid evidence, but it has uncovered the tip of the iceberg and pointed us in the right direction. Let's go. Is it true that you're leaving this time? Lin Dongxue asked with a smile. Of course, isn't. They came to the company below, looking for a cold drink store to sit and drink a cup of beverage. Sitting to 6 o'clock in the evening, the company still did not see a person out. Su Xiaodong said, I go, this company overtime plus the two hard it. Companies that don't abide by labor laws abound. But what can employees do but let them be squeezed? After all, this is the rice bowl. Chen Shi said, that's why I don't want to go to work. Ditto, being a cop is a lot more free than this. Lin Dongxue said, but it's not easy. Su said, if you like the work, even if it's a bit tiring, it's still fun. At this time, a cleaning ama came down from the building, and Chen Shi immediately stood up and said, the target appeared. Go go go. The two chased him out the door, and Lin Dongxue said, you waited half a day just to wait for the cleaner? It's not enough for a frontal assault right now. Might as well knock on the door first. Chen Shi said. Chen Shi walked straight to the cleaning ama and said, excuse me, we are police officers and would like to find out something about you. Looking for me to find out what's going on? The cleaning lady gave a wary look. Do you come to this business every day to clean? Yes. Do you know anything about this company? No, anything at all. It's just a regular company. Are you guys checking for tax evasion and leakage? I don't know about that. Chen Shi took out a $100 bill and said, say what you know. This is a little intelligence fee. Don't worry, we will definitely keep it a secret. See, there is extra money to earn. Big Mom Happy Flowers immediately opened the box. She said the company's management is relatively strict. 8 o'clock in the morning to work, and often work overtime at night to 10 o'clock, mainly on the phone to sell, or carrying products door-to-door sales. Also, this company seems to have been the implementation of what the wolf culture. She had several times to see employees because they did not complete the performance of each other slapping, kneeling, swallowing paper balls. The heart shook his head, thinking that this is not a tosser. People are also the parents of the child. How come it is the turn of this group of people bad? But there is no way. In order to earn a living. Ugh, it's not easy for everyone. Big Mom sighed. Wolf culture? Su Xiaodong said. It's wolf culture, right? Yeah, that's what it says. And for a while there was a picture of a big gray wolf under the company, grimacing and looking strangely ominous. So has anyone gone missing from the company recently? Chen Shi asked. I don't know about that. It's not like I know all of them, but it seems like there's a girl that I haven't seen in a couple of days, and usually she always says hello to me. What's her name? Lori? I've heard her co-workers call her that. Has she been sick lately? Sick? What kind of sickness? Is it serious? It seemed the older woman didn't know either. Chen Shi asked her to describe the characteristics of Shaoli. The aunt described half a day also cannot say clearly. A few people had to give up. Chen Shi and pulled out a $100 stuffed her. The aunt smiled with a smile on her face, said, also did not provide any clues. Sorry hey right, You are investigating what case it? It's not convenient to disclose. You're busy. After bidding farewell to the aunt, Lin Dongxue taunted. You're so generous. Inquiring about this clue and shelling out $200. It's not easy for people. By the way, this money is reimbursed. You asked the other Amma to give you an invoice. Lin Dongxue laughed. Alright, Chen Shi turned to the main entrance of the company. His right hand compared a pistol movement pointing at the company signboard. There is a ghost in this Comstar Electronics company. Starting tomorrow, continue to track it down. I believe the truth is hidden behind this building and the manager's greasy smile. Today we're off duty. Su Xiaodong cheered. Getting off work. Go, eat hot pot. No, I'm not going. I have to go home and take a shower. Just in time. I'm going to pick up my car from the fours and give you a ride. After picking up the car, Su Xiaodong was still courting Lin Dongxue, saying, I'll send you home. Lin Dongxue said, No, I'll take a quick cab. Chen Shi said, Then take care of my business by the way. It just so happens that I'm not open today. You're really good at that. $10, delivered to your home. Come on up. Lin Dongxue still got into Chen Shi's car, and Chen Shi caressed the steering wheel and said, Baby. Lin Dongxue glared at him. It turned out that Chen Shen was talking to his car. I haven't seen you in 2 days. You've gotten prettier again. Fattish. Lin Dongxue laughed. Jumping to conclusions. Want to stop by for dinner? This $10 of yours, the service is quite rich. Can not. I want to go home to take a shower. Body stinks. Chen Shi drove Lin Dongxue to the neighborhood where she lived, followed by getting out of the car. Lin Dongxue said in a bad mood, What are you doing down here? Send you up. Chen Shi said with a big smile. Cut. Arriving at Lin Dongxue's door, Lin Dongxue said, Are you going to come in? Since you invited me, come in and sit down. That's some thick skin. I'm warning you, don't get any ideas. I'll tackle. Come in for a glass of water and get beat up too? Walking into the house, Chen Shi lamented. It really is a girl's room. Lin Dongxue said. Pretend, didn't you see it last time? After running all day, Lin Dongxue was exhausted, changed her slippers and sat down on the sofa, turning on the TV. Chen Shi very nonchalantly went into the kitchen and got busy. Lin Dongxue at first thought he was boiling water. Then when she heard the movement of pots and pans, she poked her head in and shouted, What are you doing? Cook a bowl of noodles for dinner. When it's your own home. Right away. A moment's effort. Chen Shi like a juggler carrying 2 bowls and 2 plates out, one by one on the coffee table. He cooked 2 bowls of instant noodles, cut cucumber shreds and seaweed shreds. The top of the noodle is also lying 2 watery breaded eggs, sprinkled with cilantro. The aroma of the nose. Make do with a meal. Chen Shi smiled and handed over the chopsticks. I can't imagine that you're quite delicate. Lin Dongxue took the chopsticks and started eating and watching TV. Lin Dongxue suddenly felt strange. How could she feel comfortable letting an uncle into the house? She glanced at Chen Shi, who immediately sensed her perspective, twisted her head, and asked, Got any beer? No, she said stiffly. After eating, it was already 8 o'clock. Lin Dongxue was curious about how this guy didn't leave yet, so she kept staring at Chen Shi. Chen Shi also looked at her. Lin Dongxue suddenly said, I am not going to sleep with you. Put. Chen Shi spewed out a mouthful of noodle soup, and busily grabbed the toilet paper from the table to wipe his mouth. Miss Lin, you drove this car a bit off guard. I'm just declaring it so you don't get any bad ideas. Yes. I know. Chen Shi's eyes suddenly dimmed. Today, October 10th, is a rather special day, and I don't really want to be alone. So I ran to you to rub some popularity in it. What's up? Your birthday? To be precise, it should be considered my day of sacrifice. Chen Shi heart, a voice said silently. Seeing that Chen Shi did not answer, Lin Dongxue said, What special day is today? You have a friend who died today? Just let me keep a little privacy. Chen Shi returned to his usual expression. The two watched a variety program for a while, and Lin Dongxue said, Hey, have you heard of Song Lang? Chen Shi, who was peeling an apple, paused and said, Your ex-boyfriend. Ha? Screw you, this man is a divine detective. I heard that he's especially powerful. There's no case that can't be solved. I think if you're from Longan City, you should have heard of him. No, I just came over here a couple years ago. The accent is not audible. I'm a fast learner. I talk to passengers all day long, and I've gradually picked up an accent. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? It's nothing. It just came to me the other day when I heard my brother mention it. The TV was broadcasting a commercial. Lin Dongxue got up and cleaned up the dishes. She was a little hesitant in her heart to kick him out, but it looked like he simply wanted to stay here for a while. Half hesitating, she said, I have to shower. Oh, then you wash it. Chen Shi's eyes were fixed on the TV as he casually replied, Lin Dongxue was so angry in her heart that she wanted to be happy. Is this person pretending to be stupid? Can't you hear such an obvious expulsion order? She walked into the bathroom, unlocked the door, and began to shower, keeping her ears tuned to the commotion outside. A little jittery. No matter how much more there was a big man in her house. That's when she heard the sound of water draining and banging. Curious, she wanted to push a crack open to see what the guy was doing, but resisted. After taking a shower and coming out, there was no one in the house. Lin Dongxue found that the dishes in the kitchen had been cleaned and inserted on the shelves. The TV in the living room was still on, and there was a plate of cut-up apples on the coffee table. Next to it was a note that read, "I'm leaving, get some rest early, see you tomorrow." Lin Dongxue smiled and picked up a piece of apple and put it in her mouth. The next morning, the three still meet in the bureau. Chen Shi and restore the energetic look, carrying a bag of breakfast in his hand. Su Xiaodong said, "Yo, Chen brother, please eat breakfast." "Ah, sorry, this one's not for you. You're not buying it for Captain Peng again, are you?" Lin Dongxue said. "If you're asking for something, of course you should bring some favors. Che, only know how to buy for him, don't know how to buy for us. We are at least considered temporary partners." Lin Dongxue said unhappily. Fine, I'll just treat you guys later," said Chen Shi. Came to the technical squadron. As soon as he walked into the house he saw a few fellows paralyzed across the seat, lying on the table, sleeping soundly. Peng Siju feet of the paper basket thrown a lot of coffee paper cups. Looks like it stayed up another night. Lin Dongxue cannot help but think, Captain Peng, this is also too tough. Even stayed up 2 nights. Hearing the footsteps, Peng Siju turned in his chair, both of his eyes topped with dark circles and his complexion paler than usual as he teased. "You guys have been running around hard enough, please one thing, I want to borrow something," Chen Shi said, casually placing his breakfast on the table. Peng Siju glanced at the contents of the bag and sneered, "I knew you were up to no good, making a big offer when you need me. You make me sound like too much of a snob, or I'll buy you breakfast every day, and I'm out of the car passing through here anyway. Save it, don't keep dangling it in front of me. Say, what do you need to borrow?" "I'm going to need a set of equipment for surveying bloodstains." Unexpectedly forthcoming this time, Peng Jack stood up and walked to the inner room, then came out carrying a silver and white forensic survey kit and said, "Can you use it?" "You teach me." Chen Shi smiled. "Xiaodong should know how to do this. Ask him to teach you. Don't break it and return it by the end of the day." "Thanks." Chen Shi received the survey box. With Peng Siju, farewell. On the way out Lin Dongxue said, "You now with Captain Peng, as if the friendship is quite good. It's just an illusion on your part. People like him are actually quite nice to deal with. I think they're much better than your brother." Hey, why are you undermining my brother? You call that detrimental? I'm just saying your brother isn't very nice to deal with. Chen Shi made good on his promise and treated the two to a breakfast, then drove to Comstar Electronics. On the way he made a detour and stopped next to a car with a big bald driver who complained, "Why is it so slow? I've missed 3 orders. Sorry, buy you a drink later. Here's what you want." The big bald man handed over a paper bag and drove off. Lin Dongxue curiously put her head over. "What's this? Secret weapon?" Chen Shi smiled mysteriously. Arriving at Comstar, the 3 of them stood downstairs. Chen Shi said to Su Xiaodong, "Xiaodong, here's a task for you. Turn your cell phone to vibrate. Later I'll pass you a wink. You'll leave right away, and on the way, try not to be seen by anyone, and then go to the security section to draw away the attention of the people inside." "Is this going to be something bad?" Su Xiaodong laughed. "You're overthinking it. I'm going to look for evidence. I noticed yesterday that there was surveillance inside the company. It wouldn't be good to be seen, so help me distract the security guards until I call you and you can call it a day." "Yes, sir." Su Xiaodong saluted. The 3 of them walked into the company and found that the reception desk was surprisingly empty, and there were voices coming from a room in the corridor, high and low, and although they couldn't hear what was being said, the tone was like a principal reprimanding a brat at a teacher-student assembly. Just in time, they're having their morning meeting. Chen Shi said, "Go, take a look, Xiaodong." Su Xiaodong understood and immediately left, running to the defense section. Chen Shi and Lin Dongxue tiptoed outside that room. The door was hidden. Chen Shi pushed open a crack, only to see a row of employees standing with their backs. The fat manager walked around and was lecturing. "Don't always think about what the company can do for you. Think about what you can do for the company. You are a part of the company. You should have a sense of collective honor. Don't keep thinking about that little bit of immediate benefit. That's short-sighted. You guys came here to make a career. Got it? Full of shit." Lin Dongxue spat in a small voice. After the manager finished his lengthy lecture, he told the employees to recite a few sales jingles in unison, and the scene was like a military training session, filled with chicken blood. Then the manager said, "Okay, that's the end of today's morning meeting. Hurry up and withdraw." Lin Dongxue tugged on Chen Shi's sleeve. "Wait." The employees didn't leave immediately. Only the female employees came out one by one and stood in a row. Some of their looks were embarrassed, while others were numb. The female employees passed by the fat manager one by one and kissed him. Lin Dongxue was so scared that she covered her mouth. "What kind of ceremony is this?" The fat manager seemed to be enjoying the process, nodding his head every time he kissed a female employee, and he even gave a pinch on people's asses when a few of the slightly more attractive female employees walked past him. When a female employee is not doing her job, he will order her to come back and complete the ritual again. The male employees next to him, most of them with their heads down, didn't seem too inclined to look at the scene. What a wolfish culture, treating the company like its own little kingdom, with all the employees domesticated into slaves. Chen Shi sneered. Seeing that the employees were about to come out, the two hurried to escape, and they hid in a small warehouse next door to the conference room, which was used for stacking products. Lin Dongxue whispered, "Why don't you just force an attack? There is no evidence. Come more." "I'm afraid that it will be rejected. Then it will be difficult to do. In fact, we now belong to the illegal invasion." "Ha, it's okay. If there's a problem I'll just carry it. That's what folk are good for." The corridors are empty. Let's go to the conference room we were just in. Two people with a thief like slipping into the meeting room just opened the morning meeting. The structure of this floor is a zigzag. The office area is concentrated in the north and west. The south is the company's main door, the meeting room on the left-hand side of the entrance. At this time Su Xiaodong called. He lowered his voice on the phone and said, "Is it done yet? I can't talk on my side anymore." "Nope, just hang in there a little longer," Chen Shi said. "Crap, can't hold out. I'm almost out of cigarettes." "Then you'll demand access to the surveillance and hog the computer so the security guards don't see us." "Good idea." Su Xiaodong hung up the phone. "Young man, there's still more to learn," Chen Shi lamented. "And where did you learn all this from?" Lin Dongxue cocked her head at him. "Life lessons. Let's get started." He opened the case and inside was a battery, and after connecting it to the socket, the UV lamp was ready to use. Lin Dongxue held the box with both hands at the back. Chen Shi surveyed in front, and when he came to a place, Chen Shi suddenly stopped and said, "Look here. Found blood?" Lin Dongxue said excitedly. "No, look at the floor, there are some traces. A table was put here, very similar to the one-piece iron frame table and chairs that bound the dead." Chen Shi stood up and looked around, and found that there was originally a row of windows on the wall, but they had been blocked and painted. Looking at this structure, this place should have been designed according to the cafeteria. The small warehouse we just stayed in was the back kitchen, only that it was later converted into two rooms, with the larger one serving as a meeting room, and the smaller as a warehouse. How could such an inhuman company thoughtfully prepare a cafeteria for its employees? Lin Dongxue mocked. Chen Shi took out a small bottle from his pocket, pulled out the soaked skimmed cotton wool from it, and collected it on the ground. He put the skimmed cotton under his nose and smelled it, and said, "There's a smell of alcohol. It seems that the company's people have eaten here. It might have been a potluck." "Bloodstains, bloodstains, ah," Lin Dongxue anxiously urged. She was afraid that one of the employees would walk over and catch them in the act. It would be too embarrassing to be a police officer and yet they were doing a thief's deed. The two searched almost every inch of the ground, all to no avail, and Chen Shi said, "There's no blood." "Your reasoning was wrong? The deceased died of positional asphyxia. No drops of blood would have fallen at the time of death, only from the sawing of the head. Go, look in the stairwell." Hey, there's someone else at the front desk." "Sorry, forgot." The two men hunkered down in the doorway and stared. When the receptionist got up to go to the restroom, they immediately slipped out. Chen Shi didn't leave right away. He took out a wireless camera from the paper bag that the big bald guy gave him before, and placed it in the potted plant next to the door of the conference room, and covered it with fallen leaves. Lin Dongxue opened her mouth in surprise. So this was it. The two made their way silently to the stairwell and continued to repeat their previous assignments. "And yet there's still no blood found here." Chen practical fingers pressed forehead, said, "So it seems that the body was moved down intact. The blood may be in the car, or the field. If it is the latter possibility, it is simply impossible to find. I say, could it be that the deceased was not killed here at all? Whether or not they were killed here, let's rule out all the impossibilities first. Call it a day." Chen Shi dialed the phone and signaled that Su Xiaodong could withdraw. "Calling it a day? Don't you want to see the manager?" "What's the point of seeing him? Come over tomorrow and make a strong attack." "Why tomorrow?" "Dumb nah. I just put a camera in, so if I film their morning meeting, I can charge the manager with sexual harassment. And won't I be able to come in and investigate right away?" "Ha ha, There's still this trick. Lin Dongxue clapped her hands and suddenly thought of a problem. But this forensic means of yours. It's okay. I'll send you the footage I took anonymously and then you go through the formal process of applying for an arrest warrant. That's how convenient it is for folk. You've got a lot of tricks up your sleeve. The three met downstairs at the company. Chen Shi drove the two to the city hall and said, I'll see you tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I'm going to run a few orders. I haven't opened in the past 2 days. Brother Chen, don't we have any missions? Su Xiaodong said. Rest. Lin Dongxue said. Are you so confident that people just die in the company? What if something goes wrong? Should we investigate other clues? Chen Shi shook his head and said, Small comrades, check the case is a little bit hard to hear the blind man feeling the elephant. Each person is responsible for each person's piece on the line. The final spell out is the truth. A person's energy is limited. It is not possible to everything. This point you can learn with your brother. Caught a clue to the dead check. This perseverance is worth encouraging the spirit of. You don't sound like you're complimenting him at all. Ha ha, understand on your own. I'll go first. The two got out of the car. Su Xiaodong said, 11 o'clock. Why don't we have dinner first? I'll treat you. Lin Dongxue gave him a blank look. Your family has a mind. So you invite me all day? Then you haven't promised it once. Sorry, I'm not hungry right now. It so happened that Lin Xiaopu came out from the front door with a pile of information, saw the two and said with a smile, How is it? Any progress? We are making progress on our side. Oh, the blood stained on Jia's knife is the same blood type as the deceased. Lin Dongxue's heart thumped, thinking whether she would really lose to Lin Xiaopu this time. And she asked, What about DNA? Well, it's still being assayed, but I'm sure the results are 100% consistent. What about your side? Don't hide it from me. Lin Dongxue then said their findings one by one. Lin Xiaopu heard, sneered and shook his head. I think he is thinking of the case as too complicated. Even if that company's style is not very good, but they are also ordinary people. Ordinary people for the first time to make a case, will always be dragging their feet. This case is done so cleanly. From the beginning I expected that it is a recidivism done by recidivists. Lin Dongxue was dumbfounded. She was afraid that whatever she said now would become a talking point afterward. Frankly speaking, now she had been a little shaken by Chen Shi's reasoning. She thought that the god of luck could not favor him every time. At this time Lin Xiaopu received a phone call. Listening to his expression changed greatly. Said, Oh no, Jia Mao escaped from the hospital. You guys follow me now. Hurry to search and arrest. 2 cars of police rushed to the hospital at high speed. Get off. Lin Xiaopu and waiting at the hospital door of the 2 police officers on duty splitting head and face scolded a pass. How to mess up. 2 people staring will also let people run away? Police officer A said. We just went out to the corridor to smoke a cigarette. 5 minutes of work. How do you know that people are gone? Cop B said. The kid woke up a long time ago. He stole the nurse's ballpoint pen to poke the handcuffs off. The hospital said he might be in a coma for a couple of weeks. So we just took it lightly. Lin Xiaopu waved his hand and said. Alright, now is not the time to reflect. Hurry up and get the people back. Everyone tuned their radios to the same band and split up. Check every neighborhood, parking lot, shopping mall and even sewer manhole covers around. The officers dispersed at a rapid pace, and Lin Xiaopu stood in place to take command, as he kept hearing his subordinates say over the radio, No luck here. I asked the surrounding residents, and I didn't see anyone in a hospital gown pass by. Lin Xiaopu was getting more and more anxious, but also very chagrined. This wanted criminal has 2 previous convictions for escape. He should have increased the police force. At this time, Lin Dongxue's voice came from the radio. Brother, near the Rose Garden neighborhood. Hurry over, I found him. Lin Xiaopu fire speed to let the people in the neighborhood to rush over. He himself also jumped into the police car. Wind speed to rush there. When I came to the neighborhood, I heard shouting from inside, residents of Unit 4. Please close the door tightly. There is a wanted criminal who escaped into the building. Everyone must be careful. You can take self-defense measures if necessary. The voice was none other than Lin Dongxue's. Lin Xiaopu followed the voice and saw that she was holding a loud public in her hand and was shouting at a block of flats. It turned out that she found Jia Mao. Shot a warning. Jia Mao dog anxious to drill into a residential building. Afraid of evolving into a hijacking incident. She made a decisive decision to the neighborhood committee to borrow a loud public, to remind the residents of the unit building attention. Lin Xiaopu patted Lin Dongxue's shoulder and said, Well done. He beckoned the officers up the stairs to make the arrest, and had another group go up to the rooftop from a neighboring unit. Up and down. Jia, who was carrying injuries and had little strength to begin with, was eventually found by 2 officers on the 7th floor, where he was frantically banging on the door of an apartment building, from which came the sound of a woman's screams. Freeze! Hands up! Surrounded by pistols, Jia had to raise his hands, gray and handcuffed again. Watching Jia Mao was escorted down. Lin Xiaopu, lifted in the throat of the heart, finally fell back into the stomach. He said to Lin Dongxue, "This action. Remember, you first-class merit. The credit doesn't matter. It's good that no residents were injured." Lin Dongxue smiled gratefully. Lin Xiaopu thought to himself, his sister seems to have become very capable now too. Is it possible that it is the influence of that guy? A police officer came over to report the situation, and when he was told that Jia was in a desperate situation and went crazy to bang on the door of an apartment, Lin Xiaopu said, "I think this guy is a dog in a hurry. I'll go up and calm down the residents of that apartment, and you guys can escort the person back first." "I'll go too," Lin Dongxue said. The two went upstairs and learned that the danger was lifted, and the residents in the building opened their doors and looked around, asking Lin Xiaopu about the situation, who casually perfunctory. Coming to the 7th floor, the apartment was still closed. Lin Xiaopu looked towards the door and said, "Ooh, this guy is strong enough to deflate the security door into a piece." He went up to the door and knocked. "Hello, we're the police and we've come to see if you're alright." The woman in the room replied, "It's okay, just scared. The man has been arrested." "Gee, that's great. Thank you, comrade policeman," said a young woman. Opened the door. Lin Dongxue noticed that she was quite a big belly. Lin Dongxue probed and looked towards the house and said, "Big sister, you're alone?" "Yes, my husband is still in the unit. How do I know that this kind of thing happened? Scared me to death. I'm very sorry for causing you a fright. By the way, this door is broken. We can reimburse you for the repair costs afterward." Lin Xiaopu said, No, it's a good thing we caught him. He deserves to be shot." After saying goodbye to the young woman, the two of them walked towards the stairs, when Lin Dongxue suddenly stopped and said, "Brother, why do I feel that this young woman knows Jia Mao? What makes it so?" "You see the layout of this floor. There are 8 doors on the first floor." Jia Mao did not pick the one closest to the stairs, but chose to pick the innermost door on the west side of the. "Just now," that young woman said, "this kind of person should be shot. Does she know that Jia Mao has committed the thing? His wanted notice doesn't seem to have been released in the city, and also before when I chased him, he seemed to have a purpose like running into this unit building." Lin Xiaopu mused, feeling that Lin Dongshue's analysis was somewhat reasonable. So he said, "Go back and verify it again." The two men went up to the door again and the young woman opened it and said, "Yes?" Lin Xiaopu said, "With all due respect, do you know that man just now?" "No, don't recognize it." The young woman's eyes fluttered. "Then why did he run into this apartment building and frantically bang on your door the moment he was arrested?" "You're kidding. How would I know that?" "Ask him," said the young woman, reaching up to run a hand through her hair. Noticing a freshly inflicted stab wound on her small arm, Lin Dongxue said, "You were recently attacked?" "Ah." The young woman looked at the cut on her arm. This is an accidental cut I made." Lin Xiaopu added, "The man has been caught, so tell us if you have any hidden stories." "There really isn't, so please return, both of you." The other party gave an expulsion order, and they could not force it. However, when they had just turned around, the young woman suddenly shouted behind them, "Both of you, I have something to say. Can I ask you to come inside?" Lin Xiaopu and Lin Dongxue exchanged looks, then turned around and entered the house. Entering the house, the two sat down at the table in the living room. The young woman exchanged pleasantries and asked if they wanted tea, and the two said they didn't have to. The young woman sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, that no good guy is my ex-husband." "Ah." Lin Dongxue was astonished. The young woman said she and Jia were married in 12 years. When in the city of Lidong, Jia was a worker at first and he was good because of the man, funny and humorous, good-looking and handsome. The young woman's family is very opposed to her and his dealings. She disregarded her family to dissuade her, and Jia eloped. After the two married, Jia Mao's bad nature is gradually exposed. He is a lazy, short-tempered people, every month do not work properly, net thinking about some crooked way, for which the two carried a large amount of external debt. Jia Mao a little bit of bad luck on her and beat and scolded. At that time she regretted to death. Regret did not listen to the words of the family, the whole day in tears, and then she ironically do not want to live this kind of life. Take advantage of a Jia Mao business trip, stole some money to escape back to Longan City. Then I met my current husband, and although he was introduced to me by my family, the two of them lived a happy life and soon conceived a child of love. One did not expect is that she saw on the news Jia Mao murder is wanted. At that time she had mixed feelings, and shocked and pity and pain. This indisputable guy, go to such a step is not a surprise. Lin Xiaopu interrupted the young woman and asked, "You and Jia were not divorced, and then married the current gentleman. Is this not a crime of heavy?" Fearing that this crime is too harsh, he did not finish his sentence. The young woman said, When I first eloped with Jia Genoa, my family withheld my account book, so I didn't get a license, and legally it's only considered cohabitation. Lin Xiaopu nodded, signaling her to continue on. The young woman went on to say that when she went out to buy groceries a few days ago, Jia jumped out of nowhere, grabbed a knife in his hand, and said viciously, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in the shape I'm in now." In the argument, the young woman's arm was cut a knife. Fortunately there were passers-by. Jia fled. The young woman did not want her husband to know about it, so did not report to the police. This guy is simply a scum. Whoever is with him is unlucky. Please make sure you give him a life sentence, so that he never comes out to harm others. The young woman begged. Jia has a few lives in his hands, and the death penalty cannot be escaped, Lin Dongxue said. Lin Xiaopu frowned and pondered for a moment as he said, "If it's convenient, I'd like to take some samples of your DNA and compare them with the blood on the murder knife." Yes. Lin Xiaopu called for a cotton swab to come up and took some samples in the young woman's mouth, then took his leave. When he got back, he left Jia to the others for interrogation and training, and came to the tech squadron first thing in the morning, and Peng Siju said, "Team Lin, coming? The DNA on the murder weapon has been analyzed, and it doesn't match the deceased." On the side, Lin Dongxue saw Lin Xiaopu as if he was about to faint. He pulled out the young woman's DNA sample. "Compare it with this sample, as soon as possible." For the next 2 hours, Lin Xiaopu had been wandering back and forth in front of the technical squadron, helplessly unable to be persuaded by anything Lin Dongxue said. The results finally came out, and Peng Siju walked out, holding 2 printouts in his hand, saying, "The DNA of the 2 is an exact match. It's the same person. No other DNA on the murder weapon? No, only this one's." Lin Xiaopu looked up to the sky and sighed. "I ended up getting it wrong." A police officer came running and said, "Team Lin, the interrogation is over." Jia Mao refuses to admit that he's involved with the headless woman's body. He didn't kill the person. Take him into custody first. Lin Xiaopu waved his hand feebly. Lin Xiaopu lost his mind and returned to the office. Sitting in front of the desk, both hands propped up on his temples, Lin Dongxue knew that he must be frustrated to the core right now. She whispered, "Brother, our clues are not completely interrupted." Chen Shi sighed. "What am I doing wrong? Why am I always being compared to this driver?" Lin Xiaopu spread his hands. Lin Dongxue let out a bitter smile and said, "Anyway, when the case is solved, the credit goes to the task force and you. Alas, the flow of the year is unfavorable." Lin Xiaopu patted his cheeks and recovered. "What's the situation on Chen Shi's side?" Lin Dongxue said roughly, claiming that he could officially search that company tomorrow. Lin Xiaopu nodded and said, "Tell him that I lost this bet again. If this case is solved, I'll treat him to shabu shabu at Dongdation. No, treat everyone on the task force. If you need any help, just ask." "Brother, why are you so good at admitting your mistakes now?" Lin Dongxue looked at him curiously. "Damn girl, can you talk? How do you call this admitting a mistake?" "I'm just willing to gamble." Although Jia Mao's side did get the wrong direction, but I'm glad I didn't put my eggs in one basket. Right now at least there's that clue of yours. Look on the bright side. You were able to solve the case of the headless woman's body and catch a cross-country murderer at the same time this time. Lin Xiaopu breaks the ice bloom face, reveals a smile, says, "Go go go, the 8 has not yet is skimming it." A foot in the door. "You do not mess up oh." After leaving the door, Lin Dongxue told Chen Shi the news. Chen Shi replied to WeChat saying, "Children can be taught. Your brother is not so annoying now. Let's see what luck tomorrow." The next morning, Chen Shi sent a message to Lin Dongxue, telling her to look at her mailbox. In the mailbox there is an anonymous citizen sent a video. The content of the morning meeting of Comstar. The manager of the company openly molested female employees. Lin Dongxue immediately took the video to the director of the bureau, applied for an arrest warrant. Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong brought a few police officers to Comstar. Chen Shi arrived here early and was waiting for them downstairs. He said, "The arrest warrant came down? Voila! That's godly enough, let's go." Frontal assault. When the fat manager saw a bunch of police pouring in, his face was white with fear, and he was busy standing up with a smile. "Comrade police officers, what's going on here?" Lin Dongxue flashed out the arrest warrant and deliberately sold a lie. "What's going on? You know it yourself." The fat manager was scared out of a cold sweat. His eyes fluttered. When Su Xiaodong went up to handcuff him, he even intended to jump out of the window. Was several police officers to press on the table? Lin Dongxue said, "You and the company openly molested female employees. We have already got conclusive evidence, and we go to the trip." "Oh, this matter The fat manager's complexion actually revealed a hint of fluculation. "Is there something else?" Chen Shi asked with a smile. No. He shook his head like a rattle, the fat in his cheeks jiggling. "So it's true about the molestation?" It's a fake too. I didn't do it. Unjust government. Lin Dongshui waved her hand. Take it away. Chen whispered next to Lin Dongshue's ear. Escort this fat man back first. Find 2 talkative interrogators to slowly spend time with him. And leave a few people here to search. Having played a handful of fake roads in Gua, the entire Comstar company can now be searched at will. Lin Dongxue let 2 police officers go down and look for bloodstains in the parking lot and near the entrances and exits of the building, while she herself, Su Xiaodong, Chen Shi, and the other 2 police officers gathered the employees together and prepared to interrogate them. The employees were gathered in the conference room. Everyone looked blank. Among them there were a few with wandering eyes, not knowing what to do. Chen Shi held the list of employees in his hand and asked, "All of them are here?" "It's all here. Just 17 of us in the company." "Who's the accountant?" A woman stepped out of the line, and Chen Shi said, "Let me talk to you for a minute." Chen Shi let the accountant to show him the payroll. Several years of payroll all show only 17 people. Chen Shi do not believe. "Look at the document properties column," said. "These 15 years, 16 years of documents. Why the recent revision?" The accountant smiled awkwardly and said, "The manager asked me to make a report, so it's been opened recently." "When?" "A few days ago." "What day of the week?" "Week 1 it is." "How much do you get paid a month?" Chen Shi asked. Caught off guard. 6,004. Chen Shi laughed as he took a look at the name card on the accountant's chest, pointed to a column on the form and said, "But up here, your salary is over $7,000. The accountant replied in a cold sweat. "That's right. Part of it pays for 5 insurance and 1 pension." "Lies," Chen Shi revealed without mercy. "It's written clearly that it's more than 7,000 after removing the 5 insurance and 1 pension. Is a late deduction." Chen Shi sneered, pulled out the phone, and called Lin Dongxue over. The 2 men took the accountant to the staff office area. Chen Shi pulled open the drawers one by one and searched them, and found 2 pay stubs, and then they went back to the accounting office. And once they checked, sure enough, the actual salary was less than on the payroll. Chen Shi took a pen and made a rough calculation, then called over Lin Dongxue to whisper into her ear. "This part of the extra salary is exactly the number of one person's salary. That fat man is a thief and knows that we will check this." Conning, Lin Dongxue straightened up, looked at the accountant and said, "Don't hide it. How many people are there in your company?" 17. "Lies. It's clearly 18 people. Payroll and employee information has been tampered with. You've erased the one who disappeared out of thin air." The accountant smiled sarcastically. "Comrade policeman, I don't know what you're talking about. What kind of case are you working on? Did you also kiss the manager at the morning meeting?" Chen Shi suddenly asked. The accountant was in a cold sweat. Chen Shi laughed. "I remembered. No you. Oh, you are surnamed Xiao. The manager is also surnamed Xiao. You are relatives, that's why you helped him hide it." "Forget it. I won't ask you. I'll ask someone else. If you let us find out about this, your charge of harboring is not running away." The 2 men got up to leave, and the accountant tugged on Chen Shi's sleeve and said, "Comrade police officer, I really don't know what you're investigating. Are you really not clear in your own heart?" Chen Shi shook off her hand. Chen Shi called a police officer to watch the accountant, and the 2 brought the other employee to the office, where Chen Shi got right to the point this time and asked, "What day did Xiao Li have her accident?" The employee was in a panic, shaking her head desperately. "Who's Lori?" Chen Shi sneered. His demeanor and mannerisms had already exposed that he was lying, but the dead duck's mouth was hard. This guy just wouldn't admit it. "Were you involved in the rape when she was killed?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Chen Shi slammed the table, shook up the cactus on the table. The employee was scared and shrunk his neck. His brain was densely covered with cold sweat. Chen Shi said, "A human life, do you treat it as a child's play? The police already have the evidence. Now it depends on your attitude. Either you can take the credit for your crimes, or you can add to your crimes." The employee was shaking like a sieve, his mouth still desperately saying, I don't know. After that, no matter what Chen Shi said, that was all he had to say. The man had entered a state of psychological defense and was completely avoiding reality. Chen Shi waved his hand to drive him away, and Lin Dongxue said, "Too tough-mouthed." The manager must have given them a little kick in the pants. "What then?" "Ask again, this time with a different woman." A female employee was then brought in. She came in pale with fear. Chen Shi sang a red face this time and said with a smile, "How is your relationship with Xiao Li?" "Relationships? Who's Lori?" The female employee jerked her head up, her eyes wary. "Stop acting. We've found Xiao Li's body. Her family has reported it to the police, and all evidence points to this company." "I don't know what you're talking about." The female employee was 10,000% nervous, looking at Lin Dongxue and then Chen Shi, not daring to make any eye contact with them. Chen Shi pointed at her and said, "Your clothes are very old, but you have a pair of newly bought shoes on your feet. I noticed that the employees here either have newly bought cell phones or newly bought jewelry, which means that you guys made a small fortune recently. It seems that the manager gave each of you hush money." The female employee's hands were shaking as she suddenly covered her ears and said desperately, "Don't ask. I don't know anything. I don't know anything." Chen Shi gritted his teeth and waved his hand to bring her down. Lin Dongxue said, "Look at their mental state. They're not tough guys. Should we take them back for a slow trial? Wouldn't that make your brother look bad for me?" Lin Dongxue snorted. "Are you men that facetious? It's about a man's dignity." Chen Shi said teasingly, "Do we have to continue the trial? Wait a minute. We'll go out for dinner first. Where are those people? Keep the cops on it. Alright, don't play games, just do whatever you have to do. I'm just going to boil them. By the way, you call a technician to come here. Bring the kit for assaying salivary enzymes, and the data from the previous samples as well." The two naturally did not go to eat, just stayed here for a while. Chen Shi was not idle for a moment, looking at everyone's workstation one by one. Then Su Xiaodong ran in and said, "What are you guys up to? It's been 2 hours. If you want to ask, hurry up and ask. Not to mention them, I can't stand up anymore. Don't be in a hurry. Why don't you go out for a meal first, and switch to someone else to keep an eye on it for a while?" Chen Shi said carelessly. "Brother Chen, what exactly are you selling in your gourd?" At this time there were footsteps coming from the corridor, only to see Peng Siju and an assistant walk in carrying a survey box. Chen Shi stared wide-eyed and said, "Captain Peng personally came? Too much face. Not enough manpower. No way. Hurry up and start." Peng Siju said coldly. Chen Shi said to Su Xiaodong, "Go and give them each a cup of water. Take the cup back when you're done, and make sure you remember whose cup that is. 17 of them, how can I remember?" Lin Dongxue picked up a disposable paper cup and said, "You can make an inconspicuous mark on the bottom of this paper cup. That's a good idea. Winter Snow, you're so icy smart. Welp, cut the ass kissing and get on with it." 10 minutes later, Su Xiaodong came over with a bag of paper cups. Peng Siju and his assistant immediately began the laboratory tests. Several people present anxiously waiting. Success or failure is at stake. Sample number 1. An exact match to the salivary enzymes on the deceased. Pengjiak said. Lin Dongxue clenched her fists in a cheering gesture, and Peng Siju splashed cold water. "Don't be too happy. Salivary enzymes aren't as stable and accurate as DNA. Eventually, 5 of the 6 salivary enzymes from the dead man's body were found among the employees, and Chen Shi left for a moment and came back, a boss cup in his hand, saying, 'Test this again.' Exact match," Pengjiak said after the inspection. Chen Shi clapped his 2 hands together. "The evidence is conclusive. It is this group of employees and fat managers who committed rape on the deceased. What a wolfish company. Harming a human life." Surprisingly collective silence. Lin Dongxue said spiritedly, "Should we apply for a second arrest warrant and invite them back to the station for tea? There's no need to change the field. Call another man in and confront him face to face." At that moment a shout came from outside. "It's bad. The gang is trying to escape." They came to the conference room to see that the group of employees were running out in a hubbub, and the 2 police officers on the scene were desperately trying to maintain order. Chen Shi went over and said, "Calm down. Do you want to attack the police? I don't know whose hand's bench leg didn't have eyes." Smashed into Chen Shi's brain, and a few drops of blood oozed out. Chen Shi, a burst of annoyance, kicked down a potted plant on the corridor. Bam! The crowd suddenly quieted down. Chen Shi's brain stained with blood looks fierce. He yelled lowly, "Don't think that the police don't know what you guys did on the night of October 5th. You guys know how to make a fuss. It's just a dog jumping over the wall. No one can help you guys. The only way out is to cooperate with the police. Themselves watch what happens." The employees all hung their heads low, like schoolchildren who had made a mistake, especially the male employees, who had extraordinarily flustered expressions. Lin Dongxue swept a glance. There were 10 men, which meant that at least 5 of them were all involved in raping the deceased. Employees were brought back to the conference room. Chen Shi played a careful trick, told the guarding police officers to take off their jackets, revealing the loaded live ammunition of the gun. The thief saw the gun immediately honest. Then a male employee wearing glasses was brought up for individual questioning. Lin Dongxue pulled out a Kleenex and gave it to Chen Shi, saying, "Do you want to go to the hospital?" Chen Shi touched the smashed place on his head and said, "It doesn't bother me. I'll just go to the bathroom and wash it." After a while, Chen Shi returned to the office with a band-aid on his head. The male employee was surrounded by Su Xiaodong, Lin Dongxue, and Peng Siju, just like a triple trial. He rubbed his hands nervously and uneasily. Chen Shi asked Su Xiaodong in a low voice, "What number is he?" "Make it 6. This was the number on their paper cups, and Chen Shi remembered that this man was one of the rapists involved. He scanned the sign on the male employee's chest and said, "Your name is Luo Xiaoli, right? Do you know Xiaoli? Don't recognize it." Still the same answer. Has your manager coerced you and forbidden anyone to tell the truth? But now that your manager has been detained, who can help you? No one can help you. Really don't recognize it. Do you realize how cheap a lie you've told? It could totally serve as a model for first-year police cadets to learn from. The employee scowled. Su Xiaodong whispered, really don't see the coffin. Captain Pang, show him the evidence. Zhu Peng said calmly, your salivary enzymes are identical to those found on the deceased. The employee looked flustered, but still wouldn't confess. Chen Shi walked over to his workstation, pulled out a civil service exam workbook from underneath a pile of magazines, and said, "Shall we? You've been preparing for the civil service exam lately?" Just looking around. Just a quick look? It's almost full of writing. So it seems like you don't like your current job very much. Do you hate the manager a lot? Or do you hate the atmosphere here? The employee scowled. Chen Shi walked to him. Want to take the civil service examination? The bottom is not clean as no one will want you. Your file will leave a stain. All depends on your attitude now. This ship is about to sink. You desperately defend it meaningless. Even if you all keep their mouths shut, these evidences get to the court. Do you think you can escape? We are giving you a chance now. After the village there will be no more store. You have to think clearly. The employee suddenly clutched his head and crouched on the ground, bawling his eyes out, startling the few people present. Chen Shi thoughtfully handed over a Kleenex, and after crying, the employee said, "Got a cigarette?" Chen Shi handed over a cigarette and lighted it for him. The employee took a puff with a shaking hand and opened his mouth, and the first sentence was, "I didn't kill the man. Tell me what you saw go by." He began to tell what happened that night. That day was payday, but also the end of a sales quarter. After the wrap-up meeting, the company called for some good wine and good food to get together, but everyone's mood is not too high, because they know that today is again a few happy and a few sad. This company has always promoted a wolf culture, and those who perform poorly are severely punished, such as going for a run in the snow in the middle of winter stripped naked, or slapping each other in the face, or worse, the manager will humiliate them by forcing them to drink water from the toilet. A few years ago there was a male employee who got a respiratory disease from running naked in the snow in the big winter snow, and the manager went so far as to dismiss him outright, and sternly told the crowd that the world was all about the weak and the strong, and that the waste was only to be eliminated. He used to ask himself why he had to come here to be humiliated in this way, and there were some employees who couldn't stand this and resigned, and the last thing the labor market lacked was people, and in the words of the manager, if you don't do it, someone else will come and do it. Whether the manager scolded them, forced female colleagues to do that kind of thing at the morning meeting, or physically punished them, stayed for a long time, everyone seems to have been numb. People's adaptability is really terrible. Speak of the case, Lin Dongxue interrupted impatiently. Okay, the other night, he said. That night after dinner, the manager stood up with a stern face. In accordance with the usual practice, call a few did not complete the performance of the staff out of the line. Those who got away with it all gloating. These unlucky employees have Shaoli. This time the manager came up with a new trick, telling them to strip naked and keep drinking until they vomit and then keep drinking. Several male employees were paralyzed on the spot, and then Shaoli said she was recently in the sick, cannot drink. The manager was on fire, scolded a few harsh words, called 2 employees over, pinched her nose hard to pour. Maybe this process. The manager touched Shaoli a few times. Got a bad idea. Shaoli figure is really good, plus usually we're very sexy. It is easy to let a person get evil thoughts. So the manager let them more fierce pour Shaoli wine. Although everyone felt a little wrong in their hearts, no one in the company dared to defy the authority of the manager. Gradually, they went from pouring alcohol to rape. By then, Lori was already drunk and didn't struggle much. The manager ran aside to smoke after the crime. That day we all drank a lot of wine. A male employee who usually always slipped behind the manager also committed a crime against Shaoli. A few female employees could not stand to see ready to go. The manager reprimanded, do not go. Seemingly with the tacit approval of the manager, the male employee became more and more arrogant, and said very nasty things under his breath. In hindsight it's really scary that they collectively raped Lori that night, including the teller herself. How many people in total? Chen Shi asked. 7. Except those 2 who were punished, the rest all went up, the employee said in a cold sweat. After that, I don't know who suddenly shouted out that Shaoli wasn't breathing, and everyone freaked out and went over to do CPR and artificial respiration. The manager was so scared that the wine woke up at that time. He used his hand to probe Shaoli's breathing, looked around the crowd and said, this matter, each of you have a share. No one is allowed to say anything. If anyone dares to say anything, I'll find my brothers on the street to kill him. The manager was halfway around Lori's body, almost smoking a pack of cigarettes, and everyone at the scene was terrified. The manager suddenly said, "We need to saw her head off. The police won't look into this until they know who she is." Then he pointed at the female employees. "You guys go get the tools." Under the manager's scolding, the female employees slowly moved out and went to the hardware store a few blocks away to buy tools and return. One of the accountants inside the female employees was a relative of the manager and his confidant, and the whole process was done under her supervision. To call everyone off the hook, the manager supervised the female employees as they moved the body to a clearing at the back of the parking lot, where they sawed off the head, scrubbed it over with disinfectant, and cleaned up the blood. Afterwards, he told 2 male employees to wrap the body in plastic and go to the field to throw it away, with the head and body being thrown in 2 places. Then the manager took a bag of money from the office safe, threw $10,000 at each person, and said, "No one is allowed to say anything about what happened today, otherwise we all die. Do you hear me?" After this incident, the whole company shrouded in a fearful, depressing atmosphere. Colleagues usually meet also no smile, everyone with an embarrassed look. The manager also did some aftermath stuff, including getting rid of the desk where Lori was tied up, purging all of her files so that she would completely evaporate, and repeatedly pressuring the employees. He told his employees that if the police came to their door, they should just say that they did not know and that the police would not do anything to them, and that he would just deal with them. He also said that the police would interrogate them separately and then swindle them by telling them that other people had already confessed and not to be afraid, and that it was all a ruse. The manager also said, all right, Lin Dongxue couldn't listen anymore, her teeth grinding together. Simply a bunch of beasts. Chen Shi asked, how did Xiao Li's family get rid of her? Xiao Li is an out-of-town laborer, living alone, and the family just contact on New Year's holidays, so they do not know yet. Where's her workstation? The employee pointed in one direction. It was here. Then, disposed of? Yes, he echoed in a cold sweat. Got anything on her? All destroyed. Wait. The employee led them to the hallway, where he opened a power supply box, which turned out to be a small hearth, holding a picture of a girl, with electronic candles on either side, and some simple offerings like candies and pastries underneath the picture. The employee said, I don't know who started it in the first place, and with guilt in their hearts, everyone quietly came here to pay their respects to her. Speaking here, the employee wiped a tear. Xiao Li, I'm sorry, I'm not a human being. What's the use of talking about this now? Lin Dongxue hated these people with a passion. Do you have nightmares? Chen Shi asked. The employee froze and said, I do it every night, dreaming of Lori, who has no head, coming for my life. Chen Shi said to Lin Dongxue, alright, the truth is out. Let's control all the people. The employee panicked. Officer, didn't you say you were going to release me? I didn't say that I'd wait until the case was completely cleared up before deciding what to do with you. I didn't kill the person, I swear. She was still humming when I fucked her. He reversed his previous attitude and desperately tried to absolve himself. And Lin Dongxue hated him so much that she wanted to slap him. Lin Dongxue called the bureau. Lin Xiaopu personally brought a group of people over, took all the people away, and this company was sealed. Lin Xiaopu said, one pot. Really you guys? Chen Shi laughed. Our bet? Okay, Dongdation shabu shabu. I'll treat you guys in a couple days. Although he lost the bet, the case was solved, and Lin Xiaopu's expression was extraordinarily relaxed. But the case isn't really over yet. The biggest difficulty in the case is determining criminal responsibility, and the male employees are trying to exonerate themselves during the interrogation in all sorts of scandalous ways that make the interrogators want to vomit. Peng Siju suggested to Lin Xiaopu, the deceased died of postural asphyxia. To be precise, she was taking paracetamol, a drug that has a curbing effect on lung function, and she was roughly tied up under these circumstances, resulting in asphyxiation and death. So the criminally responsible person should be the one who tied her up. Lin Xiaopu took his professional advice, and the final criminal responsibility for the whole case fell on the fat manager's head, and despite his flowery excuses and unreasonable demands for a lawyer, it was all too late, and soon all the people involved in the case were transferred to the judiciary. The fat manager can't get away with manslaughter and rape, and as for the employees, except for a couple of punished ones who didn't participate and were considered lucky, the others have more or less left an unwashable stain on their resumes, and they'll pay for that night's madness with a lifetime of hard work of their own. These are all afterthoughts. At the same time as the interrogation work began, Chen Shi, Lin Dongxue and Peng Siju drove to a piece of wasteland in the western suburbs. The bureau was now understaffed with 18 people to interrogate, so the job of finding the remains of the deceased fell to the 3 of them. It's this neighborhood, right? Lin Dongxue had been looking outside. There's a red-painted utility pole up ahead. This is it. Parking here. The three came to the wilderness to seek hundreds of acres of wasteland to find a head. Is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chen-Shi looking for the waste is sore. Stand up and light a cigarette to catch his breath. Suddenly found Pang Siju stood next to him. Out of politeness, Chen-Shi handed over a cigarette and said, Captain Pang, have one. Pang Siju surprisingly took it and said, no one has ever handed me cigarettes, because I never smoke in the unit, so they all think I don't smoke. How do you know I smoke? I didn't know you smoked. Chen-Shi laughed. I just know it's polite. Chen-Shi, you always remind me of someone. Let me guess. Your friend? Does someone as cold-faced and cold-hearted as Captain Pang have any friends? Pangsjack didn't pay attention to his jokes and said, a cab driver who solved 3 strange cases in a row. It's too unbelievable. Who the hell are you? That's a question I've always wanted to know too. Chen-Shi shrugged his shoulders and grinned, striking his lighter and handing it over to Pangsjack with the palm of his hand covered. Found it. Lin Dongxue joyfully ran over, saw this scene and laughed. When did you two become so close? Ha, so Captain Pang also smokes? Cut the crap and go over there. Pang Siju pulled out a test tube and threw the cigarette he had just taken 2 puffs into it to extinguish it. The trio arrived there, and in the grass was a rotting head, which could be seen to belong to a woman by its long hair. Lin Dongxue sighed. A good girl, ending up in such a state. Why would this gang be so bad? This is probably the so-called collective unconsciousness. A person who possesses morality, when placed in a collective, will be infected by the atmosphere, lose his mind, and turn into a beast. Chen-Shi said. Carl Jung's theory. Pangsjack said. But why would a group of people just do evil things? Maybe it comes down to human nature being evil. The cold wind blew as if the dead were wailing. Lin Dongxue closed her hands at the head and silently said, Shaoli, have a good trip. That night, Lin Xiaopu treated everyone to shabu-shabu at Dongdation, a sort of celebratory dinner for this occasion. After receiving the WeChat, Pang Siju was still organizing his office. He had been so busy in the past 2 days that he was going to vomit blood, and his office was in a mess, which was the most difficult for him to endure. Bagging up the trash and putting things back in order, Pang Siju nodded his head in satisfaction. The past 2 days of sleep had added up to less than 10 hours, making him look slightly haggard, and frankly he didn't have much of an appetite. He just wanted to go back and get a good night's sleep. As if remembering something, Pang Siju pulled out a photo from the bottom of the drawer of him and a male police officer, who was 5 years younger in the photo, and his expression was the same. The other person who was smiling happily was none other than his past colleague, Song Lang. After rubbing the photo and remembering it for a moment, he suddenly stood up and headed out the door, fetching his car and going straight to the scene of the crime. At this time it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The sky was completely dark. The whole building was blacked out. Pang Siju came to the floor where Comstar was located, and used his gloved hand to pick through the police line. When he came to the corridor, with a cotton swab in one hand and a flashlight in the other, he searched the ground. He was looking for a patch of blood, but the search went on and on, with nothing to show for it. He crushed an area with his hand and put it to his nose to sniff it, confirming that it smelled of ammonia, which only some highway criminals knew could remove blood. And of course, veteran police officers knew that. Asshole. He stood up and walked to the windowsill when he suddenly saw a car leaving the parking lot, a model much like the one Chen-Shi had. At this time Lin Xiaopu called and said, Old Pang, why haven't you arrived yet? The meat is off the pot. Did that driver go? He said he's still dropping off a guest and will be there soon. Okay, I'll be right over. Pang Siju went downstairs and arrived at the hotel in a blaze of speed, but didn't go in. He stood in the doorway, his eyes fixed on everyone who came in. Finally, Chen-Shi's grinning face appeared, and Chen-Shi greeted. Just arrived. Where were you just now? Zhu Pangs asked coldly. Dropping off a guest. Ah, it's on the way too. Yes? Pang Siju suddenly grabbed Chen-Shi's hand, although it looked weak, but he was very strong. He dragged Chen-Shi's hand under his nose to smell it, and then there was no odor on it whatsoever. Chen-Shi drew back his hand. What is Captain Pang doing? Do we know each other that well? With a cold snort, Pang Siju turned and left from the restaurant, muttering to himself on the way. I must find out who you are. Headless female body soon entered the legal process. In front of the ironclad evidence, the fat manager confessed to all the crimes, but the results of the trial came down. He was very unconvinced, pointing to the employees in the gallery and said, the people are they killed, and I have nothing to do with it. I want to appeal. I want to appeal. On this day Chen-Shi and Lin Dongxue also came to sit in on the meeting, and Chen-Shi said, you still don't know what's wrong with you when you're dying? Lin Dongxue said, now that I think about it, the fact that something so horrible would happen is completely related to the atmosphere of this company, and such bosses who wantonly trample on the human dignity of their employees abound. Are you trying to say that it's fortunate that you don't have to work in this kind of company? Chen Shi laughed. You can laugh even on such a serious occasion. Lin Dongxue whacked Chen Shi with her fist. Relevant reports soon came out. On the front page headlines, Lin Xiaopu made a big achievement. The wind without two. And Chen Shi is just a report of a stroke in the warm-hearted good citizens. Chen Shi on this matter is not at all indifferent. Many people on the internet spontaneously prayed for the deceased Meng Xiuli, but as the heat died down, the incident faded from the public eye after only a week, and life continued as usual. The quiet life lasted until the end of October, and on this day when Chen Shi was pulling a job, a flustered young man jumped into the car and urged, "Hurry up and drive. Hey, it's an internet car. You didn't order it." Chen Shi proposed, "Cut the crap and drive your car." The young man flung $200 bills over. Chen Shi took the money under his nose and smelled it, a very heavy odor of sweat. Chen Shi asked, "Where to?" "Blind." "Ha, go to the hospital." It turned out that the boy's leg was injured. "Then go to the nearest third people's hospital." "No, find a small clinic." Chen Shi sneered and started the car, sending a tweet to Lin Dongxue on the way. By the way, the car drove directly to a road next to the city council. The young man was playing with his head down on his cell phone. Once the car stopped, he raised his head and realized that something was wrong, and cursed, "Stinky driving, where did you drag me to? Here we are, get off. Roll you triple X, I'll stab you to death." Next to the Public Security Bureau. "Are you blind?" At this time, a group of police who do not know where to come out suddenly surrounded the car. The guy pushed the car ready to escape. Was Su Xiaodong a set of beautiful tackles, pressed in the car to handcuffs? Chen Shi poked his head out and said, "Pay attention. Do not scratch my car." "Don't worry, Brother Chen," Su Xiaodong said. The guy froze and glanced at Chen Shi, who laughed. "Next time, keep your eyes peeled. Put your moves a little brighter. Don't catch a car and get on it. I'm afraid there won't be a next time." Lin Dongxue looked at her cell phone and said, "That's right. It's a member of that robbery gang. Take it back." Su Xiaodong. They took the person away. Lin Dongxue obediently got into the car, patted Chen Shi's shoulder and said, "Really? How do you see that this is a fugitive?" Chen Shi pointed to his forehead. "Isn't the word badass written clearly on his brain?" "Nonsense." Lin Dongxue laughed and whacked him. "How have you been? Missed me? Cut it out. I'm still the same, aren't you? Ugh. Busy as hell, catching some petty thieves every day. Is Miss Lin dying for a sensational case to happen?" "No, I didn't, not at all," Lin Dongxue desperately denied. "It's only good that Long'an City is peaceful. Don't have any more extermination tragedies. Speaking of which, it doesn't seem like we've had a serial killer once in this piece of feng shui." "Shut up, you crow. Don't talk nonsense." Chen Shi drove Lin Dongxue to the entrance of the city bureau and said, "I still have to pull customers, so I won't chat with you today. See you some other day. By the way, can you come over to my house tonight? Going to treat me to dinner?" Chen Shi asked with a smile. "I'm so sorry. Can you fix the overhead light? That chandelier on my ceiling clicked off. The landlord's whole family is out on a trip and I don't know who to call. I'll buy you dinner. Prepare the beer." Lin Dongxue wanted to agree, but suddenly thought and said, "You can't drive after drinking. Do you want to spend the night in my house? That's fine with me if you agree." "Scram, you colorful uncle. Fine. I'll come over and meet you after work tonight. Bring tools. I don't have any at my house." Lin Dongxue came home from work at night and just changed her clothes when she heard the doorbell ring. When the door opened and Chen Shi came in with a big bag, Lin Dongxue was shocked. "What are you doing? Planning to stay here?" Chen Shi put down the things. It turned out that all of them were vegetables and meat bought from the supermarket. He said, "Look at you eating instant noodles every day. I can't stand to see it, so I'll give you a whole delicious meal." Lin Dongxue laughed bitterly for a while, but didn't refuse. After fixing the lights, Chen Shi rolled up his sleeves and went to the kitchen to work. Lin Dongxue half episodes of the TV series had not finished. He had already nimbly made a few dishes. Lettuce and oyster sauce, shredded pork with fish flavor, eggplant with meat foam filled the table. Lin Dongxue praised, "I can't imagine that you still have this handicraft. Ha ha, I'm a senior bachelor. If I don't even know how to cook, wouldn't I be a waste?" Lin Dongxue tasted a chopstick. Chen Shi's handiwork was awesome, but after all, eating people's mouth is soft. She said, suddenly running to cook for me, "Are you not having good intentions again? When will you learn to think the best of people? Professional habits. Well, since you feel that way, what are you going to do in return?" Lin Dongxue's volume went up an octave at once. "Humph, I really don't have good intentions. That's what human interaction is supposed to be like, mutually beneficial. If not for immediate benefits, then for later benefits. And what do you want in return? Buy you dinner. Compliment me. Seeing Lin Dongshue's surprised face, Chen sure said, I worked hard and bought and cooked food, and you didn't even have a kind word. Lin Dongshue then stammered, it's delicious. Good boy. Chen sure smiled and lowered his head to pick up his food. Lin Dongshue secretly thought, this guy, he still beat around the bush when it comes to being nice to others, but that's what makes him so cute. After dinner, Chen sure cleaned up the dishes. Lin Dongshue said I will do it. But Chen sure was very nimble and washed the dishes. Lin Dongshue said, shall I make you a cup of tea? No, I'm going back to watching TV. Let's go. Lin Dongshue was a bit embarrassed. Then let me see you off. Coming downstairs, Lin Dongshue received a call from Lin Shopu. Dongshue, are you home now? Yeah, what's up? There's a private high school near Green Bamboo Road. Someone reported finding a bag of corpses. I've got something going on over here and can't spare the time, so go over there and take care of it. When I heard about the bag of bodies, Lin Dongshue immediately thought, could it be a murder and split the body? Okay, I'm on my way. Be careful on the road. Don't take those black cars, and send me a tweet when you get to the place. Brother, I'm going on a case, not to visit relatives. Okay, I'll be busy first. Lin Xiaopu snapped and hung up the phone. Lin Dongshue directly opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Chen sure asked, what's wrong? Is there a case? Lin Dongshue surveyed him curiously. What kind of physique do you have anyway? Where did that come from? Why is it that when I'm with you, I have a case? Ha ha, mere coincidence. Where to? Green Bamboo Road. Qingzhou Road was only 3 kilometers away from Lin Dongshue's place. Less than 15 minutes. The two of them came here and inquired from the people at the newsstand that there was a pussy foreign language school, a private middle school, on this road. The two entered the school. Lin Dongshue showed her ID to the doorman who stopped the car, and the doorman said excitedly, you guys can come. The inside of the school is about to explode. What happened? At night when a cleaner cleaned up the garbage cans, he found a bloody black bag, opened it and found some hair and meat inside. He thought it was an animal down at first, and when he rattled it and saw a human hand, he rushed to report it to the police. You guys go check it out. It's right under the 4th faculty dormitory building. Chen sure went to park the car. The two came to the 4th faculty and staff dormitory, saw a bunch of people gathered there. Lin Dongshue holding documents to squeeze into the crowd. See, the police arrived. The crowd talked about it, and the doorman described the situation as more or less the same. Chen sure said in a loud voice, one by one, who was the first to find the body? A teacher-looking man said, Old Chang the janitor. Get him here. Is there surveillance here? Well, not here. Only the teaching area is monitored. So this building is full of teachers? Yes. Please don't go yet. We have to register, by the way. Whoever has rubber gloves in the house, bring 2 pairs and a flashlight. A moment of effort. The teacher who explained the situation to fetch what Chen sure wanted. The two put on gloves, lifted the trash can. A stench came to the nose. Saw the plastic bag of body parts. Lin Dongshue a burst of nausea. The stomach kept pouring acid. If you want to throw up, go to the building and find a bathroom to fix it. Chen sure said. No. Lin Dongshue hard pressed down the feeling of nausea. A bunch of people are watching. Why are you so calm? Actually, I also want to vomit. Chen sure let out a bitter laugh. With so many people at the scene, they weren't going to look at the body here. Chen sure rattled the corpse and said, it's a little kid. Look at these fingers. Probably only about 12 or 13. These words caused Lin Dongshue to feel a sudden chill of evil. Could it be a student here? 9 out of 10. Lin Dongshue resisted the desire to turn back and look around the crowd. The body had been found here, and the murderer was most likely a teacher, or even one of the people they had just talked to. Just then she saw a man come out of the building. The man's eyes widened and he suddenly twisted his head back into the building. This bag won't hold a single person. Chen Shure's words pulled her attention back to reality. Chen Shure opened the other bags in turn, and sure enough, he found other bags containing corpses underneath the body bags, and he lifted them with his hand, which was almost the weight of a teenage child. Take it back first. Yes, let's split up the work. You go and register the people present. Lin Dongshue registered the people at the scene one by one and asked about the cleaner who had found the body, who claimed to have found the body at around 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Shure told the doorman to fetch a large roll of plastic bags. These body bags, as well as stained with blood and not stained with blood of all the garbage bags, all loaded up, and to each bag marked with a serial number, and then set into the plastic bag put into the trunk of the car. The police and co-policemen from the district police station arrived. They mainly came to protect the scene. Lin Dongshue handed over the work and got into the car. Chen Shure lit a cigarette and said, "Finished. This car should be washed again." Lin Dongshue was very puzzled and said, "Why are you bringing all this garbage back and numbering it?" Chen Shi asked rhetorically. How did you take the criminal investigation class? The body bag up and down the left and right bags have no stained blood. You can directly determine when this bag is put in, and then speculate on the time period of the abandonment of the body. I make up the serial number is in order to facilitate the restoration afterward. Lin Dongxue was convinced. Maybe my soul went out of my body during class and you possessed me. Ha ha, go get 2 cokes over here. I'm going to throw up. Just after prying open the mouth of a robber in the interrogation room and asking about his accomplices, Lin Xiaopu came out to inform everyone that he would be working overtime tonight and hurry to have a meal. The policeman, who had long been accustomed to this kind of life, did not complain much and headed out in groups. Lin Xiaopu called Lin Dongxue. She didn't answer. With his years of knowledge of her, he knew that she should be arriving soon. Lin Xiaopu then came to the door, and sure enough, Lin Dongxue called out to several police officers who were moving bags out of a car. Lin Xiaopu went over and asked, "What's the situation at the scene?" The students were dismissed from school. Only a few school personnel were present. It didn't cause too much of a stir, and the police had secured the scene and the surrounding area. Personnel are registered, checked in. Seeing the serial number programmed on the garbage bag, Lin Xiaopu was about to praise his sister for a job well done, when Chen Shi got down from the car and greeted him with a smile. "Team Lin, long time no see. Why are you guys together again?" Lin Xiaopu roared out. In front of the face of the crowd was fierce Lin Dongxue, face a little hung up. Chen Shi came over to pat the shoulder to hand cigarettes. Lin Xiaopu did not take. Said, "There you are, quasi no good. It's got nothing to do with me this time. I'm really just passing through. Teach me how I can just randomly walk all the way across the street and run into a murder. Probably luck." Lin Xiaopu gave him a blank look and greeted the crowd to carry the garbage bags in. Chen Shi also bossed up and followed in. Hearing that there was a murder and split body case, Pang Siju had long been waiting in the forensic test room. When he saw the big bags of garbage being carried in, he frowned for a while. Chen Shi said, "There are a total of 6 bags. The deceased should be a 12 or 13-year-old boy. I took a general look. All the parts are here. There is a slight oozing of blood at the bottom of the bag. The mouth of the bag is clean, and the garbage bags around and above it are also stained with blood. And the person who dumped the body should have intentionally stuffed the bag in the middle." Lin Xiaopu coughed, meaning who was the captain. "I'm just stating my findings. Is that okay?" Chen Shi said. "There's something wrong with you just standing here." All right, everyone uninvolved get out." Pang Siju drove the crowd away. Lin Xiaopu to stay to observe the autopsy. Changed disinfection clothing. He found Chen Shi is also changing, so he glared at him. Chen Shi said, "Lin team, why are you always with me brow to brow today? Who gave you permission to be here? And no one is not allowed to. Then I order you out now." Pangjack said, "Team Lin, let him stay. He's only allowed to watch and do nothing else." Lin Xiaopu secretly wondered when Pang Siju had been bribed by this guy. Setting up the video camera, Pang Siju and his assistant put together the 2 iron beds. Ready for the autopsy, the 2 men dumped out all the body parts in the garbage bag. In addition to the body parts, there was also a thick layer of toilet paper underneath, from which Pang Siju took a few pieces as evidence. Everyone watched in silence as Pang Siju pieced together the body. A lengthy process, as he laid out the body parts in order of their original order, spreading them out over a large area, and finally said, "It looks like all the organs are here. No missing pieces, and judging from the physical features, it is indeed a teenage boy. How did it go down?" Lin Xiaopu shook his head. "What about the cause of death? From the edges of these body parts, it is heavy cutter to split the body. It should be a very heavy kitchen knife class. No obvious pre-birth injuries were found. Head around the forehead of the eye has a large contusion injury. The right eyeball is seriously damaged. I presume that the murderer is a blunt instrument with a strong blow to the head of the deceased, resulting in his death." With that, Pangjack used a ruler to measure the length, width and angle of the fatal wound, and had his assistant record each one. Lin Xiaopu said, "This angle, it looks like it was caused by striking from the front. Yes, the heaviest blow came from the front, which would have been the initial blow, and the other injuries are at a slight oblique angle to the center axis of the spine, about 15 degrees. Then the murderer would have slammed the victim to the ground with one blow and then stood over him and struck him repeatedly." The 2 were about to reach a consensus when Chen Shi said, "Wait, the blood around the neck is obviously a bit pale. I remember the book saying that if a vein was cut, a large amount of air would enter the blood vessel, creating an excess of blood oxygen fusion that would turn the blood plum red. Are you trying to say that the cause of death wasn't this blow on the head?" Lin Xiaopu asked. "I'm just making my point. 1. Do a blood oxidation test." The assistant took a blood sample and went out, and Pang Siju used tweezers to ruffle the skin and muscle layers of the neck wound to check it out, saying, "This wound, it does kind of look like a pre-birth injury. At that moment the assistant came in and handed over a copy of the lab results. Peng Siju scanned it and said, he was right. Lin Xiaopu looked at Chen Shi unconvincingly, and Chen Shi smiled. Luck, just luck, Pengjack speculated. It seems the murderer thought the deceased had already breathed his last, when in fact the deceased just went into a coma, and then when he was splitting up the body, he slashed at the neck, which was the real cause of death. Lin Xiaopu, although a little unconvinced, but he also handled the case of split bodies. This kind of thing is possible. Some murderers, even in the split body, the body will suddenly sit up. He glanced toward the dead man's forehead, the whole of which was so bloody that it marred the dead man's face, and anyone would have thought it was a lethal wound, I suppose. Next they began to judge the time of death, and this time there was little disagreement among the several men that, from all indications, the death was not more than 5 hours old. Lin Xiaopu said, can you recover the faces of the dead? Zhu Pence said, it should be possible, but it will take time. Chen Shi clasped his hands and said, if the first blow came from the front, the dead man was only about 1 meter too. So how tall was the murderer? Could it be a child too? The assistant said. From the time of the murder to the dumping of the body is not more than 5 hours. A child can do it so cleanly? It should be that the deceased stood in a high position, or the deceased was lying down. Lin Xiaopu put forward his own point of view. Prepare for dissection, Pengjack announced. One by one, Peng Siju dissected the organs of the deceased and took samples, and when the esophagus was cut open, the crowd found some food residue inside, and the inside of the esophagus showed traces of being eroded by stomach acid, and a stench of vomit filled the room. Pengjack said, acid reflux, possibly a vomiting reaction from a hard blow to the head. He then removed the entire stomach, which his assistant continued on a plate, and Pengjack cut open the stomach pouch, which contained few food remnants, and judging from the degree of digestion, the deceased should not have come to dinner, which was consistent with the prediction of the time of death. Chen Shi smelled a sweet odor and said, Coke? We won't know until we test it. Pengjack took a sample with a cotton swab. Could this cola be laced with something? Facing Lin Xiaopu's displeased gaze, Chen Shi shrugged his shoulders. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. It's nothing to test it, right? After the autopsy was over, Chen Shi came outside and saw Lin Dongxue sitting dejectedly on a chair. Chen Shi sat down next to her and said, what's wrong? Pouting so much that you can hang a bottle of oil? None of your business. Let me guess. Is it because your brother was mean to you in public and got upset? Being caught in the center of the matter, Lin Dongxue was a bit ashamed and digressed. How was the autopsy? Any significant findings? Not at the moment. I should say it's an ordinary case of murder and division. Ordinary. Lin Xiaopu walked out from the technical squadron. Chen Shi, your breath is too big. The deceased was a teenage boy, and the means were so cruel. This case will definitely cause a stir in all walks of life. Lin Dongxue was still angry with him and pushed her head away as Chen Shi said, I'm just saying on a technical level that it's just an ordinary case. Then you. Lin Xiaopu just wanted to say, then you break to me to see, but also collected words. This driver has proved his strength several times. Must not be in his trap. What's wrong with me? Chen Shi asked with a smirk. Do you need my help? Lin Xiaopu glared at him. No need. We haven't been reduced to asking for help off-site every time. Okay, I'll stay out of it this time. Lin Xiaopu said immediately as if he had caught the handle. Okay, you said it. You're not allowed to intervene this time. Say no to meddling. Lin Xiaopu heart a burst of pain. This nosy guy this time digging his own grave. He did not believe it. Without his help, is not even a case cannot be solved. Still, he had to be wary of him. So he added a statement. Just to be clear, if you intervene, I won't be in your presence from now on. Deal. But, there are no buts. Don't make conditions with me. Team Lin is only allowing the officials to set fire but not the people. Why can you negotiate but I can't? Are you afraid? I would be afraid of you. Lin Dongxue couldn't listen to it more and more, and said to herself how Lin Xiaopu was getting more and more petty now. She was about to stand up and leave, but Chen Shi passed a wink over. Chen Shi said, but for this investigation, you have to give Lin Dongxue complete autonomy and allow her to investigate independently. Lin Dongxue stared wide-eyed. Could it be that Chen Shan really helped her to get back her face? On what basis? Lin Xiaopu said. I said that this case is simple. So simple that Lin Dongxue alone can detect it. There is no need for you to raise an army. Team Lin. Lin Xiaopu heard the meaning of his words. Chen Shi is again betting with him. But this time he is playing off. Lin Dongxue's ability he as a brother can still not be clear. But Chen Shi is very cunning. So maybe he'll be guiding from the shadows. When Lin Xiaopu was hesitating, Chen Shi looked like he had read his mind. Don't worry about it. I'm quite busy these 2 days, so I'll never intervene, and I won't act as a behind-the-scenes military advisor for your sister. Humph. Are you trying to say that our entire task force can't even compare to my sister? Lin Dongxue couldn't sit still any longer and stood up and yelled. You always treat me like a child. I'm going to prove to you that I'm no worse than anyone else. Lin Xiaopu's words immediately softened. Sister, I don't mean that. I just care about you. Don't need you to care. You control freak. What? You're calling me a control freak? That's so hurtful. If I can solve this case, I won't be allowed to interfere in my personal affairs again. And I won't be allowed to make me lose face. After saying that, without giving Lin Xiaopu any chance to retort, Lin Dongxue turned around and walked away. Chen Shi laughed. Then, it's settled. Lin Xiaopu gasped 7 orifices of smoke from the sister's mouth to say control freak, that 3 words like an awl, piercing the heart, dripping blood. Parents died when I was a child. The 2 boarded in the relative's home, no less than the eye of the beholder. He was everywhere for Lin Dongxue to shield the wind and the rain. When his sister was bullied by hooligans at school, he went to settle the score with half a slate in his pocket and was beaten to a bloody pulp. Then he went to the police academy. And when his sister cried on the phone that other students wore sandals in the summer, but she didn't, and had to wear sneakers, he broke the school rules and went to work outside in secret to save up money to send to her. Lin Xiaopu became lost all of a sudden. Sitting on a chair and holding his head, Chen Shi patted his shoulder. Caring too much can be a burden. No need for you outsiders to interrupt. Fine, I'll withdraw. It's a deal. Looking at Chen Shi's back, Lin Xiaopu clenched his fists. This case he must seize the front to detect. Chen Shi caught up with Lin Dongxue and asked, is the anger gone? Lin Dongxue's cheeks reddened in embarrassment and said, thank you for fighting for me. I didn't take it out on you. I just bought you a chance. Lin Dongxue thought of the fragmented body parts in the bag, the identity of the deceased, and the murderer's motive was a complete mystery. Her head got big all of a sudden, and said, but how am I going to solve this case? You're also too high on it. Although it is said that close to you, but I don't have the same ability as you. Don't worry, let's find a place to sit. Okay, I'll buy you a cup of milk tea. The 2 came to a milk tea store and ordered 2 cups of pearl milk tea. Chen Shi said, let me talk to you about the suspicions of this case. Oh, consider from the murderer's point of view. If they have done this to kill and split the body, why would they throw it in the school's garbage can? The school is a closed environment. How many people are there in that building in total? It's too easy to find out. Is the murderer stupid? This is 1 second. The body has been divided. Why throw together? For the murderer, the later the identity of the deceased is determined, the more favorable it will be for himself. A normal murderer who splits up the body will throw the body in a different place, so that the police will go through a lot of trouble to look for it. But this time the murderer is too straightforward. Are you trying to say that the killer has something to hide? Chen Shi laughed. You're thinking too complicatedly. I can tell you for sure that the murderer is not someone within the school, but he chose to dump the body here. It reeks of a strong smell of graft. This person must have a connection with the school, and he has the ability to split and dump the body. There are obviously adults among the murderers. There were adults among the killers? Well, there's more than one killer. I think the main culprit is a child and the splitter is most likely a TA guardian. You just have to follow the deceased's interpersonal relationships. But be aware of one thing, with children the motive is often a thing that doesn't seem to be important to an adult. As if enlightened, Lin Dongxue said excitedly, it's that simple? The harder the case looks, the simpler the clues tend to be. Don't be fooled by falsehoods, and especially don't fall for your brother's deception. Remember my words, follow this line of thought, and I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Lin Dongxue felt a pang of gratitude in her heart and said, why are you helping me like this? Chen Shi took a sip of milk tea and calmly said, because I like you. Hearing this, Lin Dongxue's cheeks burned for a moment and said, what nonsense, don't get me wrong. I mean like literally, like you understand? Don't overthink it. Lin Dongxue rubbed her fingers on the desktop and said, Che, causing my heart to thump. What kind of reaction is that? Don't misunderstand. Oh, Lin Dongxue raised her volume and declared, I was scared. Being confessed by an uncle. Of course I was scared. I didn't misunderstand. Don't worry, I like more mature women. Thanks for letting go. Lin Dongxue clasped her hands together in a thank you gesture. After drinking milk tea, Chen Shi said goodbye first. The work of the autopsy and laboratory tests were carried out all night, and when it was 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Dongxue felt that it was pointless to stay here, so she went back to rest first. She came to the bureau early the next morning and bumped into Lin Xiaopu, who, judging from the dark circles on her eyes, didn't get much rest last night either. Meeting again, both siblings had a tiny bit of embarrassment. Lin Dongxue raised her head and said, let's make a deal. This time, you're not allowed to command me when investigating the case. Okay, I'll do it, but you have to pay attention to safety when you investigate the case alone. Don't be alone at night. Again. Lin Xiaopu shut his mouth. Both of their destinations were technical squadrons. On the way Lin Xiaopu said, "Sister, find a time for us to have dinner." "What for?" Lin Dongxue asked without a trace of anger. "Talk. Let me think about it." And said, "Don't call me sister in the flat." Lin Xiaopu smiled bitterly. Last night he reflected all night and felt that he did manage a bit too much, and it was time to find a time to sit down and resolve the conflict. After all, he didn't want the only family he had in the world to see him as a passerby. Peng Siju apparently did not sleep a night. A room all rely on coffee to hold on. All the laboratory work is going well. Only the drug test is the most difficult. The deceased stomach contents found some kind of macromolecular compounds. Should be a drug. Peng Siju matched the hundreds of common anesthetic drugs, but no pair to get the number. Peng Siju handed the lab report to Lin Xiaopu, who nudged Lin Dongxue with his mouth. "Print a copy for her as well." Peng Siju curiously surveyed the two and said, "What, did you siblings get into a fight this time? It's really impossible to understand the competitive nature of you mortals." "Old Peng, when did you become immortal? Still mortal?" Lin Xiaopu teased. "Xiao Wang, print one more copy." "Can't. I'm going to squint for a while." "Can't hold up." The two checked the lab report in their hands, and Lin Xiaopu said, "Can one person handle it? Screwing up or not is my business. I have to go to school in the morning. Come along. I'm not interfering. If you want to go somewhere else, I won't stop you, no matter how you look into it." The starting point of the case was at the school, so Lin Dongxue agreed. Considering the impact of the problem, the group did not drive a police car. After arriving at the school, the principal personally received polite words, said a bunch of words, and is to express the sorrow and grief, but also to strengthen the school management. Lin Xiaopu impatiently interrupted him, said, "Now the identity of the deceased has not been confirmed. We have a copy of the deceased's appearance restoration map in our hands. You take it to print a few copies and distribute them to the classroom teachers." Okay, but they have class, so it might not be until noon." "It's okay, we can wait." The police were then temporarily stationed in an office, and at about 10 o'clock in the morning, a Sherpa ran in hurriedly, cupping a restored drawing of the dead man's appearance in his hand, and said, "Comrade officers, is this true?" "Why, did you know the deceased?" Lin Xiaopu asked. "Dead? Yesterday was fine. How did he become deceased?" I said, "Why didn't he come to class today?" Sorry. This blow is too heavy. Let me slow down." Lin Xiaopu called for this class teacher to pour a cup of water. He sat down, took off his glasses and wiped them, said, truthfully, "This child is my class. Called Dulei. He is my class language class representative. Good grades. People are also very good. A good child. How is it?" said the class teacher holding his head, but Lin Dongxue looked out. He simply did not have tears in his eyes. "What's his family situation? I not long ago also did a home visit. Dulei parents are working in the field, a year on a trip back. He usually live with his grandmother. Grandma eyes and flowers and deaf, so this child often take the time to help his grandmother to do chores, especially obedient and understanding, and usually do not with those who do not have a good time with the person to come and go. Alas, a good child. How to?" said, again to express the feelings of mourning. "Don't feel bad for now. Which classmates is Dulei on better terms with?" "I don't know much about what goes on between students. I'll have to ask in class about that and I'll let you know later." "Who did he see last night? And with whom was he dismissed from school?" "I beg you to ask, and to bring the persons concerned here if convenient. It is only a general inquiry. And tell those children not to be afraid." Okay, I will fully cooperate with the police, and strive to catch the murderer as soon as possible. I ask a question. This matter will not affect my evaluation of this year's title. Right. Once the matter is open, I'm afraid that the principal blames the responsibility on me, but you all also know that there are so many children in a class, and I don't have any diversionary tactics. How can I manage from school to home? Don't worry, we'll talk to the principal about this. Thanks, thank you. The homeroom teacher left with 1,000 thanks. Lin Dongxue said disdainfully, "The child is dead, and you're still concerned about your title rating?" Lin Xiaopu from the thermos cup drank a mouthful of tea, said, "People's common sense, who are afraid of spreading bad luck. You do not have to be too harsh." Until noon, one after another Indulé students in the same class came in to react to the situation. "The children see the police are a little nervous," said the words are a person a kind of. "Some children biting is the class who did it. Because Dulé and he fought, some said that they saw Dulé and XX ran to the internet cafe after school, some said Dulé probably Pervert Wu killed. Pervert Wu is just the class teacher nicknamed. Some said Du Lei was probably killed by Pervert Wu, which is the nickname of the homeroom teacher. 7 words, hurt everyone's brain hurts. But Lin Dongxue noticed that 3 children have mentioned Du Lei and a child called Wang Jinsong often together. Lin Dongxue then asked, Wang Jinsong is who? Snot King. He's good friends with Du Lei. Lin Dongxue laughed. Do you know what faggot means? Please call him. A moment of effort. Wang Jinsong came, saw the police. He was also extraordinarily nervous. Lin Dongxue comforted, don't be afraid. We are just asking about the situation. All said that you and Du Lei relationship is quite good. Is that so? The boy nodded. And Lin Dongxue asked again, when was the last time you saw him last night? We came from school together at 5:30, and had a lamb kebab on the way, and then I asked him if I could look at his math homework, and when he looked in his bag and realized he'd left it at school, he went back. Then the bus came and I didn't wait for him. You two take a bus? Yes, we live quite close to each other. When he said this, Wang Jinsong suddenly looked nervous and rubbed his 2 hands together. Is that the last time you saw him? Yeah. What happened to him? Was he killed? That's not easy to disclose. Is there anything else to react to? Wang Jinsong scratched his head and said, by the way, he told me that the language teacher is really annoying. And, nope. After asking, Lin Dongxue signaled that Wang Jinsong could leave. And when he was leaving, Wang Jinsong asked, Anti-police, was Du Lei raped? Lin Xiaopu almost spat out a mouthful of tea and said, you child, don't talk nonsense. Lin Dongxue said, also, I'm no auntie. Wang Jinsong made a face and left. Lin Xiaopu shook his head. Kids these days? Lin Dongxue asked. It's still early. Should we call the lecturer and ask? Okay. Teachers came in one after another. For Du Lei, the information they can provide is that this child is diligent and obedient. A good boy. A teacher also took out last month's midterm examination results. Lin Dongxue swept a glance. Du Lei actually ranked in the top 3? It seems that the results are really good. Curious, she looked for Wang Jinsong's name on it and found that the kid was actually a hangdog. And she wondered darkly how these two got close when grades were the class of the class. Lin Dongxue asked, how did Wang Jinsong test so poorly? Did he not play well? The math teacher said, he played pretty consistently and was always in the bottom 5 or 6 of his class. Okay. Lin Xiaopu looked at the list and said, why didn't the language teacher come? Probably still in class. I'll go get him. Waiting until noon. Everyone was getting impatient. The language teacher came in. Seeing the face with a hawkish nose, Lin Dongxue suddenly stared in disbelief. This person is the man who had met last night in Unit 4. The language teacher provided much the same information as the other teachers, and Lin Xiaopu asked, you're a language teacher. Shouldn't you know more about Du Lei? The language teacher smiled. There's not much communication. It's just assigning homework, distributing homework and whatnot. We're a private high school. The teachers leave after class, and some of them are still out there earning a little bit of money on the side. So if you have any questions, you can ask the homeroom teacher. Okay. Lin Dongxue suddenly asked, you live in Unit 4? The language teacher broke out in a cold sweat, spinning back into a smile. Yes. Lin Xiaopu's eyes moved from his face to Lin Dongxue's face, and Lin Dongxue continued to ask, when I was there last night, it seemed like you came out and went back in again. Oh, last night that was you? Nothing. I just went out when I forgot to close the door. Suddenly remembered. So I went back. Comrade police will not because of this to suspect me, right? Lin Xiaopu became interested in this person. How is your teacher's dormitory building arranged? Does a grade live together? No, it's all mixed. Accommodation is provided at the school, and quite a few of us teachers are from out of town, so we live at the school. A student said that Du Lei kind of hates you? Who said that? The language teacher tensed for a moment, then added, it's normal for students to hate any teacher. It doesn't mean anything. Could you let us visit your dormitory? Yes. Then we'll go now. Lin Xiaopu got up. The language teacher panicked again. Now, my dorm is a mess. Let me clean it up. No need. We're not checking out the dormitory. We're just taking a casual look. Please lead the way. As everyone headed out, Lin Xiaopu whispered to Lin Dongxue, this guy has something fishy going on. Lin Dongxue, oh. If not Chen Shi had first given her a precaution, she would have thought the same. She firmly believed in Chen Shi's analysis. The murderer is not in the school. Lin Xiaopu asked. I haven't asked what you call yourself. Exempt your name as Li. Mr. Li brought them to the door of the dormitory. Before entering, Mr. Li smiled awkwardly. Comrade officers, as for me, as a bachelor, it's normal for me to have some private hobbies. Please don't link this to the murder case. I swear to God, this has nothing to do with me. Lin Xiaopu felt more and more suspicious of him. Even his tone became harsh. Whether there is a relationship or not is for us to judge. Please open the door. Mr. Lee was embarrassed. And when he took the key to poke the lock, I failed several times before it was right. And when he opened the door, the officers let out low gasps of surprise. And those who didn't know thought that this was the house of a dead fat man. The walls of the less than 20 square foot room were covered with cartoon posters, all featuring scantily clad anime lolitas. On the computer desk, there were some hand-me-downs, also a little Lolita. There were used airplane cups thrown in the sink, with cartoon Lolitas painted on them, and they were actually left to dry like this, and not cleaned. And Lin Dongxue felt a wave of physical nausea. Are you a pedophile? Lin Xiaopu asked. Lolita, Mr. Lee smiled sarcastically. As a single male, there's nothing wrong with me liking these cartoons, right? I can swear to God that I am just masturbating. I definitely haven't done anything out of the ordinary. Such a person can be a teacher? Lin Dongxue spat in a small voice. The police began to investigate the scene, and when Lin Xiaopu was about to open a drawer, Mr. Lee swooped in with a wail to stop it, and Lin Xiaopu droned. Get up, Teacher Lee said in a cold sweat. Comrade police, give me a little privacy, okay? Do you know, as a lolicon, I am at the bottom of the chain of contempt in my own coterie, and in the eyes of you ordinary people, it's even worse. You come in to search. For me it's like stripping naked and being looked at. I'm very embarrassed, okay? I'm so embarrassed, right? I swear there's nothing in this drawer that's relevant to the case. It's just plain unseemly. So please give me a break. Lin Dongxue felt even more disgusted as she imagined this uncle stripping off his clothes. What a language teacher. What a mouthful. Where did you graduate from? Provincial Teachers University. Get out of the way. And don't worry, we won't laugh at you. Mr. Lee stepped aside in great embarrassment, and the drawer was full of suspicious discs with no cover whatsoever. Just a simple number written in marker. Lin Xiaopu opened the computer and played one of them. Mr. Lee blocked the whole process to no avail. And in the eyes of the crowd, he was already no different from scum. A lewd sound drifted out from the speakers, and everyone stared at the screen in dismay. It wasn't an ordinary lewd Hui CD. The picture was clearly a greasy uncle having sex with an underage little girl, and from the angle of the camera it looked like it was a surreptitious shot. Mr. Lee kept his head down, cold sweat pouring down his face. Disgusting. Lin Xiaopu snapped the computer off. I swear, I was just looking at it at home and masturbating. Mr. Lee stammered. How many oaths have you taken since you came in here? And where did you get all this stuff? AV off the internet. Who are you kidding? This kind of stuff is illegal in any country. Fine. I'll account for it. It's some resources I got online. Do you know that it's illegal to make and distribute such things? And it's a minor female, adding to the crime. I'm just bookmarking. Bookmarking, this is not illegal. I can report that for 'em. You guys can just go arrest them. Mr. Lee piled on the smile and said. Lin Xiaopu looked at him coldly for half a day and suddenly said, cuff him. Mr. Lee desperately wailed and begged for mercy, but also put his hands up high to prevent the police from wearing handcuffs. His appearance of a trapped animal fighting the police are amused. Teacher Lee cried and said, no matter what, I am also a teacher. Give a face. Okay, I can go to the bureau, but don't handcuff it. Okay, Lin Xiaopu said, but if you play tricks, don't blame me for not giving you face. Definitely. Lin Xiaopu looked around the room and said, bring those discs with you, and turn around and give them to the anti-pornography department for identification. Mr. Lee said, comrade officer, it's not illegal to collect this, is it? Can't say for sure. Let's have it appraised by a professional. As they took Mr. Lee out of the school, a cheer came from one of the classroom windows. The big pervert has been caught. Lin Xiaopu glanced at the window crowded with children's gloating smiling faces and said, your class? Yes. Don't listen to them. These brats love to give nicknames to their classroom teachers. Hopefully it's just a nickname. Lin Xiaopu said meaningfully. This Teacher Lee do not know. A check shall not be. The afternoon Lin Xiaopu rushed to convene all the people. Said he had a previous child molestation record. Once he was in the elevator to force 2 girls to kiss. The video was transmitted to the internet. The guy was quickly netizens flesh out. Fell into a situation where everyone shouted. Not only was the original public school was expelled, but also revoked his teaching qualification certificate. He got into this private high school through connections, and it seems that his personal favorites are still alive and well. The body was dumped under the floor of his dormitory. The missing happened to be a student in his class, and the deceased had hinted at harassment during her lifetime. Plus the important point that Lee was completely unable to come up with an alibi for the time of the crime. Lin Xiaopu decides that this person is very suspicious and has the whole group focus their efforts on him. There are suspects surfaced. Everyone's excitement is very high. like chicken blood everywhere to investigate the situation. Only Lin Dongxue remembered Chen Shi's words. Do not be misled by Lin Xiaopu. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Dongxue left from the bureau. Su Xiaodong followed and said playfully, going to investigate a case? I'll go with you. Did my brother ask you to follow me again? Not. Su Xiaodong obviously showed a cover-up. Where are you going to go? I'll drive you. Unable to resist Su Xiaodong's enthusiasm, Lin Dongxue still got into his car, and after getting into the car, Su Xiaodong asked, why didn't Great God Chen intervene this time? Did he leave behind any brilliant plans? You used to be called Brother Chen, but now you've changed your name to Big God Chen? Lin Dongxue taunted. Gee, I've never obeyed anyone in my life but him. He's real good. What did he say? Lin Dongxue clasped her hands together and looked at him with a wary face. Hey, you're not a spy sent by my brother, are you? No, Su Xiaodong denied it. Team Lin did ask me to protect you, but not to spy on information. I just wanted to know on my own. See, it slipped out. Su Xiaodong made a slapping motion in chagrin and asked, are you sure about this case? Lin Dongxue didn't say anything. The last time I made a third-class merit. It's too good. I knew that following you and Shindishin would definitely have meat to eat. This time, you should also bring me After finishing, I'll treat you two to dinner. I'm not so sure. Don't get your hopes up. It's fine. I'm just happy to be partnered with you on a case. Lin Dongxue gave him a blank look, but Su Xiaodong still had a mindless giggle on his face. The two came to the school. Private high school actually released quite early. Only 4:30 to see a large number of students to pour out. Lin Dongxue said, oh no, came late. Quickly find out if there are any students from the second year, 4, class. All in school uniforms. How will I recognize them? A bunch of children gathered around. A little fat kid dragging his nose grabbed Lin Dongxue's sleeve and asked, Sister, is our class teacher Li arrested? Did he kill Dulei? Is Mr. Li never coming back? It's so cool not to have to do language homework anymore. The 7 questions made Lin Dongxue's head spin as she asked, are you guys from class 4 too? Yes. Then do you know where Dulei's family lives? Everyone shook their heads, and the little fat guy just said, Wang Jinsong must know. The two of them leave school together every day. Where is Wang Jinsong now? Inside the alley in front. There's an internet cafe. He goes there often. Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong then came to this black internet cafe. The pandemonium of the internet cafe. There are a lot of small children wearing the uniform of this school playing games. There are also a lot of social youths. I really do not know what the parents know their children come here to play will be the mood. As Lin Dongxue looked around, Su Xiaodong stood behind a child and pointed out what Doran ah? Buy shoes ah? Hey, what are you doing here? Lin Dongxue glared at him. Unknowingly infected. Su Xiaodong smiled sarcastically. How old are you and you still play games? Haven't you heard the saying? Men never grow up. They just get more expensive toys. I hate childish men. Su Xiaodong immediately changed his attitude, corrected his collar and said, in fact, I am this person. Right. The appearance of childish. The inner is still quite mature. I have done a small test. My mental age of more than 40 years old it. Cut it out. Lin Dongxue was dazed by the smoke from the place and was about to retreat when she heard a very intense shouting and cursing. Middle of the road. Galen, are you out of your mind? Grab NMB's blue buff. New NMB land, don't zoom in. Hit your sister ah. Damn all, give me back. Ready to open the group. The kid was wearing a headset and was voicing to a team member in the game, slapping the keyboard so hard that even the webmaster looked this way a few times in distress. This son will become a great man in the future. Su Xiaodong commented. Lin Dongxue realized that the kid's side face was a bit familiar, and walked over to see that it was none other than Wang Jinsong. She poked him with her finger. Wang Jinsong turned around and glared at her, and continued to devote himself to the game, playing for a while before he drifted off, twisting his head around, and because of the headset he was wearing, he said in a loud voice, I'm done playing this one. We'll go wait for you outside. Lin Dongxue gestured. Well. See, don't mend my pawns. IRNM. The two stood at the door and waited. Lin Dongxue looked towards the door from time to time. Su Xiaodong said, thirsty? Let me buy you a bottle of water. No. Lin Dongxue looked back again, found that people disappeared. She rushed in to ask the boss. The boss said that the boy just checked out off the plane and left. Which way did it go? Isn't this the only door? There's a safe passage next to the restroom. Lin Dongxue ran there to take a look. A small figure was running wildly on the road. Her school bag was turned upside down. She was so angry that she wanted to soar with expletives, saying, after them. The two immediately went down the safe passage, and Wang Jinsong ran very fast in the front, and how to shout did not stop. Lin Dongxue wore leather shoes today. Very ineffective. running feet hurt, and then look at Su Xiaodong, actually already panting. He asked, "Do you want to fire a warning shot? What's with the gunfire?" A little kid can't catch up. At this time, a Volkswagen family car suddenly stopped at the side of the road, from which a man and a woman appeared. Wang Jinsong did not run. The man said a few words in a vicious voice, suddenly slapped Wang Jinsong's face. Then the woman pushed the man a bit, squatted down and put Wang Jinsong in his arms and kept coaxing him. Wang Jinsong then wowed and cried. Lin Dongxue walked closer and heard the male scolding. Dogs, don't know to come back after school, but also run outside to surf the internet. Don't know that there is something at home? The woman returned. Cut the crap. Don't you still fight the landlord all night yourself? He's a dog. So what are you? It seemed that this pair were Wang Jinsong's parents. Lin Dongxue approached, took out her ID and said, "Hello, are you Wang Jinsong's parents?" Wang Jinsong's father looked surprised, then piled up a smile. Comrade police? Looking for us for something. He began to pull out cigarettes and handed them to Su Xiaodong behind Lin Dongxue, who made a gesture of refusal, so he took one for himself. Lin Dongxue asked Wang Jinsong, "Little friend, what were you running for just now?" I. Wang Jinsong hid in his mother's arms and looked warily at Lin Dongxue. "Oh yes, we called him and asked him where he was before he rushed down here," Mother said with a smile. "Yes, we'd like to inquire where Dulay's family lives." "Tell the police auntie," Mother urged. Windy Court Neighborhood, Unit 4, Building 10. "How do you know so much? We live together." Wang Jinsong just set out. His father suddenly AI sound, looked particularly harsh. Wang Jinsong scared to hug his mother. In the face of Lin Dongxue's puzzled eyes, his father accompanied with a smile and said, "It's like this. Dulay his parents and we used to be printing plant employees, and then relocated back to be divided in a neighborhood, but not together. Our family lives in another unit. Then you guys often play together?" With these words, Lin Dongxue still asked it Wang Jinsong. Father replied on behalf of, also not often play together. The second year of junior high school is a critical year. The study is more intense. Usually they rarely come and go. Can you stop interrupting all the time? Lin Dongxue was a bit annoyed with this man. Kids don't know any better. My father was still smiling. "Hey, what are you guys looking into? I heard that Dulay died, and a teacher at the school was arrested. These days, teachers are getting more and more unreliable. How do you know?" The mother replied. "The parents group is blowing up. Some people are saying that this guy has molested children before. He's a scumbag. Ugh, how can the school let this kind of person be a teacher?" Their answers seemed to be dripping. But Lin Dongxue always felt that something was wrong. Was it their reaction? She was considering what to ask next when Su Xiaodong said, "If it's convenient, could I catch a ride with you guys and go to that neighborhood?" Father hesitated. "I'm so sorry. This car is used for hauling goods, and the seafood was just shipped this afternoon, and it smells terrible." The mother said, Yeah. Why don't we call a cab for you guys?" "No, tell us the address. We'll drive over. Car is parked at the school." After getting the address from his father, the family got into the car and left. Lin Dongxue stroked her chin and mused, and Su Xiaodong said, "One look and I know there's something wrong with this family." "You think so too?" Lin Dongxue said excitedly. "Why are you reacting so violently? I mean, you can see there's something wrong with this family's upbringing, and children who grow up in such a family are definitely not healthy physically or mentally. Pick up the car and go. It's going to be dark soon." Lin Dongxue's attitude instantly went cold again. Su Xiaodong chased after him. "What's wrong with you? Am I wrong?" The two drove to this neighborhood, and when they found Dulay's house, they heard someone talking inside. "Don't worry. We are looking for it. We will notify you if there is any news. It must be a child who is greedy and lost." The door was hidden. Lin Dongxue pushed open the door and saw a grandmother was crying. Two police comrades were comforting her. Saw outsiders come in. The eyes of the police some changes. Lin Dongxue light up the documents. The police, which will nod, came over and said, "The child lost, just reported the case. An old man with a grandson. Strange and pathetic. Didn't the Public Security Bureau notify you?" Lin Dongxue asked. "What? Did? The boy was killed." The police were so scared that they covered their mouths. Lin Dongxue glanced at the old lady, and the police said, it's okay, she's deaf." Another police officer asked, "Did you find the body?" After a brief exchange of a few words, Lin Dongxue entered the house by the east wind of the police, who said loudly to the old lady, "These two are comrades from the Public Security Bureau. They came over to see what clues there are." The old lady nodded her head and seemed to see a ray of hope, chanting, "Lei ah, you must come back, otherwise how can I live?" Hearing this, Lin Dongxue had a pang of heartache, and next to her, Su Xiaodong had already rubbed his eyes as he said, "It's too pitiful for a white-haired person to send a black-haired person to a black-haired person." Lin Dongxue came to Du Lei's bedroom, this obedient and understanding child in the teacher's mouth. The house also put some hobbies belonging to this age group, comic books and idol posters. In addition to some awards, almost filled up a whole wall. The room is not big. Turn around and look all over. Some information books on the table, a small TV, the other end is empty. Lin Dongxue walked over, found that the dust on it is a bit strange. It seems that something was put here, a four-square object. What is it? It can't be a game console, right? Su Xiaodong pulled open the drawer underneath and saw a few game discs. It's really a PS4. Damn, I've always wanted one. Will you cut the crap? Tell your mom to buy it for you. She turned her attention to the table. It looks like this console was just taken. Who took it? Go ask the old lady. Came to the living room, saw the old lady still crying. Lin Dongxue could not bear to speak. The police came over to ask what happened. Explain the situation. The police went over and asked the old man, "There is a game machine in the house, how to disappear?" Ha! The old lady went into the house and shook her head. He got into the top 100 in the whole school in the midterm exam. His dad bought it for him. I don't know where it's gone. Maybe his classmates borrowed it. Who does he usually hang out with a lot? Lin Dongxue asked. Ha, closest to me. I brought him up as a child. I asked, who does he usually love to hang out with? Ha, oh, I don't know. Ask his classmates. Lele is the class president in his class. The old lady gave a thumbs up, a hint of pride in her sad expression. The police signaled Lin Dongxue out, came outside. The police said, "You do not ask again. I'm afraid that you have missed the point. The old man has high blood pressure and heart disease. If you know that the grandson was killed, surely on the spot to finish." Lin Dongxue said, "Even if we don't say anything, the bureau will send someone over for her to claim the body." Don't. Is it just going to stay hidden? Su Xiaodong said. Or, just lie to her. Su Xiaodong came up with a bad idea, and although it was bad, everyone thought it was still feasible. So the police station police immediately to Du Lei's parents to call, notified Du Lei's death. The phone that, husband and wife crying in pain, voice extraordinarily harsh. The police said awkwardly, We want to ask you to lie and not let the old lady know. 10 minutes later, the door came from the old lady's broken mouth cursing sound. You pick up Lele, dog things, also do not say a word. So that I thought, alright, the day is cold. Give Lele night add a bed of more quilt. Cold is not a joke. Remember to come to see grandma in the new year. The sound of the call ended, and Su Xiaodong sighed in relief. It should be able to hide it. It can only be hidden for a moment, Lin Dongxue said. Leaving this unit building, a few people are a little heavy-hearted. Lin Dongxue wanted to go to Wang Jinsong's home to see, so he went to the property to inquire about it. However, came to their home, knocked on the door a few times and no one answered the door. Should we ask the neighbors? Su Xiaodong said. The two knocked on the door of a neighbor's house, and the neighbor had no idea where they had gone, guessing that they might have gone out to dinner. Lin Dongxue then stood in the hallway and waited. Su Xiaodong said, You suspect this family? Can't say I'm skeptical. Lin Dongxue couldn't say it either. She really hoped that Chen Chen was here, to show her a clear path. But since she had to make a bet with her brother this time, she was determined not to turn to Chen Shi for help. Waiting right and left, the time gradually to 8 o'clock. Lin Dongxue cold straight stomping feet. Su Xiaodong in order to ease the atmosphere will not stop saying cold jokes. Lin Dongxue bitter smile, do not say. The more you say the more cold. The phone rang. It was Lin Xiaopu calling. He came up and asked, Sister, where are you? Investigating the case. Ha ha, still checking. This teacher, the more we scrutinize him, the more suspicious he gets. We asked people inside the school, and they all said that Li usually socializes too much with his students, and his reputation is not very good. But even if it was child molestation, how did it get to the point of murder and mutilation? I have another important piece of evidence in my hand. Guess what it is? We found an imported aphrodisiac in the dead man's stomach mixed with coke. Why would a child eat this? Lin Dongxue was shocked. Yesterday Chen Shi reminded them to test their stomachs for drugs and actually found this. She had a momentary waver, but immediately reminded herself to trust Chen Shi and her own judgment. Lin Xiaopu, obviously excited, said, Sister, don't blame me for this time shortcut. The interrogation is still continuing. This guy dead or alive do not speak. We intend to spend with him. I believe that the truth is just a layer of window paper. You also don't be too busy. Hurry back. I don't need you to care. Lin Dongxue hung up the phone angrily. With a twist of her head, she realized that Su Xiaodong was very close and said in a bad mood, Stay away from me. Su Xiaodong heard the call just now and said in shock, crap, this evidence is too weighty. If we find the same medicine in Li's house, we can go straight to court. It can't be that simple. Lin Dongxue bit her finger. It's not right. He's only interested in girls. Du Lei is clearly a little boy. Pedophiles are psychopaths. How do you know what they think? But why kill someone? Why dump the body on your own floor? Probably played it off and got too nervous about killing someone for the first time. No. It all seemed to round out. But Lin Dongxue felt that something was not right. Wang Jinsong's family looked like they wouldn't be back for a while. So Lin Dongxue had to return home in defeat. And returned to her home, where she searched the internet all night long to find out if pedophiles also have an orientation. Baidu popped up on the answer to each donkey head is not the right horse's mouth. She was so angry that she wanted to drop the mouse. Checking, and finally found a more reliable answer. Pedophilia is indeed differentiated by orientation. But there also exists the type of male and female all-you-can-eat. Lin Dongxue went to bed in frustration, and early the next morning, she was woken up by the message alert on her cell phone. Su Xiaodong telling her to look at Weibo. Microblogging has exploded. Perverted teacher raped and killed the boy and split the body. This irresponsible title clearly appeared in the headlines of the major marketing number. Attracted the netizens of the verbal attack. Li Mao's previous deeds were also bottomed out. Lin Dongxue sent a message to Su Xiaodong. What's going on? I don't know. Maybe the news leaked out. I'm afraid Team Lin is going to be furious today. Lin Dongxue came to the bureau. Lin Xiaopu had finished fuming and was sulking. She timidly said, Brother, what's wrong? You saw it. The microblogging blew up. I don't know which bastard stabbed it out, and now the world is full of. Lin Xiaopu looked towards the window. It was calm outside, as if he was worried that there was an angry crowd to block the door. The leader saw it and scolded me, telling me to give the public an explanation as soon as possible. It wasn't one of our own who poked it out, was it? Definitely not. These internet reports don't have a few words of truth. They're all additions and fabrications. It must have been revealed by the school. Lin Xiaopu depressedly took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. That's good. Lin Dongxue sighed in relief. But the problem is not big. Li is still detained now. His mouth is very hard, and he has to hire a lawyer. Good he wants to go through the process. We will go through the process with him. Murder and split the body. Jesus cannot protect him. What about your side? Progress has been almost nil. Why don't we let you go on the last round of interrogation? And we'll call it a tie this time. Lin Xiaopu laughed. Brother, Lin Dongxue suddenly got serious. I don't think Li is a murderer, and I will prove it to you. Saying that she left. Lin Xiaopu sighed. This girl, what kind of evil has she been hit by? Lin Dongxue still intends to go to meet Wang Jinsong's family. Su Xiaodong naturally followed. Came to the neighborhood. Knocked on the door. Or no one paid attention. Lin Dongxue clenched her teeth in anger and said, Go to the school. I don't believe I can't block that kid. As she turned to leave, the door behind her suddenly opened. And Wang Jinsong's father, dressed in his pajamas, gave them a sleepy look and said, Yo, comrade police, looking for us for something? Are you guys home? Why don't you open the door? I'm so sorry, the kids went to school. That's what couples do. You know. Come in and sit down. Letting the two in the door, Wang Jinsong's mother came out of the bedroom, full of pleasantries. Wang Jinsong's father told her to make tea and cut fruits. And Lin Dongxue said, No need, just asking a few questions. Said she in the living room back and forth for a while, smoothly pushed open a door. Inside is Wang Jinsong's bedroom. There is a computer on the writing desk. Even if not quite understand the hardware Lin Dongxue also see out. This computer must be very expensive. There was a shelf by the wall filled with plastic figurines. Another shelf was filled with comic books and magazines. And there was a guitar hanging on the wall that was dusty. And a soccer ball in the corner that hadn't been touched in a long time. Noticing Lin Dongxue's line of sight, Wang father laughed. Our family will not educate the child. Usually spoiled. Buy whatever you want. To make you laugh. Lin Dongxue asked. Were you guys not at home last night? Oh, we went to a relative's house. Wang Jinsong's father laughed. Which relative? Is this even a question? Comrade police officer. What is it that you are looking for us for? Is it related to Du Lei's murder case? Lin Dongxue almost blurted out. What were you doing when the murder occurred? But remembered Chen Shi chatting to her small stove. The more skeptical the more to let the other side of the paralysis. To learn to point to the east to hit the west. Immovable set out the information. She squeezed out a raw smile. It's like this. Grandma Du Lei doesn't know about this at the moment. We lied to deceive her. Yes. The old man is all alone with his grandchildren. And now something like this has happened. It's really pitiful. Yes. White hair sends black hair. Wang Jinsong's mother chimed in. So, There are some situations that we are not convenient to ask her directly, so we came over to ask you guys. Don't Dulei and Wang Jinsong often play together? Not often, just occasionally. Wang Jinsong's father still had the same rhetoric from last night. Has he told you guys lately that there's anything strange about Dulei? No. We are usually busy. Wang Jinsong comes home to do his homework or play on the computer. Communication is a bit scarce. Wang Jinsong father said. His mother said, yes, both of us are laid-off workers, and in order to take care of this family, we get up early in the morning and work late at night, and our communication with our children is a little bit scarce. One can only try to satisfy him materially. By the way, didn't they say on Twitter today that the case was finalized? This couple sang together, making the suspicion in Lin Dongshue's heart become deeper, and she said along with the words, the case does have a brow now. Great! Wang Jinsong's mother suddenly became uncharacteristically excited, and realizing her rudeness, said, I mean, it's really great to give an explanation to the family of the deceased, and your police are quite neat in handling the case. People's children are gone. Don't talk nonsense here, Wang Jinsong's father scolded. It was only then that Lin Dongxue was able to finish her sentence, but there's still evidence to be investigated, so we came here to visit. This we are not too sure. Dulei the child is obedient and knowledgeable. We usually educate Wang Jinsong and tell him to learn more from others. Wang Jinsong father said. His mother added, actually, my child is still quite smart, but he uses his smartness in the wrong place. He just knows how to play all day long. Aren't you the one who's spoiled? Didn't you buy all his computers and consoles? The two couples began to scold each other when Lin Dongxue suddenly asked, what game console? Ha! Wang Jinsong's father tensed up and laughed. A child's game console. What game console? Lin Dongxue repeated. This time her tone became harsh. Oh, Wang Jinsong's mother immediately interjected. It's his father who promised to buy the game console if he scored in the 30th percentile on this midterm exam. But we looked at the report card and he seems to be in the bottom this time. Su Xiaodong said. Yeah, so it wasn't bought. Wang Jinsong's father laughed. Lin Dongxue felt that these two were covering up. It seemed that asking directly would not work. She said, then we will leave first. Okay, don't send me away. Oh. The couple revealed a burst of relief. Lin Dongxue learned Chen Shi's move back, whispered to Su Xiaodong, stall them both, then suddenly said, excuse me, let's borrow the restroom. The bathroom. Over here, I'll take you. Su Xiaodong suddenly blurted out, excuse me, when did you buy this house? Lin Dongxue entered the bathroom. She saw at a glance that there was a curtain inside, behind which she thought must be the bathtub. She went forward and prepared to set aside the curtain. Wang Jinsong's mother suddenly barged in, full of smiles and said, I am afraid that you will not use this toilet. I will teach you. Oh, it's okay, I will. Press this and put this down. Hardly having popularized the use of the smart toilet, Wang Jinsong's mother left, and when Lin Dongxue was once again ready to ruffle the curtain, she knocked on the door outside again. Have you run out of paper? Do you want me to bring in a roll? Has this woman forgotten herself that this is a smart toilet? Lin Dongxue exhaled helplessly and said, no need. Thanks. She reached out to the curtain again as the woman knocked violently on the door outside. Oops, sorry, I have diarrhea. Can I use it first? Lin Dongxue was so angry that she clenched her fists. She didn't care about anything, and she lifted the curtain. And the moment the curtain made a clattering sound, Wang Jinsong's mother unexpectedly broke the bolt and rushed in, and Lin Dongxue was face to face with her. And in that moment, she had a grim expression on her face. But the expression was fleeting, and Wang Jinsong's mother laughed. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. Alright, I'll go down there and fix it, Lin Dongxue said in a cold sweat. Excuse me. Leaving the Wang family, Lin Dongxue did not say a word. Su Xiaodong said, hey, what's wrong with you? What did you see? Why don't you say anything? Why are your hands shaking? Lin Dongxue stood still. Su Xiaodong behind her almost bumped into her. Lin Dongxue turned to look at the window and said, this family has problems. Honestly, I felt it too. A little. Too polite. More than just being polite. A motorcycle delivery boy entered the neighborhood, and when he picked up beside him, he heard him on the phone. Wang Bin, come down and pick up the delivery. Lin Dongxue twisted her head and saw a very large cardboard box sitting on the motorcycle, which seemed to be an electronic product, and Su Xiaodong said, this is the PS4. The same console as in Dulei's room? Yeah. Lin Dongxue walked over and flashed her ID. Excuse me, whose family bought this? The little man looked at the list and said, it's for 504 in this building. Yes, that was exactly Wang Jinsong's house. And Su Xiaodong said doubtfully, didn't he say that he wouldn't buy it if he didn't get good grades? This family is too unprincipled. Tanshir said that a child's motivation may be a small thing in the eyes of an adult. Could this be it? Lin Dongxue stood there and waited. But Wang Jinsong's father just didn't come down. And the delivery boy cursed resentfully and drove away. Lin Dongxue stood in place for a long time, contemplating another possibility for the case, until she was startled by the sound of the phone. It was Lin Xiaopu calling again, and as soon as he came up he said, "Sister." Lin Xiaopu would only call her that when she was in the best mood, to tell you the good news, or maybe bad news for you. We found the exact same oxycodone at Li's house, so you don't have to run anymore. Brother, I'd like to get a warrant. A search warrant? Who are you going to search? Do you have evidence? No. There is no evidence, you fool around. What? Give me back. Not to talk to you. Li hired a lawyer to come. I see what he can still say. Another failure to return. Lin Dongxue, mood frustrated, came back to ask colleagues Lin Xiaopu where to go. The other replied, still talking to the lawyer. Lin Dongxue then turned around in the foyer, and Su Xiaodong said, "Don't turn around. I'm getting misty-eyed." "How could it be, Li?" Lin Dongxue said as she stood still. "Crap. You're looking a little like Conan right now." Oxycodone. Why would there be oxycodone in the dead man's stomach? Was it stuffed in there when he was splitting the body? That can't be right. I've read the autopsy report and the victim's stomach was intact. Su Xiaodong's words. Lin Dongxue, who had been in pieces, didn't listen to a single word. Where is it wrong? Where is it wrong? Lin Dongxue started scratching her hair. Don't you scratch your hair. Watch out for baldness. At this time, a bam came from the office. And Lin Xiaopu's roar came from inside. Don't you dare to make up your own mind here, and play with me about the whole shedding the car to protect the pawns thing. Another voice said, Team Lin, calm down. My client did say that. Lin Xiaopu kicked the door open and came out, calling a police officer. Go to the school. Find a girl named Mari and bring her in. Lin Dongxue went up and asked, Brother, what's wrong? He said. Lin Xiaopu glanced towards the office. A man in a suit was drinking tea in an airy manner in the half-open door. His lawyer said that at the time of the crime, he was giving another female student up opening up a small kitchen. What do you mean by opening up? Obscenity. So, he's dead set on not saying what he was doing at the time of the murder? No. What's wrong? There must be a mistake somewhere. This must be his trick. Just call the girl and verify it and it'll all come out. The whole task force was waiting anxiously. Even lunch was not eaten. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a girl was brought in. She timidly looked at the room full of adults. Present only Lin Dongxue, a female, so she took the initiative to go up and asked, Little sister, don't be afraid, we are here to help you. Can you tell the sister? Where were you on the afternoon of October 28th? That is, after school on Wednesday? The little girl Winston said, I am going home. Really? The little girl's eyes filled with tears and she nodded again. No matter how much she was asked, the little girl said the same thing, but her look implied that she wasn't telling the truth. And with everyone at their wits' end, Lin Dongxue said, I'll send you back then. She pulled the little girl away and as she walked to the door, the little girl suddenly cried and said, Auntie Cop, can you not tell my mom? Lin Dongxue squatted down to wipe her tears and said, Okay, I promise not to say anything. Mr. Li he called me into the house. And, after listening to the little girl's account, Lin Dongxue angry straight to want to go in now to smack Li 2 slaps. She suppressed her anger. Said, let the forensic aunt give you a checkup of the body. Okay? Rest assured, this matter we will definitely keep it a secret. The little girl nodded. A female forensic pathologist examined the little girl as the crowd stood outside waiting, and when the examination was complete, the female forensic pathologist said, she does show signs of having been sexually assaulted in recent days. Asshole. Lin Xiaopu kicked down the trash can in the hallway. The slam dunk instantly cleared Li of the murder charge, but he'll have to remain in the holding cell, awaiting trial on another charge. Lin Xiaopu sat in his office in a state of devastation. Lin Dongxue walked in and said, Brother, don't be discouraged. The case isn't over yet. Seeing that Lin Xiaopu didn't say a word, Lin Dongxue added, It's not your fault this time. It's someone who planted the evidence. You think so? Shenshir said to me before that there is a suspicion of framing in this case. You see, it all connects too smoothly. Then won't I become a dumbass who voluntarily took the bait? Lin Xiaopu laughed bitterly. I have something to ask you. Is the oxycodone found in Li's house the same as the one in the victim's stomach? It's the same kind. Not just the same kind. Old Peng made an appraisal. It's the same box. Where did you find it? Garbage bags. A garbage bag. You're telling me it's his house? It's in the garbage bag he left at the door before he had a chance to throw it away. Lin Xiaopu's eyes suddenly rounded. You mean, this is also a part of the framing? Yes. The killer knew that Li had a bad reputation, so he threw dirt on him. Then how did this aphrodisiac get into the deceased's belly? The deceased is a 12-year-old child. It's impossible to be okay with eating this, right? This is the biggest doubt in the case so far. And Lin Dongxue can't answer it. She bites her finger and says, but the murderer knew that he ate it. So he put the same box of pills in the garbage bag in front of Li's door. And there are fingerprints on it? Yes, fingerprints. Lin Xiaopu almost rushed out and ran to the technical squadron. He couldn't even speak. Old Pang. Pillbox. Fingerprints. Hurry up. Peng Siju used the ultraviolet light to shine the pillbox inside and out. No fingerprints were found. To be precise, it was carefully wiped. He shook his head. Lin Xiaopu's newly revitalized spirit once again withered. If this medicine really belongs to Li, it's impossible that it doesn't even have his own fingerprints. Lin Dongxue said, Captain Pang, who would buy this kind of medicine? Couple, or lover? Penzjack said, then if you eat it, will it have any effect? Let's say the body gets hot or something. Lin Dongxue blushed for a moment. No, I have analyzed the ingredients. This drug is not useful at all, purely just a placebo effect. The so-called overseas generation purchase is also fake, produced by a small domestic workshop. Lin Xiaopu asked Lin Dongxue, what clues have you found out? Can't say I have a clue. Just one person who is rather suspicious. Tell me about it. After Lin Dongxue finished, Lin Xiaopu said, you mean that kid killed someone for a game console, and then the parents helped split the body? Several police officers present laughed. Lin Dongxue was a bit unconvinced and was about to open her mouth when Lin Xiaopu added, investigating a case is not by mouth. You have to look for evidence. There must be evidence. Without evidence everything is for nothing. Then I'll find it for you. Lin Dongxue turned to walk away and received a text message from Lin Xiaopu, who said, sister, if you need help just ask. I'll support you. She was so angry and funny. Her thoughts returned to the case. How to find the evidence. Is it difficult to sneak into Wang Jinsong's house quietly? No. As a police officer, you can't do such illegal things no matter what. When he was at a loss, Su Xiaodong appeared out of nowhere and said, why is your thinking so solidified? There will definitely be blood flowing into the sewers if you split the body. Saying it is the same as not saying it. They won't even let you see the bathtub. They'll let you in to see the sewer. Sewers don't necessarily have to go to the house to be seen. Let's say, downstairs. Lin Dongxue steeply widened her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't like Su Xiaodong, she really wanted to catch him and kiss him. This idea was too awesome, simply divine. Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong immediately came to that community, threw the small ads posted on the door to find a drain unclogging, and then knocked on the door of Wang Jinsong's downstairs neighbor. After briefly explaining their intentions, the family was willing to cooperate with the police, and the plumber got busy, opening the main sewer line in the bathroom and digging around in it with tools. Officers, would you like a cup of tea? The host attentively poured a cup of tea. You're welcome. By the way, this household upstairs, do you know anything about it? Lin Dongxue asked. Master Wang's family. Although we live in the same building, we usually don't walk around much, but I often hear the sound of their family beating their children. Hit the kid? Well, the beatings can be fierce, and every time, the father beats, the mother persuades, and after the beatings, he coaxes and buys things for the children. I speak as a parent. This kind of education is really not good. Have you heard anything in the last 2 days? Yes, it was the afternoon before the big day, I think, and I heard a thud, and maybe the child smashed something, and then the father did it, and the child cried a lot. Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong looked at each other in disbelief. Perhaps that sound of movement was the sound of the deceased falling to the ground. Officer, the plumber was calling them. The two of them immediately came to the bathroom, saw the plastic sheet spread on the floor with some things pulled out from the sewer pipe. Lin Dongxue saw at a glance that there were blood clots and hairs inside. She was excited. Lin Dongxue instantly called the team, and Lin Xiaopu heard that evidence had been found and gushed. Good job. We'll be right there. About 6 p.m. Several police cars pulled up outside the neighborhood. The officers came up, and the owner of the house said in surprise, what's going on here? Lin Dongxue said, might have to arrest someone. Arresting someone? Is it upstairs? Please keep it quiet. I'm sorry for the trouble. It's fine. It's fine. By the way, what did they commit? There was a knock on the door and Lin Xiaopu came in with Peng Siju and the other police officers. All of them came to the bathroom. Peng Siju took out the reagent kit and examined it, and said with certainty, it is indeed human blood. Action. The police called the property owner and went to knock on the door of Wang Jinsong's house, claiming to be checking the gas. The moment the other party opened the door, the police swarmed into the house and pinned the two couples to the table. There was a popping sound from the living room, and Wang Jinsong was so shocked to see his father caught up that the mug in his hand shattered on the floor. Lin Dongxue walked over and said, "Don't be afraid. We just have some things to ask." Wang Jinsong's face turned white with fear, and Lin Dongxue glanced toward his house, where the newly purchased game console was installing the system. "What did we commit?" Wang Jinsong's father yelled. "Still pretending, that's a good move to play with," Lin Xiaopu said. "I don't know what you're talking about." Search. The technician went into the bathroom, and although the place had been carefully cleaned, luminol tests showed that the ceramic floor tiles and tub were covered in blood, and a large amount of hair was also found inside the drain, as well as shredded flesh. In front of the iron evidence, the husband and wife no longer act. They are scared as earth, accompanied by a pattering sound. Some liquid from between the shivering legs of Wang Jinsong's mother flowed to the floor. The smell of urine in the house filled the air. "Tell me, how did you kill the boy and shred him?" Lin Xiaopu sat down at the table. "I killed the people. My parents didn't do it," Wang Jinsong shouted. "Okay, then." Wang Jinsong's father shouted. "Jinsong, don't say it. If you do, our whole family will be finished." Lin Xiaopu slapped the table. "It's your turn to talk here?" Then he said to Wang Jinsong, "Kid, you're already in your second year. You should have basic judgment. Confess to leniency and resist to severity. If you still refuse to tell the truth, then no one can help you." Pengjiak interjected. "Even if you don't say anything, we can still find out the truth, and that will only be more detrimental to you." Wang Jinsong suddenly cried. He kept biting his lips and said, "Police uncle, I explain. All." Wang Jinsong and Du Lei are good friends since childhood, but the results of the two are a heaven and a hell. Wang Jinsong's parents often hang on the side of the mouth words are, "You do not learn others' Du Lei, know to play together. Do not know to learn others' good side. I don't know how to learn the good side of other people." Every time he hears this, Wang Jinsong is so angry that his teeth itch, and it's not his fault that he can't understand the class. His head is just stupid, and people Du Lei is just smart, and he has to blame his own bad genes, and his parents are both idiots. A few weeks ago, Wang Jinsong clamored to buy a PS4, which is a very expensive console, and his family wouldn't let him, saying they would buy it for him as long as he scored in the top 30 in his exams. Wang Jinsong failed the midterm exam again this time. PS4 is naturally out of the question, but he really wanted to play, softly begging his mom to buy it, and when he told his dad to know about it, his dad said, "If I buy it for a stupid ass like you, I might as well buy it for Du Lei." Who knew that it was this statement that became the trigger that destroyed two families? That day Du Lei ran to Wang Jinsong's house to play, excitedly showing him something. Exactly, PS4. Wang Jinsong asked him where he got it from. How could his grandmother have money to buy this when she was so poor? Du Lei said not to tell you. Wang Jinsong, the more he thought the more skeptical. Is it really his father to Du Lei to buy? The more he thought the more angry. The two people, and because of the time to play together, started a little quarrel. In a fit of anger, Wang Jinsong picked up the vase smashed in his face. Originally did not want to kill him, because the TV often take a vase to hit the head is also okay, but fell to the ground. Du Lei is only out of breath, not in breath. Wang Jinsong freaked out, so he called his father. Came back after the couple stunned. Calmed down after Wang Jinsong father asked him, Du Lei came to play in their house? Anyone know? Wang Jinsong said no. His grandmother hadn't come back from her grocery shopping trip. So, they came up with a plan to shift the blame. They heard that Mr. Li, the teacher in their class, did not have a good reputation, and it seemed that he had done child molestation in the past, so they planned to pour this dirty water on Mr. Li. The couple spent nearly 2 hours dismembering Du Lei in the bathtub, put it in a bag, came to the school while it was dark, tumbled in through the fence, and threw all of the bodies into the garbage cans in front of Mr. Li's door. The police really fell for it, and soon locked up Mr. Li, and then the overwhelming news are talking about what a beast teacher. The family hanging heart finally fell to the ground, but I did not expect. How did you find us? Wang Jinsong said. Do you really think the police are that stupid? Lin Xiaopu stood up. Take the people back. Wang Jinsong opened his mouth wide in fear and said, Didn't you say you wouldn't arrest us? You guys lied. Big liars. Said he rushed towards his bedroom, was stopped by Su Xiaodong's quick eyes and hands. Wang Jinsong is still struggling desperately, scratching the back of Su Xiaodong's hand or bleeding. The police present in the eyes, thought really a bare child can do such a hurtful thing? And his parents' unprincipled, spoiled education is inseparable. Wang Jinsong struggled desperately and even bit Su Xiaodong on the arm, then took the opportunity to escape and rampage through the house like a small wild boar, overturning the table. It took the police a great deal of effort to stop him, and Lin Xiaopu, powerless to hold his forehead, said, Cuff him. Su Xiaodong sucked in a breath of cool air, looked at his bitten arm, and said, It's too bearish, even more bearish than my cousin's child. Being handcuffed to the pipeline, Wang Jinsong is still struggling hysterically. Handskin are pulled off a piece of the husband and wife to see in the eyes. Tears silently flow. Peng Siju took out a syringe and said to him with a grimace, "Would you like a shot of anesthesia?" Hearing this, Wang Jinsong suddenly stopped making a fuss. Raising a child like this, even if there is no such thing, when they go out into society in the future, they will still wreak havoc on others. Lin Xiaopu said with hatred and contempt, "Take away." "Wait, there's a detail that hasn't been mentioned yet," Lin Dongxue said. "What?" "Oxycodone. Oxycodone in the dead man's belly." The couple remained silent, but by this point, Lin Dongxue seemed to have understood, and she asked Wang Jinsong, "Did you put the pills inside the cola? I thought that was." "Don't say it," Wang Jinsong's father shouted. "If you dare interrupt again, we'll separate your family," Lin Xiaopu warned. Lin Dongxue looked at the panicked Wang Jinsong. "What did you think it was?" "I don't know. You just lied, didn't you? You certainly didn't beat Dulé to death unintentionally. You intended to kill him from the start. You had a box of pills with English written all over them at home. You thought they were poison, or your parents had lied to you that way, so you put the poison in the Coke and tricked Dulé into drinking it. It didn't work, so you killed him with a blunt object. You beat him repeatedly after you knocked him down and kept beating him until he died. It wasn't an accident at all. It was murder." Telling the truth in one breath was so freeing that Lin Dongxue couldn't believe that she could do the same, and a room full of shocked eyes looked at her. Wang Jinsong, in a cold sweat, suddenly shouted, "Who told him to get better grades than me? Who told my parents to compare him to me every day? Who told him to have a game console and I don't? He even dared to laugh at me. He deserves it. He deserves it." Wang Jinsong, who revealed a hideous face, really startled the crowd, and Su Xiaodong asked, "Then how did this box of medicine get to Mr. Li later?" Lin Dongxue turned back, looked at the door, and said, "The pill box was found this morning. Yesterday, when we were talking outside the door, the family was in the house, and they overheard our conversation. So they went along with it and played this game. If it weren't for Li's alibi, we would have really been fooled by them?" Su Xiaodong said in shock. "Not necessarily," Peng Siju said. "The net of heaven is wide open. They must have left behind other evidence. Sooner or later we'll get to their heads. I have something to add. The deceased wasn't killed by a blow. The knife in the throat was the fatal wound." Hearing this, Wang Jinsong's father's eyes widened as Lin Xiaopu asked, "You know?" The man covered his face and cried, "I cut that knife when the boy suddenly moved. My wife then persuaded me to send him to the hospital. But it's all like this. Sent to the hospital is not still in jail. So the people were actually killed by you?" Lin Xiaopu asked. The man nodded in frustration. The room was silent. Lin Xiaopu made a gesture to take the person away. Wang Jinsong's mother suddenly begged, "Comrade police, I beg you for one thing. I never thought that because of a game machine we'll make such a mess. After the incident, we took our savings to buy a game machine for Jinsong. He hasn't come to play it yet. I beg you guys to let him play for a while before leaving. Do you really think that this happened all because of the video game? What else could it be because of? It's our fault that we love him so much and gave him whatever he wanted since he was a kid. We should have gotten him this console earlier so we wouldn't have gotten into this misunderstanding." Lin Xiaopu shook his head in pain. "Go to prison and reflect." After the culprit was arrested, Dulé's parents came back from abroad to claim the body, although the body has been stitched up, but this cannot alleviate their grief. Any words of comfort cannot make them calm down. This kind of scene was the last thing Lin Dongxue wanted to see. The case was solved in less than 3 days, and the task force made a great achievement and received praise from the leadership. Lin Xiaopu called Lin Dongxue to the office and praised him, and Lin Dongxue said, "Brother, according to the agreement, okay, I won't interfere with you in the future." Lin Xiaopu smiled bitterly. Lin Xiaopu's unexpected readiness made Lin Dongxue a little embarrassed instead and said, "Brother, I'm not saying it's not good for you to control me. Just what? Give me some face, will you? Don't talk about me in public. I'm grown up anyways. It's brother's fault. Pay attention in the future. Know why I'm so happy? This time you did a very good job. Prove that. Do not rely on that driver. We can still solve the case. Evening celebration dinner, remember to come." "Oh, definitely." Lin Dongxue smiled and left, meeting Su Xiaodong in the corridor. She asked, "Xiaodong, how did you come up with that trick? Finding evidence from the sewers downstairs?" Su Xiaodong scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled. Lin Dongxue suddenly had a conjecture and asked after him. "There wouldn't be someone pointing behind it, would there?" That. Don't swallow. Actually, that was Chen's idea. I told him the whole case, and he gave it when we got stuck." "What?" Lin Dongxue was shocked. It turned out that Su Xiaodong was not Lin Xiaopu's spy, but Chen Shi's spy. At the same time, In a surgical hospital in London City, Chen Shi, who was taking care of a patient, received a text message from Lin Dongxue, behind-the-scenes warlord. Thanks, the little girl lying on the bed asked. What's wrong, Uncle Chun? It's okay, a friend sent it. Chen Shi picked up the kanji bowl and continued to feed the little girl kanji. The little girl shook her head and said that she didn't want to eat. Chen Shi said, You is good. You just had an operation. You have to eat more to recover. The little girl bristled. When on earth will I get well? Don't worry. Listen to the doctor. You'll be fine. And when you're better, I'll take you for a ride. After the little girl ate and went to sleep, Chen Shi carefully left and came to the doctor, who said, Mr. Chen, although the insurance company reported a large portion of Tao Yeye's medical expenses, there are still hospitalization fees and nursing fees. I'll pay for it. Chen Shi pulled out a credit card. Doctor, when will she get better from this illness? It's still under observation. You don't always have to put words like that in my mouth. I understand how you feel, but this disease doesn't have a high cure rate to begin with. And with the fact that it was mid-stage when it was discovered, and now that it's just been operated on, it might get better if it's well controlled with chemo and medication. Chen Shi sighed. Call me when she's in a situation. Leaving the hospital. It was already late. Chen Shi sat in the car. There was a list nearby. He took it by the way. Waiting for the guests to get on the car, he opened his cell phone and looked at it. The reporter's speed can be really fast. The case has already been written into a report. This time it is again the game console took the blame. The news title is, Shocked. 14-year-old boy brutally kills his classmate for a game console. Nonsense. The media just knows how to throw things around. This case has sensationalized Longan. And the current home education is indeed worrying. The passenger who got on the bus picked up the conversation. It was an old man with a dignified voice. Old sir, where are you going so late? Chen Shi took a cigarette. Don't recognize me? The eyes in the rearview mirror showed a smile. Chen Shi, or should I call you Song Lang? Chen Shi turned his face and saw that the other party was an old man with a head full of white hair, his wrinkled face radiating a sense of majesty. How did you find me? Chen Shi asked. Tao Yu. I've been following that little witness's condition as well, and knowing that she's going to be operated on. You'll definitely be here. Ginger is still old and hot. Chen Shi smiled and lit the cigarette in his mouth. I can't believe you'd come back in this way. With a false face. And how does it feel to play your old partner from the past? A latecomer who admires you? It's not bad. Kind of like being born again. The old man sighed. Why would you come back after a good hiding? It's probably just nature. Nature? Just like some people are greedy for money and some people are lustful. I just can't stand to see those criminals get away with it. People can't escape their own natures. And I'm no different. But it's true that I've been a bit too high profile lately. Even you've noticed me. So I think it's time to restrain myself a bit. You know that too. The old man laughed. Why don't you come back with a straight face? For carrying a murder charge. Because the man is still at large? No. The man pinched my soft spot. Let me guess. It's Tao Yu? He threatened you that you'd re-offend as soon as you showed up again. Didn't he? Though he didn't want to admit it. Chen Shi still nodded. And when the cigarette was almost finished, he raised his hand and threw it out of the window, handing his hands over. What do you mean? You're not here to arrest me? The old man laughed out loud. If I had come to arrest you, I wouldn't have come alone in the middle of the night. Chen Shi, you're really smart. You think no one knows about your concealment? No. In fact, that night never ended. Zhou Zhao's case hasn't been dropped yet, and several of my elites have been tracking him down. I've known about all you've done from the beginning. It's fine to say I'm harboring my subordinates. It's fine to say I'm bending the law, but I know that you didn't kill the man. You could never shoot your own boss and girlfriend. And that only by catching Zhou Xiaoxia would you be cleared. So the top brass in the police force tacitly approved of your little stunt. In fact, your police number hasn't been cancelled yet. And in the confidential files in my safe, your current identity is a member of the undercover police. Chen Shi was surprised, then resumed his usual smiling face. After all this I'm still a police officer, but you guys haven't sent me a dime of salary. When this case is over, it will be sent to you together. So you have to remember to eat then. You must take care of your health and live to see that time. Little brat, I've definitely lived longer than you. The old man laughed and cursed, fished out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Chen Shi. Judging from the feel of it, it was a pile of banknotes. The leader gave out red packets? For Tao Yu's treatment. Count it as a little bit of my heart. It's all the private money I've saved up. I can't let my wife know. As long as Shifu doesn't ride in my car. The old man pushed the door open and stopped again. What's wrong with you? Do you have to run a cab? I don't know how to do anything else but drive. Do you want to see me selling stinky tofu along the street? Good riddance. Little brat. The old man got out of the car and disappeared into the night with his hands behind his back. His slightly hunched back appeared to be a bit vicissitude. Shenshur saluted and silently said, "Thank you, Director." After a minute his hand was put down. His heart was full of emotions. If he didn't have a drink tonight, he was afraid that he would not be able to calm his inner waves. So he started the car and drove towards a bar that he often went to. Wang Jinsong's case triggered a big wave in Longgan. But soon the public's attention was diverted away by the news of which celebrity was evading taxes and the price of gasoline had risen. And a week later, the matter was completely forgotten. So calm that it was as if nothing had happened. And everyone was still living an ordinary life. Shenshur ran a taxi until late at night this day. And a few driver friends went to Stone Monkey Road to jerk a skewer. Tired all day, we drank a Coke and ate jerking skewers, and painfully shared the insights of the past few days. Shenshur was always the most talkative one at the dinner table, talking about some sensational cases, and if people asked him where he learned about it, he answered that he saw it on a legal program. However, today's protagonist is a middle-aged driver called Li Tao. He browbeaten to tell everyone a modern version of the Golden Lotus. It is said that there is a young woman surnamed Pan, hooked up with a small boss with a compound surname Simon. Paper cannot wrap the fire. Pan young woman's husband, who happens to be surnamed Wu, found this thing. Today went to the Simon boss's company to look for things. Did not think that a month later, the man surnamed Wu accidentally died while driving the car. The car and the man are burned to ashes. The police suspect that the Simon boss to buy murder is now investigating him. Even the company is closed. Drinking buddies say, make it up. What kind of coincidence is that? The real thing? Now the city is spread all over. Need to think about it. Probably as long as the woman surnamed Pan meets the man surnamed Shiman. Quasi no good thing. It's called metaphysical derangement. Fuck. My wife's last name is Pam. According to you. You have to be careful if any of her friends have the last name Simon. I'll kick your ass. Stop it. Stop it. Brother Lee, how long has it been going on? Shenshur asked. Just the last 2 days. I heard from a passenger. Shenshur settled the roasted eggplant in his hand in 3 or 2 bites and said, sorry, I still have things to do at home. So I'll withdraw first. The crowd is up in arms. The wife forgot to inflate it, didn't she? After Shenshur got on the car, he sent a message to Lin Dongxue, a modern version of Jean Ping Mei. Such a fun case without calling me? Lin Dongxue replied, where did you hear that? We're not pigs. We look for you in every case. And now that this case is 8 or 9, it's definitely that Shiman Cheng who did it. I hope you guys don't get it wrong this time. Crow's mouth. Just looking forward to the limelight. Ha! The next morning, Lin Dongxue came to the bureau. They are really checking the case. Whenever she saw the file she wanted to laugh. 3 people's surnames are really appropriate. More funny is that the deceased Wu Mao also has a younger brother. It is this brother reported the case, before and after the provision of a lot of evidence. Lin Dongxue met Wu Mao brother Wu Hao once. This person is a fitness consultant. Practiced taekwondo and sparring. Stout. Handsome. Every time a mention of his brother's death, he was too excited, saying that he wanted to put the head of the adulterous woman chopped down in front of the brother's spirit. We are afraid that he really did this kind of thing. At the time of the crime, Pan Mao and Simon Ching is a resort to play. There is a clear alibi. The current police identified as Simon Ching to buy the murderer, mainly in the investigation of his accounts. Turned out a lot of evidence of tax evasion, but still short of the proverbial kick. Let's see what Lin Xiaopu says at the meeting today. The case meeting, Lin Xiaopu said spiritedly, everyone, this case now has a brow. We found Simon Chung. Every time I hear the name, a laugh erupts. We found $50,000 unaccounted for in his personal savings, which disappeared just before and after the victim's murder, and which he himself did not say where it had gone. So can we close the net now? A police officer asked. Still lack of evidence. We are now focusing on the $50,000 in the end fell into the pockets of who. As long as the identification, the case will be solved. Everyone drums up energy, and strive to take down within 3 days. Everyone was in high spirits, when suddenly a hand was raised and Lin Xiaopu said, Old Pang, what do you have to say? Pang Siju said faintly, Team Lin, did you read the autopsy re-examination report I gave you? I haven't read it yet. You say. Pang Siju flicked the paper in his hand and said, according to my second autopsy, there is a suspicious bone growth at the back of the deceased's head. The deceased had symptoms of osteoporosis, hypokalemia, muscle flaccidity, fat deposition, and venous embolism, which, to put it bluntly, means that the body is chronically deficient in phosphorus, potassium, and calcium. And then one more thing, there is a large amount of hard scrape marks in his esophagus, which was formed over a period of at least 3 months. The dead man and the car burned like that, and you still test this much? Well, so it took a lot more time. And your conclusion? I think this case cannot be characterized in this way. Just because the person concerned surnamed Pan, surnamed Shiman, think that it is Shiman did it, perhaps the murderer is also making use of this kind of thinking. If it is really by murder, then these anomalies on the dead body cannot be self-explanatory. So this case must have something else to hide. Hearing Pang Siju blatantly and his own counterpoint, Lin Xiaopu, a little annoyed, said, "Old Pang, let's avoid this not to say, and say the motive. You think the murderer will be what motive? You can't avoid it, that's the truth. I think that when the case is finally solved, these doubts should be perfectly answered. Otherwise it won't be called a real solved case." Lin Xiaopu smiled bitterly. Lao Pang, who are you influenced by? Autopsy is my job. Solving the case is your job. Debriefing over, I'm leaving. Pang Siju didn't pick up the fight and left straight away. If it was someone else who didn't give face like this, Lin Xiaopu would have been furious on the spot. But he was Pang Siju, and Lin Xiaopu could only hold his tongue. A pair of eyes looked at Lin Xiaopu, who gritted his teeth and said, Captain Pang's new discovery should be taken seriously. Dong Xue, Xiaodong, you two go and find out. The others should still continue to trace the whereabouts of the $50,000. Dismissed. After the meeting broke up, Su Xiaodong said to Lin Dongxue, what does Team Lin mean? What do you mean what? Calling the two of us alone to investigate. Could it be that we're asking that great god to come to the rescue? Lin Dongxue laughed. You can still hear the strings now? Lin Xiaopu now open and close his mouth. Do not mention the name of Chenshur. Have to talk about it, but also only say a good citizen. Perhaps he felt as the captain of the criminal investigation team. Every time you need to ask for foreign help too embarrassing. I called Chen, Su Xiaodong asked. Fight it. Su Xiaodong dialed the phone. Hey, Chen brother. Nothing else? Is the case encountered a little trouble? How do you know? Well, sure please. You hurry to come. Hanging up the phone, Su Xiaodong was very happy. There is hope for the case. Listening to you, it's hopeless to follow Team Lin. I didn't say that. Half an hour later, the two of them met with Chen Shur at Yangon Soy Milk and ate the breakfast that Su Xiaodong had bought. Chen Shur said, what's wrong? Didn't you say you don't need my help with this case? Lin Dongshue's cheeks burned for a moment. Originally it wasn't necessary. Today Captain Pang brought up some new discoveries that we hadn't considered before. He said that the deceased was a bit odd. How odd? Lin Dongxue took out a copy of the autopsy re-examination report. Chen Shur looked at it for a while and said, talk about the case. The time of the crime was 3 days ago in the morning. The informant was none other than the younger brother of the deceased, Wu Hao, who said that his brother had disappeared for 2 days, and that the police station handled the case at first, and then another scavenger found a burnt-out car on the outskirts of the countryside, which appeared to contain a corpse, which merged the two cases together. The automobile is precisely that of the deceased Wumo, who was also identified by DNA. The car obviously has fuel residue, suspected that someone killed Wu, put into the car burning. The deceased burned beyond recognition, took a lot of effort to peel, and the body, due to burned like that, has not been able to find the fatal wounds. The judgment of the time of death is also a rough estimate of the evening of about 5 days ago, so it was time to start investigating the dead man's relationships, and Wu Hao balked at the idea that it was an adulterous couple that did it, bringing the dead man's wife, Pan Xiuying, and her lover, Shiman Shang, into the police's sights. It can be said that as soon as the police officers involved in the investigation heard the surnames of the two men and saw Shiman Shang's thieving face, they immediately took him for the murderer. However, these two have a clear alibi. The crime occurred when the two were playing in a resort. Shiman Shang looked nervous in front of the police, but his evidence is also watertight. Lin Xiaopu more and more suspected that it is Shiman Shang to buy a murderer. That's why the current focus is on investigating Simon Shang's financial expenditures. After listening, Chen Shur commented, arbitrary. The dead are not called arbitrary. They are called arbitrary what? I mean your brother is arbitrary. Just because someone is cheating on you, he's a murderer? No official in the Song dynasty decides cases like that. Lin Dongshue's face is a little hard to bear. Su Xiaodong said, Chen, not to mention Lin team, our task force up and down, we feel that Simon Cheng is the murderer. Solve the case sometimes do not have to rely on intuition. Intuition and conjecture are two different things. Okay, so how do we find out now? Chen Shur looked at the documents in his hand and said, Old Peng's appraisal is never wrong. These doubts, I think there must be a close relationship with the truth of the case. Recheck it. Recheck. Lin Dongshue's eyes widened. Too tired? Why don't the three of us just play a game of penmanship and ask the deceased who killed him? Su Xiaodong was pleasantly surprised. This will work. Lin Dongxue looked at him with the eyes of an idiot and said, alright, listen to you. Chen Shur said, add 2 more buns for me. After eating and drinking, Chen Shur said, let's get to work. Where to first? Lin Dongxue asked. Whose place is closer? The gym where Wuho works is the closest. Let's go here first. Then, the three drove to a health club. There were not many customers in the morning. Wuhao was playing hand games in the lounge. When he saw a police officer visiting, he immediately said excitedly, "Has that adulterous couple been convicted?" Chen Shi asked. "Mr. Wu, you're so sure they're adulterers. Do you have any proof? Didn't I show you the evidence a long time ago? Is this officer new here? Okay, let me show you something." Wu Hao took out a bag from his locker and pulled out a sheet. The sheet seemed like it hadn't been washed for a long time and gave off a smell. Lin Dongxue couldn't help but cover her nose. Wu Hao said, "This is that pair of adulterers and wives in my brother's house messing around. Dirty sheets. There are still 2 people's body fluids on it. I gave the forensic medical examiner before. They refused to identify it. And I don't know how your work is done." Chen Shi wanted to laugh and said, "You're so attentive. When did this happen?" "A couple weeks ago. Wasn't your brother home at the time?" "No. My brother probably went out to go into the goods, and this pair of dogs ran to his bedroom to get it on." "Mom, you were there?" "Yes. I went to find my brother. Happened to bump into." The man scolded away. "My sister-in-law not. That bitch is still everywhere to maintain him. I said you wait. I must tell my brother. So I kept the evidence. In the future, if my brother to fight the divorce lawsuit will not lose. I did not think that this evidence even in the come in handy at this time." Wu Hao sighed and tears flowed from his eyes. "That's it?" And Wu Hao pulled out a few more photos, all of which were taken secretly when the two were having a rendezvous, and many of them captured the front face, which would have legal effect if they were to be taken to a civil court. Chen Shi flipped through the sheets one by one and said, "You're quite idle as a fitness instructor, and you're also a part-time private investigator. For my brother's sake, I'll squeeze it out even if I don't have time," he said righteously. Chen Shi shook his head. "We are here to find evidence of the murder case. These can only prove that the two are dating." "It's adultery," Wu Hao exclaimed. Well, adultery has no evidence of a murder." "Yes." Wu Hao pulled out his cell phone and played a recording in which a man and a woman could be clearly heard joking and laughing. And one of the conversations. Woman's voice, "That old turtle is annoying me by arguing with me all day long." Male voice, "Baby, he owes you. I'll make it up to you." Female voice, "Still you're good to me. Alas, it would have been better if I had known you in the first place." Male voice, "It's not too late. I'm in the middle of divorce talks with the yellow face in my house. And when I get rid of her, I'll marry you." Woman's voice, "It's all well and good, but that old turtle is dead set against divorce." Male voice, "Fuck it. I'll find a brother to teach him a lesson." Female voice, "You mean, waste him?" Male voice, "Ha, I can vaporize him if you want." Female voice, "Honey, I love it when you're this bossy." Ah. Male voice, "Like this?" Female voice, "So like." In the recording fast broadcast to the content of children not suitable. Wu Hao turned it off. Said, "Comrade officer, this evidence is sufficient, right?" The officer who came before authenticated this recording. "It's true. This is what I secretly recorded outside the hotel door. At that time, I really wanted to rush in and kill this pair of adulterous couple." Chen Shi shook his head. "This is not considered evidence. Why doesn't it count? They all said it. All said and done. The only thing called evidence is what proves the fact that they killed someone." Wu Hao suddenly pulled his hair vigorously, swept all the things on the table to the ground, scared the three back straight back. Wu Hao knocked the table vigorously with his fist, roared, "What do you police do for food? So many days have not found evidence. Everyone ran to say so. I am not a police officer. Where do I go to find evidence? You cannot put the person first detained. Use some means to ask him to confess. My brother was definitely killed by him. I swear to God." Seeing Wu Hao suddenly turn into an angry bear, Chen Shi calmed down. "Calm down. Will you? Aren't we working on a case right now? Sit down and take a deep breath." Wu Hao sat down and kept gasping for breath, saying, "I have a bad temper. When I am impulsive, I am like this. I am sorry but this matter involves my brother's life. Can I not go to the head?" Chen Shi asked. "How is your relationship with your brother?" "This is not necessary to say. Good enough to wear a pair of pants. We played since childhood. After mom and dad left, I came to Longan to work without a place to live. It was he who took me in. We two brothers do not have any words of separation of the belly. My brother has what is good, always think of me. Look, this watch on my brother to send." He showed the Rolex on his hand to the three men. "I'd like to see a picture of him." Wu Hao rummaged around on his cell phone and found one after half a day of searching, but the shot wasn't too clear. Chen Shi asked, "Is there anything else?" "Nope. My brother doesn't like taking pictures." "Alright then, leave your contact info and we'll get back to you if anything happens. Please hurry up." My brother even gave me a dream last night to do injustice. I'm not bluffing. If you can't solve the case, I'm going to do it myself. Fine, fine, we'll do our best. Leaving the club, Chen Shi laughed, and when Lin Dongxue asked him what he was laughing at, Chen Shi said, I was just thinking that if he really did it on his own, this would be so dramatic that he might be able to make a movie about it later. Heartless bastard. Su Xiaodong said, Chen is becoming more and more like a cop now. Ha ha, haven't he eaten pork yet, haven't he seen a pig run yet? Don't misunderstand. Lin Dongxue said, is there any doubt in his words? Doubtful? I always thought he seemed a bit overzealous. Listen to the other parties again. Do you have a photo of the deceased in your possession? Lin Dongxue flipped one out of her cell phone, and Chen Shi scanned it and said, who is this handsome guy? The deceased. His ID card hasn't been changed for 20 years, only this one ID photo, and his family didn't find his photo, so it seems that he really doesn't like to take photos. Su Xiaodong interjected, I don't like taking selfies either. My phone is full of pictures of my cat. Chen Shi rubbed his chin and said, it's a bit strange, and then did not bring up the matter again. Their second target was the dead man's wife, Pan Xiuying, who worked as a nurse at a hospital and happened to be away when they found her there. Pan Xiuying's co-workers heard that the police came, immediately chattered gossip. Pan is not her husband killed? I heard that the adulterer's name is Simon. I heard that the adulterer's surname is Simon. Ha ha, Simon the Magnificent. It's too much of a coincidence that her husband's surname is also Wu, and he's also quite shabby. Chen Shi asked the nurse, you've seen the deceased? Seen once. Xiaopan and his shopping was I bumped into. I was thinking, Xiaopan looks like a flower. How the husband is so ugly. Could it be that the family is very rich? Does his family have money? A few nurses were chattering and discussing again. Do you think Xiaopan's family is rich? I feel quite rich. Look at the bag she uses, the lipstick she uses, the clothes she wears. They're all brand name goods. Blind just, those are gifts from her adulterer. Her husband is a freelancer. To put it bluntly, unemployed. How can her family have money? But she does have a car. The car is her husband's, and it's a domestic car. But she does have a car. The car is her husband's, and domestic cars are worthless. Listening to them arguing there was no need to ask. Chen Shi changed the question. Show me her workstation. The nurses led the trio to an office and the head nurse gave a nudge. That's Pam's desk. Chen Shi approached to inspect. The table was cleaned up. The calendar next to her had numbers written on each page. The value of how many calories she had ingested and the change in her weight recorded every day. It seemed that she was a person who was very careful with herself. A nurse said, Xiaopan, this person is quite good. Very kind to people. Last month she also sent me a packet of sanitary napkins. Alas, I really did not think that such a person will also derail. Another nurse said disdainfully, look at how beautifully she cleans herself up every day, and she still dresses up when she's married, so she must be holding back on stealing a man. The ultimate denigration between women is when the other steals a man. Chen Shi asked, did she ever mention her family? How is the relationship between husband and wife? Several nurses covered their mouths and laughed, and Chen Shi smiled and asked, what are you laughing at? One of the nurses said, I often see Pam go to the pharmacy to get medication, saying it's for her husband, and guess what kind of medication? The kind you men take. Her husband probably stayed at home too long and can't do that. The nurse who just said that Xiaopan stole a man suddenly very loudly the people present were startled. She said with a fluttering brow, I remember, a while ago, Xiaopan has not been in good spirits, and I heard that there are some menstrual disorders and other symptoms, so it is not satisfied in that area. But these months she suddenly changed like a person. It seems that the adulterer to make her happy. These words caused Lin Dongxue to blush for a while, and Chen Shi said, why didn't she come to work today? Out of this kind of thing, which still have the mood to go to work, these days have been taking leave. But her adulterer has money and does not care about deducting this salary. I heard that she also intends to resign. I see that there is no need to resign. Wait for this case to be solved. She is afraid that she cannot even find a job. That nurse said, with a disdainful look on her face. Okay, thanks guys. Leaving the hospital, Lin Dongxue said, these nurses are really, one after another, gloating. Angry people have to laugh at people without people's common sense. But also inquired about some of the situation. Go to meet that Simon the great official. Ximen Shang is the boss of a clothing company. Because of this kind of thing, the company is now closed. The three rushed to find a lot of colleagues here to check the accounts. Holding the computer in hand, one by one to check each income and expenditure. Su joked, Li, how did you get into a clerical job? Police officer Shaoli complained, still not looking for that $50,000 to go. A morning eyes are spent. Chen brother came? You hurry to solve the case. Save us from the sea of suffering it. Chen Shi laughed. Don't put too much faith in me. I'm just here to play around. You're a much better ticket holder than I am a trooper. And now the bureau says you're a driver sleuth. Yeah, any compliments on my good looks? Seeing Chen Shi talking and laughing with other female colleagues, Lin Dongxue coughed. Investigating a case. Still chatting here. Where's Shimin Ching? That kid played missing. He's been missing all morning. We've run through the house, the office, and his wife's mom's house, but we just haven't seen him anywhere. A male police officer replied. Pounced. Lin Dongxue said to Chen Shi. The office is full of books and receipts. The check does not know where to start. Chen Shi made a retreat gesture. Suddenly a police officer rushed in. Said, found that guy. He is in a hotel. Go go go. Hurry. A group of police rushed downstairs. The three also followed. Shimin Shang is in a hotel a few blocks away from the company. It is the precinct police through the network detection found. According to the linkage mechanism immediately reported to the criminal police department. When a bunch of people rushed there, the receptionist told them that Shimin Shang was on the 14th floor, room 404, and everyone rushed upstairs in one breath. This time there was no setup. The police just knocked on the door and told him to come out, and the man inside yelled, "Get out! It's kinda cross. Call the front desk over and open the door." Called the front desk over. However, the inside seems to use a chair against the door. How to push it cannot be pushed. We discuss whether to break into the door. Chen Shi shushed, pointing to the inside. The crowd listened with their ears, and there seemed to be a woman's voice inside. The people in the room were so angry that they wanted to laugh, so unashamed to do this in front of so many people. At that moment, the door opened and Shimin Shang appeared in the crowd's line of sight clad in a bathrobe, a blond middle-aged man with a tall figure, a red face full of grease, and a mouth set with a gold tooth. What's wrong? What's going on? Do police officers even interfere with citizens' sex lives now? Simon Shang said aggressively. You're really something. The police are looking for you everywhere and you're here doing this? A police officer said. Shimin Shang made a grasping gesture. I've been under too much pressure in the past 2 days. Can't I vent a little? Why are you stressed and have a ghost in your heart? Nonsense. You guys put a murderer's hat on me for good reason, causing my company to close down, losing hundreds of thousands of dollars every day. My hair is falling out. What the hell are you guys looking into? Simon Kennedy. Get lost. My name is Shimin Shang, not Shimin Cheng. Shimin Shang was so angry that he stomped his feet. Excuse me, we just want to know, where did the $50,000 go on your card? Shimin Shang looked around the crowd with wide eyes and said, tricked. You cut it out. Last time you said you didn't know, and this time you say you've been lied to. Will we believe you? Tricked indeed. Who cheated? How would I know? If I knew, I would have called the police a long time ago. Please don't get entangled like this. I've said everything I need to say. What else do I need to do? Your police investigation methods are too low. Take a polygraph out. I'll show you. I didn't kill him. Chen Shi glanced toward the door and asked, who's in the house? My wife. At this time the woman in the house came out fully dressed. A beautiful young woman. Lin Dongxue whispered. She is Pan Xiuying. Pan Xiuying said, please, leaders, don't bother us anymore. We can't go to work and can't live our lives because of you. What's going on? I've said it many times. My husband died by accident. It's none of our business. Yes, we admit it's shameful to cheat, but is it against the law? You've come all the way here, and tomorrow you're going to stand by the bed and watch us do it? MS. Pam, we don't care about your personal affairs. We just want to find out how people die. If you ask me, who am I asking? There was gasoline residue in your husband's car. Clearly murder. And you're calling it an accident. Whether it was murder or not, how should I know? I wasn't there. Please use your brains. What kind of era is this? Is it necessary to kill your husband for cheating? I'll just get a divorce. What do I care about his family's fortune? Yeah, she's absolutely right. The crowd turned their heads, and the one who spoke out to agree with her was actually Chen Shi. Everyone looked at Chen Shi, who said, because of certain formal coincidences in this case, people unconsciously aligned the parties involved with a case from ancient times, while ignoring the point that in today's society, cheating is not a feat that has to be accomplished by murdering the husband, and this is not a motive at all. Shimin Shang took the back of his hand and slapped his palm, saying, look, it's still this officer who is reasonable, and the level is high at first glance. Unlike you guys, is it wrong that my last name is Shimin? That's because my father's last name is Shimin. Chen Shi smiled. Everyone go down first. I would like to have a chat with Mr. Shimin alone. The police officers left one after another. Shimin Shang, as if he had found a confidant, invited the three into the house. It was a presidential suite. It looked quite luxurious. Shimin Shang took drinks from the refrigerator. After taking a seat, Chen Shi said, don't get me wrong. We're here to investigate the case as well. No, check it out. I'm not afraid of the shadows. I didn't kill the man. I pressed that thought, and that's what I'll say till I die. That's right. I don't know why they're dead set on us, Pan Xiaoying echoed. Chen Shi said. How did you guys meet? We met on WeChat. We met at the station. The two said in different voices. Chen Shi made a gesture. You first. Simon Sung said. We met on WeChat at first. Talked for a while and felt pretty good. Then I asked for Su Yung's picture, and at a glance I fell in love with her. Then we asked to meet. The first time we met was at the station next to Creek Lake Park. You wore all white that day and were as beautiful as an angel descending from heaven. You look good in a suit and a Porsche. The two began to reminisce while looking at each other, listening to the three straight goosebumps. Chen Shi hurriedly interrupted them. Okay, I know. After the official relationship? Yes. Love is in full swing, Shiman Shang said with two glowing eyes. Even Chen Shi could hardly stand it anymore and said, I want to talk alone. Is that okay? Afraid of us colluding? I still say, a man of honor is not afraid of a shadow. There's a small bar downstairs. Let's go there and talk. Before leaving, Chen Shi explained a few words to Lin Dongshui, then he and Shiman Shang came to a small bar within the hotel. Shiman Shang ordered drinks. Chen Shi just needed a cup of tea. Chen Shi asked, did Ms. Pan mention her family situation? Mentioned in fact, I could tell the moment of the encounter that she was a woman who liked love. Alright, great poet, speak properly. Shiman Shang clasped his hands. I quite sympathize with her. How? A flower on cow dung. The husband is a waste of space. Not good in every way. Before she knew me, she looked terrible. After she knew me, after I irrigated her diligently, she became fresh again. Hey, don't drive suddenly. I can't stand it. In all seriousness, a beautiful woman with an ugly man. Isn't it a common thing? Bah! Shiman Shang looked contemptuous. Do you know how they got married? When that old turtle was young, he posed as a rich man, took her on a trip with his family's money to buy a house, and coaxed her with flowery words. At that time, she was young. She had never suffered from this kind of temptation, and instantly fell in love with him. How did she know that the old turtle turned out to be a poor man? How poor? That's the kind of poor guy who only makes $7,000 or $8,000 a month. Chen Shi covered his chest, feeling violently attacked, and said, my monthly salary is almost this much. I'm sorry, I didn't mean you. I meant that old turtle, poor and dishonest, pretending to be rich. You said she's been looking better lately, didn't you? Yes, since you know me. Women, that area is not satisfied is not good. How long? 3 months, right? What's a good change? It's just that she looks better, and her hair has gotten darker. You know, she used to have gray hair, and her body has become more voluptuous. I have the most say in this. As if he had caught a clue, Chen Shi stroked his chin and pondered for a moment as Shiman Shang said, why do you care about this in particular? Is it because your wife can't get enough of it either? I don't have a wife. Then you have to work hard. A man can get sick if he doesn't get it out of his system for a long time. Why don't I treat you to a nice place when this case is over? Thanks. No need. Chen Shi smiled bitterly. Allow me to make a detour. I still want to ask about the $50,000. Why do you also care about this? I have said. Shiman Shang immediately jumped up. Take it easy for now. I'll listen to whatever you have to say. Shiman Shang calmed down again, hung his head and said dejectedly, I told someone to cheat me. How did you cheat? That day I did not ask Xiaoying to go to the resort to play. Suddenly there is a strange phone call. Sounds like her voice. She said she and others have a car accident. The other party wants 50,000 yuan private. Want me to put the money to a card. I did not think too much. Put the money over. Later, when Xiaoying came, she said she didn't drive at all today, and I realized that I had been cheated. How could you fall for that? It sounds exactly like her. I'm just concerned. I can't defend myself against scammers nowadays. One more personal question. Please, how's the insurance when you guys do that? There's definitely no problem with insurance. After I gave birth to my second child, I went to the hospital and had a sterilization operation. So there's no problem. Okay, thanks for playing along. Shiman Shang stood up and stretched out a hand. It's much more pleasant to talk to a reasonable police officer like you. Unlike those people who know how to break the casserole to the end. What's your name? Have a meal together sometime. It's common for businessmen to flatter the police. Chen Shi smiled. Sorry, we have rules. Good intentions are appreciated. I hope you guys solved the case sooner rather than later. After coming out to join Lin Dongshui and Su Xiaodong, Chen Shi asked, what did she say? She said she was initially cheated by Wu Daolang. Wu Daolang pretended to have money in the family. Cheated marriage. Married everyday quarrel. Wu Daolang home to run an online store. Business can make do to make ends meet, but it is not rich. There are also, the two Wu brothers have a good relationship. She said. This one about cheating on a marriage is exactly the same as what Simon King said. Lin Dongxue laughed. You're still talking about others. Don't you call him Simon Ching yourself? So where to next? Is the house of Wu Daneng sealed? And it is not the scene of the murder. Not sealed. But to go in to see surely have to find Wu Hao. Lin Dongxue made a face. I feel that the informant is a bit neurotic. I do not want to see him again. He may be a bit manic and can't control his temper, said Chen Shi. Suddenly silent. Lin Dongxue asked. What's wrong with you? Thinking of something? Give me another look at old Pen's report. Chen Shi took the autopsy report and read it carefully, rubbed his chin in silence, and said, It seems like we still need to make a trip. Having previously left Wu Hao's contact information, Chen Shi called and explained that he wanted to visit his place. Wu Hao's first reaction was, You guys suspect me? Isn't your place your brother's place? We were trying to see your brother's room. Wu Hao let out an "oh" like he was relieved and said, What's there to see? It's okay if it doesn't look good, but I'm still at work. We can wait. Alright, I'll be there at 3 p.m. at the latest. Century House neighborhood. You guys wait for me there. Hanging up the phone, Chen Shi sneered. This guy, his mouth is eager to kill the adulterer and adulteress, but when he is asked to cooperate, he prevaricates. I see, Su Xiaodong exclaimed. Understand what? He's a murderer. What makes it so? It's because you're showing this chesty expression, Chen. And as long as you're showing that expression, you have something in mind. Chen Shi laughed. I also have this expression when I shave. Let us find a place to eat, and then go to that neighborhood. After getting into the car, Lin Dongxue asked, This conclusion of Captain Pang, what exactly does it mean? Simply put, the deceased had been bedridden for a long period of time. I can't figure it out. Maybe it's just a matter of his personal habits. Didn't the person in question say so? The deceased worked from home. Let me tell you a story. You say, I have a friend who studied medicine, once went to the studio to help a person beautiful breasts of young women to take art photos. The friend went over and said, Miss, can I touch your breasts? The young woman actually agreed. This friend a touch, told her that there are hard lumps in her breasts, and sure enough, went to the hospital and found a tumor. Fortunately it was the early stage. Timely excision. Saved a life. Lin Dongxue's cheeks twitched as she said, Your friend isn't a decent person either. I'm just trying to make the point that the eyes of a professional tend to see more information, and that old Pen's conclusions must be taken seriously and should be at the center of the reasoning. Lin Dongxue nodded indistinctly and said, Hey, you don't know Captain Pang well. Why do you always talk about old Pang? Chen Shi coughed. I'm a person who likes to get close, can't I? Shaolin, get out. Ate dinner rushed to the Century Huafu community. Time is still early. Standing in front of the community is really boring. Chen Shi said, Give you a task. Go to find the neighbors of the deceased to ask one thing. How is the relationship between the three people in his family? What about you? Lin Dongxue asked. I'll go too. We'll split up. The three inquired around and came back. Lin Dongxue shook her head. There's nothing to find out. Nowadays the neighbors are too harmonious. They don't even know who the deceased is. As if they don't know at all that someone died in this building. One look at your questioning skills and you're no good. So what did you ask? I didn't ask anything. People asked me, are you a police officer? Show me your ID. Can't get it out. Lin Dongxue laughed. Ha ha, you also have today. Su Xiaodong raised his hand. I did ask about some of it. It was reflected from downstairs in their house. They said that the brothers were actually not on good terms, and that they often heard Wu Hao shouting and screaming, dropping things and whatnot. You go again and ask the question. Have the brothers quarreled in the last 3 months? Still go okay, that household is a good-looking young woman. Noticing Lin Dongxue's contemptuous eyes, Su Xiaodong was busy changing his words. Not as good-looking as you. Really? Fuck off. Cut it out. A little while later, Su Xiaodong came back in a flurry of excitement and said, She said that she hadn't heard any quarrels in the last 3 months, as if her relationship had gotten better. Is that so? Chen Shi said, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A Jetta sedan drove up. Wu Hao wearing sunglasses got down from the car, moved dashingly and took off his sunglasses, said, Long time waiting for a few people. Follow me upstairs. Wu Hao was wearing a tight t-shirt that brought out his rock-like firm and strong pecs and abs. Looking at Lin Dongxue blushing, Su Xiaodong noticed her reaction and pointed to himself and whispered, You like muscles? Ha, actually, I also have Lin Dongxue glanced at Su Xiaodong's weak chicken-like figure and rolled her eyes. On the way upstairs, Chen Shi asked, What is Mr. Wu's monthly salary? Not much more than that. around 10 or 20,000. This salary. It's okay in Longan City, why don't you buy a house? Ha ha, my brother doesn't mind me, so I'll just stay here. I bought the TV, refrigerator, and water heater at home. And our two brothers are like family. Your brother is married, so you live together. Not afraid of inconvenience? This is nothing. Sister-in-law. Bah, that slut is busier at work, often late at night before coming back. Wu Hao used the key to open the door. The door turned out to be a gang of decorators are smashing the floor. He said, "See, there is nothing to see. The furniture is all moved away. Why the sudden need to renovate? It's not a renovation. I'm going to put this house up for sale. Anyway, my brother died and the house belongs to me. It's just a 1-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and it's probably only worth 500,000 or 600,000 dollars. Out of the blue, why did you have to tear the house all the way down? Wouldn't a gross house sell better?" One of the workers came over and said, "Boss, why does that bedroom of yours stink? There's still shit when you pry up the floor. I'll kill you." Wu Hao immediately showed his ferocious face, and Lin Dongxue, who was indulging in admiring his figure, immediately lost her impression of him. "Don't talk nonsense. How can there be shit under the floor? See for yourself," the worker said timidly. Wu Hao explained to Qinshi, "It might have been pulled by the husky he used to keep." "Which is your brother's room?" "Just that one. Nothing to see here." Qinshi walked in. The house had completely become a rough house. He noticed that there was only one bedroom and asked Wu Hao, "Where do you usually sleep?" "Sleeping on the living room couch." "Ah. I bought a big sofa bed that puts down just like a bed. Won't it feel like a fence?" "That's my brother." "Okay, we're brothers. We don't know each other." Qinshi beckoned Lin Dongxue to come in and said in a low voice, "Lady's nose is a little more agile. Can you smell something in the house?" Lin Dongxue sniffed her nose and said, "There is a stench, like the smell of an old toilet." "Well, officers, there's nothing more to see. I have to get back to work," Wu Hao said loudly from behind him. Qinshi turned around and said, "We went to find Shiman Sheng in the morning. Is there something wrong with him?" "You're right. This man is indeed quite suspicious. This kind of scum should be arrested and interrogated. Use some means. He must have killed the person. I dare to take the life guarantee. I'll treat everyone to dinner when it's over." Wu Hao beat his chest loudly. Fine. I'll definitely come then." Qinshi laughed. Leaving the neighborhood, Lin Dongxue asked Qinshi, "Do you already have an idea?" "Yeah." Qinshi replied indifferently. "Hurry up and tell me." "No, I'm just waiting to see the look of admiration and shock on your faces when the truth is revealed." Lin Dongxue snorted. "Humph, I won't listen then. I'm kidding. I'm not saying because it's just a guess right now, and I'm afraid of getting it wrong, and I still have to verify it, and serve it fragrantly when the bread is baked." A call came to Qinshi's cell phone. It was actually Peng Siju calling. He asked, "Are you working on a case? How did you guess?" Pengjack avoided answering. "Come by if it's convenient. I have some discoveries to tell you." "Okay, be right there. I'm not at the station. I'm at the anatomy lab at the University of Medicine." Qinshi looked at the time. It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He told Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong to get off work first, but Lin Dongxue said, "No, why do you want to sidetrack us? We're going to go too." Well, I think the discovery on the old pen side might be a little less energizing for you guys. To be a competent police officer, you have to know everything. Okay, get in the car. The three of them came to the medical university. At this time it was time for classes to end. The campus was bustling. Looking at the young men and women on campus, Su Xiaodong sighed. A proper university can be really good. Yeah, that's great. The police academy isn't this good. Lin Dongxue also expressed envy and asked Qinshi, "Did you go to college? Does social college count?" Passing by the basketball court, Lin Dongxue suddenly heard a sound of broken wind. Turned his head to see, like a UFO toward her speeding. She screamed in fear. Qinshi stretched out his hand, one-handed to catch the basketball flying over. Lin Dongxue, who was so scared that she held her head and crouched on the ground, twisted her head to look. It turned out that a group of young men who were as thin as monkeys were playing basketball, and almost hurt her by mistake, and they were shouting on the court, "Excuse me, beautiful woman. Little bastard," she scolded tearfully. "Pay attention next time." Qinshi skillfully dribbled the basketball and threw it into the hoop with a 3-step layup, and the boys shouted loudly. Lin Dongxue stared wide-eyed, mesmerized for a moment by Qinshi's basketball-playing appearance, and then she vigorously slapped her cheeks to regain her senses. Su Xiaodong said, "Dongxue, it turns out that you like to know how to play basketball. In fact, I will also be game inside." Cut. This level still comes out to wave. Qinshi walked back by patting the ash on his hand. Brother Chen is awesome. Do you want to consider joining the police force's basketball team? Su Xiaodong asked with a smile. Is there money to be had? No. No consideration. The three of them came to the anatomy laboratory. Once they entered the door, they felt that the place was chilly. In the middle of a large pile of bottles and jars holding human organs, Pang Siju was holding a skull in his hand, and was wearing a smile on his face. Su Xiaodong shivered and said, Is Captain Pang summoning demons? I'm making a comparison, he said lightly, placing the skeleton on the table where all the skulls were laid out. My former professor lent me this place for a day while I looking for cases similar to the deceased's back of the head osteochondrosis? Chen Shi said. That's right, Pang Siju pointed to a skull. This one is the closest. Unfortunately there's only the dead here without information. I don't know how long the augmentation was generated for. How do you think that bony growth formed? Struck vigorously. The injury should have been sustained within 6 months of life. The affected area was not cared for in a timely manner, and the bone healed naturally, forming a growth. Unfortunately the timing is still uncertain. Chen Shi looked at the skull on the table and said, You've been soaking up the day here. You wouldn't just be checking this one thing, would you? You're right. There's another suspicion I'm more concerned about, and that's the various symptoms of prolonged bed rest that appeared on the deceased. Most of the remains here were sent from the hospital, and I found a number of similar cases on it that proved the deceased in this case had experienced prolonged bed rest. Lin Dongxue interjected, Captain Pang, does this long-term bed rest mean lying still every day? Or, literally, it's like being a vegetable, lying in bed every minute of every day. That's why there are so many after effects, including going to the bathroom and eating? Yes, I wrote on my report that the deceased had old scrapes on his esophagus and I suspect that someone used a nasal feeding tube on him. The conclusion seems to be calling out. Chen Shi laughed. I still don't get it, Su Xiaodong said. Lin Dongxue said, I seem to understand. You mean, the deceased in the death of a long time paralyzed in bed? If so, he drove out this matter is very suspicious. So Simon Cheng might murder this inference. I'm afraid to re-examine. But this matter, why Wu Hao and Pan Xiuying have never mentioned it, said Lin Dongxue, wide-eyed. They are murderers. Not bad, not bad. Chen Shi laughed. After the last case, your ability to think independently is getting stronger and stronger. So much so that I can't even sell myself short in front of you. Go on. It's possible. Dong Shui is now out of the division as well, Su Xiaodong said in surprise. Lin Dongxue pondered. Why would Wu Hao want to kill his own brother? Pan Xiuying is a nurse. Taking care of bedridden patients is her old job. This matter she may also be involved. But the motive, what is the motive? If you can't figure out the motive, spread out all the possibilities. Chen Shi raised his hands and counted them one by one. There are only these kinds of killings, premeditated killings, passionate killings, and accidental killings. Which one do you think it is? Passion or accident? Or both? Wu Hao had a bad temper and the neighbors testified that the two brothers were on bad terms. It was Wu Hao who smashed the back of the dead man's head during an argument. But the dead man didn't die. He was paralyzed. So he and his own sister-in-law raised their brother to be ready to get rid of him at the right time in the day and place time to dispose of it. Guess why the brothers argued? Here's a hint for you. More than one person has reflected that Pan Xiuying has looked better, become better looking and plumper, and one of her fellow nurses said she used to give away sanitary napkins. She's pregnant, Pengjiak said calmly. During pregnancy, a woman's estrogen production increases and her body will change significantly. Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong opened their mouths wide in surprise. Chen Shi laughed and said, De Guanshiman can't keep his seed. Guess whose child this is? Wu Hao's. He's having an affair with his sister-in-law, Lin Dongxue said. Crap. No way. I can't believe it, Su Xiaodong said in astonishment. Hasn't he been desperately trying to prove that his sister-in-law is having an affair with an outsider? Chen Shi said. This pair of dogs are playing a double act to divert our attention. The interesting thing is that they have actually fooled a bunch of people with this clumsy ruse. Have the police asked Wu Hao about his alibi from the time they filed the case until now? The unveiling of the truth shocked Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong, who said with great admiration, Chen is getting faster and faster, solving the case in less than a day. Hey, why do your words of praise sound so strange? The case has not been solved yet. We now have a direction. But how to investigate is a difficult point. First, the brothers' conflict happened 3 months ago. 3 months? They have enough time to dispose of all the evidence. And the body has been incinerated. Fingerprints and DNA cannot be found. Second, Wu Hao's motives are very secretive. In order to not let the suspicion, he even willingly let his sister-in-law to sleep with someone else. No one can prove that he and Pan Xiuying had an adulterous affair. Wait, as long as Pan Xiuying gives birth to the child, Su Xiaodong said. Lin Dongxue frowned. Then how pitiful this child must be, to be born as evidence in a court of law. Finished with all his parents in jail, what should he do for the rest of his life? Su Xiaodong scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. It's still you who is careful. It really isn't very good. Yes, this child is really poor, cast into the wrong fetus, destined not to come to the young world. Pan Xiuying is pregnant for less than 3 months. She must be especially panicked now. The child must be disposed of. But disposing of it at this juncture will lead to suspicion. So there is a slow way of investigating this case. Let's wait. Wait for Pan Xiuying to go for an abortion or can't hide it any longer. Naturally it will be able to prove that she has an adulterous relationship with Wu Hao. And with this one lie it will be possible to pry open the whole case. And in turn, break the case. The night is long, Lin Dongxue said. Then there's another quick way to find out. Find a way to prove that the deceased hasn't been seen by anyone in the past 3 months. Get a warrant, and focus the investigation on Wu Hou and Pan Suang. But where is the key evidence? I'm afraid this case is not very good to find decisive evidence. Circumstantial evidence may have. Let your brother play a little perseverance. Staring at Wu Hao to death, Lin Dongxue laughed. My brother is made to sound like a hunting dog by you. No, your brother is a snarling dog in my mind. Fuck off and beat you. Oh, it's time to go back. Hurry up and tell this news to the task force, so that they don't continue to waste time checking on Simon the Great's account. Leaving the testing room, Chen Shi pulled out a cigarette and handed one to Pang Siju, who hesitated for a few seconds before taking it as he asked, Ever been here before? No. Nice place. The little girls are one better looking than the other. Is it your alma mater? Pang Siju looked at the students on the playground and said, When I was in school, I was bullied by my classmates because I'm an introvert, and a friend came to stand up for me, and when it came down to a showdown on the basketball court, he picked 4 by himself. Chen Shi replied, It would be great if I could play basketball. Little girls can love to watch boys play basketball. Pang Siju suddenly stood still and looked fixedly at Chen Shi. Chen Shi also looked at him and smiled. Then Pang Siju moved his eyes away and sighed as if he was reminiscing about the past. Half an hour later, the task force meeting room was filled with waves of shock. What? Wu Hao and his sister-in-law actually? That woman is pregnant? With her brother-in-law's baby? The Simon King didn't kill anyone? Lin Dongxue, who was temporarily acting as a spokesperson, was embarrassed by everyone's exclamations of surprise, and Lin Xiupu listened and asked, Is there any proof? No. Lin Xiupu looked at Chen Shi. There's no evidence. So this is all your reasoning? A police officer said. I think Chen Shi's reasoning is very logical. Another officer said. Yeah, we believe him. Another officer said. From the clues so far, that's the most self-explanatory hypothesis. Lin Xiupu glared down, looking at the subordinates who fell in line, a bit of a lonely and sad feeling, just when he didn't know how to get off the stage. Chen Shi said. Actually, I'm also standing on the shoulders of giants. If it wasn't for Team Lin paving the way first, I wouldn't have come up with such reasoning so quickly. Lin Xiupu was embarrassed by his subordinate's swish of eyes and said, Then let's investigate like this. But be careful not to scare the snakes. The work now is divided into 3 focuses. 1. Investigate the relationship and biography of the brothers. 2nd. Find evidence that proves Wu Hao had an affair with his sister-in-law. And 3rd, and the most arduous, find the direct evidence of Wu Hao's murder. Awesome. Team Lin's thinking is really clear. All of a sudden the general direction is drawn up. Admire. Chen Shi praised. Exaggerated too much. Lin Dongxue grabbed his clothes and whispered. Lin Xiupu actually had a face of acceptance and coughed. This is the difference between professionals and amateurs. Okay, let us stop here today. Come early tomorrow. Su Xiaodong raised his hands and cheered. Off duty. A roomful of people turned their heads and looked at him solemnly. And Su Xiaodong awkwardly lowered his hand again. After the meeting was adjourned, Su Xiaodong made sure to invite Chen Shi and Pang Siju to dinner. And while he was talking, Lin Xiupu came over. It's still a bit early to celebrate, right? I'll invite you when the case is solved. And this time, Chen Shi has to come as well. Chen Shi smiled. Team Lin is treating me. I'll definitely appreciate it. Lin Xiupu coughed, his eyes looking at Lin Dongxue, but his words were to Chen Shi. Good job, then walked away. Su Xiaodong snickered. Team Lin is so dishonest even in complimenting people. Then you have one, Chen Shi said. Su Xiaodong took a deep breath. I'm going to have a big-ass slam. Okay, wait until the case is solved. Everyone is busy with their own go. The next morning, Lin Dongxue came to the bureau. The case has a breakthrough. Everyone is extraordinarily spirited. Early in the morning to start busy work, she realized that Chen Shi did not come and texted him to ask him. Chen Shi replied, Are you taking me as a colleague? I still have to run a taxi. Well, you check the clues and then notify me. Lin Dongxue returned. Wouldn't it be faster if you helped? Is there money to be had? Yes. No. I'm trying to sleep in today. Have a good day's work, little cop girl. Hearing Chen Shi praise herself as a police flower, Lin Dongxue touched her face and smiled as a passing police officer told her that there was some progress on Captain Peng's side and asked her to make a trip. Arriving at the technical squadron, she suddenly heard Peng Siju sternly reprimanding. Who told you that? Going in. The person standing across from Peng Siju was none other than Su Xiaodong, and the rest of the room looked bewildered, having never seen the captain lose his temper. What's wrong? Lin Dongxue asked. Su Xiaodong stammered. I just said a paragraph to amuse everyone. The one that Chen told me yesterday about the medical student touching her breasts. How did I know that Captain Peng reacted so strongly? Peng Siju raised his eyebrows. Chen sure said that? He said it himself? How did he know about this? Lin Dongxue said. Team Peng, don't scare us. It's just a segment. It's not a paragraph. That medical student is. Peng Siju suddenly stopped talking, looking around the room of stunned people. He sat back in his seat. Blindly make up this kind of denigration of medical students paragraph. I listened to the anger. Peng Siju is really not a person who will lie. Even Lin Dongxue can see that his demeanor is not natural. She secretly wondered how this paragraph will touch his scales. Peng Siju sat down like a deflated. The scene was quiet and somewhat awkward. Lin Dongxue asked, Captain Peng, you said there is a new discovery. Peng Siju threw a printout over on the table and said faintly, the cause of death has been cleared. The deceased died of heart failure, and the time of death has to be pushed back 6 to 12 hours. Lin Dongxue took it over and said, thank you. This discovery is important. Peng Siju waved his hand and gave an expulsion order. The two left the technical squadron, and Lin Dongxue chided Su Xiaodong now. What are you babbling about for nothing? Su Xiaodong looked innocent. How did I know that Captain Peng would react so strongly? The protagonist of this segment, could it be someone he knows? Ask yourself. Su Xiaodong desperately shook his head. I don't want to break the prohibition again. The task force went all out into the investigation of the suspect, Wu Hao, and 3 days later, Lin Xiaopu gathered everyone together and summarized the information at hand. The police officer in charge of investigating the background of the Wu brothers said, Wu's parents died early. According to their relatives, the two brothers grew up with a general relationship. Their parents apparently preferred more clever and well-behaved second, the oldest jealousy, and the two are often for the sake of a small matter on the fight. The oldest later came to work in the city. The second is still in school. When their parents died as the oldest handled the funeral, because there is no will, he sold the family's real estate, saying that later his brother to marry a wife and then share him but the oldest did not fulfill his promise. But the oldest did not fulfill the promise. All the money spent, the oldest two later talked about his girlfriend, looking for his brother to ask for money. His brother cannot get. The two had a very fierce. Many relatives have come to mediation. In the mediation of relatives, the boss said let the second first live in his home. He slowly saved money in the future to buy him a suite, but a delay again and again. The younger brother's girlfriend broke up. It can be imagined. The younger brother should be full of fire. The officer in charge of investigating the evidence of Wu Hao's affair with his sister-in-law said, Team Lin, we haven't made much progress on our side. Pan Xiuying and Ximen Qing have been hitting it off, and no matter how we sidestepped it, we couldn't find out if she had a relationship with anyone else. But we did find out one thing. Ximen Qing had gotten an annual card at Wu Hao's health club and left personal information. It's very likely that the two met through Wu Hao. Lin Xiaopu said, it doesn't matter if the investigation is slow. We mustn't let others know the direction of our current suspicions. That we understand. So we didn't dare to look into it to death. The next is responsible for searching for evidence of Wu Hao's murder, which is handled by Lin Dongxue. She stood up and said shamefully, there's not much progress on my side. I've gone to find Wu Hao twice. He said that last month and his brother went to eat together. I found the hotel to verify. The hotel said that they did see Wu Hao and another person who claimed to be his brother came together. He also said that he and his brother have been to the footbath club. I also verified. The shopkeeper is also this statement. Also, the deceased is open online store. According to the website, he has been online these 3 months. Although poor sales, Double 11 Time also participated in the site's promotional activities. Lin Xiaopu said, crafty fellow, looks like he's prepared for this. Yes, he has deleted all the recent photos of the deceased, and there is no way to prove that the person who was there was the deceased just by the mouths of the people at the hotel and the health club. Lin Xiaopu is now very confident. With Peng Siju's appraisal results and Chen Shi's reasoning as a backing, the heart is not weak. He said, that is definitely not the deceased. Is Wu Hao found the actor? Must find a way to prove that he is lying. Lin Dongxue bit her lip with a difficult face. Lin Xiaopu said to the crowd, from all the clues so far, Wu Hao and Pan Xiuying imprisoned and killed the deceased about 8 or 9 times. The deceased was forcibly delayed death for 3 months. They prepared for 3 months. Finding a breakthrough is definitely not easy, but don't get discouraged. I'm sure they'll reveal the clues. Well, that's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow. After the meeting was adjourned, Lin Dongxue walked straight out, and Su Xiaodong chased after her and said, Hey, Dongxue, where are you going? It occurred to me, didn't the workers say they found feces in the cracks of the floor that day? It should be possible to identify that it was the dead man's, and also his physical condition at the time. Get this, it's kind of a proof. You're messing around. You can't go into someone's house without a warrant? Lin Dongxue stopped in her tracks. The feeling of knowing who the murderer was but not being able to make a breakthrough was very heartbreaking. She said, what if the workers threw out the trash? It's been a couple days. The trash must have been taken away a long time ago. The neighborhood is generally not allowed to throw construction waste. They will transfer it to other places. Lin Dongxue looked at the table. It is now 5 o'clock. It should still be in time for the workers to get off work. Walk. Okay, I'll drive you. 2 people wind up in the district. Wuhao home construction workers have been off work. Lin Dongxue then asked the neighbors. This family construction of the garbage are thrown to where? The neighbor said, I saw them have a pickup truck and pull it all away. And do you know where their company is? It's just a small construction team. There's no such thing as a company. It's just these little ads on the wall. Right. So ask around one by one. Thanked the neighbors. Lin Dongxue to the wall of small ads asked one by one. Finally found the construction team. They said not far from the district of a pavilion to eat. The 2 rushed over. Explaining the intention, the foreman said, we knocked down the waste or sold to another engineering team. They take to fill the road. A caddy 50 cents of the price of the purchase. A moment to take you back to look for it. Is the one from 3 days ago there too? In. Another laborer said, have you forgotten, boss? Didn't Boss Wu ask us to give him all the building materials that day and pay him $200? Yes. The foreman said, I'm sorry, I'm out of building materials for that day. Lin Dongxue stared in dismay as Su Xiaodong said, the fact that there would be this move shows that Chen's reasoning is correct and that Wu Hao has a ghost in his heart. What's the use of that? There's still no evidence. Lin Dongxue looked at the construction waste on the pickup truck next to her, like looking at a big piece of cake. I don't suppose you want to. Dead horse, look for clues inside today's garbage. Lin Dongxue immediately shelled out $300. By this carload of waste, workers are happy to help her to the bureau. Lin Dongxue's special instructions: this: do not talk nonsense, especially do not let Wu Hao know. The workers said, we must cooperate. But if Boss Wu is arrested, can we get our wages? You won't be paid less for your work, and if he doesn't pay out, so will we in the police. Su Xiaodong interjected, if you guys talk nonsense and he runs away, you really won't get any money. Mustn't say, definitely not. Workers will be the pile of waste material dumped in the parking lot behind the city hall. Set off a smoke, causing many colleagues upstairs to look down. Criminal police case back to pull the strange things they have long been strange. Is that this dust is really unbearable. People have closed the window. Su Xiaodong had a moment of scalp numbness and said, you're planning to move mountains in a fool's errand? I don't want to have a bad night's sleep tonight as well. So call a couple of tech squadrons over for me. Holy shit. I'm not going. The two of them went to the technical squadron together to find Peng Siju to borrow someone. And Peng Siju, who was slowly sipping his coffee, said, no way, but I've gotten it all here. In case there's a clue? Lin Dongxue said. Peng Siju rolled up his eyes. What do you mean in case there are clues? Do you know how many cases there are in Long'an City in a day? How much identification work do we have to do in a day? Understaffing is the norm here. There's no way I'm lending you people to look into any just-in-case clues unless you're sure there's evidence to be found here. Lin Dongxue, discouraged and frustrated, said, Captain Peng, please, I'm not helping you. There's a tool in that cabinet over there. Take it and use it yourself. Lin Dongxue cheerfully opened the cabinet and saw that inside was a shovel. Her heart sank again. She hung her head and said thank you, carrying the shovel out to clean up the garbage. Lin Dongxue was still undeterred, and kept looking inside to see if there was anything in it as she cleaned up the garbage. Su Xiaodong waited a bit anxiously and said, it's useless. Without the biodiscovery instrument, how can the naked eye find clues? If Chen sure took the clues to him, he'd help right away. But not me. Biased. Lin Dongxue cursed as she angrily plunged the shovel onto the ash pile. Let me help you. No. You go home. What about you? I'll go home when I'm done. Hey. $300 hit the water, drifted. Noticed Lin Dongxue eyes huffed. Su Xiaodong hurried to change his mouth. Do not go to the heart. Oh, I first off. See you tomorrow. After getting the garbage cleaned up, Lin Dongxue was harboring a gas in her heart. She didn't want to admit defeat just like that. She figured the gym shouldn't get off work that early. and not being able to find a clue. She simply went to keep an eye on Wu Hao. Said to do it, she took a taxi to the Wu Hao's health club below. In a bookstore stand. Eyes do not leave the club upstairs for a moment. This station is 2 hours. Outside the sky is gradually dark. She stood until her legs are numb. The boss came over to urge a few times. She had to buy a few copies of the magazine. At this time a phone call. When I heard Chen Shi's voice, Lin Dongxue more than anything happy. Said, "What are you looking for me? Why aren't you home? You went to my house? A few hairy crabs from a friend. I don't have a steamer in my house. I wanted to find you to have fun with." Lin Dongxue's heart was sweet. Her tone still pretended to be unhappy. "You don't run to my house all the time. Men and women don't know? Where is it? I'm on a stakeout." "Stalking? Stalking who? Did your brother send you?" "No. I came on my own. I couldn't find any evidence of Wu Hao's murder and I was in a hurry." Report bearing. "I'll be right over." Half an hour later, Chen Shi's car came, rolled down the window and beckoned her to get on the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Dongxue body comfort. Chen Shi said, "Not even a car. What are you staking out? Don't you know that stalking is generally performed by 2 people? Lin Dongxue deflated her mouth. "After 3 days of checking and finding nothing, I'm anxious. You can't rush a case like this. It's quicker to take your time. Understand? Tell us about your progress." Chen Shi finished a cigarette. Lin Dongxue roughly described the current progress. Chen Shi said, "This guy is not simple. The defense is really tight. In your opinion, what should be investigated? Feel free to check." Lin Dongxue couldn't help but laugh. "What do you mean by just check? Investigating a case is like attacking a city. When there is evidence in hand. Precisely not to let the other side know, when there is no evidence in hand, but to bluff. Not to say that every case cannot be alarmed. Sometimes you still have to give the suspect a little pressure." Wu Hao. This person's temper? Cranky and irritable. Yes, plus the fact that Pan Shuiying is now pregnant. She must be very agitated and both are under a lot of stress. You are letting them know that the police are suspecting them, talking to them every now and then, rummaging through their garbage bags, making them sleep and eat poorly. They will recheck what they have said. They will talk to each other. They will try to destroy some of the evidence. And won't that reveal the truth? Lin Dongxue's mind dawned on her and said, "Then it's working for us to keep an eye on things here? Well, but you'd better not do it." "Why?" "Being sedentary is bad for your body and staying up all night is bad for your skin." "Fuck you." Lin Dongxue laughed and whacked him. "Where's that hairy crab you were talking about?" Chen Shi raised a box from the back seat, pointed to the words on it and said, "Look, Yangchang Lake hairy crabs, want some?" Lin Dongxue pointed to the Yangchang Lake 3 words behind a small word. Said, "Stupid, obviously is Yangchang Lake brand hairy crabs. Fake it. Shit, that old boy pitched me. Want to eat? You'll do it. Ha, will do. Let's go." Lin Dongxue laughed. Came to Lin Dongxue's residence. Chen Shi nimbly steamed the crabs, chopped another crab for porridge, and then made a dish of ginger vinegar, and brought the dinner to the living room. Lin Dongxue just put down the phone. She said, "I talked to my brother, and he said that this knocking down the mountain and shaking the tiger is a very good idea, and he will talk to everyone about it tomorrow." "Didn't mention me, did you? When I said someone suggested me, he should have guessed it was you." "My brother has a complicated attitude toward you right now, and doesn't want to ask you to intervene, and wants you to take a hand. Your brother is too facetious. The Monkey King still invites Rudraksh all the time, and it hasn't affected his personal image, has it? Oh, you compare yourself to Buddha? How shameless. Can we not get serious with the example? Come on, let's eat." Although it is not a serious Yangchang Lake crabs, but for everyday back only bubble noodles, take out fruit stomach Lin Dongxue, this dinner is still very enjoyable. After eating the last crab, she is still not yet finished. Chen Shi laughed, "Don't lick. Your fingers are going to lick the bald skin." "Fuck you. Isn't my handiwork awesome? Give me a few compliments and listen. I have a proposition for you. Why don't I give you the keys to my house and you come over every day and help me cook? How much are you paying me?" $50 a day. $1,500 a month. Of course, you can eat here and save on the supper dishes. I'll think about it. It feels like a trap. Lin Dongxue raised her pink fist. "Can I still rob you of your color?" Chen Shi packed up the dishes, got up and said, "It's getting late. It's time to pull out. Stay with me." After being disliked by Peng Siju today, she still had lumps in her heart, and making this request, her face burned for a moment, but not because she was telling Chen Shi to stay, but rather, she was ashamed that her mental capacity was actually so poor. "I didn't expect Chen Shi to actually agree in one bite. Alright, I'll wash the bowls first." The two watched a variety show together, probably too tired. Watching, Lin Dongxue was in a trance, her head tilted little by little, and finally leaned on Chen Shi's shoulder. His shoulders were solid and made her dream of falling asleep in her dad's arms when she was a little girl and her parents had died so young she'd forgotten what her dad looked like. Open your eyes. The window was already dawn. Lin Dongxue found herself sleeping on the bed. Recalling that last night was with Chen Jinzi, she immediately tensed up, lifted the quilt to see. It turned out that she was still wearing clothes. Coming to the living room, the oranges and melon peels eaten while watching TV last night had been cleaned up, and on the table were sandwiches and milk bought from the convenience store. Chen Shi wrote a note and placed it next to him, saying, "You're asleep. I'll withdraw first. See you tomorrow at Pan's hospital." Witnessing this scene, Lin Dongxue couldn't help but smile. After a night's sleep, Lin Dongxue was in a much better mood, and she texted Lin Xiaopu, "I won't be coming to the meeting in the morning, so I'll go to the hospital with someone to check out some clues." Lin Xiaopu acted magnanimous and said back, "Is he Voldemort? Can't even mention his name? How petty do you think your brother is? Be careful on the road." Lin Dongxue took a taxi to the hospital. Chen Shi was sitting in the hall and chattering with an older woman. Lin Dongxue greeted. Chen Shi said goodbye to the older woman and walked over. "How can you talk to anyone?" Lin Dongxue said. "What are you planning to check out here?" 3 months ago, there was an accident in the Wu family. Wu Hao beat his brother to death. At that time this pair of dogs came up with this trick. So where did the tools to sustain the life of the deceased come from? Here. Right. From Pang's Ju's autopsy records. The deceased must have been seriously injured at the time. Don't look at the two of them now calmly. They must have panicked at the time, because without timely treatment the deceased might not even survive until tomorrow. So Pan Xiuying most likely took advantage of his position to take some medical tools and medication from here. Wow. Why didn't I think of that? Lin Dongxue clapped her hands joyfully. Go to the pharmacy. The two men found the person who manages the warehouse in the hospital and asked if any medical tools had been lost in the last 3 months. And the person in charge said no. "I check it every night at the end of the day. There's no missing." Chen Shi fully demonstrated the nature of the human repeater. Repeated the question 3 times. The person in charge answered the same words 3 times in a row. Chen Shi laughed. "You didn't tell the truth. Don't worry. We're not here to hold you responsible. We're just investigating the case. This matter we won't talk to the hospital. But if you don't say anything, we may have to find the hospital and double check it." The person in charge showed an embarrassed look. Chen Shi timely took out a packet of yushi and stuffed it into his hand. "Uncle, help! Human life case na? A human murder at our hospital? No, it's the people involved. And don't worry, you and the hospital won't be held accountable." The uncle then dropped his heart and said, "Well, I'll say, it was probably around September 17th that something was missing, but I didn't report it." "Why don't you report it? Afraid of deductions? How do you remember it so well?" "That day is my granddaughter's birthday. Well, I left early at night. This thing to be investigated down certainly have to deduct money, but I think it must be the inner thief did. I'll stare. Strange. And then did not lose things. It seems that the thief is temporary." "Lost what?" The person in charge broke his fingers and said, "Barbiturates, dexamethasone, a number of saline, a whole package of nasal feeding tubes, and some gauze, degreasing cotton wool, medical alcohol, syringes, infusion tubes. These things I put in separate categories. Not an insider. It's impossible to take so accurate." Lin Dongxue stopped her hand recording on the book. Her pupils slowly dilated. She had a feeling in her heart that she was close to the truth. All of these things were for paralyzed bedridden patients. "Thanks," Chen Shi said. "One more thing. If you are needed to testify afterward, can you come to the courtroom?" Will the hospital know?" Chen Shi looked at Lin Dongxue, who said, "It is a citizen's duty to accept the court summons and testify in court. We can't guarantee whether the hospital will know or not, but our police will at least not say anything. I hope you will cooperate. This matter is very important." The man in charge licked his lips. "I shouldn't have skipped work that night. Alas, I admit it. I'll be there then. Thanks." Leaving the storehouse, Lin Dongxue said cheerfully, "It seems that the case has eyebrows. As long as we find the surveillance video, proving that Pan Xiuying has stolen these things, it's no use. It's been 3 months. The footage has long since been overwritten, but at least it's been determined that it was both of them. So what's next?" Wait. Under Lin Xiaopu's instructions, the entire task force adjusted its approach and went to harass Wu Hao and Pan Xiuying every day. And it went on like this for 7 days. And the short-tempered Wu Hao inadvertently blurted out during a police investigation, "If you can fucking find evidence of my murder, I'm going to take your name." This thoughtless remark naturally did not become evidence, but it stuck into Wu Hao's heart like a needle, making him even more agitated. At the same time, Lin Xiaopu arranged 2 groups of people to take turns monitoring Wu Hao's every move every day. Life seems to continue peacefully, but only very few people know that two people who have committed heinous felonies are suffering, and countless pairs of eyes hidden in the dark are waiting for them to reveal their true colors. On this day a call came to Lin Xiaopu's cell phone. The police officer in charge of the stakeout panicked and said, "Lin team, things are not good." The boy ran away. Lin Xiaopu was shocked and roared, "How do you keep an eye on people? 4 people can't keep an eye on one?" "No." He went downstairs to get his car. "We thought he was going out and followed, but I don't know that he directly backed up and hit us, and then fled, hitting several cars on the road. This kid is crazy." Lin Xiaopu was stunned and said, "You guys find a way to catch up with him first. I'll send someone over immediately." Lin Xiaopu rushed into the office and told all the criminal police to put down their hands and go to the gun warehouse to get their guns. "There is an urgent task." The police officers came out in a line. However, Lin Dongxue made a phone call at this juncture. Lin Xiaopu said, "Who are you calling?" Lin Dongxue said, "I'll ask Qin Shi where he might have run off to." Lin Xiaopu was furious and amused. "He's not a fairy. Can he still be unpredictable?" Chen Shi on the other end of the line heard it and said, "Put it on speakerphone." Lin Dongxue did as she was told, and Shen Shen said over the phone, "Team Lin, you haven't sent anyone to keep an eye on Pan Xiuying's side, have you?" "No." Lin Xiaopu said impatiently, "It's likely that Wu Hao went to find Pan Xiuying. I don't believe it. Pan Xiuying is his sister-in-law, but in reality it's his woman. In order to escape the guilt he's been forcing himself to wear a cuckold. Now that this kid has been pushed by us and has entered a state of fish death, who do you think he'll be the first to go to?" Lin Xiaopu was convinced and said, "Dong Xue, Xiaodong, Shaoli, you guys come with me." Several people got into Lin Xiaopu's car, all the way to the wind to Shiman Shang's company. Since no longer investigating Shiman Shang, the company has resumed business, and Pan Xiuying is not working now. Basically every day in Shiman Shang get tired together. Lin Xiaopu told Su Xiaodong to go up and ask. Su Xiaodong quickly came down from upstairs and said, "The staff said that their boss is in a villa he bought himself, and the location is in the Ian neighborhood." As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiaopu received a phone call from the bureau, which said, "Captain, just now the receiver received a call to the police at the address of Ian District on Tingfei South Road, where a man panicked and claimed that someone with a knife had rushed into the house and was going to kill the husband and wife. I'll take care of it." Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaopu looked at Lin Dongxue with a complicated expression and said, "That guy really expects things like God." Lin Xiaopu rushed to Ian neighborhood, saw a villa surrounded by a lot of residents outside, a few people holding documents to separate the crowd. The police arrived. The residents talk about it. "Comrade police, just now there is a man rushed into the house. The inside shouting and screaming, as if it is the case of a human life. This man is not a madman, right? Look, what kind of car has he crashed into? Everyone step back, don't obstruct the police in their work," Lin Xiaopu said, and the residents cooperated by stepping aside for a distance. The house is constantly coming from Simon Shang's screams, and Wu Hao's shouts of fighting and killing, as if in a movie as thrilling. The SWAT team may have to be a while before they can arrive at the scene. Cannot wait. A few people to discuss how to go in. Su Dong took the initiative and said, "There's a drain pipe in the back that seems to be climbable. I'll go. Never shoot until it's absolutely necessary," Lin Xiaopu explained. Understood. Su Dong went around to the back of the house. At this time, the glass door of the balcony was suddenly smashed by a vase. Scared, the crowd screamed repeatedly. Wu Hao copied a fruit knife in his hand, one hand carrying Simon Shang's neck, and pushed to the balcony. Pan Xiuying, 2 hands caught Wu Hao's arm trying to yank her away. Was Wu Hao a shove fell to the ground. Shiman Shang saw someone outside and yelled, "Murder! Murder! Shut up, fat pig!" Wu Hao took the hilt of his sword and knocked it at his head, knocking Shiman Shang over. Lin Xiaopu crossed her arms and said, "Wu Hao, put down the knife. What do you want?" Wu Hao stared wide-eyed at the police below and roared, "I'm going to kill this adulterous couple." "And acting?" Wu Hao raised his voice, shouted to the following, all neighbors. "This man surnamed Simon, this woman surnamed Pan. A few days ago, they both accomplices killed my brother. Killed with no one like all day to get tired of together. The police do not know how much benefit received the boss of the Simon how are unwilling to solve the case, but also suspected that I came to the head of the head. Now I'm the younger brother out to do justice." The crowd immediately showed joyful expressions and yelled, "Crap! Wu Sung is alive! Wu Erlang! Good job! Kill them! Cheating is shameful! Kill them!" With a face of acceptance, Wu Hao said in a loud voice, "Grandpa, I am the reincarnation of Wu Song." Lin Xiaopu turned around and glared at the crowd, but he couldn't stop the sound wave, and he felt a pang of fire in his heart as Lin Dongxue said, "This guy has lost his mind, thinking that he can be cleared of suspicion this way?" Struggle of the trapped beast. Lin Xiaopu frowned and said to the top, "Wu Hao, don't put on this crappy show. How your brother died is known to heaven and earth. You know it and I know it. This struggle of yours is simply meaningless. Wu Hao was like a playwright, laughing up to the sky, pointing at Lin Xiaopu and saying, "This is the police officer, who is in cahoots with Boss Shimen, and is actually trying to blame this case on me? Everyone say this kind of person should not die." No one responded this time. Lin Xiaopu sneered, "Do you really think this is the Song dynasty? We are not constables. We are the people's police. I don't care which era. I'll kill him now," Wu Hao said viciously. The knife cut a bloody scar on Shimen Shang's neck. Shimen Shang was gripped by his hair and leaned back his neck, not daring to move. A person walked in, parting the crowd. Lin Xiaopu was surprised to find that the visitor was none other than Chen Shi. He looked at Chen Shi and looked at his sister. Lin Dongxue said, "I was the one who told him the location. What's the point of calling him?" Lin Xiaopu chided in a low voice. "Wu Hao, recognize me?" Chen Shi laughed. "Don't talk nonsense. You're not a negotiator." Lin Xiaopu glared at him, but Chen Shi didn't bother. "Recognize? A stinking constable." Wu Hao gritted his teeth. "You are a bit deep in the movie. You really take yourself as Wu Song? But you don't seem to have read much of Water Margin, right? Other people's Wu Song killed his sister-in-law first, and then Simon Chang, because he hated Pan Jinlian even more." Wu Hao glared down and took a look at Pan Xiuying, who had been sitting paralyzed. Chen Shi continued, "Your sister-in-law obviously can't move right now. But why are you only focusing on Shimen Shang? Shouldn't you kill her first? Because what you hate isn't some adulteress. What you hate is that this man fucked your woman, right?" The crowd was in an uproar, saying, "It's so informative. Your brain is going to spin. What's the inside story? Officer, give it to me." In the face of the following waves of ridicule, Wu Hao's face rose into a pig's liver color. He roared, "I'll kill him now," and then raised the knife in his hand. That moment Lin Xiaopu was so scared that his heart stopped. "Wait!" Chen Shi exclaimed. That raised hand was fixed in mid-air, the tip of the knife flashing with a cold aura. And that was when Lin Dongxue noticed that behind them, Su Dong was slowly approaching at a cat's back. The three police officers present were stunned. No one expected Su Dong to take such action, but at this juncture they absolutely could not make a sound. Otherwise even Su Dong might risk his life. Chen Shi naturally saw it as well. He deliberately delayed. "Wu Hao, you don't have the need to fish out of water. We currently don't have any evidence of your murder at all. Legally speaking, you are still innocent. However, if you kill this man, you are out of this bad anger. But what awaits you is a prison sentence. What will happen to this woman you love? Will she wait for you? Maybe in a year or two, but in 10 or 20 years, she will marry someone else, become someone else's wife and mother. All of these and you no longer have any relationship. Wu Hao, who you like is your freedom. Now is not the Song dynasty. You don't need to hide it." Wu Hao's hands trembled with excitement, and he shouted, "She was supposed to be my daughter-in-law. No, she is my daughter-in-law." The moment he raised his right hand high in excitement, Su Dong suddenly pounced on him and twisted his arm in a deadly grip, and the two of them rolled down into the room. Seeing this, a few people kicked the door into the house, came to the second floor, saw Su Dong with a cross-fixed Wu Hao deadlocked on the ground. Wu Hao could not break free, then bit Su Dong's leg. The pain Su Dong screamed, but Dead told him not to let go. With the assistance of a few people, Wu Hao was finally handcuffed, his eyes spewing fury as he stared fiercely at the police officers present. "Bad luck. Bitten again," Su Dong said as he looked at his thighs and took the tissue handed to him by Constable Shaoli and wiped the blood on his pants. Chen Shi joked, "Scars are a man's medal." Su Dong cried and laughed, "I can't hold this style of medallion," and gave me a bite on my inner thigh. Lin Xiaopu walked to Su Dong with a serious face. Su Dong knew that his actions just now were too dangerous, lowered his head and said, "Lin team, great job." Su Dong was flattered and raised his head. His eyes slowly had tears in them. Lin Xiaopu laughed. "This child, why are you crying?" "No, in the 2 years I've been at the station, this is the second time you've complimented me. When was the last time?" "Why don't I remember? The last time was last year, and you complimented me on the way my hair was cut." Su Dong's words amused the group. Standing on the second floor, the situation underneath is unobstructed. Lin Dongxue found Chen Shi's car stood next to a lewd uncle wearing glasses, is constantly applauding, looks particularly excited. "Who's that?" "Oh, it's the passenger. You called me over suddenly, so I had to bring him along." The SWAT team finally came and escorted Wu Hao away, and heard that it was Su Xiaodong who bravely tackled the robbers. The SWAT team praised him and asked him if he was so brave to consider coming to the SWAT team for development, and Su Xiaodong scratched his head and kept laughing. Shimen Shang is in shock and Lin Xiaopu is calming him down. Pan Xiuying sat on the bed, both eyes drooping with tears. Chen Shi came to her, handed her a piece of tissue and said, "You should have heard what I just said. There was no reason to arrest you guys. But now that your stupid accomplice got himself into this, we will definitely interrogate him severely when we get to the bureau. And how long do you think that he will be able to keep this a secret with his temperament? So I'm giving you a chance. Turn yourself in. Paningsho raised her shivering hand to accept the tissue and said, "We did it so stealthily. Why did you guys find out? Cryptic? Seems like a lot of holes to me. You're supposed to be a well-trained female who didn't lie growing up, right?" Paningsho shook her head. "Hardly. Then you should know what kind of inner torment it is to lie. A small lie is still like this, let alone a big lie like murder." Chen Shi's expression steeped in seriousness. "What you are trying to deceive is the entire world." I. Pan Shuiying, tears like rain, eyes wandering. "Before turning myself in, there is a small request." "Say it." She put her hand on her stomach. "I want to abort the baby in my belly. It's a sinful child. It shouldn't have come into this world. And the day it stays in my belly, the day I'm unsettled." Shiman Shang suddenly ran over excitedly and said, "Why do you have a child? Whose is it?" Pan Shuiying raised her head and cried, "His. Who is he?" Shiman Shang looked at Chen Shi. "Of that lunatic just now?" Pan Shuiying nodded silently. It turns out that you guys worked together to lie to me. You don't love me at all." "It wasn't, I lied to you at first, but you were so good to me. I'm starting to like you. You're 10,000 times better than him. If only I had known you from the beginning." Saying that, Pan Shuiying wanted to hug him. Shiman Shang pushed her away forcefully. "Get lost, liar. I don't know you. You're the real Pan Jinlian." Pan Shuiying stared, as if she had suffered a huge blow. She suddenly turned her head and rushed toward the window, frightening the crowd. Chen Shi said loudly, "The second floor. You can't die. You'll only suffer more." Pan Shuiying, holding the railing fixed there, slowly squatting down to cover the face, mournful crying. Lin Xiaopu made a gesture, told subordinates to rush forward to control her. Walking out of this villa with Chen Shi, Lin Dongxue felt a lot of emotions in her heart, and the lewd uncle passenger came forward, caught Chen Shi's hand and shook it a few times, and said excitedly, "It's so wonderful. I didn't expect to witness such an incident. So Mr. Chen is a detective, ah? How do you know my last name is Chun?" Chen Shi asked. "I'm writing in the car. I am a writer, specializing in writing this kind of novel. Mr. Chen Fong is not convenient to leave a contact information. Time to invite you to have a meal," said the writer. Was very excited to pull out a business card, written on it suspense novelist Xin by name. "Ah." Chen Shi looked embarrassed. The writer pointed to his cell phone and said, "Come to think of it, there's your number on here, so I'll contact you some other time. I won't see you there." With that, he waved and walked away. "Wait," Chen Shi called without calling him. Lin Dongxue covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Trees attract wind. You're getting famous. What a headstrong, annoying guy." Escorting the people back to the station, Lin Xiaopu arranged for the interrogator to interrogate the two men alone, while the others continued to collect evidence, and this time, they could finally take the warrant all the way to the investigation with a green light. On the investigative side, Pang Siju took it personally, while Chen Shi stayed at the station to try to hear the suspect's statement. At first Pan Shuiying kept crying, while Wu Hao was all sorts of irrational, claiming that he was Wu Song crossing over and wanted to go to the zoo to fight tigers, shaking the interrogation chair to a clatter. To deal with this kind of person, Lin Xiaopu has a way to throw him in the interrogation room to dry for a few hours, and then go in and say to him, "Pan Shuiying's side has confessed." Depending on your attitude to confess, Wu Hao's whole body was deflated, and he stopped acting, and said shakily, "Government, reward me with a cigarette." Lin Xiaopu gave him a light of China. Wu Hao long exhaled a mouthful, both eyes flooded with tears, said, "She should have been my daughter-in-law." "How so?" He said that when mom and dad died, the house was taken by his brother to sell, part of which was used to pay for the down payment of the current suite, and part of which originally belonged to him, and as a result, his brother met Pan Shuiying. When Pan Shuiying was a watery little nurse, his brother fell in love at first sight, but he was short and ugly, so he carried forward the spirit of shamelessness, all day long around her great attentiveness, and flowers and chocolates, but also bought a car every day to transport her. With the younger brothers that money to marry a daughter-in-law, packaged himself as a second generation of rich people, and hard to Pan Shuiying tricked into the hand. Later, because of the lack of money, Wu Hao talked about a few years of girlfriend broke up. Wu Hao hate to death, but his brother stammered, said what money to take to do business lost. He was trying to get his brother to die hard have. Brothers fell out, and then relatives intervened to mediate, so that he, as a brother, in the future, no matter what, must give his brother to buy a set of matrimonial home, and Wu Hao will first live in the brother. This stay was a one-off. Brother is a deadbeat who runs an online store, but brother has a lanky body, Get to the point. Lin Xiaopu interrupted Wu Hao, who was getting more and more excited. Good. Wu Hao went on to say that he finally realized what his brother had used to trick Pan Xiuying into getting his hands on him, and that the money was exactly what he had used to buy the house. So Pan Xiuying deserved to be her daughter-in-law. Living under one roof, it is always going to be defeated. The brother finally found a little bit of wrong between the two, once deliberately pretending to go out, leaving the two at home, and then killed her back, just to catch the adultery in the bed. Brother full of righteous indignation. But Wu Hao has no shame, but instead to bring out the old story. The two brothers more and more quarrel, the more agitated. The brother claimed to kill the bastard, and just as he turned around, Wu Hao shouted, "I'll do you first." He copied a bench and swung it on the back of his brother's head, and his brother collapsed on the ground right then and there, convulsing and foaming. Wu Hao immediately woke up from the rage, and Pan Xiuying and think, killed a man thrown into the wild and buried? No. The police will find out sooner or later. Sent to the hospital? No. The police will find out sooner or later. Send him to the hospital? No. The man is injured like this, and even if he is saved, he will go to jail. In the end, Pan Xiuying said, first save your life and then think of something. So Pan Xiuying went to the hospital that night, stole some medical equipment and drugs, to give my brother fluids, injections, care, can finally save his life, but he also seems to be paralyzed, with two eyes open, a word cannot say. In another interrogation room, Pan Xiuying said, I stole the stuff, but the idea was all his. What happened then? The interrogator asked. Pan Xiuying continued, although her husband saved his life, but the body is getting worse day by day. Wu Hao said that this matter can never let outsiders know, so he pretended to be her husband to sell things on the internet, and her husband's friends to send text messages, as if her husband is still well. Every day, they poured broken food into her husband's stomach, gave him fluids, and hung on for dear life. One day Wu Hao watched a foreign crime movie and had a sudden thought, saying that this old turtle will die sooner or later, so why don't we make preparations ahead of time, so that when the police come, we won't be caught off guard. When I heard that I had to lie to the police, Pan Xiuying was terrified. Wu Hao comforted her and said, it doesn't matter, the police detection rate is very low, they can only solve some simple cases. If those NB techniques in the movie to the reality, they can't even break the head to break it. So the two set out to execute this plan of concealment. The first step was to clean up the scene, destroy all the evidence and delete all the recent photos of the husband. Then Wu Hao hired a few people from the internet to play the role of the husband and take them out to play, leaving witnesses behind. And all of these hired people had one characteristic, short and ugly. Finally, but also the most daring step, Wu Hao proposed to divert the attention of the police. How to divert the law? The husband died, the police the first suspicion is the spouse. Then let them suspect. Pan Xiuying, as long as there is a sufficient alibi, will be able to get away with it, and no one would have thought that the person is the younger brother killed. This blind spot in thinking. But this is not enough. One day Wu Hao Statistics Customer Information found a surname Simon clothing boss. He photographed Simon Shang's information, joyfully found Pan Xiuying, said this is really too coincidental, the police will surely think, this is 80% of the modern version of the Golden Lotus, right? Pan Xiuying thinks it's a bad idea at first, but Wu Hao thinks it must work, to make Ximen Shang the scapegoat and make the police suspect that he bought the murder. So Pan Xiuying added Ximen Shang's WeChat. She looks very beautiful. After sending a few life photos, Ximen Shang, a lonely middle-aged man, really put forward the request to meet. After the meeting is naturally dinner room, the two soon established a relationship. I have to say, middle-aged men are so uncouth. The plan was going well, except that Wu Hao couldn't stand the idea of Pan Xiuying being fucked by another man. One day when Pan Xiuying came back from a date, he roughly pressed her on the bed and said, bitch, he fucked you a couple of times. I'm going to fuck you 10 times. Pan Xiuying comforted him that he must not lose his mind, and that he had to play the drama well to get through it, and then accompany him far away. Said Pan Xiuying. Suddenly a burst of regurgitation, ran to the bathroom to vomit. The next day a check to realize that he was pregnant. No doubt this is Wu Hao's child. She's terrified, and Wu Hao tells her she mustn't get an abortion. The police will surely find out. Pan Xiuying said that the belly is getting bigger every day, and anyone can see it. Wu Hao said that he could only let the old turtle go to see Hades as soon as possible. Wu Hao prepared a few sets of plans to kill his brother. Never made up his mind. Just a few nights ago, her husband suddenly convulsed, went over to feel the pulse. He had already gagged. Pan Xiuying was terrified. Wu Hao said, don't be afraid, according to the plan. So Pan Xiuying asked Ximen Shang to go out the next day, and on the way blackmailed him for 50,000 yuan with a new cell phone card, in order to make an unexplained account in Ximen Shang's expenses. When she did so, she was sad in her heart. because Shiman Shang was very good to her, and every day when she came home, she was faced with her husband who was on the verge of dying and her younger uncle who was full of calculations and short temper. But instead, she went to Shiman Shang's place to have a moment's peace. At the same time she meets with Simon Shang. Wu Hao puts his husband's body in his car, drives to the countryside, and burns it to the ground in a fire. 2 days later, Wu Hao called the police, and the police began to investigate the case. At first, the police seemed to be foolishly following their lead, but at some point, the wind suddenly changed, and that skeptical look and tone was everywhere. Finally, Wu Hao was pushed to the limit and did something like this, making the former success. Pan Xiuying covered her face and cried, "I'm sorry for Shiman Shang, I'm sorry for the child in my belly. I'm guilty, I'm guilty." At the end of the interrogation, Lin Xiaopu compared the two men's confessions and said, "The two men's confessions are slightly different. It's just a dog-eat-dog. This confession is enough to convict. It's not enough. You need proof." Pang's Ju walked in from the corridor, holding a few papers in his hands. "Old Pang, how's the search going? We found a blender at Wu Hao's residence, which was cleaned but still contained food residue consistent with the contents of the deceased's stomach, in addition to which we assayed for inflammatory secretions from the upper respiratory tract." "What's that?" "It's what's often called phlegm, and the DNA is Wu Hao's." The crowd was stunned. An image seemed to float before their eyes of Wu Hao breaking up food for his paralyzed brother, cursing and swearing under his breath while spitting disdainfully into it. It was hard to believe that they were biological brothers. Lin Xiaopu said in relief, "It was stupid to leave his DNA on the evidence. In addition to this, I sent someone to the hospital to fetch a batch of nasal feeding tubes, and according to the date of manufacture found the same batch used by the deceased, and the lines on it matched the scrape marks in the deceased's esophagus. The suspects were afraid of trouble, and kept the nasal feeding tubes inserted in the throat of the deceased without removing them, which is why they leave such marks." Once again, this bombshell sent shivers down the spine of the crowd. Lin Xiaopu laughed bitterly. "Your last piece of evidence was enough. It's not enough. These two, I hope they are sentenced very heavily. Farewell." Pang Siju finished expressionlessly, glanced at Chen Shi, and left. After Pang Siju left, the air became lighter again. Lin Xiaopu said, "The case is solved. Finally solved. I make no bones about it. This time all the credit goes to Chen Shi. Without him, we'd still be foolishly investigating Shiman Qing right now. Thank you." Overpraise. Chen Shi clasped his fist and arched at everyone. The crowd snapped and clapped. Su Xiaodong and Lin Dongxue clapped the loudest, making their palms hurt. Lin Xiaopu patted Chen Shi's shoulder and said, "Great detective. Give the group a couple of summarizing words." Chen Shi whispered, "You screwed me?" Lin Xiaopu also whispered, "What's wrong with fixing you?" Chen Shi looked at an expectant face, smiled awkwardly, and said, "I'll just say one thing. When is this case going to be in the paper? I can't wait to brag about it with my buddies." A burst of laughter. Lin Xiaopu pulled out something to Chen Shi's hands. "That is a Public Security Bureau of documents." Chen Shi surprised to open. Written inside the Special Criminal Investigation Consultant Chen Shi. Chen Shi looked at Lin Xiaopu with a puzzled expression and said, "Team Lin is recruiting me as a wild teammate?" Lin Xiaopu laughed, did not paste the photo. "You prepare a good-looking one yourself. Turn around and give you a stamp. Remember to shave your beard." After work, we talked and laughed all the way to the hotel. The celebration banquet is not much luxury. $300 a table of food. The real police officers feel happy as the case is finally solved. While there may be another case tomorrow, the day wrapped up perfectly. While waiting, Su Xiaodong walks from table to table with a handful of paper signs. This is a small unwritten rule in the second team of the criminal police. Half of the people who drew the sign can drink. Those who did not cannot drink. At most, half a bottle of beer. Just in case we all get drunk and cannot drive back. Su Xiaodong came to Chen Shi in front, patted his shoulder, affectionately shouted, "Chen brother." Chen Shi waved his hand and said, "I will not smoke, not drink tonight. Later can also pull two to earn extra money. You're too good at passing." Chen, ha ha, thanks for the compliment. The food was served. The gossiping police officers put out their cigarettes and couldn't wait to move their chopsticks. When Lin Xiaopu and Pang Siju came in, and someone said, "Team Lin is here. Say a few words." "Say what?" "Eat," Lin Xiaopu said as he walked in. "Ha ha, you're welcome. I'm starving. I've been eating instant noodles for a few days in a row, but I'm finally seeing meat." "Like the atmosphere of the team?" Lin Dongxue asked Chen Shi. "Love it. It's hot. Everyone gets along. Now that you've become an advisor, you'll be considered half of the team from now on, and we'll be considered co-workers." At the mention of this, Chen Shi pulled his counselor's license out of his pocket. "I haven't said yes yet. My brother has told me that consultants are paid a stipend and a transportation allowance. So you're just in time to earn some extra money. I am a person who is free and accustomed to it, and I don't want to be constrained. Chen Shi removed the cover of the Counselor S card, and the documents inside were returned to Lin Dongxue, and the cover was put into his pocket. Help me return to your brother. What? Lin Dongxue couldn't believe that he just refused. On the contrary, what you said about cooking for you, you can think about it, but you'll have to add some money. How much? I'm only a third-grade junior superintendent now, and that's all I get in a month's pay. How about $80 a day? Chen Shi asked with a smile. A bit high. Let me think. Chen Shi turned his head and realized that half of the dishes on the table had already been swept away and said, "Shit, these hungry dogs. Hurry up and eat." Chen Shi had a very uneasy meal. One after another police officers ran to toast. Brother Chen, take care of our team in the future. There's no case that can't be solved with Chen. Come on. I'll drink to you. Brother Chan, don't run for hire. Why don't you come to the station? With your skills, the director will definitely promote you. Chen Shi smiled perfunctorily, forced to drink a bellyful of juice. Even the dishes could not eat a few mouthfuls. Lin Dongxue whispered and laughed. Serves you right. Chen Shi looked up and realized that across the table, a pair of icy eyes were watching him. Peng Siju pressed his chopsticks and just kept staring at him. So Chen Shi poured a glass of juice and said, "Captain Peng, happy cooperation." Peng Siju at first indifferent. The people next to encourage Chen brother did not pay tribute to anyone, but to the captain. To give face to it. Yes, yes, yes. This time to solve the case, the two of you is a big contributor. Peng Siju couldn't take the loss of face, poured half a cup of tea, stood up, and when he and Chen Shi's cups touched, he whispered, "Sooner or later, I'll find out who you are." Chen Shi froze, then smiled. Whatever. There was a commotion in the crowd. It turned out that Lin Xiaopu drunk, catching anyone who were patted on the shoulder and said heartfelt words. With the usual cold he was like two people. Oldly, you're not afraid of his wife scolded when he drank. Ah, come on. Let's go. The first thing you need to do is to look at your wife. I'm going to be angry. Come on. Go one. Lao Zhang, please dance. Looking at her brother who was dancing socially hand in hand with police officer Lao Zhang, Lin Dongxue helplessly held her forehead. I really don't want to say I know him. Next to him, Su Xiaodong and a few young police officers were conspiring with each other. If Team Lin wakes up tomorrow and asks, what did he do last night after he got drunk? We'll just unite our voices and say he fell asleep. After the celebration banquet, Chen Shi drove Lin Dongxue and the drunken Lin Xiaopu out of the hotel. The first task was to send Lin Xiaopu home. On the way Chen Shi asked, why don't you siblings live together? The reason said, afraid you laugh. 2 years ago, my brother talked about a girlfriend, said he has been talking about marriage. I do not want to be a light bulb on the move out. Every time I ask my brother he said that he will soon be married, when the time comes to invite everyone to drink wine, after half a year only to know. The original of his girlfriend smacked him all day long, do not accompany people, and he broke up. He actually died acting for half a year. We all fooled over. You say this person is not dead face? Ha ha. Chen Shi laughed out loud. Your brother is quite cute too. Lin Xiaopu, who was sleeping in the back seat, let out a dreamy murmur. Don't bully my sister. Came to Lin Xiaopu's residence. Chen Shi racked Lin Xiaopu's shoulders to help him down into the neighborhood on the way. Lin Xiaopu mouthed slurred words. Chen Shi is like coaxing a child. One sentence without a sentence to pick up. Lin Xiaopu live in a 2-room hall is to take the provident fun to buy. Bachelor's home is rarely neat and clean. He here is no exception. Once inside the house Lin Dongxue frowned. How do you men's houses are all the same as a pigsty? Don't include me. My house isn't that messy at least. Who believes? Putting Lin Xiaopu on the bed, feeding him some water, and covering him with a quilt to let him fall asleep. Chen Shi quietly left the bedroom, looked around the living room, and said, this is a nice house. Why don't you two siblings just live together, and pay off the mortgage together with a little less pressure? Live together, so you can still come visit me? When did Miss Lin become so considerate? I'm not a big lady. I've thought about it. $60 a day to do it? 75. Lin Dongxue was so angry that she wanted to pound the wall. Chen Shi is obviously so good at taking care of people sometimes, but she is always so calculating when it comes to money. She is a little confused herself, whether this man has a good feeling about himself or not. 70 it is. Chen Shi proposed. You often don't come home for dinner at night, so you can call me over when you need to cook, which is probably only about 10 times a month, so it's not that expensive. Lin Dongxue clasped her hands and was so angry that she wanted to laugh. Earning girls' money. What a peace of mind. I paid for the labor. Of course the heart is at peace. Humph. Take me home. After getting on the car, Lin Dongxue asked again, are you short of money, or is there some patient at home who needs medical expenses? Chen Shi calmly said. No, I'm just a bit greedy for money. Oh, I was thinking, if you need money urgently, I'll take it as a sponsorship. Well, I can add some more money. Kind words are appreciated. Chen Shi smiled. Running a taxi plus some of my savings. I'm still living quite comfortably. Still so stingy then? At this time the radio drifted a paragraph. Congratulations to the cell phone tail number 0848 lottery friends won the jackpot of 20 million yuan. Chen Shi said. Who is this? What luck? No one has won the first prize in this welfare lottery for 3 accumulated periods. Lin Dongxue said. Wow, $20 million. If I had that much money. Not sending me any? That's fine. For the sake of our friendship, let's send you $1 million. It seems our friendship isn't deep enough. Thanks in advance. The car was parked outside Lin Dongxue's neighborhood. She had long been tired, stretched and said, tomorrow I have to go to work early in the morning again. I really want to sleep all day. Born without rest. Stop complaining and get an early night. The suspects of the last case were quickly transferred to the judiciary, awaiting trial, and at a simple commendation meeting held by the bureau, the director, in addition to giving bonuses to the officers who had made meritorious achievements, also took out a special envelope with money in it, and said to Lin Xiaopu, I've heard that there is a very powerful special advisor in your team, who assisted your second team in solving a few big cases in a row. Lin Xiaopu saluted, took it in both hands, and said, he did not accept the position of advisor. Humph. This guy, the director laughed. The bonus turned back to bring him, out of force. Always have to show appreciation. I hope that you continue to work hard. London City on average every day there are more than 100 cases of police calls. Criminal cases almost every day. The burden on your shoulders is very heavy. Your work is more than most of the positions are hard, though the reward you get is very meager compared to the effort. You are the city's immune system, the most solid line of defense for the safety of people's lives. All criminals will be scared to see you. Our efforts and sacrifices in exchange for the city's security and stability. Please shine your eyes, tighten your fists, and don't slacken off at any time. The police officers saluted in unison, and some secretly muttered in their hearts that the chief seemed to be talking a bit more than usual today. Lin Dongxue once again into the intense work. They spent a week to solve a not too suspenseful wife murder escape case. This morning, Lin Dongxue received a phone call from Lin Xiaopu, told her to wear thicker, today to go hiking. Lin Dongxue said excitedly, brother, our team is going to have a reunion? What kind of reunion is this? 2 bodies of a man and a woman were found on the mountain. In Saoji, come over early, although it is another case, but when they heard that they are going to climb the mountain, the police officers are still quite excited. Finally able to convert the mood, Lin Xiaopu contacted the bus company to charter a car, carrying the group toward the countryside. Chaoset is located in the southwest of Longgan City, is a small county, more than 10 years ago to develop the surrounding barren mountains to engage in tourism, but unfortunately not much to come, can only be contracted to the timber merchants on the one side of the mountain, while the half-dead tourism industry. At the end of November, the weather would have been very cold. In order to climb the mountain everyone put on cotton jackets and down jackets, but Peng Siju was still dressed in a suit, just add a scarf. They realized how amateurish their getup was when they saw the informant, a group of college students out hiking, all dressed in grass-green rush suits with professional gear. They found the body yesterday, was arranged by the local police station to stay here, waited all night, see the criminal police arrived, excitedly talk about it. It turns out that the bodies were found in a cave halfway up the mountain. A man and a woman, wearing the same style of hiking clothes, both were smashed by a stone in the face. The murder weapon is supposed to be thrown next to the bloodstained stones. The other 2 people holding hands feel like martyrdom. Martyrdom which has a face all smashed. Lin Xiaopu said, who knows the hiking route? The university student selected a senior male student to lead the way, along with a person in charge of the place, and 2 civilian police officers who traveled with them. The mountain road is long. From below looking up at the mountainside is almost vertical, and so climbed halfway up the mountainside to look back. Cannot help but feel dizzy. We soon climbed out of breath. Only Su Xiaodong and lead college students climbed fast. Lin Dongxue was so tired that she sat on a piece of gentle slope and panted. Su Xiaodong threw down a towel from above and said, Dongxue, wipe off your sweat. You'll catch a cold if you're blown by the mountain wind. Thanks. No more, no more. Take a break, the other policeman said. Everyone rested on the ground. Lin Dongxue thought he had climbed half a day. A look at the table is only 9 o'clock in the morning. At this time Chen Shi sent a funny message. Lin Dongxue by hand shot a mountain scene to pass over. After a while, Chen Shi replied, organizing an event? Working on a case? In the mountains? Exhausted. Go for it. Rest almost. Lin Xiaopu greeted everyone to continue to climb, finally to the top of the mountain. Many people long sigh of relief, cannot wait to kneel down to the sky and shout. The college student said, "You still have to go down the south side. The hole is halfway up the hill. Why didn't you go up from the south in the first place?" Lin Xiaopu asked. "It's too steep on the south side. There's a path into that hole from the top." "How did you guys know about this route?" "We've been here before. That cave is relatively flat and sheltered from the wind, and it's no problem to build a fire in there. We were planning to go in and camp, but we didn't expect to see any dead people once we were in there. It scared the hell out of us." "Everyone, have you rested enough? Move on," Lin Xiaopu greeted. Dragging their heavy feet, the group proceeded, following a sloping path along the southern slope, and soon came to the halfway point of the mountain, where a rocky outcrop jutted up, and although only half a meter separated the rock from the path, it was a real thrill to cross it at such a height. Finally arrived at the destination, Lin Dongxue for the first time felt that seeing a corpse was such a happy thing. In the cave lay side by side a pair of male and female corpses. The two were wearing very thick hiking clothes, and their faces were damaged, so they could not see much of their gender characteristics, except that the remains of the one on the left had very long hair and very slender hands. The two men's skin was frozen and bloodless, as pale as paper due to their exposure, and fortunately there was little wildlife in the area. Pang Siju with his appraisers, the surrounding spilled blood and debris one by one marked out, photographed and fixed. Lin Xiaopu said, "This place cannot come a second time. Shoot the whole shovel away." "Old Pang, what is the view?" "Murder, definitely murder. The body was lying so neatly, and there were drag marks on the ground. Obviously the murderer deliberately placed it afterward. Did he want to create the illusion that the two were martyred? It is too clumsy." Pang Siju checked the dead man's pockets and found keychains, change, chewing gum, throat lozenges and other objects, except for the cell phone and ID card, which may have been taken by the murderer. By damaging the faces of the deceased, the killer obviously did not want anyone to know their true identities, so he even took other items that could have hinted at their identities. He examined the face of the deceased and said, "This is a life wound for the male deceased and a postmortem wound for the female." "Captain, a footprint was found here. Shoot it." After inspecting the body, Pang Siju pointed to an area and said to Lin Xiaopu, "There are traces of struggle on the ground here, and there are quite a lot of blood stains around. Look here. There are two circular marks, probably left by the knees." Lin Xiaopu nodded. The murderer should have pushed the dead man down here, smashed his face with a stone, killing him, and then dragged him over there and laid him out with the female body. "Time of death determined?" Pang Siju shook his head. "It's too cold here. Can't be determined just by the body spots. Still need to go back to measure the liver temperature." "How do you plan to bring it back?" "It's not easy. Call a helicopter from headquarters." Lin Xiaopu immediately made a phone call, and then walked to the edge of the hole towards the bottom. The following is a deep forest. The murderer is very likely to throw the case-related things down, looking for no less than a needle in a haystack. He said to the person in charge, "Trouble you a thing. Hire a few folk to go down there to look for evidence. The money we come out." Also ask the comrades of the local police station to cooperate. The police said, "Human life is at stake. We are duty-bound." Lin Xiaopu asked the person in charge again, "Does this place usually charge admission?" "It's not collected this season." "Why?" "Officer, you don't know. Not many people come to this place. Only in the spring when the peach blossoms bloom. There are still some self-driving tourists who will come to have some fun, and at that time, they will organize a tourist activity or something. After fall, the mountain is bare and cold. Who will come, even if you charge admission? It's not enough to pay for the labor. So it's free admission?" "Yes, but the people who will come here are hikers." Speaking of mountaineering enthusiasts, the person in charge looked towards the college students accompanying him, and the college students said, "Several of us are in the mountaineering club, often organizing mountaineering activities, and the members of the group often say, don't ever team up with strangers when hiking outside, and it is not likely that any robbery of money or sex will happen inside the deep mountains and old forests, and this kind of thing happened before, and the police couldn't even break it." "Oh, sorry, the speaker has no intention, the listener has the intention." Lin Xiaopu frowned and contemplated. The police are not afraid of complex cases, they are afraid of simple cases. A case where a man runs out into the street and kills a man without warning is the most difficult to solve, and even more difficult when such an impromptu, indiscriminate murder takes place deep in the mountains. "Then is there surveillance at the entrance?" Lin Xiaopu asked again. The person in charge laughed and shook his head. "Inside the big mountains, where is the surveillance? But there are a few that run restaurants at the intersection. You can ask." There was a gust of wind in mid-air, and the men looked up to see the helicopter arriving, and the men of the technical squadron stuffed the bodies into body bags, tied them to the ropes the helicopter had lowered, and slowly hoisted them up. College students, seeing a police helicopter for the first time, pulled out their cell phones and took a few shots. And Lin Xiaopu said, "Don't take pictures. Delete them." "Sorry," the college student grinned. The body was transported away. Everyone returned the same way. Lin Xiaopu told Lin Dongxue to talk to these college students to see what other clues are missing, and sent a few people to look for witnesses in the vicinity, and he himself went to communicate with the personnel of the local police station. Lin Dongxue asked, "Should I call Chen Shi?" "First, do not look for him. What cases are counting on him? We have become what? Again, this case is not compared to the previous ones. He may not be able to break." Okay then. The scene of the end of the forensic work. Already afternoon. Everyone in a small restaurant to make a meal. Back to the bureau in the afternoon. Peng Siju proceeded to start the autopsy work. Lin Xiaopu and Lin Dongxue also came to the forensic laboratory to observe. The body had been dissected, and Penzjak said, the time of death, for the female, was about 7 days ago, and for the male it appears to be a little later, anywhere from 3 to 12 hours. Can't it be more accurate? Lin Xiaopu asked. Penzjak shook his head. It's cold in the cave, and there are no insects at this time of year. All of our means are unable to accurately surmise the time of death. You go on. The age of the female is about 23 and the male is about 25. The injuries on the female's face were caused post-mortem. The true cause of death appears to be poisoning. Her liver and kidneys show clear signs of poisoning, and I found a needle eye behind her left shoulder blade, which was stabbed in through her clothing. Let me see. Pang Siju showed that needle eye to Lin Xiaopu and said, because the female victim was thinner and had thinner muscles, the needle was crooked after it was stuck in. But overall, the angle couldn't have been self-inflicted. What kind of poison? Still in the lab, I found signs of failure in her heart. The cause of death was most likely heart failure due to toxicity. The target of this poison would be the cardiopulmonary system. Lin Dongxue said, 2 people wearing the same hiking clothes. It cannot really be a martyrdom. Just in the process of martyrdom, a murderer broke in and killed. Peng Siju said, this cannot be proved. The calluses on the palms of the male deceased, and the talcum powder he dabbed on his fingertips proves that this person should have a hobby of hiking. As to whether or not he came with the female deceased, it is unknown. What else did you find out? Lin Xiaopu asked. The male deceased suffered severe injuries to the facial bones and a ruptured eyeball, but this was not the cause of death. The cause of death was asphyxiation caused by a ruptured blood vessel blocking the airway. The process of death may have lasted for more than an hour, and the deceased was in fact still alive after the murderer had struck, and he died slowly, lying there in a state of semi-consciousness. Hearing this, Lin Dongxue couldn't help but frown. This kind of death was just too painful. Pengjiak continued, by the way, the stomach contents of both men show that the female deceased's last meal was 10 hours before her death, and the male deceased's was 2 hours before his death, and the 2 men's food was completely inconsistent, with the male deceased seemingly eating chocolates, compressed cookies, and energy drinks on the way up the mountain. It is safe to say that the female deceased went up the mountain on an empty stomach and did not even take a sip of water. It takes 4 hours to climb that mountain and you don't even drink water on the way? Lin Dongxue was a bit surprised. It seems that these two aren't together. Otherwise how could the food be so different? Lin Xiaopu asserted. This can only be regarded as circumstantial evidence. Did the female decedent have? Knowing what Lin Xiaopu was going to inquire about, Peng Siju said, there's no sign of sexual intercourse. She wasn't a virgin. Also, both were in good health. Except for the male deceased who had a bit of a liver problem and a smoking habit, and the female deceased who had a bit of a slight gastritis. Also, the female deceased showed signs of wearing earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings, but all of these have disappeared. Can you recover the dead man's face? It's going to take time to recover from a broken facial bone like that. Okay, it's all yours. Let's go find out if there have been any recent reports of missing persons. Leaving the forensic laboratory, Lin Xiaopu asked Lin Dongxue, what do you think about this case? Lin Dongxue thought about it and replied, just now Captain Peng said, all the jewelry on the female deceased is missing. I think it will not be a couple came to the mountains to martyrdom. The girl died first. The man was about to commit suicide but broke into a third party. The third party and the man got into some kind of argument, killed the man, and then captured the girl's body ornaments, and the 2 men's cell phones, and used a stone to put them disfigured. Couple? I don't think so necessarily. I think this case is a revenge killing. Only the murderer abandoned the body deep in the mountains after killing and faked it to look like this. Brother, have you forgotten the signs of struggle found at the scene? Lin Xiaopu was dumbfounded for a while and added, then it wasn't abandoning the body. It might have been moved in the cave. 3 people were in the cave at the same time, and the 2 dead men must have been related. Not really, the time of their deaths was much different. They should have died one after the other. And with the different food in their bellies, the likelihood of it being a couple is very low. I think it's an unrelated passerby. According to you, could it be that the killer killed the girl first, then crouched in the cave and killed the second person? Lin Xiaopu couldn't figure it out either, and let out a bitter smile. The more you talk, the more confusing it gets. Let's check it first. The next all physical work. The task force police officers walked from precinct to precinct, summarized the recent missing persons police report, from which screened out the possible eligible, and one by one to visit their families. This work alone, it took 3 days. Peng Siju's side of the progress. He found from the female deceased body residual jewelry particles. These jewelry are all pure gold. After the cranial phase recovery out of the face of the female deceased, is a 5-featured, teeth neat girl. When in the ad hoc meeting to show these 2 clues, we immediately have an intuition. This is 80% of a rich family of a golden girl. The male deceased's appearance recovery chart can only be said to be mediocre. Peng Siju in-depth autopsy found that he had symptoms of lumbar muscle strain. In addition, and last time Chenshire brought ash samples to compare found that the male deceased usually smoked $5 a pack of cigarettes. With this comparison, the image of a poor boy who is a cool hiker is reflected in everyone's mind. Pengjack added, the drug in the female victim's body was succinylcholine, a skeletal muscle relaxant, clinically used for local anesthesia, which can cause bradycardia, arrhythmia, cardiac arrest, etc., and an overdose of which can lead to death by bronchospasm or anaphylactic shock. The succinylcholine in the female victim's body reached a lethal dose. This kind of medicine, is it easy for ordinary people to get? Lin Xiaopu asked. Pengjack shook his head. I'm not sure about that. Lin Xiaopu instructed to go down, partly to check the source of the medicine, partly to continue to confirm the identity of the deceased based on the recovery map. With the recovery map, the efficiency of the work is greatly improved. The same day they confirmed the identity of the female deceased. Her name is Jiang Mei, born in 97 years, studying in a university majoring in financial management, has just graduated a year, has not yet worked. Jiang Mei's father is the president of a bank, a real rich family girl. Bureau of a phone call to Jiang Mei's parents called. When they saw the girl's disfigured body, the old couple sobbed uncontrollably. Responsible for the reception of the deceased's family Lin Dongxue can only try to appease the 2 old man's emotions. Jiang Mei's mother was crying and suddenly said, it's all our fault. We shouldn't have pushed her. Jiang Mei's father, however, burst into a rage and said, this is all because of that kid. If I had known, I shouldn't have let my daughter associate with him. Lin Dongxue asked, is the person you are talking about Jiang Mei's boyfriend? Can you tell us about it in detail? Lin Dongxue invited them to a meeting room, poured a cup of tea. Jiang Mei's mother has been drowning in grief. Jiang Mei's father opened up and said that their daughter in school and a poor boy called Cheng Chao talk about friends. This has been hidden from the family. And then she graduated. Her father intends to introduce his classmate's son to her. The 2 are not only the right door to the right family, the appearance is also very good match. Met once. The other party to Jiang Mei very good. Jiang Mei, but expressed no interest. Her parents asked if she was outside a boyfriend. Several times under the questioning she admitted that she had a boyfriend, called Cheng Chao. Parents then called Cheng Chao to the home for dinner. Since the first glance, they both on this poor boy cannot see, neither tutelage nor cultured, said what he said in the future will work well to give Jiang Mei happiness. The father has been laughing coldly, saying that their own hard work to raise their daughters how to give this poor boy. That night, father and daughter had a big fight. And the father forbade his daughter to have any more dealings with the poor boy. Jiang Mei was reluctant, and finally shut herself in the door. This incident makes the family relationship is very stalemate. Relatives and friends have run to persuade Jiang Mei, but she just do not listen. Her father cut off her financial resources, forbidding her to go out, but she still often sneak out, and the boy to meet. The family is desperately trying to round up, make it like guerrilla warfare. I did not think that overnight Jiang Mei disappeared. They thought it was this poor boy to take her elopement. But I did not expect to see you again when it is the sky forever. That poor boy killed her. For sure, I'll sue him until his family dies. The father, his face full of tears, said viciously. The mother also grabbed Lin Dongshue's hand and begged, Comrade police officer, we will fully cooperate with the investigation and make sure to bring the real culprit who killed our daughter to justice. But, Lin Dongxue was a little hesitant, looking at this couple so sad, and couldn't help but say, actually, there are a total of 2 corpses. And there is another male corpse, aged about 25 years old. The husband and wife looked at each other in dismay. And the father said, did Xiaomei really martyr herself with this poor boy? Why did you leave us behind? You ungrateful daughter. The mother slapped the table and cried bitterly. You guys still remember Cheng Chao's face, don't you? Can you go and identify him? The couple agreed and came to the technical squadron, where the technician showed them a 3D restoration of the male deceased, and after they both looked at it for half a day, the father said, "It's unrecognizable with no hair and no eyebrows. Do you remember what kind of hair he had and what kind of eyebrows he had?" "Eyebrows. Of the ordinary kind. And a haircut I remember with the scalp exposed on the side and a mane of hair stored in front." Thinking of this incident, my father gave a look of disgust. "And I just don't see this kind of new and different young man." The technician maneuvered up on the computer, and after adding the hair, the father said, "Yes, that's him. I still remember that face. I really don't know how Xiaomei saw him." The mother said, No, the nose is wrong." Lin Dongxue said, "The deceased face has been destroyed. The bridge of the nose belongs to the cartilage. Maybe recovered not to match." The technician modified the nose, raising it a bit and lowering it, and the mother still shook her head. "The eyes don't look like it either." My father, however, was adamant. "It's the same thieving face, I remember it for real." "No, definitely not." Mother was sure. The two old men argued, never able to determine whether the male deceased is Cheng Chao. Lin Dongxue asked, "Do you know his blood type? Or the contact information of his parents?" Father shook his head. "I don't even want to see him, so why would I ask?" The mother said, "He came to our house for dinner the other day. Didn't he say that his father left early and his mother remarried? From the countryside?" "Oh yes. I don't know which poor mountain valley came up, who is not good to pet our daughter. We owe him in our previous life?" the father said fiercely. Lin Dongxue asked again, "Where does he live?" Both shook their heads together, and the mother said, "Little and should know. Who's En Su? That's the son of my husband's classmate." Once, the mother was a little shy to say, "Once I told him about Cheng Chao. He said to go and teach him a lesson. So I figured he might know." "Okay, give us his contact info." After sending off the two old men, not long after, a young man in a luxury car came to the bureau, and this person was none other than En Su, who was pursuing Jiang Mei. Learning of Jiang Mei's death as well as the case, En Su was so shocked that he rounded his eyes and viciously gritted his teeth and said, "I have to skin that poor boy alive." Lin Dongxue said coldly, "Maybe it's not necessary for you to do it." Lin Dongxue took En Su to identify the dead man's restoration, and En Su took one look and said, "Yes, that's right, it's him. How can you be so sure?" En Su scratched his head and smiled. "A while ago I found the door to prepare him a meal, told him to stay away from Xiaomei a little bit. At that time gripped his neck collar and pressed against the wall, face to face, so there must be an impression." When speaking, Lin Dongxue noticed that the big gold chain on his neck was dazzling. Lin Dongxue casually made a note of this matter, and En Su was busy saying, AI, Miss Officer, I was just fooling around. I didn't really beat him up." "How long ago was that? Last month?" "No, last month." If it happened so long ago, the deceased should not be able to leave bruises on his body. Lin Dongxue said, "You belong to the crime of injury. If the person concerned reports to the police, you can't help but squat in the bureau for a few days. Pay attention next time. Pay attention next time." En Su accompanied with a smile, "I am also impulsive. I am on Xiaomei as the first sight. She is beautiful and quiet. The character I am also very interested in. I like her from the heart. Both parents are also happy to be together. Who knows that the poor boy gave Xiaomei what enchanted soup? I also send flowers and jewelry, but she just do not have a good look at me. She also do not think that poor boy can give her what? Emotional matters." Lin Dongxue couldn't help but want to spit out, but this kind of words unrelated to the case is better not to say, so she swallowed the words again and said instead, "Jewelry? Do you remember what jewelry Xiaomei was wearing?" En Su roughly described it. Lin Dongxue wrote it down one by one, and then asked him for Cheng Chao's address. En Su claimed that the company still had things to do, so he didn't accompany them. Lin Dongxue called on Su Xiaodong, and brought a technician, came to Cheng Chao's residence. The landlord with the key to open the door, said, "This kid did not come back for a few days, but also owed 3 months of rent. I cannot get through on the phone. Alas, it is really a ghost." When the landlord is afraid of encountering such a scoundrel, "Police comrade, is he out of something? This is something we are still investigating and are not at liberty to disclose." Lin Dongxue said, "Good. Remember to inform me if there is any situation. My house is empty. I have to lose $50 a day. My family's old and young still depend on this rent to live." A few people look around Cheng Chao's residence, where the tables and chairs and other things are rented together with the house. In addition to a computer, some daily necessities, basically not much personal belongings. Su Xiaodong opened the kitchen cabinets, found a pile of instant noodle bags, said, "It seems that he's quite poor, and often eats instant noodles to spend his days. Same as me." "You have the nerve to compare yourself to him. Don't you spend all your money on games and cats? Lin Dongxue scoffed. Su Xiaodong scratched his head in embarrassment. Cheng Chao's financial situation is really not good. The drawer was found in the water, electricity and gas arrears bill. Every month. It seems that he is less than owed to the extent that the water and electricity are cut off. Do not pay the bill. A pawnshop receipt was also found. Cheng Chao had pawned a gold bracelet a month ago for a few $1,000s, presumably from Jiang Mei. It is understood that Cheng Chao in a supermarket as a stockboy. Income is meager. Half of the money earned is used to maintain his hobby, painting. The house did find a lot of drawing tools, and a piece of hand-drawn plate. Lin Dongxue opened the computer to look at the unfinished comics. The web browsing records are all such sites. He is trying to contribute to a comic book site. In addition, the computer desktop is a photo of Jiang Mei, in which she is smiling like a flower. When she thought of this couple being beaten by their parents, Lin Dongxue couldn't help but feel a trace of compassion in her heart. Technicians in the comb and bed found some hair and dander, brought back to identify. The deceased is not Cheng Chao. This identification is very critical. Lin Dongxue anxiously waiting. To the evening when off duty, Pang Siju called the internal phone to call her over. The DNA recovered from the room matches the male victim. Zhu Peng said. Lin Dongxue was relieved that the identity was confirmed. But Lin Xiaopu just had a completely different reaction. After hearing the result, he paced back and forth in his office and said, could it really be that a stranger did it? Could it be Anwok? Who's Anwok? The boyfriend that Jiang Mei's parents introduced to Jiang Mei is a rich second-generation man who claims to have violently threatened Process Chao and told him to break up with Jiang Mei. You talked to him? He came in the afternoon. Lin Xiaopu shook his head. This person did have a motive to kill Cheng Chao. But why did he kill Jiang Mei? Don't forget that the female victim died of poisoning and died before the male victim. So my reasoning should be closest to the truth. That the two were supposed to go to a martyr's death, and a third party came running. This situation is the most troublesome. Lin Xiaopu kept rubbing the stubble on his chin. Brother, did the local police station find anything? Didn't find anything. Go ahead and leave work. That's it for today. Walking to the door, Lin Dongxue thought of something and folded back. This third party who suddenly intruded on the way to martyrdom. Could it be Su? Lin Xiaopu opened her eyes wide, but did not comment, waving her hand and telling her to go off work. After changing clothes to get off work, Lin Dongxue was ready to call a cab when Shen Shi texted. Do you want to eat my cooking tonight? Want to jerk off? You invited me? Fine, please, stingy guy. Pick me up in front of the city hall. 5 minutes to arrive. If not, please read this message again. Looking at this message, Lin Dongxue snorted and laughed. Shen Shi said that he wanted to take Lin Dongxue to try something new, and drove her to a roadside stall selling kebabs, and although it was already cold, there were still quite a lot of customers. After ordering the food, Shen Shi opened 2 bottles of soda and said, seeing how you're in low spirits, have you stumbled upon another difficult case? Ugh, it's not going well now. Tell me about it. Lin Dongxue then talked about the case. Shen Shi nodded his head while listening. After finishing, Lin Dongxue asked, what's Chen Dishenxian's high opinion? Without seeing it with my own eyes and just hearing it from you, I'm afraid the view is a bit skewed. Humph, you are being difficult too, aren't you? Shen Shi smiled. Here comes the kebab. The boss put down the kebabs. Lin Dongxue took a look. There was grilled lamb, grilled crispy bones, grilled fish tofu, grilled eggplant. In addition to that, there was one thing she had never eaten before. She picked it up and looked at it in shock. This is roasted golden chrysalis. This is the best roasted chrysalis in the whole of Longan. Try one. Insects. Ha! Lin Dongxue made a shudder. Chen Shi grabbed one and put it in his mouth, saying, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and the juice will burst out when you bite down. Try it. Lin Dongxue respected this kind of food and put it down again. She said, don't you think Jiang Mei's parents went too far? Not really. Are you also so worldly? The family gap is too big. Marriage can't get real happiness. Love seems to be a sacred and noble thing, but it also has a material basis. Although the material basis is not everything, but without a material basis is certainly not. The starting point of the parents is nothing but to make their daughter happy. In other words, your parents will be so think. I don't have parents, Lin Dongxue said with a bleak look. Sorry, it's fine, but I don't think it's possible to be happy with people you don't like, right? Yeah, I think more than the existing material base. A truly discerning parent would look at the person's room for growth, i.e., upward mobility. But these things are imaginary, unlike the material base which is visible and tangible. So most parents are so worldly that they only see that relationships can be cultivated, but they don't see that material things are also changeable. Chen Shi reached for the last bunch of roasted golden nymphs, but Lin Dongxue got there first. She frowned and bit into one. Although the texture was strange, but with the spices and fire, it was not difficult to swallow. She waved the small stick in her hand and said, interfering with other people's freedom of love. I think it's wrong. Even if Jiang Mei will regret it later, it's still her own business. Chen Shi laughed. You are right. Chinese parents always treat their children as private property and interfere as a matter of course, which is the root cause of most family tragedies. By the way, I have a house and a car. Oh, Lin Dongxue made a face, as if I would consider you. You have a car. Where is the house? Want to see? Yeah. After eating, Chen Shi carried Lin Dongxue to his residence, came to a piece of the neighborhood. Chen practical key to open the door. I thought that the eyes will be a pigsty like home. Did not expect to push open the door to see. Actually not so messy. The house was a little bigger than expected. Not much decorated. And Chen Shi said, a bachelor's home. Cold and quiet. You actually have a house this big? Lin Dongxue was surprised. What's so strange about getting you a cup of tea? No need. Just drink water. While Chen Shi went to pour water, Lin Dongxue glanced toward the bedroom. The bedroom is the most reflective of a person's taste in life. Chen Shi's bedroom is just a bed, a cabinet, a table, a computer on the table, placed a few crime books, pulling open the cupboard door, which was full of neatly packed clothes. It seemed that he was a man of ordinary habits. When Lin Dongxue closed the cabinet door, Chen Shi appeared next to her with a cup of tea, startling her. Chen Shi laughed. Isn't it addictive to spy on others? Professional habits. The owner of the house is a single middle-aged man with a regular life and no bad habits is probably the conclusion the police would draw if I were ever killed. Blah blah blah. Is there such a thing as talking about yourself? You're a man who doesn't know his scruples. Back in the living room, where there is no TV and it looks a bit cold, Lin Dongxue asked. This case, you have no idea at all? Martyrdom is the key. Even if it was an impromptu murder, why did they pose the deceased as a martyr? It's clear that this won't fool the police, but why did the murderer do it? Lin Dongxue bit her nails and couldn't figure this out either. Also, the reasoning you put forth seems reasonable, but have you verified it? Verify? To verify how? Offender scene reduction. Then let's try. The words came out. Lin Dongxue blushed a little and said, No, there have to be 3 people. It's okay, you play both the dead woman and the murderer. Lin Dongxue was a little hesitant, but once she thought that this was for the case and there was nothing to avoid, she put down her teacup and stood up and said, where to start? Chen Shi also stood up, pushed the coffee table out of the way, pointed to the empty space between the coffee table and the sofa, and said, assuming that this is that cave, it's safe to assume that no other people were present when the 2 men walked into the cave. Lin Dongxue nodded. Chen Shi held out a hand to her. Lin Dongxue hesitated to take it. They came to the cave, which is a bit awkward. People want to laugh, but Chen Shi still a serious act on. Honey, your parents won't allow us to be together, so it looks like we'll have to go this way. Lin Dongxue thought for a moment and said, I hope we can be together in our next life. Chen Shi gestured and pulled out something, stared at Lin Dongxue and said, are you ready? Aha. Chen Shi resumed his usual demeanor and said, how do you think Cheng Chao stuck this needle? The eye of the needle was on Jiang Mei's back, so it should be. Holding her and stabbing her? Do you mind? Chen Shi asked. After understanding what he meant, Lin Dongxue's face burned red to her ears as she shook her head, so Chen Shi reached out and hugged her. The feeling of being embraced in her arms made Lin Dongxue's heart beat wildly. She unconsciously shrunk her body and made a bird-like appearance. She hadn't been hugged like this for a long time, and Chen Shi's embrace made her feel at ease. She didn't know whether she was Lin Dongxue or Jiang Mei now, as if they were really a pair of outlawed lovebirds now. And when Chen Shi pretended to stick that needle in her back, she suddenly had a strong feeling of sadness welling up in her heart. Driven by this mood, she raised her head and kissed Chen Shi on the cheek. Chen Shi was startled by this move of hers. Lin Dongxue was busy separating from him and stammered, I am not. Yeah, kissing. What? Lin Dongxue suspected that she had heard wrong. You still want to? I mean, if 2 people are martyred, surely they would be kissing at the end of their lives when they are so emotional, right? Lin Dongxue's messy thoughts were immediately pulled back to the case. She followed Chen Shi's train of thought and said, if kissing, it will leave DNA in the deceased's mouth, but that doesn't help the case, right? Not necessarily. Lin Dongxue said, are you suspecting that the DNA sample we found in Cheng Chao's room is not actually his own? What did old Peng say? She recalled and repeated what Pengjack had said that afternoon. DNA recovered from the room matches the male victim. Old Peng is a very strict man. He didn't say easily that the dead man was Cheng Chao, because we've encountered this kind of trick before, scattering dander and hair from the dead man's body all over the house, deliberately letting the police find out. We used to? Lin Dongxue caught the words. What do you mean? Who are you guys? The always calm Chen Shur actually panicked for a moment and said, "Nothing, we means I. Don't the hosts of programs on TV often say, let's reveal the secret?" Yes? Lin Dongxue looked skeptical. Could it be that just now, unintentionally, Chen Shur had revealed her past? Let's get on with it. Ah, good. Lin Dongxue's face reddened again. The kiss on Chen Shur's face just now was very light. Could it be that he was not feeling it? She was afraid he'd mention it, and afraid he'd feel nothing. This simulation started after the death of the female victim. Chen Shur stood in the hole. Lin Dongxue stood outside the hole. Chen Shur said, according to your reasoning, what is the male victim doing at this time? Maybe he didn't have the courage to kill himself or was looking at his dead girlfriend. Watching for hours? You told me that the victim had eaten 2 hours earlier. Which means that the female victim died and the male victim ate mindlessly while he was in the cave brewing up his emotions and preparing to kill himself? Lin Dongxue's eyes widened. This was indeed a hole in her reasoning. Maybe he doesn't want to die? Doesn't want to die. Then he's guilty of murder. And there's no way he doesn't know the consequences. Try to reverse your idea that the male victim wasn't even in the cave at this time, because he wasn't even the one who was martyred. Lin Dongxue was dismayed. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and fearfully followed Chen Shur's train of thought. The martyr didn't have the courage to commit suicide and left? After a few hours, this current male victim came in. The male victim was attacked from the front, proving that he was defenseless against the murderer. Who was the murderer? Why did they come to this cave? Was it a coincidence? The murderer was a martyr who turned back afterward. He knew that once the identity of the female victim was found out by the police, he would be committing murder himself, so he had to kill to silence her. That's right, Chen Shur snapped his fingers. He killed this witness who had inadvertently intruded and disfigured the faces of both the witness and his girlfriend. And when he was arranging the corpses, he subconsciously arranged the two of them as if they were martyred and made them hold hands, because he subconsciously believed that the disfigured male was a stand-in for himself. And in this way he was able to get away with it. Chen Shur's reasoning was so perfect that it was impossible to pick faults. Lin Dongxue admired it to the extreme, but then raised a doubt. Your reasoning is based on the fact that the male deceased is not Cheng Chao. That's going to have to be proven by forensic means. Call Captain Peng now. Lin Dongxue made a phone call, and after Captain Peng heard her request, he said faintly, "You're with him?" Yes. Call him." Chen Shur answered the phone, and Peng Siju said, "How do you see it?" "Yes. In fact, when Dongxue brought the samples in this afternoon, I was a little suspicious. The skin flakes in the room should have been flaked off naturally, but there were tiny traces of blood on those flakes, which seemed to have been thwarted from a human being. The hairs in the samples with follicles were very intact, and it is impossible for naturally fallen hairs to be so intact. So I went to examine the body, and found that the dead man's scalp had been plucked off with a piece of hair. So what you tested was actually the deceased's own DNA, not Cheng Chao's? That's what I suspected. Then I'll trouble you to take a little more trouble. You guys pay attention to the insurance measures." After speaking in a calm tone, Pang Zhu hung up the phone. This old Pang. Chen Shur smiled. What did he say? Lin Dongxue took the phone. He did also suspect that the samples were fake, so it seems highly likely that the murderer is Cheng Chao. Have you seen any new suspicions? New suspicions? The deceased is not Cheng Chao, but that Ensu is flat out lying about him being dead. I'm afraid he's not lying, but he and Cheng Chao are love rivals. Why should he help him? That's up to you to dig up the truth. It's getting late. I'll take you home. Riding in Chen Shur's car, the two had no words all the way. Lin Dongxue was still thinking about that kiss just now. She peeked at Chen Shur a few times, and his look of indifference and concentration on driving made her a little angry. She laughed a little inside. It was hard to believe that she really liked him. Spending time with Chen Shur, she felt relaxed and happy every time. She could always show her true side, but she always thought that it was just friendship. But what did the other person think? So annoying. Just now, Chen Shur spoke. Lin Dongxue sat up straight all of a sudden. What just now? I missed one point just now. The person who was able to leave the dead man's hair and dander in Cheng Chao's house is definitely someone who can come in and out of his house at will. Oh, Lin Dongxue was resentful in her heart. Still talking about the case. So annoying. Arrived. Lin Dongxue got out of the car and asked him, "Are you coming to help us tomorrow? See if I'm busy." "You're not working. I really don't know what you're up to." "Humph. Come if you like. Get an early night and I'll try to come by." After Chen Shur left, Lin Dongxue's heart was empty, a little less eager to go home. The next morning, Lin Dongxue to work. A police car opened to the door of the city council. From the license plate is not the city. 2 police officers from the car to bring down a prisoner. Lin Dongxue asked the other police what is going on. They replied that a suspicious-looking fellow had been caught in those mountains and might be connected with the case. Lin Xiaopu was very attentive to this matter. Personally interrogated. The suspect claimed to be a hobo in Saoji. Because of a forestry boss has a problem. So he quietly touched the mountain. Take the potion to corrode the roots of that boss. Lin Xiaopu took out the photo of the dead woman and asked, "Do you recognize this person?" The other looked at it for a while, shook his head and said, "I don't recognize it." The end of the morning's interrogation. Lin Xiaopu walked out discouraged. The suspect dead and alive do not admit in murder related. From his attitude is also really do not know. He is only in the fishing big fish inadvertently caught a small shrimp. Such things happen all the time in criminal cases. And Peng Siju also had the results. After receiving the call, Lin Dongxue ran there with gusto and asked, "Captain Peng, did you find the DNA?" "No." Peng Siju threw the report on the table. "It's been too long. The salivary enzymes have lost their activity, and the DNA of the second person can't be extracted." Just as Lin Dongshue's heart sank, Peng Siju pushed up his glasses and said slowly, "But," Lin Dongxue let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Captain Peng, finish your sentence in one breath, okay? What exactly did you find out?" Pengjack picked up the already cold coffee on the table and said, "Before that, I'd like to hear Qin Shi's reasoning." Lin Dongxue was very helpless, but the official was a big man. She didn't have the power to order Peng Siju, so she had to tell Qin Shi's reasoning one by one. After listening, Peng Siju nodded his head. "It's worthy of him, the words are not shocking, and the angles are tricky every time. Captain Peng, listening to the way you two refer to each other, how come it seems like you're good friends? But this reasoning seems perfect, but there is a hole in it." The martyr turned back after a few hours. Why did he come back? Did he come back to kill himself? If so, then there was no need for him to kill the witnesses again. Obviously not back to kill himself. He probably came back to dispose of his girlfriend's body. What made him give up the idea of suicide? Is it possible that from the beginning he did not intend to kill himself? Well, Captain Peng, don't hang me up. Tell me what you found. Peng Siju then returned to the topic and said, "The number of bacteria in the female deceased's mouth is well above the average, meaning that there's a high probability that she had kissed someone before she died. But the number of bacteria in the male victim's mouth is below average. One more thing, the male deceased had a slight oral inflammation. If he had kissed the female deceased, then a large amount of blood Streptococcus and Helicobacter pylori must have been left in the female deceased's mouth. But we didn't find it in the female deceased's mouth. That means the two of them haven't kissed. I should say that it was another person who kissed the female victim." Lin Dongxue perked up. Qin Shi's reasoning was right. The murderer was a martyr. It was Cheng Chao. She immediately told this discovery to Lin Xiaopu. Lin Xiaopu at this time is still immersed in the frustration of catching the wrong person. Listening to Lin Dongxue finished, then let the task force to adjust the direction. Go all out to find the whereabouts of Cheng Chao. This search, another 2 days, Cheng Chao seems to have evaporated, during which the real identity of the male deceased was confirmed. His name is Zhang Xiang, is an ordinary white-collar worker in Longyan City. Continuous rotation for a few days, making Lin Dongxue physically and mentally exhausted. This day after work, she saw Chen Shi's car parked outside. Colleagues joked, "Your boyfriend came to pick you up." Lin Dongxue blushed, got into the car, and said, "By the way?" "No." Asking what progress you've made? Cheng Chao seems to have disappeared. Could they have fled out of town? That's impossible. His personal information has been sent to all departments of transportation. Chen Shi smiled and took a thermos bucket. Lin Dongxue opened it and saw that it was fragrant chicken porridge, causing her to burst into ecstasy. "I had nothing to do this afternoon, so I tasted it. I've been sharing a little of the work for you, and I went to see Anshu today." Looking for him for what? Lin Dongxue ate the chicken kanji, which tasted very fresh. Curious, didn't we reason out before that Ansu might be lying? I found out something. Although Ansu is the son of a company boss, but his family's company seems to be not too prosperous recently. Ansu himself also owes money. Yes? I asked him if he knew where Cheng Chao was, and he obviously acted a little nervous. But, in reason, it's impossible for him to be toward Cheng Chao, right? Or is it something else? Ever notice he's wearing a gold necklace? Noted. I added his Twitter and from his previous life photos, I found out that he bought this gold necklace recently. Lin Dongxue was even more confused. Was this related to Cheng Chao's disappearance? Without further ado, let's get you home and I'll make another trip to him tomorrow. Hey, you don't want to run around too much. I'm afraid if he knows anything, you'll spook him. You're still not comfortable with my questioning skills? Chen Shi blinked. Send Lin Dongxue to the residence. Chen Shi then drove home, waiting for the red light when he opened the microblogging to look at a moment, and found that Ansu has an additional suspicious microblogging, which says, out of the mix sooner or later. If you are a shrinking turtle again, to ensure that you will not be able to eat a pocket to go, Chen suddenly had a flash of insight. So he called Lin Dongxue, but she never answered. When the green light was on, he threw down the phone and immediately drove toward Ensu's residence. Ensu lives in a piece of upscale neighborhood. When Chen came to the neighborhood, he saw a car driving out. The person in the car is Ensu. He immediately reversed the car, parked the car under the shadow of a piece of tree, and when Ensu left, he tailed up. He dialed Lin Xiaopu's phone and said briefly, "Do you want to solve the case?" "What?" Lin Xiaopu's tone was bewildered. "I'm sending you the coordinates now. Send someone to follow my car. The suspect may show up later." Without giving Lin Xiaopu a chance to answer, Chen directly hung up the phone. He tracks Ansiok all the way. Ansiok stops near an ATM machine. A man holding a bag gets into the car, and then the two leave. A chase. They came to a secluded road. The front car suddenly stopped. The two people in the car out of the car. Chen narrowed his eyes. "Look alert." He put his cell phone into his underwear pocket. Also out of the car. After seeing Chen face, and Su laughed. "Who did I think it was?" It turns out to be that policeman from the morning. The other person beside him, wearing a sweatshirt and a hood, his whole face shrouded in shadow. Chen Practical pointed his chin at him and said, "Your boyfriend." "Ha? Get out. Your name is Chung Chao, right? Don't hide it. I know what you look like." That youth froze for a moment and slowly removed his hood. It was Jiang Mei's boyfriend Chung Chao. Chen continued. "What was that bag you just carried into the car? Money? If I'm not wrong, the reason why Ensu was willing to help you lie and cover up is because you bought him off. Although I don't know how you suddenly became rich, but that's the only reasonable answer." "You're so smart," Cheng Chao said. "It's almost like a detective in a novel. Want to hear my story? Wash your ears. I've been dating Mei for 2 years and I love her very much and she loves me. Don't mention her in front of me. It's disgusting." And Su roared violently. "Can you stop interrupting?" Chen said. And Su rolled his eyes, went to the side, lit a cigarette, and squatted on the curb. Cheng Chao continued. He was disliked by Xiao Mei's parents because of his family's situation, and when he went to her home for dinner that day, her mother asked a lot of tricky questions, and her father even said a lot of unpleasant things. Cheng Chao could not believe that such a mercenary couple would actually give birth to a daughter like an angel. Xiao Mei does not know. Later her father also found Cheng Chao, gave him a sum of money to tell him to leave Xiao Mei. Not too much. Perhaps he thought that this 100,000 yuan will be able to make a poor boy dead. Cheng Chao of course did not agree. Xiao Mei's father then pointed at his nose and cursed that with his connections, he could tell Cheng Chao to not be able to mix at all in Longdon City. Soon after, Xiao Mei's other suitor, Ensu, who was her door-to-door match, came to her door, beat Cheng Chao up, and smashed his computer, which contained paintings he had been working on for a long time, and which were his heart's blood. Cheng Chao hates this unjust world, but what can he do? He is a poor man. In those months, with Mei's family hounding them, the two were in so much pain that they had the idea of martyrdom. Cheng Chao knows it's selfish, but Mei says that she can't live a day without him, so she might as well just die. Cheng Chao bought syringes and a drug called succinylcholine online, and the two of them came to the deserted mountains of Tsaoji on a sunny day. When they were in college before, Cheng Chao and his friends had come here to play, and they knew that there was a hidden cave here, which was very suitable for them to be their final burial place. Finally arriving at the cave, the pair of outlawed lovebirds embraced each other, hoping to be together in their next life. As Cheng Chao gritted his teeth and stabbed Xiao Mei with a syringe before injecting the rest of the medicine into himself. Speaking of which, he rolled up his sleeve and showed Chen a pinhole in his arm. He had a dream, couldn't remember what it was, then woke up and crawled to the side of the cave and vomited. Cheng Chao thought he was in hell at first, and when he turned around and saw Mei's stiff body, he realized he wasn't dead, and Mei had long since breathed her last. Cheng Chao wants to cry. Why can't he even succeed in dying? He plans to jump off the cliff and kill himself, but he is not willing to be separated from Xiao Mei after death. He just sat there in the cave for an hour when he suddenly received a message that a random lottery ticket he had bought 2 days before had won the top prize, a $20 million jackpot. He knelt down and cried. Why is God so cruel to play such a joke? When he finally had the capital to marry Xiao Mei, but Xiao Mei was no longer alive. He got up and he was going to claim his prize and get back at the people who had looked down on him in the past with a vengeance. Just then, a man dressed as a hiker enters the cave and sees the woman on the ground. He is surprised and asks why, and Cheng Chao lies that his girlfriend is sick and asleep. The man was quite enthusiastic and was ready to call an ambulance on his cell phone. When Cheng Chao thought in a flash that once what happened here was known to the outside world, he would be guilty of murder, and the $20 million would disappear. So then, the moment the man dialed his cell phone, he copped a rock and smashed it in his face, then pinned him to the ground and slammed him hard again and again until he stopped moving. That memory, in his own words, was a blank, as if a wild beast dominated him. Returning to his senses, the wood has been turned into a boat, and a disfigured corpse lies on the ground. Chang Chao scratches his hair vigorously, thinking about what to do with this situation. And so on. The man was about the same age as himself, and with May's body, didn't the two just happen to be a couple who had been martyred? Thinking of this, he swapped clothes with the man and placed him and May together. And considering that the later the police identified the dead man, the harder it would be to solve the case, and that he still had to destroy May's face, he smashed her face with tears in his eyes. After faking the scene, he left in the night to collect the $20 million that was his. The feeling of having money is like a dream. That night he drank, bar, looking for women, a throw of money. The world that was once full of malice to him all of a sudden showed a bright smile. So this is the world of the rich. The world of the rich is too good. Waking up from his hangover, he thinks of something horrible. The police had DNA technology and would know in a heartbeat that the dead man wasn't him. He had to think of something else, and thinking of that, he ran there again, where the body was still, unnoticed, and plucked off the hair of the male victim, and thwarted some scraps of skin from him, and took them to his own lodgings, and scattered them there for the police to find. Since Chang Chao had disappeared, he wasn't going to come back here, and as he was about to leave, he bumped into Ensu, who had a furious look on his face. Ensu pushes him against the wall and questions him about where Xiaomei has gone. She's been missing for a day and the family has gone crazy looking for her everywhere. Chang Chao has always been afraid of Ensu. Under the threat of his force, he even wimped out and told him about Xiaomei's death. When Ensu raised his fist to punch him in the face, he suddenly said, "I'll give you money, okay? Please keep it a secret." Ensu snorted, "How much can you give me, poor man? How about $1 million? Ensu can't believe that when Chang Chao really transfers him $1 million, the man's attitude shifts 180 degrees, and not only is he willing to help Chang Chao cover it up, but he also makes some suggestions, such as putting the money into a card not in his name to prevent it from being detected by the police. It feels so good to have money. One is like the protagonist of a web article. Chang Chao felt that he had been unlucky for more than 20 years, and finally the time had come when Xiaomei's body was slowly rotting in the deep mountains, and he was waving his money around in some rotten and luxurious corner of the city, enjoying the stimulation of his senses. Of course, during this period, Ensu also accompanied him a few times to play together, and this male son knew quite a few good places, and he didn't ask Chang Chao for money. Now there is a new face in this extravagant dream. "How much are you going to ask for?" Chang Chao asked with a cold smile. "You think money can buy me?" Chen Shur asked. Chang Chao used his thumb to point towards Ensu. "Look at him. What was his attitude towards me in the past? And what is his attitude towards me now? I see everything now. Everything is fake. Only money is real. Go TMD love. In the past I felt how good Xiaomei is because I only have her. Now I just dump a handful of money. Women stick up themselves. Son, if you spend money like that, $20 million won't stand up to spending. Doesn't matter. Get over it and die. My life is worth it anyway." Chen Shur heard the sound of a car in the distance. He took out his police officer's license, opened it, but it was empty. He said, "In fact, I'm not a police officer at all." The corners of Chang Chao's mouth slowly opened, then opened his hands and laughed at the sky. "My luck is really invincible. I am the chosen son. The chosen son." Ensu, who was on the side, saw his face and was so angry that he threw his cigarette butt on the ground. Chang Chao stopped laughing and asked, "Say, how much do you want?" "Under $1 million. I'll give it to you now." "Son, you misunderstood. I mean the real police are on their way. I was just stalling for time." The sound of the car is getting closer and closer, and Su panicked and shouted, "Go go go," and Chang Chao fled back to the car. Chen Shur also nimbly got into the car, before their car was started. From the back of a hard crash, knocked the car away a few meters, disliked to the roadside, and Su fire, a foot throttle a foot brake, and then released at the same time. High-speed rotation of the wheels to the ground, gravel constantly bounced backward out of the car, hit Chen Shur's front end. The windshield Quaching broke. Chen Shur car airbags were popped out of the huge trembling so that his brain buzzing. Forehead was also broken, glass ballast scratched out of the blood. Still, Chen Shur did not give up, and with a kick of the gas, he knocked the other car across the road. At this time, the police car drove from both sides, surrounded them to death. Chen Shur, long sigh of relief, put his head on the airbag, peacefully fainted. Chen Chan really woke up on the hospital bed, found that the surrounding is full of flowers. The fragrance of flowers in the bushes is Lin Dongshue's lovely smiling face. See him wake up. She reached out with a hand towel for him to wipe the sweat on the forehead, laughed and said, "Wake up, big hero? Even if you guys don't send me home, at least don't leave me at the flower store? Fuck you. These are all the flowers everyone sent you. some from our team, some from the family of the deceased. Oh, there is also the director sent someone to send. You face is really big. None for you? Why should I give you flowers? You haven't given me any yet. Chenshur casually picked one and handed it to her, flying an eye breeze in the process. Lin Dongshue's face reddened a bit and said, "Go go go. I don't want it. You're saving yourself." "Fine. I'll keep it to myself. How's the case going?" "It's been interrogated. Want to hear about it?" "I've asked before. Aside from the matter of winning the lottery, your reasoning is basically completely correct. It's really unexpected that Ansu was actually bribed. Money talks. That boy seems to be ruined these days, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, and was also brought by Ansu to get addicted to drugs. He also said that he has been poor for most of his life, and he got high for 7 days, which is enough, and the shooting is worth it. I really don't understand how a person who seemed so ideal and conscientious in the past could fall into such a state all of a sudden. A sociologist once said that as bad as the world is, it might only get worse if you turned the poor man and the rich man upside down. Maybe he was good by nature, but just hadn't survived the temptation. Like an overnourished plant rots at the roots. The lottery is a bad thing, depending on who wins. If it's me, my nature won't change. Bah! I don't believe it. Chenshur suddenly sat up. "Where's my car?" "Don't worry. It's been sent for repair, and in a couple of days it'll be as good as new. It's hard to lie down. Why are you wrapping me in so many bandages? Treating me like a mummy? Go get the nurse to come and remove them." But the doctor said, "Don't believe the doctor." Lin Dongshue had no choice. Went to find a doctor. The doctor diagnosed that you can go home to rest and recuperate. So he gave a part of the bandage to be removed. Chenshur put on his clothes, ready to go to pay the medical bills. Lin Dongshue laughed. "There is no need for you to pay. The team has already helped you pay. It looks like I've made this injury worthwhile. My brother told me to tell you that you're not to go alone next time. Who's going to be responsible if you get killed?" At this time Chenshur's cell phone rang. He put the phone next to his ear, listening to the eyes wider and wider. Lin Dongshue thought it was something happened in his family. When hanging up the phone, Chenshur suddenly picked her up and spun around, shouting, "Great!" Then he ran off in a huff, as mad as Fan Jean in the middle. "Hey, hey!" Lin Dongshue called did not call, helplessly bitter smile, just been picked up by him feeling like she kinda like it. Half an hour later, Chenshur came to another hospital in the city, took Tao Yeye's hand and stood in front of the doctor, constantly confirming, "You mean, this disease of hers will never come back, right?" The doctor said, "Yes, the index has dropped dramatically, and the improvement is possible because she is younger and has recovered well, and because it was caught and treated early. But you still have to come in for regular checkups, and also, the medicines, remember to take them." "Thank you so much." Chenshur looked at Tao Yeye and asked, Yeah, what do you want to eat?" "Uncle Chen, I want to eat beef noodles." "Walk." Sending away a recovering cancer patient. The doctor smiled heartily, then suddenly remembered something and said aloud at the back of the two men, "Hey, you can't eat too spicy and greasy food during the recovery period." Coming outside, seeing the long-lost scenery and breathing fresh air, Tao Yeye was very happy, but there was one regrettable thing. She touched her bare little head and said, "Her hair has all fallen out, just like the nuns in the temple." "Look, what has Uncle Chen prepared for you?" Chenshur pulled out a goose-colored braided hat like a trick, with 2 fake braids hanging down from the ends. After putting it on, Tao Yeye rejoiced and said, "Thank you, Uncle Chen. Come on, let's eat." "Why aren't you driving today? Did you sell your car to cure me?" "The car is being repaired. You're so small, and the doctor said the cure would only be half price." "Liar, I have heard it all. To cure me spent a lot of money it." Tao Yeye suddenly did not laugh. "Uncle Chen, this money I will grow up later. Will return you." Okay, I'll wait for you to grow up." Chenshur reached out and scratched her nose. When crossing the street, Chenshur held Tao Yeye in his arms, and after several years of illness, she didn't seem to have gained any weight at all. At the moment holding this little girl, Chenshur's thoughts jumped back to a few years ago, when only 5 years old Tao Yeye, sitting in the closet without saying a word, witnessed her mother being killed. She was the only eyewitness in the case of Zhou Xiaoxiao, and the police never announced her existence to the public, so it can be said that she is a reversal of the ace in the hole. Later, when she fell ill with cancer, Chenshur had thought for a while that God had abandoned him and that his best efforts to save her had finally paid off. It seems that people don't have bad luck all the time, and they don't have good luck all the time, and maybe it's true, as some metaphysicians say, that people's qi is constant. Tao Yeye's recovery would probably be a turnaround, he thought, but after living as Chenshur for so long, he had long since thought of himself as Chenshur, and that person called Song Lang seemed to have been a past life. So he really didn't know which identity he would choose to live as on the day when it all ended. Tao Yaya asked, Uncle Chen, where will I live from now on? Stay at my house. Won't Auntie be upset? Which is nothing, Auntie. You should be in school in a while. You've fallen behind on your homework quite a bit, haven't you? Tao Yaya deflated unhappily. But I don't want to go to school. That won't work either. The case came to a peaceful end. And late that night, the entire station was empty, with only the lights of the technical squadron still on. The blood sample in Pang Siju's hand was the one collected from Chen Shi's car after he crashed that day, and he was in an apprehensive mood at the moment. His hands kept clenching and releasing. The buzzing of the instrument stopped. The computer slowly read out the DNA information. The two sets of profiles overlapped together. The light of the screen reflected on Pang Siju's lenses. Finally read out. The top popped up the match 100% message. Pang Siju stared at the appraisal results in disbelief, his fists slowly clenching as he muttered under his breath, Song Lang, it's really you, it really is you. Tears slowly filled his eyes. Lin Xiaopu was dealing with a few documents in his office, a cup of black tea on the table, a rare clean morning. This purity didn't last long before it was interrupted by the intrusion of an answering officer, who knocked on the door and walked in, saying, Team Lin, a man's body was found in Wui Xinsuan. Got it. I'll take care of it right away. He dialed an internal phone number for Constable Lao Zhang, and when he found that no one answered, he called his cell phone and said, Lao Zhang, a man's body was found in Wui Xinsuan. Take someone over there to deal with it. Old Zhang said, Team Lin, my granddaughter has a fever today and is home on leave, so look for my apprentice Xiao Li. So Lin Xiaopu called Li again, and Li said, Team Lin, I'm assisting the fire department with a retaliation arson case. Su Xiaodong's voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm at the fire station too. Okay, I'll find someone else. Called a round of phone calls. Today is really a coincidence. Everyone has something. Finally he dialed Lin Dongshua's phone. The phone is not answered. He panicked, dialed several times, only to realize that the ringing of the cell phone is coming from the outside office. It turned out that Lin Dongshua's cell phone thrown in the unit charging. He asked a civilian police officer Lin Dongshua where to go. The other side said, take leave to attend a traffic safety class to go. What's she doing there? Oh, I forgot. Her license is still impounded. Caught in the predicament of having no soldiers available, Lin Xiaopu hesitated for a while, thinking about picking up his cell phone, dialing a number and immediately hanging up. He muttered to himself, I really don't want to beg this guy. Then as soon as he was ruthless enough to dial the phone, Chen Shi's voice with a smile came from his cell phone. Captain Lin, looking for me for something? Where are you now? People's Road East. Is East Rinmen Road, close to Wui Xinsuan? 5 minutes. What's up? Got a case? A male body was found in May 1st New Village. Can you help me deal with it first? It might take a while for my men to get there. It's rush hour and the roads are jammed. They don't have to come. I'll get the body back. Hey, you outsider, don't mess around. Don't worry. I know the process. Lin Xiaopu mumbled and said, I owe you a favor. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm done. Ha ha, dinner is waived. Just give the bonus. Chen Shi hung up the phone. In the afternoon he took Tao Yeye to a school to talk about transferring to another school, and bought some vegetables on the way. Sitting in the passenger seat, Tao Yeye was unhappy. Her mouth pouted so much that she could hang a kettle of oil. The content of the phone call just now was overheard by her. Tao Yeye said, Uncle Chen, you're helping the police with the case again? Yeah, am I being facetious? Humph. Tao Yeye remembered that she was still in a foul mood and turned her face away. Chen Shi turned the car into a neighborhood and showed the property owner his credentials, the cover of the consultant's card, and the security guard rejoiced. Oops, you guys are here? The neighborhood is blowing up inside. Where's the car parked? Just park over here. Chen Shi stopped the car. Tao Yeye nimbly pushed the door to get out, and he said, you stay in the car. I don't, I want to see it too. What kind of cop brings a kid on a case? You're not a cop. Go back to the car, Chen Shi ordered. Tao Yeye pointed at the security guard not far away. If you don't take me with you, I'll tell him that you're a fake cop. Chen Shi sighed helplessly and said, You be good. How about this? I promise you that I'll raise a hamster at home, okay? No good. Threats and lures are useless. Seeing how stubborn this little girl is, Chen Shi helplessly smiled bitterly and said, No touching. Leaving fingerprints is a very troublesome thing. Yes, SIR, said Tao Yeye with an uncharacteristic salute. Chen Shi took out $50. Told her to go to the door of the convenience store to buy some plastic bags and rubber gloves over, and then the security guard toward the place where the body was found. While walking, the security guard briefly said the situation. The body was found in a hotel located in a small area of the slop bucket. Someone came to collect slop in the afternoon. Lifting the bucket was found particularly heavy. It took a stick to stir. This stirred out an arm out. Can be the parties were frightened. What about the person who found the body? Chen Shi asked. Here it is. We knew you guys would have to ask when you got here, so we didn't let him go. Why are you guys alone? Traffic jam. Other people will come a little later. Understood. Came to the door of that restaurant. Found a circle of people. All diners dining here. Heard that there is a body in the slop bucket. They have put down their chopsticks. The manager to find out. Demand a refund. The manager was surrounded by a large group of people. Is anxious to explain. The security guard said, I'll bring the manager here? Looking at that scene, Chen Shi didn't want to be a target and shook his head. No need. Let's go directly to the corpse. The kitchen has a back door. Stopped working chefs are gathered there to smoke and chat. Found the body. Their faces instead overflowing with a kind of gloating happy energy. Chen Shi looked toward the dark kitchen. A tarpaulin lying on a slightly swollen short fat man. He asked, You guys moved? One of the cooks replied, Yes. Moved directly by hand? Still got your feet? Ha? Chen Shi shook his head inside, saying, Where's the slop bucket? That's it. There was a half-full slop bucket next to it. Why is it so dark in the house? The light was out and I was about to get it fixed when this happened. A noise came from the crowd. No children allowed. Chen Shi said, With me. The chefs watched in amazement as Tao Yu squeezed in through the crowd and handed Chen Shi the gloves and plastic bag. She had bought herself a smaller pair as well and was already wearing them on her hands. She held them up and smiled triumphantly. What are you wearing that for? Investigate the case. Take it off and you'll take my picture. Will you, wherever I say? Yes, sir. Chen Shi connected to the Wi-Fi here. Opened the video communication and connected to Lin Xiupu. The image presented to Lin Xiupu was a man lying in a mass of pitch blackness. He complained, It's too dark. No lights. Make do. Why is the corpse so dirty? Chen Shi moved the camera to Tao Yeye. Who is this child? It was found in the slop bucket. She is Tao Yu. Who is Tao Yu? And with a child. Will you get serious for me? I'll just solve the case for you. You can solve the case? Lin Xiupu looked disdainful. Don't believe me? Bet. No. Don't bet on it. Chen Shi laughed as he told Tao Yeye to take a picture, not to miss every inch of the ground around him, and then turned to the body finder, the slop collector, and asked, What time was the discovery made? 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You come here every day at this time to collect slop? Yes. I have to run 3 hotels in total, with fixed routes and times, and since the pig farm is far away, I have to stagger through the rush hour. You collect all the slop every day? Yes. Yesterday afternoon too? Here we go. 4 o'clock too. Chen Shi asked the chef again, How long will it take to fill such a big bucket? The chef replied, Don't look at the size of this bucket. It's half full once the meal is over, especially for dinner, when guests order more soup. Normally the bucket sits outside? Yes. It is stinky and heavy. How can it be put in the house? Anyway, no one steals. Today at noon when I poured the leftovers into it, I found that this bucket was full, so I poured it in the other buckets. How did I know that there was a person soaking in this bucket? In the video, Lin Xiupu said, It looks like the person was put in there last night. Pull up the surveillance. Chen Shi explained that the security guards to look for the surveillance from 8 o'clock last night to 6 o'clock this morning. And by the way, ask colleagues if they have seen any suspicious people carrying large boxes or pushing a car in. Then Chen Shi set the phone with the video on the stovetop and picked up the hose. And Lin Xiupu said, Hey, don't flush it with water. The bodies have long been contaminated and covered with slop. And you're going to have old Panga say them all? Aren't you afraid of tiring him out? Lin Xiupu was speechless for a while and said, Be careful. Chen Shi opened the faucet and rinsed the body clean. The deceased is a man of about 50 years old, short and fat, shaved, all naked, wearing only a pair of red underpants. The left foot has a white sock. Tao Yeye eyed the corpse and said, This uncle seems sad. Yeah, can you not be sad when you get killed? Lin Xiupu said in the cell phone. Don't jump to conclusions. Can you be more serious about investigating the case? What's the point of bringing a child? Is this an image that a child can watch? Team Lin, watch quietly from the side. Don't command me. I'm not under you, Chen Shi said. Lin Xiupu was so angry that he was speechless. Chen Shi squatted down, took the palm of the deceased's hand with his rubber-gloved hand and looked at it, saying, Team Lin, record this. The deceased should have worked in a clerical job. The wear and tear on the fingers and nails would only be left by someone who has been using a computer for a long time. And this body type would only be found by someone who has not been exercising for a long time. He came close to the dead man's face and sniffed it, continuing, What a heavy odor of alcohol. He should have drank or been poured with alcohol before he died. Are you sure it's not the smell of slop? Lin Xiupu, who was temporarily acting as a recorder, said, Just come over here and smell it. How do I get by? Chen flipped the eyelids of the deceased. The pupils were already cloudy and cataractic, and he pinched the muscles of the deceased's upper limbs and said, since the deceased had been moved, the body spots were not deposited, but from all indications, the time of death was about 24 hours. Sure, can't go wrong. What about the cause of death? Chen practical a finger to pick open the mouth of the deceased. Outside the chef see the situation or frowned. Tao Yeye but squatting on the side to see very seriously, but also pointed out, Uncle Chen, there is sand in his mouth. Chen nodded and raised his volume. There is a small amount of mud and foam with pink blood in the mouth. The skin is slightly wrinkled, and I just found mud residue in the nail crevices as well. It seems to be drowning. You just said you were killed. Lin Xiaopu caught the gag. Chen ignored it and went to touch the bones of the dead man's upper body with both hands. Due to the fact that the dead man's fat was slightly thicker, he had to use a bit of force to touch the bones. Tao Yeye asked, this uncle is so fat, how did he drown? Being fat may not float him, and besides, there's someone standing on the shore beating him with a stick. What did you say? Lin Xiaopu alerted. There were multiple skeletal injuries to the shoulder blades, ribs, collar bones, and skull, all concentrated on the upward-facing side of the deceased, indicating that someone was standing on the shore and struck him hard enough to cause him to sink into the water, resulting in drowning. It's murder. Lin Xiaopu was shocked. Wait, there is a bruise on the abdomen. This shape. Chen heard a crunching sound, and when he looked up to find Tao Yeye eating a cucumber, he said, where did you get it? On the table? There's a lot of it. I'm hungry, Tao Yeye said with an innocent face, taking another bite. Chen laughed, told Tao Yeye to give him the newly purchased cell phone. He first hit a flash to the abdomen of the deceased to take a picture, and then the cell phone as a ruler to measure the length and width of the wound. He said, it is a shoe print, 24 centimeters long. Converted down to the person's height should be 175 to 180, maybe a male. He turned the body over and said to Tao Yeye, turn around, it's not suitable for children. I don't. Chen really cannot help her. Pulled down the deceased's underwear, found some bruises in the waist. This bruise is relatively uniform. He said, the deceased was that kick to the wall. Waist hit the wall. Shouldn't it be a kick down the drain? Lin Xiaopu said, that's true. That would mean that the murderer and the deceased had an argument first, and then the murderer threw the deceased overboard, and then fished out again, stripped naked and dumped the body? It's true, Lin Xiaopu said. The security guard came in and said that he had found some clues, and Chen nodded, wrapped the body in several layers of bags, and asked the cook to help carry it to the car and put it in the back seat. The back seat had originally placed the vegetables that had been bought back. Chen estimated that he couldn't cook tonight, so he raised them and handed them over to the chef, saying, just now the brat ate one of your cucumbers. You guys can take these vegetables. We're afraid we won't be able to open today. The chef smiled bitterly, but took it anyway. Excuse me, let me ask, is the restaurant going to be closed for a few days? It's fine. Business as usual. It's not a murder scene there. Lin Xiaopu, who was pocketed by Chen exclaimed, don't trespass. Chen just pretended not to hear, and added, by the way, the slop bucket stays. Cover it and don't move. Afterward there will be police coming over to take evidence, and there may be exhibits inside. Understood, understood. This officer, you're really fast at handling cases. After the cooks left, Tao Yeye pointed at the car and asked, is this uncle going to sleep with us tonight? No, he'll sleep at the police station. Will the police cut him up? Yeah, that's called an autopsy. It's for solving crimes. Poor uncle. Don't say that to a child. Lin Xiaopu yelled from his pocket. Chen took out his cell phone, said no traffic, and cut off the video. Chen confirmed that the car was locked, took off his rubber gloves and threw them into the trash can. And Tao Yeye came to the security room, where the security guard who had just led the way pointed to a young security guard and said, Xiao Wang was on duty last night, and he said that he saw two people come in carrying a large box. Security guard Wang said, a man and a woman. The woman was wearing mink with leather pants underneath and dyed hair. Where are the men? Very common. What do you mean very common? How tall? Not as tall as me. Chen visually measured his height and it looked like the man was less than 170. He asked, you didn't stop them at that time? I had something going on at the time. Playing League of Legends? It's the king's honor. Chen laughed and said, show me the surveillance. Open the surveillance. Chen fast-forwarded to that time period, and sure enough, a man and a woman came in. The two pushed a particularly large box. The man wore a down jacket and a hat. The woman wore framed glasses, and her appearance was very fuzzy. About 15 minutes later the two men came out again, still pushing the crate, but this time with apparently less effort. presumably because its contents had been thrown away. Chen wrote a mailbox on the paper and said, "Send that copy of the video you just made to this mailbox. And also, this is a murder case, and the court will be in session afterward, and you may be called as a witness. So cooperate then. Is there money to take?" The security guard, Wang, asked. "No money, but it will be in the papers and on the news." I'll go. The car in which the body was placed is temporarily resting in the neighborhood. Chen threw the car keys to the security guards, explaining that when the other police come, the car keys will be given to them. And then Tao Yeye walked out of the neighborhood on foot. Tao Yeye asked, "Why don't you drive?" "You guess." "Well, the suitcase was so big it must have been exhausting to lug around. So the killer must have lived nearby." Correction. They are not necessarily murderers, just body dumpers. Suppose they drove here? Is that a possibility? Tao Yeye shook her head. If they had driven a car, they would have driven right in like we did. There's no need to carry a big box. So smart. Chen patted her head. Tao Yeye smelled the aroma of egg pancakes outside the neighborhood and said, "Uncle Chen, I'm hungry. Didn't you just eat a cucumber? It's not like cucumbers are good for hunger. And I'm in the middle of my growth spurt. Don't you know that?" "Good." Chen walked over to the stall selling egg pancakes and asked for two, asking the stall owner in passing, "Is there any place around here that only opens at night?" The owner of the stall was an older sister who took a look at Chen and asked, "What do you want?" "Investigate the case. I'm a cop. Cops and a kid. The kind of place you're talking about. The street up ahead on the left. Fits the bill the best." "What is that place?" "You'll know when you go to." "Here, your omelet." "Eating an egg dunk," Tao Yeye said. "The game of pretending to be a policeman is so much fun." "What pretense?" "I am." "Lying noses are meant to get longer. I'll let you in on a secret. I'm actually an undercover cop." Tao Yeye looked at him left and right and said, "Liar, you're not handsome." "Is there a connection?" "In the movies, the undercover agents are all very good looking. Less of those hit and run movies. That's what you adults do. You can't talk down to kids, so you put up a fight." "Fine, I'll admit defeat." "Okay?" "Wow, a hamster." Tao Yeye ran to a stall selling hamsters and squatted there, smiling at the hamster running around in its cage. And the stall owner advised, "Buy one for your daughter. Look how much she likes it." "He's not my father. She's not my daughter." Both said it almost simultaneously. The stall owner wore an awkward smile on his face, speculating on the relationship between the two. Tao Yeye flashed Chen a pitiful look, and Chen said, "I'll buy it for you as long as you get 80 points or more on your final exam." "Sly, I haven't agreed to go to school yet." "Your offer amounts to 2 conditions. Cut the crap. School is definitely on." Tao Yeye was unhappy again. Chen dragged her hard away, and while walking, he enlightened, "If you don't go to school, you don't have any culture. And if you don't have any culture, you'll have to grow up like him and set up a stall to sell hamsters. Isn't that nice? Going to school is just like when you play a game to upgrade. If you don't upgrade, and your equipment is poor and your level is poor, someone else will take you down in a second." So the uncle who was killed, was it because he didn't go to school? The children's questions were too tricky, leaving Chen speechless, and he said, "If you go to school, I'll agree to let you raise a hamster. I'm going to keep 4. Okay, 4, 5. "No, you can only have 4. Tao Yeye laughed badly. "Then I'll let them give birth to 400 of them." Came to that street, Chen realized that this is a red light district. Along the street are some suspicious hair salon. Inside the ambiguous lighting, sitting in some exposed women. Chen walked into one of them. A big sister said, "Big brother, your heart can be really big. Bring a small child to this kind of place? Let me ask you something. What time does your place open every day?" "What? To come and take care of business?" "It's open at 2 in the afternoon. Until 4 in the morning." "All of them?" "It's all the same. There's no one there when it opens early." "Thanks." Leaving this store, Tao Yeye asked, "Is that aunt a prostitute?" "Yes, don't ask." Tao Yeye's expression suddenly dimmed, and Chen asked, "What's wrong?" "Thinking of my mom." "Is that what my mom does?" Chen knows that these things cannot be hidden from her. Tao Yeye is a very smart child. Not ordinary smart. IQ up to 143 smart. He stroked Tao Yeye's head and said, "Your mom does this too. But profession doesn't mean character." "Uncle Chen, you don't have to comfort me. I know my mom is not a good person. Let's get on with the case." "Aha! There is a nightclub at the end of this street. Opened in this kind of place. The content can be imagined." Chen did not walk directly into it, but walked to the road next to it to take a look. The road on both sides of the road is planted with plywood trees. The street lamps are old, and in the evening it seems rather gloomy. The roots of the wall on the east side are painted with all kinds of graffiti. The first floor of the nightclub was empty, with some dusty bikes piled up and a lot of garbage thrown about, and you had to take the elevator to get to the second floor. Chen Shan really looked on the ground and turned on the illumination of his cell phone. Tao Yeye pointed to a place and said, "Uncle Chen, look there. It's too narrow for me to reach. So help me." Tao Yeye nodded her head and drilled through the gap between the building and the bicycle, picking out a tooth, which Chen Shi rested on his palm to see that it was a ceramic denture, and he asked Tao Yeye to take out a photo to compare it with the fact that the deceased was indeed missing a molar. Chen Shen surveyed the surrounding area and asked for Tao Yeye's newly purchased high-resolution cell phone to take a picture of a piece of ground. Tao Yeye asked, "The body was thrown here?" A large chunk of dust had been wiped off the floor and there were water stains, apparently. So the uncle who died was actually killed by someone else, dumped here, and then thrown into a stink bucket barrel? That's right. Poor uncle. Let's go up and ask. The nightclub is not yet officially open. The waiter came over to ask what they are doing. Chen Shi showed documents. The waiter busy said, "Comrade police, we are here to do business. That's not what we're checking out." "Excuse me, does this nightclub put on shows at night?" "Yes." "What show?" "It's been a while since we had a little-known rock band come over and play every night." "Show me their props." Hearing that it was about the band, the waiter was happy to show them around, coming to a room piled high with instruments for performances. Tao Yeye pointed to a huge case and said, "That's the one." The waiter looked puzzled, and Chen Shi said, "Please go get the manager." "Good." After he left, Chen Shi checked the boxes one by one, and one of the boxes was obviously cleaner than the others, and he smelled it and called Tao Yeye to smell it, and Tao Yeye said, "The smell of detergent, and the smell of the stinky fish and shrimp body. This should be evidence. Let's take it away." "Ha, cops can just take people's stuff?" "Yeah, it's good to be a cop." While waiting, Chen Shi called Lin Xiupu, who came up and said, "Don't check. Captain Pang and the others are on their way and will be here soon. The body hasn't been dissected yet." "What are you checking for?" "Don't add to my mess. Can't personal interest work? By the way, help me find the waters in this area." The dead man was 160 tall. To drown the dead man, the waters must be at least 1 meter 4 deep. "How dare you instruct me? No need to talk about it." Okay, I'll ask around myself. Don't you look it up." Without waiting for Lin Xiupu to finish his sentence, Chen Shi hung up the phone and Tao Yeye made a face. He's angry. "What do I care?" At this time the door opened and a woman in a leather jacket and pants with a cigarette in her hand walked in. Tao Yeye said, "Uncle Chen, it seems to be her." At these words, the woman was shocked and pulled her legs out to run. Chen Shi droned lowly. "What are you running for? We are not here to sweep pornography." The woman smiled sarcastically and replied, "I heard it was the police, so I'm a little nervous." "Are you the manager here?" The waiter on the side said. "She's Sister Lee. This Ms. Lee is the manager?" "Sister Lee is Sister Lee." Sister Lee said, "You can take me as a manager." Chen Shi said, "It seems that you are in charge, so I won't beat around the bush. Did someone throw a male corpse downstairs from you last night?" "Comrade policeman, you know the situation too thoroughly. It's like this. Last night at 8 o'clock we found a person lying downstairs. We thought it was a drunkard, and when we touched it, we realized that there was no air, and we dared to say that it was a dead man." You're also quick enough to admit it like this. Not only did you not call the police at that time, but you also moved the body? Do you know how much trouble you've added to our work? I knew you guys would come for me sooner or later. I was prepared. Insulting a corpse is a felony. I didn't insult him, a dead uncle. What's there to insult? Failure to report knowledge is also a crime. This I admit. To pay the fine I cannot. Anyway, this dead man and where to be found can be, just cannot be found in my store. If there is a police car drove in, my business still how to do I suspect that the opposite side of the dry. Our two families are rivals. That side of the dead bitch often digging us here miss. The lady I said is the escort lady. We here is a legitimate business. Okay, don't explain. The more you describe it, the darker it gets. Let's talk about this afterward. Let me understand the situation. What was the situation when the body was found? Is there any surveillance here? Did you notice any suspicious people or vehicles around? No surveillance. Didn't notice anything suspicious. Just an older man lying down there, soaking wet. He's not wearing any clothes. Well, didn't wear it, it was bare. Chen Shi sneered. That one's a lie, isn't it? Tell me, what was he wearing? With an embarrassed look on her face, Lee scratched her cheek and recalled, a pair of suit pants with only a sock on the foot and a shirt on top. Where are the clothes? When Song helped me carry it, he got his hands dirty, so he ripped off his shirt to wipe his hands and casually threw it in that slop bucket. The pants were also stripped away by little Song. What's the point of pulling down a dead man's pants? He said the pants were brand name goods, 2,000 a pair on the market, and he was thinking of buying them. I also said, "Dead man's pants you also want?" He said he didn't mind, so he peeled them off. Call him over. Why did you choose to dump the body there? Because. Lee looked embarrassed. Once I ordered from that restaurant and ate a dead cockroach. Asked for a refund. The other party not only did not agree, but also said that it was my own put. I was furious at that time. What kind of person insists that she would do such a dirty thing? That's why I've been holding a grudge. How about it? Comrade policeman, did they restaurant close down? Yes, as you wish. Sister Lee looked happy and said, "Can I go then?" Wait a minute. Tao Yeye tugged on Chen Shi's clothes and whispered, "So much like a cop." Chen Shi blinked and replied in a small voice as well, "I would have been." Tao Yeye made a face at him. Not long after, Xiao Song was called. He wore very trendy clothes, body tattooed a lot of tattoos. But this cannot hide the reality of his financial constraints. From his dirty collar, cuffs, the clothes have not been changed for a long time. Sister Lee whispered to him that this was the police, here to ask about last night. Xiao Song immediately piled on a smile and stretched out his hand. Chen Shi ignored it and asked, "What do you do?" "Get the band. Are all the props here yours?" "Yes. Is rented." "Why did you abandon the body?" Sister Lee said, "I do not know which son of a bitch threw the dead man downstairs. Intentionally want to harm their nightclub closure. So they looked for me. I perform here. If the nightclub closed down, I also have no place to beg for food. That what the lips are dying teeth cold well. So I agreed. Anyway, people are not we killed. You are really big-hearted. Do you know that this is tantamount to making our investigation more difficult and indirectly helping the murderer? A man for himself is a man for himself." Song smiled, revealing a mouthful of teeth yellowed by smoke. "You followed through pretty thoroughly. Hand over what was on the dead man. Those are exhibits and we have to take them." "Okay, yes." Xiao Song went to fetch a bag, which in addition to pants and a keychain, a wallet. Chen Shi opened the wallet to look at. The money inside has been soaked, in addition to a bank card. He picked up the pants and looked at them, noting that they had some wear on the legs, but they were worn evenly, and Tao Yeye said, "It's a hamster bite. Do hamsters have teeth this big?" Chen Shi put the things away, asked for the contact information of Sister Lee and Xiao Song, and took away the box that had been filled with corpses. And when she left, Sister Lee said, "You guys shouldn't be piggybacking on us and checking us out, right?" Chen Shi glanced towards the nightclub. It was already open for business and some scantily clad women were walking in the corridors. He smiled. "We're not checking this." Leaving the nightclub, Chen Shi went back to the neighborhood he had just been in and put his pants, suitcase and wallet in the car when Lin Xiaopu called and said, "I've found it. There's a park nearby with a piece of artificial lake. I thought I said I wouldn't help. Humph. I'd like to see what you're capable of. If you single-handedly crack this case." "Just what?" Lin Xiaopu looked around. "Any progress?" Chen Shi said the situation roughly once. Lin Xiaopu said, "Actually transferring the body, and also picking the clothes on the body. The guts can be really big. I have to treat this nightclub properly." "Where's old Peng?" "Still blocked on the road. Alas. This traffic. You call him Lao Peng? You two are very familiar?" "Never mind. Is there a neighborhood near that park?" "There are. Quite a few. 5 of them. You take your time to check." Lin Xiaopu revealed a gloating laugh. Chen Shi hung up the phone and immediately pulled Tao Yeye and ran out of the neighborhood. Tao Yeye said, "Uncle Chen, why are you in such a hurry? It's going to be dark. We have to be fast." He picks a cab and explains that the driver is going to a neighborhood near People's Park. And the driver asks, "Which neighborhood?" "Go one by one. I'll take this car of yours. For an hour. How much is offered?" "Is 200 enough?" "Enough is enough." The driver started the car. Coming near a neighborhood, Chen Shi found a key-making stall on the roadside, immediately jumped out of the car and went up to the master. "Excuse me, can I see the materials you use for locks?" "What are you doing?" "Police. Working on a case." "That's fine." Chen Shi picked up a metal plate, compared it to the keychain in his hand, shook his head, returned the item to the master, and got back into the car. Tao Yeye asked, "Can this key find people?" "The key is new and uses what appears to be a less pure piece of aluminum." "So it is." Successively asked a few neighborhoods. To the 5th time, finally found the right number of the key booth. Chen Shi showed that key, asked the lock Moncler outlet store. "Moncler, this key is you with?" "Yes." "Remember who matched it?" "How can I remember? Do you live in this neighborhood?" "Yeah." "Does anyone in the neighborhood have rabbits or bamboo rats?" "That I really don't know." "Ask the property." Chen Shi found the property and could be considered to have asked a family that raised rabbits. Lin Xiaopu called again and said, "Xiaodong is back. Do you want him to go over and help?" "Come over how?" Fly in? What kind of traffic is unknown at this point? Chen Shur said. Lin Xiaopu was happy. How much do you get paid a day? What's the point of asking? I've thought it over. I'll make a bet with you. If you can solve the case by 24 o'clock today, I'll give you a week's salary. And if you can't, you'll give me, at the level of your salary. Yeah, I get paid 800 a day. 800? Bluff you. Line. Just see how you dig your own grave this time. Solve the case before 24? I say it's impossible. No one can. Captain Lin. Stirring up my competitive spirit can be very dangerous. Originally, I was all tired and planned to go home and rest first, but now I suddenly have the motivation again. Thank you so much. Ha ha, then you cheer up. Inquired about the first few neighborhoods? I've actually found the neighborhood where the victim was. What? Lin Xiaopu shouted out in shock. Chen Shur and Tao Yaya came to the downstairs of the house where the rabbits were kept. He looked up and then went up the stairs, knocked on the door of the room, explained the purpose of his visit, and Chen Shur asked, "Is there a middle-aged man in his 50s in your house?" "No," the hostess replied. "We're just 40 years old as a couple and we have a child." Chen Shur observed the words and knew that the other party was not lying, and asked again, "Your family raises rabbits?" "Yes." The kid got 2 folded rabbits. "A folded ear rabbit?" Tao Yuyu's eyes lit up. "I want to see it." Chen Shur glared at her, and the hostess laughed. "It's on the balcony. The rabbits are smelly, so they're kept there." "Raised on the balcony?" Chen Shur stroked his chin and mused. "I remember that your balcony is not sealed. Has anyone's pants fallen into your house recently and been chewed on by rabbits?" There is. Last month the upstairs Master Lu drying pants were blown down by the wind. I came back from work and found 2 rabbits were gnawing on the legs of the pants, and rushed to snatch them down. Later said to pay compensation to Master Lu. He didn't want it. What does Master Lu do? It's a manager at some light fixture company, I think, and I heard he divorced his wife and is on his own. See you often? Not often. I'm usually too busy to walk around. Okay, thanks. Coming upstairs and finding Master Lu's home, Tao Yaya said, "How do I get in? Didn't you bring the key?" I asked on purpose. Tao Yuyu laughed a little. Chen Shur took out his keychain and had just opened the security door when he heard the sound of going up the stairs as well as the sound of chiding coming from behind him. "What kind of person are you?" Up came 2 police officers, and a neighborhood committee ant. Chen Shur calmly replied, "The city police. I am investigating the case. Do not believe you can give Lin Xiaopu a call to ask. My name is Chen Shur." A police officer was about to dial a cell phone, and another stopped him. Lin Xiaopu was the chief of the criminal police brigade of the city bureau. "I know him. It seems that this is indeed a comrade of the city bureau. What are you investigating? What are you guys looking into? This Louis family is missing?" "It's not. We're actually here because we have something important to inform him about." "What are you looking into, please?" Seeing that the other party didn't seem too eager to talk about it, Chen Shur didn't pursue it and said, "He died." "What?" The 2 police officers exchanged a look of dismay. The neighborhood committee mom said, "I can't believe that in one day. This father and son are all." "Auntie, what did you say?" "Actually, we're here to inform him of the death of his son, who died in a car accident last night." "An accident? Was it really an accident? What a surprise. We asked and his son together drag racing a few people. Oh, those boys are still in the house now detained it. They drink at night, outside the wild. Lu Master's son hit a truck. Dead." Chen Shur revealed a look of surprise and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the body we found today should be this Master Lu, and this is the key found on him." He turned around, opened the door with his key, and the door did open. Those 3 were ready to come in, and Chen Shur said, "Don't move. This is likely to be the scene of a murder. You guys wait outside for a while first." As he said that, he and Tao Yaya were putting plastic bags on the shoe covering machine when a police officer said, "Why is she allowed to go in? Is she a cop too?" Chen Shur put on a new pair of rubber gloves, turned on the light, and instructed Tao Yaya not to move anything, and was responsible for taking pictures. Tao Yaya nodded. "This is an ordinary middle-aged man's residence. The furnishings are extremely simple, not even a TV." In the kitchen he saw a lot of old friends' instant noodle bags. He smiled and said, "Why is this kind of unpalatable stuff so popular?" "Which time you can see," Tao Yaya said. "Instant noodles are delicious, better than your cooking. Then you give me instant noodles every day and stop eating my braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, and eggplant with meat foam." At the thought of not having meat to eat, Tao Yaya immediately shut her mouth. Chen Shur opened the cupboard and looked at it. The tableware is quite complete, but it has not been used for a long time. There is an induction cooker on the stovetop. He twisted the gas switch, and found that it had been stopped in arrears, and boiling water and cooking are all with induction cookers. Then came to the living room. A corner of the living room wallpaper has peeling, Chen Chen really on the ground to check. Found a fall to the back of the sofa data cable. From the dust on it is just dropped. Tao Yaya said. This is where they fought, right? Pretty much. But the murder didn't happen here. Chen Shi walked into the bedroom. The bedroom is also plain and clean. A bed and a computer. But the computer mainframe is missing. He examined the dust and found that someone had touched the place. And the mainframe should have been taken away by force because the USB cables at the back were ripped off. The thread that was ripped off was exactly the same one as the one that had just been found. Chen Shi looked around and said to himself, as a manager, this one is too poor. He also found that the legs of the chair had worn a lot of marks on the floor. Apparently the man had been sitting in front of the computer for a long time. And during the previous autopsy he had found that the deceased had a circle of flab around his waist, in addition to hemorrhoids, all of which were consistent with the characteristics of a sedentary lifestyle. There was quite a bit of cigarette ash on the top of the table, and soup that had fallen from the food, some of which had splattered on the computer. Tao Yaya said contemptuously, just as sloppy as you. Nonsense, my house is clean. Clean? The table and under the bed are dirty. Yeah, well, it's a big cleanup tonight. Tao Yaya opened a drawer and said, I found an important clue. Told you not to take the manual. Chen Shi walked over. There was an odd mask in the drawer. The mask was wooden and roughly made. It should have been randomly ripped out with a lathe. It had its right eye, nose and mouth exposed. The rest of it was covered. And there was a grip underneath. Chen Shi took it in his hand and looked at it, sniffing the inside of the mask with his nose. There was a smell of garlic and wine. He said, this mask has been worn by someone. What do you think this is for? Could it be related to the case? Don't know. Don't want to know. I don't think it's relevant to the case. You're being arbitrary. This is something Chen Shi also took to say Lin Xiupu a while ago, now actually fell on his head. He put the mask back in the drawer. Said, we do not have time to check every clue. This mask does not check. Just focus on the case itself. Why don't you have time? Aren't you a hobo? You kid. Don't talk so hurtfully, okay? Uncle made a bet with someone that if this case is solved before 24 tonight, we can go to the best restaurant for a meal, okay? Yes, Tao Yaya rejoiced. Chen Shi came outside and asked the neighborhood committee ant, what is the name of the head of the household? He's not the head of the household. The house is rented. And Master Lu's real name is Lu Jianye. I remember he's the manager of some light fixture company. Doesn't he make a lot of money? Why do you live in a rented house? Is the house so shabby? And his wife? When did he get divorced? The neighborhood committee ant smiled. Comrade policeman, you have too many questions. I don't know how his income is. As for the wife, oh, I should say the ex-wife. I remember that they have long been divorced. Got her contact info? The neighborhood committee should have it. I'll go find it for you. Saying that, the neighborhood committee ant went downstairs first. Chen Shi said to the two police, this house will be my colleagues over to investigate once again. You do not go in first. This case the city council took over. And the death of his son. Where is the body now? It's sitting in the hospital. Which hospital? The coroner will be over there later to take a look. The three of them went downstairs. When Lin Dongxue called, Lin Dongxue was surprised as soon as she came up and said, Chen Shi. No, my brother said you're working on a case alone? Does he trust you so much now? It's not trusting me. It's the fact that none of you were. Where have you been this afternoon? I took a half day off to go to a traffic safety class. I'll have my license back in a couple of days. And I just got back to the station. Just in time. Check the deceased's financial situation for me. I'll text you the details later. Ro, can you do it alone? Do you need? No. Bet your brother I'll have the case solved by 24. Can't understand you men. Saying that, Lin Dongxue hung up the phone. Tao Yaya pulled Chen Shi's clothes. Chen Shi asked what was wrong. Tao Yaya pointed to a person's back and said, just now that uncle walked to the front and suddenly turned back. I think it's a bit suspicious. Could it be the murderer? Chen Shi laughed and scratched her nose. What you said in the front is right. The last sentence is too jumpy. That's my reasoning. These two police uncles were standing here, and the man left as soon as he saw them, so he must have been weak-minded. So he's the murderer. What kind of reasoning is that? Do you want to go up and talk to him? No, go. Even if it was really a stroke of luck that this man happened to be the murderer, there was nothing to be asked now that he had come up for questioning. Chen Shi followed his own principles. Investigating a case must have some trade-offs. Cannot be like a cat lured by a laser pointer, chasing after every clue to check. Just found in the dead man's house of the strange mask. And the whole case would not have a clear logical relationship. So he decisively give up. If not, it's impossible to find out tonight. The neighborhood committee Amma rushed over, holding a printed document in her hand. And Chen Shi scanned it and said, his wife is out of town? Yes. Who was the child awarded to? at that time was awarded to the father, but the child has 19 this year. Went out to work. Said to work? In fact, all day long, and some of the nondescript social people fooling around, often running to find his old man to ask for money. His old man does not give. The two people on the quarrel. Once a quarrel especially fierce. The computer mouse from the one time. He threw the mouse from his computer downstairs, almost hitting a pregnant woman. And I was the one who criticized and educated him at that time. By the way, comrade policeman, I have one thing I must reflect. Yesterday his son came. Yes? About 5 or 6 o'clock. Someone saw his son holding a mainframe computer, ran down. Lao Lu in the back while chasing, while cursing. Cursing particularly unpleasant. What little brat. I should have known to shoot you on the wall, let it go. And so on. I have never seen the old Lu scolded like this. He has always been very good-tempered. Then you guess what? His son actually threw the computer to the river. And then the old Lua jerked down. A lot of people have seen. How is LV water sex? I suppose he could swim. For he swam back by himself at the time, and sat down under a willow tree on the bank and cried, cursing some ungrateful son. Can swim. Ha! Chen Shi muttered to himself, revealing a ray of disappointment. How could this happen? I don't know. Neighbors over to ask. He always just say unfilial son. Do not give money to the rough and so on. What is the specific thing? We are not clear. And which river are you talking about? This one inside the neighborhood. You saw it when you came here, didn't you? Labor to show me where I was then. Chen Shi asked the two police to go back first, waiting for the city council and their docking, and then and the neighborhood committee to the accident site. The river is very shallow and narrow. The flow rate is also slow. In fact, is the developer in order to engage in a gimmick of the green water around the side of the park from the lead over. Chen Shi picked up a branch from the ground and plunged it into the water. The whole branch was completely missing. The depth of the water in this area should be more than 1 meter. He mused. It seems that the deceased does know how to swim. The resident aunt said. There were quite a few people who witnessed it. Should we get someone to come over and find out what happened? No need. Where did he go after that? Out of the neighborhood. You say this cold day. All wet. Also do not go home to change clothes. His age is not afraid of arthritis. Look. You don't need to ask anyone else. Just ask you. Thank you. It's okay. It's okay. Comrade policeman. How did old Lu die? It's not convenient to disclose this. I'll tell you afterward. Leave a contact. After exchanging contact information, the older woman left first, and he sent the contact information of LV Jianya's husband and wife to Lin Dongxue, and then called Lin Dongxue and said, Dongxue, check the husband's income, whether there are any deposits, and in addition, give his wife a call to find out the situation. Why don't you just call alone, even save on the phone bill? No, I'm sure I'll have to spend time explaining the situation and comforting her when I call. And right now the last thing I need is time. Not a second to waste. Got it, Lin Dongxue said with a lack of interest. Thanks. I'll buy you dinner later. Not rare. After hanging up the phone, Tao Yeye looked at Chen Shi with a skeptical gaze and said, You like this aunt who called? What do kids know? That's what I get. You don't smile when you call anyone else. Just her. Nonsense. I laugh with anyone. The laugh wasn't so heartfelt. Chen Shi was completely convinced and said, Fine. Don't talk nonsense, okay? Know that unseemly things have to be kept secret. Tao Yeye blinked mischievously. Now it is already 8 o'clock. Time is tight. Chen Shi left the neighborhood directly to a nearby internet cafe. Asked the boss last night there is a called LV Jianya came to the internet? The boss checked and replied. Yes. Last night at 7 o'clock on the machine. How long has it been on? 2 full hours. Did what? How could I possibly know that? Why are you prying into this? Are you a cop? Chen Shi pulled out the documents. The boss immediately nervous. Said, I hear are all ID cards registered online. No minors. Not here to check this out. Get me a machine. Tao Yeye pointed to the shelf behind the counter and said, Uncle Chen, I want a Coke. Another Coke and a mineral water. The owner poked his head out of the counter. Saw the little bitty man and said, Why do you still have kids? Children can't enter. In case the police come to check. I am the police. Yeah, forgot. The owner accompanied with a smile. Chen Shi got on the machine, turned on the music, and leaned back in his chair with his head in his hands. Tao Yeye knelt on the chair next to him, sipped her Coke through a straw, and asked, Uncle Chen, why don't you investigate the case anymore? Take a break, so you'll win your bet? You know what? Waiting is also a necessary part of investigating a case. Can my schooling wait too? No. Tao Yeye wrinkled her nose and made a face. Lin Dongxue called and said, LV Jianya's wife cannot be contacted. His financial situation, the monthly card income of about 40,000, should be a salary. Really high. 2 years ago he sold a BMW in his name. A year ago he sold his house. As for where the money goes, I found out that his credit card has been maxed out, and all the money is hid into an external account called Shengshur Electronics. Is there a pattern? What's the pattern? Let's see. It probably hits close to $30,000 a month or so, sometimes up to $100,000 or so, and there's a $1 million. Geez. Chen Chan really chopped up on the computer and said, Shengshur Electronic Company is the agency of the online game Jianhu Zhongxiang. This guy is a net addiction uncle. Uncle internet addict? You mean, he sold his car and house to play games? Why is it so noisy on your side? I'm at the internet cafe. You've already guessed? Yeah, guess. Saw his family situation and the fact that his son was holding the computer. I guessed it. I just need to confirm it and make sure which game it is. This man, in his 50s and with a successful career, is actually addicted to games? Isn't it only children who are addicted? Addiction to games does not discriminate between men, women and children. That's the key point in this case. Well, enough of that. I have to look into the case. By the way, Captain Pang is already in the neighborhood. Tell him to leave my car keys with the security guard and I'll pick them up afterward. Chenshur hung up the phone and nimbly started registering on the online game Jianghu Zhongxue. Tao Yeye said, do you think that uncle was killed by his friends in the game? Not necessarily, but it could be relevant. Chenshur was not gambling. He picked this one out of all the clues. Intuition told him that this was the most likely motive for the murder. After building a new number, what came to my eyes was a fancy picture, a screen full of system prompts, and a skill bar that I couldn't understand even if I looked at it. Tao Yeye said, it's so boring. It's not as much fun as Elf Pokemon. This is the kind of game that sells not gameplay, but fulfillment, the supreme sense of accomplishment that can be bought for a small fortune. The world of adults is so hard to understand. Only after doing a novice task, the system reminded that if you spend 15 yuan to buy this straight to the Blue Cloud gift pack, you can directly skip the novice task to level 20. Chen Shur cursed, QNMD. Don't swear. This kind of checking doesn't work. How many maps do you have to run in the game to find clues? It's just inefficient. He called Lin Dongxue again. Who complained? My bowl of snail powder is not going to be finished today, is it? Finished, please eat shark's fin. Give me contact this company. This game with a real name system. Ask LV Jianyi inside the game role is what? The last time to log in is when the last time. Recently there has been no equipment or item transfer. Do people pay attention to me? Just tell them you're a crime detective working on a murder case. It's very good. Say it like you've tried it. Lin Dongxue laughed and hung up the phone. Tao Yeye said with a smile, undeclared. Are you guys like in the TV series? Like each other, and did not say it out loud? How do you know so many idioms? Watching TV at. You haven't answered my question. I have the right to remain silent. Humph. Silence is acquiescence. Chen Shur burst into bitter laughter. This little girl was too difficult to deal with. He was even considering whether to find a boarding school to leave her there. While waiting, Chen Shur saw a number of system prompts on the game, which were nothing more than whoever opened a chest obtained some artifact, whoever defeated whoever. And he said, do you know why so many people play this kind of game with crummy picture quality and crummy feel? A sense of accomplishment. A kind of gambling. To be precise, the ubiquitous and undetectable mechanism of gambling. A center in the human brain that releases large quantities of dopamine when gambling, which brings about a thrill and makes you want to stop. Tao Yeye blinked her eyes plausibly and asked, what is dopamine? It's a little bit of sweetness that the brain gives you. In order to stimulate you to do something, the brain will give you a little bit of sweetness appropriately. But what the human brain thinks you should do may not be good for your body. For example, you will be happy if you drink a Coke and eat a burger. The brain thinks you should take in more calories. But gaining weight is not a good thing. So you'll be happy drinking Coke. Not because Coke is good, but your brain is tricking you. Tao Yeye looked at the half-drunk Coke in her hand, and Chen Shur asked, got it? Got it. Tao Yeye handed over the Coke bottle. I'll never drink it again. At 9 o'clock, Lin Dongxue called and said, I've found it. LV Jianye's account is in the 24th district. What's his name? Dugu E. Jian. And he's the second in this district's strength ranking. Customer service said that the last time his account logged in was 25 hours ago. And since there is a locking function for high-level equipment within the game, there was no transfer of equipment. And in addition, the yuanbao, that is, the point coupons and items on his account have not been moved. Thanks. Where are you now? The bureau. Ah, it's not this thing you're doing. It's not gone yet. Get off work. Go out and play some games. We'll meet you at District 24. You'll have to practice a number. You might have to recharge some values, and I'll make it up to you afterward. Ha, playing games? Ah, I don't have a cold. Why don't I ask Su Xiaodong to go? He's a game master. Okay. Chenshur threw down his computer and went to the bar to buy a pack of yushi, then wandered around the internet cafe, handing cigarettes to people who bumped into people playing this game and asking, "Man, the equipment is good which district? Helpless to play this game is too few people. Are not found in the 24 area. But there is a buddy said, this equipment hot chicken. Yesterday I saw an uncle in the internet cafe. I go. The first in the whole service. A god outfit. 2 NB. Is it shaggy and a little chubby? You recognize it? Had a drink together. His number can be really NB. It is estimated that smashed tens of millions of it. NB bad. I want to have such a number. Sleep can laugh awake. But when he came all wet, I said, Uncle, you are not afraid of cold He smiled and said it does not matter. There were many snacks and drinks on this dude's table. He hugged a vat of Coke and took a sip, rubbed his reddened eyes, and crackled on his keyboard. Brush the heavenly demon Forbidden Land. Take me one. When he entered the team, a person in the team who knew him said, he's only charged $1 million. Don't team up with him. Then the screen appeared you have been kicked out of the group prompt box. The buddy angrily slammed the mouse cursed, look down on people? You're just playing a game. You're that fired up? How many nights have you stayed up here? Chenshur asked. It's just a game? Buddy seems to be enraged. You know how much money and energy I invested in this. I'll tell you, this game equipment update is particularly fast. If you don't keep up, the equipment is worse than a level. I'll give you an example. We serve the first mount set on the gems and runes, then my whole body equipment together with the attributes of the higher. The other people a knife on my second. Encountered that kind of god level. Big brother, I can only go around. Alas, like me this is not up and down. The whole service only ranked more than 100. It is really difficult to mix. Can only rub the wild team, spend time to do equipment. ITM if I also have so much money on the good. You've spent $1 million? $1 million? In this game a small case law. Yo, someone PK. Dude maneuvered his character to get together. The characters in it were killed with a chance of dropping equipment. So there was a whole bunch of people running after the PK bigwigs like flies. And the lucky ones could pick up a godly outfit. Chenshur noticed a warrior dying and resurrecting, being killed once again in seconds by the enemies surrounding him. And his buddy slapped the table and laughed. SB, being guarded by a corpse, right? What do you mean? Guard the body? Crap, you don't even know this. He died and then logged in. The blood volume is only 1/10 of the full blood, and was a knife in seconds. This is called guarding the corpse. Look, these people are still guarding the corpse. That grandson is not online, lying on the ground and cursing. Guarding a corpse? Chenshi seemed to have some enlightenment and thanked his buddies and walked away. Back in his seat, Tao Yaya was playing connect the dots on his computer and stepped aside when he saw Chenshur coming over. His QQ was open and Su Xiaodong looked for him on it and said, Brother Chen, I'm in the newbie village. Where are you? Then he took a screenshot. His character was level 20 and could go to the King City map in the game. Give me your number. Chenshur said. Crap, I just charged a huge amount of money. I've never spent that much on a game before. How much? 100. Okay, give me the number. I want to check the case. Alright then, I'll build another number and we'll go brush up later. Oh, no, I'll give you my number. The two exchanged accounts. Chenshur logged into the game, and Tao Yaya marveled. Wow, it's so awesome. Characters that have been gilded with yuan are just different, covered in gold glitter. Chenshur left the novice village. Just walked to the entrance of the village was a person with a knife seconds. He lay on the ground cursing away. The other side smug, said, have the guts to second me. Chenshur was so angry that he had the urge to charge up, but he restrained himself, and when the other party left, he hurriedly climbed up and flew to Wangchang. The bustling and lively King City looked to him like a world that stretched out its hand for money everywhere, where equipment was buyable, experience was buyable, face was buyable, and even marriage cost money. He was beginning to understand how these game-playing people felt. It was a great world. You could get anything. It was just expensive. But think about it on another level. Spend a few $1 million and you can stand in the ranks of the elite and be looked up to by countless people. In the real world, a few $1 million can only buy a house and be an ordinary person. The cheap sense of accomplishment, the camaraderie among teammates, the arrogance of seeing who's not happy and killing them, and the competitive spirit of desperately wanting to fight back after being seconded are the selling points of this crummy graphics game. And I have to say that the people who designed the game got the player's mindset spot on. He clicked on the wind and clouds list and saw that the second in the whole service was none other than the deceased. Then in one breath, he added all the top 20 to his friends list and asked one by one, do you know LV Jianye? The first and the third ignored him, while the fourth said, I know you, it's Takuro Ijian. How do you know? How do you not recognize? He and the whole service third crazy sea dragon proud daily brush speaker scolding. The whole service know both of their surnames. And even no LV Jianya for playing the game wife have run away. Even the car house also sold. Then what is the name of this mad sea dragon pride? Deng Zhongming. Do they know each other in reality? Why do you ask? You a cop? Yes. Are you really a cop? Fool you for what? Today's guild war. Dekuro Jian didn't come online. Mad Sea Dragon Pride is now sitting on the city lord's throne. Does that mean something happened to him? Hey, if you're a cop, do me a favor. I had my equipment stolen a while ago. If you help me get it back, I'll tell you some intel. Equipment stolen? Why don't you find customer service? Chen sure cursed. The word customer service is still shielded. There are too many words shielded in this game. It is impossible to have a good conversation. Customer service doesn't hang me. The other party replied, unless I have a police concurrence letter. If you are a real cop, open a concurrence letter and show it to me. Tell me your personal information. You're not a liar, are you? Believe it or not. The other party added QQ. The game is a beautiful woman. The real body is a avatar low signature low stingy man. He sent personal information. And an expression. Comrade police. Labor. Su Xiaodong privately messaged Chen Shi in the game for half a day. Ready to go together to group brush map. See him ignore. So he muttered on QQ. Chen Shi cut off the person's chat and said, do not talk nonsense. Go to open a letter of concordance. To find equipment for this person. Isn't that an abuse of power? Come on. I want to make friends. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the person has been raving on QQ. You are afraid not a liar, right? Hey, you speak up. Su Xiaodong sent a copy of the letter of concurrence, and attached a sentence. Lin Team said, you can solve the case tonight. His last name is written backwards. Chen Shi sent a wait and see, then sent the letter of concurrence to the man. The man took a look. Excited bad. You really police disrespect. Hurry up and tell me the clues. Turn on the voice. Opening the voice, a petite woman's voice came from across the room. Here's the situation. Sorry, I forgot to turn off my voice changer. Then it turned into a low male voice. Dekuro Jian and Mad Sea Dragon Pride were originally in the same guild, and they teamed up to fight against the no one in the whole service. That is, the most NB Big Brother. Later, Dugu Jian came up with an idea. They split into two guilds, and the first to fight a wheel battle. The Crazy Sea Dragon Proud agreed. I didn't realize that after the separation, there were some conflicts. A female player under Dugu cheated a player's equipment in Dragon Pride Guild. Get to the point. It's enough for me to know that the two of them have a beam. Well, you're in a hurry. Chen Shi swept a glance at the time in the lower right corner of the screen. It was already 10 o'clock. Could it not be urgent? The other side went on to say, they do not have a grudge it. 3 days to fight. The first in the whole service is good. Sit down and watch the tigers up. 2 days ago, the lone sword did a thing. He brought a gang of brothers to sneak attack the Crazy Sea Dragon Pride. The Crazy Sea Dragon Pride is stubborn. Dead desperately resurrected. Will be hacked to death. The lone sword. Was a gang of people keep guarding the body. Burst equipment may have tens of thousands of dollars. That night, the lone sword is still in the speaker. The Crazy Sea Dragon Pride put out harsh words. Said to do him, the game as well. Who kills who are very normal. Today is the guild war. Mad Sea Dragon Pride's public fight for the throne of this city master. But the Dakoijian did not come. Just now the Mad Sea Dragon Pride has taken the king of the city. Is wildly sent red packets. May have sent more than 10,000 pieces of. It seems that he is quite happy today. Once again, Chen Shi heard the term guarding the body. The other person said, are you listening? By the way, you haven't told me what happened. Is it that the Dekuro one sword is dead? No nonsense. This has to be kept a secret. Can I just ask? Hey, since you're a cop, why don't we get married? Chen Shi almost vomited blood. For the first time in his life, he heard such words, actually coming from the mouth of a lowly old man. The other party added, I mean inside the game. I can support you and guarantee you a month to level 50. This is so disgusting that Chen Shi was too embarrassed to say it. He typed roll on the chat bar and was about to send it, when Tao Yeye made a silent gesture, signaling him to turn off the voice. Chen Shi turned off his voice, and Tao Yeye said, if you reject him, he might go around talking about it, and it might get inside the bad guy's ears. Chen Shi smiled. This little girl really has a heart. So she agreed. The other party was overjoyed. Asked if he could get married now. Chen Shi said, marriage is such a big deal. Some other day. Pick a lucky day. It's okay. I'll brush the speaker to create momentum. Let's add a friend first. I'll go. I actually married a cop. NB bad. After adding his friends, Chen Shi said, help me inquire about Mad Sea Dragon Pride, also known as Deng Zhongming. I'm going to go ask around the guild for you. Just give me a minute. Honey, Chen Shi tilted his face up and closed his eyes, having the feeling of wanting to vomit. Tao Yeye covered her mouth and snickered from the sidelines. After a while, the dead siren came back and said, "Honey, got it. He lives in Longan City. He's a small business owner who sells paint. Not too sure about the exact address, but I got the contact information." Chen Shi's side nimbly sent Deng Zhongming's contact information and personal situation to Lin Dongxue, asking her to hurry up and check this person's address. Lin Dongxue asked on the text message, "Sure he's the killer?" 9 times out of 10. In the game, the dead man demon is still chattering nonsense. He intends to take Chen Shi to upgrade. His current level is too low to hold in front of his friends, and also gave Chen Shi a 200 yuan upgrade package. Chen Shi replied, "So what? I have to rest tonight. I'll be back online some other time." "Okay, I'll wait for you yo." Wahahaha. Turning off the game, Chen Shi let out a long sigh of relief and sent a message to Su Xiaodong. "Alright, the number is returned to you. I go. Chen, you pit me. I just practiced your number to level 10. You get on my number." There's a surprise. Chen Shi thought that there was another place to go, so he pulled Tao Yeye out of the internet cafe and went to the nearby park. At night, there was no one in the park. It looked a little eerie. Tao Yeye fearfully pulled Chen Shi's palm tightly, and the two of them came to the inner lake. Chen Shi walked around the riverbank and found a tree branch. He put on his gloves and picked up the branch and examined it carefully. And Tao Yeye said, "Is this the stick the bad guys used to beat that uncle with?" "Not necessarily. If I were him I'd throw the stick in the water." "I reckon he did the same." "Why would he do that?" "I think it was revenge. He was guarding the body in the game, so he pushed the dead man into the water and kept hitting him with a stick as if he was guarding the body. Maybe he didn't have a murderous intent. He just wanted to humiliate him a little, but judging by the results, he killed the man." Tao Yuyu laughed. "Laughing at what? Journalists have fodder for bullshit again." Chen Shi remembers that this is his own sentiments when he watched a certain news 2 days ago, and it was actually memorized by Tao Yeye. "This little girl is really smart." Pangsjack called and said, "Where is it?" "The lake. The deceased has multiple bone fractures throughout the body. A small amount of fluid in the lungs and abdomen. Suspected to be due to metastasis. Cause of death is drowning. Time of death is about 24 hours. I haven't had an autopsy yet, and I'm on my way back to the station now, and your car is still in the neighborhood. Pretty much the same conclusion as mine." "With pleasure. Another bet with the old forest? Ha ha, I'll buy you dinner later." Pangsju ignored it and simply hung up the phone. Lin Dongxue called. "I've found his address. I'm bringing people over now. Give me the address and I'll come along." After getting the address, Chen Shi took Tao Yeye back to the parking lot of the neighborhood. Peng Siju carrying a survey box is ready to follow the police car back. See Chen Shi arrived. Said, "Found the murderer?" Seeing it on this confident face of mine, Chen Shi laughed. "I'll go with you. Get in the car." The three of them got into the car. Tao Yuyu shouted, "Hello uncle." Peng Siju stared at her face for a few seconds and said, "Just in time for your big illness?" "Yeah, it was just discharged from the hospital a while ago." "Aren't you curious about who this little girl is?" Chen Shi said. "Not curious." Pangsjack turned his eyes forward. Deng Zhongming is also a middle-aged divorced man, living in his own business paint store. Chen Shi and Lin Dongxue, Lin Xiupu they arrived back and forth. Lin Xiupu got out of the car, looked at the table and said, 11 o'clock. If you get it wrong, or people are not here, this bet can be I-1-0. I said you this time heart also too big, and then powerful police cannot be so short time to solve the case, not to mention that you are not even a police officer. Chen Shi shot back, maybe the god of luck is even on my side this time? The god of luck is your great aunt every time it's on your side. I still don't believe it. I'm sure that grandson ran away. No way. There's a guild war tonight. He must be online. Lin Dongxue said, the two of you are really boring. A bet is still so serious. I finally know why two middle-aged men playing a game can beat up a person. The original men are all this virtue. Saying that, their eyes fell on Tao Yeye, who came with Chen Shi. And Tao Yeye shouted at Chen Shi, Dad, when can we go home and sleep? Dad? Lin Dongxue opened her mouth wide in shock. She's your. Don't listen to her nonsense. This little girl is badgering. She is my friend's child. I will take care of her for a while, Chen Shi said. Lin Dongxue still didn't quite dare to believe it. Looking at Chen Shi and then Tao Yeye, the two didn't seem too much alike. Tao Yeye dragged Chen Shi aside and whispered, that aunt is your sweetheart, right? Don't talk nonsense. Chen Shi tensed up. There's a price to pay for keeping secrets. Chen Shi said helplessly. Tomorrow at noon. Take you to Pizza Hut. Tao Yeye smiled cheekily, extended her little thumb, and hooked it with Chen Shi. The police guarded all the entrances and exits around. Lin Xiupu took out a lock-picking tool. went up to open the roller shutter, gently pulled open. The police officers drilled in one after another. The house is only the window through the faint light. Everyone did not turn on the lights. Lin Xiaopu gestured, signaling everyone to search. The paint store wasn't big by nature, and there didn't seem to be any place to hide people. So Lin Xiaopu was about to taunt Chen Shi, but Chen Shi raised his finger and made a silencing gesture, and then used his thumb to point to the shelves next to him. Listen carefully and you can hear movement behind the shelves. Chen Shi made a gesture to ask Lin Xiaopu to help. Move the shelf away. Behind is a downward staircase. Here is actually hidden a basement. The crowd picked up their flashlights and headed down. As they continued to go deeper, there was a crackling sound of a keyboard being tapped in the basement. A faint light came from a door in front of them. They stepped in and saw a middle-aged man sitting in front of a screen. His face illuminated. 2 lines of tears were writhing on his face. Deng Zhongming, Lin Xiaopu shouted. The middle-aged man didn't pay any attention as Chen Shi shouted. Mad Sea Dragon Pride. Only then did the middle-aged man raise his head. His gaze appeared to be vicissitudes. He raised 5 fingers. 5 minutes. I'll say goodbye to my brothers. He opened his voice and said, Brothers, I know it's a bit sudden. I'm going to quit this game. When will I come back? Not coming back. The guild will rely on you guys in the future. Do a good job. And strive to take the first place in the cross-service war next year. It's fun to be with you guys. Really, said. He cried. Then closed the game with a shivering hand and lit a cigarette. Chen Shi raised his eyebrows at Lin Xiaopu, who said, Villainous. Then he pulled out his handcuffs and threw them on the table and said, Cuff yourself. How did you find me so quickly? I thought it would take a while for you guys to find out the truth. Deng Zhongming said, Yo, you sound like you're ready to die? He deserved what he got. Who told him to humiliate me repeatedly? When I did this, I was already ready to realize. I got out of this bad anger in my chest and took down Wang Cheng. It was worth it. Deng Zhongming exhaled a mouthful of smoke and closed his eyes, like he was reminiscing about his victory tonight. Lin Dongxue frowned contemptuously and said, How big of a person is it to kill someone for the sake of a tangle inside a game? Please pay attention to your tone. It's not your turn to educate me as a girl with a hairless mouth. I'm Mad Sea Dragon Pride, one of the top players in the whole service. How many people look up to me? Hearing this maniac speak ill of Lin Dongxue, Lin Xiaopu was immediately enraged and stepped forward to yank his hands over and cuff him, saying, Let me remind you that you're now a suspect for murder. Watch your attitude. Come with us. Arresting someone is arresting someone. What are you cross? On age I can be your father. Ouch. Ouch. What's wrong? Legs. It turned out that Deng Zhongming had a bad leg, and he picked up a cane, which enabled him to walk. Chen Shi noticed the size and length of the cane and said, Is this the murder weapon? Deng Zhongming looked down at the cane and said, I had no intention to kill him, just want to teach that old boy a lesson. Who thought he actually drowned? Alas, he deserved it. You still don't know how to repent until you die. Follow me. Lin Xiaopu drank, bringing the man out. Deng Zhongming looked back at his store one last time and said, Will my account be confiscated? Chen Shi said to Lin Xiaopu, His game account is filled with quite a lot of money. There might be 1,000 or so million. This should be considered personal property. I guess the court will take it to auction. That's good. Deng Zhongming seemed as if he was relieved. The person who possesses the financial resources to buy this account is also qualified to inherit my name. Ha ha, even if my person goes to prison, Mad Sea Dragon Pride will still return. Lin Xiaopu handed him over to his subordinates and stuffed him into the police car. Lin Xiaopu said, I really want to beat him up. Lin Dongxue said, Ditto, just a psycho. Chen Shi looked at his watch and said, 11:20. It took 7 hours from the time of the crime to solving it. Godspeed? Isn't that a new record for you guys? Lin Xiaopu said indignantly, Be less smug. It's just the right time and place. I hope Team Lin is willing to gamble. Lin Xiaopu glanced at him irritably and said, Close the line and close the line. Just now when the arrest was made, Pang Siju temporarily looked after Tao Yeye. Chen Shi walked towards him and Pang Siju lamented. Some people, on the outside, look ordinary, but underneath that hypocritical face hides an ulterior motive. As he said this, Pang's gaze stayed pinned on Chen Shi's face. Why is Captain Pang so emotional today? A bit unlike you. Chen Shi looked at him without fear and laughed. Humph. Pang Siju pulled out a box of cigarettes, shaking one out of it and handing it to Chen Shi. Chen Shi extended his hand and realized it was a pack of Zhong Nanhai. His fingers paused in midair for a few seconds as Pang's said, This is one of my friend's favorite cigarettes, and I was influenced by him to start smoking. Chen Shi's hand, which had stopped in midair, reached for the cigarette box, took one, and said, I never smoke this kind. Yes? Pang's sneered. Chen practically cracked the case at lightning speed, but it took 3 days to run through the entire case. 3 days later, A dossier compiled by his subordinates was handed over to Lin Xiaopu, who looked at it and saw that the case took place in the evening of December 10th, and if the dispute between the two men in the game was counted, it might have to be brought forward to December 8th. December 8th. The suspect Deng Zhoming and the victim LV Jianya in the online game Jianghu vertical and horizontal in some disputes. LV malicious PK. So that Deng lost nearly 30,000 worth of equipment. And then LV called Deng in the public channel as a wimp. Annoyed Deng immediately got up to kill. He inquired about LV's address through his contacts in the game. Coincidentally, LV is also Longgan City. The evening of December 10th, he drove to the door to find LV to settle the score. The day Lu and his son had an argument. The son blamed his father for playing games every day without regard to the family. In a fit of pique, Lu's mainframe forcibly taken away, and then thrown in the neighborhood of the river. Lu, in the case of a number of witnesses present, jumped into the river to fish, but unsuccessful. His son was so depressed by this that he drank and raced with his friends that night and died in a car accident, which the autopsy report has confirmed was a pure accident. And LV Mao, because you cannot play the game, ran to a nearby internet cafe to go on the internet for 2 hours. Back to 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky is already dark. It happened to meet Deng Mao. The two games in the opposite, in reality to meet, plus both have a wife and children of middle-aged men. The attitude is still more reserved. LV Mao to Deng Mao to express his apologies, ready to invite him to dinner. Deng Mao but proposed to want to take a walk together. The two came to a nearby park. Deng saw no one around, pushed LV Mao down the lake. LV struggled to swim up, but Deng kept hitting him with a cane and screamed, "Guard my bodyguarded cool, right? Let you also taste the taste." Deng Mao said originally only want a whole Lamu meal. Unexpectedly Lamu suddenly sank. He was afraid to call for help. Half an hour after Lamu floated up. Afraid of the matter is exposed, Deng Mao will be the body fished up, parked in the park outside the car, transported to a secluded place, will be discarded the body. An autopsy later found that LV, because of the previous wet arthritis attack, legs in the water cannot use the strength, which is also an indirect cause of death. If Deng had not pushed him into the water, he might have caught a cold and fever, but never died. Deng's abandoned body is a nightclub downstairs. Nightclub bosses think the dead will affect business, and then transferred to the nearby neighborhood restaurant Slop Bucket, until the next night, was collecting slop people found. This is the whole process of the case, black and white clear, but re-review. Lin Xiaopu still Chen Shi's keen judgment as well as insight to admire. A sound of footsteps approached and Chen Shi pushed the door in and said, "Is the case closed? Drunkenness is not about wine, right?" Lin Xiaopu took out an envelope from the drawer. Having lost so much money, he was still quite sore, willing to gamble, willing to lose. Chen Shi smiled and took it, saying, "Thanks. Oh, you this person though. Hey, don't take advantage of the situation. Hurry up. There's still a lot to do. You are a person but still quite trustworthy. I like you for that. Less needy." Lin Xiaopu faced no good gas. The last time Chen Shi did not want the consultant card thrown on the table. This take it. You carry a fake card around to check the evidence. This is fraud, no? What fake certificate? I don't have anything inside that cover. Take. After working together so many times, I don't know what else you have to be pretentious about. Chen Shi picked up the counselor's card. He did not know why he refused last time. Perhaps it was because deep in his heart, he was not willing to be bound by this kind of identity again. Not willing to take on these responsibilities again, because these responsibilities had brought him biting pain. Seeing Chen Shi holding the consultant's certificate in his hands, Lin Xiaopu urged, "Take it. You're only a supernumerary advisor, not under my control, and it's your freedom if you're happy to work with our second team." Chen Shi smiled, slapped the document on his palm, and said, "I'll take it for now then." Lin Xiaopu sighed in relief, hugged his hands and leaned back in his chair, saying, "The new year is coming up. The team will be busy, so don't run rentals lately and help me do my work. You just said it wasn't under your control, so I don't want this license." "Don't. I was just suggesting." "Okay, I've been resting lately, so call me if there's a hit." After Chen Shi left, Lin Xiaopu said to the photo on the table, "Senior, is the appearance of this driver a sign that you are helping me in the dark? Today Tao Yeye was sent to school. Chen Shi can finally take it easy for a day. Bringing up a child is really a chore." He put in the money earned from the bet and strolled through the jewelry store, picking out a necklace that looked pretty good. At noon, he called Lin Dongxue to come out and said he wanted to invite her to dinner, and Lin Dongxue agreed. Chen Shi came to the hotel, looking for how to give this necklace to Lin Dongxue. Did not expect Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong came together. He said, "What are you doing here?" Lin Dongxue said, "He had to come along. Chen brother this time can be too god. 7 hours to solve the case. The bureau rumored as a good story. Ah, Su Xiaodong said with gusto. No kidding. I have to treat you to dinner. Do I need you to invite me? Chen Shi laughed. While Lin Dongxue went to the restroom, Su Xiaodong said, Hey, brother Chen, why do you have a friend on that number? I took a look at it and it's actually the fourth in the whole service. And it's also a beautiful woman. She said she wants to marry me. My whole body is confused. What's the situation? Chen Shi laughed. Your kid is here for this, right? Not really, Su Xiaodong smiled shyly. I got to know her a little better that day, and as soon as she heard I was a cop, she planned to marry me. So it is. But this game you play less, on your little salary, not enough to buy equipment. This game is a pit, catching a few top ranked to death to cheat kryptonite. I can count on opening my eyes. There is such a shameless game. XXXX and it is simply too much conscience compared to it. My wife and I swiped the map last night, and it was pretty fun. Don't worry. I'm not going to fall into the pit and play for a few days and then abandon it. I hope you do what you say you're going to do. You don't say. It's quite a fun game to get started. Know why it's interesting? Listen to Chen's high opinion. It is tailor-made for those who are not as good as they want to be in reality. A world of chivalry where you can roam across the world. Easy to get started. Just 3 minutes. You will fall in love with this game as much as they do. A sense of achievement, honor, friendship, love, grandeur. Everything that is not easy to get in reality. The game is packed and ready for you. I know the last thing people who play games love to hear is, it's just a game. But I still want to say that people who invest too much in this are really fools. No matter how good the game is, you can only have a full meal in reality. Besides, it's better to spend so much money on a bunch of data in an online game that doesn't belong to you than to go play those single-player games with a conscience. Makes sense, Su Xiaodong nodded. Which sentence makes sense? I think the last sentence makes the most sense. I'll get a console when I get my bonus on New Year's Day. You're such an overgrown child. Chen Shi laughed. Lin Dongxue walked over and said to Chen Shi and Su Xiaodong, What are you chatting about? So energetic? Game. Su said. Che, you boys are all like that. You can't live away from the game? Lin Dongxue took her seat, and Chen Shi asked, What case have you been working on recently? A case of insurance fraud. It's really a long time. There is a gang that specializes in going to the countryside to recruit a group of poor people, buy them insurance, and when the insurance comes into effect, let the doctor gouge out their eyes, cheating the insurance money, the person concerned to take half, and the gang to take half. More than a dozen insurance companies in Lungan City have been tricked and have jointly asked the police to investigate the case. Did you catch the man? Chen Shi asked. No, only caught some downline members. They do not know who the upper line is. All are some unemployed gangsters. This gang is really heartless. How much do you sell an eye for? Those poor people can only get $200,000 to $300,000, and they're quite happy, dragging in relatives, friends and even their own family members to do this deal. Su Xiaodong lamented. In the past few years as a police officer, I've seen too much of the dark side of human nature. I've seen a lot of them, and I've caught a few of them myself. Lin Dongxue snickered. Wasn't I the one who captured Wu Erlang last time? Chen Shi laughed. I don't run rentals anymore these days. I'll work for you as a temp. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Yes. A few days later, Chen Shi Tao Yu sent to live near a middle school. Tao Yu is naturally reluctant. Chen Shi originally intended to do the transfer procedures in the spring of next year, but the teacher's opinion is that Tao Yu from the 5th grade have not been to school. Now enrolled in the school can use this final exam to find the shortcomings of the winter holiday can be targeted remedial studies. Next year will be able to keep pace with the progress of the. Although Chen Shi suspected that the school administration was just trying to earn an extra half year of tuition and fees, but that little bit of money didn't matter, and he was happy to get rid of this abrasive spirit for the time being. The day I sent Tao Yeye to school, Tao Yeye stood in front of the school and said grudgingly, You're just going to stand by and watch me fall into the fire pit? No, I'll close my eyes. Hurry up, Chen Shi laughed. The arrival of the transfer student didn't bring many waves to the second 5 classes. The student's freshness only lasted for 1 class and then ended. Tao Yeye was assigned a seat in the corner, knowing no one, and no one approached her to talk after class. Her small heart was full of loneliness. A few days later, a little fat guy in the class named Liang Zhuoming and a few other students gathered around Tao Yu during the end of class, and Liang Zhuoming said, Tao Yu, your name is Tao Yu, right? Isn't your father quite rich? Driving you to and from school every day? That's not my dad. Tao Yeye responded coldly. Ha ha, could it be a bastard daughter? I know, it's godfather. A few of the boys laughed and talked away. Tao Yu looked at them with disgust, clearly feeling the unsavory attitude on them. At this time Liang Zhuoming walked up, stretched out a hand and said, Tao Yu, let's be friends. I'll give you copies of my homework in the future. Who cares? I can do it myself. Tao Yaya rolled her eyes. Liang Zwoming suddenly snatched off Tao Yaya's hat, revealing the bald head that had just grown a little hair, and laughed out loud. I told you, always wearing a hat. So it's a bald head. Ha ha, are you a nun? She must have cancer. Let's stay away from her and not get infected. The rest of the class, attracted by the boys' laughter, turned their eyes and smiled as they watched. Tao Yaya was so angry that she was trembling. Her small fists clenched tightly as she stood up and said, "Give it back to me. You come after me. Catch me and I'll give it back to you. Bald head." Saying that, Liang Zwoming ran out with his brothers. Many people also uproariously laughed. Tao Yaya didn't go to catch up. She knew that it was just a futile attempt to humiliate herself. Liang Zwoming just wanted to lure her out to the playground, so that the whole school would gather around to watch her ridiculous head. She was so angry she wanted to cry, but she bit her lip to hold it back, a taste of blood filling her mouth. Until the class bell rang, the farce came to an end. Liang Zwoming ran over cheaply and whispered, "I threw your hat in the garbage at the back. Go and pick it up yourself. If you're late, it'll be taken away by the rag picker." Bald head. Ha 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 ha. Back home that night, during dinner Chinshur noticed that her hat was a little dirty, her eyes were a little red, and today Tao Yuyu was more silent than usual. Chinshur asked, "What's wrong? Been bullied by classmates at school?" "No," Tao Yaya said stiffly. "Boys at this age are just like little brutes. If you're being bullied, don't put up with it. Tell a teacher or me. It has to be sorted out sooner rather than later. Otherwise these bad guys will only get worse and worse for you if they're indulged." Chinshur's words made Tao Yuyu's heart soften and she almost wanted to cry to him. But she held back because she had a plan to get back at Liang Zwoming. Christmas Eve is coming. Although this holiday belongs to the Christian countries, but in recent years, under the encouragement of businessmen, gradually also become a holiday for young people. As the year draws to a close, everyone is working their asses off, and criminals are no exception. The members of the city's Criminal Investigation Division too are so busy every day that they can't wait to get out of their bodies. That day Chinshur came to the city council to see if there was anything he could do to help, and Lin Xiaopu said, "There will be a meeting later, so come over here too. Let me know what kind of meeting you're having, what kind of case you're looking into, and I'll get right on it." "Yo, haven't seen you for a few days. You guys are getting more and more inflated. Don't think that every time you can solve a case single-handedly. Last time you also used the team's resources. I haven't bothered with you about this yet." Fine. I'll reluctantly participate. Captain Lin, let's reveal the contents in advance. It's not an ad hoc meeting. One of the specialists from CDC is coming over. They're here to report a crime. CDC? CDC? Are there AIDS patients out there spreading the disease like crazy? Don't make any wild guesses as to how Longin City could have such a thing. Half an hour later, everyone in the conference room was shocked. What? There's a female AIDS patient in Longin City who's going on a pee-dating spree? More than a dozen people have already been hit? Now 2 have been found positive? Lin Xiaopu glanced toward Chinshur, who replied with a mouthful of words. Meng. Su Xiaodong raised his hand and asked, "Captain, is this woman going to be sentenced if she's arrested?" 2. Of course, this is already intentional injury to another person. 3 to 10 years or less. And if it causes death, it's intentional homicide. Lin Xiaopu turned to the expert. Only 2 were found positive? What about the others? There's a 3 to 4 week window for this disease, and it's undetectable during that window. Actually, this data was still known through her social accounts, and now that she's shifted positions, I'm guessing the numbers may have to double. Constable Lao Zhang said, "It's not our business. Our team is in charge of criminal, mainly homicide." Another seconded, "Yes, we should let the police make the arrest." The expert smiled bitterly. "This patient is very rampant now. I estimate that every day someone will be infected with AIDS. One person infected means a family infected, and then it will spread out again. Please don't underestimate AIDS. Our center's statistics show that 20 years ago, there was not a single case of AIDS in our city. 10 years ago, the infected people were limited to the gay men's circle, and this year's updated data shows that the infected people have already reached 1,000, of which more than 300 are non-homosexuals. I'm counting on you guys. I know you're all much more capable of handling cases than the police station, and a second sooner we get her under control, we could potentially save one more person." The officers each gave their opinions. Some felt it was not their job. Others felt that saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. Lin Xiaopu couldn't decide and looked at Chinshur. "Counselor Chen, what's your opinion?" "Take it," Chinshur said. Everyone's eyes focused on Chinshur as he said, "I think the job of the police, in the grand scheme of things, is to maintain stability, to protect the lives of the people, and even though this is not a criminal case, Let me use an analogy to say that all of you usually see thieves on the street. Do you not care? The casualties caused by this patient can be much larger and more far-reaching than murder, and I think we should intervene. Many nodded in agreement, and the expert gratefully said, "Thank you, comrade, for your support and understanding." Lin Xiaopu said, "Tell me about the clues you have. I've prepared a PowerPoint. Please play it." The expert pulled out a flash drive. The projector appeared on the screenshot of a social software. This software is called Handsome Help. To put it bluntly, is the AIDS sex app. Female users in the above release their own wishes, such as wanting a brand name bag, want to go to a restaurant to eat. The male users to fulfill these wishes. The people who play this app are naturally unspoken, and the male users aren't helping for nothing. This favor is in exchange for the female users exchanging their bodies. Screenshot on the name is called Love Like Tide. The photo is a kawaii small-faced girl. Expert said, this is the patient to use the social app, which shows that it has met with 10 people. At least 2 people have been hit. Because the probability of female-to-male transmission of HIV is still relatively low. Lin Xiaopu said, I do not recognize what probability. This thing, pass on is 100%, did not pass on is 0%. Su Xiaodong seconded. Yes, it's a 1 in 2 chance. The expert smiled awkwardly and continued. This software she hasn't used since a week ago. It's probably shifted positions. By the way, there are some of her life photos on it. You guys can take a look for reference. The experts released photos of a cute-looking girl, but in this day and age of photo ops, no one believed it was in person. The photos must have been retouched. The flower branches next to the third one are bent. Can they be restored? Lin Xiaopu said. A cyber department officer said, it's possible to try, but it's hard to say how far the recovery will go. Chen Shi clasped his hands and said, don't bother with this. What did you say? Lin Xiaopu twisted his head. Even if we recover the photos, there are so many people in Longan City. Do we have to search for them one by one? According to the pictures, if she changed to other apps, I'm sure she'll still use these photos. There are only a dozen or so hotter social apps on the market at the moment. We'll be able to find her by searching on them in the same city. Good. That's a good idea. Lin Xiaopu praised. Chen Shi added, it might be faster if I could contact the developer and ask for information about myself. Experts say, nowadays, social software only requires a cell phone number to register. No personal information. And 9 times out of 10, the profiles on it are fake. A cell phone number would be fine. And yes, the men who have met with her would be wise to contact them as well. Who's the captain? Lin Xiaopu said. You are. Lin Xiaopu coughed and assigned tasks. One group of people went to contact the developer to get the cell phone number of the person in question. One group of people went from one to another to visit these men and notify them so as to avoid secondary infections. The rest of the people all went to register for other apps to find ways to find this woman. The expert said. People from my center will move with you to find her and test her immediately. Was the testing process a pain in the ass? We usually use the internationally recognized gold standard method, which only requires test strips. Then there's no need to send another person. You'll give the test strips to our team's medical examiner and let him do it. Okay, I'll go talk to him later. Chen Shi laughed and whispered. Team Lin really doesn't know how to feel sorry for old Pang. The expert said, I have to thank you all for your trouble. And I would like to conclude by saying that a person with AIDS is not the same as AIDS, and that she would do such a thing because she has not been given any sympathy or care. And I hope that people will not discriminate against her. Don't worry about this. Lin Xiaopu nodded. Throughout the meeting, Lin Dongxue did not say a word. After the meeting was adjourned, Chen Shi went over and asked, what's wrong? Miss Lin, are you in a bad mood today? Not cool. Who pissed you off? You. What did I do? These men who are out for a date. I think they are to blame. Why should we save them? Why are you interfering? I was just thinking, you're not one of them, are you? We're not saving them. We're saving their families. We're saving their children. No fun. I want to get on with my insurance case. Hey, Chen Shi called out to Lin Dongxue who was ready to leave. Do you know what number today is? 24. What's going on? Come out for dinner tonight. Lin Dongxue snorted and laughed. Are you asking me out? Sort of. Chen Shi shrugged his shoulders. What about your little girl? First of all, I'm not her father. Secondly, she can take care of herself. Besides, I'll be back early. I'll think about it. I may not have time tonight. Oh whoops. Some hot-headed good citizen took this job for us. For the rest of the day, everyone sat around signing up for various social media programs, holding their phones and comparing. Do you think this picture looks like this one? Ugh, how are they all the same? The recognizability is too low. Su Xiaodong suddenly stood up. Guys, I found myself. Everyone went over to take a look. And as Chen Shi predicted, that person really still used these photos, and everyone praised Su Xiaodong. saying that he was a fool with a fool's luck. What next? Su Xiaodong said with a blank expression. Chat. There's no appointment Lao Shang. Or you come? I'm not experienced either. Everyone looked at Chen Shi, who was reading the newspaper and said, what are you looking at me for? Su Xiaodong piled on a smile and said, Brother Chen is so suave. He must be experienced, right? Cursing me? No. Do you help to the end? Chen Shi sighed, took the phone. This is an app called Pretending to be a Couple. That person is now online. Chen Shi considered for a moment, picked up the phone to take a selfie, look at it, and said, not very photogenic. Xiaodong, I'll shoot you. Su Xiaodong immediately squared his collar, revealing a smile. Chen practical cell phone to him, said, no, not attractive enough. You go to my car, hold the steering wheel, wear a pair of sunglasses. After some tossing and turning, I was able to get my avatar out, and with a bunch of people watching, Chen Shi typed hi, beautiful. After waiting for a long time, the other party returned an expression. Everyone was excited and bad. Su Xiaodong said, Chen continue, ask her out. Where's the directness? Will you chat? Chen Shi thought about what to say, although usually he talks quite a lot, but to the cold chat software, really cannot find words, so he flipped up Su Xiaodong's photo album, found a cat picture to send to the other side, then typed, I just spent $10,000 on a Persian cat, does it look good? Liar, uncle, ever seen a Persian cat? Uncle, am I that old? How old are you? 19. That's when the other side sent a video request. Everyone immediately tensed up and moved the things behind Su Xiaodong away so that the other party would not realize that this was the Public Security Bureau. Su Xiaodong said, what am I going to say? Chen Shi said, say whatever you want. Remember that you are a rich second generation from a good family. Don't sound so stiff. Su Xiaodong then stiffly pressed accept. The video went through, and he greeted with stiff movements. Hello, beautiful. The others didn't dare make a sound, and the other asked, what do you do? I'm a rich second generation Chen Shi held his forehead and said that he had played a bad game. You don't have to work? The other man said, I have so much money in my family. What kind of class is it? Su Xiaodong smiled awkwardly. What does your family do? Mining. Oh, liar it is. Get out. After saying that, the other party directly turned off the video and pulled Su Xiaodong black. Su Xiaodong frustrated a face. Chan brother, can you chat? Don't keep pacing her. Ha, she pulled the plug on me. Now what? See the looks? See, it's pretty much the same as in the picture. I guess a beauty camera was used. Chen Shi looked around at everyone and said, there are so many of us. Everyone go and register an account. Take turns looking for her to chat. Send her some small gifts or something, and we'll definitely take the bait. So everyone in the office had their heads buried in the sand. They were chatting with their targets without words, and after half a day of chatting, one of the officers finally caught her eye, and the officer said excitedly, she said she'd meet later. Why tomorrow night? Chen Shi mused. She's got a date tonight? Looks like someone is going to be unlucky again tonight. Su Xiaodong said. Not necessarily. Lin Dongxue walked in. We've contacted the men. One man claimed that the last time they met was just for dinner. They didn't have sex, and they were planning to go on a date together tonight. Learning that the woman had AIDS, the man was quite shocked and expressed his willingness to cooperate with the police. Everyone perked up, and Chen Shi said, let's go warm up first. So, Chen Shi and Lin Dongxue to find the man. The man named Wang Shiluan is an ordinary white-collar workers, received a call from the police to take time off to come down and meet with them in a cafe. Wang Shiluan said, luckily, you notify me in time. This woman is really too bad. Knowingly know that they have a disease but also come out to harm people. You can be really my life-saving benefactor. Lin Dongxue saw that he was wearing a wedding ring on the ring finger of his left hand, and immediately revealed a look of contempt as she asked, what is your appointment? 8 o'clock tonight. I was asking what place. Tonight at 8 is a KTV la. We're planning to meet after work. Chen Shi asked. When you saw the girl, did you feel anything unusual about her? No, very ordinary a girl. Looks, still make do. Skin is also quite good. Really cannot see have this disease. Was there any particular eagerness to show that he wanted to sleep with you? No, we just had dinner and took a walk. I was proposing a room, but she said she wasn't feeling too well, so we changed the date. Do you know her name? Where does she live? I only know her name is Kong Ting Ting. I don't know where she lives. Okay, then let's exchange contact information and meet there tonight after work, Lin Dongxue said. After coming out, Lin Dongxue asked Chen Shi, why are you asking about this? I'm wondering how CDC got the intel and if it could be a rumor. That can't be right. 2 people have already contracted. Got to get back to work tonight. It's okay, we'll go to dinner after we catch the guy. It's a lot easier than solving a crime. So do you like solving crimes? Or do you like doing this? Chen Shi smiled, breaking the case. In the evening, Chen Shi went to pick Tao Yeye up and brought her home, made her dinner, and said, I have something to do in the evening. Tao Yeye said disdainfully, dating that ant? No, to take prisoners. Che, I don't believe it. Tomorrow is the weekend. You're allowed to play some games, but you have to be in bed by 10, and I'll try to be back by 10. Tao Yeye made a face. The police officers, all dressed in civilian clothes, wearing radios, came to the center of the city center of that KTV. Christmas Eve street crowded. Chen Shi to find a place to park all spent half an hour. Lin Dongxue text message that she is in a cake store. Chen Shi came there. Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong sat at a table by the window. From this angle, they could see Wang Shiluan standing in front of the door of the KTV. He had changed into a new outfit, and he was holding a rose in his hand. Lin Dongxue laughed and said, I was wondering how the man should explain to his wife. Su Xiaodong said, helping the police on a case? If my wife asks what kind of case I'm working on, won't I be exposed if I tell her? Alas, these married men still do not know how to behave, deserve to catch the disease. Chen Shi said, Miss Lin, this view of yours is very radical. My personal opinion. No, if my future husband dares to go out and womanize, I'll put him. Ahem. Lin Dongxue stopped the conversation. Chen Shi received a text message. Honey, come stay with me tonight? Su Xiaodong, who was sitting on the side, saw it and opened his mouth wide in surprise. Brother Chen, your girlfriend? Little bastard, deliberately fixing me. It's Tao Yeye. Chen Shi laughed and scolded. Su Xiaodong said, Brother Chen, forgive me for taking the liberty, but isn't it inappropriate for you to live with a little girl? I can't do anything about it. Her family is gone, so I can't just throw her in an orphanage. Can I? I'm thinking about sending her to a boarding high school. Never, Lin Dongxue said, her expression revealing a hint of gloom. That's how I came to be. Childhood is only once, but it affects for a lifetime. It's better to care for her properly. That's absolutely right, Su Xiaodong seconded. When I was a kid, I was always whipped with a belt by my dad for failing exams, and it all knocked me out of my childhood shadow. You at least have a father. Mentioning her fatherless and motherless childhood, Lin Dongxue always felt a pang of heartache. Chen Shi digressed. Order something to eat. He ordered 3 pieces of tiramisu and coffee, and Su Xiaodong was moved to say, this is the first time since I've known Chen that Chen has treated me to food. I forgot to mention AA. Don't. Just let me eat this touch in my belly. There is a situation outside. Wang Shiluan suddenly left the scope of their surveillance. Su Xiaodong was busy jumping up and ran outside to find out what was going on. Taking this opportunity, Chen Shi pulled out a delicate small box and handed it to Lin Dongxue, who was surprised. For you. Lin Dongxue opened it. It was a necklace. She was very embarrassed. Sending me something so expensive? In fact, it is also a borrowed flower to offer Buddha. The last time and your brother bet. Earned him a sum of money. Accept it. Not expensive. Only more than 1,000. You seem to have gotten generous lately. Yes? Lin Dongxue pushed the box over. I appreciate the kindness. I don't dare to accept it. Chen Shi held his hand against the box Lin Dongxue pushed over. Why won't you accept it? Said it was too expensive. Are you afraid that I'm going to ask for something in return for giving it away? Don't worry. I don't have that intention. Let me be honest. Tao Yu had been sick and hospitalized before, and now that she's well, I don't need the money as much, so seeing that this is good, I bought it. You're not the one who said that friendship is about mutual benefit. Then you can get me a present next time too. My birthday is October. No, March 18th, which has their own birthday. I remembered wrong. Lin Dongxue smiled and accepted the box. Smile. Oh, it'll look great on you. Lin Dongxue thought. Is he going to start chasing after himself? Since the last time she kissed him a little, she thought a lot. And Chen Chen is very relaxed and pleasant together. He has a kind of mature charm, and is very good at taking care of people. If he really intends to chase after himself, she doesn't mind to give him this opportunity. Only, she glanced at Chen Shi. You bastard. Be clear in your attitude. Su Xiaodong came in and said. Scared me. He went to the toilet. Dongxue, why is your face so red? Oh, it's too hot in here with the air conditioner on. Brother Chen, I'm still playing that game last time. Su Xiaodong didn't care and sat down to continue chattering. Time passed hour by hour. The window passed by a lot of couples. Wang Shiluan in the cold wind kept stomping his feet. Looking at already 9 o'clock, Chen Shi said, it's too late. I should go back. It shouldn't have been stood up, right? Su Xiaodong said, go out and look. Coming outside, Wang Sherluan said. Officers, I called her at 7 and said she was on her way, but she hasn't shown up yet. Stood you up? Su Xiaodong said. No way. It's not like we haven't met before, and the last time we had dinner together, she kinda had feelings for me. Don't be beautiful. If she didn't have ulterior motives, would she come out to meet you? Lin Dongxue said. Did you call afterward? Chen Shi asked. Called, but are not through. Oh yes, at 7 o'clock. I seem to hear knocking on the phone, and quite urgent. I was thinking that the girl said on the way. In fact, did not go out at all. Fight again. Chen Shi's tone was steeply serious. Wang Sherluan dialed Kong Tingting's number, and when the phone kept ringing, he said, Look. No one answered again. Something happened? Su Xiaodong said. No way. Maybe it was in the car and didn't hear it? Lin Dongxue said. I don't know her home address. There's no way. I have to go back. Chen Shi said. Let's close up the team too. Su Xiaodong went to call everyone to close the line. Chen Shi called Lin Dongxue aside and said, I'm really sorry. I was planning to go to a movie with you. It seems to be impossible. This traffic tonight. I guess I'll have to be 11 o'clock by the time I get home. It's okay. Didn't you give me a necklace? There is one more thing to please you. Chen Shi pulled out a gold-plated fountain pen. This is given to Captain Pang. Recently there is no less trouble for him. A little bit of heart. Just say that it is sent by you. Oh, why don't you give it to him yourself? Please. Lin Dongxue sighed. Why does it have to be Christmas Eve delivery? Are you a little girl in a cartoon? The merchants are having a sale recently. Well. Hey, but he won't think anything of it if I give him something for a good reason. No, he's not the kind of guy who makes a fool of himself. And you are? Lin Dongxue smiled and collected the pen. After Chen Shi left, the police closed up one by one. Pang Siju also came tonight. He was in a cafe drinking coffee in solitude. Lin Dongxue went to notify the closing of the team, and in the meantime completed the small task that Chen Shi had instructed him to do. Receiving the gold-plated fountain pen, Pang Siju did not act flattered and said, Do me a favor, I have something, please give it to Chen Shi. Lin Dongxue laughed bitterly. You two big old men are too pretentious. So, he asked you to send me this thing? Pangsjack extorted the truth with a calm face. Lin Dongxue, who knew that she had lost her words, covered her mouth and said helplessly, Captain Pang, people's thoughts, just accept them. Be a thief. Did something happen to you too? It's none of your business. Thanks. Lin Dongxue left the cafe with a puzzled look on her face and bumped into Su Xiaodong, who said, I'll send you back. I'll take a cab. I won't be able to get a cab tonight, so I'll give you a ride. Lin Dongxue had to agree. Christmas Eve, although lively, but the traffic is really worrying. Spent nearly an hour. Su Xiaodong just Lin Dongxue to her residence. Lin Dongxue said thank you ready to get off. Su Xiaodong said, Wait, something in you say. What's wrong? Su Xiaodong took out a box from the back seat and opened it. It was a bouquet of fresh roses with dewdrops on the bright red petals. Lin Dongxue faced surprised. What is today's day? How everyone is evil intentions. Remember, today is Christmas Eve. A holiday does not take a holiday but has many functions. What for? Winter snow. I want to confess to you. Table. Confession? Lin Dongxue stared in surprise. Don't be nervous. It's not like we've known each other for a day or two. I just don't really want to be evil. It's okay. Actually, I can see that you like Chen. You don't even look the same when you're with him. Is there any? Lin Dongxue touched her slightly hot cheeks. I also have a crush on you for quite a long time, but I know you don't like me. Gradually I don't have much power, but the whole unit of colleagues know that I like you. It's a little bit of a ride. So it is as good as going through the process? And you're just painfully rejecting me, and I'm dead in the water. No. Who says I don't like you? This time it was Su Xiaodong's turn to be dumbfounded, and he said incoherently, Dongxue, can't it be that you're a haughty girl? Ao your head. I said like means like, not love. We are friends. It is normal for friends to like each other. Lin Dongxue wanted to laugh. How do you speak a bit like Chen Shi? Biting the words. Then how likely is it that this likeness will develop into a love? Su Xiaodong asked with his heart in his mouth. Not at all. Okay. Su Xiaodong smiled bitterly. I'm starting. Begin. Su Xiaodong cupped his hands with flowers. Lin Dongxue, I like you. Can you go out with me? Sorry, I can't promise. In that case, although he knew this was the result, there was still a trace of loss in Su Xiaodong's heart. We'll still be friends in the future, right? Of course. Keep the flowers. I don't have any place to put them, and my mom will ask questions if she finds out. No, how can I take it? Only throw it away? Whatever you. Actually I think Shaoli is quite good to you, buying you food and water, and often going out on missions with you. You can care more about her. I really didn't notice. Su Xiaodong smiled awkwardly. On the contrary, you like Chen. Since when? Lin Dongxue immediately tensed up. Who said I like him? Su Xiaodong said. Just now at the store. He gave you a necklace. I saw it all. Lin Dongxue was very embarrassed and said. It doesn't mean anything if he gives me something? I know you. You rarely owe people favors. You usually eat in AA. You don't want the flowers I gave you, but you're willing to accept his gift. Lin Dongxue blushed to her ears. Don't talk nonsense. Nonsense? This thing about you liking Chen? Still? Lin Dongxue figuratively punched Su Xiaodong. Fine. Keep it a secret. Confidential. I won't tell anyone. I should get home. So take care on your way. Yes. Looking at the figure of Lin Dongxue disappearing in the neighborhood, Su Xiaodong felt a trace of loss in his heart. He recalled the first time he saw Lin Dongxue in the police academy. She stood in the ranks wearing a police uniform, her eyes gleaming, her posture erect, radiating a goddess-like soft light. At that time she was almost the crush of the whole dormitory students. Later assigned to a team, Su Xiaodong was overjoyed, and began to pursue the offensive, everywhere thinking of ways to please her, but was politely rejected again and again. At the same time of loss, he also had a little relief, giving this fruitless crush a euthanasia. From now on we'll not have to think about it. Friends or not, he chanted, starting the car. Although sleeping late, but Chen sure still get up very early. He did a good job of breakfast to call Tao Yu get up. Breakfast is egg ham sandwich and milk. Tao Yu, but there is nothing like appetite. She said a while ago to eat Chen sure cooking eat tired. After eating, Tao Yeye stood up. I'm going back to the house to study. You're pretty motivated for this. You didn't play any games last night? Who wants to play that boring stuff? I'm so far behind in my homework. How can I not make up for it? You're saving my ass for me. I don't like studying at all. I just don't want to be an underclassman. Underclassmen are the most discriminated bunch in every class. These words came out of her mouth in a childish tone, making Chen sure want to laugh. He pulled out his wallet and put $200 on the table. Here's your allowance. You should have some money on you if you're going out with friends on the weekend. Tao Yeye took the money. Thanks, but I don't have any friends. No friends to make. They're all very childish. So old they're still watching cartoons or playing games. It's easy to get isolated like that, you know? Learn to blend in with the crowd. I was smart when I was a kid too, but I pretended to be ordinary. Tao Yeye made a face. I don't believe it. Chen Shi's cell phone rang. It was Lin Dongxue who called. She said, that woman last night died in her own home. The report just came in this morning. A neighbor smelled blood. Tell me the address and I'll be right over. Tao Yeye eavesdropped from the sidelines. And when Chen Shi hung up, she said, why are there always murders? Know how dangerous this world is. Be good at home. You can order takeout for lunch if you're hungry. I'll be back in the evening. Get me a kitty. I'm bored at home alone. As long as you make the 30th percentile in your class on this final. Tao Yeye said disdainfully, an adult's trick. If you give me money to spend, I'll listen to you too. Rights and obligations are equal. You know? 10 o'clock. Chen Shi rushed to the scene of the crime. Peng Siju was leading people in the investigation of the scene. Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong is also there. The room is a mess. Like there was an argument. The living room floor lying on a woman. Face down. The blood flowed all over the place. Has already condensed. Chen Shi put on the rubber gloves handed by Lin Dongxue and said, it couldn't be retaliation. Could it? Can't say. Pengjiak said, the time of death is about 20 hours. The cause of death is hypoxia caused by a cut on the chest and abdomen and loss of blood. The deceased's clothes are intact and she should not have been violated. And some bloody dander was also found under her fingernails. Chen Shi said, Old Peng, your estimation is a bit off this time. Last night when Wang Shiluan called at 7 o'clock, the deceased was still alive, and the time of death should be about 15 hours. I'm just talking about the corpse. The air conditioner was on when I came in and the room temperature reached 30 degrees, accelerating the decay process. Chen Shi squatted down and turned the body over with Peng Siju. The dead man's sweater had been stained red with blood. There was a cleaving wound above his left breast, and 3 stabbing wounds on his abdomen. Chen Shi measured the length of the wounds with a ruler and said, the murder weapon is about 5 centimeters wide, and the knife is sharp. Pengjiak continued, the stabs in the abdomen were only 10 centimeters deep at their deepest, leaving the imprint of the murder weapon's handguard on the skin, and the murder weapon was 10 centimeters long. Then it is a dagger. Chen Shi said, looking up and around, then stood up and walked to the door, checking the lock. The lock is intact. There is a cat's eye on the door. It should be an acquaintance who committed the crime. The entrance mat slipped out by 30 centimeters. Something fell over on the shelf at the entrance. The first bloodstain is 20 centimeters away from the door. And the murderer came in the door and then forcefully pushed the deceased so that she lost her balance and then swung the knife at her. Pang Siju said. The deceased tried to struggle and touched some bases on the TV stand. The murderer pinched her left shoulder and wrenched it over and stabbed her several times in the abdomen. There were no belongings missing from the house. And the murderer entered and struck directly. So it should be a revenge killing. Lin Dongxue laughed. You two are so well matched. Come here. You're about the same height as the deceased. Stand here. Chen Shi pulled Lin Dongxue in front of him and set up a stabbing motion. Shaking his head. The angle is wrong. The murderer should be taller. I'll do it. Pang's Jack came over and reverted to the killer's movements. And Lin Dongxue, who was being used as a specimen, was a little embarrassed. The angle is just right. Then the murderer should be 180. How come you're so tall? You're not wearing inner heights, are you? In response to Chen Shi's questioning, Ju Pence returned a cold stare. A police officer came over, test paper in hand, and said to Peng Siju, Captain, the results are in. Peng's Jack glanced over. You're not mistaken? Measured 3 times. Peng Siju turned to Lin Dongxue and Chen Shi. The deceased was not infected with AIDS. No infection? Lin Dongxue was shocked. Is it her in person? Chen Shi questioned. The dead man's cell phone was on the couch. They picked it up and it was dead. So they got another charger to connect it. Finally turned on the phone. The phone has that day they saw the life photos. There are a few app. The chat records are also yesterday the police officers in order to fish out of her left. And the dead face comparison. Although the photo has been retouched. But there is no doubt that the dead is exactly Kong Tingting. I'll tell the expert at CDC about this and tell him to look into it again. Lin Dongxue called the expert and informed him of the matter. Chen Shi was a little thirsty. Stood up and pulled open the refrigerator door. Casually took an unopened bottle of drink. Lin Dongxue said, Hey, pay attention. It's not like this is evidence. Chen Shi opened it and took a sip. He suddenly eeked. Strange. Why does the food in the refrigerator stink? Pang Siju and Lin Dongxue came over to check. The refrigerator did have a putrid smell, but the cold air was still sufficient. She said, maybe it was bought back untouched. She thought she had AIDS. How can she still be in the mood to eat? Slightly far-fetched. Chen Shi opened the freezer below and found that some of the popsicles had also melted. And when they did, they refroze and became cake-like. The refrigerator has had a power cut. Old Pang. How long does a power cut turn into this? Chen Shi asked. Not sure. Have to do a test. Was there a power outage last night? And if there was, the time of death would have to be re-estimated. Lin Dongxue said. It's not necessary. Didn't Wang Shiren say that the deceased even answered the phone at 7 o'clock? Officers went out to find a neighbor to find out what was going on. And the neighbor said that the girl who lived in the house didn't seem to have a job, and spent all day at home playing games, and that there was often a lot of garbage piled up in front of the door. As for last night, they didn't hear any movement at 7 o'clock. An older sister reflected that a while ago one night she came out and found the girl squatting in front of a dark shadow. Is turning over something? Can scare her to death. Then shouted what people? The person fled. The ground turned out to be turned over the garbage bags. Lin Dongxue came back and told Chen Shi about all this. And Chen Shi mused. There's a stalker? The scene was temporarily blocked. The body and related exhibits were all brought back to the bureau. From the downstairs when passing by, Chen Shi's eyes fixed straight in the construction site not far away. Lin Dongxue said, What are you looking at? It must have been noisy when construction was going on here? Said Chen Shi came to the construction site, to the masters to inquire. They said yesterday normal construction has been dry until 6 o'clock in the evening before closing. Back at the station, it was already noon. After eating, the expert from the CDC arrived. The expert said, made a mess. I re-asked the 2 infected people if they had any high-risk sexual behavior recently, or had received blood from others. Infected person A said he had just recently gotten a tattoo. The timing would be just right. What about the second person? It's not possible for both people to catch the disease at the same time so coincidentally, right? Lin Xiaopu asked. The thing is, in fact, these 2 people were together to ask the girl, open the room to play threesome. You understand, right? After finishing, the girl left first. These 2 men because of taking the Viagra drug effect has not passed. Physiologically still in a state of high arousal, coupled with the body naked. So A said, hey, buddy, try it? B said, you're not a faggot, are you? A said, I'm not, just curious. B said, try it then. I've never tried it. Alright, there's no need to go into such detail. Lin Xiaopu interrupted the expert. And many of the police officers present were snickering as they had a premonition of what was to come. So, the 2 of them had unprotected just intercourse and A infected B. Are they gay? I don't think so. Technically this is M. S. M. The category of M. S. Is much larger than gay. Some men don't like the same sex themselves, but in certain situations, it's not unlikely that they'll have intimate encounters with someone of the same sex, and according to Kinsey's stats, 10% of all males have had an experience of M at one time or another. Lin Dongxue completely refreshed her 3 views and said, men can be so uncouth. So which came before and which came after these two contracting the disease and having sex with Kong Tingting? Chen Shi asked. Apparently the A-infected disease preceded it, but the girl was lucky she didn't get it that time, and the chances of transmission from normal sex are low, but the chances are especially high between men and men, because the skin in the rectum is extremely fragile. Lin Xiaopu said, thank you, it seems to be a false alarm. Should I inform the other males? No, let's make the announcement. And by the way, the hit is being kept secret for now. Got it. Thanks guys. The expert was relieved and excused himself there. Chen Shi said to Lin Xiaopu, it seems that between a man and a woman, it's even more important to wear a condom. Who the fuck are you talking to? It's not like I am. Lin Xiaopu broke into a foul language. Peng Siju walked in, threw an autopsy report on the table and said coldly, the deceased showed signs of having been raped. It happened while she was alive. The deceased's wounds and injuries had mild crushing and tearing of the internal injuries. It's likely that the murderer committed the rape after hurting her, and then put her pants back on? Chen Shi was surprised. Yes, the deceased's pants, although tightly fastened, were obviously not put on by himself, and the fall pants were wrinkled inside. We underestimated the killer's knucklehead. Lin Dongxue said. Anything else you found? Some hair and fibers were found on the victim, presumably left behind by the killer, and the DNA on the fingernails was that of a male in his mid-40s, with no matching samples found. Time of death. Based on the fact that the air conditioning was on at the scene, I'd estimate 15 hours ago. The time of death may have to be rejudged, and it's possible that there was a power outage at the scene. Chen Shi said. Su raised his hand and said, when I interviewed the residents, they didn't mention the power outage last night. Lin Dongxue said. Also, how could Kong Tingting think she had AIDS and then go crazy to get back at society? She should have had unprotected sex a few weeks ago. Right. Is the other person related to this case? Check. Lin Xiaopu stood up. Things are never done. I'll assign tasks now. Chen Shi and Lin Dongxue returned to the scene of the crime in the afternoon, when the site is under construction, very noisy, and neighbors to speak loudly. Chen Shi mainly to the surrounding neighbors to inquire about one thing. Last night there was no power outage. The neighbors said unanimously that there is no. Chen Shi returned to the front of Kong Tingting's house and saw that the electric box was outside. He mused at it. Lin Dongxue said, you suspect someone is up to no good? There's that thought, but it's not so sure. The one in the fridge might have been broken from a previous power outage, and right now it's just a dot. It's not connected enough to be considered much of a deduction. Lin Dongxue's cell phone rang a bit. The task force got a WeChat chat group, on which timely sharing of intelligence. She swept a glance at the phone and said, Su Xiaodong found the nightclub that Kong Tingting often go to, but there is nothing during the day. Tonight it seems to work overtime. Tao Yeye alone at home does not matter? She can take care of herself. I've always felt that although you're quite good to Tao Yeye, but she's missing her mother's love during her formative years, and when she grows up, I'm afraid it's not good for her physical and mental health. Where am I going to mother her and buy a wig? Or do you expect me to hurry up and start a family? What becoming a family? You really say that? Who are you becoming a family with? Lin Dongxue was inexplicably nervous. Chen Shi deliberately turned a blind eye and said, eat and go. Work overtime. At night alas, the rest day is busier than usual. At 7 p.m. The two arrived at the nightclub, which was decorated for the holidays because it was Christmas, and had a Christmas tree with colored lights. The lights are on, customers are coming in, and the atmosphere in the store is slowly starting to heat up. A Santa Claus suddenly appeared in front of the two and lowered his voice to say, want a present, pretty lady? No need. We are here. Su Xiaodong. Santa laughed out loud and said, surprised? Why are you dressed like that? We're going to investigate the case anyway, and it just so happens that the store's temp didn't show up for something today, so I volunteered to take the job. Isn't that amazing? Pull back. Did find out anything? Kong Tingting often came to this store a while ago, so the owner knew her, and I heard the owner say that around the 10th of this month, Kong Tingting was a bit depressed one night, drank a lot of spirits, and was picked up by a raw face who picked up the body, and hasn't been here since. Picking up bodies? Chen Shi said. It's when a girl gets drunk in a nightclub and is taken away by a strange man to spend the night, and the sex hunters call it picking up a corpse. Lin Dongxue's cheeks twitched. This is too unsafe, right? As a girl, not even a little bit of vigilance? Good girls can't understand what bad girls think. Chen Shi said. Lin Dongxue asked Su Xiaodong, The man who picked up the body at that time, does the boss have any impression? The boss said he was quite tall, maybe about 5'8", skinny, wearing a white shirt, jeans, and a duck-tongued hat, and he couldn't remember what he looked like. Where to find it? Lin Dongxue was straight up worried. Take your time finding it. The trio then walked back and forth in the store, looking for a man who fit this profile, and asked several, all of whom said they didn't recognize the girl in the photo. Nightclubs are places where there are more wolves and less meat. Lin Dongxue's such a look and figure provoked men to come over to accost her. She was annoyed, so she acted together with Chen Shi. Tired of checking out, the three of them ordered 3 cups of drinks and sat down to rest for a while. Lin Dongxue whined, "A place of sound and color is really not for me." Deto, Su Xiaodong said, "I just want to go home and play games. I do come occasionally." Chen Shi said. Lin Dongxue made a scornful expression. "It's just like them, when they see a female, they jump on her. I'm just here for a drink, and as far as the rest of it goes, I've always gone with the flow." Does Brother Chen have a battle record? Su Xiaodong's gossipy soul was aroused. "No, I'm honest. It looks like you're lying." Lin Dongxue immediately exposed him. The music started. People consciously vacated a place. A man in a red shirt came over, owed a hand to Lin Dongxue, did not hear what he said because the music was too loud. Lin Dongxue froze for a moment and grabbed a handful of popcorn and put it in his hand. Su Xiaodong slapped the table and laughed. "They are asking you to dance." Lin Dongxue flashed her ID. "Excuse me, we're here to investigate a case." The other man was still smiling. "A dance wouldn't hurt. Don't cops have a nightlife?" Lin Dongxue was angry and amused. This person had great courage, but she really didn't want to agree to it, and was pondering how to refuse when Chen Shi pulled her hand and stood up and said, "Excuse me, she's getting ready to dance with me." The man then chirped, "Excuse me." Chen Shi pulled Lin Dongxue to the dance floor, accompanied by music. Many people have danced. Lin Dongxue, a burst of nervousness, said, "I do not know how to You can learn. Just follow my rhythm. Come on, give me your hand." Lin Dongxue shyly grasped Chen Shi's hand. The two began to rotate to the rhythm. Chen Shi had an encouraging smile in his eyes. She gradually began to let go from being rushed. In this kind of confusing atmosphere, it was really easy to forget her usual self. Dancing also consumes stamina. Lin Dongxue's body began to heat up, and her heart was pounding wildly. When Chen Shi pulled her hand and spun around in a circle before wrapping her in his arms, her heartbeat soared to a level that couldn't go any higher. And in her line of sight, Chen Shi's face, which was slightly stubbled, also looked more handsome than usual. When the song ended and the dancers retired one after another, Lin Dongxue, tired and panting, fanned the wind with both hands, and Chen Shi asked, "Is it interesting?" "It doesn't mean anything," Lin Dongxue said with her heart in her mouth. "It doesn't mean anything, and you're laughing so hard? That's because, don't need you to care." The vignette over. The trio still continued to investigate the case and stayed until 10 o'clock with no luck at all. The next day Chen Shi came to the bureau early. The group that collected Kong Tingting's interpersonal relationship was a great achievement. They put all the photos of Kong Tingting's ex-boyfriends, best friends, and classmates on a whiteboard, labeling the relationships. Lin Xiaopu said roughly, saying, "The task is heavier. Visit them one by one." Chen Shi said, "This kind of checking is too stupid." Lin Xiaopu narrowed his eyes and said, "Can you not always have a superior attitude? Investigating cases is hard most of the time, so what's your high opinion?" There is no overlap between the males that Kong Tingting has slept with and those in her circle of personal relationships. You think this one is the most suspicious? 9 times out of 10. Lin Xiaopu immediately ordered someone to check. A little later that police officer came back and said, "There is a person who appears on both lists. This person is called Xiao Dahai, a building materials businessman, who used to engage in an extramarital affair with Kong Tingting and gave her some financial assistance." Chen Shi said, "How did it end?" "Unclear. When Kong Tingting took revenge on society, she took revenge on this person in passing. I think these two should have a beef." Lin Xiaopu said, "Old Zhang, you go to this Xiao Dahai." Today he looked at Chen Shi and laughed. "Just can't cheapen you. You go to check this person." Said. He flung over a photo. Chen Shi flipped through the photo and a name was written on the back. Han Lu. He asked, "What's his relationship with Kong Tingting?" "An ordinary friend. Used to go to the same university. I heard that he pursued Kong Tingting, and Kong Tingting and him have always been in an iffy relationship." Lin Dongxue came over to take a look. The guy on the photo was really not considered a handsome guy. She said, "I get it. Spare tire." Lin Xiaopu clapped his hands. "Take action, and strive for results today." The three went to find Han Lu. He worked in a supermarket. See myself when he was low scanning code. Chen Shi eyeballing. He is 1 meter 8 tall. The body is also thinner. The heart of the spirit of light. Is it him? Lin Dongxue flashed her ID. Hello, we're the police and would like to find out something about you. It's about Kong Tingting, isn't it? Han Lu said. How do you know? Yesterday, I heard the news. A little sudden. A few of our old classmates gathered together to pray for her. I don't know which beast did it. If I let me know, I must personally take revenge for her, said. He revealed a fierce look. Chen Shi asked, what is your relationship with Kong Tingting? College buddy. Friend. It's more than that, isn't it? It must have been Wang who said that, right? Yes. I did chase after her, but she never said yes to me. In fact, she and I haven't been in touch for a long time, and when I heard about her death, I just thought it was a bit sudden. Chen Shi had been watching his words, and Han Li's vision flickered a bit, as if he was hiding something. He decided to drop a bombshell and said, did you know that before she died, Kong Tingting thought she had AIDS and was frantically sleeping with strange men? What? Han Lu exclaimed. No way. She's not that kind of random girl. It is not for you to assert the truth in this matter. Han Lu froze for half a day without speaking, then said, well, I know that people change. Maybe she's no longer the innocent girl she used to be who always memorized her vocabulary under the willow tree in the early morning. Do you know anyone who had a problem with her? How could I possibly know? Having said that we haven't been in touch for a long time, I can't possibly catch a tree and hang on to it. In fact, I had a girlfriend a long time ago. Look, that one is. He pointed with his chin towards the cash register where a short-haired girl with freckles stood. Chen Shi took out his cell phone, ready to exchange contact information. If there is any situation, contact us in time, okay? Definitely. Then I'll leave you alone. Lin Dongxue frequently signaled Chen Shi with her eyes. Chen Shi ignored it, and after leaving the supermarket, Lin Dongxue said, why don't you ask for an alibi? Words are not enough. Don't ask such direct questions all at once. Do you think he's telling the truth? It feels like there's something to hide. Miss Lin, have you ever had a spare tire? Lin Dongxue stared wide-eyed. Why do you ask? All girls have vanity and like that feeling of being surrounded by stars, but I never do that kind of thing. Su Xiaodong said, I've been a spare tire. Talk about feelings. Is middle school when like a girl well, also about to come out to play, but she is never willing to in front of classmates and I walked together, and then found that she originally had a boyfriend. Fuck really hurt the heart. Would want to kill her? Lin Dongxue asked curiously. No, I guess, just sad. Of course, kind of hate her too. The mood of a spare tire is really subtle. This Han look and observe and see. Chen Shi said. Chen Shi didn't leave directly, but sneaked into the staff locker room, where an older woman walked in and said, what are you doing? Chen Shi handed a wink to Lin Dongxue, who pulled out her ID. We are the police, and we are investigating a case. Theft. One of your employees lost something important and reported it yesterday. The elder sister didn't see that Lin Dongxue's ID said criminal police, believed it, and said, why don't you look for the manager? Involving privacy, the informant does not want to publicize. Can I trouble you? Chen Shi pointed to the cabinet. Yes, 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 it's proper to cooperate with the police. Big sister went to fetch the key. Chen Shi asked her to open several lockers in turn, pretending to look for something before finally asking to open the locker labeled with Han Li's name, which contained Han Li's clothes. Chen Shi's sharp eyes saw a hair, and took it off when the big sister was not paying attention. Under the clothes also pressed a book. Is a detective novel called The Pupils of the Night, the author Xin by Chen Shi Ika sound. Last time that writer wrote? Did you find it, comrade officer? No, no, look in the other cabinets. Pretending to look through all the cabinets, Chen Shi thanked his big sister and left there. The three discuss where to go next to investigate the case. And in the task force's chat group, Peng Siju says he's made some progress. And in addition, Lin Xiaopu says there's a friend of the deceased's who wants to reflect on something, and that it's close to them, so he tells them to make a run for it. Chen Shi said, then let's split up in two for the time being. I'll go back to Lao Peng, and you guys go and find out what's going on. Lin Dongxue taunted. Captain Peng always comes first. Back to the bureau. Chen Shi went straight to the technical squadron. The room was freezing cold. The police officers were stomping their feet and hands to warm up, while Peng Siju sat in front of the microscope, looking towards the inside without looking away. Not affected in the slightest. What's going on? The technical squadron changed to the tomb school? Chen Shi teased. One officer said. The captain was doing experiments on food rotting in the refrigerator. There was indeed an extra old refrigerator in the room. And Chen Shi laughed. What dedication? Penzjak said without turning his head. The room temperature is now 5 degrees, and it could take quite a while for the ice cream in the freezer to melt like that. Also I read experimental data from the University of Tennessee that at a room temperature of 30 degrees, The decomposition of a corpse is accelerated by 5 hours. Body farm? That's right. 3 universities in the United States have joined forces to build a cadaver farm with a wide variety of corpses, blistered, buried, sealed, and charcoal tanned, to collect data on how bodies decompose under different conditions for use in solving crimes. Pangjak said, "There's a 5-hour error in extrapolating the time of death if there was a power outage on the night of the murder. But what's it going to take to determine if the power outage happened that night? I came back on the way to venture a conjecture. The murderer is 3 o'clock in the afternoon to kill the deceased, and then go to the door to pull off the electric switch, and then quietly come back the next morning to open the electric switch. Standing in the forensic perspective to see, the room has been open air conditioning, so it will be the time of death to the shorter speculation, judging that it is the evening at 7 o'clock homicide. In fact, the house has been the room temperature state. This is reverse thinking. If the murderer really intends to do this, he must be very clever. Baiting the coroner's mind. That's too clever. Why would he do that? An alibi, and when the police find him, he can say with aplomb that I had an alibi for 7 o'clock that night. Pang Siju pondered for a moment and said, "There's another possibility. The power outage happened before. The food in the refrigerator has long been spoiled, and the murder did happen at 7 o'clock that night. Don't forget that the man also received a phone call from the deceased at 7 o'clock. I said it was a guess. Bold assumption. Careful proof. I think you're overthinking the killer. No, when a person wants to get out of a crime, they show a higher level of intelligence than usual. It's called a rush. It's fruitless to just discuss it here. So why don't we go to the site and take another look?" Chen Shur immediately agreed and said, "Wait, I have something for you." He gave a sample of Han Li's hair to Peng Siju. "Compare it to the hairs found on the deceased." Pangjak left this to his subordinates, and one of the officers said, "Captain, the results of the dander samples are in, and the DNA is an exact match." Chen Shur froze and asked what was going on, and Peng Siju said, "It seems like there's no need to make a trip. The suspect has already been identified. The dander under the dead woman's fingernails belongs to Xiao Dahai, the businessman who had adopted her, and who is actually at the station right now." Hearing this news, Chen Shur was surprised and at the same time a little disappointed, and Peng Siju took in his expression and said, "Did you wish the case was a little more challenging? Ha ha, I can't wait to solve the case early and rest early." "Where is that suspect?" "Interrogation room. Come along for the ride." "I'm not going. There's work. Let's go, let's go." The greatest pleasure of being a police officer is the moment when the truth is revealed. Chen Shur pulled and dragged Pang Siju away. In the interrogation room, a middle-aged man with a shaved head is desperately trying to identify himself. "I didn't kill anyone. How could I have killed anyone? I've done so much charity, donated several Hope middle schools, and I believe in Buddhism. It's impossible for me to kill anyone. So don't frame me, okay?" Lin Xiaopu held the freshly released identification report in her hand. "The dander in the deceased's nails is yours. How do you explain that?" "This." Xiao Dahai's eyes wandered. "Come on." Xiao Dahai, scared as shiver, said, "I was looking for her that day. You also know that I used to be with her for a while, and then let my wife know. And then it made a mess of it. My wife brought me that a few brothers-in-law blocked me on the street, but also grabbed her by her hair and beat it, and was photographed by passers-by and passed it onto the online, and now can still find it. London City to beat the little 3 video. My wife learned that I spent a lot of money to her. Not happy, told me to be a villain. To get the money back, I went to ask for a few times, and Kong Tingting fell out not too pleasant. It has not been how to contact. And then, a few days ago she suddenly contacted me. Said a person lonely, want to come out to open a room. I certainly did not refuse. That night on that what happened, I thought, she will not still be on my old love is not forgotten. Package Junior is a technical work, with the same as raising cats and dogs. Raise good to invest a lot of money and energy at. Kong Tingting, this girl looks quite beautiful. To take the hand, and did not read a lot of schooling. The woman is no talent is virtue. Then, another, my wife just found out about breast cancer. I'm afraid there are no more years to live. I thought I'd take advantage of the old feelings rekindled, and when my wife died, I'd marry her. So you went to her? Yes, I look for her to chat, give her a red packet, all to me indifferent. I said to myself, how the woman also have plucked hanging ruthless. Is she that night just want to find excitement? So I went to the door to find her. What day? Christmas Eve noon. I was planning to ask her out to dinner, but she told me to get lost. I got angry, and she argued with her a few times, and that's when she scratched me. Look, I still have Dao Dao on my hand. What a storyteller. Leader, I really didn't make up stories. These are all facts. If I have half a lie, the sky will strike me down. Okay, don't bet on it. Do you know why she suddenly asked you for a room? Xiao Dahai shook his head. Maybe he's lonely? In fact, she suspected she had contracted AIDS and went on a wild rampage to get back at society. And you in the process. Xiao Dahai was shocked. Then does she have? No, we've experienced it and she doesn't have it. Xiao Dahai's eyes were still wide open, then buried his face between his hands. Damn, almost all hell broke loose. I thought she liked me. I really ate B losses and fell for B pawns in my life. Nearly died on top of B. Xiao Dahai's words caused the female recorder to frown slightly, and Lin Xiaopu tapped the table with a pen and said, say what happened on the day of the crime. The day of the crime. Bah! What day of the crime? I really didn't kill anyone. Where were you at 7 o'clock that night? At home. My son can testify. Chen Shi, who was listening outside, shook his head. He's not a murderer. The height and size don't match. Zhu Peng said. Then we'd better get going. Peng Siju brought up a survey box and the two returned to the crime scene. They didn't go in right away but stood outside observing the electrical box. Peng Siju said, there's no dust on the top of the grip. If you look around, it's dirty all around. It's just the handpiece that's clean. Someone touched it and then wiped all the dust off. It may not be the same day. Zhu Pence wasn't carrying on. The reasoning wasn't clear. The two men were just standing on two possibilities and debating them. When he was partnered with Song Lang, they often discussed the case intensely like this, both sides enjoying themselves. Looking at Chen Shi's focused side face, Peng Siju's heart felt like there was a lump in his heart, knowing that it was the one, but he couldn't say it out loud. He warned himself countless times. In any occasion, Song Lang, this name can never be called out. That person is carrying two lives of the wanted fugitive. Although he believes that Song Lang is innocent, but as a police officer, he must keep the bottom line. The man in front of him was just Chen Shi, a good citizen who would solve the case. He deluded himself. What's with the days? Looking back, Chen Shi was staring into his eyes, thinking about something. Pengjack didn't move to cover it up. Open it up. The electric box didn't have a key, so it could be opened directly. And Chen Shi asked for Peng Siju's magnifying glass, observed the electric switch for a while, and said, the main power supply has been touched. Any fingerprints? This thing is made of ceramic. I can't tell. Pengjack opened the survey box, hooked up a UV light to the battery, and shined it at the electric switch. He shook his head. No, it's only suspicious if there isn't one. And if the homeowner moved it himself, why would he wear gloves? Go inside and take a look. In order to facilitate the investigation of the case, the key to the crime scene is held by the neighborhood committee here on behalf of the key, which Chen Shi just came up to ask for. He opened the door. The blood on the floor has not been cleaned up. The police used a rope to circle the outline of the dead man when he fell to the ground. The two men went straight to the refrigerator, opened the door. A rotten stench came to the face. Chen practical hand fanning the wind. A turnaround to find Peng Siju do not know when to wear a mask. Why don't you give me a pair? Just bring a pair. Of these dishes rotted like this season, even if they are left at room temperature, they will not rot so badly. It seems you don't usually cook. This little girl isn't very conscientious about putting raw food and cooked food together. And in an airtight environment, the bacteria on these raw meats will run out and accelerate the spoilage. That's not so fast. It'll take at least a week for the vegetables to rot like that. These look like leftover takeout. I'll look for them. Chen Shi went to rummage through the trash can, and really found the takeout receipt. He checked one by one. These dishes were indeed ordered a week ago, and after eating the leftovers, they were casually thrown in the refrigerator. The girl's refrigerator is also a luxury version of the trash can. Chen Shi was silent. At this time Peng Siju found a piece of leftover pudding cake. He picked it up and looked at it. This is still fresh, like it was bought in the last few days. It has a shelf life on it, until December 24th. The cake was chicly made and had a price tag on it that cost $40 a box. Chen Shi said, that doesn't prove it was bought that day. Look at the popsicles underneath. He opened the freezer and looked. These popsicles have long expired. It is Kong Ting Ting leftovers from last year and this summer, casually thrown here, even less as evidence. Pengjack said, essentially, you're just as stubborn as old Lin. You're just lucky. I'm not only lucky, but my intuition has always been accurate. Chen Shi closed the door under the refrigerator and picked up the piece of cake again. It didn't rot much, so how do you tell when you bought it? Gotta get a couple more pieces and do a group control test. Let's go. There's a commercial store nearby. Probably bought it there. Leave the cake here for now. I don't have an icebox. I'll pick it up afterward. The two of them went out. The construction site across the street was really noisy. They even had to speak louder. Pengjack frowned. It's so noisy. No one reported it? This piece of former textile factory dormitory building was a boss disc down to rent to the public, $800 a month. Live here are basically in the neighborhood of the workers. Daytime is usually not at home. Coming downstairs, the two of them walked towards the commercial street. Chenshur suddenly noticed that there was a little boy in tattered clothes following the two of them. He thought that it might be the children of the scavengers in the neighborhood and didn't pay much attention to it. Commercial street, there really is a cake store. The two went in and found the kind of cake. The shopper came over with a smile on her face and introduced them. Chenshur picked up the cake and said, "This kind of cake, the shelf life is only 2 days? Yes. This pudding cake seeks absolute freshness, and if it doesn't sell in 2 days, we dispose of it. Ever seen a girl come in and buy one of these cakes?" Chenshur flashed a picture of Kong Tingting on his cell phone. Were police officers working on a case. The shopper shook her head. "Doesn't ring a bell. Why don't you ask our foreman?" Turns out the foreman wasn't impressed either. And the two of them came out with a bunch of cakes and looked up to see cameras across the street, installed by a bar. But the bar wasn't open yet. That's when the little boy in rags stood across the street with his finger in his mouth watching the two men. Chenshur smiled and beckoned. "Come this way." When the little boy approached, Chenshur asked, "Why are you following us? Is it because you want to eat cake?" The little boy nodded. So Chenshur took out a piece of cake and gave it to him. The little boy thanked him and opened the package and ate it, eating crumbs all over his mouth. Looking hungry, Pangjak whispered a reminder. "For experimentation. It's okay, I bought a lot anyway. It's public money. Forget it, not you." The little boy finished eating and said, "Uncle, are you a policeman? How do you know?" "I live across the street from that building at the dump, and I saw you guys yesterday." Chenshur squatted down and asked tentatively, "Did you see something?" The little boy nodded. "But my mom won't let me talk. She's afraid the bad guys will retaliate. I was going to talk that day when I saw you guys looking around for someone to talk to." Chenshur touched his head. "It's okay, there are police officers here. Not afraid of bad guys. Tell me what you saw." "That afternoon, I saw an uncle bullying an aunt inside that window." Pangjak was stunned. This kid was an eyewitness. "What afternoon?" She asked. "The day before yesterday. Do you remember what time it was?" "I just ate. Our family dinner is usually at noon or 2, and Dad picks up so much good food from the restaurant. That uncle bullied Auntie." "How?" "Hit her. It looked like he had a knife in his hand. I was scared." Pang Siju was a little less than convinced, and said to the kid, "You have such good eyes? The dump is 50 meters from that building." "Really? You're a puppy for lying." Pangjak pointed to a sign in the distance and told the little boy to read it out, and as it turned out, he did have good eyesight. Chenshur asked, "What happened afterward?" "Then the auntie fell down. There was a window in the way. I didn't see what happened after that. That auntie died after that, right? That's why you guys came?" "My little friend, your discovery is so helpful to us. Here, have another piece of cake." Chenshur was pulling out the cake when Peng Siju pressed his hand and said, "Since he's a witness, as the officer with the case, giving him material favors would be suspected of bribery." Chenshur showed a look of "you can't be serious," and said, "It's just a piece of cake, a matter of principle." Chenshur was completely convinced and said to the little boy, "Can you take us to meet your family?" When visiting this scavenger's family at the dump, Pangjak covered his mouth with a handkerchief and frowned the entire time. And after Chenshur's patient persuasion, the family finally agreed to let their child testify when the time came. After leaving, Pangjak took a breath of fresh air and said, "Obviously with that kind of financial situation, having 4 children who can't even secure a minimum of education is simply harming them. I feel the same way. But I'm not like you, who still acts so disgusted to your face. I don't mind. I just can't stand the smell of the dump. Where's the cake? I gave it all to that kid." Pang Si-ju's eyes widened as he emphasized, "Those were bought back for experimentation. You just gave them away? I'll just buy it again. This time I'll pay for it out of my own pocket. I can't stand you. I find you, as a person, very unprincipled." The child's testimony, while not conclusive, at least points in the direction that the case probably happened that afternoon, and that the killer faked the room temperature to make the time of death inaccurate. This begs the question, what happened to Kong Tingting's voice that Wang Shirluan heard at 7 o'clock? The two men, with their doubts, did not go back right away, but went to find Wang Shirluan, who had just gotten off work, saw the two men coming to him, and laughed. "That pretty girl didn't come? Here come 2 handsome men. Ask you something. That night at 7 o'clock, you heard the voice of Kong Tingting. Is there any abnormality? Nothing out of the ordinary? It's just her voice. Is there a recording? How could there be a recording? It was just a normal call, and I didn't know at the time that she was going to be killed. Please recollect more carefully." Wang Shirluan desperately tried to recall, still shaking his head. Pang Siju suddenly said, "You talked to the deceased. No third person heard you?" "No." Pang Siju turned to Chenshur. "That is to say, it was you guys who heard him say that he had a phone call with the deceased. Is it safe to assume that he's lying?" Wang Shilun a little annoyed. This gentleman talking too interesting. Why should I lie? It is impossible that I am still the murderer's accomplices. At that time, although you did not hear, but also saw, I called a total of less than a minute. A minute I can say what by the way. Let me show you the call records. Chen Shi smiled and rounded off. He's a forensic scientist. He may see things from a bit of a different perspective. Inexplicable, Wang Shilun said. Wang Shilun suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, she refused to answer that call several times before I made it. The phone also just said, honey, I'm on my way. I'll be there soon. And then there was a knock on the door. Chen Shi said, thanks. It was getting late. So Chen Shi said goodbye to Wang Shilun and got in the car with Peng Siju. Pengjack was still struggling with the question. Why don't you think he's lying? I thought you were skeptical of everything. What would you think if someone claimed to have seen UFO? First, find out if the person has any mental problems or if they're lying. Right. The most sensible response of people in front of unresolvable things is to doubt whether the person in question has told the truth or not, which is the most common form of self-deception. Whether Wang Shilun lied or not, this is how I see it. Firstly, he has no motive. He and Kong Tingting just had a one-night stand. Secondly, he is not in a position to do so. At that time, he was assisting us in arresting Kong Tingting, and he has been with us since the end of his shift. But we have come to the conclusion that the murderer committed the crime at 3 p.m. If the murderer is Wang Shilun, it all makes sense for the police to give him an alibi. Chen Shi suddenly fell silent. It was a very bold idea, yet it seemed to make sense. What's your opinion? Pengjack prodded. With reservations? It could be investigated to see. Chen Shi actually took him on board, causing Pengjack to smile in relief as he said, and, what? I don't think there is a UFO in the world. Back to the bureau. We are in the conference room hot pot. The end of the day's work. Eat some shabu-shabu. Drink cans of cold beer. Talk about the investigation of the case on the way to the anecdote. Is the police officers a day of rare leisure time? Seeing the two come in, Lin Dongxue gave them a seat and said, it's cheaper for you guys. Everyone bought the vegetables and sauce. Su Xiaodong said, this is called later. If I had known I would have come back a little later as well. Chen Shi picked up his chopsticks, fished out a fishball to taste it, and said, what did you guys find out? The deceased has a best friend. According to this best friend said, half a month ago the deceased to find her crying a pass. It turned out that she went to the bar to buy drunkenness because of love lost. Was a strange man picked up away from the room? The next day woke up that man has disappeared. The bed put a birthday suit and a note, which reads, congratulations on your AIDS. So she's being retaliated against. 2. Where's the note? I don't know where it went long ago. Su Xiaodong said, we also learned one thing. The deceased used to be an anchor for a while. That is, interacting and chatting with netizens online and whatnot, but it was not very popular, and did not earn any money and quit. Chen Shi said, these days, the threshold for anchors and writers is very low. Why don't I also broadcast live crime solving next time? How dare you? Lin Xiaopu, who was eating lettuce with his head down, looked up and put down. Then his attention returned to the hot pot. Old Zhang, give me the sesame sauce. Chen Shi asked Lin Xiaopu, what about that businessman? Let go. There's no evidence. He's dead set against murder. I don't think he is. Old Pang and I found an eyewitness. Shit. I haven't eaten the meat yet. It's all fished out. Finish eating and then say it. Lin Xiaopu was still very concerned about the eyewitness and pressed Chen Shi. Chen Shi said it again. Lin Xiaopu stroked his chin and pondered. The case happened in the afternoon? In that case, that businessman's alibi can't be relied upon. Su Xiaodong is still chatting about the topic of anchor. This girl, graduated 5-6 years, basically no serious work, non-stop boyfriends. The only kind of work is when the anchor. This is actually a kind of what kind of life state? Chen Shi said, there are a lot of people like this. Avoiding work, avoiding obligations, and just wanting to live an easy life. This girl is good looking and has money, so she has been lazing around like this. The source of the tragedy that would happen is also inseparable from her lifestyle, right? Lin Dongxue said, exuding some compassion. I just don't understand. Marx said that labor is the essence of mankind. Why are there so many people in society who don't want to labor? What with the gnawing old people, the nits and such? Su Xiaodong said, I think laziness is the essence of mankind. Pang's Ju suddenly expressed his high opinion. It's because people don't want to work that they find ways to enslave others. And there's a hierarchical class system on which civilization is born. Takumi, Chen Shi applauded. Peng Siju, who didn't really like fondue, wiped his mouth and said, I'll go back to the test room to see the results. In less than 10 minutes, Peng Siju returned, holding a report. Chen Shi, whose hair sample did you give me? What's wrong? Identification proves that the hair, and the one found on the deceased, belonged to the same person. Everyone in the room froze for a moment as a new suspect came into their view. The next afternoon, Chen Shi and Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong once again went to find Han Lo to understand the situation. Han Lo looked a little impatient and said, "Why are you looking for me again? You guys don't suspect me, do you?" Chen Shi asked. "You haven't seen Kong Tingting in the past few days?" "More than the last 2 days. We haven't talked in months." "I'm sorry then, we found your hair on the victim." Han Lo froze for a moment and regained his composure. "Don't you hoodwink me. Hair doesn't have DNA. It can't be used as evidence. Looks like you've done some research on criminal investigation. Usually love reading novels on the subject, and movies. Then you should know that substances ingested by the body are reflected in the hair as it is. You've been on antidepressants lately, haven't you? For 2 months now. Am I right?" Han Lo looked surprised, and Lin Dongxue promptly added, "We can apply for a search warrant and ask you to go back to the station for a chat. Or you can explain the situation here." Han Lo licked his lips. I did see her once. Her computer broke down. I went to help her repair, and then I heard her crying. I asked what was wrong. She said she got sick. I didn't know at the time that it was that. I just said that if you need medical expenses, just open your mouth, and I'll think of a way to raise money. But she didn't say anything. Out of comforting her, I guess. I hugged her. Chen Shi detected his words, a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth as he asked, "Which day?" "December 23rd. That's a good memory of dates. But the deceased had an appointment on the 24th. She changed her clothes, and the hair you left on the 23rd wouldn't have run into another dress on the 24th. Han Lo stammered. "Okay, I admit to lying. I wasn't afraid that you guys would suspect me. That's why I said the date as the 23rd. It doesn't pay to lie to the police. I met her on the 24th. Hanley admitted. "What time?" "A.M. Chen Shi caught the unnatural twitching at the corners of his eyes, and he made a gesture at Lin Dongxue, signaling her to simply take this person back for trial. Lin Dongxue said, "Mr. Han, I'm afraid I have to trouble you to make a trip." Han Lo laughed coldly. "On what grounds?" "On the basis of a single hair. You want to take me away?" Lin Dongxue said. "You don't say it so lightly. In a criminal case, the significance of a hair or a piece of fingerprint is significant." Chen Shi said, "Come with us, don't be a bitch. We're just understanding the situation. It's not like we're going to do anything to you." Chen Shi stretched out his hand and Han Le stepped back a bit. He stepped back with a horrified look on his face and suddenly swept something from one of the shelves in the supermarket to the ground and shouted out, "The police are beating people up. The police are hitting people." The three looked at each other. A group of customers and shopkeepers ran. Han Le's girlfriend is also among them. Han Le more intensified to the audience said, "These police officers do not say anything. It is no different from the hooligans." Chen Shi said coldly, "Where did we hit you? Show everyone your injuries. He's the one who just made the move." Han Lu pointed at Chen Shi. "Save yourself some face. Don't be unreasonable. Beating you, we will do it under the camera." Chen Shi pointed to the anti-theft camera above. Han Le's girlfriend went up to him and said, "What do you want? You came yesterday. You came today. And you're still not letting people go to work. Isn't it just that his friend died? If you want to suspect someone, you should also show evidence." "Right. I won't cooperate without a warrant." Han Lo straightened up. Chen Shi was helpless and made a gesture of withdrawal. Lin Dongxue opened her mouth slightly and said, "Let him go? It's okay, let's go." Leaving the supermarket, Su Xiaodong said, "This grandson actually dared to frame us. The means are too low." Chen Shi said, "But when he makes a mess like this, I am even more suspicious of him." "Xiaodong, you don't go back first. Just monitor here to prevent him from running away. I'm alone." "Ha, it's okay, just for a moment. We'll go back and call for reinforcements." "Okay then." Chen Shi and Lin Dongxue get into the car. Lin Dongxue gives Lin Xiupu a call and tells him to hurry up and get a search warrant. Hanging up the phone, she realizes that there's a book sitting in the car, exactly the same as the one she found in Han Le's locker yesterday. Lin Dongxue picked it up curiously and said, "You bought this book to read too? I wondered if this book would be an inspiration to Hanley. And when I passed the bookstore at night I bought it and read it. And it did mention the technique of using room temperature to mislead the medical examiner about the time of death. How does the main character in the book unravel? The dust on the electrical box. The killer in this case did think to wipe the dust off, but he neglected the refrigerator. It's cold now, but it's still above zero, and popsicles still melt. Also, the police aren't going to dwell on that one detail. Yes, the investigation was multi-channel. Is it a good book? Lend it to me. Take it. The writing is average, and I don't know how this writer got on fire. Change my mind, I write books too?" Lin Dongxue laughed. "What did you write? Driver sleuth? After getting a search warrant, several police cars drove to the supermarket to find Han Lo. Su Xiaodong had been staring at the door. Chen Shi asked, "People are still there, right? Wait a minute isn't that him?" Only to see a man wearing a hat and a backpack come out of the supermarket. The police immediately surrounded. Lifting the hat, it was Han Lu himself. Lin Dongxue flashed a search warrant. "There is nothing to say. Right. Come with us." "I didn't kill anyone," Han Li said. "No one said you killed anyone. So why are you running?" "No. Didn't run I just have a family emergency. First go back to a trip. Let's go to the station first." Han Lu looked around and said with a resigned face, "There's no need to wear handcuffs, right? I'm afraid I'll lose face if people see me." "Don't worry, don't wear it." Half an hour later, Han Lu howled in the interrogation room. "Didn't you say you understood the situation? What's the meaning of this? Why am I being interrogated like a criminal?" Sitting in front of him this time were Lin Dongxue and Chen Shi, who had taken part in the interrogation with Lin Xiupu's consent. Lin Dongxue was ready to open her mouth when Chen Shi made a silent gesture and asked, "What were you doing at the time of the crime?" "Shopping with my girlfriend." "What time?" 7:30. "How did you know that 7:30 was the time of the murder?" "Did I say that?" Han Lu was so scared that he turned pale, and then he covered it up with anger. "This is a fraudulent confession. It doesn't count. How can the police do such a thing? Actually, I'm not a cop. She is, and I'm a counselor at best. Main job as a driver." "Han Lu, tell us what happened the day you met Kong Tingting as it was," Lin Dongxue said. Han Lu began to talk in circles, still claiming that he was helping Kong Tingting repair her computer in the afternoon, and then left. When the intercom rang, Chen Shi answered it, and Su Xiaodong said, "Brother Chen, I've brought the kid here, and he says that the person inside is the murderer from that day." Chen Shi glanced toward the one-way mirror, then hung up the phone and turned to Han Lu. "Do you know why interrogation rooms always like to get one-way mirrors? Ask for science. For the protection of witnesses. Behind this mirror now stands a witness who has identified you." Han Lu stormed up. "You're talking nonsense. Let him come out and show me. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill anyone. I'm going to hire a lawyer and sue you for illegal detention." "Interesting, going around in circles like that? Interesting. In your place, would you admit it? Is that an admission?" "No." Han Lu was immediately alert. "Why would I admit to something that isn't there?" Chen Shi laughed and dialed the intercom to Su Xiaodong outside. "Please go to the bar and find that bar owner." "Brother Chen, you suspect that the person who picked up the body was him? But didn't the boss not remember what the man looked like? Not recognizing the person, recognizing the clothes. Han Lu is wearing a hat and sweater today. Ask the boss if he has any impression. I'll send pictures then. I have his contact info." A few minutes later, Su said on the intercom. The bar owner was positive and said that the man was wearing this outfit. Su Xiaodong's voice suddenly turned into Lin Xiupu. He said, "Just now I sent someone to go to Han Li's home. Found traces of burning things in the bathroom. There are gloves in the incineration and natural rubber products, probably condoms. In addition to finding a knife that matches the murder weapon, cleaned cleanly. Pensjak is being assayed. The news couldn't have come at a better time." Chen Shi thanked him. "Can you take it or not? If not, I'll change." "No problem. Right now Hanley is in a state like a barrel about to fall apart. Every clue points to him, and his lies simply don't stand up to scrutiny." Chen Shi put down the phone and said, "There's more and more evidence against you now." "I don't believe it," Han Lu exclaimed. "Since you won't tell me, I will." Chen Shi said, "Half a month ago, Kong Tingting went to a bar to buy a drunk because of a broken heart, and got so drunk that you took her to a hotel, had sex with her, and then, out of some kind of mentality, gave her a birthday suit and a note, falsely claiming that she had contracted AIDS. From then on, Kong Tingting started to take revenge on society like crazy. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Christmas Eve, you found Kong Tingting and killed her, and had sex with her before she breathed her last." Han Lu was so nervous that his face was full of sweat. "Nonsense. The crime was obviously at night. I have an alibi. At 3 in the afternoon. What is it about me?" Chen Shi laughed. "This trick, you learned it from that deduction novel, right? You also wiped off the dust on the electric box very carefully, but you neglected the refrigerator. And after the power is cut off, the things in the refrigerator will deteriorate. In addition, there is an eyewitness," Lin Dongxue said. "According to the Carroll exchange principle, criminals will leave physical evidence at the scene as well as take away things at the scene. And now we've found some incineration residue in your home, which is being analyzed." Chen Shi corrected her in a low voice. "The principle of Rockall exchange." Lin Dongxue, who had failed to pretend to be AB, smiled sarcastically. Hanley suddenly raised his voice. "No way. Incineration is the best way to destroy DNA. A book? It's better to believe everything than nothing unless it's fully incinerated. And you still don't want to talk about it? There's no point in you struggling now. We have evidence in our hands that could send you straight to court. It would be a relief for you to confess now. Hanlu was sweating like a pig, and the knots in his throat kept rolling. Chenshur said in a gentle manner, "It must be hard to bear the pressure and anxiety of hiding a heavenly secret in your heart and lying to the whole world. Right? Say it out. It will be better. We won't make fun of you." Hanley's lips quivered, and the guarded look finally disappeared from his face as he said, "I sent the birthday suit. Why? I liked her for 10 years. 10 years nah. From the university when I began to pursue her. I accompanied her walks, invited her to dinner. She was sad when I was always the first to the scene, patiently guide her, but she never liked me. When the spare tire of the taste you have experienced? In my sophomore year, she dated a senior who played basketball, and I was heartbroken but comforted myself that it was okay, as long as she was happy. Less than a year later, she broke up with her boyfriend, and I sat with her all night, thinking, my chance should come, right? But a few days later, she walked on campus with another classmate. The dormitory people laughed at me. I was also very difficult, but there is no way. And then waiting for 10 years. I watched as her boyfriends changed from one to another, from uneducated hooligans to rich but ugly-looking uncles, and she would never give me a chance. And no matter how nice I was to her, all I got was I'm going to take a shower. I'm going to dinner, I'm going to take a shower. I'm going to eat. You're a good person. Even when she ran off on a whim to become an anchor, and slept with a fan who had rewarded her with 6 rockets. I can't even count how many people she slept with, but there's never me in it. There's never me in it. She's always high and cold and untouchable in front of me, and she's the goddess of my heart. But in the eyes of the rest of the world there's no difference between that and a chicken. A cigarette, please. The two waited patiently for him to finish venting, and Chenshur lit a cigarette for him. Hanla took a big breath and continued. Maybe it was inspired by the news. I thought of a good idea. I'm going to make her contract AIDS. And when the whole world abandons her, I reach out to her with my arms. Of course it's not matter. My deception is just to get her love. Lin Dongshu's cheeks twitched. This time instead of saying yes I quietly followed her. She went to a bar to drink and got drunk, so I took her away. In the moldy bed of the little shitty hotel, I got my first taste of her wonderful flesh. And it was so good. Don't you have a girlfriend? Lin Dongshu asked. That's not true love. Han Lo continued. I did it 3 times that night, ruthlessly reclaiming what I had paid for. Then I put the prepared props on the bed and quietly left. Sure enough, her state after that was a bit off. Her friend's circle didn't post anymore, and the game wasn't on. Then I suddenly realized that things were a little bit wrong. After getting AIDS she actually went crazy and slept with men. The irony is that she didn't even consider me at this time. Maybe she just doesn't want to infect her friends. Lin Dongshu said. Nonsense. I've been following her social accounts, and all the prey she picks are the kind that are tall and powerful, and have the same taste as she used to have in finding boyfriends. And for her sake, I obviously have a gym. So why is it that they just don't pick me? Aren't we of the same species that have reproductive isolation? So, I got angry. Out of love. I think since I can't get her, then no one can get her. I'm going to kill her, Han Le said through gritted teeth. He threw the cigarette away and his tone changed. I thought the murderous plan I had planned was flawless. I found her that afternoon. I didn't want to talk to her anymore. And when I opened the door I went straight for it, stabbing the goddess of my heart, and my heart stung and felt good, like I'd killed my ungodly youthful years with my own hands. Then I fucked her like crazy, until I gagged, and then a few more times. I calmed down. For the first time since I met her, I spent so much time and intimacy with her. I cried and regretted it a little. I had very mixed feelings at that time. Unbeknownst to me I stayed until late in the evening when her cell phone suddenly rang and I was in a bit of a panic. It turned out she had a date with a man, so I texted that I would be right there. But the man rushed on and called. Thinking about it I thought of a trick. Didn't she work as an anchor? There's a recording of her on B site. You guys can search it. Chenshur took out his cell phone and searched. Those videos had little popularity. Han Lo said. These are all uploaded by me. I'm her biggest fan. You guys take a look at the third video about 40 minutes in. Chenshur parachuted there. Kong Tingting answered a call from her boyfriend on air, saying, Honey, I'm on my way. I'll be there soon. And then a thud sounded, which was not a knock on the door, but a beeping sound that occurs when someone enters a live room on this live streaming platform. Chenshur suddenly realized that the problem that had been puzzling him was actually that simple. The voice you gave Wang Shirluan to hear was actually from this video? That's right. Isn't it even fooling you guys? Hanla laughed triumphantly. Chen Shi said, even though we're on opposite sides of the fence, I have to say, what a masterstroke. Thanks. Hanla had a receptive look on his face. That's a ruse that a deduction writer wouldn't have thought of. I'm sure you wouldn't have been able to solve the case if it wasn't for the damned eyewitnesses. That's not necessarily true. Police solving cases and detectives solving cases are two concepts. The police solving cases is a huge and detailed investigation. The acquaintance of the crime, the rate of solving the case is very high. Ugh. The novel pits me. Han Lu sighed in frustration. There was a thumping sound from outside. Lin Xiaopu was reminding them not to make the atmosphere of the interrogation too unserious. Chen Shi cleared his throat. So you left at 7? Pulled the electric switch when you left? Yes. And I came back the next morning and left the electric switch on for the purpose of interfering with the coroner's determination of the time of death. You're the same stalker the neighbors were talking about, aren't you? It was me. But I didn't follow it. In fact, I was stomping around those days. The place was especially noisy in the afternoon. The residents were out of their homes. No one would notice even if they yelled. That's why I picked such a time. Han Lu was so calm that it was a little creepy. The interrogation ended here. Lin Dongxue glanced at Chen Shi. It was time to say a few concluding words. Chen Shi said, "There's nothing to say. Pay for what you've done. I don't think the fault of this matter lies with me. Everything is because of that bitch. If she is not that watery, if she had given me a chance, would it become like this today? She deserved it. I also deserved it. I shouldn't be blind to like her. I don't understand why she always looks at me and despises me. This sister, do you know the reason? Is it because I'm poor? Is it because I'm ugly? Is it because I'm not tall enough?" Lin Dongxue whispered to Chen Shi. "At this time, shouldn't we say something thought-provoking and axiomatic? Say whatever you want. I think you have a bad temperament," Lin Dongxue said. Han Lu looked up to the sky and laughed. "Temperament? What the hell is temperament?" She said the same thing when I confessed for the 7th time, and I knew it was just an excuse. "Not at all," Lin Dongxue agitated. "From the first time I saw you, I felt that you are a little temperament lewd. Look at your teeth, not to mention the degree of neatness. You never brush your teeth seriously. It is all tartar on it, but also yellow, and your speech is always slurred. It sounds particularly unpleasant. And then look at your neck. You usually wash your face and never wash your neck, and your fingernails, there is dirt inside. It looks really disgusting. The most important point, you always walk hunchback, cannot lift up the chest. You do what, heartbreak? Girls do like handsome guys, just like boys all like beautiful girls, but a scruffy handsome guy and a neat and clean normal guy, the latter is more popular." Han Lu was dumbfounded. Does it matter what these external things are? Who cares about your insides when you don't even have an outside? Girls are emotional animals. Of course they won't tell you the reason. They will only say that they don't think it's suitable, or it's not their favorite type. I'm telling you now, no matter if you're a real hangdog or a fake hangdog, the one who looks like a hangdog at a glance will never be able to pursue the girl of his heart's desire. Han Lu looked at Lin Dongxue with wide eyes and suddenly buried his face between his hands and cried, "Ting Ting, you told me earlier, I'll just change it. Why did you have to make a scene like this? Why? Did I say it too heavily?" Lin Dongxue looked at Chen Shi. "No, it's very thought-provoking. Looks like I need to pay attention too." Chen Shi laughed. Leaving the interrogation room, Lin Xiaopu looked at them with a strange look, and Chen Shi said, "Case closed. You two aren't allowed in the interrogation room anymore. The atmosphere is getting weird with you." Lin Dongxue spat out her tongue and smiled. Han Lu was transferred to the detention center on the same day. The case was over. Lin Dongxue asked Chen Shi to go out for a walk with her. Lin Dongxue looked at the clear winter sky and said, "The love that is imposed on others will indeed bring distress. Is this the rhythm of Miss Lin's storytelling? I'm not afraid to laugh at you, but I had quite a few crushes when I was in middle school. If I were in the same class as you, I would also." Chen Shi suddenly braked his words. "Also what? Keep talking about yours." Once at a field day, there was no one in the building, and when I went back to get my things, a boy from my class suddenly stopped me and angrily said to me, "Lin Dongxue, why do you always pretend to ignore me?" I was terrified. I usually did not talk to him at all. He said he often looked at me, smiled at me, but I never pay attention to him. Even more exaggerated, he actually rolled up his sleeve on the spot. I thought he was going to hit me. It turned out that he used a knife to carve my name on his arm. Is not so exaggerated. In fact, it is just the epidermis scratched, a layer of scabs, but it was really scary at the time. He said angrily to me, "I have done so much for you. Why are you not willing to look at me?" I was very scared, and ran away. That boy seems to, because of this matter, to remember hate me, and then often on various occasions to find me trouble. Until one day, by picking up me from school, my brother beat me up. Men always think that women are not direct and love to play tricks, but in fact, it's because women are weaker than men, and most of those tricks are strategies they adopt to protect themselves. Chen Shi said, "Right on." Lin Dongxue snapped her fingers. You asked me what I felt for that boy? I didn't feel anything. In that environment at that time, being blocked in the classroom by him, I was really worried that he would kill me. So I ran away. If we drag this boy into a confrontation right now, he'd probably say that Lin Dongxue is cold and heartless, and that I'm infatuated with her. But she's in love with me. Just like the murderer in this case, it's clear that he's asking for too much, but he's trying to put the blame on the other side. What do you think of me? Bring up any shortcomings in time so I can correct them. Lin Dongxue looked Chen Shi up and down and said, pay attention to your dressing style. It's a bit old-fashioned. Wearing a leather jacket and jeans. Chen Shi said, I thought it was hip. Lin Dongxue couldn't help herself. Uncle, you should first understand the trend before saying new wave, okay? What about other aspects? Talk about my inner beauty. Well, say you're perfect. You wouldn't be proud. I'll compliment you on your honesty. Lin Dongxue laughed and punched Chen Shi, laughing and scolding. Narcissistic guy. What about me? What faults need to be changed? No, you sparkle like a work of art carved out of diamonds. Hearing these words, Lin Dongxue's face instantly burned red to her ears. Jixin Middle School Junior Class 5. The math teacher is on the stage to explain the multiplication of powers of the same base. Some students below are sleeping. Some secretly pull out chips from the drawer and stuff them into their mouths. Some are playing King of Glory on their cell phones with their textbooks blocking them. And some are chatting and joking in whispers. The teacher has long been accustomed to this scene. After explaining an example, he knocked on the blackboard to call the students to write down. A large number of students doing their own thing. Only one person in the notes. There is a child listening to the class. The teacher has been doubly gratified. He was going to find her up for his next question. He scanned the list on his desk. The kid seemed to be the new transfer, Tao Yu. At that moment a chubby boy raised his hand and stood up. His face reddened, and said, Teacher, I have diarrhea. The teacher nodded and Liang Zwoming covered his stomach and ran out of the classroom amidst the jeers of his classmates. Then a sudden scream came from outside. The teacher rushed out and saw Liang Zwoming fall down the stairs and was holding his legs and wailing. The classroom exploded. Everyone poked their heads out of the windows to see what was going on. And there were even a few of Liang Zwoming's best buddies who ran straight out. And the teacher instructed them, you guys stand guard here. Don't move him. I'm going to go to the infirmary. Only Tao Yeye was unmoved as she stopped her note-taking hand and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Taking revenge on this little bully, Tao Yeye was in a good mood all day, and when she went home at night, even Chen Shi's cooking felt better than usual, and after eating she put down her chopsticks and said, I'm going inside to study. There's a little boy in your class who broke his leg? Chen Shi was looking at his cell phone, and the parents group was hotly debating the matter. The teacher later investigated and found out that someone had thrown a glass marble on the steps, causing the accident. He deserved it. That fat little man can be a pain in the ass. Did you do this? No. I was inside the classroom. How could it be me? Chen Shi asked the teacher why the boy suddenly went out during class. The teacher said he had diarrhea, and also added that the climate may be too cold recently. One after another students have diarrhea. Chen Shi let Tao Yeye off the hook for this. And Tao Yeye said dismissively, blind suspicion, occupational disease, a night without words. The next morning, Chen Shi actually did not make breakfast. Tao Yu did not say anything. He went to the refrigerator to get toast and ham sausage. Chen Shi said with a cold face, sit down for me. What for? Sit down first. Tao Yu obediently sat across the table. The atmosphere in the room was a little bit not quite right. She nervously grabbed the corner of her coat. Chen Shi coldly said, I learned last night, your classmates reflected that you and Liang Zwoming don't have a good relationship, and he bullied you a week ago. Yes. Why did you choose to hold your tongue instead of telling me or your teacher? Would it help to tell you guys? And I don't want to bother with these childish boys. So you took it upon yourself to get back at him? I didn't, Tao Yeye exclaimed. Little friend, although your technique is brilliant, your acting skills are really bad. Chen Shi threw a book with cartoon stickers on the table. Tao Yeye's eyes widened. You went through my book bag? I didn't want to invade your privacy, but I won't be able to sleep until I get to the bottom of it. This book is filled with unintelligible numbers and symbols. And coincidentally, the record breaks off the day before the murder. And you drew a knife at the end as if you were trying to express some kind of determination? I asked my math teacher, who said you were 2 minutes late for class and said you went to the bathroom. And I surmised that in fact you waited for the bell to ring and then placed a glass marble on the steps, setting up a trap and waiting for your target to pass over it. Tao Yeye bit her lip, revealing a defensive look. Confess and I won't take you to jail. It's me that did it, just like you said. What do these numbers mean? The time between eating the lime and the diarrhea. Lime? The lime powder scraped on the wall. I checked. And toothpaste a component. Will not eat people to death. I used a few of his little followers to do experiments, took an average, and after the morning reading class that day, put the raw ash into Liang Zwoming's milk tea. In addition, I also observed Liang Zwoming's stride when he went downstairs. He always likes to take 2 steps at a time. Chen Shur was very shocked that this 12-year-old girl could actually plan such a subtle criminal maneuver. What if Liang Zwoming hadn't stepped on that marble? Then wait a week and do it again. It must be nice to be successful in a plot. Ha, it's cool. He broke his leg. He probably won't be able to take the final exam. Ha ha, he deserves it, Tao Yeye said triumphantly. Tao Yeye. Chen Shur angrily slapped the table. Tao Yeye shrank her neck in fear, and the smile on her face tightened. Don't you realize you're wrong at all? Who told him to bully me? You can defend yourself by proper means. It's a crime, no? In the face of Chen Shur's intimidation, Tao Yuyu was so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. Even her voice was tinged with a sobbing tone. He always bullies me. He deserves it. What can I do if I tell you guys? You're just educating him for a while, and the previous bullying of me will be in vain? Chen Shur shook his head inside, realizing that if this matter wasn't cut off at the source, with Tao Yeye's IQ, and her childhood experiences, she would definitely turn into a highly intelligent criminal when she grew up. You must go and apologize to me. Ask for forgiveness from the man himself as well as his parents. No. Then get the hell out of here. Tao Yu tried to bargain with an aggrieved face. If I take the first place in the class in this final exam, can I not apologize? No discussion. In Chen Shur's tough attitude, after school that day, he pulled Tao Yeye went to the hospital, met Liang Zwoming with a cast on his leg and his parents. Chen Shur explained to his parents about what happened. The other parents often look at the little girl who has always kept her head down and did not say anything. And then Chen Shur compensated for the cost of the medical expenses. Far more than the hospitalization of Liang Zwoming costs, or twice as much. For the sake of money, the parents said that this matter cannot be pursued, but if it happens again, it will be reported to the school. For the sake of the money, the parents said that this matter cannot be pursued, but if it happens again, it will be reported to the school. Chen Shur said to Tao Yeye, now go apologize to Liang Zwoming for me. Tao Yu walked into the ward with a resigned face. Just now they were talking on the door. Liang Zwoming had long heard it. Seeing Tao Yu come in, he had a complex expression. Scared, nervous and hostile. Tao Yu lowered her head. Liang Zwoming, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have caused you to break your leg. My uncle has already paid out a large sum of money for the medical bills and scolded me. I promise that next time I definitely won't. Liang Zwoming looked at her fearfully, not knowing what to say, and Chen Shur outside the door nodded in relief. However, when Tao Yeye raised her head, her expression changed and she sneered. If you mess with me again, next time it won't be as simple as breaking your leg. As he left the ward, the sound of Liang Zwoming's bawling suddenly came from behind him. Chen Shur looked angrily at Tao Yeye. Did you threaten him? Not at all. He was moved to tears. January 4th, the case of online gaming uncle was killed officially opened. Lin Dongxue and Chen Shur went to the side. The police collected very sufficient evidence. Half a day of interrogation. The defendant Deng Zhongming was convicted of intentional homicide, sentenced to 20 years in prison. Throughout the interrogation, Deng Zhongming was in a trance, as if he was not concerned about his own affairs, and when being escorted away by the bailiffs, he suddenly broke away from the bailiffs and went to speak to his defense attorney before being forcibly taken away. Chen Shur went up to the lawyer and asked, what did he say to you just now? We are police officers involved in this case and would like to find out if it has anything to do with the case. Lin Dongxue spat in a small voice. Now pretending to be a cop is becoming more and more faceless. It shouldn't have anything to do with the case. The lawyer said. He told me to call Centurion and ask if I could still play that online game in 20 years. Not bad for a player. Leaving the courtroom, Chen Shur said, this child, Tao Yeye, is a bit speechless. What again? Chen Shur then told the last time she retaliated against her classmates. Lin Dongxue was shocked. No way. This technique is almost catching up with criminals. I'm really worried that when she grows up, she'll use her intelligence in crooked ways. This child still doesn't like to play. She knows how to study. All the lecturers praise her for her diligence in learning. A little bit of it. It really worries me to death. I'm thinking about whether I should buy her a game console or a Barbie doll, so that she will become the same as an ordinary children, as lazy and playful. You can't just give her an allowance and not care for her. How caring. I'm a big man who gets too close to a little girl. I'm afraid I'm suspected of that, right? So I think she still needs a mother. Why don't you take care of her for me for a few days? Lin Dongxue waved her hand repeatedly. No. I'm so busy with work. How can I find the time? Busy with what? Or that fraudulent insurance case. I looked at a lot of insurance company claims in recent years. Uncovered a lot of fraudulent insurance. I suspect that they were secretly instructed by someone, but this group of people is a vested interest, and refused to say the name of the mastermind behind the scenes, who handled the insurance from which they profited. A large portion of them. The agent is a person called Young Min. This person has bounced around and jumped to a number of insurance companies. The current whereabouts are unknown, and it is not known if this person is the mastermind behind the scenes. Chen Shi proposed to go for a meal. Lin Dongxue was about to agree. Received a call from Lin Xiupu. He asked, "The trial is over?" "Yeah. Looking for me for something. When we were processing the physical evidence of the online gaming uncle, we found something that may be related to the bail fraud case you're working on." "Right away." Lin Dongxue hung up the phone and said excitedly, "The sky is the limit. My brother found some clues. Let's hurry back." Lin Xiupu at this time is in the physical evidence center. The end of the investigation. Part of the physical evidence will be destroyed. Part of the higher value will be treated as relics to the heirs. Online gaming uncle and his son died on the same day, and now the only remaining legal heir is his wife. From the crime so far has passed nearly a month. Online gaming uncle's wife has been in the field, did not show up, so that Lin Xiupu feel a little puzzled. Just today, the internet police found out that her account is more than a huge sum of $2 million. It turned out to be the online gaming uncle and his son's life insurance premiums. Out of professional sensitivity, Lin Xiupu investigated, and found that online gaming uncle not only has life insurance, he also bought himself a disability insurance. The effective date is a few days before the murder. After listening, Lin Dongxue said, "This alone cannot conclude that his wife is suspected of fraudulent insurance. Buy insurance is a normal business behavior. What about this?" Lin Xiupu put a few copies of the insurance contract on the table. When Lin Dongxue took a look at the agent's name written as Yang Min, she was so surprised that she couldn't keep her mouth shut and said, "It's this person again? So I think it might be related to the bail fraud case. And the exhibits, if you still need them, will be kept for now." Chen Shi glanced at the table. On it were all the exhibits of the online gaming uncle case. That odd mask was also in there. He mused. Disability insurance? Then he picked up the mask and snapped it over his face. Pondering, lowering his mask, he asked, "How's Uncle Netflix doing financially?" Lin Xiupu said, "Working in foreign enterprises, monthly income of more than 40,000 is considered quite good, but his expenditure in the game is even more alarming, an average of 100,000 yuan per month. In order to play the game he sold his house, car sold, but also borrowed a bunch of usurious loans. Every month just to pay the interest is bad enough. His game account must be worth a fortune. Yes, it's considered personal property and was put up for sale online by his wife along with other relics, and this account is selling for up to $4 million. While I'm not addicted to gaming, I'd be gorgeous with an account like this. Why are we talking about games again?" Lin Dongxue interrupted them both. "Chen Shi, what do you think this mask is for? We've never figured it out." Chen Shi picked up the mask and said, "This mask is very strange. Covering one eye and revealing one eye, with a grip underneath, kind of like a welder's mask, which seems to play some kind of protective role. If it's a protective feature, why don't you cover both eyes? The person who made it was intentionally trying to break an eye, right? And you guys just mentioned that the online gaming uncle bought himself disability insurance and that he needs money to play the game." Chen Shi said as much as he could, letting Lin Dongxue think for herself as she clapped her hands in realization. This is a tool used to fake an accident. By putting a mask over your face and splashing yourself with a corrosive liquid, you'll blind one eye and look as if it was an accident. The insurance company won't recognize this kind of accident. Chen Shi said, "Since it's an accident, it must be a danger that can be accessed in daily life. By the way, take a look at what he has left behind." Chen Shi opened his cell phone and logged on to the consignment website. All of the items of the online gaming uncle were consigned on this. Chen Shi found a new CRT monitor, which is a cathode ray tube, a very big and bulky kind. In today's LCD monitor has been popularized. How can someone still buy this kind of monitor to use? And Chen Shi remembers that when he went to the home of the online gaming uncle to investigate, there was an LCD monitor placed on the table. Lin Dongxue noticed Chen Shi's reflection, immediately searched the internet, said, "This company produces monitors, as if there are quality problems. There have been incidents of exploding picture tubes. He bought this monitor for the purpose of blowing up one of his eyes. Get the insurance money to continue to play the game? If that high person behind him moves well, he can even sue the manufacturer and get a compensation payment. It is really two birds with one stone. This monitor may have done tampering, and it must not be allowed to be bought, or it will hurt the innocent. Hurry up and buy it." Chen Shi was about to shoot. The top tip has been sold. The two were surprised to exchange sight. Chen Shi found his general address through that buyer's message, and fortunately, he was from the city. Next day delivery by courier companies is fast and must be stopped in a hurry, Chen Shur said. Chen Shur and Lin Dongxue immediately got into the car and overtook a few cars along the way. And Chen Shur said, after driving for a few years, it turned out to be late. It's okay, I'll explain the situation to the traffic control department afterward. Say, you got your license back, right? Where's your car? Lin Dongxue spat out her tongue. The last time I caught a thief when I crashed. Broken completely. Repair may have to spend more than 100,000. I can't afford it. You can take mine if you want to drive. Not afraid to give you a bump? Chen Shur thought for a moment and said, afraid? Then you'd better not drive. You bastard. Lin Dongxue whacked him. Finally rushed to that neighborhood. Met a courier downstairs. Chen Shur ran over and said, hello, do you have a monitor in your car? We are the police. That monitor may have a problem. We have to stop it. The courier said, unfortunately, it was just told to be picked up by the occupant of Unit 3. What number of occupants? 1204. Chen Shur beckoned, and Lin Dongxue flew up to the third unit. However, the elevator was not powerful and never came down. Chen Shur gritted his teeth and said, I'll run up. You wait here for the elevator. Rushing up to the 12th floor in one breath, Chen Shur slammed on the door of that resident. A woman opened the door with a face full of surprise. Chen Shur flashed out the cover of his own piece of identification, and said, you bought a monitor at your house, didn't you? Yes. What is it? Chen Shur heard the voices of a father and son coming from the bedroom, seemingly assembling a computer, and the son said, this cord is plugged in here. Chen Shur said sorry, pushed the door into the house, came to the bedroom and said, don't use that monitor. It may explode. I'm a police officer. This monitor has been tampered with by the bad guys. What? Father froze. My 10-year-old son said, I'm afraid this guy isn't a scammer. How could there be a problem with the one I just bought? The father said, let me see your papers. Chen Shur had to pull out his ID, and his father snatched it from him and opened it. Criminal investigation counselor? Fake. Right. I've never heard of such a title. My companion is in the elevator. He'll be there soon. You guys go ahead. By this time, his son had already turned on the power while they weren't looking, and the little boy thought that Chen Shur was a liar and wanted to prove that he was lying with his actions. The computer began to start. The monitor issued a suspicious buzzing sound. See, the situation is not good. Chen Shur pushed away from his father, rushed over to pick up the little boy, ducked to the side of the table, only to hear a bang. The monitor screen popped like popcorn, leaving a big hole with black smoke. The house was naturally in a mess. The bed and walls were full of debris. The family was stunned. Chen Shur left the little boy behind and said, luckily no one was hurt. I'm leaving. The father grabbed Chen Shur and said, wait, won't you compensate? My house was blown up like this, and the children were scared, not to mention the mental damage. But you should compensate for the material damage, right? Chen Shur was so angry that she wanted to laugh, broke away from his hand, and said, go find that website. They'll pay for it. He came to the building. His father still pestered, chased after him and said, you know there is a problem. Why did not you tell me earlier? Why did not you tell the website to take it down? This is not a harm to people? In case of blowing up my baby son, who will take the responsibility? Inside the house came the sound of children crying and the mother's coaxing. Chen Shur was too lazy to bother with him, and when Lin Dongxue came up in the elevator, she heard the noise in the hallway and asked in shock, what's going on? It's okay, let's go. Chen Chan really said what happened in the elevator. Lin Dongxue laughed, good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. It's true that all birds are in the forest. This tossing and turning made Chen Shur exhausted, plus at noon has not eaten. Lin Dongxue saw the neighborhood near a grilled fish restaurant, so he invited him to eat a meal. After dinner, they returned to the bureau and learned that the danger had been lifted. Lin Xiaopu breathed a long sigh of relief and said, Dongxue, the fraudulent insurance case is under your sole responsibility. Lin Dongxue was overjoyed. Captain, you're promoting me? The beauty of you. I mean, this time the task force is led by you. I have official business to go to the provincial hall. The past few days are not in. I think instead of the team sheep, why not focus on a case? This is, after all, this year is also a big case. Leading a task force. Can I? Say you can. You can. Lin Xiaopu turned to Chen Shur. Good citizen Chen. I'm counting on you to assist and take care of my sister. Is there a bonus to be had? Which bonus breaks you? If you solve the case in the 2 days I'm gone, I'll give you a big bonus for New Year's. All of a sudden there's motivation. Team Lin, go in peace. For the first time in his life to lead the task force, Lin Dongxue, and excited and apprehensive, in the corridor to the orthopedic mirror, said, this body is not too casual. Should I change into a police uniform? Not only do I have to change my police uniform, but I also have to hold a press conference. Chen Shi said. Press conference even if you're undermining me. Chen Shi laughed out loud. Usually what kind is still what kind? Special task force leader only, not when the director. Say it like you've led a task force. Lin Dongxue made a face. Chen Shi suddenly stopped laughing. I didn't bring it. I know you haven't carried one, and I'd be surprised if you did. What's next? Get everyone who's going to be used and have a meeting to explain the case. There are very few clues in this case right now, so I suggest brainstorming and discussing how to solve it. Just do it. It took quite a while to get the police officers together, and when they learned that Lin Dongxue was bringing a task force this time, the first reaction was disbelief, thinking she was joking, and the second reaction was shock. An hour later, all the police officers who had time to participate in this case were called to a conference room, facing a face with a smile of anticipation. Lin Dongxue was very nervous, and the following people even coaxed. Team leader, give orders. The following people also coaxed. Team leader, give orders. Yes, what should we investigate? The more the following pushed, the more nervous Lin Dongxue became. Unable to speak, Chen Shi stood up and said, "Let me put the case in the place of the team leader. Is that okay, team leader?" Lin Dongxue desperately nodded her head, her face full of gratitude. Chen Shi said once again about the information he has so far, and said, "I think this case should be divided into two goals. The small goal is to find out if the wife of the online gaming uncle is suspected of fraudulent insurance, and the big goal is to uncover this mastermind behind the scenes." Chen Shi spoke clearly. Everyone listened to all of them. Su Xiaodong raised his hand and asked, "That insurance agent surnamed Yang, is he the mastermind behind the scenes?" "It's not clear yet, but it's safe to say that finding this man won't be far from the truth." Chen Shi glanced at Lin Dongxue, who cleared her throat and said, "Anyone else wish to comment?" Peng Siju, who was sitting in the far corner, suddenly spoke up. "Uncle Netflix's son died in a car accident, and there's one detail I'd like to rehash. Trace amounts of isoflurane were found on his body." Although he knew what kind of substance isoflurane was, Chen Shi still asked knowingly, "Captain Pang, what is isoflurane?" "A medically used inhalation anesthetic with the appearance of a colorless liquid with a somewhat pungent odor, chemically stable and with minimal biotransformation in the body, making it relatively easy to detect." "How did you find out about this? Wasn't it an accident?" "I pointed this out to Team Lin at the time, and he sent someone to check. The deceased had a sinusitis surgery the day before the accident, and the hospital used this kind of anesthesia. Plus the dose was not large, so it was not determined that there was someone who intentionally conspired to kill him. Now it is mentioned that his mother is suspected of insurance fraud. I cannot help but think. You think that someone knew he had used this anesthetic the day before, so they used the same drug to harm him so that even the coroner couldn't find out?" "Yes," someone said, "but a tiger can't kill its own son." Yang is wearing a red suit sitting on the main seat, left and right each embracing a scantily clad escort, his gold glasses reflecting the laser lights in the room. The sofas are full of escorts, clustered around Yang, as if surrounding the king's harem of concubines in general. The thin man rubbed his hands together and laughed. "Brother Yang really knows how to pick a place. I've wanted to come for a long time. Come this way." Yang pointed, and the women there immediately moved away consciously. "Yes, yes, yes." The thin man was all smiles. "Not you." He pointed a finger at Chen Shi. After Chen Shi sat down, Yang said, "These days xin." Chen Shi suddenly grabbed the small candy and popcorn on the table and began to eat, then opened a bottle of beer. Tons and tons of a whole bottle poured down, and exhaled freely. "Give a cigarette. Give me a cigarette." Yang smiled and fished a cigar out of his pocket. "I like people of your nature." Chen Shi wrapped his arms around a woman, holding a cigar. "If Brother Yang wants to investigate me, let me know in advance. The last few days can lock me up bitterly. That's a test for you. You need patience in this business, and if you don't even have that, then I don't think you're right for it. What do you think now? I like your experience, but you lied to me. You don't have any gambling debts at all. In fact, I come as to want to earn money. When I used to mix with the society, eat fragrant and drink spicy, then the boss fell. Nothing, can only drive a cab, so I want to come to join you. How did you know about me?" Chen Shi froze for a few seconds and thought of the safest answer. "I know Mang. Mang was still in custody, so he shouldn't be able to testify against him." Yang laughed. "No wonder he highly recommended you to me." Chen Shi was a bit confused. Why was Mang released and why was he recommended? Could it be that his gaining trust now had something to do with that little traitor? After a split second of thinking, he came up with an answer that it was Lin Dongxue and the others who were secretly aiding and abetting, using a backstabbing scheme. Right, it could only be this. Chen Shi laughed. "When you come out to hang out, You really still rely on your connections. I like you a lot. Relax tonight and come work for me tomorrow. Yang pulled out a bunch of bills and put them on the table, then got up and walked away. Thank you, brother Yang. Chen took it over, pulled out one and stuffed it into the lady's breast. Ditch. The lady giggled with joy. The rest into their clothes. As soon as Yang left, the skinny guy became active, opening the champagne, spraying the ladies to scream like frightened chicken cubs. King Kong buried his head between the bosoms of a big-breasted girl and rubbed it repeatedly, while the skinny guy picked the most voluptuous one and started to move his hands and feet, and also kept encouraging them to sing. Come on, play a game. Chen took the empty cups, pressed a piece of money under each cup, poured wine into the cups, and said to the ladies, have a drink. Take one. Take turns. I'll do it. I got it. The ladies scrambled up to compete. Can play uncle. The thin man said with a smile. Can you skate? Not touching that for years. It's a rare night for elegance. Go NMD. I Zhang Mangzi when you are still in your father's crotch. Give you a look. Chen jacked up the roll to show him the needle I left by drug use. In fact, there is no. Here the light is dim. The thin man also did not look carefully. Chen waved his hand and said, I'm too old to dabble. You play by yourself. The skinny man smiled, made an empty space on the table, and took out a packet of crystals from his pocket, and many of the ladies saw it, cheered happily, and took turns enjoying it with the skinny man. King Kong is still there washing his face with milk. This place to stay a long time for fear will not be good. Chen to suck the high of the thin man dragged over, loud over the music. These ladies, can only touch cannot dry? Go to the single room. I'm going to get high for a while first. Brother, take it easy. Chen patted his shoulder. Skinny waved his hand in a farewell gesture and buried his head to continue skating. There was a girl who didn't seem to be too familiar with the business and had just witnessed someone taking drugs and was trembling with fear. So Chen reached out and pulled her arm up and said, you stay with me. The waiter took Chen to a single room, which is actually a hotel room, and Chen saw at a glance that there was a TV and a set-top box, and his heart blossomed. The lady said a little nervously, big brother, what's the game? You go ahead and take a shower. Aren't you coming? There's a bathtub in there. I want to watch some TV. Haven't watched it in days. The lady purposely pouted. Doesn't the TV look as good as I do? You're nowhere near as good as TV. Right, well. The lady reacted. A burst of embarrassment. Big brother, you think I'm ugly? Go take a shower. Chen turned on the TV. Looking for a TV series. Enjoying spiritual culture is too good. The lady on the bed urged. Big brother, you are not coming? He did not hear at all. After watching a TV series, he ate all the snacks and drinks on the table. Chen was so tired that his mind was swollen, and he couldn't see outside here, and he realized that it was already daybreak when he looked at the selected programs and shows. The young lady on the bed was covered with a quilt and sleeping soundly. There was a knock at the door, and the skinny guy was outside saying, Uncle, you're too fierce. Go go go. Chen pretended to have just woken up and said, get dressed right away. Come on. I'll meet you downstairs. Chen shook the lady awake, and the lady sat up in panic. Sorry, big brother, I fell asleep. Play? No more. I'm exhausted after staying up all night. Chen gave her a $100 bill. If anyone asks, just tell them we did it. The lady smiled. I understand. You men are good at face. Giving another one. Chen gave her another one and the lady said, if they ask, I'll say I did it twice. One more for you. 3 times. When I gave it to the 7th one, the lady said, 7 times a night. Is that okay? You're so resourceful. Let's round it up for you. Chen stuffed him with 3 more. It wasn't his own money anyway, and it didn't hurt to spend it. Chen came downstairs. The thin man and King Kong were eating breakfast. The thin man beckoned Chen to come over. Seeing that Chen was not in good spirits, topped with dark circles under his eyes, the thin man smiled lewdly. Uncle, you pay attention to your body, be careful that your body is hollowed out. The nickname 7 times a night for nothing? 7 times? Skinny grinned at King Kong. Me and King Kong combined. Less 20 times. My name is King Kong. Just blow it off. You've said it 100 times and he can't prove it. To tell you the truth, I was a good bully in front of them last night. All those women to fuck? Yeah. Yang has paid for it. And I was wondering why you caught one on. Stupid. Right? I'll be damned. I should have known I'd experience a double flight too. The thin man laughed loudly. Chen was also laughing, but his heart was flooded with a strong disgust. He said, continue to take the money exchanged for other people's lives to go crazy. You cannot go crazy for a few days, having not slept a wink. Chen squinted and dozed for a while in the car, and when the car stopped he immediately woke up and asked, arrived? Not there. Take you shopping for a dress. Slim said, buying clothes? Look at your clothes. Like you're from the city and countryside. I'll take you to change. Jean gang, you watch the car. My name is King Kong. The two drove to a chain of clothing stores in the city, and when trying on clothes the thin man said, Yang is like this. New people have to be investigated before they dare to use it. Don't be offended. I would have seen the blame. And after last night's fun, I hope he locks me up for another 7 days. Ha ha, you're too funny. Seriously, I'm kind of glad you're here. Finally someone to talk to. There's only 4 of us in this gang? No, there are quite a few more. Little old brother, what task will Yang give me today? Can you reveal the test questions in advance? The skinny guy lowered his voice. Usually the first mission will have you punching people. Punching people? There will be people watching you. You have to beat the hell out of them. Can't let go of the water. But uncle, you surely have no problem. You've beaten up a lot of people? I'm not worried about anything other than the fear of a fight. Cannot be killed. Must not be killed. We are selling insurance. Not the triads. Understand? Understood. And after this test, you will be allowed to kill people. But of course, not just cut them up with a knife, like you guys do, but do it skillfully. Be specific. Yang's got a list on his hands right now. The insured is going to die in a car accident. I figure he'll let you do that. And if the beneficiary doesn't get the 5 million in insurance money, you're out. Out means, I told you to get lost. I'm going to disclose to you here that Yang is afraid you'll go out and talk nonsense. So he might keep you locked up. When he thought of those 7 days of captivity, Chen Shi's heart palpitated, and the thin man added, when it's done, he'll take you to see the boss. Yang is not the boss? He's not. He's just a mid-level. The boss is. You'll know it when you see it. Chen Shi nodded. Thank you for telling me. I should. I'd still kinda like you to stay and have some company to talk to later. So what's the trick to this creating a car accident? There's not much of a trick to cutting brake lines. You have to be smart about it. I can teach you later. Chen Shi patted him. I'll buy you dinner when it's done. That's not enough, is it? Just dinner? The thin man raised his volume. Well, earn your first dollar and take you back to that place last night. Well, good luck. The skinny guy looked up, suddenly blew a rogue whistle, and said to Chen Shi, ha, that chick is hot. When Chen Shi saw that side, his smile steeply converged. Lin Dongxue was bringing Tao Yeye and picking out winter clothes. When she heard someone blowing a rogue whistle, she looked over, and her line of sight just happened to meet with Chen Shi. And in that instant, her eyes were surprised and delighted. Chen Shi slightly shook his head, signaling her to keep quiet, and pointed at Tao Yeye to make a gesture of walking away. Though he didn't want to, given all the uncertainties, it was a godsend for passing on information, and he said to the thin man, go up there and try it. Forget about it. With a baby. The kid went to the fitting room. Good chance. Slim wiped his hand through his hair and said, what do you think of my form today? Awesome. By your leave. The thin man swaggered up to accost him, and Chen Shi quickly slipped away. Tao Yeye was waiting for him in the fitting room, and quietly pushed open a slit to reveal his eyes. Chen Shi entered the fitting room, squatted down, and made a gesture of silence. Don't ask anything. Sister Lin will tell you, and you need to memorize every word I say next. Tao Yeye nodded her head. You tell her that 49 Jianfu Road is the location of the bad guys. Don't rush to close the net first. There may still be a top line. Ambush people waiting for my news. The bad guys have a 5 million life insurance policy. Should be in force recently. They let me go to create a car accident to get the insured dead. You let Sister Lin think of a way to get ready, then set off fireworks in Quan Sheng building. Remember? Remember. So good. Chen Shi smiled and stroked her head. The door to the fitting room was left open, and an older man opened it, seeing the scene with a look of contempt. Chen Shi scolded. What are you looking at? I'm helping my daughter fasten her buttons. The older man who was in the way left, and Chen Shi said, I'm leaving. Tao Yeye reluctantly hugged him and said, Uncle Chen, come back early. Sister Lin's cooking is so bad that I can't bear to expose her. I'll be back as soon as I can. Chen Shi came outside and heard a clamor, only to see the thin man fall to the ground, flexing into a prawn, his hands covering his crotch. Lin Dongxue crossed her arms with a look of contempt. When she saw Chen Shi made a gesture to let them go. Lin Dongxue nodded slightly and said take care with her mouth. Chen Shi went over to pick up the thin man and said, what's wrong? I went to try on a shirt. Why did you fall down? Don't mention it. That chick practiced all of a sudden my eggs did not explode, right? He looked down to check. Ha ha, you're so frustrated too. What did you say to people? I didn't say anything. I just complimented her on her good nature. How can you be angry? She's a tigress. They then drove to Jianfu Road, where the lair was hidden under a rotten building, and Chen Shi came to Yang's office. where he asked with a smile on his face, "How was your fun last night?" "Cool," Chen Shi laughed. "It's time to work today. If you need anything, just ask." Yang took out the key and opened the bottom drawer of the table. Chen Shi noticed that there were quite a few documents inside. Yang took out a photo placed on the top and handed it to Chen Shi. "Go to Stone Monkey Road at 8 o'clock tonight, and beat up this person. Any technical requirements? You watch it. Just don't kill him. Serious injury insurance. Make it so he can't go to work." "Small case," said Chen Shi, putting away the photo. "So what do I do during the day? The rooms in the corridor are numbered. 004 is yours. You can sleep in there to kill time and leave at night." Yang pulled out a set of keys and handed them to Chen Shi. As he left, Chen Shi said, "Brother Yang, you still don't trust me? Patience and caution. Remember, two important factors in this business." Yang smiled. To the own room. Chen Shi found that there is a bed, a refrigerator, a TV, bookshelves full of boring marketing magazines. He took out his cell phone to see. There is still no signal. So he lay on the bed with his hands resting on his head, and soon fell asleep. Woke up. The thin man greeted him for dinner. Sitting at a table in addition to King Kong, the receptionist and a few faces, maybe gangs of people, the thin man to the introduction. Chen Shi just smiled, but also too lazy to remember their names. The thin man patted Chen Shi's shoulder and said, "This Uncle Chen is a great sage, who used to mix with society, and now learns to keep a low profile and sells insurance." The crowd laughed. Chen Shi said, "Take care, everyone. I'll toast everyone first." The thin man pressed Chen Shi's cup with his hand. "You can't drink tonight. You have a mission." Yeah, forget it." After dinner, the thin man took Chen Shi up the elevator to the ground. When it was already dark and fireworks rose in the distance, the skinny guy muttered, "What's with the fireworks when it's not New Year's? Maybe someone is organizing a celebration." Chen Shi eyed the direction. And yes, it was the direction of Quansheng Mansion. "Rich people are flamboyant," the thin man said dismissively. Coming outside, Chen Shi saw a young couple across the road, and an uncle was greeting customers with a smile at a pancake stand in the other direction. These were all police officers from the bureau, and should have been recruited by Lin Dongxue from another team. Seeing one of his own made him feel much more secure. And now, with a shout, everyone would swarm in and arrest the whole gang. But it's not time yet. If we don't dig out the top line, even if we knock down the nest, it will soon resurface, and then it will be even more tricky. The two got into the car and spent an hour on a secluded street on Stone Monkey Road, where Chen Shi said, "I'll go by myself." Waiting for your midnight snack, Skinny pulled out his cooler, ready to get a little high while he waited. This road Chen Shi often come to eat late-night snacks. He was a little worried about running into acquaintances, so he put up the collar of his coat and walked around the street, cupping the photo in his hand and comparing it with every person who passed by. A man came out of the small bar, staggering as if he had too much to drink. That's right, that's him. Chen Shi was a little difficult. He did not want to hurt people, hesitated in place for a few seconds before walking over, swung his arm round a big ear slap on the man's face, knocking him around twice. The man's whine woke up at once, instinctively a little nervous. After seeing Chen Shi asked, "Selling insurance? Young told me to come. Please play it real or the insurance company won't recognize it." Turns out he was the beneficiary himself. Chen Shi instantly had no mental burden and said, "Man, lie down, hold your head, and don't let go of the breath you're lifting." The man laughed and pointed at Chen Shi. "Professionals." The man did as he was told. And Chen Shi said, "If you can't stand it, say so." The man nodded. With a look of death, Chen Shi began to kick and beat him. The man clenched his teeth and kept emitting muffled grunts. Occasionally passers-by saw, scared to pull their legs and run. Judging from the foot feeling, has kicked a few broken ribs. Chen Shi only then stopped. Shoo, the man slurred. "We'll work together again sometime. Bye." Worried that there are police rushed, Chen Shi ran away, back to the car. The thin man just sucked high, spread on the seat salivating at the corners of the mouth, said, "So fast? It's just a beating. You get in the passenger seat and I'll drive." The two exchanged seats and the skinny guy handed over the cooler. "Want a sip?" Driving, Chen Shi saw a few suspicious men in the rearview mirror and asked the thin man, "Are those people spying on me?" Skinny, whose head is not in the right place right now, said, "Yes, you too? Sort of. It's not that Yang doesn't trust you. It's just this process. Back to the nest. Yang is not in the evening. Chen Shi can only go back to his room to watch TV. There is no set-top box installed here. Only a few cable channels." The boredom lasted for 2 days. This day Yang called Chen Shi to his office with a document in his hand and laughed. Worthy of being a professional. Hit so hard but didn't injure the vital organs. That customer got the 100. 000 claim without any problems. Only 100,000? It's only $50,000 after taking out the draw. There's nothing to be gained from gambling. Enough about that. Here's your next assignment. Take a look at it. Chen Shi took the contract he handed over. It was a personal accident insurance. The wife insured the husband. Of course, there is the husband's signature, perhaps forged. The amount of the claim is $5 million. It is the one that the thin man revealed in advance. On top of that, there are photos of the insured, stolen from all angles. Chen Shi said, I'm going to let this man die? Died in an accident. That's easy. Just have him grab a towel and push him down the stairs. The extra proposition I gave you was to have him die in a car crash. Creating an accidental car crash is a must for every salesman here. And XX, Skinny, is a veteran of this, so you can ask him for advice. No need. I'm still familiar with the car. I just need to remove the brake pads. You can't just tear it down without getting caught. Replace the original ones with old brake pads? Clever. That's a good trick. But you've got to control it and make sure he crashes. You're a moldable man. I think highly of you. Now go and get ready. There's a Fortune Edge car dealership on Kwangmon Road. I own it. Just give my name. You'll find the tools you want there. Won't Skinny come with me? That asshole. Last night sucked high. And now also in the corpse. Told him not to touch that. Non-hearing. Women can play. Drugs cannot be stained. You do not give him on the road. I do not want the team is full of addicts. Z, that will be bad. XXI sooner or later to open him off. Yang's eyebrows and eyes showed a ruthlessness. I won't dip. Do a good job. You're a promising talent. Yang affectionately patted Chen Shi on the shoulder. Chen Shi came to the ground alone this time. Stood on the side of the road and glared at the traffic. When the undercover agent pressure is really great, he still preferred to solve the case. Then he crossed the street and went to the Copron pancake stand and asked for a pancake. And Chen Shi whispered, they sent me to fake an accidental car crash. And this is the last act to gain their trust. Winter Snow and the others are waiting for you at his house with the insured. The older man handed over the pancakes. I'm being followed. Tell them never to get caught. I'll pass it on. Don't worry. Pay $5. Chen Shi took a bite. This craft is still worth $5? Then he pulled out $100. Keep the change. Chen Shen slipped through the streets for a while and realized that he unconsciously wanted to go to Taoyuyu school. He immediately changed his route, noticing that the one staring behind him had been there the whole time. After a brief meal at noon, he came to the car dealership on Gwangin Road and said, Brother Yang asked me to come. The mechanic came over, wiped the motor oil off his hands with a towel, pulled out a keychain, and said, this one is the target's car key, and this one is the key to his garage. Thanks a lot. The tools are yours to take as you see fit. The discarded parts are over there. I'll take care of the ones that need a hand. Chen Shi picked out some necessary tools, and the mechanic inspected them and said, I'll sharpen these brake pads for you. After grinding, the brake pads didn't seem to get any thinner, and Chen Shi said, sure it works? Don't worry, it'll break in a few clicks. We're pros. Thanks a lot. You can fix cars, right? Will. It's been open for so many years. In the evening, Chen Shi came to the neighborhood where the target was located, stood in a bookstore and flipped through magazines until the target appeared. Then he put down the magazine and walked into the neighborhood. The target lives in a villa, and the garage and the main house are one and the same. He drove the car into the garage. Waiting for 5 minutes, Chen Shi walked over and opened the garage with the key, and just after opening it, he saw someone inside. He quickly bent in and locked the door, making it impossible to see inside unless the person staking out the outside had X-ray eyes. The lights turned on. The main force of the task force was all here, and Lin Dongxue excitedly rushed over and hugged Chen Shi. Lin Dongxue hugged Chen Shi, her voice almost with a sobbing tone. We've been worried for the past few days. I'm fine. Fine. Chen Shi patted her, but didn't want to let go, the warmth of the embrace soothing the empty heart. All right, don't give out dog food. Get down to business, Su Xiaodong said. Lin Dongxue and Chen Shi separated, smiled awkwardly, and pointed to the nervous-looking uncle standing next to him. This is Mr. Li, the insured of this insurance policy, and this is our undercover agent, the one who was sent to kill you. Hello, Mr. Li stretched out his hand and shook Chen Shi's. Work hard. No hard work. I'll be liberated after killing you. Officer Lin has already told me everything. Alas, the wife I've been married to for 7 years is trying to kill me. It's really the same bed. Fortunately you guys found it in time and saved my life. The gang's arrangement was for me to change the brake pads and let you die in an accident. It's too dangerous to go along with it. It's uncontrollable on one hand, and on the other hand, it'll hurt someone else. And how do you plan to kill me? Lin Dongxue said. It's ready. Su Xiaodong will change into Mr. Lease clothes, put on a wig and glasses, and have a car accident on Jiefang North Road, crashing into a road abutment. In fact, he'll jump out of the car before impact, and the car puts on a dummy. You can't die from that level of impact. This gang can't be fooled, Chen sure said. But to make it harder, from a practical point of view, any higher, and Su Xiaodong would be in danger. Chen sure said, let's do it this way. Anyway, the stalker is staring at me. I will then rush there and patch up the dummy with a piece of broken glass. The traffic police must be out at this time to prevent them from getting close enough to see through the break. We have spoken to the traffic police. Also, no matter how fake it is done, the insurance company must be allowed to settle the claim and they will trust me when they get the money. We'll be there to negotiate. Mr. Li said excitedly, and arrest my wife. Lin Dongxue said, don't worry, she will be punished by the law and be tried along with the other bail fraudsters. Chen sure said, I'm in that nest and the signal cannot be reached. After seeing the mastermind, I will find a way to send a message to you. I said come out to eat tomorrow is the meaning of closing the net. When to come out to eat is the termination of the action. Lin Dongxue nodded. I hope this case will end sooner. Same feeling, Chen sure smiled. Let's go to the movies when we're done. I promise. It's starting again. Su Xiaodong spat. Brother Chen, it's almost time to go. Wait. Chen sure took off his jacket and threw it on the ground. Felt some motor oil towards the bottom of the car and applied it to his shirt. Then put on his jacket again before carrying his tools and leaving. Not far away a face was revealed in the grass. Chen sure smiled at him and gave him a thumbs up. The stalker's face was expressionless. Chen really a water well to dispose of the tools. Still back to the bookstore and so on. More than 8 o'clock. Su Xiaodong drove out. He has been disguised as a target appearance. Plus the car is very dark. Outside the person is not to see out. The stalker quickly ran out of the neighborhood, got into a car, and followed the car. Chen Xin said it was not good and quickly chased after him, slapping the car door as he ran. Take me with you, take me with you. Get out of here, the ferocious man in the car bellowed. NMB. I'm not driving. Tell me to run? There's nothing more for you to do. Just go straight back. Crap. Who are you to talk to me like that? Chen sure reached out and broke off the other party's reversing mirror. The car stopped. The fierce man jumped down and said, is it sick? Said he pushed Chen sure with his hand. Chen sure showed a fierce look. Try moving me again. The man on the co-pilot jumped down and rounded up the situation. Uncle, the mission Yang sent you on doesn't include this. You can just go straight back. I made this with my own hands. I had to see it to feel comfortable. Is this necessary for one of my own? The two men combined and said, get in the car. After getting into the car, Su Xiaodong was long gone, and the murderous man slapped the steering wheel. Come on, I lost him. Go to Jiefang North Road. I just called him and said that his wife is fornicating with someone on Fuchuan Road. He must be heading in that direction now. Chen sure said. The peacemaker laughed and quipped. You're still the best. Just arrived at Jiefang North Road. We heard the ear-splitting sound of brakes and crash, and the peacemaker saw the car crashed on the concrete pier, clapped his hands and laughed. It's done, 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 it's done. That's not right. People aren't dead? The fierce man said. The car was so smoky it was hard to see anything. Chen sure said. Put me down. It will be seen. The murderous man said. I do you do? Being seen is also me. What are you afraid of? Chen sure roared. The murderous man had to push open the door. Chen sure ran over, probed his body into the deformed car, the dummy head buried among the airbags. According to the plan he only need to do a probing action on the line, but suddenly thought, if there is no blood on the hands, it does not make sense. So he grabbed a piece of broken glass, and with a vicious cut on his left hand, equalizing the blood on both hands before coming out. Leaving the car, the surrounding passers-by were gathering over. Chen sure pretended to be unconcerned and shouted, the driver has fainted. Hurry to call 120. Hurry. While the passerby picked up his cell phone, he quickly left and returned to that car. Dead? The murderous man asked. Chen sure showed him the blood on his hands. There is still gas. I took a glass ballast and stabbed him. It won't last until the hospital. Ruthless man. Admirable. The fierce man gave a thumbs up. 2 days later, Yang called Chen sure to his office. He was holding a document in his hand. His face was full of smiles. It seemed to be a success. Yang said, there are 2 things. The customer got the claim smoothly. It was easier than I thought. Chen Shi said, easy? It's the good work we do up front. And insurance companies don't make good money. Do I get paid? Don't worry. The salary and bonus will be paid together at the end of the month. I want you to meet a client now. Meeting clients? In this business, communication skills are also important. So think of it as a kickstart for you. I don't know much about insurance or anything. Who said for you to talk? It's for me to go and bring you along. Just watch and learn from the sidelines. Chen Shi scratched his neck, showing impatience, and Yang said, not happy to go? I really don't like this kind of clerical work. That's the way business is. It's not up to you whether you like it or not. If you like the money, go and get ready and leave later. This time, together with the Thin Man and King Kong, Chen Shi suddenly had a feeling that the person to be met might not be any client, but the mastermind behind the scene. A few hours later, the car drove to an upscale neighborhood of birds and flowers. Chen Shi said, what kind of client? Living here, must be quite rich, right? The skinny guy laughed. Client? It's to see our boss. Chen Shi put on a surprised expression and sent that edited text message in his pocket. You're the one who talks too much. Yang grumbled at Slim. The boss is ready to meet you. The newest member. Chen Shi said. I thought it was night. Skinny said. The boss usually meets guests during the day and we go out at night. Go! Several people got out of the car one after another, and Chen Shi pretended to unbuckle his seatbelt and quickly dialed Su Xiaodong's number on his cell phone before stuffing the phone under the car seat. Su Xiaodong would have understood that this was so that the police could locate the place. It was finally coming to an end, but he warned himself internally that he must not let up on the last pass either. They arrived at the top floor, a complex of apartments, and a woman in pajamas opened the door, put a finger on Zhu Hong's lips and said, the boss is still sleeping. A majestic voice came from the house. Ninger, I'm awake. Upon entering, the skinny guy playfully said, sister-in-law's body is still so good. Saying that, he reached out and pinched her ass. Wants to die. King Kong, slap him, the woman said coldly. King Kong swung his bushel-sized slap across the skinny man's face, who bled from the corner of his mouth as he was hit and begged for mercy. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Serves you right, Yang whispered. Several people went up the stairs to a spacious bedroom. The bed sat an old man wearing silk pajamas, a head of silver hair. Look majestic. The woman pressed a button on the wall. The ceiling above actually slowly opened, revealing the sky. A closer look only to find that separated a layer of tempered glass. This was the man behind the curtain? Chen Shi fantasized about him wearing a horn coat and shaving his head, revealing a smile. What's it called? The old man asked. Chen Shi. It doesn't look very honest. Yang and Skinny grinned in response. Little Young, you've been wise to your talent this time and dug up a piece of treasure. Thanks for the compliment, boss. In insurance, the most important thing is patience and caution. The old man made a gesture and the woman handed him a cigar and lit it for him. Know why I chose this line of work? Chen Shi replied. Probably because it's a blank industry and there's no fear of competition. That's one thing. On the other hand, I hate insurance companies. 10 years ago I got seriously ill and tried to get a claim from my insurance company. Here we go again. Slim muttered. Get out if you don't like it. Yang chided. I'll go to the restroom then. Slim, who had long since gotten tired of hearing about this entrepreneurial sutra, slipped out and ran downstairs, pulling drug paraphernalia out of his car's glove compartment and getting high, the relief of the addiction making him feel good all over. When he suddenly heard voices under the seat of his car, he bent down and picked it up to see that it was a cell phone and that it was in the middle of a call. It was impossible for the thin man not to understand what this meant, and breaking out in a cold sweat, he immediately turned off his cell phone and quickly ran upstairs. At that time, I only had 33 yuan in my pocket, and this little money is not even enough to buy food tomorrow. The old man was still iterating about the hardships of his business, when he saw the thin man sweating and rushed in and stopped. Why are you so rude? There's a cell phone on the car. It could have been put there on purpose. We have undercover agents in our midst. These words immediately stunned everyone in the room, and Chen Shi was even scared out of his wits as he suddenly pointed at King Kong and shouted, I just saw him put something under the car seat. King Kong's eyes bulged in surprise and anger. My name is King Kong. Aren't you? My name is King Kong. Still pretending with me? Chen Shi's sudden accusation left everyone with no time to think, and their eyes were all focused on Jean Gang's anxious face that had a mouth to feed. Chen Shi reached out and touched a bottle. The most dangerous person here was this big guy. He had to be put down first. The rest of the old men, women, addicts, sons, and pussies were not a problem. He swung the bottle and smashed it over Vidra's head, which shattered into crumbs, but Vidra was unharmed, his face dripping with wine and his expression stormy. Shit, the words just fell. King Kong roared, intercepted Chen Shi and threw him on the wine cabinet. The bottles behind him clattered and crashed all over. The wine fumes filled the room, and Chen Shi's palms pressed against the broken glass were scratched with blood. The others were still in a state of dumbfoundedness. Only Yan was the first to wake up. Bastard! Led the wolf into the house. My name is King Kong. King Kong roared violently and stepped up 1 foot towards Chen Shi, who flew in a roll on the spot, and King Kong's leather boots crushed the broken pieces of glass with a click. Chen quickly stood up. His position is between the bed and the window. Very unfavorable. He made a split-second decision. Rolled over from the bed. The old man owed a voice out. My legs. My name is King Kong. Jean Gang grabbed a ceramic horse on the shelf and threw it over. Chen narrowly avoided it. The ceramic horse smashed right on the bed. The old man's tears came down in pain. The leg is broken. Chen came to this side of the door. Yang's face grimly ripped off his tie. His hands tore open his clothes, revealing a fierce tiger tattooed on his chest. He said, "Let you know the Horse King. Get out." Chen punched him in the face, and Yang's glasses shattered in response, falling to the ground and revealing the scared and dumbfounded thin man behind him. The thin man cried out, "You lied to me. Want to get punched?" Chen glared angrily. The thin man consciously dodged out of the way as Chen stepped on Yang's stomach and rushed outside. The kick sobered Yang up, and when he looked up and saw King Kong's big foot stomping down, he hurriedly rolled out of the way as the foot landed with a dull thud on the floor. Then there was a movement of fighting from the living room. Yang pushed the already twisted frames, covered his stomach and stood up, saying, "Boss, hurry up and retreat. The police are coming. There's a gun in the safe," the old man said grimly. Yang nodded his head and slipped outside, where Chen and King Kong were fighting fiercely. Chen twisted his waist and delivered a sidekick to King Kong's abdomen, surprisingly forcing his taller opponent to take 2 steps back. The kick was undoubtedly a military police stance, and Yang muttered, "Military police fighting technique?" King Kong stormed over, grabbed Chen with both hands and lifted him up, squeezing him as hard as he would squeeze an orange. Chen screamed in pain and reached out to gouge King Kong's eyeballs and pressed them in hard. This time it was King Kong's turn to yell, and he finally spread his hands. After landing, Chen grabbed a teapot on the table and threw all the coffee with the teapot inside at King Kong's face. Yang's cheeks twitched. Damn, are they cops or hooligans? Remembering his mission, he had no time to watch the battle any longer and slipped quietly into the study. Chen threw everything he could into King Kong's face, finally smashing him a little bit. Then he unbuckled his belt and jumped onto the sofa, using the sofa to make up for the difference in height between the two of them, reversing the stranglehold on King Kong's neck and bending over with force. King Kong was strangled and scratched in agony, scratching a patch of pathways on the belt and his own neck. 7, 8, 9. Counting to 9, Chen spread his hands, and King Kong fell softly to the ground, only unconscious of course. Chen long sigh of relief. This fight is too hard. His body is sore and painful. He looked up and found a black hole of the gun pointed at himself. Yang held his gun with both hands and pointed it at Chen his brows furrowed tightly, not sure if it was because of nervousness or myopia. Chen said, "There's no point in you shooting now. It's just adding to your crime." Yang roared, "Even if I die, I'll take a cop for a ride." Chen smiled disdainfully. "Would I be afraid of death? I've died once long ago. Death is not scary at all. Only living will feel pain and despair." "Are you really a cop?" The thin man looked incredulous. "Sort of." "What do you mean sort of?" "Don't interrupt," Yang roared, turning to Chen "You're not afraid to die, so I'll let you die once. Who are you scaring with a fake gun?" Chen said, "Are you blind? This is the real thing. Then drive towards here. What's with the shaking hands? You're in fear. You're nothing but a part-timer. This business of yours isn't even worth it. Do him." The old man in the bedroom roared violently as he dropped something casually. Yang was hesitating and Chen pointed to his chest. "Come on, shoot me with that fake gun." "Shit, this is a real gun." Yang's violent roar and the sound of the gunshot came out at the same time, the echoes stirring back and forth in the living room, shaking the glass and cackling. Skinny was stunned as he felt a hot stream in his pants. Yang's gun was pointed at the ceiling, where there was an extra bullet hole, and just before he could put the gun down, Chen surprised him by stepping on the sofa and rushing over, kicking in the air, and Yang fired a second shot, but before the shot could be fired, Chen foot had landed on his chest, and the bullet had added another bullet hole in the ceiling. Yang fell into the study, his neck bending strangely at the edge of the desk for a moment with a crisp click, and then his whole body went limp and motionless, his body twitching constantly. As Chen climbed up, he picked up the gun in passing, opened the magazine to confirm the number of bullets, and then returned outside. The first to bear the brunt was the thin man, who was scared out of his wits, and Chen said, "Hold your head and kneel down." Slim dutifully did as he was told. Chen went into the bedroom and pointed at the woman, who did the same. Then the gun falls on the old man, who frowns and bargains. "I have a bad back." "Then put your hands up." "I have frozen shoulder." "Then you sit." "I have hemorrhoids." "I'll shoot you dead." Don't. The old man slowly raised his hands and sighed. Young people nowadays, they are too unaware of respecting the elderly, because the signal is interrupted. The police, who are still searching everywhere in this neighborhood, heard the sound of gunshots and rushed up at a rapid pace. Lin Dongxue kicked the door and swept back and forth with both hands holding the gun, and was surprised to find that the house was in a state of disarray, with one lying on the ground and one squatting in the corner. Chen Shi held a cigar in his mouth, his left hand resting on a glass of red wine, and his right hand carrying a pistol as he leisurely walked out of the bedroom. And if he didn't know him, Lin Dongxue almost took him for a big boss. "Why are you so slow?" Chen Shi said. Seeing Chen Shi unharmed, Lin Dongshue's eyes soured and revealed a joyful smile. "Injured? Skin wound. It doesn't matter." Lin Dongxue signaled everyone to arrest the people, and Chen Shi came to Lin Dongxue and lamented. "What a grand house. Every brick and tile was exchanged for the lives of innocents. Who told you to play the hero?" Lin Dongxue punched him in the chest. "Ow!" Chen Shi bent over in pain. "Are you hurt?" Lin Dongxue was concerned again. "Fooled you. I'm fine. Badass." The suspect was escorted out, and only the two of them were left in the room. Lin Dongxue could no longer restrain the emotions in her heart, and hugged Chen Shi with force, tears streaming down her face. "You're finally safe and sound, and in the future, I will definitely not let you go undercover." "What are you talking about? An undercover career can be exciting. This is enough bull for me to blow for a year, and I have to thank you for it." Chen Shi wrenched Lin Dongshue's shoulders and pushed her a small distance away, wiping away her tears with his fingers. Lin Dongxue bit her lip and slowly stood on her tiptoes, her whole body weight leaning on Chen Shi's body. The two people get closer and closer, so close that their breath can be heard. Just then, a police officer ran in. "The team leader, forget about not bothering you." They hurriedly separated and Lin Dongxue said, "What's wrong?" The nest on Kenford Road was also taken out. "Well done. Let's close up." Chen Shi sat in the car and realized that Peng Siju had also come. He opened a box and told Chen Shi to give him his hand. Peng Siju used an alcohol-soaked skimmer cotton pad to clean the wounds on his fists and said, "Obviously he's a cerebralist, but he wants to resort to martial arts. You don't know me well enough, yes?" Peng Jack sneered. Su Xiaodong in the passenger seat turned around and said excitedly, "Brother Chen, you put them all down by yourself? You even grabbed a gun with your bare hands? So godly? I always thought you couldn't fight. The body can't work anymore." In his heyday, picking 10 wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, there's no evidence in death, so feel free to blow it off. Peng's Jew splashed cold water. "Let's spar sometime," Su Xiaodong proposed. No. Fighting this kind of thing, I am not very interested." Pain. Old Peng Yu gently. Brother Yang, whose real name was Yang Min, had his collarbone broken by Chen Shi's kick, but fortunately did not injure his nerves and was sent directly to the hospital. King Kong's thick skin didn't hurt, but in the interrogation room, the interrogators found it difficult to communicate with him. The skinny guy got into the station, and soon his drug addiction kicked in and he was banging on the walls and rolling around, so he had to be sent to rehab for a few days first. The focus of the interrogation fell squarely on the old man, and the first thing he said when confronted with the interrogation was, "I'm just a businessman. I don't know what crime I've committed." Lin Dongxue said, "Then let's talk about your business. A glass of Lafite, please, and a Cuban cigar." Su Xiaodong said, "No, at most I'll give you a cigarette." "Okay then, I'll just barely scrape by." Lighting the old man's cigarette, he said, "I hate insurance companies that talk a big game when they get people insured, but when it comes to claims, it's harder than getting them to eat shit." He had a serious illness that year, but the adjuster found a paragraph as thin as a mosquito's leg in the cracks of the words in the contract, saying that no claim would be made in such a case, and the old man, who had obviously paid so many premiums, was actually dismissed with a single sentence. He filed a lawsuit and ended up spending more money for nothing. All for nothing. He hated it so much that he wanted to take a knife and storm into the insurance company and slaughter the bastards. But what good would that do? The brazen insurance company would still be in business, screwing more people. So he found many people with the same illness, and they were meant to stand up for their rights. By a chance, one of the people in the circle succeeded in defrauding a large sum of premiums, and everyone regarded him as a hero, and that person was Yang Min. He himself is also an insurance practitioner. Understand the road here, which makes the old man was inspired. He found Yang Min, put forward the intention of cooperation. The old man is the first batch of businessmen who went to the sea under the reform and opening up. Although the business has not done well all these years, but he has accumulated a lot of contacts, and Yang Min has strong business skills. In the early days of their partnership, the two of them just helped others succeed in getting claims. Let's say, buying doctors to change this illness to that one, prolonging hospital stays, forcing compliance with harsh insurance regulations, and they earned a small cut of the profits. Not being able to make a lot of money from this kind of business, the old man began to look for other business opportunities. Once he saw on the news that a poor man who couldn't afford the astronomical medical bills jumped to his death. And at that time he thought to himself, how worthless this man's death is. If he buys a life insurance policy and then commits suicide after the policy has come into effect, his family will be able to collect a huge sum of money. So then he had the bright idea of turning the lives of the poor into money. How mutually beneficial and how much for the good of society. There are so many poor people in this world. For money they can go and sell their livers and kidneys, but they can only earn a pitiful few tens of thousands of dollars. If they were to switch to insurance, they could earn hundreds of thousands of dollars just by chopping off a finger, and it would still be legal. So they began to recruit the poor, buy them insurance. After the insurance is in effect, let the doctor cut off their fingers, or gouge out an eye. For the poor, they lose a finger or an eye is nothing. In exchange for a huge amount of money can help them out of poverty and rich. Getting rich is supposed to come at a price. They just paid for it in a different form, the old man said in a serious tone. So, this business is getting bigger and bigger. In order to successfully deceive the eyes of the adjuster, they buy through a part of the insurance company's internal staff. Familiar with the business process, almost every time do not fall through, can successfully get the premiums, and business is not too different. Unconsciously, the team has become very large. Many members of the old man himself do not know. Business projects are more and more. After all, to support so many people, alas, everything has been ruined by you. The old man shook his head inside. Taking human lives in exchange for money. Do you have no sense of guilt? Lin Dongxue said contemptuously. Taking lives for money? That's your idea of insurance? They're volunteering. Okay. And those who died did so voluntarily? The dead? I haven't touched life insurance. And as I said, the team is getting bigger and bigger. And a lot of the business has nothing to do with me at all. That's a pretty light way to shrug it off. I know. You guys are full of misconceptions about my business. But we have been creating GDP. We have revitalized the entire insurance industry. Little girl, have you ever seen bacteria? People think bacteria are bad. But without them breaking down dead bodies and fertilizing the soil, would we have this beautiful planet today? We are like bacteria. Building this city where no one can see it. Making it more thriving. Besides, no law is free. And no one is dictating. Ugh, fraud is breaking the law. Lin Dongxue interrupted him. Okay, let's agree to disagree. Let's agree to disagree. Okay, take it away. Lin Dongxue picked up the phone. This kind of person was hopeless. He was full of evil but thought he was benefiting the world. While being dragged away by the police, the old man was still desperately struggling and shouting. I say, is it not good to seek common ground? A gentleman is different from a gentleman. So why force your laws on me? Lin Dongxue was so angry that she wanted to laugh. And Su Xiaodong said, what a breakaway. Why should we impose our laws on him? The law is to protect and bind everyone. Okay? A few days later, Lin Xiaopu business trip back into the bureau. What he saw in front of him was shocked. Overcrowded. The foyer is crowded with suspects and suspects hand in hand of the police. The corner of the wall is also squatting a large slips. Each room is crowded with downcast suspects to record a statement. They all changed into police uniforms to make it easier to find their colleagues. Lin Dongxue suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiaopu. In a police uniform she looked heroic. She saluted and smiled. Back, brother? You put an end to that mob? The insurance fraud case was solved. Yeah. The total number of suspects arrested is 305. With gang members and clients found based on their files. Well done. Lin Xiaopu patted Lin Dongxue's shoulder in relief. Want any rewards? Ugh. Lin Dongxue sighed. When the case is over, take a few days off. Yes, give you a day off. Just one day. How stingy. Ha ha. Where's Qingshi? Lin Dongxue looked around. Hey. I asked him to help. Why did he desert again? Chen Shi ran to the roof of the building to hide clean. With him is unable to stand the noisy atmosphere of Peng Siju. The two stood on the roof of the building to smoke. Today the sun shines brightly. The city in the distance as far as the eye can see. People's chest born a sense of grandeur. Especially, when you think about the fact that you just protected the city. That's busy enough. Yeah, it might be busy until the new year. Anyway, I don't care. I'm not a cop. I should rest. Old Chen. Ever heard the saying? No drop of rain will think it caused the flood. When the chain of evil is long enough and grows so long that you can't see the whole picture, everyone in every link will think they're innocent. To the point. That's the way it is with these people. Most parts of them think they're just doing a job. Even think it's a job that's good for society. And they don't feel guilty about it at all. Chen Shi looked at the distance. The vista of the city that was as lovely as a miniature model. Do you think evil has a day to disappear? No. Where there is light, there is shadow. And crime has been around since the dawn of private ownership. Why is there crime in the world? And if human beings are social animals, why do they act to the detriment of others? Half of man is bestial, avaricious, selfish, and lazy, half divine, noble, unselfish, and industrious. This opposition exists in every individual, and circumstances and individual differences vary the proportions of the two. When the animal nature overpowers the divine nature, man goes to the fall. Exactly. The two men threw their cigarettes away together. And this kind of clean talk with Pangsjack always gave Chen Shi a kind of spiritual pleasure, now and in the past. And they were able to talk about it all day long, from society to the universe, and never tire of it. When he was about to light a second cigarette and continue the conversation, the sound of Lin Dongshue's footsteps came from behind him. Lin Dongxue stomped her feet and cursed, "Everyone's busy, but you guys are here to hide yourselves from the rest of the world. I'm not a cop. What's it to me? I'm a forensic scientist, and trying cases is none of my business. You guys are going to piss me off. Hurry up and get down there. Even pour water for everyone. So many people haven't even had a drink of water all morning. This girl has swelled up. She even dares to call out to you, Captain Pang." Chen Shi smiled and looked at Peng Siju. "I don't know who it was influenced by." Pangsjack laughed back. "The follow-up work of the fraudulent insurance case is as much as a lot of work. Lin Dongxue every day to return home tired and weak, often even do not want to eat. On this day, returning to my place after a day's work, I went up the stairs and saw my landlady sitting on the steps, gasping for breath, carrying a shopping bag in her hand and holding her other hand over her chest. The landlord lives in Lin Dongxue downstairs. Every quarter to pay rent is through WeChat. Usually very little conversation. Only by chance to see will say hello." Lin Dongxue asked, "Auntie, are you not feeling well?" It's fine. I had a little chest congestion on the way up the stairs. I'll just sit down and rest for a while. Let me carry it for you." "Thank you then." Lin Dongxue helped her carry food, until she came to the landlord's aunt's place. The house is cold and quiet. It seems that only she lives alone, and on the wall hangs the last photo of her old partner. The landlady sat down at the table and asked Lin Dongxue to brew a bowl of brown sugar water, and after drinking it, she looked better. "Auntie, don't you have any children?" Lin Dongxue asked. "There's a son. How come I've never seen him before? He works out of town?" "I'm not afraid to tell you a joke. He is in jail, young and not doing his job. All day long with a bunch of fox friends blind fooling around. Once to help a friend out, stabbed to death a small hooligan with a knife. After the accident that gang of friends did not have a squeak. I persuaded him to turn himself in, and then the court ruled manslaughter, sentenced to 20 years. This year is already 17 years. It will soon be New Year's Eve. I'll make some dumplings and send them to him." When the older woman said this, she did not show too much sadness, probably because she had already accepted the reality in her heart. Lin Dongxue didn't know what to say when the older woman asked her, "You've been living upstairs from me for almost a year, and you still don't know what you do?" I'm in sales." Lin Dongxue lied. "Oh, why don't you stay for dinner? Thanks for today." "Nah, I have business at home." Jixin Middle School. Same evening. Most of the students in the school have already gone home. Only one classroom is still lit. A few students who participated in the Multifish Cup New Concept Composition competition have already finished their exam papers and are checking for typos. The invigilator looked at his watch and said, "Time's up. Collect the papers. Everyone has worked hard. Go home early." Tao Yu left the classroom with her book bag on her back, and behind her came a sound of footsteps and a voice shouting, "Tao Yu, wait for me." Tao Yeye turned around and saw a girl with a double ponytail and a red face trotting over, and she recognized that it was fellow classmate Wei Zhang Mary, who was the language class representative and had not talked to Tao Yeye even once, taking the initiative to strike up a conversation. Wei Zhang Marie looked a little nervous, but smiled in a pretense of ease. "You're here to participate in the essay contest." "Too, teacher told me to participate in more activities." Tao Yeye replied faintly. "I can't see that you have such attributes. I thought you were always cold." "Cold? Yes. We all think that you are more cold. Not like your peers." "Sorry, did I offend you?" "Oops. Can you accompany me to the toilet? There's no one in the school building and I'm a little scared." Tao Yeye looked towards the empty school gate. Chen Shi didn't come to pick her up again today. He gave her a bus card and said in a long-winded manner that she should learn to be independent, but in fact that was just an excuse for adults to be lazy. Tao Yeye said, "Let's go." Walking into the unoccupied school building, Wei Zhang Marie nervously grabbed Tao Yeye's clothes. Tao Yeye teased her. "What are you afraid of? Afraid of ghosts?" "Yeah." Wei Zhang Marie shivered in fear. "Don't talk nonsense. I've heard it said that I think a student committed suicide here in the past." I won't listen. Seeing Wei Zhang Marie being scared to the point of trembling, Tao Yu revealed a vicious smile. After nervously going to the restroom, The two of them headed out. Wei Zhangmarie whispered, I found that you're actually quite easy to get along with. You can call me by my nickname. Although I don't really like this nickname La, but it's okay if you're a friend. Me so? Hey, Wei Zhangmarie agreed. Do you believe there are ghosts in the world? Don't believe it. So what's the scariest thing you've ever encountered in your life? I'll start with one time my dad took me out to dinner and I actually ate one in the red meat. Dead man's finger? Don't talk nonsense. Wei Zhangmarie waved her little fist to beat her. It's a pig's hair. It's so long. So long. Wow. It's super scary. What about you? What's the scariest thing you've ever encountered in your life? I saw with my own eyes. My mom being killed by a man. With a knife. Possibly sensing that the girl was an idiot. Tao Yu gradually relaxed her guard and talked about her experiences. Her calm tone added a touch of eeriness to what she was saying. And Wei Zhangmarie, scared to death, timidly asked, Really? Tao Yeye put on a relaxed expression and winked. I lied to you. Ha ha, you're really too. How can you talk about your mom like that? But she's really gone. Really? That's sad. Is the one who usually picks you up your dad? It's uncle. So you're an orphan? Yeah. No pitying me. No. Actually having a mom and dad isn't that great. My parents are super annoying. It doesn't matter if I switch with you. Wei Zhangmarie clumsily consoled. Although the words were not very pleasant to the ear. But her good intentions Tao Yeye still appreciated it. A cat's cry came. And Wei Zhangmarie stopped to search around and saw a very small kitten come out of the classroom and purr at them. So cute. Wei Zhangmarie was instantly adorable. Squatting down to touch its still fading fetal hair. Tao Yeye also squatted down, looked at the kitten, and said, Is it hungry? I have leftover salted duck eggs from lunch in my book bag. Wei Zhangmarie removed her school bag and rummaged through it, finding a salted duck egg in a sealed package. Biting it open with her teeth and peeling it for the kitten to eat. The kitten looked like it was starving and greedily ate the yolk of the duck egg. And Mary Wei Zhang said, What a picky eater. Just like my Voldemort. He doesn't eat egg whites. When the kitten finished eating, it purred even louder. And Mary Wei Zhang said, Hasn't it eaten enough? Kitten, you finished the duck egg. Saying this, she picked up the egg white and fed it, which the kitten desperately dodged. Probably doesn't like it. I have a ham sausage here, Tao Yeye said. Taking the ham sausage out of his book bag, he fed it to the kitten, who ate it happily, but refused to eat it after only a third of the way through, and began to purr again. The kitten waddled away, and there was a puddle of dirty water on the floor that the duty officer had spilled while mopping, and he patted over to it and licked it with his tongue and drank it. Wow! How can you drink dirty water? What a bad boy! Wei Zhangmarie picked it up and put it aside. The kitten crawled over at the dirty water again and she held it away again. I really don't know what you were thinking. It's thirsty, isn't it? Tao Yeye guessed. At that moment a car horn sounded outside, and Wei Zhangmarie said excitedly, My father is coming to pick me up. She dragged Tao Yeye to the school gate, where a middle-aged man with a big belly stood smilingly by the car, and Wei Zhangmarie beamed. Daddy, you're so slow. Traffic jam. That's the same excuse every time. It's so annoying. Okay, I'll buy you whatever you want to eat tonight. Looking at other people's children and parents pampered, Tao Yeye a burst of heartache. Wei Zhangmarie introduced, Dad, this is my new friend Tao Yeye. She is a new transfer. Learning is particularly good. The man nodded. Hello, your parents didn't come to pick you up? Why don't I give you a ride home? Yeah, take my dad's car. Tao Yu looked up. There is a dirty camera at the school entrance. I do not know whether it is good or bad. There is no one in the school at this time of the day. If this man has bad intentions for her. No, he'll be here soon, she said. The other party did not force. Take Wei Zhangmarie to go. When leaving, Wei Zhangmarie in the car window kept waving. A meowing sound came from her ears. It turned out that the kitten had followed her. Tao Yeye gave Chen Shur a call. Come and pick me up. You're still in school? There's an essay contest today. It's rather late. By the way, I picked up a kitten and want to keep it at home. No, we had an agreement before, but it's pathetic. That won't work either. Okay, I'll call Sister Lin and ask her to pick me up. Chen Shur's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Well, I come over now. The kitten thing. Face to face. Half an hour later, Chen Shur drove up. Tao Yeye held the kitten and looked at him in silence. Chen Shur said, This kind of wild cat has bacteria. You can go to the vet and get it checked out. Maybe it has a mom. You wouldn't be out wandering around so late if you had a mom. Have you already thought of a strategy to deal with all my questions? Yes. Chen Shur couldn't help her and said, I'll throw it out if I don't get within 30 on this final exam. Thank you Uncle Chen, Tao Yeye said joyfully. Chen Shur had to take the kitten to the vet hospital, and after doing a checkup, the doctor asked Tao Yeye, What did you give the kitten? Salted duck eggs and ham hocks. The doctor rolls his eyes. Why don't you just feed it salt? Felines can't overdose on salt. They get sick. You know? Tao Yaya spat out her tongue. I'll know next time. Nothing serious. Don't bathe him for a while and wait until he's 3 months old for deworming and vaccinations. Chen sure bought a bunch of cat supplies, and when he returned home, Tao Yaya excitedly teased the kitten, which made Chen sure feel doubly happy, and maybe it would help Tao Yaya's healthy growth. The kitten was named Mao Ball and officially settled in Chen Shure's home. As the winter vacation approaches, all subjects are starting to enter the revision period, and you have to do papers almost every day. But the thought of having fun after the exams gives everyone a little motivation to study. This day in the class happened a not-so-small thing. Liang Zwoming recovery back. After 100 days after the injury, he obviously lost his circle. Hair is also long, wearing a denim jacket into the class, ignoring in their own greetings to the small friends. Straight to Tao Yu's seat in front. Liang Zwoming snatched a novel Tao Yaya was reading and tore it in half with a swish. Tao Yaya, we're not done with this account. Now that I'm back, your good days are over. Just wait for me. A circle of students who were watching the fun around them laughed and murmured. Wow, whatever happened to those two? Is this a provocation? Liang Zwoming, how dare you bully a girl? Could this be the unfolding of a Korean drama? Happy couple or something? Liang Zwoming glared fiercely at the student who said happy couple and walked away. The crowd gradually dispersed. Tao Yaya did not say a word. Wei Zhang Mary ran over and said, he bullied you? No, I have to tell the teacher. Tao Yaya pulled her hand. Do me a favor, don't ever tell the teacher. But what if he? I'm not afraid of him, Tao Yaya said as she stared at Liang Zwoming's back. Saying so, but Tao Yaya was extra careful these days, paying attention to Liang Zwoming's every move. After recovery, Liang Zwoming has become less talkative. In the past, because of the large amount of pocket money given by his family, there was always a group of small friends gathered around him, and now he is also indifferent to these small friends. Wei Xingmarie came to tell Tao Yaya that she heard that Liang Zwoming is now learning bad things. Someone saw him with a gang of punks outside the school, reminding Tao Yaya to be careful. What should come finally came. This day is Tao Yu's duty student. After cleaning the classroom she went home alone. In a secluded street on the way to the bus station, Liang Zwoming with a gang of small gangsters with cigarettes appeared. They had ambushed here on purpose, because when Tao Yaya turned around, she realized that there were also a few behind her who had drilled out of the kiosk. Seeing this, the shopkeepers of the kiosks on both sides immediately shrunk their heads back, not daring to meddle in this idle business. A circle of people surrounded Tao Yaya, and Liang Zwoming said domineeringly, you broke one of my legs. Today I'm going to break both of your legs. Don't. What a waste. This little loli is quite cute. Take it back and play with it. Liang Zwoming's buddy said. 3 years to start. Maximum death penalty. You want to make a big death? Another man said, and the group burst into laughter. Is this the masterstroke you came up with? Tao Yaya looked at Liang Zwoming. The teacher has already left. No one can help you. Big deal. I also pay for your medical expenses. Anyway, my family has a lot of money. Liang Zwoming sneered. Your mom and dad would be so proud of you. Some people, they don't even have a mom and dad yet. Ha 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 ha. Tao Yu clenched her fists and suddenly picked up half a brick from the ground. The gangsters laughed. Crap. Chaste girl, small arms and legs. Be careful not to hurt yourself. You have the guts to smash. We are so many people. You smash who? Tao Yaya turned around and slammed the brick into a nearby parked sedan, shattering the glass in response and causing the siren to blare. Residents living upstairs on the street poked their heads out as the ear-splitting siren sounded and the punks panicked. Go go go. Someone's coming. Liang Zwoming said. Don't. What are you afraid of? We'll clean her up some other time. Go go go. You wait for me. The punks fled. Liang Zwoming glanced angrily at Tao Yaya and ran away as well. A man and a woman ran over to me and the man said angrily, what are you doing smashing my car? Tao Yu let out a wow cry, rubbing her eyes with her two small fists to hide the fact that there weren't actually a few drops of tears. And as she cried, she said in an aggravated manner, there was just a gang of little hooligans who bullied me, and I didn't have a choice. The man's fire instantly subsided by half. Said, then you yell smashing my car, what is the use? The woman said, husband, stop talking. Then she squatted down and took out a tissue to wipe Tao Yu's tears. Little sister, your family won't come to pick you up? Dad is busy working. I take the bus home every day. Tao Yaya shook her shoulders and pretended to be sniffling. Auntie, can you help me call the police? I'm afraid those bad guys are still around. The man was happy. Call the police? What can the police do when they're gone? The woman said, honey, look how poor she is. Why don't you send her home? The man did not want to agree. See Tao Yu face aggrieved. Heart softened, said, alas, Really troublesome. You get on the car. Tao Yu sat in the car. The woman handed her a bottle of water. Tao Yu said politely, "Thank you, auntie. I'm not thirsty." The man asks, "Where is your home?" Tao Yeye said an address. At this point Chen Shi must still be at the city office. He was involved in another case these days. The man found it on the navigation and said in surprise, "That place is the city's public security office. You're not mistaken?" "No, my dad works there." "Your dad's a cop?" "Interpol." "What about your mom?" "Mom's long gone." The woman sighed. "Alas, poor child." The man said, 80% is the child of the criminal police, called the bad elements of society retaliation. When the police is not easy. Little sister, you must be careful in the future. Today if not meet us, you can be dangerous. Thank you uncle. Came to the city council. Received a text message. Chen Shi walked out. Tao Yeye pounced over and enthusiastically shouted, "Dad!" Listening to this tone of voice, obviously acting, Chen Shi cooperated by picking her up and saying, "Why did you run here? These two are..." "Don't mention it. Today your daughter almost let the bad guys revenge." The man said once and for all what he imagined the experience of the incident, portraying himself as a good man who sees the road and pulls out the sword to help. After saying that, Chen Shi looked a little surprised, and the man thought to himself, "Oh no, I forgot to mention the compensation for the car window." According to his version of the narrative, it doesn't even fit into the smashed car window bit. He bragged too much and dug his own grave. But a piece of glass does not matter. Take this opportunity to get acquainted with the police is really a great harvest. So he said with a smile on his face, "I forgot to introduce myself. I am in the clothing business. This is my business card." He handed over his business card with both hands, which read Deputy Manager of a clothing company. Xue Chengyi, Officer Chen. Enjoy a casual dinner together sometime. Xue Chengyi said. Chen Shi was too embarrassed to refuse and said, Definitely. Thanks to you guys for saving my daughter today. Otherwise things would have been very serious. Should be. See, righteousness is the duty of citizens. So what? We'll go first. Take care." Chen Shi's gaze lingered for a few seconds on the woman's ass, which rested above her waist on the man's left hand, which wore a wedding ring. Chen Shi squatted down and looked at Tao Yeye with a serious face. "Tell me what happened." After Tao Yeye finished, Chen Shi felt that this matter Tao Yeye had no responsibility. On the contrary, she showed bravery and resourcefulness, but he was not going to praise her and said, "If you didn't design and frame him before, there would not have been today's matter. You should reflect on it. If you hadn't told him the truth and made him think it was just an accident, there wouldn't have been this day," Tao Yeye said in an old-fashioned manner. Chen Shi laughed. "So it's all my fault?" "It's your fault. You become right to take revenge on your classmates?" "Liang Zuoming is no good. Miso told me that he bullied other students before I transferred too, and that people like him deserved it. Do you hope I'll go against the grain, or let the teacher step in and make a roundup?" Teachers all over the world are taught in the same school. They only say things like flies don't bite seamless eggs and why doesn't he bully others but only you, which are both infuriating and can't be refuted. Chen Shi was dumbfounded by the question and said, "Let's not talk about this now. Let's talk about it tomorrow. You can't talk me out of it," Tao Yeye said proudly, as if the danger that had just occurred was already behind her. "Yes, I can't say anything about you, so I have to think about how to educate this special child of yours." Chen Shi touched down her head. "Wait for me to go home together after work. Can I go to Sister Lin? She's still working." Tao Yeye skimmed her mouth, and Chen Shi said, "I'll take you to watch the forensic doctor do his test. Okay?" "Yes." The next morning, Chen Shi put breakfast in front of Tao Yeye and sat down. Tao Yeye now grew a short layer of hair and basically didn't wear a hat at home. "Let me tell you a story," Chen Shi said. One day the scorpion wanted to cross a river, so it said to the frog, "Brother Frog, can you carry me across the river?" The frog said, "No, you have a poisonous stinger. You will chelate me." The scorpion said, "If I chelate you, I will drown too." Frog think it makes sense. On the back of the scorpion across the river. I did not expect to go halfway. The scorpion chelated the frog a bit. The two drowned together. Before the death of the frog asked, "Why?" The scorpion said helplessly, "Because this is my nature." Tao Yeye listened with interest and said, "So you want to say, I thought about it for a night. Your nature is so. I shouldn't change you. Let you learn how others are like, then you will be very painful. What is the difference between this practice and school? How much of a failure schooling is? I know better than you, because I was also a genius when I was a child. I know that after what happened yesterday, you are holding a fire in your heart. With your character you will definitely not spare Liang Zuoming." Chen Shi paused for a moment. "I allow you to take revenge on him." Tao Yeye's eyes widened unexpectedly before she regained her composure. "What about the conditions? First, don't get caught by the school. And if you do, don't get disciplined. Second, no physical retaliation is allowed. And third, you must have a good reason to carry out a retaliatory action. These 3 rules apply to this incident, as well as anything else you will encounter in the future. Can the second one be changed? Absolutely not. Tao Yeye shrugged her shoulders helplessly. The plan she thought of last night will have to be scrapped. Chen Shi thought to himself, what a horrible child. Actually already thinking of a means of revenge. The 3 articles he proposed appeared to be encouragement, but they were actually constraints, increasing the difficulty factor for her while preventing Tao Yeye from going down the evil path. Tao Yuyu's mother is a prostitute. Who is her father? There may be a dozen alternatives. From a young age she lived under her mother's abuse and indifference, and then she saw her mother killed with her own eyes, in the face of the police. The calmness that the young girl showed was a bit frightening. The police at first did not believe her testimony at all. How could an 8-year-old girl hide in a cupboard for 3 hours, the whole time witnessing her mother's brutal murder but did not making a sound or shedding a tear? Tao Yuyu's heart harbored a tiny venomous snake that needed to be pressed regularly to squeeze some venom out of its head in order to prevent it from attacking someone one day. After the arrest of many vicious serial killers, the police were dismayed to find that they were not aggressive and violent people. On the contrary, they were polite, gentle and introverted, and they were extremely caring to small animals, and they were recognized as good neighbors and good citizens. The man who killed Tao Yuyu's mother was also such a person. Something always goes wrong when a person is repressed for too long, and catharsis is necessary for mental health. That's why this society needs games, athletics, adult culture and internet literature. In Chen Shi's opinion, those who go to find a lady to have fun at night and advocate that video games are detrimental to the growth of young people during the day should be damned. And, Chen Shi said, after you retaliate against him, you must report to me truthfully. Don't worry, I am never an adult who goes back on his word. Tao Yeye stood up, came to Chen Shi's side, planted a cereal porridge-stained kiss on his cheek, and said, Uncle Chen, you've overturned my preconceived notions about adults. Thank you. Chen Shi laughed and scraped her nose. Satisfied? You little devil. Years ago, the bureau to do a mountain of cases. Chen Shi almost all day in the team to help, although he quite liked this state of life, but the mouth always show more want to go back to driving a cab willingness. It would be a problem if they knew that they were actually enjoying themselves, and I'm afraid that in the future, they would really slowly become full-time criminal investigation consultants. On this day a case in hand was declared over. Chen Shi proposed to go out to eat a hot pot to relax. He and Lin Dongxue had just left the city hall. A police officer from the police reception office ran and said, Officer Lin, are you free now? Yes. Why? We just got a call. A nurse died at Zhongshan Hospital, suspected of suicide by jumping off a building. Why don't you guys go there? Okay, I'll go now. Lin Dongxue said to Chen Shi. Let's eat after handling it. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat after processing. Chen Shi said. 2 people got into the car. There is another police car, followed by 3 appraisal personnel, all the way to Zhongshan Hospital, inpatient building below a circle of people, mostly watching the patients. Chen Shi said, trouble to make way. The police are coming. Use your hands to separate the crowd into the inside. On the floor lay a woman in a nurse's uniform, prone face down, her skin exposed to the cool air and already white. The dead woman's hands spread apart, her left leg stretched out, her right leg twisted upwards in a bizarre position. A doctor and a nurse squatted next to the body. The nurse had 2 red eyes and was holding a handkerchief in her hand, and the doctor said, I'm sorry, we just wanted to see if there was any salvation, so we came over to check. We didn't mean to touch the body. Lin Dongxue said, can you understand? The dead you know? She is. The doctor was about to say. The nurse grabbed the answer. She is my colleague Du Ting. Last night also talked to her. How today people are gone. Said. She wiped up tears. Chen Shi see too many people here. Told everyone to disperse. At the same time instructed the appraisers to finish taking pictures. Hurry to carry the body to the ward. The doctor went to find a white sheet and a bed frame. The appraisers carried away the body, paid special attention to the ground to see if there is anything missing. Lin Dongxue registered the information of the person who found the body, and found that it was one of the deceased's patients, who found a person lying on the ground here in the morning when he was sneaking around. So he called the police. The doctor present is named Gao Ming and the nurse is Han Zhaodi, the head nurse here. Han Zhaodi said the deceased Du Ting night shift yesterday. The last time I saw her in the nurse's station, when she went on night patrol, is 4 o'clock in the evening, about 5 o'clock or so. Du Ting sent a text message to a colleague, said a little dizzy first, until this morning at 10 o'clock was found dead downstairs. Lin Dongxue noticed that Gao Ming's eyes flickered as if he was somewhat ashamed. After asking Han Zhaodi for the name of the nurse who was on duty with Du Ting, she said, both of you go to work first, leave it to us. and I'll come back to you if there's a problem. Gomez said. Okay, I'm sitting in cardiology in the morning. Seeing that there is no fun to watch, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Dongxue was about to leave. Si Qinshi came back, holding a camera for taking pictures in his hand. He said, "Wait a minute." He raised the camera, pointed it upward, and kept adjusting the lens as he looked toward the windows above, asking, "What floors did the deceased patrol?" 5, 6, 7, all wards. There seems to be dust swabbed off the window frames on the 7th floor, and there are some scratches on the wall next to them. Take a look. Chen Shi handed the camera. Through the zoom lens of the camera can really see these traces. Lin Dongxue put down the camera. Said, "You suspect murder?" "I can't say. Just go up and see." They came to the ward where the deceased fell. This ward is empty. The window is open. The house is cold. Chen practical hand stopped Lin Dongxue, pointing to the ground. There may be footprints. Later let the appraisal personnel come over to see. The two men went around the sides to the window, which was usually locked to prevent accidents, but from the dust it sure looked like it was open. Chen Shi asked Lin Dongxue to continue to understand the situation, and Chen Shi went to look at the body. Lin Dongxue came to the nurses' station. Du Ting's death here caused a big waves. The nurses said Du Ting usually low-key, seldom have conflicts with people. Knotted Beam was killed is even more unlikely. As for the possibility of suicide, a nurse with a better relationship with the deceased said, Du Ting recently confessed to a doctor? The result was rejected. Those 2 days she did have some emotional depression, but to say that because of this suicide, she thought it was impossible, but other reasons cannot think of it. Who is the doctor she confessed to? Lin Dongxue asked. It's Dr. Gao from cardiology. One more question. Who can open the windows in the ward? We all have keys. The window locks are the same on all the wards, and they're basically unopened during the week. Thanks for the cooperation. The nurse followed up and said mysteriously, Sister Policeman, I have another clue to offer. Last night I saw Dr. Gao and Du Ting alone together, in his office, and then I also heard Du Ting crying. What time was it? Around 4. Lin Dongxue then went to the cardiology department to find Dr. Gao Ming, and Lin Dongxue asked, what is your relationship with the deceased? Just an ordinary co-worker. Dr. Gao said, someone claimed that she confessed her love to you a few days ago but was rejected. Is that true? Dr. Gao smiled awkwardly. I thought she was joking, so I casually declined. And for another, I really don't have any feelings for her either. And we're all adults, so this little setback won't cause her to commit suicide, right? Where were you after 12 last night? Not doubting me. I'm home, but the hospital's surgery records show that there was an emergency surgery last night, and you came to the hospital at 10 o'clock and didn't leave until 4. There were also reports of seeing you alone in the office with Dutton. Dr. Gao shed a drop of cold sweat and said, it's normal for me to look for her and explain some work matters. Then why did you just lie about not being at the hospital? Dr. Gao looked even more nervous. It's a murder case. I just don't want to get involved with her. Human nature. You should be able to understand. Understandable. But I want you to tell the truth so that the dead can be cleared. When he heard the word innocence, Dr. Gao acted even more uncomfortable. Lin Dongxue knew that she couldn't ask any more questions, so she stood up and said goodbye first and left. Lin Dongxue stood in the corridor and looked around. There was no surveillance installed here. Chen Shi called her to go over. Lin Dongxue came to the temporary morgue ward. The deceased lying in the hospital bed. The blood on the face has been wiped off, revealing the wounds and bruises. She is a small nurse with a decent posture. Very young, probably less than 20 years old. Any findings? Chen Shi asked. There's a doctor who's rather suspicious. I'm investigating. What about your side? Chen Shi glanced at the body. There is a blow wound on the side of the skull. Hidden in the hair is not easy to see. If she was conscious when she fell and would have subconsciously made a defensive move, then the injuries on the legs and hands would have obviously been more than elsewhere. But the deceased's injuries all over the body were very uniform, indicating that she was already unconscious when she fell. From all this, the deceased was murdered. Lin Dongxue was slightly startled and asked, what about the time of death? The examiner replied, liver temperature was taken, and he should have died about 4 o'clock last night. Lin Dongxue said, 4 o'clock? She was with Dr. Gao at that time. There must be something wrong with that doctor. Go look for him again? Don't be so hasty. Let the bullets fly for a while. By the way, go check out her workstation. Came to the deceased's workstation. Lin Dongxue opened the drawer to check. Found a box of foundation. A lipstick. Lipstick is pink. Lin Dongxue said, the deceased have makeup? Yes, and it's quite new. A woman is a woman. She must have put on makeup to go see that doctor. That doctor has a problem. Chen Shi smiled. You suspect that the two of them have an incestuous relationship. Do you get angry when you come across scum? Lin Dongxue said. I'm doing this to investigate the case. Okay, who cares about the scum? What do you think about the case? The hospital is heavily trafficked with patients, family members, and healthcare workers, and the ice-breaking phase of the case is a good time to get to know more about the situation before settling on an individual. Listen to you. You'd better keep investigating the doctor's side. I'll find out if there are any witnesses inside the patients. I have a word of advice about the case. You say, it is a huge risk for one person to kill another, and no murder happens unless the killer's motive is equal to that risk. I'd like to remind you not to be blinded by the petty interpersonal disputes at the hospital, and to always keep in mind that this person you suspect exists or does not exist for this huge motive. And if not, you can basically rule them out as a suspect. The two came to the nurse's station, and Chen Shi said, Nurse manager, I would like to find out the situation of the patients on these floors. The head nurse said, the files are in the office. I'll go get them. Chen Shi and the head nurse walked away. Lin Dongxue found that friend of the deceased and asked, about Dr. Gao, I still want to know more. Chen Shan really went through the patient information one by one in his office, and when he reached one of them, he stopped and asked, this person died last night? The head nurse said, dying on the operating table is just common medical malpractice. Chen Shi nodded and continued to turn over, and found that 4 patients passed away last night. All of them were older. The head nurse explained one by one. Chen Shi thought, this is just the hospital's statement. Could there be any hidden information? And decided to go to the ward to take a look. When I came to a ward, the family members were gathered outside crying in mourning, and although it wasn't very nice to talk, Chen Shi still showed his ID and said, Police, I want to see the remains. The family is very cooperative. Chen Shi put on rubber gloves, broke open the eyelids of the deceased old man to look at, and checked the body spots. The time of death should be around 2 o'clock last night. The record shows that it is a post-operative complications caused by heart attack, which cannot be seen with the naked eye alone, but the remains of nothing too suspicious. After thanking the family, Chen Shi rushed to the next ward, and the head nurse who followed him said, Comrade police, why are you investigating this? Chen Shi has his own reasons. The patients who died before and after the crime should be sent to the funeral parlor very quickly. By then they can't even investigate if they want to, and the living people can still be found afterward if they're alive. So he prioritizes this one at the top of the list. Chen Shi didn't state it directly, but simply said, it's nothing. It's our job to suspect everything. The second remains are also nothing suspicious. When Chen Shi came to the third ward, he saw a déjà vu face, the middle-aged man with a black veil on his arm, like a patient's family member. Seeing Chen Shi he was surprised and said, Inspector Chen, how come you're here? Boss Shui? Ha ha, you remember me. This person is the kind passerby who sent Tao Yeye to the city office last time, Shuiqingi. Shuiqingi pulled over a middle-aged woman and introduced her. This is my lover, and this is Officer Chen. Sure enough, the young woman who was with him last time was not his wife. Chen Shi said, Boss Shui helped my daughter once last time, and I haven't thanked him properly yet. The woman piled on a smile. It's nothing, he's just a hothead. Shuiqingi was busy handing cigarettes and said, my father passed away last night, relatives have come over. What is Officer Chen doing here? Check the case. Chen Shi reached out and refused the cigarette. I want to see your father's remains. Does this have anything to do with the case? His wife said, my father-in-law died tragically at night when a mouthful of phlegm blocked his windpipe, so I'm afraid there's some kind of virus, so I'd better not watch it. Chen Shi said, the two of you are sorry for your loss. I'm just going through the motions. I hope to cooperate, and I'm not a forensic scientist. I'm just an ordinary police officer. Chen Shi said in his heart. In fact, not even a police officer. The husband and wife exchanged glances, and Shuiqingi said, all right then. Chen Shi came to the old man's remains. When he broke open the eyelids he immediately found something suspicious. The eyeballs have obvious hemorrhages. He looked back to Shuiqingi. Shuiqingi's uneasy face immediately piled up a smile. Chen Shi asked, what time did he die? The hospital said 4 or 5 o'clock, and we got the news early in the morning and rushed over. Is the old man here? With no one to keep him company? Yes. We husband and wife take turns to watch. My wife was here last night. The second half of the night cannot stay up. Go to sleep in the corridor. Which no one, said Shuiqingi eyes red. Condolences, coming outside. Chen Shi said, thank you so much for last time. Why don't I treat you to a meal at noon? Shuiqingi said, I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I can't spare the time today. See, I'm really clueless. So leave a contact. Okay. After exchanging cell phone numbers and microsignals, Chen Shi asked, your children also attend Jixin Middle School? No, my son is out on the university. Shuiqingi lowered his voice. My junior's children in that school. Chin police officer must not tell my wife. People to the middle-aged well. You know. Understood. Understood. Don't bother. Okay, we'll have dinner together some other time. Chenshur twisted his face and the smile immediately disappeared from his face as he said to the head nurse, please do a small favor. Chen Chan really sat downstairs and smoked. Lin Dongxue asked for his directions. Ran and said, after hearing an earful of hospital gossip, it feels like it could be a TV series. Any suspects? Yes, Dr. Gao. According to his colleague's testimony, he should have been the last to see the deceased, but he himself is incoherent and suspicious. Motive: Dr. Gao is going to be evaluated as an associate professor at the end of the year. Assuming that he has some kind of scandal, the evaluation of the title will be lost. And what do you think about the possibility of killing someone? Kill what to silence what? Some nurses reported that Dr. Gao was having flings with several girls at the same time. I think it was a scandal in that area. Chen Shur thoughtfully looked around. Patients who die here, unless the family files a lawsuit, there will be no forensic autopsy. There must be a lot of murders hidden in places we can't see. You mean, the family doesn't want to be responsible for the huge medical bills? Is that relevant to this case? Is it off or not? Check it to know. Thank you. Chen Shur got up and took a plastic bag from the head nurse who came over, bulging with something stuffed inside. What is it? A pillow. Lin Dongxue said curiously. What are you doing with a pillow? Checking the case. Let's go. It's time to go back for the autopsy. Chen Shur stood up and walked outside. The two returned to the bureau. In the vicinity of a simple meal. Considering the murderous nature of this case, Lin Dongxue immediately applied for a case. This time Lin Xiaopu still let Lin Dongxue to lead the task force. Only the manpower allocated is limited. Only she, Su Xiaodong, Shaoli, and the old Zhang, Chen Shi can be counted as one as well. Lin Dongxue held a simple ad hoc meeting to let the members understand the case. That's the situation now. It's not known why the victim was killed, but it's safe to say that the odds are that the killer is inside the hospital. Chen Shi added. This hospital interior means the people who stayed inside the hospital that night. Lin Dongxue felt that this time was not a big case. Combing through the hospital's interpersonal relationships, almost able to find out the motive for the murder, Pang Siju walked in and said, the autopsy is complete. The time of death was indeed yesterday morning at 4 o'clock. The deceased showed no signs of being sexually assaulted. In fact, she was still a virgin. The immediate cause of death was a blow injury on the side of the skull. It should be some kind of blunt force caused by a blunt object. There's a detail. The deceased broke a fingernail, left hand index finger. You can look for it at the scene. Maybe there are traces left by the murderer on it. Chen Shur said. I have a pillow here. You take the iodine vapor test to see. Related to the case? Chen Shur smiled mysteriously. I don't know if there's a barrier, but there's a surprise anyway. Pang Siju showed a face of can't help you expression. Took the pillow handed by Chen Shur. A few together to the test room. Pang Siju will be the pillow with clamps on the two corners, hanging in the sealed box, underneath the alcohol lamp to heat the reagent. As the iodine vapors continued to spread through the case, like a ghost movie, a human face slowly appeared on the pillow and with a pained expression. Lin Dongxue was surprised. How could this happen? Chen Shur explained. This is a pillow used by an old man who passed away last night. I accidentally found hemorrhages within his pupils and suspected that he was forced to asphyxiate to death. So I asked the head nurse to change the pillow. And it was true. This pillow was pressed against the old man's face and the grease from his face was left on the pillow. Chen Shur said. It may not be related to the case. Should we check it? Check. Lin Dongxue said. Murder must not be condoned. By coincidence, the person in question I still have a side of the story. So I'll go find him, and I'll leave the hospital to you to investigate. Chen Shur took a picture of the pillow. I can probably guess what's going on. The person in question will be in a hurry to cremate the body right now. You should hurry up and intercept the body. You can't convict without the body. Pang Siju said. Right away. Send me one of your men. I can't get the body alone. Chen Shur left with a trainee forensic pathologist, who called Xue Qingyi and said he had something to find him. And Xue Qingyi said, I'm really sorry. I'm at the crematorium right now, and my father is being prepared for cremation. Chen Shur said, Boss Xue, aren't you rushing this funeral process? So many relatives have come from out of town to hurry up and get the funeral over with so they can get back to work. Wait, don't cremate the dead yet. I'll be right there. I know. Chen Shur is worried that Xue Qingyi does not keep his word, and then call Longgan City Mortuary. Said there is an old man's remains police to intercept. Be sure not to cremate. A windy ride to the funeral home. He saw a group of friends and relatives are crying to a box. The MC voice said, Xue XX old man although left us, but his voice and smile will always remain in our hearts. Inside the family and friends there is Shwechengyi husband and wife. Crying is engaged. Chen Shi angry glare. But there is nothing to do. As he stood waiting for the ceremony to end, Shwechengyi came over and said, "I'm sorry, the staff has been rushing, and there are so many family members and friends waiting. I really have no choice but to cremate my father." "You're too eager, aren't you, Officer Chen? You don't suspect me of anything, do you?" Shwechengyi observed Chen Shi's expression. "Things have come to this point. Can only think of ways to collect other evidence?" Chen Shi smiled. It's fine. I'll give the old man a salute. "Thank you so much." Chen Shi came to the spirit, bowed. Both sides of the filial son of the wise grandson bowed to him to return the bow. Chen Shi thought, this matter is Shwechengyi alone, or husband and wife together. His brothers and sisters know? He also had a bold guess. Could there be a connection between Shwechengyi's murder of his father and the nurse's death? It's just a matter of how to prove the connection. Shwechengyi came over to shake hands with Chen Shi, handing over cigarettes, saying, "If Officer Chen doesn't mind, go to a restaurant with us later for a meal." Chen Shi took out his cell phone and transferred $500 in gift money to Shwechengyi, saying, "A little token of appreciation. Don't dare to take it. Don't dare to accept it." Shwechengyi operated on his cell phone, ready to return it. Chen Shi pressed down his hand. "If you don't take it, I'm not going." "Take it." "I'm sorry then, did you drive here? Will you be on the bus with us later, or will you drive over?" "Take the bus." "That's fine. There are other relatives and friends to greet, so I'll go over there first. You go about your business. Don't mind me." Chen Shi with a smile on his face, watching Shwechengyi walk away. He and his wife whispered a few words. His wife's eyes guardedly looked at Chen Shi a few times. Chen Shi cheekily waved at her. His wife piled up a polite smile. Just a smile. Chen Shi went back and said to the small forensic pathologist who was traveling with him, "I'm sorry to have caused you to make a trip for nothing. Do you intend to go to the appreciation banquet with me, or just go back? You have to pay a gift for an appreciation dinner, right? I can't afford it. Then take my car back. Tell Captain Peng that they burned the body, and I'll go gather some evidence. Take care of yourself, Brother Chen." The little forensic scientist took the car keys and left, forced to attend a funeral. Chen Shi appeared to be very calm, kept greeting people, and soon chatted with a few siblings of Shwechengyi. It is understood that Shwechengyi's father had esophageal cancer, already in the middle and late stages. According to the doctor said that there are no months to live. The old man, this year more than 80, is also considered a happy funeral. The relatives did not show too much mourning. As for Shwechengyi's economic situation, his brother said Shwechengyi's clothing business is doing well. The family has 3 sets of houses, usually often help younger siblings. This time his father is sick, but also he was a person to pay for medical expenses. Afterwards, the crowd boarded the chartered bus and headed to the hotel. And on the way, Chen Chen was looking at the progress on Lin Dongshue's side in the WeChat group. They spent the afternoon searching the bushes in the room where the dead man had fallen, and were able to find the broken fingernail, which was stained with some blood, and uncertain whether it was the dead man's or someone else's, had been sent back for identification. Lin Dongxue more understanding of the situation. "The more I feel that Dr. Gao suspected a lot, has been to cooperate with the investigation as a reason to ask him to go to the bureau." In the interrogation room, Dr. Gao Ming repeatedly emphasized, "It's a travesty. Why would I kill Du Ting? I was so close to her. How could I kill her?" Lin Dongxue asked, "What were you doing in the office at 4 o'clock at the time of the murder?" Chatting until she cries?" Dr. Gao scratched his hair in chagrin. "She's just a crybaby girl. What does it have to do with me? What you have said, you had better repeat it as it is." Well, about a week ago, she jokingly said, "Why don't you be my boyfriend?" And I was in the middle of a surgery and thought she was joking. And we usually joke about that a lot. And I just said fuck you. I said fuck you. At that time, I did not put on the heart, which no listen to other nurses said. She was sad in the office crying up. I realized that this little girl to my true heart. Comrade police, don't look at me 30-something, I really haven't been in love much. 20 years have stayed in school. Honestly, I also quite like her. I considered a few days, decided to agree with her. That day, is what you said the day of the crime. I called her to the office. She was on night patrol, took out a prepared small gift, hoping to formalize the relationship with her. Maybe too happy, she cried tears of joy. That's it? Why would I lie to you? Dr. Gao freaked out. Lin Dongxue receives an insider call from Peng Siju, asking her to pick up the DNA identification report, and Lin Dongxue asks Su Xiaodong, who was interrogated together, to make a run for it. Su Xiaodong came to the technical squadron. The guys were off duty. Only Peng Siju was there. A document was on the table. Peng Siju slowly sipped his coffee and said, "The DNA in the dead man's fingernails. It's consistent with the suspect. Su Xiaodong was invigorated. It's really him. Where's old Chen? Went to the funeral to check on that old man's death. In the morning he left in such a hurry that he forgot one thing, that pillow had marks on the reverse side in addition to the front. Fingerprints? I took pictures. Peng Siju took out a freshly washed photo. After seeing it, Su Xiaodong was a bit stunned. Not a person's fingerprints. It clearly shows that it is two pairs of hands covered together. From the size of the bottom is a man's hand. The top is a woman's hand. Su Xiaodong said, "That's enough for evidence, right? When it doesn't. Let's say I'm holding a pillow over your face right now with both your face prints and my fingerprints on it. But it doesn't mean that I killed you. The autopsy records of the body are the most crucial piece of evidence." Su Xiaodong is a bit sorry that he knows that the old man was killed, but he just can't get a conviction. He also didn't know how Chen was going to reverse this time, but he was sure that Chen sure would be able to find a break. Su Xiaodong sent the DNA identification results to Lin Dongxue. Lin Dongxue read it, wide-eyed and very excited. She stood up and walked over to Dr. Gao. Su Xiaodong also walked over. Dr. Gao flinched nervously. Why? Hit people? Roll up your sleeves. Just roll it. Dr. Gao rolled up his sleeve, and there was no injury on his skin. And Lin Dongxue asked him to switch to the other hand to check it, and there was none. Su Xiaodong suddenly made a realization and said, "Turn your face away. What the hell is this?" Although he complained with his mouth, Dr. Gao did as he was told. "Look here." Su Xiaodong pointed to the skin between Dr. Gao's ear and his jaw, where a piece was indeed broken. Lin Dongxue said, "The dead man had your DNA under his fingernails and your face was broken. What's your explanation?" Dr. Gao exclaimed. "You police are too hasty. What does that tell you? It means you killed her." "Nonsense. Then give yourself a sensible explanation." "I remember. She slapped me. Ready-made, right? You little comrade talk too angry. Are you unable to catch the murderer and want to arrest me to take the blame? You just said that you proposed a relationship with her and she was so happy she'd cried tears of joy. So why did you slap you?" "I don't know. Maybe it's a joyful slap. What have you been saying? I really can't help you if you don't tell the truth." Dr. Gao cried and admitted. "Well, I said, I was making a move on her at that time, and I thought to myself that the gift was also sent, and you also agreed to formally go out with her. So that's my girlfriend, so I should be able to exercise a little bit of the proper rights of a boyfriend, right? Let's say touch, pinch or something. You don't look at me with that kind of look. I'm just talking about my psychology at the time. Then she slapped me and ran away crying. I really can't understand the mind of women." Lin Dongxue had a look of contempt. "You're not sad at all that she died. I admit I wanted to have some fun. The little girl is so pretty. What's wrong with me having bad thoughts? How could I find a nurse and my dad wouldn't beat me to death? Do you cops have to force out all the nastiness in someone's heart to make you happy? Are you satisfied now?" Lin Dongxue didn't know if it was a lie this time and looked at Su Xiaodong, who said, "I feel it's the truth." Dr. Gao, as if he had found a confidant, said excitedly, "It's still men who understand men." Lin Dongxue made an internal phone call and asked people to detain him first, and when he was taken away, Dr. Gao desperately shouted, "I'm not a murderer, I'm not a murderer." Lin Dongxue heart she cannot decide, do not dare to release without authorization. According to the regulations can only be detained for 24 hours first, when there is no progress on the release. She gave Chen Shi called, "The noise over there," a moment of time before the sound is small down. Maybe Chen Shi went outside to answer the phone. Lin Dongxue said, the deceased nails on the DNA of Dr. Gao. Dr. Gao self-reported that he was eating tofu was slapped. It does not feel too much like a murderer. The person is now detained. What about your side? Still eating? Not much progress. Are you going to work late? Go back to the hospital with Xiaodong and look for evidence. Can you go back to my house? Tao Yeye is home alone. I guess she hasn't eaten yet. I'm afraid I can't go, given how much time it would take to get there and back. Looks like she's going to be eating noodles again tonight. On this side of the hotel, Xue Qingyi is giving a thank you speech to the guests. Here come in addition to relatives and friends. There is also a part of Xue Qingyi's business partners. Did not inquire about the information. Chen Shi slightly frustrated. Xue Qingyi covered his father's death with a pillow. Or perhaps he just didn't want to spend a huge amount of money on medical bills. Then it was just an impromptu murder. And there's no evidence to be gathered here. But his instincts told him there had to be something else to discover. Chen Shi's eyes searched among the guests, and suddenly noticed a familiar-looking person. Xue Qingyi's mistress unexpectedly also came. Xue Qingyi's mistress sat at a table closest to the door, eating to herself and not talking to anyone else. Chen Shi went over, pulled a chair and sat down. The woman opened her mouth in surprise. "You are the one. That day. My last name is Chen. What is your name? Oh, Officer Chen. My name is Li Ping. What are you doing here? Old Shui and I are friends. Ah, his father passed away, so naturally I'm here to show my appreciation. Friends? Ha ha, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. You saw us together the other day. Yes, we were in that relationship, but his wife knew it and turned a blind eye to it. Are they so amicable as a couple? There are all kinds of couples under the sun. Sorry, I have to get back. The kids are still home. Chen sure felt that he could talk to her, so he stood up and said, let's get together. Did you drive? No car. Let's take a cab together and save some money. The two of them came outside the hotel and Li Ping asked, was that your daughter that day? No, actually I'm just her legal guardian. She looks a bit familiar. Doesn't she go to the 5th class of the 2nd year? Yeah. What's your kid's name? Lee Britton. I'm a single mom. It's not easy to be a single mom. I'd like to learn more about Shuechingi's family from you. What do you want to know? Say what you know. Is he evading taxes? No, that's not what I'm looking into. He's involved in a case, not that he's a suspect. That's what police work is all about. Everything has to be investigated. Understand? Li Ping thought for a moment. He and his wife Tang Hui have been married for 20 years. I feel that their relationship is rather alternative. Tang Hui and the company's latecomers have a leg up. This thing Shuechingi knows. Shuechingi's relationship with me. Tang Hui also knows. It's as if it's semi-public, and she's never quarreled or made a fuss. A look-alike couple? Right. You summarized it accurately. I think, maybe because Tang Hui is his married wife. I heard Shuechingi said. The two used to suffer together. At the beginning of the business his family was poor. Put together a large sum of money borrowed. Shuechingi gritted his teeth and invested all. Thanks to the investment in the right way. And slowly take off. The business this is on the road. He also said that there was an incident. It is also relatively lucky. God did not break his way of wealth. What is it? He didn't. What year did he start his business? 01 or 02 again? Know anything else? Li Ping chatted about something else, and after hearing that the car was also coming, Li Ping said, Officer Chen, take the car together. Chen sure said, sorry, there's something I have to check with Shuechingi. We'll talk some other time then. Thank you. Chen sure returned to the hotel. The guests have been dispersed. Shuechingi drunk, is bawling, crying, I did not fulfill the obligations of the eldest son. I'm unfilial. Several younger siblings were persuading, saying that he had done enough, and that his father was at ease to go. On the side, his wife, Tang Hui, watched coldly, and that expression made Chen sure interested. Seeing Chen sure come over, Shuechingi suddenly stopped crying and said with a big tongue, Officer Chen, why haven't you left yet? Chen sure said, you've had too much to drink. I'll see you off. No, thank you for coming today. I'll ask my brother to give me a ride. You're welcome. Chen sure helped Shuechingi up and sent him to the car. He sat in the driver's seat. Shuechingi patted his shoulder and said, you're a friend who is righteous enough. Go, let's continue to drink at home. Tang Hui pulled open the car door and sat in, saying, thank you, Officer Chen. It's fine. I haven't thanked him properly for helping my daughter last time. Tang Hui had a smile on her face, but when Chen sure turned his face, he saw a pair of gloomy eyes in the rearview mirror. There was Shuechingi's address on the navigation. Chen sure drove while chatting with the couple, and after arriving home, Tang Hui said, I'll help him up. Officer Chen, thanks a lot. You're welcome. I'm off. Tang Hui assisted Shuechingi into the door of the house. Put down on the sofa. Shuechingi slurred. Water, give me water. Tang Hui went to the bathroom to pick up a pot of cold water, walked to the living room directly splashed on Shuechingi. Shuechingi a jolt. The wine all woke up. Scolded, you crazy. You're the one who's crazy. Inviting a cop here. You want to die. His daughter was harassed by the hooligans last time. It was me who came to his aid. I am kind to him. He cannot possibly suspect me. Besides, this is something that he cannot find evidence even if he wants to suspect it. I'm warning you, Shuechingi, what we've done, only we know in our own hearts. Either we live together or die together. You'd better be cautious. No. Good to know. Hurry up and burn Dad's belongings without leaving clues. Shuechingi muttered. Damn. I cellar like home. I really don't want to stay here for a second. Tang Hui sneered. You think I like this family? Ever since you did that. This family is nothing but an empty shell. Chen sure did not go immediately. He looked up downstairs, stood for half a day, did not see the couple to turn on the lights. He muttered in his heart. Back home also do not turn on the lights? What a strange couple. Leaving the neighborhood. He asked where Lin Dongxue was now and immediately took a taxi to the hospital. In the hospital. In the room where Du Ting fell. Peng Siju, Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong are looking for evidence. Peng Siju carries a biodiscovery device and searches the floor, finding a few hairs and fibers. Whether it's related to the case or not has to wait to go back and identify it before they know. The floor had been mopped recently. There wasn't much dust. The footprints weren't very visible, and there was little forensic value. Pengjack said. Lin Dongxue pulled out a key. This is the window key found on the deceased. Open it and take a look. Opened the window equipped with protective bars. A cold wind poured in. The three shivered. Peng Siju used a flashlight to shine on the edge of the window. Said. Rubbed off quite a bit of dust. He took some samples. Ready to go back and compare with the dust on the dead. Lin Dongxue tried to restore the scene. The deceased fell face down on the ground. The murderer should have carried her to the windowsill, sat on it, and then pushed her down from behind. Pengjack reminded. The back of the deceased's jacket is a bit open. Su Xiaodong exclaimed. There are fingerprints here. The two cast their eyes over to the side. At the edge of the wall to the right of the windowsill, there were 4 fingerprints. Pengjack shined his flashlight and shook his head. Blurred. I'm afraid it's hard to extract. Was it left by the deceased? Lin Dongxue subconsciously looked towards the other side of the windowsill and realized that there were fingerprints there as well. They compared the fingerprints on both sides, and found the position strange. If it had been left by the murderer, who had wrenched his hands against the ends of the window, and pushed the dead man down with his chest? If so, the murderer's arms should be very long and grow like Liu Bei's. Nor could it have been left by the deceased's resistance, since the autopsy had confirmed that she was already dead when she fell. The 2 handprints have different thicknesses. Peng Siju came up with an idea. The murderer is 2 people. 2 people? Su tried to reconstruct the scene in his mind. What kind of action was that? Have the deceased sit on the windowsill, 2 people wrenching the windowsill left and right, the other hand against the deceased's back while pushing down hard. Pengjack based on the clues so far to come up with a speculation. How odd. Say Captain Peng and I were to push Su Xiaodong down right now. What would we do? Lin Dongxue said. Hey, don't use me as an example. Su Xiaodong said awkwardly. Pengjack discussed it fervently. I'll lift his upper body. You lift the lower body. Put his back on the windowsill, and then lift his legs and let him fall down. This is the least laborious way. What about the second way to save energy? Lin Dongxue asked. 2 people carry his legs left and right. Pick him up, and throw him out. Pengjack said. It's like a child playing Aruba. Lin Dongxue laughed. You guys stop. I'm afraid of heights. It scares me to think about it. Su Xiaodong said. They were still discussing several ways of throwing people, probably because of the open window. The more Su Xiaodong listened, the more he felt chills all over his body. And according to the 2 men's discussion, the murderer had taken the least labor-intensive way. Why did the murderer do this? Could there be some hidden agenda? Lin Dongxue mused. Ritualistic. A voice came through the door. The 3 turned around and saw Chen Shi standing there. Chen Shi said, Why don't you turn on the lights? You want to scare people to death? He pulled the lamp cord as he came in, and it turned out that the lamp was broken. What did you just say? Lin Dongxue asked. Xiaodong, you sit on the hospital bed. Chen Shi said. Brother Chen, can you not use me as an example? Chen Shi could not help but press Su Xiaodong to the side of the bed. Himself and Lin Dongxue went around behind him. The 2 imitated the murderer, each with a hand against Su Xiaodong's back. Chen Shi said, Push hard together. 1, 2, 3. Ouch. Su Xiaodong was pushed out of the bed. Can't see any ceremony. Lin Dongxue said. That's because you stayed out of it. Put yourself in the killer's shoes. They were so panicked after they killed the man. The dead man may have been bludgeoned to death by one of them with a blunt object. The other can only be considered a witness or accomplice. The murderer can't leave his companion out of it. So the 2 had to exert themselves at the same time to push the dead man off. Responsibility is shared equally? Lin Dongxue suddenly realized. It's like 2 people holding a knife at the same time and stabbing the victim to death. Yes, the pushing of the dead man down the stairs was like a hint that they were on the same rope, and that neither would betray the other. Would kill together? They must be very close. Brothers, friends or husband and wife? Lin Dongxue speculated. It's a man and a woman. The fingerprints clearly belong to a man and a woman. Pengjack said. Go outside. The 4 of them came outside and stood in the doorway of this ward, just out of sight of the nurse's station in front of them, and 1 door further on, just out of sight of the nurses on duty there. Chen Shi delineated a range. The murder should have happened between this door and the end of the corridor. Chen Shi surveyed along this distance. The ground was cleaned by a cleaner every morning. There were no traces of it for a long time. He asked, Where is Dr. Gao's office? 6th floor, directly below where we are. Lin Dongxue said. Check it out. Dr. Gao's office was next to the stairs, located on this side of the stairs. And Lin Dongxue said, according to Dr. Gao's words, He attempted to eat the deceased's bean curd, was slapped, and the deceased ran away. What's her patrol route at night? Be more specific, Chen Shur asked. From the nurse's station on the 5th floor, walk to the east, turn around, and walk to the west, go up to the 6th floor. Walk from the west to the east, go up to the 7th floor. Walk from the east to the west, and then take the stairs back to the 5th floor. Let's go to the 5th floor. The 4 of them descended to the 5th floor, and coming down the stairs, they were greeted by a ward. Ward 504. Chen Shur walked into the empty Ward 504 and said, according to the nurse's nightly patrol route, as long as the nurse passes by here, she won't pass by a second time. That's right, Lin Dongxue said. However, the deceased went through a second time that night because she was attempted to be slimed by Dr. Gao. And in her panic she ran downstairs and caught a glimpse of an event that was taking place in this ward. A thing that's happening? This ward is where Xueqingyi's father died. Last night at 4 o'clock. Lin Dongxue dawned on a sense of creepiness at the same time. In the early hours of that silent morning, the deceased panicked and ran downstairs, and saw at a glance that in Ward 504, a couple was murdering their loved ones with pillows. Chen Shur continued to speculate. Her first reaction was to go up and stop it, but she didn't expect to be hit hard on the head by the other party, perhaps killing her on the spot, and then the couple wanted to dispose of the body, which they carried up to the 7th floor and pushed it through the window of an empty ward, faking it as a suicide. Actually rounded up here. Su Xiaodong was shocked. Brother Chen is really powerful. We thought you were paddling, but we didn't expect the sword to break the case. Less ass-kissing. Chen Shur smiled. Your reasoning, there's still a missing link. Pengjiak said. Did the deceased run downstairs at the time? Asked Dr. Gao. Chen Shur said. The 4 immediately went back. Dr. Gao sat in the detention room with his head hanging down, and when he heard someone coming, he immediately jumped on the railing and said, I'm not a murderer. Let me out. Chen Shur handed him a meal and said, looking for you to verify something. I've said all I need to say. What else is there to ask? Dr. Gao took the meal. The deceased ran out of your office. Did he run downstairs, or did he run upstairs? Chen Shur asked. Dr. Gao closed his eyes for a long time in recollection and said, downstairs. Are you sure? The cleats on the 5th through 6th floors are loose and rattle when you step on them, and I walk every day, so I'm pretty sure. Everyone exchanged glances, and it seemed that the truth of the matter was clear. Chen Shur said, release it. Dr. Gao was thrilled. Still, this officer is reasonable. Lin Dongxue said, next time, be more respectful to girls. Definitely. After Dr. Gao left, Su Xiaodong said, by the way Chen, Captain Peng made a new discovery on that pillow and hasn't shown it to you yet. They came to the technology center, and when they saw the fingerprints on the pillow, Chen Shur was a bit surprised. 2 people did it together? Is there such a tacit agreement? Lin Dongxue also expressed her shock. This is patricide. Chen Shur, you attended the funeral today. What did you find out? I have a feeling that this couple has a strange relationship. They obviously look apart, but they have a special kind of tacit understanding. It feels like they are bound together by something. Is this it? Lin Dongxue pointed to the fingerprints on the pillow. I don't think the state of theirs was formed in a day or two. By the way, someone mentioned that he had a tough time starting his own business in 01. He said that something happened at that time, and God didn't cut off his wealth. Chen Shur's eyes were steeply cold. Check. Dig out this couple's secret. Xueqingyi woke up from his hangover with a pounding head. He washed his face and saw his wife sitting in the bathroom expressionlessly burning something. Xueqingyi found a shopping bag, padded with dampened toilet paper underneath. Then Tang Hui poured all the ashes in the basin into it, and then put some other garbage on top as a cover. The house seemed to be freezing cold even though the heat was on. Xueqingyi was the first to break the silence. When this is over, go get a divorce. On what basis? Tang Hui said coldly. On what grounds? Xueqingyi's fire came up and roared. You killed my father, and his life is a little more valuable, is it? I have the money to treat him now, unlike back then, when that was a desperate measure. Shui, don't forget, if my mom hadn't died suddenly in the first place, you'd still be penniless, and what my mom can't enjoy, your dad doesn't deserve either. You mischievous woman. Xueqingyi gritted his teeth. I'm mischievous? What a sacrifice I made not to turn you in the first place. Our lives are bound together. No one is to be left alone, or we all die together. Xueqingyi was so angry that his lips were shivering. At this time, the doorstop downstairs rang. Xueqingyi picked up the answering machine and asked in a raw voice, Who? It's me, Lao Chun. Officer Chen. Xueqingyi's tone shifted 180 degrees. Looking for me for something? Wasn't I working on that nurse's case? I saw you were busy yesterday and didn't say anything, so I came to ask today. I'll be right down. Xue Qingyi gave Tang Hui a wink and hid the bag of garbage, then quickly dressed and went downstairs. Tang Hui admonished, "Be careful, he's a cop, he's a thief, don't say anything that slips out. He's looking into the nurse's case. You don't know in your heart who killed the nurse? Remember, we were out for a late-night snack and didn't know anything. You're stupid. The police will verify it. Let's just say the store closed and we came back." Xue Qingyi came downstairs, smiled in greeting, and said, "Has Officer Chen had breakfast yet?" "Together." "No, I'll come sit at your house. Just finished the funeral. It's a mess. The wife is still cleaning up. Go, let's go out to eat." The two came to a breakfast stall and simply asked for a few servings of food. Chen Shi asked, "It is said that women and children's money is the best to earn. Boss Xue is making quite a bit of money in this clothing business, isn't he?" Xue Qingyi smiled. "Not bad, barely. What year did you start this business?" "I've been doing it for a long time. It wasn't very good at first, and it didn't pick up a bit until '02. It's not easy to do any line of work. I'll ask you a few questions. Just ordinary questioning." "All right, you tell me, I'll know everything. At 4 o'clock on the night of the murder, did you see any suspicious persons enter or leave the hospital?" Xue Qingyi shook his head. 4 o'clock? I remember I went out for a late-night snack with my wife. Eat what? I was going to go to a ravioli place, but unfortunately it was closed, so I came back for a bite of instant noodles to deal with it. Isn't this the same point at which your father gave up his life? Xue Qingyi, scared out of cold sweat, said, Yes, I mean intend to. Came back and found that his father's ventilator stopped, so he hurriedly called the nurse, only to realize that the person had already gone, then called relatives and friends, and made a mess until dawn without having a bite to eat. Condolences. Alas, the man is gone, and it is time to let go. The two chatted for a while. Chen Shi's phone rang. In fact, it was the alarm clock he set himself. He pretended to answer it. What? Important clues have been found on the 7th floor. You guys don't move first. I'll come over right away. Xue Qingyi looked at him dumbfounded. Chen Shi said excitedly, finding some clues left by the suspect. Maybe the case will be solved today. I'll go over first. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. Chen Shi came to the 7th floor of the hospital's inpatient department, where Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong were waiting for him. This was the top floor, and patients usually didn't want to stay here, so as long as the hospital wasn't full, there weren't many people on this floor. Chen Shi held a mop in his hand, resting on the porch, and asked, Any progress? Su Xiaodong said, Xue Qingyi 01 into this clothing company, invested about $500,000 or so, the second half of the company to expand the market. The share price doubled. He became deputy manager. Chen Shi said, This grandson deliberately told me it was 02. Lin Dongxue said, I checked in the hospital. Coincidentally, Xue Qingyi's mother-in-law suffered from stomach cancer in 01. Suddenly died during hospitalization. Xue Qingyi did not propose to the hospital to compensate. The hospital also put the matter to rest. God didn't cut off his path to wealth. It seems that things are clear. Xue Qingyi didn't want to take the money from his investment to treat his mother-in-law at that time, so he murdered her. What about his father's death this time? With his current fortune, it shouldn't be a problem to cure his father. Lin Dongxue said. Chen Shi thought of the 2 pairs of handprints on the pillow and said, Xue's father's death was repaying a debt. Tang Hui knew about Xue Qingyi's murder of her own mother. She chose the former between husband and wife and mother and daughter, and accomplished Xue Qingyi's career by not denouncing him. For 20 years the couple was bound by this secret. Just as Wang Shuo said in his novel, in the fairy tale 2 greedy men digging for underground treasure ended up digging up a man's skeleton, and although it was quickly buried, and even planted trees and flowers on it, both men knew exactly in their hearts what was buried underneath. Seeing the trees, seeing the flowers, thinking about the skeleton under the ground. Now, Xue Qingyi's real father was lying in the hospital, and Tang Hui demanded that he pay his debt, so the two of them killed the old man together, and coincidentally, a young nurse bumped into them, so the two of them could only kill to silence him. Lin Dongxue lamented, if the little nurse hadn't bumped into it, this matter might never have been known. Su Xiaodong said, if you don't want people to know, you can't do it unless you do it. Not necessarily. The death of an old man suffering from a terminal illness would not normally be suspected, let alone subjected to a forensic autopsy. The idea that the people do not report and the officials do not investigate is widespread in the folklore. And if it wasn't for the little nurse, this secret would have been buried in the darkness for all eternity. But how do we find the evidence? Lin Dongxue said. The evidence is definitely there. The little nurse's cell phone is still not found. This couple is busy with the funeral. I think the evidence they have not dealt with cleanly. I laid a bureau and waited for Xue Qingyi to come and throw himself into the net. Lay out? At this time there were footsteps coming from the hallway. Chen Shi lowered his voice. Xiaodong, you hide first. Call me in 5 minutes and say whatever you want. Su Xiaodong left from the other end, and it was really Xue Qingyi who came up from the stairs. Chen Shi showed a conspiratorial smile and said, Boss Xue, why are you here? Oh, came over to do some formalities. Saw your car parked below. Knew you were working on a case up there, so I came up to say hello. Xue Qingyi laughed. His eyes took a look at the room that was stopped by the police cordon. Did you catch the real culprit? Don't mention it. The appraisers are stuck in traffic. They should be here in a few minutes. At this time the phone rang. Chen Shi answered it and said in surprise, What? 2 people died. You first control the scene. I will immediately arrive. He panicked and said to Xue Qingyi, another case. You help me keep an eye on it. There are important clues here. Don't let anyone in. A moment the appraisers will come. Fine. Don't worry about it. Xue Qingyi nodded. Chen Shi pulled Lin Dongxue downstairs. And Lin Dongxue laughed. This is the setup you made. Will he fall for it? A thief's heart must fall for it. Chen Shi and Lin Dongxue stood on the jogging platform for a while, and he texted Su Xiaodong, telling him to see what Xue Qingyi was doing. Su Xiaodong replied, into the house. Go! Chen Shi and Lin Dongxue folded back, and Chen Shi rushed inside the cordon and yelled, Who's in there? Xue Qingyi, who was mopping the floor with a mop in the hospital room, shivered in fear and turned his head around with a sarcastic smile. I saw that the floor was dirty, so I came in to mop it up a bit. Chen Shi said with a cold face, I have said that there are important clues inside, and no one is allowed to come in. Excluding you, aren't you? Are you helping the murderer destroy the evidence? I didn't. Lin Dongxue said. Obstruction of justice. Sorry, you'll have to come with us. Xue Qingyi cried and mourned. Don, T put such a big charge on me. Okay, I didn't do anything. Really, come out. Xue Qingyi grayly put down the mop and came out, pleaded with Chen Shi. Officer Chen, you know me best. I can't be the murderer. That night my father died. I was too busy. Why would I kill a small nurse for good reason? Let's talk about it back at the station. You're not making any sense, are you? If it wasn't for me last time, your daughter would have been spoiled by the little rascal. You can't screw me over like that. One size does not fit all. And if you are indeed innocent, I will apologize. Xue Qingyi hung his head and pulled out his cell phone. Lin Dongxue snatched it from his hand and said, What for? Call my wife. There's something going on at home that I have to explain. What is it? Let us inform. Chen Shi takes Xue Qingyi's cell phone and hands it to Su Xiaodong, telling him to go to Xue Qingyi's house and call Tang Hui again, claiming that her husband is at the station to make sure she doesn't flee from the crime. Xue Qingyi's eyes dimmed as he knew that the momentum was gone. Came to the bureau. Chen Shi did not Xue Qingyi cuffed, and also gave him a cup of water. Chen Shi said, We have seen a lot of times, so do not beat around the bush. The crime occurred at 4 o'clock. What are you doing? How many times have I said that I went out with my wife for a late-night snack? Officer Chen, what kind of drugs are you selling in your gourd? I'll show you a picture. Chen Shi took out the photo of the front and back of the pillow and let Xue Qingyi look at it, and took away his water cup in his hand. Xue Qingyi was scared out of his wits, and with a smile on his face, he said, I don't know what this is. Chen Practical's gloved hand picked up the glass of water that Xue Qingyi had touched. This has your fingerprints on it. Compare it and you'll know. Xue Qingyi was sweating like a pig, but he was still unwilling to speak. Chen Shi to play the internal phone. An appraiser came in to take away the cup. Xue Qingyi scared and kept swallowing saliva, waiting for the process. The house is quiet. 10 minutes after the appraisal staff to send a report. Chen Shi glanced at it and handed it to Xue Qingyi. It's an exact match. It's your fingerprints on the pillow. I can't see well. Hold it closer. Chen Shi took it a little closer. Xue Qingyi suddenly snatched it down, held it into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Chen Shi and Lin Dongxue both laughed. Xue Qingyi had now lost his mind and actually made such a childish defiance. Chen Shi said, Are you full? Not full, then print a few more copies for you. I have the right to remain silent. You've seen too many Hong Kong movies, right? Here, you don't have that right. Anyway, I won't say anything. I know you guys don't dare to do anything to me. I demand a lawyer. Xue Qingyi glanced at the camera. If you won't say it, then I'll say it. Chen Shi recounted the case he had hypothesized. Xue Qingyi was sweating like a waterfall of cold sweat the entire time, and when Chen Shi finished, he swallowed his saliva and said, How do you know so clearly, as if you saw it with your own eyes. Chen Shi pointed to his eyes. To me, it's about the same as seeing it with my own eyes. How much longer do you want to hide it? By the way, your wife has been brought in and is in the other interrogation room. If you still don't say anything, perhaps her version will be more unfavorable to you. Xue Qingyi's psychological defenses were finally completely shattered, and he hung his head and said, I'll say, in 01 years, Xue Qingyi business repeatedly lost. He put together a sum of money ready to invest in a friend's clothing company. Did not expect at this juncture mother-in-law suffered from a serious illness, the need for a huge amount of surgical fees. Seeing the money spent one by one, Xue Qingyi worried, but in the eyes of relatives and friends, he did business, rich, as if there will be no such worries. Late one night, Xue Qingyi thought twice, decided not to yield to fate. He tried to cover his mother-in-law with a pillow. This scene happened to be from the toilet back to see Tang Hui. The two argue endlessly. Xue Qingyi cries and begs Tang Hui to fulfill him. His mother-in-law's illness is a bottomless pit. He is not willing to put his whole life on it. In the face of her husband's cries, Tang Hui finally agrees. The two together will mother-in-law killed. 6 months later, Xue Qingyi's business success, but his heart has been stuck with a thorn in the side. Every time he faces his wife feel a little fidgety. This secret makes the husband and wife gradually seem to be separated, like strangers, even if both sides of the respective cheating also do not interfere with each other. Time flies to more than 10 years later. Xue Qingyi's father fell ill and was hospitalized. Xue Qingyi worried about things finally happened. That night, more than 10 years never smiled at him once his wife threw him a pillow. Said, "It's time for you to pay the debt." Although Xue Qingyi was reluctant, but under the threat of his wife claiming to denounce him, he eventually put the pillow on his father's face. He could not get down, so his wife pressed his hand to press it down until his father no longer struggled. The two thought that was the end of the matter when they heard a voice from behind them. "What are you doing?" A young nurse witnessed the killing, and the couple was terrified. The young nurse was about to go to the nurse's station to call someone, and the wife immediately took her cane and smashed it down on the young nurse's head. In the later version of Tang Hui's account, the young nurse was killed by Xue Qingyi. The two then got the body of the young nurse upstairs and threw it out of a window, faking a suicide by jumping out of a building. Then after that, Xue Qingyi called relatives and friends. The same day the cremation was held. He thought it was foolproof, did not expect the police at that time had noticed him. Xue Qingyi let out a sigh of relief. "Perhaps this fortune is not destined to be mine. I have lived a decade of food and drink. Now it's time to pay off the debt." Chen Shi said, "If you didn't want to treat your mother-in-law in the first place, you could have taken her home and stopped the treatment. Why would you do such a thing? Modern medical care is really expensive, and there is no excuse for patients to live within their means. In that case, what would my relatives and friends think of me? They would scold me for being heartless. After all, when I was penniless, Tang Hui she was still willing to marry me, and her family gave me a lot of financial assistance. In the end, it's all about saving face. Isn't living for others? Glossy on the outside, dirty on the inside. Which rich person isn't like this? I'm just more unlucky." Xue Qingyi laughed bitterly to himself. With his words, Chen Shi got up and said, "Good luck, Mr. Xue." Before winter break, the final exam results were handed out, and a bunch of students crowded the school's bulletin board, scrambling to check their rankings. Schools in 420 points this pass line on a road. When seeing their own test this time 427 points, narrowly passing, Wei Zhangmarie excitedly threw up his hands and cheered. New Year's Eve can finally be in the 7 ants and 8 ants of the bombardment under the bombardment to save a little life. She continued to look for Tao Yeye's name on the list, and it took her half a day of searching to realize that she was actually on the first page, 12th in her grade and 2nd in her class. Wei Zhangmarie was shocked and couldn't close her mouth, ran back to the classroom in a puff of smoke. Tao Yuyu was sitting in her seat reading a novel. Wei Zhangmarie said with her hands in the air, Tao Yuyu, do you know how many places you got in the exam this time? 12th in the grade, 2nd in the class. There's nothing to be surprised about. My teacher already told me. Did you cheat? Obviously you've only been transferring for a couple months. Tao Yeye laughed. The exam is very simple. Simple? How did your brain grow? Please eat. Fine. I'll buy you a spicy hot meal later. A bunch of girls walked in, and Wei Zhangmarie recognized the class president, Li Ritong, who this time was still sitting firmly on the first throne of the class. Li Ruitong walked straight over to us like a star surrounded by a group of little sisters. Li Ruitong, whose looks and grades were outstanding, was the center of attention wherever she went, and exuded a dazzling light. So Wei Zhengmu hurriedly got out of the way. Tao Yu looked up from her novel and saw Li Ritong stop in front of her and said with a smile on her face, Tao Yu, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect to be second in the class the first time I took the exam. Still not as good as you. Tao Yeye said faintly. Ha. Are you free? I'd like to invite you to go to KTV with me. Tao Yu closed the book. Sorry, I've already agreed to go out to eat with Miso. Seeing this transfer student blatantly rejecting the class president's invitation, Li Ritong's little sisters shouted, You're too disrespectful, aren't you? My Ruitong rarely takes the initiative to invite others. It's just a second place exam. isn't it? What's the big deal? You're not even close to Brittong. Li Ritong made a gesture and everyone was silenced at the same time. Seeing that she possessed absolute authority in this small group, Li Ritong clasped her hands and said in a haughty tone, "Things group together. People group together. I think you should hang out with us superior students more often. Playing with inferior students will only make you dumber and dumber." Tao Yeye stood up. She was shorter than Li Ritong and could only tilt her face up to talk to her. Tao Yeye replied without being subtle, "Who I am friends with is my freedom. I hope you don't come to bother me. Miso, let's go." Tao Yeye pulled Wei Zhangmarie's hand and walked away. Wei Zhangmarie said gratefully, "Tao Yeye, you're too good to me. You actually rejected Li Ritong for me. I'm about to fall in love with you. That guy, he's so vain. I don't want to get involved with her." Wei Zhangmarie glanced back and said worriedly, "Li Ritong seems to be angry. Does it really not matter if we offend her? I don't care what she thinks, as long as she leaves me alone." A year ago Chen Shi told the team, "What cases do not come to bother him? Good citizens intends to comfortably spend the year." Unilaterally announced the winter vacation. "See you next year." That day Chen Shi took Tao Yeye to the mall to pick up New Year's goods. Tao Yeye was eating a candy cane and suddenly let out a complaint. "School is such a boring place. This is from the student who got second in the class?" Chen Shi is picking out couplets. The peers are really childish. They are obviously children themselves, but they want to imitate the adults and separate the classes. Not everyone likes the relationships in school, but if they don't maintain them, they will be bullied. Someone bullied you? Not for a while. School is really a seemingly innocent but actually complicated place. And my principle has always been to keep to myself and do my own thing. I wish. Just have fun on winter break. Don't think about that. What kind of candy do you want? I want one of those milk candies. Chen Shi's phone rang. It was Lin Dongxue calling. He pressed answer. "Miss Lin, didn't I say don't look for me if you have a case? This case may have to come from you. Your brother sent you to me, didn't he?" "You guessed it. Ugh. Bring the kids. I'll be right over." Tao Yeye tilted her face up and asked, "Can I join? Together?" "Yes, but be good." Tao Yu saluted. "I promise." Chen Shi then brought Tao Yeye to the city office. The police of the city office had long been familiar with him, and when they saw him, they nodded their heads and greeted him. "Brother Chen is here. Brother Chen, why are you still bringing a child? A relative's child, on winter vacation?" Chen Shi explained thus, "Where's Dongxue?" "Second floor. When I came to the second floor and passed a certain conference room, I heard angry shouts coming from inside. I don't want you guys to investigate this case. I want Song Lang. I only want Officer Song." Chen Xinjian stopped in front of the door and looked inside, only to see an old man was having a blinding fire, and the officers who shared the room with him looked very embarrassed. Lin Xiupu and Lin Dongxue walked over from the corridor, and Lin Dongxue greeted Tao Yeye. "It's winter vacation, Sister Lin." Tao Yeye happily hugged her. "Why are you still bringing a child?" Lin Xiupu frowned. "It's already a mess. Don't add to it. Don't worry, she's well behaved." "Captain Lin, what's the situation?" "You see, this old man is Longdan well-known entrepreneur Lu Qixing. This morning the bureau found a car in the suburbs. There is a man's body in the car. It has been identified that the deceased is Lu Qixing's eldest son, Lu Jindong." Lu Qixing lost control of his emotions, called the major media, ready to run an advertisement to make the murderer pay for the blood. "This is it." Lin Xiupu took out his cell phone. The photo is not yet printed. Print advertisement. Written in bloody font. "Kill my son will call you 100 times. Lin Xiupu took out his cell phone. The photo is not yet printed. Print ads. Written in bloody font. "Kill my son will make you pay 100 times blood. Qi Xing salutes you." Lin Xiupu went on to say, "Luckily it was stopped in time, or else today would have been a hilarious day. The director has made a promise to solve the case within 7 days, but this old man has named Song Lang to investigate, and no one else is in his sights. Rich people are really capricious. Who is Song Lang? You don't even know Song Lang?" Lin Xiupu was both surprised and contemptuous. "He's the most legendary police officer in Longdan City for 20 years, and my former senior. Your two tricks can't even compare to a tenth of his. There's still this character. I'd really like to pay my respects sometime." "You won't see him." "Then what did you find me for? Asking me to impersonate Song Lang?" "Commiserate." The old man is a bit confused. He may not remember Song Lang's face. "Just say you are and lie to him, as long as the case is solved smoothly." Chen Shi pondered again and said, "But I can't take it." Lin Xiupu said, "Why?" Chen Shi said, "I still have to buy New Year's goods, and the day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve, so let me have a good New Year's Eve, okay?" Lin Xiupu raised his eyebrows. "Is that your excuse?" Lin Dongxue said, "Actually, it's not necessary for you to answer it. We've already sent several police officers to pretend to be Song Lang, and he said that he wasn't. So it's just a matter of letting you try it. What part of me resembles Song Lang? About the same age. Temperament. Lin Xiaopu reluctantly admitted. And that close. Chen Shi shook his head. You just said that he has already notified the media. This case is bound to be a sensation all over the city. I don't want to throw my head in the sand, so I won't consider it. You guys might as well hire someone else. Goodbye. Chen Shi pulled Tao Ye away. The door to the conference room behind him was slammed open. Lu Qixing's eyes locked onto Chen Shi's back and said in a state of surprise, Officer Song, you're Song Lang. Chen Shi sighed helplessly, turned his head and said, I'm not. You've got the wrong person. Which no see the front face. Lu Qixing more excited. So excited that the tips of the beard are trembling. He said, this tone of voice, you are Officer Song. Never wrong. Chen Shi was rendered speechless and said as politely as he could, Old man, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm really not. Chen Shi went straight, took Tao Ye to eat something, and then continued to buy New Year's goods, and only went home at 4 in the afternoon, and went home to see that Su Xiaodong's car was parked at the door. He sighed helplessly and came to the door of his house. Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong were both there. Su Xiaodong said with a smile, Brother Chen originally lived here. How much does a house here cost per square meter? It was over 5,000 when I bought it, and it's probably 8,000 now. Looking for me or for that case? Come in and sit down. Let the two enter the house. Chen Shi brought drinks. Su Xiaodong came for the first time. Looking around curiously, Lin Dongxue said, the old man bit the bullet that you were Song Lang, and insisted that you come to take this case. I just don't understand. When did the police become a private detective agency? And who gets the cases? You guys just file and investigate cases as usual. The words are right, but he is not willing to cooperate. Deduced by the time of death of the deceased, he is probably the last person to see the deceased. This clue is very critical. Chen Shi shook his head helplessly. The media. It has been suppressed. My brother promised a few media outlets in Longan City that he would give them first-hand information after the case was solved, and that they would not show their faces during the solving period. Let me see it. Lin Dongxue sighed with relief, and pulled out the scene photos, autopsy report, etc. from the bag he carried. Chen Shi browsed through the photos. The deceased died in a miserable state, hit by a number of knives on the back and chest, and his face was splashed with a suspected corrosive liquid, and his face was already difficult to recognize. After DNA identification, the deceased is a 99.9% match to Elder Lu, and is Lu Zhendong himself. The time of death was about 72 hours. The cause of death has not been determined. The victim was stabbed many times, several of them into major organs, and Zhu Pen stated on his report that there were no defensive wounds, meaning the victim was stabbed straight into the knife and was either unconscious or anesthetized. Some of the stab wounds on the dead man's body were so rotten that it was impossible to determine which stab was the first, and I'm afraid that a subsequent autopsy would be unlikely to find out. In addition, the place where the body was dumped is near the South City ditch. There is no surveillance, and no witnesses have been found so far, and the vehicle in which the body was placed is the deceased's own. The autopsy report mentions that the deceased was missing a finger, the thumb of the right hand, which was suspected to have been cut off by a sharp blade after death. Chen Shi looked carefully until he could memorize every word on the autopsy report, and he asked Lin Dongxue, what kind of person was the deceased? Rich second generation. No doubt. Interpersonal relationship is of course more complicated, and he has rumored that there are 5 or 6 netizens, but put in the rich second generation. Character is still good, have their own operation company, and have not made any trouble with drug use, drunk driving, and lewd things. I really don't want to take it. Chen Shi sighed. Do me a favor. Lin Dongxue put her hands together and smiled. Why would he know Song Lang? 5 years ago, his second son was kidnapped. The kidnappers demanded a ransom of 100 million renminbi. It was a sensational mega kidnapping case in Longan City. The police sent many people to participate in the investigation. At that time, Song Lang, who was the captain of the second team of the criminal police, suggested that the kidnapping case was a fake, and that it was masterminded by the second son. Later, after bargaining with the kidnappers and delivering a ransom of $10 million, the police found the body of the second son in an abandoned building in the suburbs. The subsequent investigation proved that Song Lang was right. This kidnapping case is the second son of a single-handedly concocted, but he chose the wrong helper. The helper in the money after the temporary intention to kill the second son is still wanted. If the task force had listened to Song Lang's advice and not paid the ransom, this tragedy might not have happened. You're involved in this case? I didn't. But my brother was involved. He was just a small cop at the time, and it was because of this case that Song Lang became an irreplaceable idol in his mind. It feels so. It's not much of a god. That's fine if you say it to me, but don't say it to my brother. He'll get mad at anyone who says anything bad about his idol. The old man is really miserable. First he lost his second son, and now his eldest son is dead. Chen Shi sighed. It's getting late. Stay for dinner. Xiaodong, haven't eaten any of my cooking yet, right? Yes. Su Xiaodong said excitedly. Hey, go work on the case, Lin Dongxue urged. What time is it? Let's go tomorrow. I don't want to be a labor model. By the way, tell your brother, since this case is to be solved by me, I want absolute authority, and no one is allowed to intervene. If someone interferes in the middle, I quit. If a reporter shows up, I quit. If I need to use police resources but don't get cooperation, I quit. I'll only agree if all 3 points can be complied with. Your frame is getting bigger and bigger now. Lin Dongxue laughed bitterly. It's not my fault if you guys are the ones who forced the issue in the first place. Lin Dongxue relayed Chen Shi's intentions over the phone, and Lin Xiaopu approved it even though he was both angry and amused. Chen Shi took out the ingredients and prepared to make hot pot to entertain the two of them. Tao Yeye ran to her while she was busy in the kitchen. Chen Shi stuffed a slice of the ham he was cutting into her mouth. Tao Yeye chewed on the slice of ham and said, "Why are you pretending that you don't know Uncle Song? Wasn't it Uncle Song who asked you to take care of me in the first place?" Shoo, Chen Shi put his finger on his lips. "This is a little secret between the three of us. Don't tell anyone, okay? Keeping secrets from Sister Lin too?" Tao Yeye stared at the sliced ham. Chen Shi fed her another piece and said, "Keep it a secret from anyone but me." Got it. The next morning, Chen Shi came to the city council, first went to review the body, and then called all of this task force to the conference room. Chen Shi sat on the table Lin Xiaopu usually used, holding the autopsy report in his hand, and said grumpily, "The case is all understood, right? 2 tasks. Go check out the deceased's interpersonal relationships, the last time each person saw the deceased, the alibi at the time of the crime, get me all the surveillance videos around the deceased's residence, company, and the road where the body was dumped. I built a task force group. The group number is XXX. There are clues directly on it. Complete your own tasks. You can go to do something else. I don't ask you to be on call 24 hours a day. That's it. Dismissed." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This ad hoc meeting was too concise. Chen Shi walked straight away, called up Lin Dongxue and Su Xiaodong, and said, "Let's go pay our respects to Elder Lu." Lin Dongxue laughed bitterly. "You're the task force leader when it comes to this, and you don't specifically assign who's going to do what. They are all experienced police officers. Let them play freely," Chen Shi said, getting into the car. Lin Dongxue found Tao Yeye also came. She changed into a newly bought lowly outfit, holding a book in her hand. Lin Dongxue rushed to greet her and whispered to Chen Shi, "You plan to investigate the case with the child? Does it matter? Didn't you say you'd give me complete freedom?" Chen Shi smiled. "You're also, not saying anything about you. Usually I don't have time to accompany Tao Yeye. It's rare that I bring her out to have fun on winter vacation. The chance to visit a rich man's mansion doesn't come every day. Don't be overconfident. In case you don't solve the case within the time limit this time, let's see how you'll have the face to meet my brother." Chen Shi made an okay gesture. "I'll handle the case. Don't worry. Some people say that rich people's houses are not for living, but for speculation. This is the case with Lu Qixing, who has 15 mansions around the world, but lives in his own hotel. Of course, this 5-star hotel is located in the most prosperous section of Longan City. The room price tag is 1.5 times that of an ordinary hotel, but because Lu Qixing himself lives here, there are always people who are willing to come here to stay, to feel the breath of the rich and powerful up close and personal, which should be exactly the same as the saying that a mountain is not high enough to have a ferry. Then it is spiritual. Some speculate that Lu Qixing suffered from serious psychological problems after losing his son 5 years ago, never staying in one room for 2 nights, a claim that no one has been able to confirm. The 4 arrived at the hotel and, led by a bellhop, took a private elevator up to the top floor, bringing them to a lavish presidential suite, where there was already a guest, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses and neatly combed hair. The young man flashed a puzzled look at the visitor, and Chen Shi said, "We are police officers." "Oh, hello." The young man went forward to shake hands. "I am Zhendong's friend. I heard that he had an accident, and came over to express my condolences. The old man is inside. Do you want to go see him? What's your name?" "Exempt from your name. Jia Xingyun. My last name is Chen." Before the sound of the word Chen could be uttered, Lin Dongxue coughed from the side, and Chen Shi immediately changed his tone and said, "My surname is Song. Officer Song." Jia Xingyun smiled, but his eyes took a look at Lin Dongxue. "Did the police come to you for questioning?" Chen Shi asked. "No." "Then I'll get up to speed with you." "Okay. You say." Jia Xingyun's eyes remained fixed on Lin Dongxue. Look at me, Chen Shi pointed to himself. You're not as good looking as this lady. Just kidding. You say. Jia Xingyun smiled. What's your relationship with Lu Zhendong? Friends, especially good friends. I know that there is no lack of people around him who claim to be his good friends, but my relationship with him, if I have to rank order, I may be the no. One good friend. We have known each other for many years. We talk about everything and are as close as brothers. You must know. Then, who he has a grudge against? A little bit. Jia Xingyun provided a few names, and Chen Shi recorded them one by one. Then Chen Shi asked, when was the last time you saw him? February 2nd at noon. Inferred by the time of death. Lu Zhendong might have been killed on that day. Chen Shi raised his interest and asked, when did you meet? What did you do together? At noon. At dinner together. At the Victory Hotel. Not far from here. What was the conversation about? It's too personal to disclose. Thank you for your cooperation. Xiaodong, you go to the Victory Hotel to verify. Su Xiaodong promised to leave, and Jia Xingyun rushed Lin Dongxue and said, what's your name? Last name is Lin. Lin Dayu's Lin? Jia Xingyun smiled. Does Officer Lin have a boyfriend? Chen Shi coughed. Don't get in the way of our case, okay? Jia Xingyun said with a smile on his face. It doesn't hurt to ask for contact information, right? Is that okay? Officer Lin? Lin Dongxue was struggling to find the words to refuse when Tao Yeye suddenly tugged on her hand and said, Sister Lin, I need to go to the restroom. Lin Dongxue revealed a saved expression and said, I'll take you there. Jia Xingyun, who had suffered a rebuff, was not annoyed and still had a smile on his face as he said to Chen Shi, I hope that you will return justice to Zhendong sooner rather than later. By your leave. Jia Xingyun sat back on the sofa and continued to savor a piece of antique. This house is very large. Chen Shi walked to the inner room before seeing Lu Qixing himself. He was draped in a silk pajamas, his hair disheveled, standing in front of the window, overlooking the traffic below, looking slightly haggard. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Lu Qixing sighed sadly. I can't imagine that no one will see me off in old age. Sad. Sad. Chen Shi said, Elder Lu, I'm not here to comfort you. I just want to solve the case as soon as possible, and I want you to tell me everything you know. Lu Qixing turned his face. Song Lang, you cold-blooded bastard. For me, efficiency comes first. As in fake, as good as fake. Lu Qixing excitedly pointed at Chen Shi. You're Song Lang. He spoke to me the same way 5 years ago. The only policeman in this world who doesn't sell my Lu Qixing faces him. Tell us the situation. Eat while you talk. Lu Qixing picked up the phone next to the bed and briefly exchanged a few words before asking Chen Shi to sit down. Chen Shi stood still and asked, how is your father-son relationship? Honestly, not so good. When I was a child, Zhendong, Zhenjie two brothers' mother left early, and I was busy with the company's affairs. I can only make up for the father's love with material. Zhendong spends money without limits, make a bunch of friends, an actress gossip, divorced 4 times, but compared to Zhenjie, he is simply an honest child. The second Zhenjie is too ridiculous. Do those are not called personnel? 5 years ago I was angry and cut off his economic resources. He only made a farce of kidnapping, and finally put his own life, but also retribution. Lu Qixing long sigh. After that incident, I put the all hope in Zhendong. Hope he become my successor. Perhaps too much hope. Our father and son relationship has not been very good. What kind of regulars does he have around him? Lu Qixing was prepared, took out a small book, put on his presbyopes and read a few names, arranged according to the degree of suspicion in his opinion. Ranked first is a person called Sun Kidney Friends. Listen to the name is not a good thing. This person is Lu Zhendong's secretary and life assistant. Previously analyzed by Chen Shi and Peng Siju, the murderer seemed to hold a deep grudge against the deceased, with males being more likely. Chen Shi recorded this list of suspects and continued. When was the last time you saw your son? The night of February 2nd. Did what? Said what? Lu Qixing's eyes intentionally glanced toward the sleeve. Said it talked about some things on the company. He himself engaged in a small broken film and television company. A penny did not earn. Purely blind play. I hope that he stopped that company. Come to my company to do things. After all, I do not have a few years of good life. In this room? Yes, in this room. Lu Qixing glanced at the sleeve again. What time did he leave? 8 o'clock. Chen Shi secretly thought that this was very close to the time of death, and it was likely that Lu Qixing was the last person to see Lu Zhendong. To ask a different question, do you have any illegitimate children? The answer was unexpected. Lu Qixing said, quite a lot. Do you have one around? Lu Qixing laughed out loud. Since my company went public when I was 40 years old, almost every year a woman comes to me with a child in her arms, claiming that it's my illegitimate child. Isn't it because she wants money? 9 out of 10 are fake. Where's the rest of that one? Go ahead and look it up. I'm not sure. I'll have my secretary give you the list of company executives later. A scent wafted in, and the maid said outside, Master, it's time for breakfast. Lu Qixing said wait a moment, took out a card from the drawer and slapped it into Chen Shi's hand. There is $200,000 in here, without a password, as the expenses for solving the case, and I'll give you a payment when it's done. Thanks. Chen Shi received it. I just have one thing to please. This investigation is an investigation. Big companies. Some catnip is normal. I hope Officer Song can turn a blind eye. Don't worry. I won't get you into custody again. With your words I am relieved. Lu Qixing patted Chen Shi's hand. With Officer Song, my son's case will definitely be solved. Come on, eat. The two came outside. A table of food had been prepared. Jia Xingyun was still there looking around waiting for Lin Dongxue to come back. Lu Qixing greeted. Great nephew. Come over and have a bite. No, there's something else. Come on, be polite. So Jia Xingyun came over to take a seat, and while eating there was a servant serving next to him. Lu Qixing gave Chen Shi a dish and said, try this, the wild game that was just shipped in. What the hell? Pheasants? Lu Qixing looked at the servant. The maid said, Master, it's a mallard. Yes, mallard chicken. Officer Song hasn't tried it, has he? Wait, what is it? Mallard. Lu Qixing was a bit confused. Chen Shi picked up the lid to cover the dish and called Lin Xiaopu. Send a few people over. Someone is consuming a state level 2 protected animal. Who? Lu Qixing. Stop it. Check your case. If you don't cooperate with me, I can quit right now. Make it fast for me. Lu Qixing begged for mercy. Officer Song, you're giving too little face, right? I've said that investigating a case is investigating a case. How ugly is it if you get me in? Cut the crap. Got any other game? We'll have to see your kitchen later. Just this one. Lu Qixing cried out, and Jia Xingyun was stunned, completely unaware of what was going on. Half an hour later, Lu Qixing was dustily cuffed away amidst the sirens and the onlookers of passers-by. Lin Dongxue stood next to Chen Shi and covered her mouth and laughed, only after 2 words. You cuffed the informant. What kind of a saber-rattling path is this? He's too much in the way, and I haven't wronged him. Lu Qixing, who was stuffed into the police car, gave Chen Shi a sly look, and Su Xiaodong, who had returned from verifying the information, saw it and was surprised. What's the situation? Speaking to you in a moment. How are you verifying? Chen Shi asked. Jia Xingyun and Mr. Lu did eat together that day. Su Xiaodong's eyes glanced to the side. Jia Xingyun walked out just in time and said, I'm not lying. What did you eat? Chen Shi asked. Scrambled eggs with leeks, seaweed and egg soup, shredded potatoes with green peppers and shredded pork with fish. Lin Dongxue looked at Jia Xingyun in shock. Jia Xingyun smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Can't rich people eat cheap meals? You guys can take a look at Jindong's Weibo. He had sunshine on that day's food. I'm quite surprised too. I checked with the hotel twice, and it's true that these were eaten. Su Xiaodong said. Chen Shi said to Jia Xingyun, it seems that you have a good friendship. Ha ha, yes, there's love in the air. My relationship with Jindong. There's nothing to say. Can I go now? Officer, something will come back to you. No problem. Jia Xingyun flew a wink at Lin Dongxue and left on his own. Tao Yeye said, Uncle Chen, there's a lot of delicious food in that room. Can I go eat? Chen Shi laughed. Together. Lin Dongxue said, Hey, investigate the case. Don't be so leisurely. It's a waste to leave it. Let's eat it together. Not me. The 4 of them returned to the room they had just been in. Chen Shi and Tao Yeye nonchalantly opened up, of course, the dish of broccoli chicken that had just been taken away as material evidence. Chen Shi said as he ate it, don't you want to taste a rich man's meal? I can't even tell what it's made of. Lin Dongxue smiled bitterly. Forget it. I'll just eat fast food later. Lin Dongxue took out her cell phone to look at the deceased's microblogging. Jia Xingyun's words are true. February 2nd, Lu Jindong really have sunshine that day's food. Or 1 by 1 sunshine. Oriental herbs paired with crushed jade seeds make one savor the mood of Tao Yuan Ming. This is talking about scrambled eggs with leeks. Pickled seaweed and egg gumbo is like bathing in a fishy, salty sea breeze. This is talking about seaweed and egg bisque. Potato with green pepper? A warm and spirited, luxurious feast for the senses. It's shredded potatoes with green pepper. Baked pork tenderloin in a special mildly spicy sweet and sour sauce with long green onions. A rococo encounter of the palate. It's shredded pork with fish. Lin Dongxue snorted and laughed. This guy is quite funny. Unfortunately, this is his last microblog. What does Jia Xingyun do? Chen Shi asked. Lin Dongxue searched. Official 2nd generation. Father is a division-level cadre. Just transferred to the city. He is running an art media company himself. One engaged in film and television. One engaged in media. Really smells the same. Chen Shi mused. Su Xiaodong, you take the time to see what projects Lu Jindong's film and television company has done and what works have been produced. Someone knocked on the door. Chen Shi shouted, come in. A lobby manager with a group of waiters and cleaners came in. Lin Dongxue revealed a puzzle site. Chen Shi said, I called in for questioning. Chen Shi came to them and said, on February 2nd, Lu Jindong came here. Lu Qixing himself has confirmed it. Those who were present on that day please raise their hands. Several people raised their hands. Chen Shi told the other people to go out first, leaving only one, and asked him what happened that day. And the man said that father and son played chess for a while and chatted for half an hour, and then Lu Jindong went back to his own place. Chen Shi changed to the next one. Still with this rhetoric. When he got to the fourth one, he stopped asking and said, even the wording is exactly the same. These guys were taken care of beforehand. Lin Dongxue said, do you suspect? Chen Shi said, I can't talk about suspicion. I just want to know all of the deceased's experiences on the day of the murder. But I know that Master Lu will definitely not be honest with me. So you got rid of him? That's just happenstance. Chen Shi smiled and called everyone in. Chen Shi walked back and forth in front of this group of people and said, I know that Elder Lu took care of you, told you to hide some things, and maybe even gave you some hush money. But let me find out about Lu Jindong's death. I need to know all the information. Here is 200,000. Chen Shi held up a savings card, and many people's eyes lit up. He continued, my cell phone number is 138XXXX. I'm waiting for a brave traitor to appear among you all to tell me what happened that night. Don't worry, I will keep it absolutely confidential. The lobby manager smiled sarcastically. Officer Song, this isn't too good, is it? No more for you. Get out. The hotel people left on the front foot, and Peng Siju came in on the back foot, carrying a survey box in his hand, and called out, Old Song, Shaq, start. Lin Dongxue spat in a small voice. You two are really dressed up? Peng Siju actually turned off the lights, then opened the survey box and took out the UV lamp. Lin Dongxue's eyes widened. You suspect this is the crime scene? Lu Qixing is his father. Kinship is not a reason for me to exclude suspicion. Ultraviolet lamp inch-by-inch ground search. Lin Dongxue a little nervous. Probably deep down, she cannot accept the truth that relatives kill each other. Tao Yeye was still eating, acting particularly calm, treating the two men's search as the next meal. There was a sudden reaction when the UV lamp swept across the carpet next to the sofa. Chen Shi immediately uncovered the carpet and Pang Siju sprayed reagents on it. A small patch of splattered blood was clearly visible to everyone. It can't be true, can it? Lin Dongxue covered her mouth. If it's murder, this amount of blood is too little. Chen Shi's words made Lin Dongxue put down her heart. Pengjiak took a sample with an alcohol-soaked swab, put it into a test tube, and turned on the light. A police officer came in, a colleague who was investigating the surveillance video in the hotel. He saluted and said, Officer Song, we found the video of the deceased leaving the hotel that day. Put it out and see. Everyone vacated a piece of the table. The officer put up a laptop, and Pengjiak whispered, how does it feel to play Song Lang? I don't know the likeness of someone I've never seen before, so you can point it out. Chen Shi shrugged his shoulders and smiled. He's more handsome than you. That's a lot of technical difficulty. The video appears to show the deceased leaving the hotel, capturing just his back as he walks into the foyer and kicks a trash can over. Looking angry, Chen Shi played it again, stopping at one spot and pointing to a spot in the picture. Look, he's covering his left arm. He's probably injured. Father and son had a conflict? Lin Dongxue was surprised. You guys go back to the station and visit him. But I suspect that he suffers from dementia because he keeps looking at his sleeve when he talks. It's likely that he doesn't have any recollection of the events of that day. Lao Peng, don't rush back yet. Go with me to the deceased's residence to take a look. Chen Shi turned to Tao Yeye. Are you with Sister Lin? Or with me? With you. That could be the scene of a murder. I'm not afraid. Chen Shi snapped his fingers. Let's divide the labor like this. Lin Dongxue took the blood samples with her and went back to the station with Su Xiaodong, while Chen Shi, Peng Siju, and Tao Yeye drove to the dead man's place. Lu Jindong lives in a piece of upscale neighborhood. Long ago a police officer came here to access the surveillance video. After seeing Chen Shi told him, the property said that the day's surveillance video was washed out. Who did this? Not sure. It could have been an advanced hacker who did it and left no trace. What did the security guard say? There was a security guard on duty that night who claimed to have seen the deceased drive in at about 9 o'clock. And at 11 o'clock the deceased drove off and nodded at him. And both times he swiped his access card. And there is a record of that to testify to. 11 o'clock and the deceased is still alive? Chen Shi turned his attention to Peng Siju. Pengjiak said, abandoning a body in the wild for 3 days. bacteria, temperature, and humidity are all uncontrollable factors that can affect decomposition, and time of death determinations can indeed be inaccurate by a few hours. They arrived at the deceased's residence. The door was locked. Chen Shur asked, "Does that Officer Song know how to pick locks?" "Will. That's embarrassing. I won't." Chen Shur laughed. "Oh," Pangsjack gave him a skeptical look, then whirled around and pulled a key from his pocket that was in an evidence bag, explaining, "It was found on the deceased." Using the key to open the door, a dusty odor poured out, and Peng Siju put on a mask and gloves and handed Chen Shur a pair. He hadn't prepared one for a small child, and said to Tao Yaya, who was following behind, "Don't touch anything, okay?" Tao Yaya obediently nodded her head. This was a leap-floor apartment. Although it was a bit messy, the furniture was very delicate and high-grade. Tao Yaya lamented, "It would be nice if Uncle Chen's house was this beautiful. Then you have to do more good deeds and try to get a good reincarnation in the next life." Chen Shur laughed. "I'll earn money to buy it for you. Okay, I'll wait for that day. No broken promises." Penance Ju watched the interaction between the two with a smile. Chen Shur nonchalantly came in and opened the fridge, opened a bottle of drink for Tao Yu to drink. He himself took out a high-class cigar from the cigar box. The aroma of the cigar fermented in the wooden box was tantalizing. He couldn't help but want to try it. Pang Siju glared at him. "Be conscious. Get out and talk." Chen Shur pocketed his cigar, earning a blank stare from Peng Siju. The two investigated each room in turn. Found a second bedroom floor cracks have a trace of blood. Peng Siju closed the curtains, spraying luminol reagent. This interesting work to Tao Yu. He carried a UV lamp to investigate. Someone had changed the sheets and there was no blood on the top sheet, but the reverse side was stained, and the mattress underneath was permeated with a lot of it, even detectable on the bedpan. It was also on the floor, only carefully scrubbed, but fully visible in the reaction to the luminol reagent. With that kind of bleeding, it's clear that this was the first scene of the crime. Pangsjack repeatedly examined, said, "The left cabinet door and the left side of the floor has spattered blood. The corner of the bed formed a pool of blood. The bed looks like a transfer type of bloodstains. Something to carry the blood. Bed sheets, clothing, pillows, or a person." Chen Shur said, "The murderer was lying on the bed, and part of the blood landed on top body. So what was the deceased's movement? On top of the murderer? The murderer was a woman? It's also possible that the deceased was struggling with the killer. What do you think Ta would have done after the killing? Go to the bathroom and clean your body.